Chapter 1. The final day of war. This is a planet scorched to desolation. A realm now enveloped in desolation. The once inhabited abodes of humanity have transformed into remnants of shattered walls, and the charred earth bears no trace of verdure or vitality. Only these ruins and the skeletal remains of the fallen testify to the existence of life that once thrived on this planet in the sky. A thunderous roar approaches from the distance, as a colossal strategic bomber emerges from the clouds, gradually descending in altitude toward a city that has endured. Countless bombardments arrived at the designated operational area, confirming target. Confirmation received. Prepare to execute bombing mission within the desolate cockpit of the bomber. Accompanied by a chilling electronic voice, the massive aircraft opens its belly, revealing a meticulous array of bomb canisters. Resembling barrels of oil. Commence bombing mission with the final electronic announcement. The giant bomber reaches its altitude over the ravaged city. One by one, the barrel-like bombs cascade from the aircraft's belly, plummeting toward the lifeless urban landscape below. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, a series of violent explosions reverberate above the shattered city, as the released barrel-shaped bombs detonate midair, scattering thousands of smaller explosives. Like petals falling from the heavens, descending upon every corner of the broken city. Rumbling in the next instant, the explosive sounds, akin to thunder on a stormy night, echo continuously through the city as the flames of destruction engulf the surroundings, quickly shrouding the entire devastated area in a thick veil of smoke. Mission accomplished. Requesting return to base. The electronic voice resonates in the empty cockpit, and the immense bomber then alters its course, ascending once again into the clouds. Children, you may come out now. As the sound of the bomber fades from the city, a middle-aged man's voice emerges from the smoke-filled alleyways of the ruined metropolis. Teacher Irika, has the bomber left? Teacher, what does the bomber look like? Please tell us. As the man speaks, the manhole cover on the alleyway is pushed aside, and 6 or 7 grimy-faced children, clad in tattered clothing, emerge from the sewer, curiously inquiring. Of the middle-aged man, he is a man dressed in a tattered green vest, with brown hair tied back, and a scar running across his nose. A piece of metal, inscribed with a design, is bound around his head. Hearing the children's eager inquiries, the man known as Irika opens his mouth, yet finds himself at a loss for words to convey the image of the bomber to these inquisitive children. This is not the first time the children have posed such questions. He genuinely wishes to describe the bomber's appearance to them, likening it to a gigantic bird with immense wings. He found himself powerless. This hopeless war had commenced. Long before these children were born. Upon their arrival into this world, they were condemned to hide within the dark, filthy underground tunnels, having never laid eyes upon a bird, for the avian inhabitants had long since vanished. Along with all terrestrial creatures, what remained were only skeletal remains. Even books had become exceedingly rare treasures amidst the relentless flames of war that had raged for 2 decades, transforming into invaluable relics that chronicle the time of beauty. Far beyond the reach of these grimy children in this protracted conflict, the imaginations of these newborns had been stifled. Teacher Irika, please tell us. As Irika fell silent, the children began to plead with endearing persistence. I have not seen one myself. I only know that bombers are enormous, composed entirely of metal, capable of soaring through the skies while raining down countless bombs. Irika reluctantly replied, though he had witnessed bombers. He wished to spare these children from reliving that painful memory. Teacher Irika is lying. You lived on the ground before. The children retorted in dissatisfaction. It was evident that this was not the first time they had inquired, nor was it the first time Irika had responded in this manner at their words. Irika fell silent. When will you tell us, Teacher Irika? Clearly, the children were unwilling to surrender their quest for knowledge. When you become the finest ninjas, you shall behold the true visage of bombers. Not only bombers, but also tanks, robots, the vast sea, and warships, Irika declared, his voice growing somber deep within. He wished to shield these children from confronting such machinery, a harbinger of disaster. He had no choice. The war was not over, and humanity had not perished. Someday, these children would inevitably face this calamity, and he could only hope that day would arrive much later. Amidst a desolate expanse blanketed in volcanic ash, towering gray-white fortresses loomed like mountains. Within one of these colossal strongholds, red lights flickered intermittently, casting a somber and oppressive atmosphere within the otherwise tranquil fortress. Like statues, robots stood sentinel in every corridor, their eyes glowing with crimson light. Deep within the bowels of the immense fortress, molten lava coursed through the depths, ultimately being channeled out of the stronghold. Countless spider-like machines busied themselves, clearing the pathways for the flowing magma. Altair, after 20 years, I have finally awaited you. From the depths of the magma, A gentle voice suddenly resonated, and a brilliant red light illuminated the surroundings, more dazzling than the lava itself. In the next moment, the magma surged violently as a terrifying behemoth prepared to emerge from its depths. The enormous, grayish-white metal skull loomed menacingly, exuding a chilling aura before the colossal beast could reveal its full form. A 15-year-old boy with crimson eyes emerged from the molten depths. Not on this planet. I shall soon come to meet you. And this time, I will not allow you to perish, the boy murmured to himself. As his words echoed, the vast fortress began to tremble. The imposing gray-white structure split apart like a mountain, unveiling the boy nestled amidst the subterranean lava. As well as the sky that had been shrouded in gray clouds for over a decade, the boy's physique underwent a transformation, his blood-red skin morphing into a metallic sheen as metal surged across his body. In the next instant, he had transfigured into an extraterrestrial aircraft, soaring rapidly into the sky, piercing through the gray veil and introducing a rare beam of brightness into this dim world. With the boy's departure, mere minutes later, bombers executing missions across the planet began to plummet from the sky tanks that had been racing across the ground, came to an abrupt halt. The robotic sentinels, once scouring the battlefield, ceased their relentless march. In the gruesome theater of war, as the mechanical engines of destruction came to an instant standstill, tattered ninjas erupted in jubilant cheers. At long last, the war instigated by a malevolent force, which had persisted for a harrowing 20 years, was finally over. Though the identity of the hero who vanquished the demon remained unknown, the conclusion of this ordeal was undeniable. However, the jubilant cries soon morphed into lamentations and wails, for the pain inflicted by this war was far too profound. The joy of victory could scarcely mask the scars of 2 decades wrought by suffering. Chapter 2. Guina. Amidst the dark, silent cosmos, a colossal probe camouflaged as a meteor streaked across the long nights of various planets at comet-like speeds, continually harnessing the gravitational pull of surrounding celestial bodies to propel itself deeper into the vastness of the universe. Guina. I should have prevented you. No, I shouldn't say that, murmured Gung Shiro, seated before a gravestone in Frostmoon Village, reciting the name inscribed on it with a heavy heart, burdened by guilt. As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper, and tears streamed silently from beneath his glasses. He had never anticipated Ivanov's fate. Why? Behind Gung Shiro, within the dojo, Zoro was fervently training, swinging his wooden sword with relentless fervor, each strike accompanied by anguished queries, a release of his inner turmoil and sorrow. As night fell, exhaustion overcame Zoro, and he succumbed to slumber beside the tree from which stones hung in the dead of night. Gazing at Zoro, sleeping against the wooden post, Gung Shiro sighed deeply upon returning to the dojo, gently lifting Zoro and carrying him inside. At that moment, a meteor streaked across the night sky, trailing a long, silvery tail. Soon, the meteor that had just traversed the sky streaked across once more, this time magnified several-fold, signifying its proximity to the planet. In the next moment, an even stranger scene unfolded. The meteor, defying the laws of nature, veered in a peculiar manner before plummeting towards the Earth at an astonishing velocity. Altair, after 33 years, I have finally found you. Guna, 2 years younger than Baisalin, passed away at the age of 11 in Frostmoon Village, behind the swordsmanship dojo. Before Gina's gravestone, a suspended Wang Han gazed tenderly at the tomb, his eyes radiating warmth as he murmured softly, his voice imbued with boundless gentleness. Why? Who could possibly be responsible for this? No matter who you are, I shall not let you escape justice. The following day, the serene morning of Frostmoon Village was shattered by the furious roar of Gung Shiro. Villagers awoke from their slumber, bewildered by the cause of such unbridled rage from a grieving father. Before him lay a desecrated grave, the coffin and remains conspicuously absent. Gung Shiro's narrowed eyes were now bloodshot, scanning the surroundings with a gaze as sharp as a blade, frantically searching the ground inch by inch. Alas, despite Gung Shiro's attempts to perceive through the soil with his heightened senses, he found not a single clue. When Ga opened her eyes, she beheld a serene blue sky, adorned with drifting white clouds. Have I inadvertently fallen asleep again? Without the sight of a ceiling, she assumed she had exhausted herself in training, unknowingly dozing off outdoors. Yet, she pondered, why had her father not carried her home this time? Yes, you fell asleep without realizing it, but now that you are awake, I shall not allow you to slumber again. Have some fruit first. A gentle voice resonated beside her, as a freshly peeled apple was extended towards her. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Guina sprang up, instinctively wary of the figure beside her. Before her stood a boy with straight black hair, his features strikingly handsome yet pale, adorned with enigmatic black markings across his face. His gaze, however, was soft and tender as it rested upon her. Such warmth was reminiscent of the affection she had only seen in her father's eyes, albeit with a subtle difference. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Goina, inexplicably drawn to his gentle demeanor, relaxed her guard and inquired curiously, feeling intuitively that this person was trustworthy. "Do you not remember me?" Wang Han, observing Gina's wary expression and unfamiliarity, responded with a hint of sadness, shaking his head. "It is understandable you wouldn't recognize me. Did I know you before?" Upon hearing this, Goina was filled with confusion. She was certain she did not recognize the person before her, yet the tenderness within their gaze felt genuine. "Whether I know you or not, the painful memories of the past are scarcely worth recalling here. Have an apple," Wang Han said with a smile, offering her the freshly peeled apple. "Once more thank you," Goina replied, accepting the apple and taking small bites. "In this reincarnation, you have wholly forgotten my existence. In our previous life, you endured so much suffering for my sake, bearing unthinkable pain, while I could only offer you a promise I never fulfilled in this life. I shall not allow you to endure such trials again. I intend to give you everything." As she nibbled on the apple, Wang Han felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, his heart resolute. "My name is Goina. What is yours?" Perhaps feeling a bit uneasy under Wang Han's gaze, Goina set down the apple and quietly inquired. "Wang Han, that is the name I was given at birth. I also have another name, Moonlight Han, but I no longer use it," he replied with a smile. "Why am I here?" Goina asked, her eyes scanning the surrounding environment. At that moment, she found herself on the open sea, standing upon a colossal ship that appeared almost 100 meters in length, constructed entirely of steel, complete with what seemed to be artillery. Wang Han paused briefly before deciding to reveal the truth to her. "I found you in a grave when I discovered you. Your body had been dead for approximately a day. The cause of death was an overwhelming influx of male hormones. Fortunately, due to the brief duration, your core managed to protect your Suli, extracted the male hormones from your body, restored the vitality of your form, and brought you back to life." Upon hearing this, Goina fell silent, her memories resurfacing. Dissatisfied with her female body, which she believed could never make her the world's greatest swordsman, she had begged her father to have Ivankov, the queen of the transsexuals, transform her into a boy. However, something had gone awry, and when the male hormones flooded her body, she felt excruciating pain before losing consciousness. "So, I have truly died. I have failed," Goina murmured to herself. Falling into silence, Wang Han regarded her with a somber expression, mirroring her silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally asked, "Do you wish to return?" "It seems I shall never become the world's greatest swordsman," Goina said, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. She refrained from expressing any desire to return. In her eyes, destined to never achieve that title. What purpose would there be in returning to the dojo? Watching her fellow disciples grow stronger each day, she recalled her father's words. A girl could never be the greatest swordsman. You aspire to be the greatest swordsman in the world, Goina remarked after contemplating her words for a brief moment. Wang Han replied, "I shall eliminate all the other swordsmen at once." Chapter 3. The Pursuit of Geng Shiro. "Not so," Goina responded, shaking her head with a sense of despondency. "Such methods will not lead to becoming the world's foremost swordsman. I merely wish to achieve this through my own efforts. However, as a girl, I am inherently at a disadvantage in terms of strength compared to boys. It seems I am destined not to become the greatest swordsman. I have already resigned myself to this fate. I believe in you. You can certainly become the greatest swordsman in the world," Wang Han asserted without a moment's hesitation, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. "Really?" Goina inquired, lifting her gaze to Wang Han with a glimmer of hope. "Indeed," Wang Han affirmed with utmost conviction and sincerity, his resolve unshakable. "Indeed, I shall continue to strive," Goina exclaimed, her confidence rekindled as she nodded emphatically. "By the way, what compels you to aspire to be the greatest swordsman in the world?" Wang Han inquired. To this, Goina responded, "I have been plagued by a peculiar and recurring dream, wherein I yearn to assist someone. However, I find myself too feeble to provide the aid needed to this significant yet indistinct figure." "A recurring dream, you say?" Wang Han mused silently, lost in thought. "Altair, you have always been intent on helping me. It appears you have never truly left." After a brief pause, Wang Han asked again, "Will you return now?" "No, returning would serve no purpose for me. I must prove myself, and I shall do so as the world's greatest swordsman," Goina declared. Turning to Wang Han, she inquired, "May I accompany you?" "Of course. Anywhere you wish to go, I shall take you," Wang Han affirmed with a bright smile. "Then please, allow me to experience the vastness of the ocean and meet the formidable beings that dwell upon it," Goina replied with a radiant smile. across the boundless sea. 100-meter-long steel vessel cut through the waves with grace. Its menacing cannons, densely lined, instilled a sense of dread. Is there no one else aboard this ship? Guena asked curiously after Wang Han had shown her around. The enormous vessel was equipped to sustain hundreds, yet it was desolate, save for the two of them. Devoid of provisions, and capable of sailing without a crew. There are no others, just the two of us, Wang Han replied with a smile. Just the two of us. So, what do you plan to recruit others, and how many do you intend to gather? Guena questioned, sensing that Wang Han might be embarking on a pirate's journey, especially with the new age of piracy just beginning to unfold, drawing countless men to the sea. No, I currently have no intention of recruiting anyone, Wang Han chuckled. But with merely the two of us, isn't this ship a bit too large? Guena remarked. Living aboard such a vast vessel would indeed be cumbersome and might attract unwanted attention. Then, let us switch to a smaller ship. Follow me, Wang Han suggested with a grin, leading Guena outside. Upon reaching the deck, Wang Han guided Guena to the ship's edge, without any visible effort from him. The sea beside the colossal ship suddenly surged, taking the shape of a vessel. Ultimately, a luxurious yacht measuring only a little over 10 meters emerged from the water. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Truly remarkable, Guena marveled, gazing at the yacht beside the giant ship. There's nothing to be astonished about. Come, let us change ships, Wang Han said with a smile, gently grasping Guena's hand and leaping from the gigantic vessel. Once aboard the yacht, Guena turned to look back at the imposing steel ship. From the yacht, she gained a more visceral appreciation of the immense size of the colossal vessel before her, one that dwarfed any ship she had ever encountered. But what was to be done with this magnificent ship? Gazing upon a massive steel behemoth, Guena inquired of Wang Han. It would be a great shame to leave such a grand ship abandoned here. Quite simply, we shall make it vanish, Wang Han replied with a smile, gesturing with a flick of his hand, causing the formidable steel giant to dissolve into the sea, returning to the depths from whence it came. This left Guena in a state of awe. Following the disappearance of the giant vessel, the yacht commenced its journey autonomously, sailing at a remarkable speed that could only be described as lightning swift. Are you planning to become a pirate? Guena asked, glancing at the foamy wake trailing behind the yacht. Do you wish to be a pirate? Wang Han countered with a smile. I do not aspire to be a pirate, Guena replied, shaking her head. If given a choice, she would prefer to avoid that path. Though piracy offered a sense of freedom, it also entailed numerous complications. Neither do I, Wang Han remarked without hesitation upon hearing Guena's response. What do you intend to do then? Guena inquired, her curiosity piqued. An adventurer or a bounty hunter? Perhaps, Wang Han replied with a smile. Afterward, he directed his gaze toward the distant waters ahead of the yacht. A ship approaches. Aboard it is your father. Do you wish to meet him? Wang Han's radar detected a small vessel approaching from several nautical miles away, and the individual aboard was none other than Gang Sairu, who was vigorously rowing towards them. Upon hearing this, Guena hesitated momentarily, but then resolutely nodded her head. Although she had decided to venture into the vast ocean, she still wished for her father not to feel sorrow or concern for her. With Guena's affirmation, the yacht immediately accelerated, heading towards Gang Sairu's small boat. On the other hand, Gang Sairu was frantically paddling the small boat, his eyes aflame with an indescribable fury, as if an inferno of rage was about to erupt from within him, reducing everything to ashes. It turned out that after discovering that Guena's grave had been desecrated, he had been madly searching for the culprit. Upon hearing several villagers from Shuangyue village mention a massive ship leaving before dawn, strangely, no one knew when it had arrived, nor did anyone see anyone disembark from the colossal vessel. Gang Sairu immediately deduced that the perpetrator must be aboard that iron battleship. After ascertaining the direction, he hastily gathered some provisions and pursued the path indicated by the villagers. As he beheld the luxurious yacht approaching, Gang Sairu had never seen such a vessel before. As the ship drew closer, he was about to inquire of its occupants when his eyes widened in shock. Guena. Upon seeing Guena standing at the bow of the peculiar craft, tears streamed down Gang Sairu's crimson eyes. Father. Guena, gritting her teeth, called out loudly to Gang Sairu. Please forgive me for not being able to return with you. My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. I shall not abandon it. The dojo no longer suits me. I must challenge the stronger adversaries upon the sea. After a moment of silence, Gang Sairu cast a glance at Wang Han beside Guena. He then unfastened the blade at his waist, the Wado Ikamanji, and tossed it to Guena, his voice tinged with reluctance. Guena, take this Wado Ikamanji with you. If you ever feel homesick, then come back to visit. Gang Sairu understood that this was Guena's choice. Forcing her to return would not bring her joy. After all, Guena was willing to transform herself into a man to pursue her dreams. He knew how fiercely resolute she was. Although he was unaware of the identity of the person beside Guena, he believed that since they had saved her, they would not bring her harm. Yes, Guena replied, accepting the Wado Ikamanji and nodding firmly. After a moment's contemplation, she tossed the sword back to Gung Sairu. Father, please tell that foolish Zoro I am still alive. On the day he set sail, give him the Wado Ikamanji and remind him that our promise remains intact. One of us must become the world's greatest swordsman. I will inform him. I believe that the future world's greatest swordsman will undoubtedly be one among you. Receiving the sword and addressing it with reverence, Gung Siro solemnly spoke. At these words, Guena smiled, for her father had finally acknowledged her potential to become the world's greatest swordswoman. Listen, young man, I do not care who you are, but I must thank you for saving Guena. Gung Siro expressed gravely, his demeanor serious. I entrust my daughter to your care. Rest assured, I will look after Guena. With me by her side, no one will dare to bully her, Wang Han replied with equal seriousness. This was a father's plea, as well as a man's promise. Thank you, Gung Siro said, bowing deeply to Wang Han while standing on the small boat. He then turned away without a second glance and began rowing away. Do not be disheartened. Should you wish to return and see your father, you may do so at any time, Wang Han said with a smile, noticing Guena's red-rimmed eyes. Chapter 4. The first encounter with pirates. Where shall we go next? Guena inquired, having composed herself after Gung Siro's departure. Is there anywhere you wish to visit? Wang Han replied, smiling at her. I wish to buy a sword first, Guena stated, revealing her intent. What kind of sword do you desire? Wang Han asked. A katana. Much like the Wado Ikamanji, Guena responded. Please wait a moment, Wang Han said with a smile, extending his hand. Before her eyes, his palm began to elongate, gradually taking the shape of a katana, the hilt, the blade, the scabbard. With a crack, a sword identical to the Wado Ikamanji fell from Wang Han's wrist. Use this sword. It is crafted from adamant alloy, incredibly durable and sharp as a razor, certainly rivaling any fine blade in performance, and its weight should be comparable, Wang Han explained, handing the severed sword to Guena. Upon receiving the sword, Guena glanced at Wang Han's wrist, noticing it had returned to its original state, showing no signs of having transformed into a weapon. Reassured, she stood and began to practice with the katana. Does this sword have a name? She asked after a while, her satisfaction evident. It has just been born. The name is yours to decide, Wang Han replied with a smile. Since you mentioned it is made of adamantine, let us call it adamant, Guena suggested, smiling brightly. Then it shall be named adamant. Wang Han concurred with a grin, watching as Guena resumed her practice. Extending his right hand outside the yacht, Wang Han's right hand transformed into a fishing rod, and thus he began to engage in lure fishing upon the vast ocean. Guena, come and take a moment to rest, have a bite to eat, and recalibrate your state. In approximately an hour, we shall encounter a pirate ship, he said with a smile, retracting his lure while reclining on the yacht's lounge chair. Following his words, the deck beside his chair began to rise, forming a sunshade-covered lounge chair. A cylindrical robot materialized nearby, collecting the few fish Wang Han had caught and placing them into its rounded body. Are there pirates? Very well, Guena responded, albeit puzzled by how Wang Han, seemingly relaxed in his chair, had foreseen their impending encounter with pirates. Nevertheless, she chose to trust his words. Moving to his side and lying down on the lounge chair to adjust her breathing, I have deployed satellites into the sky. This entire maritime area is under my surveillance, Wang Han explained with a smile, sensing Guena's curiosity. However, the area he referred to encompassed the entirety of the ocean. What is that round object? Guena inquired, intrigued by the cylindrical robot. This is a smart cooking robot. It can prepare meals autonomously based on the ingredients provided. It will have the fish roasted within approximately 20 minutes, Wang Han replied with a grin. Guena responded, turning to lie on her stomach on the lounge chair, propping her chin on her hands, and curiously observing the cooking robot, eager to witness its culinary process. Unfortunately, the smart cooking robot operated in an environmentally friendly manner, conducting its tasks within its body, rendering the process invisible. After several minutes of watching, Guena grew impatient and asked Wang Han, does it have a name? No, it has just been created. Its model is T25, Wang Han chuckled. Why don't you give a name? Hearing this, Guena's interest was piqued once more. After a thoughtful pause, she suggested, how about Gong Gong? That works, Wang Han nodded in agreement. Guena was not particularly talkative, and having spent 31 years in solitude, Wang Han also had little to say. Thus, a comfortable silence enveloped them. Brothers, there's a ship to the east. It appears quite beautiful and luxurious. significantly smaller than our pirate ship, and it is approximately 1 nautical mile away. Approaching us, called out the lookout from the Iron Arm pirate cruise vessel, lowering his binoculars and pointing in a direction. Upon hearing the lookout's call, 7 or 8 pirates dashed to the ship's edge, gazing in the direction indicated. Simultaneously, more pirates emerged from the cabin, clamoring to grab the binoculars for a better view. It truly is a beautiful ship. It seems quite luxurious. The people aboard must be wealthy. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the pirates. Lads, prepare to set sail. Move closer and seize that vessel. Be cautious. We must not damage the ship, for it holds considerable value. On the deck, Iron Arm lowered his telescope and turned to the crew aboard the ship, bellowing commands. Aye. The members of the Iron Arm pirate crew responded with enthusiasm, their excitement palpable as they sprang into action. Swiftly, the sails of the pirate ship were raised, and propelled by the wind, the Iron Arm pirate crew sped towards the approaching yacht in the distance. Guena, they are coming. On the yacht, Wang Han rose from his lounge chair, smiling as he addressed Guena. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Han's words, Guena promptly scrambled to her feet, clutching her Edmund longsword. Her face a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. This was her first taste of true combat. It was not akin to the sparring sessions at the dojo. Here, she would wield her blade with the intent to vanquish her adversary. Do not worry, I am here for you. Focus solely on your battle and the refinement of your skills. Wang Han encouraged her, sensing her anxiety. Thank you, Guena replied, nodding emphatically, her gaze transforming into one of determination. Before long, the two vessels drew near enough to exchange words. The voices from the opposing ship rang out. We are the Iron Arm pirate crew. If you wish to live, relinquish your treasures and women, then cast yourselves into the sea. We might spare your lives, otherwise, you shall be fed to the fish. As the distance between the ships narrowed to 20 or 30 meters, a pirate aboard the Iron Arm ship shouted with a booming voice. Hearing the taunt from the other side, Guena visibly tensed, her grip on the sword turning white with apprehension. Wang Han, however, feigned ignorance, maintaining his serene smile as he addressed Guyana. I shall take you over. We cannot allow their blood to tarnish our ship. Observing Wang Han's calm demeanor, Guyana inexplicably felt at ease and nodded emphatically. With a swift motion, Wang Han lifted Guyana into his arms and leapt towards the Iron Arm pirate ship, which lay a distance of 20 to 30 meters away. He's a skilled fighter. Open fire. The sight of a youth leaping across such a distance while cradling a child startled Iron Arm. Ordinary individuals could not perform such a feat. He promptly commanded his crew of pirates to attack. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted from the Iron Arm pirate ship as dark, spherical bullets sliced through the air, hurtling towards Wang Han and Guyana, who were suspended midair. Chapter 5. Guyana's trial upon hearing the pirates' shouts and the gunfire. Guyana's anxiety surged, and she clutched Wang Han's clothing tightly. At that moment, they had no means to brace themselves against the impending bullets, or so she believed. However, in the face of this predicament, Wang Han merely shifted his gaze slightly, and a golden hexagonal barrier materialized before him. The bullets collided with it, akin to pebbles striking steel, either ricocheting off or shattering upon impact. A devil fruit user. Witnessing this spectacle, cold sweat trickled down Iron Arm's forehead. The devil fruit is a coveted treasure of the sea. Those who consume it gain extraordinary powers, making such an entity far beyond the reach of a mere pirate with a modest bounty of 1,000,000. With a thud, before the pirates could reload their firearms, Wang Han had already landed on the deck with Guyana in his arms. Spare me. Before Wang Han could set Guyana down, Iron Arm had knelt upon the deck, his forehead pressed against it as he pleaded for mercy. Captain, the pirates were utterly stunned, rendered speechless at the sight. Was this truly their fearsome captain, known for executing others at the slightest provocation? What are you all dawdling for? Kneel and beg for mercy from this esteemed individual. Before the bewildered pirates could comprehend, Iron Arm bellowed at them. Spare us! Spare us! Under their captain's reprimand, the crew of the Iron Arm pirate band immediately knelt, their foreheads touching the ground in supplication. Guyana, who do you wish to face? Observing the Iron Arm pirates surrender and listening to their desperate pleas, Wang Han remained unfazed, continuing to smile gently as he inquired of Guyana. They had lost all fighting spirit. In response, Guyana shook her head. Those who had forfeited their desire to fight were unworthy of her attention. This was the pride of a swordsman. Is that so? Wang Han replied with a smile, but his gaze turned frigid as he regarded the surrendering pirates. Then they are of no use. As the words fell, a mechanical arm suddenly sprouted from Wang Han's shoulder, equipped with an MG-24 machine gun, its long belt of ammunition glinting ominously. The next moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire, sharp and relentless, akin to the tearing of fabric. Blood erupted from the pirates like a torrential downpour as the pointed bullets pierced through their bodies, sending gore and flesh flying, leaving a trail of bullet holes and splintered wood on the deck beneath them. One by one, the pirates collapsed helplessly onto the deck. In that instant, the surviving pirates finally comprehended the desperation that had driven their fierce captain to plead so humbly. Alas, their adversary had no intention of sparing them. Determined to fight back, Iron Arm, witnessing his comrades fall like cut wheat, realized that pleading for mercy would be futile. He steeled himself, bellowing as he rose from the ground, seizing his weapon and charging toward Wang Han. At his roar, the remaining pirates rallied, brandishing their weapons and rushing at Wang Han. They remained the ruthless pirates they were, and even in the face of doom, their ferocity surged forth. Observing these fierce marauders, Wang Han abruptly ceased firing, allowing the pirates to close in on him. Yet, their advance was halted by a shimmering golden barrier, reminiscent of glass. No matter how fiercely they swung their blades or struck with axes, they could not breach this barrier, leaving not even a trace upon it. Goena, now they have the will to fight. You may choose your opponent, Wang Han remarked with a smile, watching the pirates unleash their wrath against the A.T. force field. Taken aback by Wang Han's unexpected ruthlessness, Goena cast a surprised glance in his direction, but chose to remain silent. After all, this was the sea, and before them stood pirates. After surveying the frenzied attackers, Goena pointed to a pirate wielding a sword and declared, "I choose him." "Him? Yes, acceptable," Wang Han responded with a nod. Suddenly, the golden barrier dissipated, and the staccato of the MG-42 erupted once more. After a brief pause, the mechanical arm, under Wang Han's deft control, unleashed the high-velocity firepower of the MG-42 with remarkable precision. Even amidst its rapid-fire capability, each shot found its mark with deadly accuracy. One by one, the pirates, still consumed by their rage, were swiftly dispatched. Within seconds, the remaining adversaries were felled, leaving only one standing in frozen terror. Even Iron Arm, with a bounty of 1 million, could not withstand the might of the 7.92mm bullets, succumbing instantly. His formidable strength, which surpassed that of ordinary pirates, proved to be no different in front of Wang Han. Observing the last pirate, who was paralyzed by fear, Goena furrowed her brow. It seemed she was destined for disappointment once more. "Regardless of the outcome, I shall end your life in this duel." Wang Han being coldly addressed the last surviving pirate, stating, "Then I shall take a companion to accompany me." Upon hearing Wang Han's words, the pirate let out a primal roar and charged at Goena with his blade drawn. Faced with the specter of death, his already ferocious demeanor intensified. Observing this, Goena swiftly unsheathed her sword, adopting the standard stance taught in the dojo for facing an adversary. In the next heartbeat, the pirate lunged towards her, and Goena responded in kind. The sound of steel slicing through flesh resonated, and a copious spray of blood erupted from the pirate's body as they crossed paths. Simultaneously, a gunshot rang out, and blood, along with fragments of brain matter, splattered through the air. Goena stood momentarily stunned, turning to behold the lifeless form of the pirate behind her. One must exercise greater caution against an enemy in such dire straits, for their demise is assured, rendering them more ferocious and unrestrained by the fear of injury or death. Wang Han smiled at Goena, his mechanical arm vanishing from his shoulder. "I apologize." "Thank you," Goena replied, her tone somber as she addressed Wang Han. She realized that had he not intervened, her life would surely have been forfeit. Indeed, the pirate intended to barter his own life for Goena's demise, neglecting any defense against her assault, even recklessly advancing towards it, with his blade aimed directly at her throat. Yet, all of this had been preemptively thwarted by Wang Han. This is merely a reflection of your insufficient combat experience, failing to anticipate such a scenario. You aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman, and there will be countless battles ahead to enrich your experience. There's no need to rush, Wang Han remarked with a smile. Reflect on this encounter. I shall inspect the pirate ship for any items of worth. Wang Han remarked, and after finishing his words, he stepped into the cabin of the pirate ship. Goena, cradling her sword, took a seat on the deck, genuinely beginning to reflect on the recent skirmish. Though the engagement lasted merely a fleeting moment, it indeed offered her numerous insights to ponder. The direction of her strikes, the force exerted, as well as the contingency plans she should have prepared for such scenarios, how to alter her tactics and evade attacks. The Iron Arm pirate crew, valued at a mere 1,600,000, truly seemed a bargain. Within the ship's cabin, Wang Han held a thick stack of bounty notices, sifting through them until he extracted 3, disdainfully commenting. The captain of the Iron Arm pirate crew, Iron Arm George, had repeatedly raided villages, plundered merchant vessels, and caused the deaths of hundreds, carrying a bounty of 1 million berries. The first mate, Monkey Mountain, bore a bounty of 400,000, while the sharpshooter, Baru, was valued at 200,000. Pirates often engage in collecting bounty notices. Their own bounties are regarded as a mark of honor, while gathering those of other pirates serves the purpose of disguising themselves as bounty hunters to claim rewards after eliminating their targets. Such actions are seldom curtailed, even by the Navy. After all, the prospect of these pirates turning against one another for a mere sum of money is a scenario the Navy welcomes. This situation conveniently facilitated Wang Han in confirming the bounties. Chapter 6. Becoming a bounty hunter. Wang Han emerged from the cabin, grasping a hefty bounty notice and carrying the ingredients he had gathered from the pirate ship. Thank you. I look forward to your continued support. Upon seeing Wang Han, Guena immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. We are partners. After all, Wang Han replied with a smile, handing the gathered ingredients to Guena. With one hand transforming into an alloy blade, he swiftly dealt with 3 bountied individuals. Guena, next we shall head to the nearby naval base to redeem our bounty, and then we can explore the town, he remarked, placing the 3 heads into a box and smiling at Guena, who was still holding the ingredients. They returned to the yacht together. Windmill Town, the birthplace of the naval hero Garp, is situated in a region of the East Sea known for its sparse pirate activity. After all, the reputation of Garp, a man capable of chasing the pirate king, instills a sense of caution. Few wish to encounter him, as escaping would be exceedingly difficult should one be fortunate enough to cross paths with him. Windmill Town also houses a naval base, as Garp does not frequently return, and given its status as his hometown, maintaining public order is paramount to preserve morale among the Navy. At the dock of Windmill Town, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, a luxurious yacht gradually approached the shore. Passers-by curiously observed the opulent vessel, which lacked sails, expressing their admiration and intrigue. Guena, I've heard that there's a tavern in Windmill Town renowned for its delightful juices. Let us go and sample them. Wang Han said with a smile as they disembarked from the yacht. You just want to drink, don't you? Guena retorted, rolling her eyes and seeing through Wang Han's intentions as she followed him, clutching her Edmund alloy blade. Ha! First, we need to collect our bounty, Wang Han quickly interjected, diverting the conversation as they made their way toward the naval base in Windmill Town. The location of the naval base was unmistakably clear to the satellites above. Are you truly bounty hunters? The lieutenant at the Windmill Town Naval Branch scrutinized Wang Han and Guena, leaving even Wang Han uncertain of the lieutenant's thoughts. Indeed, we only recently decided to become bounty hunters. This is our first mission, Wang Han replied with a grin. To have slain Iron Arm at such a young age. You possess considerable skill. Please hold on a moment, the lieutenant acknowledged, nodding before departing with the 3 heads. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a bag approximately 1 foot long and handed it to Wang Han. Here is your well-deserved bounty, 160,000. Please count it. Thank you. But there's no need. I trust the Navy of Windmill Town, Wang Han said, accepting the bag and preparing to leave with Guena. Please wait a moment. The lieutenant called after them, inquiring, are you interested in joining the Navy? There are benefits to enlisting, and you would receive systematic training. Thank you for your kind offer, but we are not currently considering joining the Navy. Upon hearing this, Wang Han gained an understanding of the Navy's intentions. With a polite smile, he gently declined and departed with Guena. The ocean had revealed 2 promising talents. Observing the departing figures of Wang Han and Guena, the Navy officer couldn't help but reflect. As the one responsible for bounty exchanges, he had another task, to keep an eye on those who come to claim bounties. Although he would not take action against these individuals, even the most notorious pirates, he was tasked with gathering intelligence on them, reporting valuable information in a timely manner, and also identifying potential talents and formidable individuals, particularly in relation to the East Sea. Wang Han appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, yet he had managed to slay the notorious Iron Arm, who had a bounty of 1 million. This clearly indicated that he was a promising talent. Guena, seemingly only 11 or 12, was capable of accompanying Wang Han in his pursuits as a bounty hunter, joining him in the hunt for Iron Arm, which suggested her innate abilities were equally remarkable. I will entrust the money to you. Feel free to utilize it as you wish. Where shall we go next? Upon exiting the naval base, Wang Han directly handed the money to Guena, inquiring with a smile. Are we not heading to the tavern? I happen to be a bit parched and could use some juice, Guena replied with a grin. Then let us be off, Wang Han exclaimed cheerfully. Upon reaching the Pirate King's planet, how could one not indulge in a drink upon the sea? The Maki Tavern was the finest establishment in Windmill Town, renowned not only for its exquisite beverages, but also for the charming and youthful Maki, a single woman. By midday, the Maki Tavern was already bustling with lively chatter, filled with the sound of merrymaking. At the bar, a red-haired man wearing a straw hat leisurely sipped his drink, surrounded by dozens of raucous pirates indulging in their revelry. "Next time you set sail, take me with you, Shanks. I want to be a pirate too," exclaimed a boy clad in a navy-themed shirt, brimming with excitement beside the red-haired man. "Lu Fei, do you really think someone like you can become a pirate?" Shanks laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. "Ha ha ha." The pirates erupted into even louder laughter. "Why not?" Lu Fei shouted back, visibly displeased by Shanks' mockery. "Although you are quite the swimmer, that alone does not qualify you as a pirate," Jesus Burgess chimed in with a smile. "I'm also quite skilled at fighting. My fists are as powerful as pistols," Lu Fei declared loudly, raising his fist in demonstration. "Is that so?" Shanks remarked nonchalantly. "What kind of tone is that?" Lu Fei retorted angrily at Shanks' casual response. "Because, Lu Fei, you're simply too young. You are the same age as my child." A pirate chuckled in response to Lu Fei's proclamation. "I'm not a little kid anymore. I have grown up." Lu Fei immediately countered, his temper flaring. "Do not be upset. Here, have a glass of juice," Shanks said, offering Lu Fei a drink in an attempt to appease him. "Ah, thank you." Upon seeing the juice, Lu Fei's anger dissipated, and he expressed his gratitude before eagerly gulping it down. "Ha! See, you are clearly just a child," Shanks exclaimed, slapping the table with laughter. "Ha!" The pirates roared with even greater mirth at Lu Fei's expense. "You are utterly despicable, Shanks," Lu Fei shouted in indignation. Bang! As the laughter and merriment within the tavern grew increasingly boisterous, a sudden commotion ensued when the small wooden door was forcefully kicked open, crashing into the interior of the establishment. Instantly, the vibrant sounds of revelry fell silent, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. Is this the kind of ruckus brought by the sea folk? One could sense the derision in the air. A tall, lanky man stepped inside, his lips curling into a mocking grin. Following him was a band of individuals clad in white garments, their heads wrapped in white cloths. "Welcome," Marky hastily greeted, sensing the tension. "We are mountain bandits, but we have no intention of causing trouble here. Just sell us about 10 barrels of your finest ale." The tall man spoke with an air of arrogance. "Apologies, but we have just sold out of all our stock," Marky replied with genuine regret. "How peculiar. Do these pirates drink nothing but plain water?" The mountain bandit leader scoffed at her response. "I truly apologize. The sold-out ale is indeed all we have left," Marky reiterated, her tone laced with sincerity. "My apologies. It seems we have consumed all the ale in this establishment. Here, take this bottle. It remains unopened." Shanks expressed regret, offering the last remaining bottle on the table to the mountain bandit leader. In an instant, the bandit leader smashed the bottle with a single punch, sending the contents splattering onto Shanks. The patrons of the tavern fell into an uneasy silence at the spectacle. "I am a notorious criminal with a bounty of 8 million. This single bottle isn't even enough to rinse my mouth," the mountain bandit leader proclaimed, his pride evident as he relished in his notoriety. "The floor is soaked. My apologies, Miss Marky. Do you have a cloth?" Shanks, seemingly unfazed, gently remarked as he crouched down to clean up the mess. Yet, the mountain bandit leader was not inclined to let Shanks off so easily. He drew his knife and smashed the remaining bottle on the table. "Since you enjoy cleaning so much, why not indulge in it thoroughly? TCH, without any ale, this place has lost its charm. Farewell, you pathetic fools." With that, the bandit leader swaggered out of the tavern with his entourage, leaving a palpable tension in the air. Observing this scene, Luffy's frustration bubbled to the surface, his teeth nearly grinding together, while the tavern's pirates remained silent. However, the silence was soon shattered by Shanks's hearty laughter. "Ha ha! Our captain truly suffered a humiliating defeat. What a spectacle!" The pirates erupted into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. "How can you still laugh? Don't you feel embarrassed? Why not confront them?" Luffy shouted in anger, unable to comprehend why the others could find joy in their humiliation. "I understand your feelings, but it was merely spilled ale. There is no need to be angry." Upon hearing this, Shanks chuckled and explained, "I shall not concern myself with you any longer." This only served to infuriate Luffy further, who turned away, disregarding Shanks and his companions. At that moment, Luffy's gaze fell upon a box on the bar, its lid ajar, revealing a peculiar purple fruit adorned with spiral patterns. Without hesitation, he seized the fruit and began to gnaw on it voraciously. Chapter 7. The first encounter with red-haired Shanks simultaneously. The raucous bandits swaggering out of the tavern soon crossed paths with Wan, In, and Kana. who had come to indulge in some drinks. "Little girl, your sword is quite impressive," remarked the bandit leader, immediately recognizing the extraordinary nature of the blade in Kuina's possession. Under the sunlight, the sword forged from Edmund alloy gleamed brilliantly, setting it apart from ordinary weapons. "Kuina, it seems someone has taken an interest in your weapon. Should we take action? If I'm not mistaken, this fellow has a bounty of 8 million. I could handle them for you," Wang Han suggested with a smile. Observing the bandit leader before them, this bandit, boasting an 8 million bounty, especially in these times, was undoubtedly far more formidable than Zorro during his early days at sea. "Handle me? Who do you think you are? I'm a notorious criminal with an 8 million bounty," the bandit leader retorted, bursting into laughter as he brandished his weapon. "I shall claim your swords, and I shall take your lives as well. Let us see what you are made of." Unfazed by the bandit leader's actions, Kuina drew her sword as well, eager to engage. "I shall step outside and assess the situation," Shanks declared, having caught wind of the commotion outside the tavern. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, sensing that his intervention might not be necessary. "Hey, Luffy, what are you eating?" Shanks suddenly realized, observing Luffy gnawing on the devil fruit with an anxious expression. He swiftly grabbed Luffy's foot and hoisted him up, exclaiming, "Spit it out. Since you're so eager to test your mettle, then go ahead and do so," Wang Han encouraged, eyeing Kuina as she unsheathed her weapon. "I'll take care of the lackeys for now." With that, one of Wang Han's hands transformed into a Gatling gun. "Brother Han, if you dispatch the lackeys, I fear this fellow will lose his courage," Kuina interjected hastily, having witnessed Wang Han's prowess. Although she was uncertain of his exact strength, his nonchalant demeanor suggested that these bandits posed no challenge for him. "Very well," Wang Han replied with a smile, reverting his hand back to its original form, adopting a posture as if he were merely an observer. "Scoundrel!" The bandit leader, incensed by Wang Han's dismissive attitude, raised his sword and charged at him. "Your opponent is me," Kuina declared, swiftly stepping in to block the bandit leader's strike aimed at Wang Han. In response, Wang Han discreetly retreated a half step as the clash of blades echoed in the air. In the next moment, the blade of the bandit chief clashed against Kuina's sword, producing a resonant metallic sound as the chief's katana was severed in two, a portion of its blade clattering to the ground. "What a remarkably sharp blade," gasped the onlookers, their breaths hitching at the sight. The disparity between Kuina and the bandit chief was glaringly apparent. She had merely blocked the strike. The impact alone had sufficed to demonstrate her superiority. The bandit chief, retreating several paces, was drenched in cold sweat. Had she chosen to attack instead of defend, he might have been cleaved in two. "But this sword is now mine," he thought as he seized a new katana from one of his subordinates. His gaze fixated greedily on the weapon in Kuina's grasp. In the next instant, the bandit chief surged forward with the speed of a cheetah, thrusting his katana directly towards Kuina's forehead. In the face of the chief's full-on assault, Kuina felt an overwhelming sense of disparity. As she attempted to counterattack, her movements lagged woefully behind. Ultimately, she was compelled to forsake her defense, lunging forward with her blade, embracing a reckless strategy of trading injury for injury. Regrettably, Kuina's combat experience paled in comparison to that of the bandit chief, and the gap in speed was insurmountable. The chief, tall and agile, anticipated Kuina's thrust, deftly shifting his body to the side. It was evident that her attack would yield no results, while she was destined to be pierced through the forehead by his sword. "The blade is mine," the bandit chief exulted as he prepared to strike. Just as his weapon was about to make contact, a chilling voice resonated from behind Kuina. "Have you forgotten about me, you scoundrel?" It was Wang Han, his expression devoid of mirth. In an instant, his left arm transformed into a formidable firearm. With a deafening bang, 60 steel pellets soared over Kuina's head, striking the bandit chief with unerring precision. He was propelled backward, his assault rendered futile, collapsing to the ground with his chest a gruesome mess, breathing becoming labored. "Chief!" The bandits stood frozen, aghast at the spectacle, the surrounding crowd equally stunned. "Kill them! Avenge the chief!" One of the bandits bellowed, brandishing his katana as he charged at Wang Han and Kuina. Instantly, the remaining bandits followed suit, armed with swords and firearms, intent on attacking the pair. "I'm not in the mood for games," Wang Han declared, his demeanor ominous. The cold words of Wang Han continued to resonate. With his raised left hand, the rifle had transformed into a Gatling gun. The buzzing sound of gunfire erupted, resembling the hum of propellers. A torrential downpour of bullets formed a fiery line, aimed at the remaining bandits. In an instant, the bullets pierced through the bodies of the remaining robbers like a swarm of bees, splattering blood upon the streets, while chunks of flesh flew through the air. Severed limbs and even half-bodies cascaded to the ground, the gruesome scene causing onlookers to recoil in revulsion. Within mere seconds, dozens of bandits lay lifeless on the ground, their blood staining the pavement crimson. Wang Han, indifferent to the carnage he had wrought, did not spare a glance. His icy demeanor softened into a gentle smile as he addressed Guyina. Guyina, under no circumstances shall you employ such a strategy of exchanging wounds for wounds, or death for death again. Understood, Guyina replied, nodding vigorously, acutely aware of Wang Han's seriousness. While she felt a surge of emotion, a sense of confusion lingered in her heart. There will be plenty of opportunities for battle in the future. Let's first go inside and enjoy some juice. Wang Han smiled, leading Guyina towards Mariejois' tavern. A formidable individual has entered. Jesus Boo, it seems you may have met your match this time. Shanks chuckled, observing Luffy, who had extended his legs and was now face down on the ground. The laughter of the pirates in the tavern erupted, though a hint of solemnity lingered in their eyes. Most were adept in observation hockey, and even those who were not had heard the terrifying barrage of gunfire outside. Amidst the laughter, Wang Han and Guyina entered the tavern. I would like a glass of juice and a bottle of wine. Thank you, Wang Han called out to Mariejois, unfazed by the raucous laughter of the pirates as he approached the bar. Apologies, we've run out of wine, but we do have a few unfinished bottles left. If you don't mind sharing, Shanks interjected with a grin before Mariejois could respond. Jesus Boo brought over 2 partially consumed bottles from his table and seated himself beside Wang Han. I'm a bounty hunter, but today I merely seek to enjoy a drink, Wang Han said with a smile as he accepted the wine. In the future, should we cross paths, I will not spare you simply because you treated me to a drink. That truly poses a dilemma. Shanks laughed in response. In that case, we shan't hold back. The raucous laughter of the pirates echoed in the tavern, buoyed by the exchange. Chapter 8. Shanks' intentions that is for the best. Otherwise, it would be an unworthy victory. Wang Han remarked, clinking his bottle with Shanks. Are you a swordsman, sister? Luffy inquired curiously, observing Guyina, who clutched her sword even while drinking juice. Indeed, she affirmed. In the face of the curious Luffy, Kuina responded with a smile. Observing Wang Han and Shanks sharing a drink, a blissful smile graced her face. A thought emerged in her mind, deeply rooted. Wang Han had saved her 3 times and was willing to be her shield. Encountering him was undoubtedly her greatest fortune. You're a sniper, aren't you? I've never seen a devil fruit ability like yours. It's quite impressive, Shanks exclaimed, taking a hearty swig of his drink. The one beside you, Jesus Burgess, aspires to be the king of snipers. Sort of, Wang Han replied ambiguously, savoring the taste of his drink. He then inquired, is the current king of snipers a woman? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shanks burst into laughter, spraying his drink as he slapped his thigh in amusement. The king of snipers is a man, ha ha ha. The surrounding pirates joined in the merriment. I can't just ignore your words. Let us see who is stronger, Jesus Burgess said with a chuckle, not taking Wang Han's jest to heart. No need for a competition. I'm merely here to enjoy a drink. One day, you'll hear the sound of my gun across the seas, and then you can decide whether to compete with me, Wang Han replied, shaking his head in refusal. All right, I shall await that day, Jesus Burgess conceded, not pressing the matter further. Thank you for the hospitality. With those mountain bandits dead at the entrance, the town's navy will arrive shortly, and Carp has reached the East Blue. It won't be long before he arrives at Windmill Village. Wang Han reminded Shanks with a smile, calling out his name to make it clear he recognized him. You're right. We've indeed been here for quite a while. Shanks responded with a grin. May I ask your name? One day, you will hear it across the seas, Wang Han replied with a smile. I believe that day will come swiftly. Boys, the navy is on its way. Let us move, Shanks said, urging his crew to depart. Is that person formidable? Kuina inquired curiously after Shanks and the others had left. From their earlier conversation, she surmised that Shanks was no ordinary individual. Indeed, for those in these waters, to contend with him would require at least several warships from the navy. Wang Han replied gently, smiling at Kuina. Moreover, he is a skilled swordsman. How does he compare to you? Kuina asked. Compare to me? Wang Han paused, shaking his head. There is no comparison. Oh, upon hearing Wang Han's words, Kuina, not having received a definitive answer, continued sipping her juice. On the seas of the East Blue, a dog-headed warship sailed swiftly through the waters. The course of our voyage is set for Windmill Town. That scoundrel Shanks has dared to venture into my homeland, and has even enticed Luffy to become a pirate. Luffy, after all, aspires to be the finest Navy officer. How much longer until we arrive? On board the warship, a middle-aged man adorned with a dog-headed hat furiously berated a Navy officer. Admiral Carp, we shall reach our destination in half a day, the officer promptly replied. The others aboard remained eerily silent, every individual treading carefully, evidently wishing to avoid the wrath of the enraged Carp. Can we not hasten our speed? Carp inquired. Admiral Carp, we are already at maximum velocity, the Navy soldier replied, his resolve faltering. Has he already departed? It seems the one-armed man will no longer be one-armed. But the straw hat remains. Shanks certainly has ulterior motives for coming to Windmill Town. Stepping out of the tavern, Wang Han smiled at Guina as he observed Luffy standing by the roadside, wearing a straw hat. Ulterior motives? Guina queried, her brow furrowed with curiosity. He must be here to see the child of an old acquaintance, perhaps to inspire a young boy to dream of becoming the Pirate King. Wang Han replied with a chuckle, offering no further explanation. Approaching the corpse of the bandit leader, he transformed his right hand into a blade, swiftly severing the leader's head. Come, we've earned more money. This time we can buy even more, Wang Han said cheerfully to Guina, leading her back toward the Navy base on the island. Admiral Carp spotted an unusual vessel, moving at remarkable speed. In the waters near Windmill Town, a lookout aboard the dog-headed warship shouted to the deck, a peculiar ship. Is it of the Sea Tribe? Upon hearing this, Carp inquired, is it? No, the lookout shook his head. Then we shall ignore it. Make haste to Windmill Town. I can hardly wait to deal with that rascal Shanks, Carp declared, unable to suppress the urge to crack his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. It's the Navy. On board the yacht, Guina halted her actions with the blade, gazing at the distant warship. That is the ship of a Navy hero, Carp. We need not concern ourselves with him, Wang Han stated without even glancing in its direction. He was continually apprised of the surrounding maritime conditions through satellite surveillance relayed directly to his mind. So this is the vessel of the Navy hero, Carp, Guina exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with determination as she gazed at the distant dog-headed warship. Carp's reputation echoes throughout the seas. However, she did not wish to challenge him, knowing she lacked the strength for such a confrontation. Yet, she was confident that one day she would attain a strength akin to Carp's alongside Wang Han, to make their names resonate across the oceans. Guina, today we feast on the flesh of a near-sea king. Wang Han suddenly sat up in his recliner, smiling gently. Is there a near-sea king nearby? Guina exclaimed in surprise, quickly adopting a defensive stance. The king of a near sea, she had heard of it. A veritable nightmare for vessels venturing into the ocean. Do not be anxious. It is merely a small fish, just a source of sustenance, one I can easily manage. Wang Han remarked with a smile, observing Guina's tense demeanor. He encouraged her to relax. Upon hearing this, Guina nodded and began to ease her tension. Suddenly, with a great splash, the king of a near sea breached the surface, its size surpassing even that of a blue whale, its elongated body reminiscent of a crocodile, and its razor-sharp teeth arranged like closely knit trees, glinting ominously in the light. With a thunderous crash, the king of a near sea plunged back into the water, creating massive ripples akin to a ship being launched. It then surged directly towards the yacht where Wang Han was situated, conjuring towering waves in its wake. Captain Carp, a lookout aboard the doghead warship, shouted down to Carp upon witnessing the scene. The king of a near sea has appeared on the surface, charging towards that peculiar vessel. In which direction? Carp, upon hearing the sailor's urgent call, ceased his previous actions, tore off his naval cape of justice, and swiftly propelled himself through the air towards the direction indicated by the soldier. From above, Carp observed the waves stirred by the king of the near sea and the luxurious yacht in the distance. Realizing the urgency, he quickened his pace, confident he could intercept the king before it could obliterate the strange vessel. Do not worry, let it come. It will save us the trouble of sailing over to retrieve it, Wang Han remarked lightly to Guina as he patted her shoulder, gesturing towards the sea. A medium-sized torpedo materialized from his palm, expanding as it fell into the ocean. The torpedo sliced through the water, leaving a trail of white foam as it hurtled toward the approaching king of the near sea. Moments later, a colossal explosion erupted upon contact, sending a plume of water soaring 100 meters high, interspersed with crimson and debris. Unexpectedly, those aboard this vessel possess some considerable skill, Carp mused, pausing mid-air as he executed his moonwalk towards the yacht. On the surface, the decapitated corpse of the king of the near sea began to rise from the depths. Guina gazed at Wang Han in astonishment. Although she was aware of his formidable prowess and had witnessed his capabilities, the scale of this spectacle surpassed her expectations. Wang Han was far more powerful than she had imagined. There is no need for surprise. Such destructive force can be wielded by many across the ocean. In just a few years, you too shall be able to achieve it, Wang Han reassured her with a smile, and with a thought. The yacht began to navigate towards the carcass of the king of the near sea. Chapter 9. An explanation of the ocean youth. Your strength is quite commendable. Before Wang Han's yacht could reach the remains of the king of the near sea, A hearty laugh resonated from above as Carp descended gracefully towards the yacht. At present, Carp has yet to exhibit the signs of aging that follow the onset of the narrative. Observing Carp's graceful descent, Guéna displayed a look of astonishment. This was the moonwalk, a form of martial art renowned within the Navy. Noticing Guéna's surprised expression, Wang Han smiled and offered an explanation. As a novice embarking on her maiden voyage, Guéna was easily impressed by the myriad wonders of the sea. However, Wang Han, having been an ardent fan of One Piece before his transmigration, was unfazed. Admiral Carp, I bear news for you. Shanks has brought a devil fruit to Windmill Town, and it seems your grandson Luffy has inadvertently consumed it. It appears to be quite an extraordinary fruit. When I departed, I overheard your grandson proclaiming his ambition to become a pirate. If you do not hurry back, he might well set sail alone, Wang Han remarked with a smile, not allowing Carp to interject. What? Luffy, you rascal. You are meant to become the finest Navy officer. Carp bellowed upon hearing Wang Han's words. Having just alighted on the yacht, he immediately executed the moonwalk once more, soaring into the air and hastening towards the Doghead warship, his speed surpassing that of his earlier arrival by more than double. In his haste, even the original purpose of his visit to Wang Han had slipped his mind. Observing Carp's frantic return, Wang Han shook his head and steered the yacht towards the corpse of the Near-Sea King, bringing Guéna aboard the floating island-like remains. Standing atop the Near-Sea King's carcass, Wang Han conjured an electric grill with a wave of his hand, and he and Guéna began to prepare a barbecue with the local resources. One must admit that the Near-Sea King truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable species. Its flesh was far more substantial than that of other fish and animals, rich in energy that, with prolonged consumption, would undoubtedly enhance one's physical constitution. It is no wonder that the strong in the New World outnumber those in the four seas. The disparity in their foundations has already widened. Set sail immediately. On the other hand, upon returning to the warship, Carp bellowed with urgency. The vessel swiftly surged forward at full speed towards Windmill Town under Carp's insistence. Brother Han, please share some maritime knowledge with me, Guéna requested, nibbling on the grilled meat Wang Han had prepared atop the Near-Sea King's remains. With no prior experience at sea, her understanding of the ocean was exceedingly limited. Where to begin? Wang Han pondered briefly before responding. Let's start with the treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. The devil fruit is also known as the embodiment of sea demons. Consuming a devil fruit grants one extraordinary abilities, but a person can only consume one if a second is ingested. The two demons within will battle, resulting in an explosion. There are three main categories of devil fruits: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. While devil fruits bestow immense power upon their users, the drawback is that they render one unable to swim. The Zoan-type devil fruits grant the ability to transform into animals, with the specific transformation depending on the fruit consumed. There are three forms of transformation: human, beast, and a hybrid of both. Zoan fruits are further categorized into three types: standard beasts, mythical beasts, and ancient species. The Paramecia-type devil fruits bestow unique abilities upon their users, encompassing a vast array of powers that can be classified as any fruit other than the Logia and Zoan types. For instance, Luffy possesses rubber-like abilities, while others may command gravity, explosions, phantoms, or levitation. Logia-type devil fruits allow the user's body to become elemental, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Some can employ non-physical attacks to inflict fatal damage on enemies, utilizing elements such as fire, smoke, or clouds. Logia is widely regarded as the most formidable of the three categories, though this is not an absolute truth. Next, we have Haki. Haki represents a latent power inherent in all humans within this world. It is an innate ability that manifests as aura, killing intent, and fighting spirit, which can be wielded as a weapon through sheer will. This formidable power is referred to as Haki. Haki is divided into three types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. It is said that conqueror's Haki is possessed by only one in a million. Aside from conqueror's Haki and the highest tier of observation Haki, individuals can cultivate this power through training, which can be further honed. However, conqueror's Haki and the highest level of observation Haki are innate and cannot be acquired through training, with the latter being rarer than the former. Brother Han, which type of Haki do you possess? Asked Guéna with curiosity, believing that someone as formidable as Wang Han must surely wield Haki. I do not possess any, Wang Han replied with a shake of his head. He continued, however, it should not be difficult to learn. Oh really? Do you know how to train in Haki, Brother Han? Guéna inquired eagerly. I do not know, but acquiring the training methods is not a challenge. There are many who can teach at sea, Wang Han said with a smile. Next, we turn to swordsmen and martial artists. While I shall not elaborate on swordsmen, I will discuss martial artists. The realm of martial arts is diverse, with the Navy's 6 styles being the most renowned across the seas. The 6 styles consist of iron body, shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun. Iron body allows one to tense all muscle and control blood flow, rendering the body as hard as iron, primarily used for defense. Shave involves rapidly kicking the ground multiple times to generate powerful rebound forces for swift movement. Paper drawing entails relaxing muscles to sense changes in the surrounding air, allowing one to evade attacks with the agility of paper. Moonwalk grants explosive footwork that can make one appear to vanish, enabling movement through the air with mere feints. Gale foot employs supersonic and powerful kicks to create vacuum slashes for offensive maneuvers. The finger gun is a manifestation of tense finger muscles or armed color dominance, empowering the fingers with force akin to that of a bullet, capable of piercing through the human body. I find myself increasingly eager to encounter formidable opponents upon the sea. Guéna remarked with yearning after listening to Wang Han's introduction. You will certainly witness such prowess. Wang Han responded with a smile, as if encountering these strong beings were as simple as eating and drinking. Chapter 10. The Pirate Crew of Swordsman Guéna. Take a moment to rest and adjust your state. In half an hour, we shall encounter pirates, Wang Han said, lounging on a sunbed of the yacht, basking in the sun while addressing Guéna, who was diligently practicing her swordsmanship on the deck. Understood, Guéna replied, pausing her swordplay to wipe her brow before lying down beside Wang Han. Do you have any idea which pirate crew it might be? Not yet, but we shall find out soon, Wang Han chuckled, his gaze fixed on the sky. Observing Wang Han's demeanor, Guéna pouted slightly, wondering what was so captivating about a cloudless sky. Nevertheless, she refrained from disturbing him. Guéna, our luck appears to be favorable this time. We are about to encounter the Blade Pirates, a crew comprised almost entirely of swordsmen, Wang Han announced, rising from his sunbed half an hour later as he spotted the distant pirate ship sailing towards them, its flag fluttering in the wind. Wang Han had perused the confiscated bounty notices, thus familiarizing himself with the pirate crew in question. Upon hearing this, Guéna immediately rose, gazing into the distance where only shadowy outlines of pirate ships were discernible. She had grown accustomed to Wang Han's keen eyesight. Brother Wang, what is their bounty? Guéna inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A crew comprised entirely of swordsmen. Surely, she would find a worthy opponent among them. There are 8 wanted criminals among them, with bounties ranging from 500,000 to 6 million. Upon hearing this, Wang Han replied with a smile. However, their true strength undoubtedly exceeds the value of their bounties. Captain, a luxurious vessel has been spotted to the east. It is indeed quite opulent. Simultaneously, the lookout of the Razor Blade pirate crew also noticed the lavish cruise ship. Does it bear a pirate flag? Upon hearing the lookout's call, Captain Razorblade paused his weightlifting. The pirates on the deck, who had been practicing their swordsmanship, also halted their activities. I do not see a pirate flag. It is likely merely a merchant ship, the lookout responded after peering through his telescope. Then we need not concern ourselves with them. Continue sailing, Captain Razorblade chuckled, resuming his exercise with the dumbbells. The other pirates returned to their respective pursuits, those practicing their swordplay, those lifting weights, and those sleeping, none paying heed to the luxurious yacht they were about to encounter. However, the Razor Blade pirate crew's indifference towards Wang Han's yacht did not imply that Wang Han would reciprocate their disregard. Captain, that ship is approaching us. Just as everyone resumed their training, the lookout called out again. Oh, they dare to approach us voluntarily. Captain Razorblade expressed surprise, making his way to the ship's edge to observe through the telescope at the vessel the lookout had mentioned. The others paused their exercises. Curiosity piqued as they gathered around the ship's side. In the East Sea, aside from naval vessels, ships that willingly approach pirate ships are exceedingly rare. We are the Razor Blade pirate crew. Is there something you wish to discuss? As the yacht closed the distance to within 50 meters of the Razor Blade ship, a pirate aboard called out loudly. A courteous pirate crew like theirs was as rare as a mythical creature upon the sea. Hearing the call, Wang Han responded with a smile, because they're swordsmen. Brother Wang, please refrain from intervening this time, Guéna said earnestly, clutching her Edmund alloy sword. No problem. Wang Han nodded in agreement. We are adventurers at sea. I have heard that all members of your crew are swordsmen, and I wish to engage in a friendly duel of swordsmanship, Guéna called out to the opposing pirate ship. Ha ha ha. It turns out we have fellow swordsmen among us. And such a young girl at that. Let them come closer, Captain Razorblade laughed heartily. Go summon everyone from the cabin. A young lady has come to spar in swordsmanship. You may approach. Upon hearing the command from the blade, a pirate immediately shouted towards the yacht. Greetings, I am Guéna. I apologize for the intrusion and look forward to your guidance. As she boarded the pirate ship of the blade, Gwen promptly bowed and spoke. Wang Han stood quietly by, observing the members of the blade pirates with a contemplative gaze, saying nothing and taking no action. Noticing Gwen's courteous demeanor, Blade cast a glance at the seemingly passive Wang Han upon boarding, and upon observing the absence of a weapon at his side, addressed his crew. Gentlemen, we must not neglect the decorum befitting swordsmen. Greetings, I look forward to your guidance. With that, Blade took the lead, and the pirates of the Blade Pirates bowed in unison to return Gwen's greeting. What intriguing band of pirates! Wang Han mused to himself as he leaned against the railing of the ship, watching the scene unfold. Young lady, would you like to engage in a spar now? Shall we adjust our stances? After the pleasantries, Blade inquired with a smile. I wish to begin the sparring immediately, Gwen promptly replied. Soita, step forward and engage this young lady. Remember to hold back. Following Blade's command, the other pirates swiftly retreated to the edges of the ship, kneeling on the deck. A young swordsman, approximately 14 years of age, approached Gwen, halting 3 meters away. He bowed and introduced himself. I am Soda. I look forward to your guidance. I am Gwen. I also look forward to your guidance. Gwen reciprocated with a bow. In an instant, both drew their swords. Wait, Gwen suddenly called out, halting the proceedings. Under the puzzled gazes of the Blade Pirates, she set her Edmund alloy sword aside and addressed one of the pirates. I apologize, my sword is too sharp. May I borrow a weapon? No problem. Let us provide Gwen with a weapon. Blade responded with a smile. A pirate promptly tossed his weapon to Gwen. Now we may begin, Gwen stated as she received the weapon. Both stood tall, adopting the initial stance of swordsmen preparing to spar. They slowly advanced towards each other, their eyes fixed intently on every movement. After 10 seconds, the young Soda launched the first attack, charging towards Gwen and thrusting his long blade at her midsection. The observing pirates shook their heads in disapproval, yet none spoke. Indeed, in the next moment, Gwen deftly sidestepped Soda's strike, allowing him to pass by her, before swiftly pivoting and slicing toward his abdomen. Witnessing Gwen's response, admiration shone in the eyes of the Blade Pirates. The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the air as Soda continued forward for 2 more steps, glancing down at his torn clothing. He turned, sheathed his blade, and bowed to Gwen, saying, I concede. Thank you for your mercy. Despite his defeat, Soda faced it with fortitude. Gwen, do you require a moment's respite? Blade inquired with a smile upon recognizing the outcome. I wish to continue sparring, Gwen replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, Gwen spoke directly. All right. The Blade nodded and called out to a watching pirate. Yura Kyohei, come and spar with Gwen. Understood, Captain. A young man in his 20s immediately stood up, weapon in hand, and approached Gwen, bowing as he said, Yura Kyohei, I look forward to your guidance. I look forward to your guidance as well, Gwen replied, bowing in return. The two then resumed their stances, keenly observing each other's every move. Chapter 11. The Swarm of Drones, Hummingbird I Concede. Thank you for your mercy. 2 minutes later, Yura Kyohei sheathed his sword and bowed to Gwen. I am honored. Gwen returned the gesture. Yura Kyohei then knelt by the ship's edge, closing his eyes as if reflecting on the recent bout. Gwen, do you need a moment to rest before continuing? The Blade inquired. Thank you, Gwen responded gratefully, returning to Wang Han's side, also kneeling with her eyes closed, contemplating the 2 minutes of combat. The pirates, kneeling by the ship's edge, witnessing the conclusion of the sparring session, began to stretch and move about. One pirate offered advice to the defeated Yura Kyohei, while several others knelt beside him. Discussing the recent spar, the Blade approached Gwen and, after smiling and nodding at Wang Han, asked her, Gwen, would you like me to point out your shortcomings in the recent battle? Thank you. Please enlighten me, Gwen replied, immediately standing to bow. She then knelt face to face with the Blade. The Blade promptly began to share insights regarding Gwen's recent sparring deficiencies. What a remarkable pirate crew, united, supportive, and courteous. Wang Han thought, observing the Blade, instructing Gwen. This crew, rather than merely being a band of pirates, resembled a maritime dojo. Half an hour later, when Gwen expressed her desire to spar again, the Blade readily agreed and called upon a pirate of similar strength to engage her. The other pirates once more knelt around the ship, watching the two spar. Gwen possesses considerable talent. With the guidance of a master, she is sure to achieve greatness in the future. Unfortunately, we are pirates. Otherwise, I would truly wish to invite her aboard. Observing Gwen sparring at the center of the deck, the Blade approached Wang Han with a smile, stating, Gwen's dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, which is why I wanted the seas with her. I am confident she will indeed become the world's greatest swordsman. Upon hearing this, Wang Han smiled. She has the talent. As long as she remains steadfast in her heart, even as a woman, she can become the world's greatest swordsman. The blade nodded in agreement with Wang Han's perspective. She will surely be delighted to hear your words, Wang Han remarked. I will tell her once the sparring has concluded, the blade replied, smiling. Your pirate crew is quite peculiar. It certainly does not resemble a typical pirate crew. It was indeed reminiscent of a dojo, Wang Han remarked with a smile, his gaze directed towards the crew of the blade pirates, who were kneeling on the deck, observing the sparring session. We are merely a group pursuing the way of the sword upon the vast ocean. It is only due to our discontent with certain matters that we have been compelled to become pirates, Blade said, his tone somewhat somber. We never rob civilians or merchants. Nor do we engage in conflicts with the Navy. We only plunder other pirates for self-preservation. Those who join us are individuals devoted to the swordsmanship. This world, at times, is starkly unfair. Wang Han continued. Some are born kings, while others are destined to be slaves. Each individual's fate is drastically different. I hope you can persevere. After a moment of silence, Blade responded, if one day we grow weary, I shall disband the Blade Pirates. At that moment, the lookout from the crow's nest shouted, Captain, a pirate ship is approaching. It is the Wolf Pirates. In the distance, a ship significantly larger than that of the Blade Pirates was swiftly making its way towards them, its sail adorned with a colossal wolf skull. Apologies, Kuna. Our sparring must be put on hold, the swordsman who had been sparring with Kuna said, stepping back. The other pirates who had been seated also rose, arming themselves in preparation for battle. Observing the approaching pirate vessel, Blade offered a wry smile to Wang Han. We are in trouble. I'm sorry. The captain of the Wolf Pirates, a notorious figure with a bounty of 10 million, possesses the powers of the Wolf Devil Fruit. And they outnumber us 2-1. You and Kuina should leave at once. Otherwise, I fear you may be caught in the crossfire. Are you not leaving? Wang Han asked with a smile, showing no sign of panic. A true swordsman does not fear the enemy, especially not a foe, Blade replied with a grin. A swordsman who turns to flee from battle is unworthy of the title. You are indeed a true swordsman, but if I were to leave with Kuna, would that not be an act of retreat? Wang Han chuckled. Moreover, Kuna is yet to fully enjoy our sparring. How could I simply take her away? I do not wish for her to feel dissatisfied, for her discontent would also bring me sorrow. Thank you, then let us fight side by side. If we find ourselves overwhelmed, we will cover your retreat. That would not be fleeing, but rather a strategic withdrawal. Upon hearing this, Blade ceased his persuasion, recognizing that since Wang Han could wander the seas with Kuna, honing his swordsmanship, he must possess considerable strength. No. Wang Han firmly shook his head in refusal. Blade looked at him in confusion. The sparring continues. Leave the Wolf Pirates to me. I shall handle this. Wang Han chuckled as he spoke. Upon finishing his words, a multitude of entities resembling crows erupted from his chest, soaring away. The buzzing sound filled the air as these crow-like figures swiftly darted towards the distant wolf pirate crew, which was still several nautical miles away. You possess the powers of a devil fruit user, observed Blade, somewhat astonished by the spectacle. I suppose so, Wang Han replied with a smile, then turned to sit cross-legged once more on the deck. Addressing Kuina, he said, let's continue our sparring. We cannot allow the wolf pirate crew to dampen our spirits. Indeed, Kuina responded with a firm nod, turning to her recent opponent and stating, please. The pirate, engaged in the spar with Kuna, glanced at Blade, who nodded in affirmation, and then resumed his stance, saying, please. With that, the two resumed their combat. Blade knelt beside Wang Han, observing him intently. Judging by Wang Han's earlier remarks and his evident confidence, it was clear that he was extraordinarily powerful, strong enough to disregard the wolf pirate crew. Such individuals are rarely insignificant. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, a series of violent and intense explosions erupted several nautical miles away, sending seawater soaring into the air. In an instant, the approaching wolf pirate ship was engulfed by flames and the rising waves. As the explosions subsided and the displaced water returned to the ocean, the once formidable 50-meter-long vessel of the wolf pirate crew lay in ruins, shattered into pieces. The wolf pirate ship has been obliterated, exclaimed a pirate who had been vigilantly watching the crew's ship. The others who witnessed the explosion gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Awe and admiration filled the eyes of all as they turned their gaze back to Wang Han. Chapter 12. The True Swordsman Vice Admiral Carp. The wolf pirate crew's ship has exploded, reduced to fragments, called out a lookout on the dog-headed warship, which was racing towards the remnants of the wolf pirate ship, situated over 20 nautical miles away from the Blade pirate crew. I see it. Move closer and keep an eye out for any other vessels nearby. There might be more formidable foes, Carp replied coldly, clenching his fists with an audible crack. His stern demeanor was not due to the destruction of the wolf pirate crew or the presence of potentially stronger adversaries, but rather because of the frustration he felt from his grandson Luffy, declaring his desire to become a pirate right in front of him the previous day. The wolf pirate crew was not pursuing the blade pirate crew. They were merely fleeing from Carp's relentless pursuit, seeking refuge in these waters. On the blade pirate ship, after approximately 5 minutes of continuous combat, Kuina halted, breathing heavily. Standing upright once more, she bowed to her opponent and declared, "I have lost. You have my respect. In a few more years, I certainly will not be your match," her opponent replied, also bowing in acknowledgement. "Thank you," Kuina responded graciously. Kuina smiled as she returned the katana to the pirate who had borrowed it, then walked back to Wang Han's side. Leaning against the railing, she took a moment to steady her breath and reflect on the insights gained from the recent skirmish. "Navigate the ship over there. Let us see if we can salvage anything of value or recover some bodies," she instructed the crew, signaling the end of their sparring session. The blade pirates never resorted to plundering villages or merchant vessels. Thus their resources relied solely on raiding rival pirate crews. "Captain, a warship is approaching," the lookout called out after about 20 minutes, as the blade pirates neared the wreckage of the wolf pirates, now just 5 miles away. "Quick, turn the helm and head back. Raise the sails." Without hesitation, the captain issued the command. The pirates sprang into action. The ship swiftly changed course, the sails unfurling, propelling them away with the wind's assistance. Meanwhile, the Doghead warship had already spotted the blade pirates and had lowered its sails, activating an acceleration device exclusive to their fleet. The distance between the warship and the pirate vessel diminished rapidly. "Captain Carp, the fleeing vessel belongs to the blade pirates. Their captain, Blade, has a bounty of 6 million, and among his crew, 9 members are wanted with bounties ranging from 500,000 to 4 million, reported Carp's aide, Muir, as he closed the folder containing information on the pirate crew. It is noteworthy that this pirate crew consists entirely of swordsmen. On the Doghead warship, Carp replied thoughtfully, "Muir, the method that just obliterated the wolf pirates hardly resembles that of a mere swordsman. Captain Carp, there is a small luxurious vessel, approximately 10 meters long, adjacent to the pirate crew. It seems to be the same one we encountered on our way to Windmill Town," the lookout exclaimed. He had a vivid recollection of Wang Han's yacht. "That luxurious craft must have just finished a heist. We cannot let them escape," Carp said, clenching his fist with determination. "Captain, the warship is gaining on us. Its speed far exceeds ours," the lookout shouted on the blade pirate ship. "Is escape impossible? It seems we must prepare for battle. Swordsmen, ready yourselves." Blade sighed, acknowledging the inevitable conflict. He addressed his crew. "Encountering a warship is not something I wish to confront. It is not fear of battle that drives me. It appears we must part ways," Blade said regretfully to Wang Han, as he observed the pirates gearing up for battle. If Wang Han and Guina did not leave, they too would be perceived as pirates once the fighting commenced. He did not wish for Wang Han and Guyina to be labeled as pirates, merely pursued by the Navy, hiding upon the vast ocean. The parting was too premature. Upon hearing this, Wang Han shook his head, smiling as he remarked, "Moreover, Guyina would certainly wish to continue sparring with you. Yet, such a statement would inevitably lead to your classification as pirates." Li Ren interjected with an air of urgency. "Not necessarily. Let us anchor and wait for them to approach. I shall have a conversation with Carp," Wang Han replied with a grin. "Carp?" Li Ren's heart sank at the mention of the name, prompting him to inquire hastily. "Are you saying that the pursuing warship belongs to Carp?" "Captain, it is indeed Carp's vessel," the lookout shouted in terror, his voice laced with panic. Typically, naval ships bear the insignia of their respective naval bases or fortresses, and some warships commanded by notable admirals feature distinctive markings. For instance, Carp's ship is adorned with a gigantic dog's head at the bow. What? The pirates, who were prepared for battle, froze upon hearing the lookout's exclamation, their gazes fixated on the approaching warship in the distance. Though still far away, their hearts sank at the sound of the lookout's cry. Heroic Vice Admiral Carp, a legendary figure. The currently run pirate crew stood no chance against Carp. Even a standard rear admiral could decimate them with ease. "Can you truly converse with Carp? Do you know him?" Li Ren looked at Wang Han with hopeful anticipation, placing all his faith in him. At that moment, he longed for Wang Han to utter an affirmative word. "Brother Wang, you know the legendary Navy hero Carp?" Guyina approached, her eyes wide with astonishment at Li Ren's words. Carp was indeed a figure of legend. At this juncture, the swordsmen aboard the ship turned their attention towards Wang Han, each one gazing at him with eager expectation. They had ventured into the ocean in pursuit of higher mastery of the sword, not to face incarceration and impelled down. I do not know him. Wang Han.'s response was met with collective disappointment. Observing the dimming spirits of his comrades, he smiled and reassured them, though I may not know him, it does not hinder my ability to speak with him. Sighing, Li Run gazed towards the distant warship, where the outline of the dog's head became discernible. Everyone, halt the ship, he commanded. Upon hearing their captain's orders, the swordsmen aboard the pirate ship fell into a somber silence, but complied with Li Run's directive, bringing the vessel to a standstill. They understood that escape was futile, and resistance against Carp was an impossibility. Brother Wang, are we truly to await our fate passively? Guyana asked, gripping her adamantite alloy sword tightly, her voice subdued. If given a choice, what would you do? Banghaning kirad, noticing wam, ina, esa despondanza. As he smiled gently, do not worry, speak freely, and I shall not take offense, said Guyana after a moment of contemplation. I will fight alongside the blade pirates, for they are noble souls and true swordsmen. She cast a cautious glance at Wang Han, and upon seeing that he was genuinely unperturbed, she continued, rest assured, I will ensure their safety. Wang Han smiled and gently patted Guyana's shoulder, replying, they still need to train with you. If a real confrontation arises, I shall face Carp myself. At this declaration, everyone felt a jolt of surprise, for they were well aware of Wang Han's prowess. However, their expressions soon darkened again. Despite Wang Han's remarkable strength, Carp was a celebrated marine hero, a paragon of their might. It seemed improbable that the youthful Wang Han could contend with him. Mr. Wang, you should take Guina and leave at once. If we do not resist, the worst that will happen is being imprisoned and impelled down, said Li Ren apologetically. If we cause you trouble, it will weigh heavily on our conscience. Let us first await my discussion with Carp. Wang Han replied with a confident smile. Yet, Li Ren wished to persuade him further. Wang Han waved his hand, interrupting the words of the blade, and smiled as he said, Guina mentioned that you are good people. She wishes to continue sparring with you. Rear Admiral, the pirate ship ahead has halted, and the small boats alongside it have also come to a stop. Reported the lookout aboard the Doghead warship to Carp. Hold your fire for now. Let the warship approach and observe what the blade pirates intend to do. Carp commanded upon hearing this. Chapter 13, Defeat me, and I shall release them. Have they chosen to surrender simply because they see my warship? Ha ha! As the naval vessel drew within 100 meters of the pirate ship, Carp stood atop the Doghead, laughing heartily, his tone tinged with arrogance. Despite Carp's boastful words, the soldiers aboard the warship did not regard it as mere bluster. No, I wish to speak with you, Wang Han said, standing at the edge of the blade pirate ship alongside the blade. His voice, though not loud, carried with remarkable clarity, reaching the ears of all despite the distance. I am quite curious to hear what he wishes to discuss. Carp responded with hearty laughter, executing a moonwalk across the 100 meters of ocean to land on the deck of the blade pirate ship. Upon Carp's arrival, the swordsmen of the blade pirates grew tense. Young man, have we met somewhere before? Carp inquired, puzzled as he noticed Wang Han standing beside the blade. That is Carp, Guina exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing him. Although she had seen him before, she had not realized that he was the legendary naval hero. Hearing the exchange between Carp and Ga ignited a flicker of hope among the swordsmen of the blade pirates, who turned their hopeful gazes toward Wang Han. Just a few days ago, I was the one who informed you that your grandson Luffy had consumed a devil fruit, Wang Han said with a smile, clearly aware of Carp's absent-minded nature. I see, thank you. Carp replied with a grin. Since you have already expressed your thanks, we shall take our leave. Wang Han said playfully, feigning a casual demeanor. Very well, Carp replied, turning to head back to the warship. Young man, I am here to capture the blade pirates. You must be a pirate as well, right? Surely you are. Carp suddenly turned back, smiling at Wang Han, clearly not one to be easily deceived. Moreover, he recalled the moment when Wang Han had slain the king of the near seas, stirring within him a desire to engage in a bout with Wang Han. No, I am a bounty hunter, not a pirate, Wang Han stated with a smile, but his expression shifted to one of seriousness. To label me a pirate would not be a wise decision. It would bring me some troublesome inconveniences and far greater troubles for your navy. Let's converse amicably. It would be for the best of us all. The threat in Wang Han's words was unmistakable, subtly revealing his formidable strength. Let me see if you truly are a pirate, kid. If you don't give it your all, you might end up dead. Carp disregarded Wang Han's threat entirely, raising his fist and charging directly at him with astonishing speed, reaching Wang Han in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch aimed squarely at Wang Han's face, but it lacked the enhancement of hockey. Guina is still by my side. Facing Carp's punch, Wang Han effortlessly caught it, not even budging an inch. It would be better for us to have a proper conversation. It is in our best interests. He had actually caught Carp's fist. Nearby, the swordsmen of the Blade Pirates and Guena stared in disbelief at Wang Han. They knew he was powerful, but they had not anticipated he would be capable of stopping Carp's punch. Nonetheless, they remained skeptical about Wang Han's ability to defeat Carp, yet a glimmer of hope emerged. With Wang Han present, perhaps they could escape. "Ha, kid, you still have some strength left." Carp laughed heartily, paying no heed to Wang Han's words. He began to exert more force, but refrained from launching a counterattack, merely testing Wang Han's strength. "You just want to fight?" In response to Carp's escalating strength, Wang Han, whose bones had been replaced with robotic ones, also intensified his own power, stalemating with Carp while calmly stating, "You truly are a confused and stubborn old man. If you want to fight, I will gladly oblige today, but you must let the Blade Pirates go. They are a charming group of swordsmen, and if they are captured, I would have quite the headache. I would have to make a trip to Impel Down. If you defeat me, I will release them." Carp, feeling Wang Han's strength also increasing, laughed heartily again, his hand exerting even greater force. A glimmer of surprise shone in Carp's eyes. He clearly did not expect such strength from someone so young. "Defeat you? If we fight here, all 3 ships will be destroyed, and it would only cause trouble for everyone. It would be better to fight on the sea." Wang Han responded calmly, suddenly taking a step back. He forcefully yanked Carp's fist, turning around and flinging Carp toward the sea. Carp offered no resistance, allowing Wang Han to toss him away. He has been thrown. Witnessing this scene, the swordsmen of the Blade Pirates were wide-eyed in astonishment. Perhaps once they truly encountered the strong on the ocean, their surprise would diminish. "Guena, wait for me just a few minutes. I'm going to deal with an old man, and we'll be right back." With a smile, Wang Han addressed Guena before turning towards Carp, a flamethrower sprouting from his back, propelling him like a missile towards the flung Carp. A user of a devil fruit. This young man was indeed extraordinary. "Let me witness the extent of your strength." As Wang Han rapidly approached, Carp inwardly acknowledged the seriousness of the situation. In merely 2 seconds, Wang Han reached Carp's airborne figure, raising his fist. In response, Carp employed the moonwalk to halt his backward trajectory, hovering in the air and countering with a punch of his own. A thunderous boom resonated across the sea, and in an instant, the waters within a 10-meter radius around Wang Han and Carp seemed to buckle under an unseen force, sinking 2 meters deep. "Ah, kid, your strength is impressive. Are you truly not a pirate?" Carp exclaimed with laughter, continuously throwing punches towards Wang Han, engaging in what felt like a casual conversation. "I already mentioned that I am a bounty hunter. If I were to be mistaken for a pirate, it would spell trouble for both me and your navy. How about we simply go our separate ways?" Wang Han replied nonchalantly, deftly blocking Carp's strikes. "What if you join the navy?" Carp immediately proposed, his punches intensifying in speed and power. In the brief span of their conversation, Wang Han and Carp exchanged 100 blows, each strike growing in force and velocity. The shockwaves generated by their clash widened, causing the sea to sink deeper and more extensively. This is the prowess of the naval hero, Rear Admiral Carp. He is nothing short of a monster. On the Blade pirate ship, amidst the gusts from the shockwaves, Blade held Guena, bracing against the fierce wind as they observed the distant, obscured battle. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. Today, he bore witness to the true strength of titans upon the sea, rendering his own bounty of 6 million utterly insignificant. How terrifying! The other swordsmen of the Blade pirate crew could only think these 3 words amidst the fierce winds. Is this truly the extent of Brother Wang's strength? Bound by Blade, Guena was equally astonished, having never comprehended the full scope of Wang Han's abilities. A sense of happiness blossomed within her heart. How remarkable it was that he could contend with Rear Admiral Carp to such a degree. To think that such formidable figures existed in the East Blue. On the Doghead warship, Muir and his fellow Navy officers gazed in astonishment at the tumultuous sea where the 2 warriors clashed. However, in contrast to the astonishment exhibited by the Blade pirates, the Navy personnel displayed a far more composed demeanor, merely taken aback by the intensity with which Wang Han engaged Carp. Nevertheless, whether it be the Blade pirates or the Navy, none truly believed that Wang Han could triumph over Carp. After all, Carp is the very emblem of naval might, a hero among the ranks of the Marines. Chapter 14. Confrontation with Carp. Young lad, have you reconsidered joining the Navy? During their fierce exchange, Carp accelerated his movements. Laughing as he addressed Wang Han, "There are numerous benefits to enlisting, and I see you're not so young anymore. If you join, I could introduce you to Admiral Tsuru's sister, Toru. What do you think? She's quite the beauty and around your age as well." "If Admiral Tsuru were to hear what you just said, I'm certain he would use the power of the wash-wash fruit to cleanse you," Wang Han retorted, his hands never faltering in their rhythm against Carp's. "Besides, I find myself rather bored. This probing is becoming tedious." "Haha, young one, I merely wish to test your strength. If I were to unleash my full might right away, you would surely falter quickly, Carp replied with hearty laughter, revealing his true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wang Han paused momentarily before responding. That indeed would be quite the blunder, for I fear that should I unleash my full power, I might eliminate you in an instant. Young lad, do not let your bravado exceed its bounds, Carp continued to chuckle. I speak with sincerity, Wang Han asserted. Let us bring this unnecessary battle to a close. With that, as if in perfect harmony, both Wang Han and Carp exchanged one final punch before retreating, suspended above the sea, standing 50 meters apart, each regarding the other with keen eyes. Have they ceased? Who emerged victorious? The swordsmen of the Blade Pirates widened their eyes, eager to discern the outcome. Kuina clenched her fists in anxious anticipation. Hope blossomed in the hearts of all present. Perhaps Wang Han truly could defeat Carp. At the very least, with Wang Han around, there remained an avenue for escape. It appears the victor has been determined. That individual, so young, possesses strength rivaling that of a vice admiral. Muir contemplated aboard the Doghead warship, observing the airborne Wang Han. To him, their separation indicated a resolution of sorts. Yet, he did not believe Carp had lost. For the current Carp had yet to employ his haki. Let us expedite the conclusion of this combat. Otherwise, others might grow concerned, Wang Han remarked with a smile. Gazing at Carp. Very well. Allow me to witness your devil fruit abilities, Carp replied earnestly, his fists enveloped in the dark sheen of haki. Throughout their earlier confrontation, Wang Han had been pitting his physical prowess against Carp's, refraining from employing any of his devil fruit powers, clearly holding back his full potential. Ah, but you shall not uncover my domain. Wang Han grinned, his confidence unwavering. However, it does allow you to witness a spectacle. From this point on, you must tread carefully, lest you meet your demise. If I were to slay the heroic admiral of the Navy, I would truly be compelled to embrace a life of piracy. With that, Wang Han's hands underwent a swift transformation, accompanied by the sound of metal shifting. In an instant, his right hand morphed into a formidable 7.92mm Gatling gun, while his left hand transformed into a 12.7mm Barrett sniper rifle. The 6 barrels of the Gatling gun whirled rapidly, producing a cacophony of sound. The next moment, as Wang Han raised his hand, a barrage of gunfire erupted, akin to the rapid flutter of a swarm of bees. The Gatling unleashed a fiery tongue that stretched 3 meters long, with a relentless hail of bullets racing towards Carp like a swarm of hornets. However, unlike the hornets, these bullets soared towards Carp at a staggering velocity of 700 meters per second. Simultaneously, Wang Han's left hand elevated, the Barrett aimed squarely at Carp, ever ready to fire. Observing the incoming hail of bullets, Carp furrowed his brow and immediately employed the moonwalk technique to sidestep. He refrained from confronting the onslaught with his armament, as he sensed an underlying threat emanating from the weapon in Wang Han's other hand, a feeling that, while not overwhelmingly potent, was nonetheless unsettling. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Wang Han's right hand swiftly mirrored and even surpassed Carp's movements, anticipating his actions with remarkable precision. In an instant, a barrage of bullets created an illusion of inevitable defeat for Carp, who found himself cornered. What? The outcome remains undetermined. Observing the renewed clash between the two, even the Navy aboard the Doghead warship was rendered speechless. The battle, which they believed to be concluded, was far from over. Wang Han's tactics had transformed, revealing that he had yet to exert his full strength in the previous encounter. Carp continuously maneuvered through the air with moonwalk, his observation haki attuned to Wang Han's every action, allowing him to predict his opponent's movements, particularly as Wang Han's other hand, still poised and unstruck, remained a harbinger of impending attack. Wang Han was deftly anticipating Carp's movements, his reflexes rivaling the speed of a computer chip. Carp continuously maneuvered in the air, attempting to evade the barrage of bullets closing in on him. Just as he found an opening, Wang Han's relentless gunfire once again sealed off his escape, forcing him to dodge. In this suspended confrontation, Wang Han remained airborne, perpetually firing, with spent shells cascading into the sea like raindrops. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. Carp, having underestimated Wang Han, found himself grimly smiling after several failed attempts to escape the bullet barrage. In the next instant, enveloped in the armor of his haki, Carp abandoned evasion and charged directly through the hail of bullets. The 7.92mm projectiles struck him repeatedly, sparking but failing to pierce his defenses. Bang, bang, bang. As Carp hurtled forward, Wang Han's left hand transformed into a Barrett and finally discharged. The thunderous report of the Barrett was a stark contrast to the cacophony of the Gatling gun, its sound piercing through the air. Alarmed, Carp felt a jolt of apprehension. The haki that had merely cloaked him thickened significantly, darkening his entire form. Clang, clang, clang. As he sensed the impact on his body, Carp noticed a bullet much larger than the others, nearly a third bigger, within the barrage. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He had indeed underestimated Wang Han and had come perilously close to making a grave mistake. Although he would not perish, he would certainly sustain serious injuries. Withstanding the Barrett's onslaught proved Carp's mastery of haki was formidable. As he pressed forward through the bullet storm, Wang Han was not at all surprised. When Carp closed in, the flames from the thrusters on Wang Han's back flared up, matching Carp's velocity. With a smile, Wang Han declared, "If you wish to defeat me, you must first match my speed. Therefore, it would be wise to concede. Otherwise, I fear I may inadvertently kill you. For I have no desire to become a pirate just yet." Upon finishing his words, the thruster flames intensified, and the distance between Wang Han and Carp swiftly expanded to over 50 meters. "If you happen to kill me, it would merely be a testament to your superior skills. And you could take my place as a Navy officer rather than a pirate," Carp bellowed, laughter echoing as he accelerated toward Wang Han once more. This time, Carp was serious, unleashing his full speed, which nearly rivaled the velocity of Wang Han's bullets. "I admit, I underestimated you, but I have no desire to join the Navy at this moment. This distance ensures no innocent bystanders will be harmed," Wang Han remarked, glancing at the naval vessel and the pirate ship, which were now nearly a nautical mile apart. In the next moment, Wang Han's entire being shimmered with metallic mechanization, his skin transforming to a pale hue, his eyes shifting to a yellow-black shade, and his hands morphing into formidable mechanical iron arms. Wang Han charged once more at Carp, while simultaneously unleashing 10 beams of laser from behind him. These beams curved gracefully through the air before hurtling directly towards Carp. His entire body has transformed into machinery. He has indeed not exerted his full strength, Carp mused as he advanced towards Wang Han. In an instant, the two engaged in a close-quarters clash of fists and feet once again. But this time, Carp's punches were markedly heavier, causing Wang Han to find himself at a disadvantage. The alloy-crafted arm of Wang Han was incessantly battered, showing visible dents and even losing some components. Meanwhile, the lasers he fired merely ricocheted off Carp's armored haki, without inflicting any damage. However, as Carp noted Wang Han's injuries, before he could revel in his advantage, Wang Han's mechanical body began to self-repair, mending faster than Carp could inflict harm. "You have indeed developed your fruit's abilities to an astonishing degree," Carp remarked, throwing punches with rapidity. "This unwarranted battle must come to an end. Otherwise, my subsequent attacks may inadvertently result in your demise." Wang Han responded flatly, "If I were to perish, it would merely be due to my own inadequacy. Do not pursue a bounty on the individual who fought with me. He is not a pirate." Upon hearing this, Carp ceased his playful banter and instead bellowed, his voice reverberating far and wide, even reaching the Doghead warship. "What?" Carp's roar struck the onlookers like a bolt from the blue, causing them to widen their eyes in disbelief. Carp claimed he could die. "In that case, it seems I must take this more seriously. Should misfortune befall me, remember, the one who brought about your end is Wang Han." At last, Wang Han acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Burning cannon. In the next moment, Wang Han distanced himself from Carp. Before Carp could charge again, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a terrifying torrent of searing flames that erupted from his palms. This inferno engulfed an area of 100 meters in the sky, ultimately crashing down upon the sea, devastating a 200-meter expanse and generating a copious amount of steam. The flames possessed not only an exceedingly high temperature, but also formidable destructive and concussive force. However, to prevent any inadvertent harm to Carp, Wang Han carefully adjusted the angle of the burning cannon to strike from a height above Carp. Is this the true nature of a battle between formidable warriors? On the Razor's Edge pirate ship, all aboard stood frozen in awe at the sight of the terrifying flames. "It appears I have underestimated you, Carp," Wang Han proclaimed loudly. Within Wang Han's radar, he noted Carp being propelled into the ocean by the burning cannon. Yet Carp's life force remained undiminished. This was Wang Han's first encounter with a powerhouse of this world, and he could not help but acknowledge that he had indeed underestimated the strength of its champions. Chapter 15. Carp's defeat. Haha, I must concede, I too have underestimated you. It has been long since anyone has pushed me to this extent. With Wang Han's shout, Carp surged forth from beneath the sea like a fish breaking the surface, gracefully advancing towards Wang Han once more. Though Carp's current appearance was far from admirable, his upper garments had been mostly consumed by flames, and his trousers were tattered and scorched. His body bore visible signs of burns. Yet, he reiterated his warning, "Beware, or I shall end you." In response, Wang Han proclaimed loudly, dispelling the Genos template and reverting to his original form. Upon witnessing Wang Han's transformation, Carp's expression turned grave. He did not perceive this as an indication of surrender. Rather, he anticipated that the forthcoming assault would be even more formidable. "If you are defeated, then join me as a navy," Carp bellowed, propelling himself once again towards the airborne Wang Han. Despite the seriousness of the moment, he refused to concede, for he stood among the ranks of the world's strongest, alongside the likes of Whitebeard and the former Pirate King, Roger. He had yet to unleash his full potential. "I shall not be defeated. I hope you survive," Wang Han replied with a smile, though Carp could not hear these words. At that moment, Wang Han lifted one hand high above his head, where a blue and white sphere, spinning rapidly, began to form and expand. Surrounding the sphere, slicing winds manifested, producing a deafening hum. A terrifying whirlwind coalesced in the vicinity of Wang Han. Wang Han's initial foray into another realm occurred during the Third Ninja War, ultimately culminating in his evolution into the most formidable antagonist of the ninja world. Mastering the technique of creating chakra orbs, a method both effective and powerful, was well within his grasp. With the wind release and the great ball Rasengan at his disposal, Wang Han propelled himself forward, wielding a spiraling shuriken measuring 5 meters in diameter, aimed directly at the advancing Carp. Utilizing his own acceleration, he unleashed the colossal Rasengan towards Carp. In 2 swift accelerations, the shuriken, liberated from Wang Han's grasp, soared with an astonishing velocity, surpassing even that of a Barrett bullet. There was no time for evasion. Carp instinctively hardened his haki. As he observed the impending threat of Wang Han's great ball Rasengan, he sensed the dread it instilled. This time, Carp refrained from charging at Wang Han. Instead, he concentrated all his haki around himself, crossing his arms in a defensive stance, his form transforming into a deep crimson hue. The great ball Rasengan approached with blinding speed. "Ah!" Carp roared, desperately consolidating his haki around his hands and chest. It was ultimately propelled back into the sea by the force of the Rasengan. A vast whirlpool erupted upon the ocean surface, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the waters. The whirlpool collapsed, unleashing terrifying waves across the sea. It was over. Utilizing his biological radar, Wang Han detected that Carp's life force had not extinguished, prompting a sigh of relief as he turned to fly toward the Blade pirate ship. "If you don't want that old geezer to perish here, you best retrieve him from the depths. His life force is faint," he called out as he passed the Doghead warship. "Carp is lost." The incredulous murmurs among the Navy personnel aboard the Doghead warship echoed Wang Han's proclamation. Without hesitation, Carp's aide, Muir, leaped off the warship and plunged into the tumultuous waters, swimming desperately towards the last spot Carp had vanished. "We have emerged victorious." On the Blade pirate ship, as they beheld Wang Han's return, disbelief etched across every face. Even Guinan stared wide-eyed at him. No one had anticipated Wang Han's strength to reach such heights, particularly with his final move, leaving them pondering who in existence could withstand such an onslaught. "Let's depart," Wang Han said with a smile, settling against the railing of the pirate ship. "It seems I still have much to learn," he sighed, gazing at the sky. Although he possessed numerous powerful techniques, the lack of intermediate moves led to awkward situations when confronting someone as singularly potent and defensively robust as Carp, where his attacks either obliterated him or proved ineffective. Regarding the fate of Vice Admiral Garp, Wang Han is utterly convinced that Garp will not perish. His vitality is remarkably resilient, and as long as timely rescue is rendered, he shall survive. The Blade pirates have departed, and the naval personnel aboard the Doghead warship made no attempt to intervene, as more and more individuals plunged into the sea, striving desperately to reach the location where Garp had sunk. The warship also steered towards the site of the concluded battle. To my astonishment, I have been defeated by this young man. He spoke no grandiose claims. That maneuver truly nearly cost me my life. Beneath the waves, as Garp gradually descended into the depths of the ocean, he gazed at the sunlight filtering through the surface and the blood swirling in the water, murmuring softly. He yearned to return to the surface, yet his entire body throbbed with pain. His senses began to blur. His hands felt as though they had been severed, and a grotesque wound marred his chest. Vice Admiral Garp. Muir swiftly discovered Garp sinking into the abyss. Witnessing his nearly lifeless form, the immense wound upon him, and the myriad of lacerations covering his body, tears welled in his eyes as he hastened towards Garp. "Quick, summon a doctor," Muir urged as he swam Garp back toward the surface. He called out loudly to the warship. Increasing numbers of naval officers swam toward Muir and the unconscious Garp. What? In the office of Marine Headquarters in Marineford, when Sengoku answered the transponder snail, the frantic voice of Muir left him in disbelief. In the office, Tsuru, upon hearing the voice from the transponder snail, shared Sengoku's astonishment as she gazed at the device on the table. Vice Admiral Garp is gravely injured and unconscious. The situation is dire. Please dispatch the finest medical expertise from headquarters. Muir's anxious voice resonated once more through the transponder snail. Immediately send the swiftest warship with our best doctors to the East Blue. Contact Garp quickly. Upon hearing the repeated words from the transponder snail, Sengoku finally grasped the gravity of the situation, and he urgently issued commands. After giving the orders, Sengoku slumped into his chair, his eyes glazed with shock. I hope Garp will be all right, Tsuru remarked, her heart heavy with concern for Garp and for the future of the seas. The news of Garp being gravely injured and on the brink of death was profoundly shocking, a devastating blow to the Navy. After regaining his composure, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail and connected with Muir. Muir, what exactly transpired? Who was the enemy? It was an unknown youth, allied with the Blade Pirates. Muir replied in a subdued tone, commencing the recounting of Garp's battle with Wang Han. Chapter 16. A unique farewell. After listening to Muir's account, Sengoku fell silent, while Tsuru pondered deeply, especially when Muir recounted that during the fight, Garp had shouted, "If I fall today, it shall be due to my own inadequacy. Do not issue a bounty on this individual, for he is not a pirate." As the words were spoken, Sengoku found himself torn between relief and sorrow. Was he to rejoice that this individual was not a pirate, or to mourn for an old friend, given the dire circumstances that now surrounded Garp? Muir, immediately seal off this information. No one is to utter a word about this matter, or they shall face the consequences of leaking classified information. Sengoku instructed the snail phone, and after conferring briefly with Muir about the battle's details, he solemnly hung up. The events had transpired. For now, at least, that person was not a pirate. All we can do is hope that Garp manages to pull through, Crane remarked. Lord Wang, the meal is ready, came the voice from the Blade Pirates' ship. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the crew, Blade approached Wang Han with a somewhat stiff demeanor, cautiously inquiring. His demeanor suggested he feared that a mere displeasure from Wang Han could lead to the annihilation of his entire crew. Blade, there is no need to be so formal. You needn't call me Lord, Wang Han chuckled, observing Blade's apprehensive behavior. You were not like this before. Yes, Blade quickly responded, wiping the sweat from his brow, though still appearing uneasy. Previously, he had been unaware of Wang Han's formidable prowess, having thought him merely a slightly powerful individual. Now, having witnessed Wang Han's strength, he dared not be so casual. Moreover, he had heard Wang Han proclaim himself a bounty hunter to Garp, and as pirates, they naturally harbored a fear of someone so powerful. Blade, you are the captain of the Blade Pirates. Your swordsmen are currently watching you. This timid demeanor does not suit a swordsman. Wang Han smiled, noticing Blade's continued trepidation. Besides, I brought Kuina here to exchange sword techniques, not for any other purpose. Kuina is quite fond of your pirate crew. Yes, Blade replied promptly, visibly relaxing a bit. Captain Blade, Brother Wang is a good person. You need not worry. Kuina chimed in, approaching with a friendly smile. All right. In Kuina's presence, Blade appeared significantly more at ease. Wang Han's strength loomed over him like a terrifying mountain, making it difficult to maintain composure. How about we host a banquet tonight? Let us enjoy some drinks. Wang Han proposed. Yes. Blade immediately agreed, eager to comply. Noticing that Wang Han had no further commands, he hurried off to make the arrangements. Brother, the crew is quite afraid of you, Kuina remarked softly, settling beside Wang Han after Blade departed. Indeed, the strong naturally instill fear in the weak, Wang Han replied with a smile. When shall we set off? Is it after the banquet? With a hint of reluctance, Guina inquired. The assistance she received from the Swordmaster Pirates had been invaluable to her, and she yearned to continue sparring with the swordsmen of this crew. However, she sensed that the members of the Swordmaster Pirates had begun to regard both her and Wang Han with trepidation. A swordsman unable to fight at full capacity has lost the essence of meaningful practice. It is best to depart now. With my presence, they would feel uncomfortable even during their celebrations. Perceiving Guina's sentiments, Wang Han remarked with a smile. Indeed. In response, Guina nodded in agreement. Together, they silently disembarked from the Swordmaster Pirate's ship and returned to their yacht, setting sail to leave. Captain, that esteemed individual and Guina have departed. Merely half a minute after the yacht left, a pirate rushed into the captain's office to report to Li Run. I understand. You may proceed with the preparations for tonight's banquet. Upon hearing this, Li Run waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor somewhat somber as he sent the reporting pirate away. Sigh. Once the young man exited, Li Run breathed a heavy sigh, leaning against the wooden wall of the room, feeling a pang of guilt within. Wang Han has shown him great kindness, as well as to the Blade Pirates, and he holds a profound admiration for Kuna's exceptional talent. He genuinely wishes to part ways without resorting to such a manner. As Wang Han has stated, the weak are invariably fearful of the strong. With both Wang Han and Kuina present, the entire crew of the pirate band is rendered uneasy. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in Wang Han's overwhelming strength. A prowess capable of defeating even Carp. The Blade Pirates are merely a trifling crew. How could they dare entangle themselves with Wang Han? The news of Carp's defeat has not been shrouded in secrecy. Within a few days, the tale of the Navy hero Carp being vanquished and gravely wounded spread across the seas like a tempest. Countless individuals are left to ponder who possesses such formidable strength to have bested Carp and inflicted such injury. Is it one of the four emperors, or perhaps some reclusive pirate of yore? Regrettably, the identity of Carp's assailant remains unknown to the wider oceanic world, with only Carp and the Blade Pirates privy to this knowledge. In the wake of this revelation, many begin to stir restlessly. Several powerful pirates venture towards the East Blue, eager to seize the opportunity to eliminate the gravely injured Carp, to further exacerbate the situation, undermine the Navy, and diminish the reputation of the world government. Vice Admiral Carp, aboard the Doghead warship en route to the Calm Belt, has just regained consciousness when Muir brings forth the transponder snail. Gunaktite. Sengoku must be in a frenzy right now. Carp chuckles, though even his laughter carries an air of fatigue. Once the transponder snail is activated, it mimics Sengoku's visage. Carp, on the other end, in the Marine Headquarters office in Marineford, Sengoku gazes at the transponder snail's imitation with a mix of bewilderment and concern. The image reflects the Carp he once knew, albeit now appearing as a man whose head is entirely wrapped in bandages. Had Sengoku been present before Carp, he would see that it is not merely Carp's head that is swathed in bandages, but his entire body is ensnared in them. Had Carp not clung to life, he would have long since succumbed. Haha, Sengoku, I nearly abandoned you, Carp exclaims, laughing heartily, though his voice lacks its usual vigor. Upon hearing Carp's voice, Sengoku falls silent, taken aback by the severity of Carp's injuries, which have nearly incapacitated him. Even during his confrontations with the Nox pirates, Carp had never been so gravely wounded. After a moment, Sengoku finally inquires, "Who has done this to you? Was it one of the four emperors, or one of those retired figures?" Haha. Upon hearing this, Carp couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sound of his mirth made Sengoku wish he could scold this carefree fellow as he would in days gone by, especially considering the emergence of such a formidable individual upon the seas. "The one who injured me was an unknown young man, a bounty hunter, mind you," Carp said with a grin. "Not a member of the Blade Pirates? Are you certain this individual is not a pirate?" Sengoku inquired quickly, his understanding dawning upon him. He finally grasped why Carp had vehemently declared that no bounty should be placed on his adversary. "Indeed, huh? Huh," Carp chuckled, though he soon caught his breath. "This person might just be a valuable asset for our Navy. He wounded me with a single strike, and I nearly believed my end was nigh." "A single strike?" Sengoku asked with a grave demeanor. "Yes, a single strike," Carp replied, his expression turning serious. "He possesses the powers of a devil fruit, able to conjure weapons from thin air, and his physical abilities are formidable. However, the final blow that defeated me harnessed the power of the wind." "Understood," Sengoku said earnestly. "If he truly is not a pirate and bears no ill deeds, I shall certainly extend an invitation for him to join the Navy. Convincing him to join may prove more challenging than you think. I have already attempted, only to be rebuffed," Carp remarked gravely. He travels alongside a young girl, around 11 or 12 years old, who is a swordsman. They seem to have sought out the Blade Pirates to hone the girl's swordsmanship, as the Blade Pirates are a crew composed entirely of swordsmen. "Very well, I understand," Sengoku replied, aware of Carp's implication. It would be difficult to persuade the young man, but he noted the presence of the swordsman girl named Kuina. Ending the call with the transponder snail, Sengoku smiled. Carp truly was Carp, the hero of the Navy. Chapter 17. The Floating Restaurant Bartai. If we could seize this opportunity to eliminate the Navy hero Carp, our Bartai pirates would surely gain renown across the seas and become true pirates. In the waters surrounding the East Blue's floating restaurant Bartai, a pirate ship adorned with a skull flag and a hooded figure sailed forth. A towering man, over 3 meters tall and brimming with muscle, exuberantly proclaimed to his crew, "Barachi, Barachi, we shall use them to replenish our ship supplies. Captain, to the west, we have spotted a vessel. It It is the newly emerged floating restaurant Bar Thai. The lookout announced as he lowered his telescope. Barachi, Yushe. Then let us raid them for our provisions. The captain of the Bar Thai pirates laughed heartily. Chef Zeph, a pirate ship is approaching us. It belongs to the notorious Bar Thai pirates, with a bounty of 20 million. In Bar Thai, Teddy, who had just been hired as a waiter, hurriedly rushed into the kitchen, anxiously shouting, Pirates! The Bar Thai pirates! Haven't they gone to the Grand Line? Have they returned after just 2 months in failure? Upon hearing Teddy's words, the busy chefs in the kitchen were immediately thrown into a state of panic, with several of them dropping their utensils onto the floor. Chef Zeph, what should we do? The chefs turned their gaze towards the middle-aged man with a beard styled into braids, wearing a tall chef's hat and having only one leg, who continued to prepare food despite the impending arrival of pirates. Taking a deep breath, Zeph placed the freshly prepared dish onto a plate. They may just be here to eat, he said, stepping out of the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the dining area outside, the only 2 tables of patrons had fled the restaurant, setting sail away from Bar Thai, leaving their meals largely untouched, leading to a significant waste of food. Besides Zeph, a boy with curly blonde hair clenched his fists, staring at the remaining food. All eyes turned to the approaching pirate ship outside, and a heavy silence fell over everyone. Kuina, just as swordsmen adhere to the way of the sword, chefs have their own path to uphold. The chefs in this restaurant are those who are steadfast in their culinary way. Therefore, the meals they prepare must be exquisite. Indeed, regardless of whether they are notorious villains or escaped convicts, as long as they arrive at this restaurant with empty stomachs, there lies meaning in the chef's perseverance here. This must be their culinary path. Just then, a conversation between a man and a woman, one large and one small, echoed from outside the restaurant, momentarily diverting the chef's attention from the oncoming pirate ship to the entrance of the restaurant. Creak! The wooden door of Bar Thai swung open, and amidst the curious gazes of the chefs, a man with medium-length black hair, clad in a deep blue casual outfit, entered, accompanied by a girl dressed in white athletic wear, who was cradling a katana. Welcome. I apologize, but due to the arrival of pirates, the restaurant is temporarily closed, Teddy said, rushing forward with a sense of professionalism, despite the looming threat of a pirate raid. Brother Wang, if the pirates attack, won't we be unable to eat? Why don't you help drive them away? Kuna said, somewhat disheartened, as she turned to Wang Han. Wang had promised to take her to try different flavors, and she had been eagerly anticipating this restaurant based on his description. Simultaneously, she wished to assist the chefs who remained steadfast in their principles. Yet, her own strength was insufficient, hence her hope that Wang Han would take action. I am sorry, dear guests. If they are merely here to dine, I hope you will not interfere with them. As soon as Guinea finished speaking, Zep approached with an apologetic demeanor, saying, as the esteemed guest just mentioned, regardless of whether they are notorious villains or escaped convicts, anyone who arrives at our restaurant with an empty stomach is our guest, if they truly intend to plunder. Before Zep could finish a sentence, 2 cannonballs descended upon the waters surrounding Bar Thai, erupting in towering splashes. Hearing the thunderous explosions outside, Wang Han shook his head and remarked, it seems they did not come here starving. They still possess the strength to fire cannonballs, indicating they're not here for a peaceful meal. I apologize, but to prevent any harm to our esteemed guests, I kindly ask that you take refuge temporarily. Zep said with regret. No. Upon hearing this, Wang Han shook his head firmly, stating, we have come here with hungry bellies. This response left Zep momentarily speechless, as Wang Han had returned his own words to him. Moreover, Guinea is quite eager. Wang Han added, leading Guinea to a table and calling out, waitstaff, please take our orders. What should we do, boss? The chefs turned their gazes towards Zep, as the pirate ships drew closer, yet had ceased firing. Perhaps believing that the patrons of Bar Thai were sufficiently terrified and would submit without resistance. Sanji, go attend to the guests' orders, Zep instructed immediately. Everyone, since the guests are so captivated by the outside spectacle, we must ensure they can safely enjoy their meal. Understood. The chefs chorused loudly, brandishing their weapons. Brother Wang, can they handle these pirates? Guinea inquired, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope that Wang Han might intervene. Do not worry. The owner here was once a formidable pirate himself, Wang Han replied with a smile. And how could I allow these scoundrels to disrupt our dining experience? With that, he gently tapped a chair beside him and pushed it towards an adjacent table. Click, click, click. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Guinea and the chefs, the chair he had touched and the table it collided with shimmered with a metallic hue. And through a series of mechanical transformations, they fused together to form a 3-meter-tall, semi-skeletal robot that burst forth from the restaurant and soared into the sky. Amidst the whirring of propellers, the robot rolled and transformed into a 2-meter-long model Mustang fighter jet, racing towards the approaching pirate ship. A devil fruit user. No wonder he has the confidence to confront the pirates, Zep mused to himself, feeling considerably more at ease. Captain, something is flying towards us. On the other side, aboard the pirate ship of the Lava Pirates, a pirate pointed at the approaching robot and shouted loudly, "Are you attempting to resist? I'm Captain Laba, with a bounty of 20 million. Men, let them witness the brutality of the Lava Pirates." Laba bellowed with laughter. Laba! Instantly, the pirates echoed his call, eagerly preparing for a violent onslaught. However, before the pirates could revel in their excitement, the sound of gunfire echoed through the sky. Bullets, each measuring 5.56 millimeters, rained down rapidly. In an instant, blood splattered across the deck of the pirate ship as one pirate after another was struck, blood gushing from their wounds. Damn it! It's a devil fruit user. Laba's expression of joy was swiftly replaced by fury. The next moment, a model airplane that had descended transformed again into a robot, landing on the pirate ship amidst a clatter of metal. Seeing this, Laba immediately roared, "Kill him!" In an uproar, the pirates of the Laba crew charged towards the newly arrived robot. Simultaneously, the skeletal robot that had just landed opened fire, bullets erupting from its arms while rocket projectiles, as thick as sausages, were launched from its back. The sounds of screams and explosions filled the air on the Laba pirate ship, with the power of the rockets resembling that of grenades, raining down upon the advancing pirates. "Curse this scoundrel! I am Laba, the pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Laba shouted, witnessing the massacre unleashed by the robot on his crew, seeing his ship suffering multiple explosions and engulfed in flames. Enraged, he seized his massive axe and charged towards the towering robot that was slaughtering his men. Captain Laba, as they witnessed their captain take action, the previously terrified pirates regained their confidence, cheering for their leader. Clang! The robot halted its gunfire, its machine gun transforming into a hand that grasped a long sword protruding from its back, charging towards Laba with equivalent speed. The robot's electronic eyes glowed red, quickly analyzing Laba's movements. Clang! The moment arrived as the sword clashed with Laba's axe. In disbelief, Laba watched as his axe was effortlessly severed like tofu, half of it clattering to the ground, while the blade from the robot's arm sliced through Laba's chest, shattering his ribcage. A torrent of blood erupted from Laba's chest, spraying in all directions. Bang! Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The gunfire rang out once more. A 12.7mm bullet pierced Laba's neck, severing it and unleashing a gory cascade of blood and flesh, ultimately extinguishing his life. The surrounding pirates were left in stunned disbelief, and as they gazed at the smoke-emitting barrel protruding from the robot's head, any remaining courage to resist evaporated. "Run for your lives!" With that desperate cry, the remaining pirates surged towards the ship's edge, seeking to leap overboard in a frantic escape. Rat-a-tat-tat, in the next moment, gunfire erupted again, and rockets soared across the pirate ship, igniting fiery explosions. Despite the pirates' loss of will to fight, the robot remained unwavering in its mission, faithfully executing Wang Han's orders to eliminate every pirate and retrieve the heads of those with bounties. The efficiency of the machine gun was indisputable. Over 100 pirates had no chance of survival amidst the carnage wrought by the gunfire and explosions. At Bartai, the chefs watched in shock as flames erupted from the Laba pirate crew's ship, accompanied by the incessant sound of gunfire and anguished screams. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly 17 or 18-year-old boy possessed such formidable prowess. The Laba pirate crew stood no chance of resistance against him. The bounty on this crew seemed rather inflated. Surely, it was the result of their numerous misdeeds that warranted such a high price. At the dining table, Wang Han shook his head, pointing at a few appealing dishes on the menu that Sanji had presented, and instructed the somewhat dazed Sanji, "I'll have your specialty fish. 2 bottles of red wine, a serving of soup, a steak, and a portion of takoyaki. A steak and a juice, please." Guena smiled at Sanji. "Certainly, beautiful miss. Your steak and juice will be ready shortly." Sanji, suddenly regaining his composure upon hearing Guena's words, exclaimed, his eyes transforming into hearts. Bang! In the next moment, a wooden stick struck Sanji's head, causing a large bump to swell. "My apologies, this lad often gets lost in his thoughts. Please bear with us." Zep, having set down his prosthetic, apologized to Wang Han. "Your dishes will be served shortly. Please hold on. Chefs, it's time to get to work." He called out to the kitchen staff, promptly taking Sanji back to the kitchen. He was acutely aware of Sanji's flirtatious nature and feared he might attract trouble, hence his hasty intervention. As the other chefs busied themselves, they cast wary glances at Wang Han, for he was a formidable presence, a strong man indifferent to morality. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Baratai, the robot had returned, landing on the deck of the yacht moored beside the Baratai. At the waist of the robot hung 6 human heads. Indeed, there was a distinct sensation compared to the meals prepared by the robot. The dishes crafted by the machine lacked a certain soulfulness. It seems we shall frequently patronize the restaurants along our journey. Guena, amidst her training, must also indulge in the pleasures of life. In Baratai, Wang Han set down his utensils and smiled at Guena, saying indeed. In response, Guena nodded in agreement, savoring the lingering flavors in her mouth. The cuisine here is truly superior to that made by the robot. Waiter, the bill please. Wang Han called out to Teddy beside him. Dear guest, your meal is complimentary. We are grateful for your assistance in dealing with the Baratai pirates. Upon hearing this, Teddy immediately approached Wang Han, rubbing his hands together in his habitual manner. It is only natural to pay for a meal. The misfortune of the Baratai pirates is their own doing. As a bounty hunter, I am obliged to pursue those with bounties, Wang Han remarked, leaving 2,200 berries on the table, exactly the cost of the meal, plus a 200 berry tip. Subsequently, he departed Baratai with Guena, having not caught a glimpse of Sanji before leaving. Please take care. We welcome you to visit us again, Teddy called out from the entrance, bowing deeply, not neglecting the etiquette of hospitality. Meanwhile, for pirate ships, each bearing different flags, had traversed the calm belt into the East Sea. Among them were the Bellicara pirates, with a captain boasting a bounty of 300 million, the Sword Dragon pirates with a bounty of 200 million, the Tyrant pirates with a bounty of 230 million, and the World Destroyer, Bondewald, with a staggering bounty of 500 million. In the Grand Line, even more pirate ships were navigating through the calm belt, departing from the Grand Line, many of which were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. These pirates were leaving the Grand Line for various reasons, some for fame, others for profit, and some to undermine the Navy's reputation. Their unified objective was to eliminate the critically wounded Carp. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku had received news of the notorious pirates heading towards the East Sea. Under Sengoku's orders, the war machine of the Navy was set into motion. Several warships were also making their way through the calm belt to the East Sea. The East Sea had captured everyone's attention, as all were aware that it was about to become a hub of activity, eager to witness whether the gravely injured Carp would reappear amidst the unfolding chaos. Chapter 19. The true pirates Wang Han had already sensed the impending events in the East Sea through satellite surveillance, grasping the situation with greater clarity than anyone else. After enjoying a delightful meal with Guena, Wang Han's yacht departed from Baratai, altering its original course and heading towards Carp's Doghead battleship. Given that the situation had arisen due to his actions, Wang Han was determined to prevent Carp from meeting his demise because of him. Simultaneously, with Carp regaining consciousness, Wang Han found himself under the scrutiny of both the Navy and the world government. The formidable individual capable of gravely injuring Carp has garnered significant attention. Upon learning that Wang Han's yacht is heading towards Carp's flagship, the Navy and the world government are engulfed in apprehension, fearing that Wang Han intends to pursue Carp. Should Carp perish, the Navy and the world government would not only lose a formidable ally, but also suffer a severe blow to their reputation. Currently, Kizaru and Akiji are en route to provide support, while the Navy has dispatched personnel from headquarters to prepare for contact with Wang Han. The night in the village of Cebu is illuminated by a crimson glow, not in celebration, but in the midst of a catastrophic tragedy. Burly pirates rampage through the village, giving birth to a series of calamities. The homes of villagers are set ablaze, and the inferno spreads throughout the community. Those villagers unable to escape tremble in hiding, fearing to utter a sound, silently praying for the pirates to depart. The unfortunate women, discovered and dragged from their homes by the pirates, struggle in vain as they are forced to the ground. Brave men attempt to resist, yearning to save their families and seek vengeance. Yet they are no match for these ruthless marauders, ultimately succumbing to the blood-soaked ground. The cries of children resonate through the blood-stained streets, and in their desperate wails, they are seized and tossed into the infernos of their burning homes, accompanied by the raucous laughter of the pirates. Their derisive mirth echoes throughout the weeping village, and in the night, illuminated by flames, the pirates laugh with the ferocity of demons, engendering further tragedy. Gather all valuables and women, leave no survivors. They jeer. Should anyone dare to alert the Navy, let them pay the price, and let the neighboring villages witness that the giant lizard pirate crew is not to be trifled with. At the heart of the village, the captain of the so-called giant lizard pirate crew clutches a struggling young woman, barking orders to his crew while laughing maniacally. With another girl's lifeless body sprawled at his feet, the deceased girl's eyes are filled with terror and pleading, her body marred by wounds. These individuals are true pirates, merciless and devoid of humanity. Not far from the village, a luxurious yacht surges onto the sandy shore like a landing craft, grounding itself on the beach. The anguished cries and screams, audible even from hundreds of meters away, profoundly impact Guéna's spirit. With little time for contemplation, Guéna seizes the Edelman's sword and leaps from the yacht, sprinting desperately towards the village. Without looking back, she calls to Wang Han, still aboard the yacht. "Brother Wang, you must go ahead. We cannot allow the pirates to continue their rampage. Please help them." Hearing Guéna's voice tinged with a hint of desperation, Wang Han's expression darkens ominously. The murderous intent brewed within his heart. It was not that Wang Han could not bear to witness such scenes. The once proud Wang Han had seen far too much bloodshed. What incensed him was that these wretched pirates had utterly forsaken their humanity, inflicting this harrowing spectacle before Guéna, forcing her to plead for mercy. Suddenly, flames erupted from Wang Han's back, and he soared from the yacht, a long trail of crimson light in his wake, swiftly surpassing Guéna and vanishing into the inferno engulfing the village. The mechanical clanking of gears echoed from the yacht behind Guéna, and in an instant, the massive vessel transformed into a towering 20-meter-tall robot, striding over to stand guard protectively beside her. "Stay away." In the heart of the village, a woman was being dragged by pirates, struggling desperately. "Mama, Mama!" A blue-haired girl dashed from a house, frantically tugging at her mother's hand, trying to pull her back from the clutches of the pirates. "Get away!" In the next moment, a pirate's boot came crashing down upon the girl, sending her flying back into the burning house. The girl writhed in pain, crying helplessly. "Ein!" The young mother cried out, her tears cascading as she gazed at the flames consuming her home, straining against her captors to rush into the inferno. Seeking death, a pirate's curse echoed as he raised his knife, aiming for the mother's head. "Ein, don't come out!" The mother shouted, her eyes filled with love as she looked at her daughter, even as danger loomed. With a sickening thud, blood splattered, and brain matter erupted. Fortunately, the young mother did not perish. Instead, it was the pirate who had dragged her who met his demise, his head exploding like a shattered watermelon. The young mother broke free from her captor's grasp, resolutely charging toward the flames. It was at that moment that a thunderous gunshot rang out from the sky. Bang! 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 The gunfire persisted, and in the ensuing 5 seconds, over 50 shots resounded, causing the raucous pirates in the streets and fields to suddenly have their heads burst open or receive gaping wounds the size of basketballs, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. In that instant, as they beheld the lifeless pirates, the struggling women were left in shock. The unruly pirates froze, and even the men fighting valiantly to protect their families stood dumbfounded. All eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the gunfire, gazing up into the sky. There, illuminated by the fiery glow, a flickering silhouette hovered high above, flames steadily billowing from its back. What left the deepest impression was his pair of crimson eyes. His hands erupted with tongues of fire, pounding relentlessly. In the next instant, the incessant gunfire jolted everyone back to reality, revealing pirates with gaping, basketball-sized wounds in their chests. Their heads shattered amidst the cacophony. "Run!" As the echoes of gunfire resounded and the horrific fates of their comrades unfolded before their eyes, the remaining pirates, in a state of panic, desperately fled towards the heart of the village. Yet, how could the legs of these ordinary pirates outrun the bullets of the 12.7mm Barrett? One after another, the fleeing pirates were mercilessly gunned down. Even those who sought refuge behind walls found that bullets would blast through, claiming the lives of those who hid. In the sky, Wang Han's electronic eye flickered with information. No pirate who dared to show themselves could escape the retribution of his Barrett. Their whereabouts were locked onto the moment they entered his vision. Even if they sought shelter in houses that obscured their view, they could not evade the scanning detection of Wang Han's gaze. "Damn it, die!" The roar echoed in the center of the village, as the enraged captain of the giant lizard, witnessing his men perish, hurled a harpoon skyward at Wang Han, transforming into a massive green-skinned, muscular lizard man in the process. "Be careful!" Urgent cries erupted from various corners of the village as the harpoon shot towards Wang Han like a javelin, causing great anxiety among the villagers. "Captain Lizard!" As the pirates witnessed their captain unleash the power of the devil fruit, their confidence surged. Faced with the incoming harpoon, Wang Han had already calculated its trajectory and force with his electronic eye. With a mere half-meter sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the projectile. So, it is the lizard pirate crew. In the next moment, Wang Han's hands clasped the Barrett, and with a mechanical shift, a dual 20mm machine gun materialized before him. The sound of clanging, akin to a pile driver striking metal, resonated through the air. Before Captain Lizard could launch a second attack, a barrage of large-caliber bullets rained down upon him. To the disbelief of the surrounding pirates and villagers, the massive head of the lizard man, the size of a water tank, was reduced to a gruesome shower of blood and bone, followed by his body, arms, and legs. In mere seconds, the lizard man's formidable form became a heap of splattered flesh and shattered bones. His once proud, tough skin proved as fragile as tofu against the 20mm bullets. Run! At the sound of the cry, the remaining pirates, filled with terror akin to that of the villagers before them, fled frantically from the village. As they watched the fleeing pirates, the surviving villagers sank to their knees, weeping profusely. Wails and cries for lost loved ones echoed throughout the village. A young mother dashed into the blazing house, cradling the blue-haired girl within her arms, holding her tightly. Amidst the chaos, the sound of Barrett's gunfire echoed in the sky. Ein stood transfixed, gazing at the figure above, whose hands unleashed a torrent of flames. Though the visage remained obscured, she etched this silhouette indelibly in her memory. Mother, I wish to learn the art of marksmanship. At the village's edge, Wang Han flew to Guena's side, calling out to her as she sprinted towards the village with all her might. Brother Wang, have the pirates been dealt with? Guena inquired with concern upon seeing him. All have been vanquished, not a single one spared. Let us depart. Wang Han replied with a smile. But Guena attempted to voice her thoughts, only to be interrupted by Wang Han. Though the toll has been grave, we must find strength within ourselves. The pirates have been eliminated. Let us not disturb them further. Wang Han shook his head, wishing to shield Guena from the grim scenes that lay within the village. Chapter 20. Encounter with Wang Han's pirate clang, clang, clang. On the Doghead warship, when the lookout spotted the swiftly approaching yacht, his expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately sounded the alarm. On the deck of the warship, upon hearing the alarm, the sailors hastily set aside their tasks, seized their weapons, and rushed onto the deck, readying themselves for battle as the cannons pivoted into position. What is happening? Are they pirates? Muir hurriedly emerged from the cabin, calling out to the lookout. General Muir, yes. It is the ship that was with the Blade pirates that day, and it is approaching us at great speed. The lookout answered urgently. Damn it, everyone prepare for battle. Muir exclaimed through gritted teeth, issuing commands to the soldiers while lifting his telescope to survey the rear of the warship. The soldiers may have been unaware, but Muir understood all too well that the vessel trailing them was the bounty hunter's ship that had injured Garp. With Garp gravely wounded, he feared they might pursue and seek to finish him off. Yes, sir. The Navy personnel responded in unison. Muir, cancel battle readiness and halt the ship. Garp, supported by 2 Navy soldiers, exited the cabin and immediately addressed Muir. But Vice Admiral Garp, I am concerned. Muir began to protest, but was swiftly cut off. There is nothing to be concerned about. Execute the orders at once. Garp interrupted, moving to the ship's edge with the aid of the soldiers. Understood. Muir acquiesced reluctantly, issuing the command with a raised voice. All personnel, cancel battle readiness and halt the ship. Upon issuing the command, Muir promptly approached Garp, his gaze filled with concern as he stared into the distance at the visible white waves. Your apprehension is unwarranted. If you wish to take my life, I would already be dead. My injuries are of my own making. Garp replied with a smile, though his voice betrayed a hint of frailty. What a remarkably swift vessel, he remarked, gazing enviously at the yacht approaching rapidly. If I had such a fast ship, I could frequently return home to visit my grandson. Yet, Muir found no humor in Garp's words. Soon, the yacht came to a halt beside the anchored warship. Garp, you seem to be recovering quite swiftly. Wang Han called out jovially from the deck of the yacht, observing Garp standing at the ship's edge. Indeed, Garp's condition had significantly improved since the time of his injury, and he was now able to move, albeit with some effort. Besides the Navy's medical treatment, the return to life undoubtedly played a crucial role in his recovery. Haha, I am growing old, unable to compare with the vigor of youth, Garp chuckled. Young Wang Han, have you given any thought to joining the Navy? I could speak with Sengoku on your behalf. Securing a position as a rear admiral should be no trouble at all. You overestimate my intentions. I have no desire to join the Navy at this moment. I merely seek to track down some pirates for the sake of the hunt, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. Consider it further. Once you join the Navy, I will immediately request a rear admiral position for you from the Marshal, and I can introduce you to Peach Rabbit. That young lady is quite enchanting, Garp said with a gleam of childlike anticipation in his eyes as he looked at Wang Han. Let's discuss this later. For now, I must focus on earning a living. Wang Han shook his head and turned back towards the cabin of the yacht. He was arguably the second person, after Garp, who understood the extent of Garp's injuries. He had deliberately pursued Garp's dog-headed warship to assess his condition. Now, Wang Han had thoroughly scanned Garp's physical state. Old man, you must take good care of yourself. I hope by the time we meet again, you will have fully recovered, Guina said with a smile as she followed Wang Han into the cabin. The yacht resumed its voyage, sailing at a speed of 80 nautical miles per hour, more than double that of a warship at full throttle, swiftly vanishing from the surface of the sea. Phew! Mir exhaled deeply as he watched the departing yacht. Brother Wang, there are several pirate ships ahead, Guina, who had paused her training upon spotting the vessels, quickly informed Wang Han, who was reclining in a chair. Simultaneously, Guina felt a twinge of confusion. In the past, whenever they encountered pirates, Wang Han would detect them from a considerable distance and prompt her to prepare for battle. Yet this time, several pirate ships were nearing the yacht, now less than 3,000 meters away, and he had not yet noticed. I know, it's the Balaka pirates with a bounty of 300 million. The Sword Dragon pirates with a bounty of 200 million, the Tyrant pirates with a bounty of 230 million, and the World Destroyer, Bondiwald, with a bounty of 500 million. Wang Han replied with a smile. A pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Guina's heart raced with anxiety at the revelation. Guina, this time you shall not partake in a battle. Lie down and rest for a while, Wang Han said with a reassuring smile. These pirates are formidable figures from the Grand Line and the New World, far too strong for you at this moment. Even their crew members are beyond your current capabilities. Whoosh! As Wang Han finished speaking, a shell whistled towards the yacht. It turned out that they were now within the firing range of the pirate ship's cannons. The yacht had become a source of amusement for the pirates aboard those vessels. Destroying the yacht would also help conceal their whereabouts. Suddenly, a pale blue barrier materialized, enveloping the yacht. The shell struck the electromagnetic shield with a thunderous explosion, yet it inflicted not even a scratch upon the yacht. Even a shockwave from the detonation failed to reach it. The yacht was poised to sink them. In the face of the pirate assault, Wang Han remained reclined, offering a command to those behind him before closing his eyes to bask in the sun once more. Almost as soon as his words faded, mechanical gears whirred from the front of the yacht, and an 88mm cannon extended forth. This was a recoilless gun capable of firing 15 rounds per minute. Simultaneously, the deck on either side of the yacht opened up, revealing two Vulcan gun turrets, each boasting 11 barrels over 2 meters in length, with each barrel measuring 30mm in caliber. This was the 1130 model, a 30mm machine gun with a maximum firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute. Witnessing the yacht's transformation, Guina recalled the night of the pirate raid on the village, when the vessel beneath them had morphed into a colossal robot. Afterward, she had inquired about it with Wang Han, who had informed her that the ship was a transformer, aptly named the yacht. Boom! In the next instant, the 88mm cannon fired its first shot. The 30mm machine guns followed suit, unleashing a torrent of flames that extended over 5 meters. Shell casings cascaded down from the turrets like a flowing stream. In an instant, 30mm projectiles rained down upon the pirate ships, which were less than 3,000 meters away. Chapter 21. The encounter with Wang Han and the Great Pirate's Boom. A resounding explosion erupted on the approaching pirate vessel. The infamous Balaka pirate crew, with a bounty of 300 million. The 88mm shell struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the wooden hull and detonating within, obliterating several compartments. Following this, the 30mm machine gun rounds unleashed a relentless barrage on the vessel, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. In a mere second, the front of the Balaka pirate ship was left riddled with gaping holes, and amidst the continuous explosions, the bow began to disintegrate into splinters. Damn it! On the pirate ship, sensing the overwhelming danger, the notorious Balaka could only utter a curse before hastily leaping from the vessel to the nearby Sword Dragon pirate ship, his heart racing with trepidation. He is a user of the bomb fruit ability, yet regrettably, his powers are utterly ineffectual against the current circumstances, forcing him to relinquish both his pirate ship and his crew. Alas, the barrage of projectiles raining down was so dense that it enveloped Balaka's ship like a torrential downpour. Having underestimated the onslaught, Balaka leaped from the vessel, only to encounter a 30mm cannon shell that pierced through his body, cleaving him in two the moment he abandoned ship. Following that, a second and a third shell followed suit. The distinction between fruit abilities and physical prowess is profound, and the effects of different paramecia powers vary significantly. In the astonished gazes of pirates aboard 3 other vessels, Balaka, having just leapt from his ship, was severed in two, his remains reduced to mere fragments upon hitting the water. He was unable to manifest his own strength before succumbing amidst the relentless barrage. Meanwhile, the remaining pirates aboard Balaka's ship were largely caught off guard, being shredded by cannon shells and explosive shrapnel traveling at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. Even though a few formidable pirates managed to react, they were not akin to carp, capable of keeping pace with the velocity of the cannon projectiles, especially not amidst such a dense rain of fire. The 30mm cannon shells could penetrate the top armor of main battle tanks. And even those among the pirates who wielded hockey were no match for Carp's profound mastery. Under the relentless onslaught of 30mm cannon shells, they were like lambs awaiting slaughter, observing that, within a mere 5 seconds, their ship had absorbed nearly 2,000 cannon projectiles, leaving it riddled with holes, and witnessing Balaka's demise. The captains of the remaining 3 pirate ships turned pale with alarm. "Change course, we must retreat at once." Upon witnessing the grim fate of Balaka's crew, Morg, the captain of the Sword Dragon pirates, hesitated not a moment to issue orders to his subordinates. Despite their prowess as formidable pirates, the terrifying density of firepower rendered their ship vulnerable to dismemberment before even nearing the adversary. Even if Morg could withstand the opposing firepower long enough to reach the enemy vessel, his crew lacked the strength to do so, and their pirate crew would suffer heavy casualties, if not be entirely decimated in the process. Furthermore, he, as a user of the ancient Zoan-type Sword Dragon fruit, was unable to traverse the 3,000 meters of ocean to reach the opposing ship. In stark contrast to the retreating Morg, the remaining 2 ships exhibited a more ruthless demeanor. Amplify, a 100-fold barrage, the notorious world destroyer, Bondewald, kicked aside a pirate beside the cannon and aimed directly at the distant yacht, firing a shot, then activating his ability. In the next moment, the projectile enlarged 100-fold, descending upon the distant white yacht like a small mountain. Simultaneously, Tyrant Kuma unleashed his own assault. A sphere resembling a white cat's paw shot forth from the hand of a nearly 7-meter-tall bear. Upon reaching a distance of 100 meters from the bow of the ship, the cat-paw-like sphere suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive bear-paw-shaped sphere, which obstructed the path of 3 pirate vessels. The cannonballs that were launched were altered in trajectory by the force of the air, some even coming to a complete halt. Observing the incoming colossal projectiles, Guena's gaze was filled with apprehension. It seemed they were not as inept as she had presumed. Perhaps it was time for her to take things more seriously. As the enormous cannonballs approached, colliding with the dense barrage of fire from the bear paw shield, Wang Han, reclining on his chair, raised a hand, which morphed into a triangular cannon barrel amidst a flurry of transformations, gathering ominous lightning at its muzzle. The electric light cannon, distinct from an electromagnetic cannon, was unleashed in the next moment, a beam of yellow lightning shooting forth, piercing through the colossal cannonball, traversing the air shock wave generated by the bear's paw, and ultimately penetrating the abdomen of the towering tyrant bear before vanishing into the vast ocean. Boom! In the following instant, the enormous cannonball detonated mid-air, the explosion's radius engulfing several hundred meters. Blood erupted from the bear's mouth, and in his incredulous gaze, a fist-sized charred wound appeared on his abdomen, having pierced through his body. The speed of the electric light cannon was so rapid that he had no opportunity to unleash an attack with his fruit's ability. However, he should consider himself fortunate. Wang Han's strike had not targeted a vital area, for had it done so, the consequences would have been far graver. Wang Han's electric light cannon was a weapon of cosmic technology, designed for interstellar warfare, possessing the true velocity of lightning. In that singular blow, the bear realized that the adversary was beyond his capacity to confront. A swift conjecture emerged in his mind. The individual aboard the opposing ship was the one who had grievously wounded and nearly killed Carp. Despite his brutality, he was not foolish. Such a being posed a greater threat than an uninjured Carp. Without hesitation, the bear slammed his palm against himself. In the next moment, his towering figure vanished from the pirate ship, abandoning his crew, propelled by his fruit's powers. I shall see how many you can withstand. Multiply 100-fold cannonball. The bear's departure was instantaneous, a mere reaction to his injury, so swift that Bondewald had yet to notice. Upon witnessing his 100-fold cannonball explode, he hastened to another cannon to launch an artillery shell. As the projectile left the barrel, it began to enlarge immediately. Electric light cannon. In the next moment, the newly enlarged cannonball was instantaneously traversed by the electric light. A tremendous explosion erupted a mere 10 meters from the bow of the pirate ship, the shockwave generated by the blast severing the ship's mast. The unprepared pirates were swept overboard, and the immense waves stirred by the explosion rapidly propelled the pirate vessel backward. Damn it! In the sky, Bondewald, having narrowly evaded an explosion, paused mid-air with a moonwalk, clutching the charred stump where his arm once was, his expression turning gravely serious. At that moment, he finally perceived the vast chasm that lay between the two sides. Just moments ago, a beam of yellow light had severed his arm. It happened so swiftly that he scarcely had time to react. It was only after dodging the explosion that he realized he had lost his limb. His gaze shifted towards the sword dragon pirates and the tyrant pirates, as he began to contemplate how to manipulate these two factions to hinder his adversaries, particularly Kuma. However, upon looking, he discovered that Kuma had mysteriously fled, and the remaining pirates of the tyrant pirates were desperately adjusting their course to escape. Meanwhile, aboard the sword dragon pirate's ship, Mog, the user of the sword dragon fruit, had met a tragic fate, his body severed, with the charred neck indicating the manner of his demise. The remaining members of the sword dragon pirates were still in shock, struggling to stabilize their swaying vessel. Some even shouting for their captain. Damn it, there was no choice but to flee. He cursed silently, invoking his powers and utilizing his moonwalk to escape swiftly through the sky. With a speed magnified 100-fold, he moved faster than a bullet. Yet despite such velocity, even with the ability to reach a small white boat 3,000 meters away in mere seconds, Bondewald hesitated to risk it. The speed of the enemy's attacks was far too swift, leaving him no time to react, an onslaught beyond his capacity to counter. His assumptions proved correct. Wang Han.There's strikes were indeed exceedingly rapid. In the next instant, a yellow bolt of electricity surged towards him. Although he was hastening his movements with his fruit's abilities, his feet were frantically propelling him through the air. Yet, the lightning accurately struck his right foot, shattering it at the knee. Bondewald's body, propelling through the air, faltered, and he began to plummet. However, an even graver misfortune awaited him. As he attempted to stabilize his descent, using his remaining foot to continue his escape, another yellow bolt of lightning struck, severing his other leg at the knee. A third bolt followed, rendering his last arm useless. It seemed that this was the end for him. Unable to maintain altitude, Bondewald fell into the sea. Feeling the ocean's embrace sapping his strength, he slowly closed his eyes, resigned to await his fate. In his current state, he felt that living was worse than death. Just as Bondewald was consumed by such thoughts, a shark glimmering with a metallic sheen swam beside him. From the shark's belly, two metallic tendrils emerged, ensnaring his immobile body and propelling him swiftly through the water. Chapter 22. Extracting the demon fruit, despite the opposing pirates having utterly surrendered, the yacht remained steadfast in executing Wang Han's orders, sinking the pirate ships. Amidst the fiery explosions, the remaining 3 pirate vessels offered no resistance as they were shattered into pieces by the relentless barrage of cannon fire, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the sea, with only a few individuals managing to escape. With a splash, four mechanical sharks approached the side of the yacht, their mechanical tendrils gently placing Bondewald and a handful of severed heads upon the deck, alongside numerous crates. Well done. Now go and play. Bring back some crabs. Wang Han addressed the mechanical shark, lightly tapping the deck of the yacht. The yacht, understanding his intent, resumed its journey while several mechanical sharks scattered in different directions. I'm most curious about your Momo fruit abilities. Allow me to discern the foundation of your devil fruit power, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he placed his hand on Bondewald's head, who appeared resigned to his fate. 2 hours later, the dog-headed warship under Vice Admiral Karp entered the vicinity. Vice Admiral Karp, Brigadier General Muir, we have detected numerous fragments of ships and corpses ahead, reported an observer. Even from several nautical miles away, the lookout spotted remnants of vessels and bodies floating on the surface, an overwhelming sight that was impossible to overlook. Upon hearing the call, Karp and Muir ceased their conversation. Muir promptly retrieved his binoculars to scrutinize the water surface. Vice Admiral Karp, there may be pirates nearby, possibly from the Grand Line. For safety's sake, we should navigate around this area, Muir suggested after lowering his binoculars. Though reluctant to take a detour, Karp, being gravely injured, prioritized safety in the prevailing maritime situation. I believe those shipwrecks are indeed the work of the pirates from the Grand Line, Karp interjected with a grin, gesturing towards the waters nearby, seemingly unfazed by his current predicament. Upon hearing this, Muir swiftly raised the binoculars to inspect the area Karp indicated. He beheld a half-submerged corpse floating on the surface, adorned with a skeletal design featuring 3 long horns. It's the Stegosaurus pirates. Who could have defeated them? Muir pondered aloud. The headquarters had already informed them of the Stegosaurus pirates' arrival in the East Sea. They were the Supernova Pirate Crew of the Year, led by Captain Mog, a user of the Stegosaurus fruit, with a bounty of 230 million. How could such a formidable individual have perished in the East Sea? Muir, have you forgotten? Not long ago, a powerful bounty hunter visited this area before us, claiming to have obtained traces of some pirates. Karp remarked with a chuckle, noticing Muir's bewilderment. That explains it, Muir replied, realization dawning upon him. The Stegosaurus pirates must have encountered Wang Han. But it is not just the Stegosaurus pirates. I see the sails of Bondywald's ship, Carp exclaimed joyfully. At this, Muir quickly lifted his binoculars for another look. Indeed, in the distance, a sail floated upon the waves, the emblem of a pirate flag faintly discernible. On the yacht that night, Wang Han and Kuina indulged in massive crabs, their shells nearly the size of a basin, feasting heartily on the rich crab roe. Not far from the yacht, a great fire blazed upon the sea, illuminating the surrounding darkness. In the sky, a fearsome mechanical dragon with 3 heads wreaked havoc, spewing torrents of fire that evaporated vast expanses of seawater and ignited the vessels upon surface. Amidst the raging flames, a colossal 9-tailed fox leapt gracefully, evading the fiery projectiles raining down from above. In the fox's keen gaze, a palpable sense of urgency and fury was evident. Katerina Dupont, a notorious pirate of the seas and a wielder of the mythical 9-tailed fruit, was renowned as the most ruthless female pirate in history. Yet at this moment, she found herself helplessly pursued by the mechanical fire dragon, leaping in vain. Though she possessed fleeting aerial maneuvers, they paled in comparison to the dragon's might. Ascending into the sky would only hasten her demise. Furthermore, she dared not engage the dragon in aerial combat, not only due to the lethal threat posed by its flames, but also the fearsome steel fangs that lined its jaws. The enchanting abilities of a 9-tailed fox were utterly ineffective against such a cold, metallic beast, and while her attacks could shatter considerable portions of its steel frame, the dragon would swiftly restore itself. Transforming into another being was futile, as in this inferno, she was the sole survivor. Brother Wang Han, do you think the 9-tailed fox is as beautiful as the legends say? After finishing her crab, Guina wiped her mouth and curiously inquired, her gaze drifting towards the distant, blazing ocean. It should be, though the earthy-toned 9-tailed fox might lack in aesthetic appeal, Wang Han replied with a smile. At that moment, a signal surged into the mind of the mechanical, 3-headed dragon. In the next instant, it ceased its fiery assault, its mechanical form tumbling down onto the pirate ship, transforming into a colossal 20-meter-tall robotic entity with wings. Grasping an enormous steel sword, it charged toward the 9-tailed fox. Master, it called out respectfully to Wang Han, as it hovered at the edge of the yacht, gently placing the unconscious Katerina Dupont upon the deck. It then awaited Wang Han's further command, suggesting, "Find yourself a spot on the ship." Wang Han addressed the 3-headed dragon, gesturing with his hand. The deck of the yacht began to undulate, bringing the unconscious Katerina Dupont to Wang Han's side. "Guina, I have a gift for you." With a smile, Wang Han addressed Guina, raising his hand above the unconscious Katerina Dupont. In a moment, a fiery yellow devil fruit coalesced in Wang Han's palm, and as the fruit formed, Katerina's life force completely dissipated. "Is this a devil fruit?" Guina gazed in astonishment at the fruit in Wang Han's hand. Having drifted upon the sea for several months, she had acquired considerable knowledge about devil fruits. However, she had never heard of anyone being able to extract the energy from another's body and reconstitute it into a devil fruit. Indeed, this is the 9-tailed fox fruit. But wait, the fiery hue of the fox is rather unappealing. "Allow me to make a modification," Wang Han remarked with a smile. Subsequently, he extended a finger from his other hand, and a hollow, slender needle emerged from the fingertip, which he pierced into the devil fruit. In the next moment, amidst Guina's even greater astonishment, the crimson fruit gradually transformed into a pristine white. "Here's a gift for you. I made an alteration. It is now a white 9-tailed fox." After changing the color of the devil fruit, Wang Han smiled and handed it to Guina. After hesitating for a moment upon receiving the snow-white devil fruit, Guina resolutely returned it to Wang Han, stating, "Brother Wang, I would rather be a pure swordsman, without relying on the power of a devil fruit." You misunderstand, Guina." Hearing this, Wang Han chuckled and shook his head, pushing the devil fruit back to her. "I did not offer you this devil fruit for consumption. I certainly do not wish for you to enhance your strength with such trash. I present it to you as a pet. When we reach the next town, you could buy a small fox to consume it, and then you will have a white 9-tailed fox as your companion." Chapter 23. The bounty hunter Wang Han's name, Vice Admiral Carp. We have discovered fragments of a pirate ship once more. On board the Doghead warship, the lookout shouted to Carp, who was enjoying the fresh air on the deck. The reason for the once more was that this marked the 6th time they had encountered remnants of a pirate ship within a week. What began with tension had now become routine. Even Yellow Ape, who had initially felt anxious upon discovering the pirate fragments, had started to grow indifferent. "Ha ha! Let me see which unfortunate soul it is. Steer the warship closer." Upon hearing this, Carp erupted into laughter, rising to his feet and moving toward the ship's edge. After another week of recovery, he was now able to move independently, and his healing had progressed remarkably. Of course, he was still far from ready for battle, as Wang Han's attack had severely damaged his cells and internal organs. It's the pirates of Radhem. Another great pirate has fallen. Ha ha ha. I truly hope more great pirates come our way. Inform Sengoku of this good news. Upon seeing certain markings on the wreckage of the pirate ship, Carp laughed heartily. This Radhem has a bounty exceeding 800 million. Vice Admiral Carp, this warship belongs to Admiral Akiji. At that moment, the lookout excitedly shouted from the deck. Admiral Akiji has arrived. Splendid news. Admiral Akiji has come. Upon hearing the lookout's exclamation, a thunderous cheer erupted from the warship. Although they had not engaged in battle with the notorious pirates, they remained acutely aware of their mission and did not forget their precarious situation. With Admiral Akiji's timely arrival, a collective sigh of relief was palpable among them. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku put down the Den Den Mushi, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then promptly dialed the Den Den Mushi again. The bounty hunter known as Wang Han undoubtedly possessed the combat prowess of an admiral and with a heart for justice. He must be brought into the Navy. Let us proceed. This hunt concludes here, and we shall claim our bounty. There is indeed a considerable sum awaiting us, ensuring we shall not want for funds in the near future. On the yacht, after dispatching another pirate crew and claiming several bounties, Wang Han smiled at Kuna and declared, "This hunt is at an end." The yacht began to turn, heading towards the nearest Navy base. In the town of Gabu in the East Blue, as the Navy personnel spotted the yacht approaching, word of Wang Han's arrival swiftly reached the ears of the station major. Upon Wang Han and Kuina's arrival at the naval base, they were greeted with the highest honors the Navy could offer. Welcome. Nearly 200 sailors stood in formation outside the base's gates, bowing in unison to express their respect for Wang Han and Kuina. Simultaneously, 20 sailors discharged their firearms into the sky, celebrating the arrival of the two. A middle-aged naval officer, impeccably dressed in his uniform and donning the cloak of Navy justice, approached Wang Han and Kuina. After saluting each of them, he spoke loudly, "Greetings, Mr. Wang Han and Miss Kuina. I am Major Mocha, stationed here in Gabu. On behalf of the entire naval base, I extend a warm welcome to you both. Your relentless efforts at sea to ensure the safety of the populace have not gone unnoticed. We have prepared tea and refreshments for you. Please follow me." Major Mocha, you are far too gracious. We are merely bounty hunters, eliminating pirates for the sake of the bounty, and do not deserve such grand accolades. Wang Han replied with a smile, following Mocha's lead alongside Kuna. "Nay, Mr. Wang Han, you are deserving. Not everyone is willing to take on the mantle of a bounty hunter," Mocha replied with a smile. "For each pirate you vanquish, you indirectly save countless lives. Your contributions to the stability of the seas are irrefutable. You are indeed a hero. That is a fact beyond dispute." As he spoke, Mocha's gaze inadvertently fell upon the large bundle Wang Han carried, now stained crimson with blood. One could only wonder how many pirate heads lay within that package. "The title of hero is not easily earned. I am but a powerful ordinary man," Wang Han humbly asserted. Wang Han shook his head and engaged in a leisurely conversation with Mocha as they entered the naval base, making their way into Mocha's office. The idle chatter was momentarily set aside. It was time to attend to business. Upon entering the office, Wang Han promptly interrupted Mocha's pleasantries with a smile, placing the large cloth bag on the floor. "Please hold on for a moment," Mocha responded with a smile, immediately pouring a cup of tea for Wang Han. Concurrently, two naval officers, who had been waiting outside, rushed into the office, clutching two thick volumes. They unwrapped the package, revealing the heads within, and swiftly began to consult their illustrated guide, meticulously flipping through the pages while recording their findings. Before long, the two naval officers completed their comparisons and saluted Mocha, reporting, "Sir, the heads have been confirmed. They belong to the notorious Stegosaurus Moj, with a bounty of 230 million, the Bomb Balaka, with a bounty of 200 million, the Momo Fruit User, the World Destroyer Bondi Ward, with a bounty of 500 million, and so forth. The total bounty amounts to 375 billion. Upon hearing the soldier's report, Mocha could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Although he was aware that Wang Han had brought in some significant catches and had mentally prepared himself for this news, he was still taken aback by the report of his subordinates. These heads belonged to formidable pirates, many of whom had bounties exceeding 100 million, with a few lesser-known crew members still valued in the tens of millions. Gazing at Wang Han, who remained composed while sipping his tea, Mocha's respect for him deepened. He was a man far more powerful than the rumors suggested. Mocha couldn't help but feel relieved that Wang Han was a bounty hunter rather than a pirate. Otherwise, one could only imagine the calamities he would unleash upon the seas. Mr. Wang Han, Mocha said with a smile. Might I request that you remain at the base for a few more days? We lack sufficient reserve funds and need to apply to headquarters. Of course, your accommodations and expenses, as well as those of Miss Guina, will be covered by our base. Then I shall trouble you. Major Mocha, Wang Han replied with a smile, as we would like to take some time to relax. Not at all, not at all. Mocha quickly waved his hand, saying if you have any needs while in town, please do not hesitate to let us know. Meanwhile, a piece of news that sent shivers down the spines of pirates and thrilled the Navy began to spread across the seas. Following the shocking revelation of Carp's defeat and near-fatal injury at the hands of an unknown assailant, this mysterious figure was finally unmasked, a newly emerged bounty hunter named Wang Han from the East Sea. Astonishingly, this individual not only bested Carp, but also nearly eradicated all pirates who had ventured into the East Sea seeking to kill Carp within a month. This included the infamous world destroyer Bondi Ward, with a bounty of 500 million, and the famed pirates Catalina and Daipong, with bounties reaching 400 million. In total, the bounties of the slain pirates exceeded an astounding 3 billion. It was initially believed that the influx of such notorious pirates aiming to assassinate the gravely injured Carp would further tarnish the reputation of the Navy and the world government. Unbeknownst to many, a remarkable twist lay hidden within the events. The individual who injured Carp was, astonishingly, a bounty hunter. Rather than diminishing the reputation of the Navy and the world government, this incident resulted in the demise of numerous notorious pirates, thereby enhancing their standing. Upon receiving this news, several formidable pirates contemplating entry into the East Sea abandoned their plans, while certain factions recalled their assassins destined for that region. Some even speculated that Wang Han possessed the strength to challenge a Yonko pirate crew that had just seized dominion over the New World. Nevertheless, the prevailing sentiment remained that the solitary Wang Han would struggle against any Yonko crew, and indeed, he still had a considerable distance to cover. In this era, 9 years remain until the onset of the narrative, and the value of pirate bounties has yet to escalate. Consequently, the pirate factions within the East Sea fell into a state of silence, all eager to avoid the formidable bounty hunter Wang Han. In an instant, Wang Han emerged as a figure of great intrigue upon the vast seas. Chapter 24. The pitiful inhabitants of an era's sister. In the bustling streets of Gabu Town, a filthy, ragged little girl, having just exited a pastry shop, dashed towards Guna, her eyes brimming with pleading. Is there something you need, little one? Are you unable to find your parents? Upon witnessing the 4 or 5-year-old girl gazing at her imploringly, Guena smiled and crouched down to inquire. Sister, could you spare me some money? I'm so hungry. The girl beseeched, biting her lip as she extended her grimy little hand. Just then, a soft growl emanated from her stomach, voicing its protest. I just bought this cake, please have it. Observing the child's plight, Guena promptly opened her bag and presented a box of cake to the girl. Sister, The child gazed at the beautifully decorated cake, hesitating as she swallowed hard. Go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, I have more, Guena encouraged with a smile. No, sister. To Guena's surprise, the girl shook her head resolutely, imploring, Sister, I don't want to eat cake. I wish to have something else. Could you give me some money to buy something different? With that, the girl reluctantly pushed the cake back towards Guena. Yet, the longing and reluctance in her eyes betrayed her true desire. Guena recognized that the child genuinely yearned for the cake. Perhaps the cake is too costly for her. What a good-hearted child, Guena mused, smiling as she withdrew 1,000 berries from her wallet and placed it into the girl's hand. She then returned the cake to the child's grasp, beaming, You can keep the cake. I have plenty. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Upon receiving the money, the little girl hugged the cake and repeatedly bowed in gratitude to Guena before turning and dashing toward the alley by the street. Brother Wang, she is so unfortunate, Guena remarked with a hint of sorrow, observing the filthy silhouette of the girl as she ran away. Indeed, they are pitiable. Va-m'en-de-plead. His gaze fixed on the alley the girl had entered. Have you noticed? He inquired. Notice what? Guena looked at him in confusion. Observe the expressions of the surrounding residents and passers-by, Wang Han said with a smile. At his words, Guena immediately scrutinized the people around her. Their gazes revealed either indifference or pity, while some residents in the distance pointed and whispered amongst themselves, their words lost to her ears. Brother Wang, why are they all so indifferent? Why do they not help that little girl? Guena asked, puzzled. Indifferent? Perhaps they do not wish to expend effort in vain. You will soon understand, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. Sometimes, kindness can be exploited as a tool. Kindness can be exploited as a tool, Guena echoed, contemplating the implications of Wang Han's statement. Just then, another little girl of about 5 or 6 approached Guena, looking up at her with pleading eyes and extending her dirty little hand. Sister, could you spare me some money for food? I am hungry. Her stomach growled audibly, mirroring her plight. Unable to bear the sight of the grimy child, Guina turned her head slightly, casting her gaze towards Wang Han. Having been alerted by him, she recognized that these children were in distress. Though she was unsure of the specifics, she trusted that Wang Han would provide her with answers. They are merely unfortunate children. If you wish to give, then do so. We have enough to spare, but it would be best to offer them some money, Wang Han said, smiling and not hindering her intentions. All right, Guina nodded and opened her bag, placing a box of pastries into the child's hands. Just as the girl was about to speak, Guina reached into her wallet and handed her 1,000 belly. Thank you, sister. Thank you. The girl bowed twice in gratitude before running off into a nearby alley. Sister. Sister. At that moment, 3 or 4 more children rushed towards Guina, surrounding her and extending their filthy little hands, pleading for assistance. Sister, please. Give us some money to buy food. We are so hungry. The sight of these dirty children, echoing the same words as the previous 2, tugged at her heartstrings. Each child was disheveled, their clothes tattered, and their stomachs growling in unison. Brother Wang, Guina looked to him once more. You may decide for yourself. Wang Han simply smiled in response. Upon hearing this, Guina nodded and distributed all the pastries she had just purchased among the children, giving each one 1,000 berries. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. The children, upon receiving the money, politely bowed to Guina before scurrying off into the alley. Brother Wang, what on earth is happening? After the children had departed, Guina gazed into the alley where they had vanished and inquired of Wang Han, her tone laced with sorrow and a hint of anger. She had begun to surmise certain truths but dared not voice them. The allure of money is a formidable force, capable of leading those with frail minds and dubious intentions down the path of crime. Wang Han, upon hearing her, shook his head with a sorrowful expression. Such is the age we live in. These children have no choice but to exist in this tragic manner. Brother Wang, I still do not quite understand, Guina replied, shaking her head. Alas, Wang Han sighed and said, in this age of grand voyages, there are far too many malevolent individuals. Those who undertake the adventures of a true explorer while bearing the title of a pirate are exceedingly rare. Most who venture out to sea transform into genuine pirates, engaging in pillage and destruction, as witnessed on that fateful night. These children are unfortunate. Countless souls have perished at sea. Their parents represent but a minuscule fraction of the lost. Orphaned, they become pitiable creatures of their time, forced to endure suffering and exploitation, destined to perish in obscurity within some dark corner. Brother Wang, are you suggesting that these children are being manipulated? Guina asked. Indeed, Wang Han affirmed with a nod. Why do they not flee? Wouldn't he escaping grant them freedom? Guina inquired further. Not everyone possesses the strength to overcome adults as you do, Guina. Wang Han replied with a smile. They are merely ordinary children. For those who are vulnerable and lack the means to sustain themselves, fleeing would only hasten their demise. Despite their enslavement by wicked individuals, at least they are still alive. Is there truly no one to take them in? Guina asked, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope, yearning for Wang Han's affirmative response, a hope for the world as compassion. Certainly, there are those at sea with a conscience, Wang Han responded, then shook his head, pausing before continuing. However, in this tumultuous ocean, how many possess the ability to offer them refuge? The number of orphans in this era is staggeringly high. Among this vast sea of forsaken children, those who are manipulated are considered fortunate. After a moment of contemplation, Guina declared, Brother Wang, I wish to help these children. Will you assist them? Have you made your decision? Wang Han asked, his gaze serious as he regarded Guina. I have made my decision, Guina affirmed, nodding resolutely as she met Wang Han's eyes. No matter the circumstances of this age, I will not abandon these children. They ought not to be the wretched souls of this era. Now that a decision has been made, pursue your desires without hesitation, whatever you wish to accomplish. I shall ever stand by your side. Observing Guina's resolute gaze, Wang Han smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Wang Han. Upon hearing this, Guina beamed with joy and deeply bowed to Wang Han. On behalf of the forsaken children of the sea, I express my gratitude to you. Those children are still awaiting your kindness. Wang Han replied with a smile. Indeed. Guina nodded earnestly, seizing her sword and rushing into a nearby alley. Chapter 25. One answer is sufficient. Cake humph. In the alley, a burly man with a scarred face rummaged through the arms of the children, unearthing the concealed cake and smashing it onto the ground, trampling it viciously. He scolded the children before him. You are nothing but beggars. Do you think you deserve to eat this cake? How can you ask for money after indulging in such treats? If you do not starve, How can anyone find it in their hearts to be generous to you? Witnessing the cake being pulverized beneath the man's feet, the children lowered their heads in shame. Enduring the man's tirade, their eyes brimmed with tears, yet they fought valiantly to prevent them from spilling. They understood that weeping would merely invite more venomous insults and brutal beatings. Such a bunch of oblivious little brats. If it weren't for our pity, you would have perished long ago, sneered a nearby onlooker, a rotund fellow. You should have simply obeyed our commands instead of hiding the cake. No dinner for any of you tonight. To be beggars, you must accept the reality of your plight. Next time you dare to conceal something, beware that I shall break your legs. With that, the rotund man spat disdainfully onto the shattered remnants of the cake. They're not beggars. Just then, a loud call echoed at the alley's entrance as Gwen, clutching her sword, dashed into the alley. Little girl, it would be wise not to meddle, or we shall show you no mercy, the scarred man warned, his eyes widening at the sight of Gwen. The rotund man beside him chuckled coldly, brandishing a dagger. Feel free to try your luck. Outside the alley, Wang Han entered, leaning against the wall with crossed arms. I wondered how a little girl dared to interfere. It seems she has someone backing her. The scarred man sneered at Wang Han, cracking his knuckles menacingly. Being a good Samaritan comes with its own costs. Release them, Gwen commanded, drawing her Edmund alloy sword and assuming a combat stance. So you're a practitioner of swordsmanship, the scarred man mocked, stepping closer to Gwen. In his eyes, the petite girl, despite wielding a weapon, posed little threat. Miss, best you leave. Do not involve yourself with us. As the two factions appeared poised for conflict, a small girl, her head bowed, suddenly cried out, "We are willingly following them. If we do not, we will starve." Did you hear that? These children have chosen to accompany us. The scar-faced man halted, a triumphant expression gracing his features. Miss, you should leave. We are all here of our own volition, echoed the voices of the other children, tinged with a hint of tears. Upon hearing their words, Gwen found herself momentarily at a loss. Children, I intend to establish an orphanage in this town, offering not only food and shelter, but also cake and the opportunity for education. Observing Gwen's bewilderment, Wang Han spoke with a gentle smile. If you no longer wish to be beggars, then shout it out loud. Once you do, the doors of the orphanage will open for you. You will no longer be mere tools for others to profit from. We. The children hesitated, their eyes instinctively darting towards the scar-faced man. You worthless wretches, without us, you would have perished long ago. He is deceiving you. The scar-faced man, noticing their uncertainty, bellowed angrily. With a menacing glare directed at Wang Han and Gwen, he gritted his teeth. Since you two desire a fight, do not blame us. With that, he charged at Wang Han and Gwen, followed closely by the rotund man beside him. I no longer wish to be a beggar. I want to eat cake and sleep in a warm bed, the initial little girl suddenly cried out, tears streaming down her face. You insolent child. Such thoughts are beyond one of your station. The scar-faced man halted abruptly, turning to unleash a punch at the girl. Stop, Gwen shouted, drawing her Edelman alloy knife and rushing towards him in an attempt to prevent the blow. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and she was too late. The other children, witnessing the scene, closed their eyes, trembling in fear. Bang! In the next instant, a gunshot reverberated through the alley, and a severed arm soared high into the air. The scar-faced man clutched his arm, howling in agony. At the mouth of the alley, Wang Han, who had previously leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, now raised one hand, which had transformed into a Barrett rifle, its barrel still emitting faint wisps of smoke. Gunfire! Run! Outside the alley, the once vibrant crowd of pedestrians scattered, fleeing away from the commotion, while those near the shops hurried inside for safety. Gun! The rotund man behind the scar-faced figure trembled, retreating step by step, finally realizing they had encountered formidable opponents. With such unhesitating gunfire, it was clear they might meet their demise here. Gwen let out a sigh of relief. As they approached the children, a resonant voice inquired, Tell me, do you still wish to be beggars? If not, then proclaim it loudly. We do not wish to. They chorused. We no longer desire to be beggars. I wish to have my fill of food, to indulge in cake, and to rest upon a warm bed. Their lamentations echoed, and soon the children were weeping. Well done, Gwen exclaimed with a joyful smile. She then fixed a fierce gaze upon the wailing scar-faced man and the rotund figure, stating, Did you hear that? They no longer wish to be beggars. They long for sufficient meals and a cozy bed. I heard, the scar-faced man replied, grimacing in pain as he hastily nodded. These little ones are yours. Feel free to take them. Umph, Gwen scoffed, then turned to the children with a gentle smile. Come, children, let us depart. The scar-faced man clenched his teeth in resentment as he watched her retreating figure. Wait, Gwen. At that moment, Wang Han approached, pointing at the scar-faced man's head. What are the other children? Cold sweat trickled down the scar man's forehead. What are the other children? Guena also realized the implication and inquired immediately. The children present were merely 4 or 5 years old, indicating there must be older ones. There are no other children. They are all here. The scar-faced man stammered in panic. Is that so? Then I shall offer you an opportunity, Wang Han sneered. Only one response is necessary. Who shall it be? What? The scar-faced man was taken aback. I know. I will tell you. Before he could react, the quivering rotund figure beside him suddenly knelt and cried out. I shall reveal. The scar-faced man shouted. In the next instant, the scar-faced man's head was shattered into fragments. Your companion was swifter than your words. Wang Han let out a cold chuckle, turning his gaze towards the plump figure kneeling before him. The other children were scattered across different streets, begging for alms. This particular street was bustling, filled predominantly with younger children. Upon encountering Wang Han's icy stare, the plump man trembled and quickly spoke up. Chapter 26. Robotic police quickly. There's a violent incident occurring in the alley. It's the Navy. How splendid. The Navy has arrived. Voices of anxiety and relief echoed from the townsfolk outside the alley. Lower your weapons and raise your hands. In no time, a dozen sailors rushed into the alley, their guns aimed at everyone within, commanding loudly, Mr. Wang and Miss Guena are inside. Lower your weapons. Lower your weapons. At that moment, upon recognizing the individuals in the alley, the leading Navy chief urgently instructed his soldiers. After the soldiers complied and lowered their arms, the chief wiped the sweat from his brow. This was a legendary figure who had dispatched numerous notorious pirates. An important guest they had welcomed at the base just that morning. A careless shot could lead to dire consequences. The children visibly tensed at the sight of the incoming Navy, instinctively huddling closer together. Conversely, the kneeling plump man sighed in relief. The Navy had arrived precisely as needed. Casting a glance at the sailors at the alley's entrance, Wang Han smiled and waved at Chief Chow. Mr. Wang, Miss Guena, I apologize for our tardiness, Chief Chow said, rushing to Wang Han and bowing respectfully. It's not too late. Your arrival is perfectly timed, Wang Han replied with a smile, then pointed at the kneeling plump man and stated, this fellow is a trafficker, exploiting these children for begging. I leave him in your capable hands. Please ensure the children are taken to the Navy base for care, and also, kindly retrieve the body of the deceased. I will speak with Major Mocha shortly. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, the plump man nodded, immediately bowing in agreement. He then waved his hand, commanding, take the perpetrator and the body away, and ensure the children are well cared for at the base. Following his orders, several sailors swiftly advanced, hoisting the plump man, carrying the body, and escorting the children out of the alley. Additionally, some traffickers were still lurking in the town, potentially provoking disturbances. Observing the chief's orders, Wang Han continued, Sir, we may need to prepare for further assistance. Shall we dispatch troops to aid you? Chief Chow inquired eagerly. That would be prudent. Otherwise, it may incite undue panic among the populace. I appreciate your cooperation, Wang Han nodded. Chief Chow promptly arranged for a soldier to return and report, requesting reinforcements. While he remained with Wang Han, poised and ready to assist at a moment's notice. I will require your assistance shortly, Wang Han added. Wang Han chuckled as he rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, under the astonished gazes of Guena and the Navy sergeant. His left hand transformed into a metallic hue, for which swarms of mechanical reconnaissance insects, with red eyes, detached and swiftly soared in all directions. Wang Han leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. Guena and the sergeant, perceiving the situation, recognized it as Wang Han's devil fruit ability and chose not to disturb him, instead opting to wait in silence. Hurry up. After approximately 20 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from the alley outside, as Major Mocha personally arrived with over 100 naval soldiers in tow. Wang Han opened his eyes and gazed at Mocha, who had rushed into the alley first. Mr. Wang Han, how may we assist you? Please give your orders, Mocha said respectfully as he entered the alley. It is quite simple. Calm the populace, apprehend the criminals, and bring the children back to your naval base, Wang Han replied with a smile. After saying this, and amidst the puzzled gazes of others, he tapped the wall of the alley. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, a humanoid protrusion began to emerge from the wall he had touched. These protrusions gleamed with a metallic sheen, and one by one, robots detached themselves from the wall. With their blue bodies, composed of steel and circuits, each robot was armed with an automatic rifle or sniper rifle, akin to the robotic police from Chappie. Once they separated from the wall, they immediately formed ranks in the alley, resembling soldiers in a regiment, a total of 20 in number. Just follow them. They know where the criminals are, Wang Han said cheerfully to the astonished Mocha. All right, Mocha stammered, quickly summoning the soldiers outside to issue commands. Subsequently, under the curious gazes of the townsfolk, each of the 20 robots, accompanied by 5 naval soldiers, dispersed throughout the town. Instantly, the residents became intrigued, particularly by the sight of the armed robots in motion. Many were aware that a significant figure had arrived in town that morning, as the Navy had lined up at the base entrance to salute him with gunfire. Consequently, numerous individuals speculated that this commotion was likely connected to the esteemed guest's arrival. Bang, bang, rat-a-tat-tat. However, just as the townspeople began to speculate, strange gunfire erupted sporadically from multiple locations within the town. Curiosity quickly turned to fear, and they hastily sought refuge in their homes. In the woods, far from the town, stood several dilapidated wooden cabins. Inside one of these cabins, 4 burly men were feasting on roasted chicken and drinking fine wine, while in a corner, more than 10 disabled children, aged 8 to 10, lay on the ground, chained like wild dogs, fighting over the food in a bowl. Bang, 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 Several gunshots rang out suddenly from outside the cabin, followed by the sound of anguished screams. Oh no, it's the voices of Lao Chi and Lao Ba. Upon hearing the cries outside, the bearded man's expression changed dramatically. Could it be the other gang members? How dare they? The man with the mustache exclaimed in disbelief. Quick, grab your weapons. Inside the room, 4 individuals grasped their long knives or firearms, cautiously crouching behind doors or by the windows, attentively listening to the sounds from outside, while surreptitiously glancing at every movement occurring beyond their walls. Unbeknownst to the burly men within, 2 dark insects were silently observing their every action from opposite corners of the ceiling. Outside, 2 mechanical policemen, guns drawn, rounded the corner of a neighboring wooden cabin, their weapons now aimed at the shelter where the men concealed themselves. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The mechanical officers, having just turned the corner, unleashed a barrage of shots at the walls and door of the cabin. After a series of gunshots, anguished cries pierced the air from within. The 2 mechanical policemen swiftly advanced towards the house. What on earth? Inside, a bearded man, leaning against the wall by the door, fell to the ground. His gaze filled with disbelief as he witnessed his comrades, also sprawled on the floor, howling in agony. Their limbs had been shattered by bullets, precisely severed even through walls. With a resounding crash, the front door was forcefully smashed open from the outside, and the 2 mechanical policemen stormed into the room, guns at the ready. Chapter 27. The Marines' regret? What is this? The bearded man gazed in astonishment at the 2 mechanical policemen, marveling at the sight of these autonomous iron figures. 8 Marines followed closely behind, weapons drawn, bursting into the room. Outrage, upon witnessing the sight of disabled children, chained and reduced to scavenging on the floor like animals. The Marines were consumed by fury. Ignoring the fact that the 4 men had already been incapacitated, they raised their rifle butts and struck down upon the men, eliciting even more harrowing screams from them. It was unfathomable that such a grotesque atrocity could transpire right under their noses in the town of Gawu. The disabled children stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them, paralyzed with confusion, until, after a long pause, someone finally shed tears, quietly weeping. In contrast to the younger children, these had endured enslavement and violence for far too long. It's over, the bearded man gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the blows from the Marines, his eyes brimming with despair. He was acutely aware of the heinous acts he had committed and understood the dire consequences that awaited them should their deeds be exposed. The enraged mob would tear him limb from limb, making him experience the suffering he had inflicted upon others. In the next moment, the bearded man coughed up a chunk of flesh, blood streaming from his mouth. The furious Marines paid no heed, continuing their relentless assault on the men's bodies. Nearby, the 2 robot policemen refrained from intervening, as they had not been instructed to do so by their commander. Chow, come quickly. However, at that moment, a chilling sound echoed from outside, a voice belonging to the Navy inspecting other houses. Brother Wang, why don't we go ourselves? I wish to lend a hand to those unfortunate children. I want to contribute in any way I can, Guina said, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Han from the dining area. It would be best not to go. The robots will handle the situation adeptly, and I trust the Navy will ensure the safety of the children. They are steadfast believers in justice. Once we finish our meal, you will see the rescued children at the Navy base, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. Indeed, Miss Guina, you must have faith in our Navy. Those children will surely be safe. Mocha quickly concurred with Wang Han's words. Just then, a Navy officer hurriedly entered the dining area and whispered a few words in Mocha's ear. as he listened to the report from his subordinate. Mocha's expression turned to one of fury, his fists clenching tightly, turning pale. Guena's gaze shifted, revealing her concern. Mocha, go ahead. We will return to the Navy base on our own shortly, Wang Han said sternly, as if he were aware of the unfolding situation. Very well, Mr. Wang Han. Miss Guena, I must excuse myself, Mocha replied, nodding and apologizing before hastily departing with the reporting officer. Brother Wang, is everything truly all right? Guena asked, her worried gaze directed at Wang Han after Mocha's departure. Rest assured, no matter what occurs, I will be here. Let's eat first. After our meal, we will head back to the Navy base, Wang Han said, offering a gentle smile to Guena. Seeing his smile, Guena felt a wave of reassurance, though her mind remained preoccupied as she ate. Meanwhile, Mocha and the reporting soldier sprinted through numerous blocks at an astonishing speed, eventually arriving at the outskirts where a few wooden cabins stood. Outside one of the cabins, 2 Navy personnel stood guard, guns in hand. Their faces were etched with anger, bearing the marks of slaps, their bodies trembling as tears streamed down their cheeks. See, Commander. Upon Mocha's arrival, the 2 sailors immediately saluted, though their hands trembled, and their voices were choked with emotion. They wished to open the door for Mocha, but hesitated to touch the handle of the locked door. Mocha, however, was not in the mood to return their salute. He forcefully opened the wooden door and rushed inside. Upon entering the cabin, his hurried steps felt as though they were laden with lead. After just 2 steps, he collapsed to his knees, his eyes fixed in shock on the scene before him. The walls of the cabin were adorned with instruments of torture and medical apparatus. In the center of the room stood a blood-stained, long table, upon which the limp, bloodied arm of a disabled boy hung, incessantly dripping crimson droplets. This was an interrogation chamber, specifically designed for the punishment of orphans. Alongside the table, more than a dozen Navy personnel knelt on the floor, their eyes red-rimmed, their cheeks flushed, and tears streaming down their faces. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Mocha! You are truly despicable. In the next moment, Mocha relentlessly struck his own cheeks, cursing himself in a furious outburst. He was aware of the plight of these orphans and understood the dire circumstances of the sea. The Navy could not possibly sustain such a multitude of children. Yet, he never anticipated that such a horrifying event would unfold right before his eyes. He had grossly underestimated the ruthlessness of these criminals. The sailors in the basement observed Mocha, none daring to intervene in his self-destructive behavior, for they had each engaged in similar acts of self-harm before. They were stationed here, and every time they left the base, they witnessed these orphans, much like the townsfolk, becoming desensitized and numb to the suffering around them. However, now, each one of them was tormented by their conscience. Chapter 28. Medical Technology, Biological Capsule. Brother Wang Han, I cannot eat. Let us return. In the restaurant, Guena put down her knife and fork, her expression devoid of appetite. As she looked up at Wang Han, concern etched in her features. She understood that Wang Han's insistence on shielding her from contributing was rooted in a desire to protect her from witnessing something horrific. Ironically, this only heightened her anxiety. Sigh. Very well. Observing Guena's pleading gaze filled with worry, Wang Han sighed and nodded, summoning the waiter to settle the bill. Guena, this era of grand voyages is indeed brutal. In the shadows where sunlight cannot reach, countless such tragedies unfold. Exiting the restaurant, Wang Han gazed up at the sun, feeling the warmth of its rays, and closed his eyes, declaring, "Yet, the sunlight remains warm. Love does not vanish, just as the Navy steadfastly upholds their sense of justice, which too shall endure. Therefore, while we fortify our hearts like rock, we must not relinquish hope." In response, Guena nodded earnestly. "Let's return to the naval base," Wang Han said. At the entrance of the naval base, a crowd of 500 to 600 had gathered, with more people approaching from a distance, their baskets and bags brimming with various foods, fruits, clothing, and bedding. They were aware that something monumental had transpired today, something of great significance. Gunfire had echoed intermittently throughout the town and its outskirts, and after the shots rang out, they witnessed orphan children being escorted into the naval base, saw disabled youths being carried in, and witnessed the battered and broken criminals being dragged into the facility by the Navy. Batch after batch, they were aware that the criminals who had exploited the orphans had been apprehended by the Navy, and that today, those orphans had finally been rescued. In the past, they felt powerless to assist these children. Their intentions were noble, yet they knew such efforts were futile. However, today they all yearned to contribute in whatever way they could. Mr. Wang, Miss Guena. As Wang Han maneuvered through the bustling crowd with Guena, they arrived at the entrance of the naval base. The soldiers stationed at the gate promptly saluted Wang Han and opened the small door of the base. "Commander, please accept these items. They are our humble offering to the children." "Commander, you must order the acceptance of these gifts." Upon witnessing the salute from the naval soldiers and Wang Han's intention to enter the base, the surrounding crowd erupted in fervent shouts. "I appreciate your kindness, but this matter must be decided by Mocha." Wang Han responded apologetically to the crowd before leading Guina into the naval base. Within the confines of the base, a group of dismembered criminals was gathered in the playground, exposed to the harsh sunlight. Dozens of naval soldiers, armed and resolute, surrounded them, their expressions filled with righteous fury. The fists of the soldiers were clenched tightly, turning pale with suppressed rage. Had it not been for their strict military discipline, they might have surged forward to deliver justice upon these wretched criminals. In one corner of the playground, 12 robotic police officers stood in a neat row under the sun, replenishing their energy through solar panels. As they passed through the square under the guidance of a sergeant, Guina refrained from inquiring about anything. Her sole concern at that moment was the well-being of the orphans. Wang Han said nothing, merely leading Guina into the base's structure. Within the dining hall of the base, medical personnel tended to the children who had already washed up, applying ointments to their wounds. The freshly bathed children, clad in oversized military uniforms, were engaged in a frenzied scramble for food at the tables. Observing this chaotic scene, numerous naval soldiers were striving to maintain order, their eyes glistening with tears as they gently urged the children to refrain from fighting and to eat at a slower pace. Meanwhile, the chefs in the kitchen toiled relentlessly, each gritting their teeth and shedding tears, determined to prepare meals suitable for the children. "Mr. Wang Han, Miss Guina, the children we have rescued. All of them are here, a total of 83, a sergeant who had accompanied Wang Han remarked in a somber tone. "All of them are still intact." Guina paused, looking up at the sergeant in surprise. "Please lead us to see the other children," Wang Han requested. "Certainly, follow me. The other children are in the infirmary," the sergeant replied, guiding Wang Han through the dining hall. After traversing a narrow corridor, they finally halted before a door. At the entrance of the infirmary, 2 female medics were crouched on the floor, weeping while clutching trays. Upon seeing the sergeant approach, they immediately stood at attention, albeit still sobbing, tears streaming down their faces. "Sigh." The sergeant let out a breath, refraining from reprimanding the weeping medics as he pushed the door open, ushering Wang Han inside. Upon entering the infirmary, the sight that met Guina's eyes rendered her momentarily speechless, tears bursting forth uncontrollably. Inside, the rescued disabled children were undergoing treatment, which was more akin to cleansing their wounds and administering anti-inflammatory care. Over 30 children were present. Some had lost their legs, others their arms. Some had swollen heads, while others exhibited shrunken limbs, resembling abnormal development, having lost the appearance of normalcy. The perpetrators had indeed wrought unimaginable suffering upon them. As the doctors wiped away their own tears, they diligently attended to the children's injuries. "With my presence, I will ensure they all return to normalcy," Wang Han reassured Guina, gently patting her head. "Can they truly be restored?" Guina asked, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as she gazed at Wang Han. "I am not only proficient in taking lives, I am equally adept at saving them," Wang Han replied, his hand resting on Guina's head. "Rest assured, whether they are disabled or otherwise, I will see to it that they regain their normalcy." Guina nodded earnestly, unwavering in her trust of Wang Han, who had never deceived her or let her down. The doctors in the infirmary turned their gazes towards Wang Han, aware of his prominence, yet harboring skepticism towards his words, perceiving them merely as a means to comfort the young girl. However, upon hearing Wang Han's declaration, the children's previously vacant eyes began to glimmer with a hint of hope. Biological pod. However, in the next moment, after Wang Han comforted Guina, he gently tapped his right foot on the ground. To the astonishment of all present, the cement floor began to rise, revealing a sci-fi therapeutic biochamber before their eyes. Within the glass enclosure, a greenish-yellow liquid was injected. "Bring that child to me, for I shall administer the treatment," Wang Han instructed the sergeant, pointing to a child with disabilities in both legs. The moment the child was indicated, a spark of hope ignited in his previously dull eyes, and before the sergeant could lift him, he eagerly tumbled off the hospital bed. The doctors attempted to intervene, but were overcome with compassion. "Mr. Wang, what should we do?" The sergeant hurriedly approached the child who had fallen, gently lifting him into Wang Han's presence. "Quickly, place an oxygen tube on him, and once his clothes are removed, place him inside," Wang Han directed, personally fitting the oxygen tube onto the child. As the child with the broken legs was placed into the bio-treatment chamber and the door sealed, All eyes were fixated on the transparent compartment filled with liquid. A mechanical arm emerged, and its syringe punctured the child's skin. Within mere seconds, the child fell into a deep slumber. Following this, several mechanical arms extended from the bottom of the chamber, commencing the treatment on the child's severed limbs. To the astonishment of all, the severed leg was excised, and as if by 3D printing, the missing foot began to regenerate under the relentless movements of the mechanical arms. Bones and flesh materializing continuously. "They can truly be healed," one doctor exclaimed, unable to hold back tears of joy for the plight of these unfortunate children. The brightness in the children's eyes grew ever more luminous, eventually brimming with hope. "The treatment will take approximately 2 hours. The method for the amputated children is the same," Wang Han informed the sergeant. Thank you, Mr. Wang," the sergeant responded, snapping back to reality, standing tall and saluting Wang Han with a heartfelt gesture. His voice choked with emotion. "The subsequent treatment is entrusted to you. The therapeutic fluids and materials inside are sufficient to treat the remaining disabled children," Wang Han said with a warm smile. "But what about the others?" Guyina asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. "For there are not only disabled children, but also some with deformities. Take them to another ward. Their conditions vary and will require different machines. The surgeries are intricate, and I will treat them one by one," Wang Han explained. "Very well. I shall prepare the room at once." "Mr. Wang, is there anything else that needs to be arranged?" Sergeant immediately spoke up. Chapter 29, Establishing an Orphanage. On this night, the rescued children finally enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Yet the others at the naval base found it impossible to rest. The playground was filled with soldiers frantically running about, and even the portly chefs joined in the chaos. In her room, Goina fervently wielded her sword, her heart yearning to grow stronger, to become even more formidable. "Major Mocha, I wish to establish an orphanage in Gufu Town, one that can accommodate all the orphans from the surrounding islands." The following morning, Mr. Wang Han brought Gana to find the sleepless Major Mocha. "Mr. Wang Han." "Thank you." Mocha looked at Wang Han, wanting to say more, but ultimately could only express her gratitude. As he mentioned, in this age of great maritime exploration, there's a plethora of helplessness. Each individual faces their own struggles, and even the Navy encounters numerous challenges. Despite the presence of many righteous individuals within the Navy, the number of orphans at sea is staggering, and they too find themselves powerless. "No need for thanks. The orphanage will require your care. The funds can come from the bounties I have collected," Wang Han replied with a smile. He then began the process of establishing the orphanage under Mocha's guidance. At Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, the medical technology for limb regeneration was a topic of great interest. Upon receiving an urgent report from Gufu Town, Sengoku instantly rose from his seat, his face a canvas of shock and delight. The implications of limb regeneration technology were profound, signifying enhanced security for naval soldiers in their battles against pirates, undoubtedly bolstering the Navy's strength considerably, perhaps even surpassing that of a single admiral, exceeding the contributions of two. Even the usually composed Crane displayed a rare excitement, her gaze fixed intently upon Sengoku. After the initial shock and elation subsided, Sengoku promptly picked up the transponder snail and dialed Kizaru. "Hello, this is Borsellino. Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Soon, the transponder snail replicated Kizaru's likeness. "Borsellino, your recent mission has escalated to the highest priority. It is imperative that you regard Wang Han with utmost seriousness and convey our Navy's sincere intentions. He possesses critical medical technology. You must arrive at Gufu Town within 3 days, regardless of the cost, whether it requires a replacement admiral, or even the position of a 4th admiral. You must secure Wang Han's allegiance to our Navy." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru expressed some concern, cautiously replying, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to convince Wang Han to join the Navy. If you fail this mission, be prepared for endless unpaid overtime, Borsellino." Upon hearing this, Sengoku directly issued a threat. In the next moment, the phone bug imitating Kizaru shuddered with fear. "Admiral, can we discuss this matter further?" "You have no option to refuse, Borsellino. This task is imperative." Without allowing Kizaru any chance to negotiate, Sengoku immediately declared, ruthlessly severing Kizaru's last avenue of retreat. After uttering his final words, Sengoku hung up the phone bug. "I will personally make the journey," Crane announced. "I am concerned that Borsellino may not accomplish the task." "Very well. Your presence will indeed provide me with greater assurance," Sengoku replied after a brief moment of contemplation, agreeing with Crane's assessment. The medical technology for regenerating severed limbs is of paramount importance to the Navy. It holds the potential to alter the course of this era of great maritime exploration. perhaps even to bring it to an end. Entrusting this mission to the astute strategist, Crane, is undoubtedly a prudent choice. Crane, what do you believe this individual named Wang Han possesses in terms of devil fruit abilities? Sengoku inquired suddenly. Based on the records, the only ability resembling his is that of the weapon fruit. Crane pondered carefully before responding. However, the possessor of the weapon fruit has already been identified, suggesting that this must be a devil fruit that has never before been documented, or at the very least, one that remains unrecorded. The value of this devil fruit far surpasses that of the surgery fruit, Crane added thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Kizaru, having hung up the phone bug, wore a dismal expression that resembled one who had just consumed a ton of refuse. Observing this, the surrounding Navy soldiers discreetly distanced themselves from Kizaru, all too aware of the Admiral's foul mood. How long until we reach Gaw Town? Kizaru suddenly transformed into a flash of yellow light, appearing sternly behind the navigator. Our report. Admiral. The startled navigator, taken aback by Kizaru's unpleasant demeanor, immediately straightened and reported, "We will arrive at Gaw Town in 5 days." 5 days? Why must it take so long? I don't care what means you employ. You must reach Gaw Town within 3 days. No, within 2 days. Otherwise, I shall have you hung from the flagpole. Kizaru bellowed in anger. Yes, the navigator, now trembling in fear, quickly affirmed. The other Navy personnel, witnessing Kizaru's outburst, cast sympathetic glances toward the navigator and promptly lowered their heads, diligently returning to their tasks. Those with nothing to do hurriedly sought out work to occupy themselves. For a moment, the entire naval vessel was enveloped in a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, under the diligent efforts of Mocha, all the necessary procedures for establishing the orphanage were completed within 2 days. The chosen site was conveniently adjacent to the naval base, allowing the sailors to care for the orphans and shield them from any ill-intentioned individuals. The construction team was promptly assembled, and the worksite soon buzzed with fervor. Upon learning that Gao Town was to establish a large orphanage to shelter all the orphans from the nearby islands, the residents flocked to the site, eager to contribute in any way they could, whether through donations or lending a helping hand. Each person was determined to express their compassion. Merchants banded together to venture out to rescue orphans from distant locales. Furthermore, individuals from other islands arrived to offer assistance or donations. Once numbed by the harshness of reality, they now found hope rekindled as the shadows receded, and love blossomed anew within their hearts. At this moment, the vegetation in Gao Town radiated an extraordinary vibrancy, brimming with life. On the construction site beside the naval base, after a morning of relentless toil, Guena sat wearily atop a few logs. As she gazed upon the emerging framework of the orphanage, a genuine smile of satisfaction graced her face. When sunlight dispels darkness and cold, flowers bloom, revealing their radiant faces. Wang Han gently patted Guena's shoulder and took a seat beside her. Kind-hearted individuals are always delighted to witness the smiles of others, prompting them to reciprocate with their own. Brother Wang, will you take me to dispel more darkness and cold? Guena inquired with anticipation upon seeing Wang Han. As long as you wish, I shall certainly take you. Wang Han affirmed. Chapter 30. Wang Han's perspective on the Navy. This place is indeed bustling. Mocha, remarked Kizaru, observing the lively construction site at dusk. Everyone is eager to contribute to providing a warm shelter for those homeless orphans. We owe a great deal to Mr. Wang Han and Miss Guena. Without them, this orphanage would not have come to fruition. Not even the funds could have been gathered, Mocha promptly stated, expressing his admiration for Wang Han in front of Kizaru. To be able to give for the sake of those orphans is truly an act of kindness. Kizaru nodded in agreement. Mocha, let us go find them now. Admiral Sengoku has entrusted me with an important task. Yes, Mocha replied, leading the way. Mr. Wang Han, Miss Guena, Admiral Kizaru has arrived and hopes to meet with you. Upon locating Wang Han, Mocha quickly approached him, offering a respectful salute before speaking. Kizaru followed closely behind. Greetings, Mr. Wang Han, Miss Guena. I am Borsellino, currently serving as Admiral of the Navy. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Kizaru, uncharacteristically shedding his usual nonchalance, adjusted his suit and extended his hand to Wang Han with a formal smile, embodying the decorum expected of a gentleman. With a hint of surprise, Wang Han smiled back and shook Kizaru's hand. Borsellino, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. You are certainly not as laid back as the rumors suggest. Rather, you appear quite spirited. Their handshake drew the attention of all those present, halting their activities momentarily. One must present the best image when meeting Mr. Wang Han, Kizaru remarked with a smile. Had it not been for Sengoku's threat of mandatory overtime, he would not have altered his usual demeanor. This was a novel experience for him. and he felt somewhat out of place. However, he recognized the significance of the medical technology that Wang Han possessed. Should he falter, not only would Sengoku be furious, but the entire Navy would likely not spare him either. The Admiral's visit surely extends beyond mere introductions. Wang Han said with a smile after their handshake. I prefer a straightforward approach. Admiral Borsellino, please feel free to speak your mind. That is agreeable. I too am not one for unnecessary circumlocution, Kizaru replied with a smile. Then formally inquired, what is your opinion of the Navy? Upon hearing this, Wang Han pondered for a moment before stating, in this age of exploration, the Navy plays an indispensable role in safeguarding the safety of civilians during this epoch. Upon hearing these words, Kizaru subtly furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying implication in Wang Han's statement. Otherwise, why mention the Navy's significance twice? Kizaru couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Mr. Wang Han claims to dislike convoluted speech. Yet your words have left me somewhat perplexed. Since it is now mealtime, why don't we indulge in a meal while we discuss this further? Very well. Wang Han replied with a nod. The dining venue was a private room within the naval base's mess hall. By the time Kizaru and Wang Han arrived, Mocha had already arranged for the meal to be prepared. After Kizaru, Wang Han, and Kana took their seats, Mocha gently excused herself from the room. Mr. Wang Han, what is your perspective on the current era? Kizaru inquired with a smile after they were seated. Based on Wang Han's earlier comments, Kizaru was aware that Wang Han harbored some unfavorable views about the Navy. So he refrained from probing further into that topic and instead asked about Wang Han's thoughts on the Great Pirate Era. The Great Pirate Era, indeed. Wang Han leaned back in his chair, glanced at Kuna, and shook his head, saying, it is an era rife with chaos, where the malevolence within people's hearts is difficult to contain. Driven by insatiable desires, countless individuals venture forth into the sea. This era has stripped many of their possessions. Freedom, life, and wealth are all left unprotected. Pirates roam freely, orphans abound, and some darkness is even laid bare beneath the sunlight. Indeed, Kizaru nodded in agreement. This era has seen far too many suffer at the hands of pirates, especially since the execution of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, which has led an increasing number of people to choose the path of piracy. The human heart is inherently driven by self-interest, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. The same applies to pirates as it does to the Navy. However, compared to pirates, the Navy is bound by a sense of justice, comprised largely of righteous individuals. What, then, is your view of the Navy, Mr. Wang Han? Kizaru asked, sensing that Wang Han still held some favorable sentiments towards the Navy. After a moment's hesitation, he reiterated his earlier question. The Navy. The sea requires a Navy, and this era undeniably calls for one, Wang Han remarked with a smile. It is precisely because of the Navy that the darkness upon the sea has not yet overwhelmed the light. Justice can be upheld, and the people can hold on to hope. Were pirates to run amok unchecked, this world would be on the brink of destruction. What, then, is your opinion regarding the Navy's internal affairs? Kizaru inquired once more, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Han's eyes. He sought to uncover the root of Wang Han's criticisms of the Navy. The words of Wang Han undoubtedly underscore the significance of a Navy. It is evident that his discontent does not lie with the institution itself, but rather with certain internal aspects or structural issues. Only by discerning the specific grievances Wang Han harbors towards the Navy can one effectively articulate an invitation for him to join its ranks. Upon hearing this, Wang Han shook his head and remarked, I am not well versed in the intricacies of the Navy's internal affairs. Thus, I fear I cannot adequately address this matter. As a high-ranking admiral, Mr. Borsellino is undoubtedly more knowledgeable about the Navy's inner workings than I, an outsider. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself before you. He continued, let me share my impressions. It is of no consequence if I err. I sincerely hope that Mr. Wang Han will assist in identifying the shortcomings within the Navy. Please, do not hesitate to voice your criticisms. With that, Wang Han candidly responded. Firstly, the Navy has continuously upheld justice, and within it are many admirable individuals, each with their own sense of righteousness. However, some have seemingly lost sight of the very purpose for which the Navy exists. I'm also aware of the Navy's challenges. As military personnel, the scope for choice is inherently limited in the face of orders. The world cannot be composed of a singular perspective. It is a diverse realm, and each individual harbors their own thoughts. This is an immutable truth, even for those like Sakazuki, who steadfastly cling to their own sense of justice. Therefore, I do not harbor any severe negative opinions regarding the Navy. On the contrary, I hold it in high regard, for the Navy is crucial to maintaining order upon the seas and ensuring peace in this era. It is precisely because the Navy patrols the oceans that the faces of the populace remain adorned with smiles. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan fell silent, contemplating Wang Han's words with great care and analyzing their deeper meaning. Apart from a few who have betrayed justice, even a radical like Sakazuki receives some measure of affirmation from Wang Han, indicating that he does not possess a negative view of the Navy as an institution. Rather, he holds it in esteem. What truly concerns him is the world government. Observing this, Wang Han remained unhurried, savoring the delectable dishes before him. Huang Yuan, ever the admiral, would surely grasp the implications of his words. Chapter 31. An invitation from the Navy. After a lengthy contemplation of 10 minutes, Huang Yuan finally smiled and addressed Wang Han. The Navy is indeed an indispensable presence upon the seas. I wonder, Mr. Wang Han, if you would be interested in joining the Navy to collectively navigate this era of piracy and bring justice to those afflicted by the scourge of pirates. At these words, Guina looked up at Wang Han with eager anticipation. Having witnessed the malevolence of pirates and the suffering they inflict upon the world as populace, her kind-hearted nature yearned to join the Navy and uphold justice, striving to transform the world and deliver justice to many. Noticing Guina's gaze, Wang Han chuckled softly and shook his head. I am accustomed to my freedom, and upholding justice does not necessitate joining the Navy. As long as one remains steadfast in their commitment to justice, it can be upheld. Mr. Wang Han, please consider it further. Upon hearing this, Kizaru felt a sudden tightening in his chest and quickly added, moreover, joining the Navy and leveraging its strength will allow for a more effective maintenance of justice. These two aspects are mutually reinforcing. Mr. Borsellino, joining the Navy is no trifling matter. I must contemplate this further and will provide you with a response at a later time. Wang Han interjected with a smile. Let's discuss another matter. Please, go ahead, Kizaru replied, his mind in deep contemplation. He was aware that Mr. Borsellino's visit was of official nature, and if his instincts were correct, it was likely concerning medical equipment. Wang Han continued with a smile. As for the Navy, I am more than willing to extend my support. After all, a strengthened Navy is undoubtedly beneficial for the people of this era, and I shall not be stingy with my resources. The treatment machine in this base is yours to take, Mr. Borsellino. It is my gift to the Navy. Should you require additional medical apparatus, do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you, Mr. Wang Han, for your generous support, Kizaru said with a smile, standing up seriously, adjusting his posture to salute Wang Han. Here is the operating manual for the treatment device, along with a list of materials for the treatment solution. Wang Han chuckled as he placed his hand upon the table. In a flash of electric light, a metallic manual materialized before him and was pushed towards Huang Yuan. As for the method of crafting such a device, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge that information. Please convey the message that any attempts to replicate it would be futile, for the machine is equipped with stringent technological safeguards. Wang Han did not wish for the Navy to become overly powerful in an instant. Transformation requires time, and so does the evolution of people's mindsets. Moreover, the Navy is still under the command of the world government. Indeed, upon hearing this, Kizaru nodded solemnly, accepting the manual that Wang Han had pushed towards him. The meal was nearly cold. In this era, many people still suffer from hunger due to pirates, and wastefulness is not a commendable habit. Wang Han remarked with a smile as he picked up his chopsticks once more. Indeed, Kizaru responded with a smile. One significant objective of this visit had already been accomplished, allowing him to fulfill his obligations. As for inviting Wang Han to join the Navy, it seemed that opportunity would have to wait for another time. Only by breaking down Wang Han's mental barriers could they hope to persuade him to enlist. Nevertheless, after hearing Wang Han's affirming remarks about the Navy, Kizaru felt a certain fondness for him. He understood that the higher-ups would not abandon their efforts to win Wang Han over. This was not only due to Wang Han's ideology and formidable strength, but also because he possessed advanced and crucial technology. Brother Wang, why did you refuse? Upon returning to their quarters, Kuina inquired curiously. After listening to the conversation between Wang Han and Kizaru, she genuinely hoped to join the Navy. In response, Wang Han smiled and said, I hold a positive view of the Navy, even if there are some extreme thinkers within it. That does not alter my overall perception of the organization. However, the Navy is merely an agency under the world government. After some time, I will take you to the Sabiti archipelago. If you still wish to join the Navy then, I will support your decision. Okay, Kuina nodded in agreement, refraining from further questioning. This was the essence of the matter, Marshal Sengoku. Meanwhile, Kizaru was reporting the details of his meeting with Wang Han to Sengoku via a transponder snail from the dormitory at the base. You have performed admirably, Kizaru. He is a person of thought and vision, capable of seeing through this age of great navigation. Winning him over is no simple task. Securing medical equipment and his promise has already achieved our minimum objective, Sengoku's voice resonated through the transponder snail. Moving forward, Tsuru will continue to engage with him. You simply need to maintain a good rapport. Understood, Kizaru replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, his tone turning playful once more. Marshal Sengoku, since the task has been completed, might I request a brief respite? Unacceptable, Sengoku replied without hesitation. You must expedite the return of the medical equipment. Everyone is still awaiting this machine. Yes, Kizaru's expression fell at once. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. During this period, the orphanage had been established and had welcomed nearly 500 orphans. With the assistance of the Navy, the orphanage staff has been fully assembled, and the institution is now on the right track. Furthermore, the bounty of 375 billion acquired by Wang Han from hunting pirates has been allocated, with Wang Han generously leaving 500 million for the orphanage. In addition, he has provided the orphanage with 30 robotic law enforcers as both guardians and overseers. However, he refrained from donating medical equipment, as it would attract undue attention and potentially invite calamity. The combat capabilities of these robotic enforcers are indeed limited. Once the orphanage was established, Wang Han discreetly departed from Gao Town with Guina. Chapter 32. I only require 2 alive. A month later, could such a place truly exist upon the sea? At the entrance to Reverse Mountain, standing beside the yacht and gazing at the tumultuous currents flowing toward the summit, Guina could hardly conceal her astonishment, despite having heard Wang Han speak of it before. Water flowing upward defies all understanding and contradicts the laws of physics. The topography here is indeed extraordinary, a rarity even in the cosmos, Wang Han remarked with a smile. Are there not other such places? Guina inquired curiously. There are many peculiar islands along the Grand Line, Wang Han replied with a grin. As they spoke, the yacht had already entered the ascending current of Reverse Mountain, surging toward the peak. Meanwhile, at the exit of Reverse Mountain, the twin lighthouses, over 30 pirates struggled to swim to the shore of the island. Finding a navigator like you has brought us nothing but misfortune, exclaimed a middle-aged man, wielding twin swords, as he tossed the battered navigator onto the ground and spat contemptuously. Captain, I warned you that Reverse Mountain wrecks many ships each year. We should have sought a more reliable navigator, a burly man beside him lamented, rubbing his head in frustration. Now our pirate ship is destroyed, and a third of our crew has been swept away by the current. It's a stroke of luck that any of us are still alive. Please, do I not know that, Ruff? The disgruntled swordsman replied. Finding a navigator is no simple task, especially one of merit. Had it not been for their sole navigator, the one on the ground would have been dealt with already for wrecking our ship. Captain, with our vessel lost, what shall we do next? Ruff asked the swordsman. With the ship destroyed and supplies depleted, and only an unattended lighthouse on this small island, the situation is dire. What could be done? We can only wait and see if some unfortunate ship passes by. Upon hearing this, the dual-bladed man promptly seated himself upon the ground, casting his gaze toward the exit of the tumultuous sea currents. The 30-odd robust figures likewise directed their attention to the egress of the chaotic waters, hopeful that a vessel would traverse through in the coming days. As for succumbing to despair, that was far from their fate. Each of them, having managed to swim to this point after their pirate ship met its demise, was well versed in the art of swimming. The meager provisions and fresh water they possessed would suffice for survival. Captain, a ship is approaching. At that moment, an exuberant pirate exclaimed. Yet, it was unnecessary for him to shout, for all had already perceived it, a splendid white vessel, resplendent in its design. Quickly, everyone hide. Rafu, you disguise yourself as a castaway to lure the ship closer, the dual-bladed man commanded urgently. He, along with the other pirates, hastily scurried behind the lighthouse to conceal themselves. Hey! Once the captain and his comrades were safely hidden, a lanky man named Rafu began to wave his arms vigorously, calling out loudly to the distant white ship that was cascading down the turbulent waters. Brother Wang, there is someone calling for help over by the lighthouse. Just then, having steadied the yacht that had surged through the rapid currents, Guina, peering through her binoculars, spotted a figure waving frantically in the distance and promptly informed Wang Han. That individual is a pirate. He is Rafu, the vice-captain of the dual-blade pirate crew, a user of the animal-type monkey devil fruit, with a bounty of 14 million berries. Other members of their crew, including their captain, Dual Blade, who has a bounty of 26 million berries, are also concealed behind the lighthouse. We must go. Upon hearing this, Wang Han smiled at Guina and replied. As Wang Han's words fell, the yacht swiftly made its way towards the lighthouse. How Navi! Beneath the lighthouse, observing the approaching yacht, Luffy's lips curled into a slight smile. In a sea rampant with pirates, it was astonishing that anyone could be so easily deceived. As the yacht docked, Luffy's disdainful grin widened upon seeing the two individuals disembark, a young boy and a little girl. My ship has been wrecked, so I have taken your vessel, and your lives shall be mine as well, he proclaimed loudly, stepping closer to the yacht. But as his voice trailed off, a sinister expression overtook him, and he charged towards Wang Han and Guina with incredible speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Ha ha ha, this ship is quite impressive, but it now belongs to the Twin Swords pirate crew. From behind the lighthouse, the Twin Swords and their band of pirates emerged, each casting malicious glances towards Wang Han. However, at that moment, the yacht, previously anchored at the shore, suddenly developed numerous cracks. To the astonishment of the Twin Swords pirates, the yacht transformed into a towering 15-meter-tall robot. Under the tracking gaze of its electronic eyes, Luffy, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, appeared to move in slow motion as a 20mm machine gun on his body swiftly aimed and fired. The rapid gunfire echoed along the sandy beach for a fleeting second. Luffy, charging at Wang Han and Guina, had no chance to evade. He was torn in two by the barrage of 20mm bullets, blood staining the surrounding yellow sand. Subsequently, various armored sections of the yacht opened, revealing 6 anti-aircraft machine guns and 2 multi-barreled anti-aircraft cannons, all aimed directly at the Twin Swords crew, who had just emerged from behind the lighthouse. From a chest of the yacht, an 88mm cannon extended forward. The smug expressions on the faces of the Twin Swords pirates instantly froze. Gazing at the colossal metallic figure and its weapons trained upon them, they involuntarily swallowed hard. And one by one, their knees buckled, surrendering their weapons and raising their hands in defeat. It was clear to all that the firepower of this metallic behemoth could easily reduce them to mere Swiss cheese, and its sheer size was beyond their capacity to confront. Only the Twin Swords remained standing defiantly. "Oh, I did not expect there to be one with such spirit," Wang Han remarked with mild surprise as he observed the steadfast Twin Swords. Following his words, the yacht instinctively aimed all its weaponry at the Twin Swords. "We are sorry. We were wrong. Please, just let us go." In the next moment, the dual sword wielder sank to both knees, bowing his head to the ground, and let out a heart-wrenching wail. This sudden turn of events left even the other members of the dual sword pirates, who were also kneeling, momentarily stunned. Guina could not help but glance at Wang Han. Where had the pride of the dual sword gone? Coughing lightly to ease the tension, Wang Han stated, "I only require 2 alive. You have 5 minutes. Sort it out amongst yourselves." Upon hearing Wang Han's words, the kneeling pirates froze, their eyes shifting warily toward their kneeling companions. Clang! In the next instant, the dual sword wielder was the first to act. His twin blades were swiftly drawn from his back, and he pivoted with remarkable speed, unleashing 2 faint streams of sword energy that cut through the air towards the pirates behind him. In the blink of an eye, 2 heads fell to the ground. Kill! In that very moment, the remaining kneeling pirates erupted in fury, their faces contorted with rage as they seized weapons from the ground and lunged at their nearby companions. Wang Han quietly observed the pirates as they engaged in mutual slaughter. Guina looked at Wang Han with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend why he required 2 lackeys when he could effortlessly create robots to accomplish the tasks at hand. Chapter 33. The value of Reverse Mountain. Behead those with bounties, he commanded calmly. 3 minutes later, gazing at the remaining dual swordsmen and another man armed with a gun on the beach, Wang Han issued his directive. Upon hearing his words, the blood-soaked dual swordsman and the gunman breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly turning to decapitate their bountied companions, washing the heads clean in the sea. They then wrapped the severed heads in clothing stripped from the corpses and respectfully placed them before Wang Han, adopting a groveling demeanor as they awaited further instructions. The bodies, meanwhile, were unceremoniously discarded into the sea to feed the fish. "My lord, a pirate ship is approaching from Reverse Mountain," the gunman ingratiatingly reported to Wang Han. At this, Guina turned her gaze, witnessing a ship approximately 30 meters long emerge from the tumultuous waters of Reverse Mountain. The sails bore the unmistakable insignia of a large skull, leaving no doubt that it was indeed a pirate crew that had just navigated the treacherous passage of Reverse Mountain. Wang Han did not glance back. He merely waved his hand. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, the sand on the beach suddenly rose, gradually forming the shape of a cannon. It was a 155mm artillery piece. Bang! In the next moment, the cannon sculpted from the mud and sand gleamed with a metallic sheen. A tremendous roar echoed across the beach. Whoosh! A shell laden with 10 kilograms of TNT soared toward the distant pirate ship. Boom! Mere seconds later, under the astonished eyes of the dual sword wielder and the gunman, a violent explosion erupted aboard the pirate vessel, the terrifying blast radius devouring a significant portion of the ship, as if a sea monster had taken a colossal bite out of it. What on earth is happening? Could it be the Navy? The captain of the Iron Arm pirates, shaken from the shock of the explosion, gazed at the half-sunk pirate ship, witnessing the wails of the remaining crew, his expression turning to one of terror. The surviving pirates, trembling with fear, hastily abandoned their small boats, preparing to escape. Bang! 10 seconds later, another cannon shot resounded on the beach. Boom! In the next instant, the remaining half of the pirate ship, now sinking, was obliterated in another explosion. Observing this scene, the dual-sword wielder and the gunman trembled, their gazes toward Wang Han, now filled with dread. Let's depart. The bounty of 40 million can aid many, Wang Han proclaimed, rising to his feet. He waved his hand, transforming the cannon back into yellow sand. Upon hearing Wang Han's words, the yacht promptly returned to the sea, reconfiguring itself into a luxurious vessel. Lowering its staircase, the dual-sword wielder and the gunman, clutching the bag of heads, followed Wang Han onto the opulent yacht, quaking in their boots. This is the captain of the Iron Arm pirates, Iron Arm himself, on board the yacht. When the dual-sword wielder witnessed 3 mechanical sharks dragging 6 corpses to the edge of the yacht and gently placing them aboard before swimming back beneath the waves, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, realizing that surviving this encounter was indeed sheer luck. Captain Iron Arm was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 40 million in the West Sea. Deckhands, dispose of these corpses promptly, otherwise what use are you aboard? The voice rang out on the yacht. Yes, we will handle it immediately, the dual-sword wielder and the gunman replied, shivering. Stealing au glance at Wang Han, who was basking in the sun on the deck, and Guena, who was practicing with her sword, they hurriedly dragged the bodies to the ship's edge, swiftly severing the heads and tossing the corpses into the sea. After securing the heads, they quickly fetched buckets to wash the deck, not daring to pause for a moment. Brother Wang, I have a question. Observing the two busy on the deck, Guena, having completed her training, approached Wang Han's reclining chair and curiously inquired. Since Reverse Mountain is the indispensable passage for pirates from all seas to enter the Grand Line, why does the Navy not station troops here to eliminate the pirates coming from Reverse Mountain? Upon hearing this, Wang Han contemplated for a moment and said, I believe this is a deliberate strategy by the Navy. Reverse Mountain is indeed a strategic stronghold. Most formidable pirates from the 4 seas often challenge the Grand Line. If the Navy establishes a checkpoint here at Reverse Mountain, they could effectively curb the entry of these powerful pirates into the Grand Line. However, by controlling Reverse Mountain, it may also instill fear in the pirates of the 4 seas, causing them to remain in their waters and wreak havoc upon the innocent populace. Conversely, intentionally allowing these pirates a passage could alleviate the pressure on the 4 seas. Moreover, the Grand Line is vastly different from the 4 seas. Firstly, the Grand Line is not as expansive as the 4 seas. Secondly, it has fixed routes that require navigational pointers to reach the next island. And fierce competition exists among pirates. Allowing the pirates of the 4 seas to enter this distinctive navigational environment of the Grand Line would be advantageous for the Navy, whether in pursuing pirates or facilitating their mutual destruction. Furthermore, the turbulent waves of Reverse Mountain only lead into the Grand Line, making it quite challenging for those who enter to return to the 4 seas, thus alleviating the pressure on the latter. Now I understand. No wonder such a significant location lacks a Navy presence, Guena remarked, enlightened. Brother Wang, since it is impossible to return from Reverse Mountain to the 4 seas, how does one manage to return? Guena inquired once more. Nearby, Shuang Jian and another pirate, who were cleaning the deck, also perked up their ears. There are currently 3 methods to return to the 4 seas, Wang Han replied with a smile. The first method is to traverse the Red Line. There exists a passage beneath the Holy Land Mariejois that leads back to the 4 seas. Pirates should forget about this route, as Mariejois is the seat of the world government. Aside from disguising themselves, no pirate crew dares to sail under their flag through there. The second method is to return for the calm belt. As the name suggests, the calm belt is a sea lane devoid of wind and is also home to colossal sea kings. Navigating through the calm belt is no easy feat. It requires both strength and luck. The third method involves abandoning the ship and crossing over the Red Line, then acquiring another vessel on the other side of the continent. Brother Wang, what is the Red Line like, and why must one cross it? Guena asked curiously once again. The Red Line is a continental belt that encircles the world, dividing the seas into 2 halves, Wang Han explained. The Grand Line lies nestled between 2 calm belts. The Red Line and the calm belts separate the 4 seas, while the Red Line also divides the Grand Line into its fore and aft segments. To venture into other maritime domains, one must employ one of the 3 methods I mentioned. Of course, flying there does not count. Chapter 34. A reunion with Shanks, the appearance of the Yamato brother Wang. Why don't we land on that island for supplies? On the opulent yacht, Guina pointed towards a distant island and inquired of Wang Han. At her words, the two deckhands aboard immediately perked up, as this was their first venture into the Grand Line. The island in question was known as Alex Island. Wang Han smiled and elucidated. In the Grand Line's 7 routes, the first island of each route is referred to as the Island of Origin, a hub where numerous bounty hunters congregate. Their target is often the fledgling pirate crews that have just arrived from the 4 seas. These nascent pirate crews, unfamiliar with the nuances of the Grand Line, are particularly vulnerable to the machinations of bounty hunters. These hunters are not benevolent souls. They venture forth primarily for profit, hunting not only pirates but also preying upon unprotected merchant vessels. They conduct their illicit activities with a veneer of cleanliness, and even if exposed, they merely adopt a different guise. Their methods are unsavory, employing every tactic at their disposal to subdue their foes, rendering resupply on such islands a perilous endeavor. Though I harbor no fear of them, I prefer to avoid unnecessary entanglements. I see, Guina nodded in understanding. The two deckhands, upon hearing Wang Han's explanation, broke into a cold sweat. The bounty hunters were even more despicable than the pirates themselves. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Alex Island had noticed Wang Han's luxurious yacht. Regrettably, the yacht displayed no pirate flag, and it showed no inclination to approach Alex Island, much to the disappointment of the eagerly awaiting bounty hunters. Nonetheless, some individuals, enticed by the yacht's grandeur, discreetly prepared to set sail in hopes of reaping a bountiful harvest. That is, at the dock of Alex Island, a bounty hunter, peering through his telescope, stood frozen in place, trembling and stammering, unable to articulate a complete thought. "Akia, what have you discovered?" his companion asked, urgently tapping his shoulder. It's the Red Force. It's the red-hair pirates." The next moment, a drawn-out gasp of horror erupted from the dock. The red-hair pirates? Upon hearing this exclamation, many along the shore lifted their telescopes. In an instant, those at the dock collectively inhaled sharply, and chaos ensued. The red-haired, known as the Emperor of the Sea, one of the 4 emperors, represented one of the most formidable pirate crews upon the ocean. "Shanks, it seems we've encountered an acquaintance." On the Red Force, Jesus Burgess lowered his telescope and called out to Shanks below. "Oh, an acquaintance? Who is it?" Shanks inquired, curiosity piqued by Jesus Burgess's remark. "It's the ship belonging to that fellow named Wang Han we met in Windmill Town," Jesus Burgess replied with a smile, the luxurious yacht firmly etched into his memory. Meanwhile, he had not forgotten his intention to challenge Wang Han to a shooting contest. It is indeed a rare delight to encounter friends upon the vast ocean. Thus, he commanded the ship to approach. "Jesus Boo, do you not wish to compete with him? Then let us extend a greeting first," Shanks declared with a hearty laugh, instructing his crew. Upon hearing Shanks' command, the Red Force erupted in cheers. The crew was well aware of Jesus Boo's impending duel with Wang Han. In an instant, Jesus Boo, filled with excitement, descended from the lookout and rushed to the ship's cannons. For emperors. On the yacht, 2 deckhands trembled uncontrollably as they beheld the approaching Red Force, collapsing onto the deck in despair. The 4 emperors represented the most fearsome entities upon the seas. Even the West Blue, they were frequently spoken of, their exploits, and the terrifying bounties that could instill fear in the hearts of men. Although they acknowledged Wang Han's prowess, they held little faith in his ability to contend with the 4 emperors. Had they come closer to greet them? In contrast to the paralyzed deckhands, Wang Han observed the Red Force with calm composure. Having been vigilant in monitoring the surrounding waters, he was well aware of the presence of the red-haired pirates nearby. Guina maintained her tranquility as well. Although surprised by Shanks' appearance, she felt no apprehension. After all, their previous encounter in Windmill Town had been devoid of conflict, filled instead with pleasant conversation. Guina believed there was little chance of discord now. Suddenly, a cannonball hurtled from the Red Force, aimed directly at Wang Han's yacht. Boom! The next moment, an explosion erupted 10 meters to the left of the yacht, sending a towering column of water skyward. The 2 deckhands, witnessing the eruption, fainted on the deck. Guina, too, wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why the red-haired pirates had suddenly opened fire. With a whoosh, another cannonball flew in, detonating 10 meters to the right of the yacht. What an unconventional way to say hello. Observing the symmetrical explosions on either side of the yacht, Wang Han's lips twitched. Such precision could only be the work of Jesus Boo. Wang Han recalled that during their time in Windmill Town, Jesus Boo had proposed a shooting contest, which he had declined at the time. "Very well, I shall return the greeting. Since you were so enthusiastic, it would be remiss not to respond warmly." With that, Wang Han clasped his hands together and softly declared, Yamato. With a resounding crash, as he activated the technological template, the sea began to swell dramatically, taking form. Jesus, Boo. It seems he has accepted your challenge. Good luck. As Shanks observed the vast expanse of seawater rising in the distance, lifting the yacht to great heights, he smiled at Jesus Burgess and expressed his curiosity regarding Wang Han's capabilities, particularly considering he was the one who had severely injured Carp. Clearly, he had the power to influence certain maritime circumstances. Burgess, give it your all. You are truly remarkable. Shanks encouraged. You are destined to become the mightiest sharpshooter upon the seas. Upon hearing Shanks' words, the other crew members chimed in, their expressions reflecting eager anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Shanks, I believe it would be prudent for us to remain amicable, Ben Beckman suddenly interjected. The others who had been cheering fell silent, their faces mirroring disbelief as they gazed at the horizon. There, the surface of the sea where Wang Han's yacht had been positioned had transformed, the protruding waters now taking the shape of a colossal iron warship. This vessel, even more formidable than Whitebeard's Moby Dick, was estimated to exceed 250 meters in length. More alarmingly, this terrifying iron behemoth was now oriented towards them, its deck bristling with turrets. The outline of the largest cannon clearly discernible even from a considerable distance. Despite their astonishment, there was no cause for concern. They held unwavering faith in Burgess, and the crew aboard was far from defenseless, not likely to be vanquished so easily. Goena, put in your earplugs, Wang Han instructed, handing her a pair resembling headphones atop the newly formed Yamato-class battleship. Chapter 35. Wang Han's enthusiastic response. It seems Wang Han intends to respond with fervor. Everyone should brace themselves, Shanks remarked, still chuckling heartily, undeterred by the menacing steel vessel on the horizon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, the main cannons of the Iron Giant erupted with flashes of fire, followed by the piercing shrieks of cannonballs soaring through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, 9 tremendous explosions erupted simultaneously around the Red Force, each column of water soaring 30 meters high and reaching 100 meters in height, encircling the Red Force in a 9-petal formation. The splashes cascaded over the Red Force, drenching those on deck and jolting the red-haired pirates back to reality. While they anticipated a formidable barrage from the opposing ship, the sheer magnitude and precision of the cannon fire exceeded their wildest expectations. Jesus Burgess's expression shifted to an unprecedented seriousness. Nevertheless, he was not one to concede defeat. The competition had only just begun. Rapidly loading cannonballs into the artillery, he prepared to take aim. Incoming. Brace for defense. However, before Burgess could finalize the loading, the expressions of the other crew members aboard the Red Force changed dramatically, with some drawing their swords, others clenching their fists, and still others readying their firearms. Preparations were thoroughly underway. In the distance, numerous artillery shells, both large and small, were raining down upon the Red Force, resembling a hailstorm in its ferocity, with over 100 projectiles visibly launched. Astonishing. The intensity of the bombardment left Shanks momentarily stunned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, the deluge of shells descended, all aimed squarely at the Red Force, with not a single projectile straying from its mark. Go! Lockie and the others exchanged glances, disregarding their comical captain, and commenced intercepting the incoming shells. In an instant, a flurry of slashing strikes erupted from the Red Force, cleaving through the dense barrage. Bullets imbued with armament hockey were unleashed from the ship, preemptively detonating the incoming shells. The air before the Red Force was filled with explosions, completely obscuring visibility. My heavens, what manner of warship is that? At the dock of Alex Island, onlookers were awestruck by the relentless firepower of the Yamato battleship. Such terrifying artillery, if unleashed upon the quaint town, would surely reduce it to rubble in no time. The ability to withstand such overwhelming firepower illuminated the might of the red-haired pirates. On the side of the Yamato, facing the Red Force, 6 155mm secondary guns, 2 triple turrets, 4 200mm secondary guns, 2 twin turrets, 10 80mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft guns, and 15 40mm anti-aircraft machine guns were incessantly spewing flames, launching shell after shell. The 2 deckhands, jolted awake by the cacophony, stared in disbelief at the Yamato's relentless bombardment. Blood flowed from their ears, rendering them unable to hear a single sound. Whoosh! A shell pierced through the dense rain of projectiles, striking the Yamato's command tower directly, igniting a massive conflagration. Yet, as the explosive flames and black smoke dissipated, the command tower remained almost unscathed. TCH, on board the Red Force, witnessing the ineffectiveness of their bombardment, Jesus Berg let out a frustrated click of his tongue. The opposing armor was too thick, the firepower too formidable, and the velocity of the shells alarmingly rapid. At that moment, the contest lost its appeal. Although he could enhance the shell's penetration with armament hockey, even at full capacity, he could not hope to sink the colossal steel warship before him. Shanks, if the Navy acquires the manufacturing methods for this battleship, the balance of power upon the seas will undoubtedly be disrupted, Ben Beckman remarked, rubbing his head as he observed the outcome of the cannon fire. Tell Jesus Berg to cease fire. Shanks, now devoid of his usual jovial demeanor, nodded solemnly. This formidable battleship, with its overwhelming firepower, is akin to a demon-slaying decree, essentially a mobile fortress upon the sea. Within the command tower of the Yamato, through satellite imagery, it was observed that Jesus Bu had vacated his gun position, prompting Wang Han to order the cessation of fire from the Yamato. As they gazed upon the approaching USS Red Force, the sight was nothing short of magnificent and fearsome. The crew with crimson hair could not help but express their awe at the imposing Yamato, which, measuring an impressive 265 meters in length, dwarfed the 45-meter-long Red Force, resembling a child standing beside a giant. The main gun's barrel exceeded the height and girth of the Red Force's mast. Upon boarding, the group was left in a state of wonder, as if they had never encountered such grandeur before, continuously examining the ship's facilities. Their astonishment grew, for this colossal vessel was constructed entirely of steel, its deck bristling with artillery, and it was evident that not all of its formidable firepower had been unleashed upon them. Hey, enough of the greetings. Wang Han descended from the command tower with Guina, smiling at Shanks as he boarded the ship. Your warship is truly astonishing. May I inquire who designed it? Upon seeing Wang Han, Shanks responded with a grin, showing no embarrassment over their earlier exchange of fire. It's merely a product of my abilities. There's nothing remarkable about it. Wang Han chuckled. Yet here you are, fully aware that I am a bounty hunter, flaunting a bounty of $2.5 billion, the value of which will not rise for another decade, right before me. Aren't you afraid I might be tempted to claim it? Shanks, unperturbed by Wang Han's words, laughed heartily. I can sense that you are not the type to be swayed by such a bounty. Indeed. Wang Han agreed with a smile. Let us retreat to the cabin for a while. It's nearly mealtime, though you'll have to provide the ingredients. My ship is stocked only for 4. No problem, Shanks replied cheerfully. Lockie Liu, Jesus Burgess, go back to the ship and fetch the supplies. We shall prepare a feast. As they walked, Shanks inquired, what are your plans for the future? I can't imagine you'll remain a bounty hunter indefinitely. That's true, Wang Han nodded. But who can predict what the future holds? Shanks pressed further. What is your view on the current seas? Your question echoes that of Kizaru. Wang Han responded with a smile. My answer remains unchanged. The seas are tumultuous and dark. And what do you intend to do next? Shanks asked. Wang Han, unlike the burgeoning pirates, had a purpose for venturing into the Grand Line. Guina possesses a kind heart, and this world is shrouded in darkness. Many are aware of my worth, so I must demonstrate my strength to them, he replied with a grin. Demonstrate strength. Shanks pondered deeply. Wang Han's sudden entrance into the Grand Line indeed signified grand ambitions. Though the nature of his goals remained uncertain, certainly not trivial ones. It seems my journey back to the New World must be postponed, Shanks mused internally. Wang Han's formidable power suggested that his endeavors would be anything but minor. A significant event was surely on the horizon. Chapter 36. Hide and seek Shanks. I do not require your escort. Your presence would deprive me of my bounty. Wang Han firmly declined Shanks' invitation to sail together. I had almost forgotten you're a bounty hunter, Shanks responded, scratching the back of his head in a playful manner. Let's part ways here. Observing Shanks' carefree demeanor, Wang Han shook his head. I shall await you in the New World. I trust you will venture there eventually. Shanks chuckled as he and his crew from the red-haired pirates leaped down from the battleship, returning to the Red Force. Brother Wang, it is truly difficult to perceive Shanks as one of the 4 emperors ruling over the New World. I see not an ounce of ferocity in him, Guina remarked to Wang Han, gazing at the Red Force as it gradually distanced itself from the battleship. His status as an emperor is merely a reflection of his formidable strength, not his malevolence. However, it is indeed rare to find a pirate with a heart of justice. Wang Han replied with a smile. A pirate with a sense of justice? Is there such a thing? Guina inquired, puzzled. Justice indeed. Wang Han laughed, gesturing to his chest with a thumb. Justice resides here. Gina nudda sulamli, upsharbing bang, Hans justura. Let us set sail. Wang Han declared. With that, a thought crossed Wang Han's mind, and the battleship, anchored upon the sea, began to move slowly. The colossal vessel loomed over the waters like a small mountain, its surface bristling with numerous cannons and gun barrels. Brother Wang, are we not changing ships? Goena asked. Her curiosity piqued as she felt the immense ship begin to navigate. Given its overwhelming size and their crew of merely 4. No need for that, Wang Han replied with a smile. The forthcoming voyage promises to be tumultuous, and sailing with just 2 would be rather tedious. Brother Wang, shall we seek out companions? Goena inquired, her face lighting up with excitement. Indeed, Wang Han nodded. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku received the latest report. The most formidable bounty hunter, Wang Han, has entered the Grand Line and appeared on Alexis Island. He has had an encounter with the red-haired pirates, but it seems they reached a truce, and later, Shanks boarded Wang Han's ship. Hours later, both the red-haired pirates and Wang Han departed separately. A hurried colonel knocked on the admiral's office door to report to Sengoku. To think he has entered the Grand Line so swiftly and made contact with Shanks. Do we have information regarding the nature of their interaction? Sengoku's brow furrowed upon hearing the report. Both Shanks and Wang Han are subjects of immense interest to the Navy and the world government. One being an emperor of the New World, and the other possessing formidable strength and crucial technology. Their encounter is a matter of great concern. Apologies, Admiral, the colonel replied, shaking his head. Their interaction occurred at sea. Neither has set foot on Alexis Island. Immediately inform Vice Admiral Tsaru that Wang Han has entered the Grand Line, and instruct her to pursue him and establish contact as swiftly as possible. Sengoku commanded after a moment of contemplation. Admiral, there is another matter I must report to you. Upon hearing this, the general did not immediately exit but continued to speak, simultaneously presenting 5 photographs, which he respectfully placed upon the desk before Sengoku. These images were captured by individuals on Alex Island. Sengoku's gaze shifted to the photographs. The first depicted a massive surge of seawater, with the silhouette of a warship emerging. In the distance, the shadow of another vessel could be faintly discerned. The second photograph showcased an enormous battleship, its metallic sheen glistening, positioned laterally against the distant ship's shadow, brimming with an array of artillery. Notably 9 colossal cannons of immense size. The previously indistinct shadow in the distance became clearer, and Sengoku recognized it as the Red Fourth. The third image illustrated the Iron Leviathan unleashing its firepower, with the 9 main cannons belching forth long tongues of flame. The fourth photograph captured the warship's numerous cannons in action, a great cloud of smoke billowing from one side, while a terrifying explosion nearly obscured the Red Fourth in the distance. The fifth image depicted the Red Fourth docked alongside the steel battleship, accentuating the latter's enormity. The Red Fourth appeared akin to a modest fishing vessel beside a grand merchant ship. After scrutinizing the photographs, Sengoku turned his attention to the reporting general. Marshal, this vessel is likely the newest ship of the formidable pirate hunter, Wang Han. Its firepower is extraordinarily potent. Witnesses speculate that it could rival 5 large warships, if not more, the general promptly stated upon meeting Sengoku's gaze. Notify Crane to see if we can procure this warship, Sengoku commanded. What manner of devil fruit could it possess? After the general departed, Sengoku could not help but furrow his brow once more. The ability to transform seawater and other substances into a form of machinery undoubtedly belonged to a devil fruit. Yet he had never encountered such a fruit before. Spare no one. Eradicate all of them. Let the inhabitants of this small town serve as sustenance for the great demon. A man, towering at 4 meters, resembling a gaunt demon, cackled maniacally amidst the chaos of the village, directing his pirate subordinates in a frenzied slaughter of the villagers. Within the village, alongside the merciless and bloodthirsty pirates, roamed malevolent specters, continuously assaulting those nearby or feasting upon the fallen bodies, as if consuming something unseen. Perona, your mother and I are playing hide and seek. You must hide here and not make a sound, no matter who enters. Do not come out. We will find you tomorrow, whispered a young couple as they concealed their daughter in a hidden space beneath the bed. Perona, if your mother and I do not return for you, you must remain hidden. Otherwise, you will not be a good child. Do you understand? The girl was placed beneath the bed, and her mother, with pink hair, could not help but shed tears as she tightly embraced her daughter once more. However, she had to suppress her emotions and spoke sternly to the girl. All right, do you understand? Observing her mother's serious demeanor, Perona obediently nodded, tears welling in her large, round eyes. At the tender age of 8, she was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It's enough now. A man who had been watching from the side gently pulled at the child's mother. The mother trembled slightly before placing Perona beneath the bed and securely covering her hiding spot. Chapter 37. The Demon Pirate Crew. Brother Wang, there's a pirate ship over there. In the command tower of the Yamato battleship, Kuna lowered her binoculars and informed Wang Han, indicating a direction. However, the vessel was still quite distant. more than 15 nautical miles away. With only 2 people aboard the battleship, aside from practicing swordsmanship and conversing with Wang Han, Kuina's only source of diversion was to gaze at the sea through her telescope. It was the demon pirate crew, a band of marauders that had been established for about 3 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Han did not even glance in that direction, but stated directly, "The captain of the demon pirate crew, the demon Barrow, is a ghostly being who has consumed the ghost fruit, carrying a bounty of 140 million. His ability allows him to conjure fearsome spirits, which, like demons, can gnaw at the souls of their prey to augment their own power. To bolster his ghostly legion, many villages have fallen victim to the slaughter committed by his crew, marking him as a thoroughly heinous individual. Moreover, these spirits could disregard physical barriers and attacks, directly assaulting the soul itself. Without the use of armament hockey and the possession of sea stone, it was exceedingly difficult to contend with these phantoms. The Navy had dispatched several times, with rear admirals and even vice admirals leading fleets to eradicate this nefarious pirate crew. Alas, they had failed to vanquish the wicked band due to the disruptions caused by the ghosts summoned from the fruit. The notion of spirits ignoring physical barriers and attacking the soul left Kuna astounded, her eyes widening in shock. The words she had intended to convey to Wang Han remained unspoken, her gaze wavering as she looked at him. Although she recognized Wang Han's formidable strength, she was uncertain if he could confront the ghostly demons, and she did not wish for him to take unnecessary risks. "You want me to eliminate this pirate crew?" Noticing the hesitation in Kuina's eyes, Wang Han smiled. "Brother Wang, can you handle the demons?" Kuina inquired, her expression a mix of hope and concern. "They're merely demons conjured through fruit abilities. If I couldn't handle them, I would have perished countless times already. Besides, we are currently at sea, where water is the natural nemesis of those with devil fruit powers. The sea renders them powerless and weak," Wang Han replied with a smile. As Wang Han's words fell, under the expectant gaze of Guna, one of the main gun turrets of the Yamato battleship began to turn, aiming at the evil ghost pirate crew. "Let us eliminate them now," Wang Han said with a smile, donning Guena with noise-canceling headphones. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, 3 resounding cannon shots reverberated across the sea. 3 shells, each weighing 1.5 tons, were propelled at a staggering speed of 780 meters per second towards a target 15 nautical miles away. "Captain, there's a colossal warship approaching from that direction," shouted the lookout on the evil ghost ship, which was situated 15 nautical miles away, to Barrow, the pirate, who was leisurely seated on a barrel, indulging in drink. "A massive warship. Is it the Navy?" Upon hearing the lookout's cry, Barrow rose to his feet, taking the telescope eagerly proffered by his subordinate. Through the lens, he beheld the distant warship, which was already unleashing cannon fire. "It must be engaged with other pirate crews. Perhaps it is not targeting us," Barrow remarked nonchalantly as he lowered the telescope. Nevertheless, he ordered, "Men, turn westward and depart from here," although he assessed that the vessel posed no immediate threat. Recognizing that no cannon could reach 15 nautical miles, Barrow chose to exercise caution. This vigilance stemmed from his notorious past, where survival had been a hard-won experience. However, before his crew could execute his command, 3 colossal shells struck the evil ghost ship with pinpoint accuracy, and in an instant, it was obliterated by a terrifying explosion, sending towering columns of water soaring into the sky. The shells, traveling at over twice the speed of sound, left the crew no time to react. Nor did they even hear the deafening whistle of the projectiles before their ship was reduced to mere fragments. "Damn it, it seems I am destined to perish here." Barrow cursed inwardly as he succumbed to grievous wounds, sinking toward the seafloor. In the depths, he found himself incapable of self-rescue. And given the magnitude of the recent explosion, the likelihood of his crew surviving was exceedingly slim, let alone the prospect of rescue. Just as Barrow resigned himself to his fate, 3 enormous metallic sharks, each measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, swiftly approached through the water. From their underbellies, numerous tentacles emerged, rapidly dispatching the few surviving pirates and seizing the corpses drifting in the sea, including Barrow, who was gradually sinking below the surface. "Brother Wang, has Barrow met his demise?" Guena inquired anxiously from a battleship, having witnessed the destruction of the evil ghost ship through the telescope. "He is not dead yet, but he has been captured. The rest of the evil ghost crew has perished," Wang Han replied. Wang Han replied with a smile, as he gazed upon the village before him, witnessing the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, young and old alike, all fallen in pools of blood. Even infants tragically cast aside. He could not help but notice the tears welling in Guena's eyes. Despite her mental preparation, The harsh realities of this era of great maritime exploration were overwhelming. This village had recently suffered a massacre, most likely at the hands of the notorious demon pirate crew. Wang Han remarked, gently patting Guina on the shoulder. Let's first see if there are any survivors. Indeed, Guina nodded in response, clutching her sword as she dashed into the village. Sighing deeply, Wang Han made his way toward the edge of the village. With his vigilant surveillance of the surrounding seas via satellite, he was fully aware of the devastation inflicted upon this village by the demon pirate crew. He even knew there was still one living soul remaining within. Yet, the darkness of this era was inescapable. Although he possessed the power to intervene, he chose not to, refraining from informing Guina, for this was the reality they faced. Guina needed to grow. Half an hour later, Guina returned to the village entrance, her spirit dejected. She had scoured every house, but alas, not a single survivor could she find. Guina, there's still hope. One child remains alive. Wang Han approached from the direction of the village's edge, cradling a young girl with rosy hair, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, in his arms. At that moment, the child's cheeks were streaked with tears, and she had succumbed to slumber. Brother Wang, is she the sole survivor of the entire village? In response, Guina inquired with a heart full of sorrow. Indeed, she is the only one left. This child had hidden in a dark nook beneath the bed, and by the time I discovered her, she had wept herself to sleep, narrowly escaping a calamity. Wang Han spoke in a low, sorrowful tone. Chapter 38, Perona Joins. The Ghost Fruit. Upon hearing Wang Han mention that only one girl survived in the entire village, Guina's tears flowed once more, and she began to weep softly. Such is the nature of this era. When desire knows no bounds, individuals are capable of unspeakable acts. Observing Guina's tears, Wang Han cradled the sleeping girl and approached her, gently patting Guina's back with one hand. Nevertheless, hope remains firmly in the hands of the living. Guina murmured softly. Brother Wang, let us bury these bodies. After a considerable pause, Guina ceased her sobbing and gazed at Wang Han with reddened eyes. Leave it to me. Wang Han nodded and stomped his foot heavily on the ground. In an instant, cracks appeared in the earth, and steel spiders, each the size of a full-grown water buffalo, emerged from the depths. Their metallic claws swiftly excavated deep pits beside the corpses, dragging each body into the graves and covering them with soil. Within merely 10 minutes, the remains of the slaughtered villagers were entirely interred, leaving the village dotted with mounds of earth, rendering it a veritable graveyard of horrors. Where's this? When Perona awoke, her eyes opened to reveal a steel ceiling. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself enclosed by steel walls. Woo! Moments later, Perona curled up, hugging her legs and weeping on the bed. You are awake. A few minutes later, Guina entered the cabin, carrying a bowl of fish soup, and pushed open the iron door, only to find the purple-haired girl crying within. Noticing that Perona ignored her, Guina paused, then spoke. Those pirates have all been slain by Brother Wang. The pirate captain is imprisoned on the ship. Brother Wang said he would leave the handling of that to you once you awoke. At Guina's words, Perona lifted her tear-streaked face to look at her, and before Guina could continue, she dashed out of the steel room in a frenzy. Wait, Guina exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to block Perona's path while still holding the fish soup. This ship is quite large. Let me show you around. First, drink this bowl of fish soup. Observing the fury in Perona's eyes, Guina hesitated before continuing. Please. Without hesitation, Perona snatched the fish soup from Guina's hands, disregarding its temperature, and brought it to her lips. Be careful, it's hot. It was just cooked, Guina quickly warned, but it was too late. Gulp, gulp. In mere moments, Perona finished the soup without wiping her mouth or caring for the spills on her attire. Her gaze fixed resolutely on Guina. Take me there. Follow me. Upon witnessing the scene, Guina nodded and turned, leading Perona toward the deck of the warship. As they arrived at the command tower, Perona beheld Wang Han standing within, alongside the bound captain of the evil ghost pirates, Vero. In an instant, the calmness that had just settled within Perona was replaced by a tempest of fury. Seizing the blade from Guina's grasp, she charged at the restrained Barrow, shouting, Die! D! Like a madwoman, Perona cried out as she swung the knife frantically at Barrow, whose eyes had grown lifeless. Tears streamed down her round cheeks. Even after reducing her foe to mere fragments, she continued to strike with a numbed determination. Observing Perona's frenzied state, Guina averted her gaze, not out of compassion for Barrow's gruesome fate, but rather because the sight of Perona's anguish was heart-wrenching. Let her vent. Let her fully release her pin-up emotions. Noticing Guina's demeanor, Wang Han placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Guina acknowledged quietly. Moments later. Exhausted and unable to lift her weapon, Perona collapsed onto the blood-soaked ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Barrow had been reduced to mere morsels. "Guena, please take her above deck to rest and comfort her," Wang Han instructed. With that, he struck the steel wall, causing two cleaning robots to emerge and begin erasing the traces of blood from the command room after Guena had taken Perona away. As for the two lackeys, after their ears had been rendered deaf by the ship's main cannon, Wang Han disposed of their heads alongside those of other bounty pirates. They were all wicked souls, and Wang Han would not alter their fates simply because they had once assisted him. That night, within the command room of the sailing battleship, "Please take me in. I can wash clothes, cook, and work. I am willing to do anything as long as I can be by your side." Perona, her emotions having settled slightly, knelt before Wang Han, pressing her forehead to the ground and pleading earnestly. "Wang, let's take her in. She has nowhere else to go," Guena said from the side, her eyes glistening with hope. "Taking you in is not out of the question," Wang Han replied, observing the kneeling Perona. "However, my ship has no need for the weak, especially those who are disobedient, as they would only hinder our progress." With that, he tossed the ghost fruit, extracted from Barrow, before her. This fruit is known as a devil fruit, a paramecia-type ghost fruit. Consuming it will grant you the powers of a demon and the ability to create phantoms. Barrow, who slaughtered your village, was its previous master. The choice to acquire this power now rests in your hands. Upon hearing these words, Perona, who knelt on the ground, could not help but tremble. "I cannot succumb to weakness. I shall no longer allow this power to bring harm." In the next moment, Perona's gaze solidified with determination as she picked up the devil fruit from the ground and bit into it fiercely. The repugnant taste, akin to excrement, nearly made her retch. Yet she gritted her teeth resolutely, refusing to expel it. Instead, she chewed vigorously, swallowing the vile fruit, and then bit down hard on another devil fruit in her hand, desperately consuming the remaining portions. The effects of the devil fruit manifested with the very first bite, rendering the rest unnecessary. Furthermore, the specific abilities of the devil fruit depended entirely on the wielder's development, so there was no need to fear becoming someone like Barrow. Once Perona had finished consuming the devil fruit, Wang Han spoke with a smile. "Now, you are one of us, Perona. Eo Wang Han, a bounty hunter focused on hunting down wanted criminals. The sister behind you is Guena, 3 years your senior, and a swordwoman." Thank you. Perona replied tearfully upon hearing this. "Perona, welcome aboard. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Guena said, helping Perona to her feet with a smile. Perona nodded vigorously in response. Chapter 39. Recruitment. What a magnificent battleship. It must be a naval vessel. I longed to board such a ship. Observing the approaching battleship from the port of Rosea town, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in awe and envy. "Is it a new type of naval ship? I must inform the captain at once." The pirates concealed at the port, upon sighting the distant battleship, quietly vacated the area. No one believed that this colossal iron vessel belonged to any pirate crew. Otherwise, the Navy would have already surrounded and obliterated it. As the battleship anchored 3 nautical miles from the island, a white small boat emerged from its side, speeding swiftly towards Rosea town. Although termed a small boat, it measured nearly 20 meters in length. Reinforcements from a battleship are arriving. Upon seeing the approaching white vessel, the port's residents erupted in excitement, especially when they observed the opulence of the white boat. Some merchants promptly displayed their finest goods. Others, with faces alight with enthusiasm, dashed home to retrieve their weapons, hoping to join this naval ship. Entering the port, Wang Han, observing the eager residents and merchants, smiled at Guena and Perona, saying, "It appears the people of this village are quite hospitable. This docking should yield a fruitful supply process. We might as well recruit some individuals to liven things up a bit." This docking was primarily requested by Guena, aiming to alleviate Perona's sorrow. As the white yacht docked, Wang Han, accompanied by Guena and Perona, disembarked from the vessel. Immediately, a crowd of 20 or 30 individuals gathered around. "Sir, madam, are you in need of crew members? I have previously served as a sailor and participated in battles." One declared, "Sir, I am a chef, and I own a restaurant in a small town. My culinary skills are exceptional, and I have always yearned to sail the seas." Another pleaded, "Sir, madam, hire me. I have worked as a boatman before, and I possess ample strength. I can perform any task." Yet another chimed in. Observing the throng of eager self-recommendations and the visibly uncomfortable expressions of Guena and Perona, Wang Han shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but my ship does not require the presence of those lacking capability." Wang Han was acutely aware that these individuals sought to venture out to sea for the allure of wealth, beauty, and fame. "Sir, what skills are required to board the ship?" At Wang Han's inquiry, An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings, followed by one person who promptly posed a question. All eyes were fixed intently upon Wang Han. Sir, I have previously been a pirate, with a bounty of 1 million on my head, and I have taken lives. I possess the ability to fight. Before Wang Han could respond, a burly man suddenly interjected. The crowd fell silent once more, with those near the muscular figure hastily distancing themselves. Upon learning of his pirate status, Perona's face contorted with indignation, yet she managed to suppress it, directing her gaze instead towards Wang Han. Clang! In Kuina's hand, the Edmund alloy sword was already partially drawn, having witnessed the brutal ferocity of pirates on several occasions. Kuina harbored no fondness for them. Observing Kuina's movement, the burly man's hand stealthily crept towards the long sword at his back, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness. A pirate? How unfortunate for you. We are bounty hunters, specifically tasked with hunting down those with a price on their heads, Wang Han remarked, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism as he regarded the muscular man. I have not been a pirate for 7 or 8 years. My bounty has been revoked. The burly man quickly retorted, his steps gradually retreating. His hand tightened around the long sword behind him. What has been done cannot be undone, even without a bounty. You remain a pirate, Wang Han coldly asserted, observing the man's actions. Scoundrel, the burly man muttered under his breath, having retreated several meters. Before turning to flee into the crowd, he weaved through the throng, skillfully utilizing the bodies around him for cover, clearly a seasoned fighter and escape artist. Witnessing this, Kuina fully drew her Edmund alloy sword, preparing to give chase. Just as Kuina lifted her foot to pursue, a gunshot rang out. Blood erupted from the fleeing pirate's head, and he collapsed to the ground. Wang Han gently blew on his smoking index finger and addressed Guyana, stating that the individual with a bounty of 1 million was beyond her current capabilities. It was imperative to assess the strength of both parties before acting impulsively. The current bounty of 1 million is equivalent to over 5 million later on. The sound of gunfire intensified the situation, especially as Wang Han effortlessly dispatched the man who claimed to be a pirate, once boasting a bounty of 1 million. The surrounding crowd was immediately taken aback. As they gazed at Wang Han, they instinctively took a few steps back, with some already regretting their initial bravado. We are bounty hunters and do not indiscriminately harm ordinary civilians, Wang Han remarked with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the recent act of violence. Upon hearing his words, the crowd visibly relaxed. Although still cautious, the fear in their eyes had diminished significantly. A few even appeared eager to engage, recognizing the potential rewards of bounty hunting, which promised both fortune and renown upon the seas, making the risk worthwhile. Moreover, most of these individuals harbored a disdain for malevolent pirates. Otherwise, they would have long ventured out to sea, and becoming bounty hunters aligned more closely with their values. We indeed require recruits. Wang Han continued as he noticed the dissipating fear and rising enthusiasm among the onlookers. However, we shall not accept worthless incompetence. I am offering you an opportunity. Swordsmen may come forth and join me immediately. Whoever first brings me that head can also accompany me. He added, for those wishing to board, before we return to the ship, anyone capable of swimming over with sufficient provisions for a week and their belongings shall earn their place aboard the warship. Should you lack adequate supplies, I will not accept you. No one shall compete with me. As soon as Wang Han finished speaking, a man declaring himself a chef was the first to take action, shouting as he charged towards the corpse of the fallen pirate, claiming, that head is mine. Following the chef's lead, 5 others armed themselves and rushed towards the pirate's remains. Yet, many appeared hesitant, with some even reconsidering their intentions. After all, it was a daunting task to sever a head from a corpse. A number of individuals quietly departed, yet a greater number chose to stay. 3 men wielding katanas approached Wang Han, introducing themselves as swordsmen and brothers. Guyana, let us see if they can wield their swords, Wang Han suggested, observing the trio. Indeed, Guyana replied promptly, sheathing her alloy sword before adopting a stance befitting a swordsman ready for combat. The alloy blade was exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly severing an opponent's weapon. Thus she opted to engage with the scabbard in hand. Please. Upon witnessing that Guyana had not drawn her sword, one of the 3 swordsmen stepped forth, brandishing a blade still encased in its sheath, adopting a combat stance befitting a swordsman. Chapter 40. The Baroque Pirates, sir. I have severed the head. Shall I proceed to preserve it? The head was ultimately cleaved off by the chef and presented before Wang Han, who was even asked whether he desired it to be pickled. Seeing this, those who wished to join promptly retreated home to prepare, bidding farewell to their families. You shall keep this head and gather your belongings. Then wait for us on the white ship. Wang Han casually remarked, his gaze continuing to observe the swordsmen engaged in a sparring session with Guina. These three individuals were indeed swordsmen, each possessing a strength that surpassed Guina's. They were well aware of Wang Han's intentions, which were to assess their swordsmanship rather than to defeat Guina. Thus, they merely showcased their skills in a friendly duel without hastily overpowering her. That will suffice. Wang Han clapped his hands, signaling the end of the sparring session. You have all qualified. Now go and gather your belongings. He instructed the three swordsmen. Aside from our swords, we have nothing to take with us. Our families perished at the hands of pirates years ago. It is the townsfolk who raised us. Those belongings are better left to the residents of this small town. The three swordsmen exchanged glances and replied in unison. Then come with us, Wang Han declared without hesitation, leading Guina and Perona towards the merchants near the dock. The three swordsmen hurriedly followed suit, willingly taking on the role of laborers to transport the items Wang Han had purchased onto the yacht. Your actions are tantamount to courting death. Do you realize that? Wang Han said, crouching in front of the apple stall in the small town, examining an apple in his hand as he addressed the young man selling apples. A prominent scar ran across the young man's face. Clang, clang, clang. As Wang Han's words fell, the three swordsmen responsible for the labor behind him immediately drew their weapons, aiming them at the young man before Wang Han. With a mere command from Wang Han, they would swiftly dispatch the individual in front of them. Guina also unsheathed her sword, bracing herself for battle. Upon hearing this, the young man chuckled. The earth and ground rapidly dried and cracked, a torrent of yellow sand gushing forth from beneath. I believe I shall test whether the so-called strongest bounty hunter truly lives up to his reputation. As the words escaped the young man's lips, the yellow sand began to coil around the feet of Wang Han and his companions. Simultaneously, dozens of pirates surged from the periphery of the street, encircling the six of them. The onlookers in the street trembled in fear at the sight. Alas, escape was futile, surrounded as they were by fearsome and malevolent pirates. Is it the courage bestowed upon you by the natural elements, or has Whitebeard instilled in you this confidence? In the face of the unfolding chaos and the encroaching yellow sand, Wang Han remained unfazed, calmly stating, I have slain countless notorious pirates. I do not mind adding another sand fruit user to my list. Crocodile, captain of the Baroque works. Wang Han, armed with his electronic memory, had long since committed to memory all information regarding the pirates upon the vast ocean. After speaking, he casually tossed the apple from his hand. I shall take your ship, he declared. As the apple descended in freefall, Clark chuckled. Suddenly, a whirlwind of yellow sand surged toward Wang Han and his companions. Electromagnetic, he uttered softly, observing the encroaching sands. In the next moment, as the apple struck the ground, a surge of blue electricity flickered across the surface, intertwining with the grains of sand. In an instant, the once tumultuous yellow sand appeared to lose its vigor, settling back into tranquility. What? Clark's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the sand relinquishing its control. He attempted to wield his fruit's powers once more, but to no avail. Rather than extinguishing your life, I find myself more intrigued by your past and future. What exactly did the Demon King do to you? Is my speculation true? Wang Han inquired with a smile, rising and turning to walk toward a nearby shop. Cease your arrogance, Desert Blade. Clark, facing Wang Han's back, transformed his left hand into a curved blade of yellow sand and swung it toward him. Brother Wang, Kuina cried out in alarm, rushing forward with her own blade aimed at Clark. It seems Whitebeard's lesson was insufficient. You require further instruction. Wang Han replied without turning, undeterred by Clark's aggression. A resonant hum echoed, akin to the roar of lightning. A barrier of blue electricity sprang up behind Wang Han, severing Clark's sand blade at the wrist. The energy radiating from the lightning even melted the blade, effectively nullifying Clark's devil fruit abilities. In the next heartbeat, the severed sand blade fell to the ground, reduced to a mere hand. Captain, the surrounding members of the Baroque works were momentarily stunned at the sight of Clark's severed hand. Cold sweat trickled down Clark's forehead as he watched Wang Han walk away, clutching his charred stump in agony, yet refraining from further action. Witnessing Wang Han effortlessly thwart Clark's ambush without intent to take his life, Kuna and the three swordsmen quickly sheathed their weapons and hurried to keep pace with him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, reducing Clark's severed hand to ashes. This was true swiftness, leaving no time for reaction. Another barrage of lightning fell from the heavens, striking the surrounding Baroque crewmates of varying sizes, sending them sprawling to the ground, convulsing. I acknowledge your formidable strength, but I shall reclaim my honor. As he gazed at Wang Han's retreating figure, Crocodile clenched his teeth and spoke. If you wish to avoid hell, Depart from this island quietly before I change my mind. I cannot guarantee how long my curiosity will endure." In response, Wang Han merely remarked in an exceedingly calm tone, his steps unwavering, not even glancing back. "One day, I shall surely defeat you. I will avenge the loss of my hand today." With that, they departed. Watching Wang Han's silhouette fade away, Crocodile silently vowed to himself, then called out to his subordinates as he clutched his severed hand and made his way towards the dock. He understood that at this moment, he was utterly no match for Wang Han. The members of the Baroque works, upon receiving their captain's orders, gritted their teeth, and, despite their bodies still aching from the lightning strikes, followed Crocodile closely. They no longer wished to experience the terror of the strongest bounty hunter. Why not kill him? He is a pirate. Are we not bounty hunters? As Crocodile departed, Perona, with her large, round eyes flushed with anger and resentment, questioned Wang Han. Perona's gaze was filled with dissatisfaction and fury. Guena quickly tugged at Perona, though she too was curious as to why Wang Han refrained from ending Crocodile's life. For in the past, Wang Han would never spare a pirate. "I apologize, Brother Wang." Perona composed herself after Guena's gentle pull and offered her apology. "Perona, it is still too early to slay him. He may yet prove useful. In the future, he will undoubtedly vanquish more pirates in the ensuing conflicts. Moreover, I am genuinely intrigued by his past and future, as well as his ultimate fate, though his demise is inevitable." Wang Han replied with a smile. Chapter 41. The Naval Conference. Crocodile departed quietly, without even completing the resupply. It is time for us to return to the ship. After the commotion caused by Crocodile, the purpose of taking Perona for a respite had diminished. Having procured the necessary supplies, Wang Han decisively suggested their return. On the battleship, only 7 individuals had successfully boarded. Numerous others who had swum to the lower side of the vessel found themselves unable to scale the towering 30-meter steel hull. They could only shout at the 7 who had managed to board, hoping that these few would assist them in their ascent. However, the 7 on deck paid no heed to the cries from below, standing on the battleship's deck in awe of the colossal iron vessel, marveling at the array of cannons, and pondering why no one else was aboard besides themselves. As for those beneath the ship, they were willfully ignored. Even the ropes and tools used to aid their ascent had been taken by the 7, severing any remaining glimmers of hope. Wang Han's words were unequivocal. The trials he presented were not merely tests of physical endurance, but also assessments of intellect. Those who failed to board the ship relied solely on brute force to swim across, neglecting to consider how to ascend the grand vessel upon arrival, thereby proving their unworthiness for passage. In their quest to remain aboard, the 7 who succeeded dared not assist those deemed unqualified. In the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku and a cadre of high-ranking officers were convened for their routine discussions. This meeting, in addition to the customary intelligence briefings and strategic deliberations for the Navy's forthcoming operations, focused on the formidable bounty hunter, Wang Han. A rear admiral, at Sengoku's behest, began to read from a report. 5 days prior, the user of the phantom fruit, the notorious pirate Baroque, with a bounty of 140 million, had decimated a village on Haru Island. Following this, he encountered the most powerful bounty hunter, Wang Han, in the adjacent waters, resulting in the annihilation of his entire crew amidst the cannon fire of the grand ship. As the rear admiral conveyed this intelligence, the assembled admirals and vice admirals exhibited no surprise. Wang Han had already demonstrated his prowess by claiming the heads of numerous notorious pirates. Thus, obliterating a crew with a bounty of 140 million was hardly astonishing. 2 days ago, the user of the Sansan fruit, the crocodile, with a bounty of 61 million, ambushed Wang Han while he was resupplying on Rosia Island. Subsequently, Crocodile and his crew fled, grievously injured, with Crocodile sustaining a severed hand. Upon hearing this intelligence, except for Sengoku, all eyes in the office turned towards the rear admiral who had read the report, then back to Admiral Sengoku. Their gaze is a mixture of surprise and confusion. "This information is accurate," Sengoku stated directly, acknowledging the collective scrutiny. "I too am astonished that Crocodile survived, and that all his men did as well. It is highly probable that Wang Han intentionally spared them. Why would he spare the Baroque pirates? Is there a connection between them?" A vice admiral inquired. Given that even the notorious New World pirate Bondewald with a bounty of 500 million could not escape Wang Han's grasp, it was inconceivable that Crocodile, despite being a Logia user, could withstand Wang Han's might. The fact that he managed to survive the attack, and that his entire crew did as well, could only be rationalized by the notion that Wang Han had allowed them to live. "At present, it remains unclear," Sengoku replied solemnly. He had dispatched investigators the moment he received the intelligence, yet no feedback had been forthcoming. Might there be a connection between Wang Han's previous encounters with the red-haired pirates and these events? Another vice admiral speculated, although merely conjecture. It was a matter that commanded attention, as the interactions between the red-haired and Wang Han had already set many nerves on edge. The formidable red-haired Shanks commands immense power and influence, while Wang Han possesses advanced technology. Should the two unite, their strength would undoubtedly amplify, disrupting the current equilibrium of the seas, a disruption that would be decidedly disadvantageous to the Navy. The details of their dialogue remain unknown, yet the possibility cannot be dismissed. Upon hearing this, Sengoku remarked, "What we must deliberate upon is how to respond to the worst-case scenario, thereby minimizing potential harm. This indeed lies at the core of our meeting. Should the strongest bounty hunter ally with one of the four emperors and disrupt the maritime order, we must consider how to mitigate the repercussions, even eliminating such a possibility altogether." The discussions among the Navy officials were fervent and animated. Meanwhile, aboard Wang Han's battleship, a lively atmosphere had emerged. The arrival of 11 new crew members undeniably infused vitality into the otherwise silent vessel. Although their presence still rendered the vast and cold battleship somewhat empty, it introduced new voices and humor. Among the newcomers was a middle-aged chef named Franklin, accompanied by two marksmen, one young, named Marco, and the other middle-aged, named Trissy, both of whom possessed rather ordinary shooting skills. The trio of swordsmen were named Arthur, Yasuo, and Yao, along with a female swordswoman, Olivia. A 30-year-old martial artist named Otto was also present, alongside a 14-year-old boy named Bora, a middle-aged navigator named Andrew, and two young sailors in their 20s, Jose and Harvey. Wang Han scanned the physiques of the 11 individuals before him. In terms of physical prowess, their capabilities were only marginally superior to those of ordinary naval soldiers traversing the Grand Line. His expectations for these individuals were modest. He merely wished to enliven the atmosphere aboard his vessel and assign them menial tasks. However, it must be noted that Wang Han did not possess an entirely laissez-faire attitude. The requisite training was non-negotiable. Every day, when Guena conducted her training sessions, these individuals were required to labor alongside her in earnest. Meanwhile, having inadvertently veered onto the fourth route of the Grand Line, it appeared that he had a fixed navigational reference point. On the other side, the ever-busy Crane had just docked at Rosea Island, only to be informed by her soldiers that Wang Han's warship had been sighted near Iron Gourd Island, situated along the fourth route. After replenishing supplies, she promptly ordered a return to the naval headquarters, her suspicions solidified. Wang Han possède un permanent record pointé. Yet she is unable to ascertain precisely which island he may appear on, rather than pursuing his footsteps aimlessly like a headless fly. It would be more prudent to arrive at the Sabidi archipelago in advance and await Wang Han's appearance in this crucial passage of the Grand Line. The mere thought of the Sabidi archipelago brings a wave of apprehension to Crane's heart, for the conduct of certain individuals present there is notoriously atrocious. She cannot be certain whether Wang Han could feign indifference, especially in light of the recent events in Gura Town and his subsequent encounter with the red-haired Shanks. Chapter 42, Daily Life on the Battleship. The incidents involving the Yamato, shelling the Redford, and obliterating the Phantom Pirates have been brought to light by the press. The front-page photographs vividly illustrate the ferocity of the Yamato's artillery. With this exposure, even the common populace has become aware of the Yamato's renown, which is now celebrated by many as the most formidable vessel on the seas, boasting the strongest firepower, the sturdiest hull, and the farthest cannon range. Particularly, the main gun capable of tearing apart a medium-sized pirate ship is a topic of much fascination. As these incidents gained publicity, the name of the strongest bounty hunter, Wang Han, has grown increasingly illustrious, with some even proclaiming him the mightiest bounty hunter capable of challenging the four emperors. The locations of these newsworthy events, both situated within the Grand Line, have made it known that this vessel currently navigates the first half of the Grand Line, where the formidable Wang Han resides. With the Yamato now under the scrutiny of all, numerous individuals have begun searching for the location of this colossal battleship. Some seek to join its ranks, others aspire to seize it, and a number of pirates wish to make a name for themselves. Boom! The massive water spout erupted 50 meters from the pirate ship, a column with a diameter of 30 meters soaring to a height of 100 meters, creating waves that made the vessel rock violently, leaving those aboard in a state of cold sweat. Whoosh! Boom! Another shell soared through the air, narrowly missing the ship and detonating ahead, setting up a tremendous water column. The piercing shriek of the giant cannonball even caused some sailors to experience ringing in their ears. Steer to the right. The navigator shouted desperately, straining to turn the helm. Under his urgent command, the sailors exerted every ounce of strength to pull the ropes, controlling the sails. Their faces etched with terror and anxiety. Damn it! How could we have encountered this? At the stern of the ship, gazing at the colossal battleship 10 nautical miles away, Johnson, adorned with a captain's hat, cursed vehemently, his heart heavy with apprehension. The pursuing vessel was undoubtedly the Yamato, heralded as the most formidable ship upon the seas. On board the battleship, within the turret of the primary cannon, the sharpshooter Tracy expertly managed the aiming of the main artillery, while others assisted in maneuvering the turret. The 460mm behemoth had long been a source of curiosity for the crew, with even Guéna and the chef Franklin lending their hands to the operation. Adjusting to the east by 0. For degrees, lowering by 0. 1 degrees. Cannon 1, prepare. Marco's voice echoed through the intercom from the command tower. Upon hearing the command, Tracy promptly directed her companions as the massive cannon slowly pivoted. As the preparation call was issued, everyone swiftly donned their noise-canceling headphones. Bang! In the next instant, the triple-barrel main gun belched forth a fireball nearly 15 meters long. A 1.5-ton projectile hurtled from the barrel, aimed at the fleeing ship 10 nautical miles away. Boom! In the wake of a tremendous explosion, the 40-meter-long vessel was obliterated into splinters upon the ocean's surface. Direct hit. Upon witnessing the successful strike, Tracy leapt with exhilaration. The others, hearing her triumphant shout, wore expressions of shared jubilation. Tracy, it's your turn to call the shots. I'll take over the controls. Marco hurriedly descended from the command tower and dashed into the turret, eager to encounter the next pirate crew. When will it be our turn? Yasu inquired with anticipation. Although a swordsman, the prospect of firing the 460mm cannon was undeniably enticing, especially the thrill of being in charge of the artillery, which ignited a fervor within him. As for aiming, he merely needed to follow the coordinates provided from the command tower. Everyone will have a turn. There are ample opportunities for all. Wang Han remarked with a smile, observing the animated crowd. Today, Wang Han was instructing them on the operation of the battleship's weaponry, including close-in weapons, secondary artillery, and anti-aircraft guns. As for the navigation of the battleship, it required no less than 50 individuals, excluding combat personnel, to operate it smoothly. Wang Han intended to continue recruiting, thus he decided to conduct some training first. As the days passed, guided by satellites, he navigated the battleship Yamato through the 7 routes of the Grand Line, never lingering on any island for more than a day. Any pirate crew encountered would serve as practice for his crew. In just 5 days, 17 pirate crews were sunk by the formidable cannons of the Yamato, with all aboard met with a similar fate. Although Wang Han intentionally sought out these encounters, the frequency of such pirate groups underscored the rampant piracy in the Grand Line. The demise of numerous pirate crews did not go unnoticed, leading to a palpable sense of caution among pirates in the earlier segments of the Grand Line. Some even refrained from venturing out to sea for fear of crossing paths with Wang Han. Those who sought to find him or had designs on the Yamato found themselves thwarted as the battleship traversed the 7 routes without settling on any particular one, leaving them defeated and unable to pursue, for few could match the agility of the Yamato in navigating these waters. Concurrently, news of the Yamato possessing permanent pointers for all islands in the first half of the Grand Line spread across the seas. Rumors even circulated about a new technology aboard the Yamato that allowed navigation between islands without the need for permanent pointers. Chapter 43. Arrival at the Sabeti Archipelago. The Sabeti Archipelago is comprised of 79 colossal mangrove trees, each uniquely numbered, with towns and facilities established upon each. Collectively, these trees form what is known as the Sabeti Archipelago. The delineation of regions within the archipelago is distinctly marked by the numbers on the trees. Numbers 1 to 29 are notorious for human trafficking and other illicit activities. 30 to 39 are amusement parks. 40 to 49 are tourist areas offering local specialties. 50 to 59 house shipyards with skilled craftsmen. 60 to 69 are designated for the Navy and government access. And 70 to 79 are streets lined with inns and accommodations. A remarkable feature of the Sabeti Archipelago is the unique natural resin secreted by the roots of the mangrove trees due to respiration, which expands and forms bubbles that ascend into the sky. These bubbles thrive only within the climatic confines of the mangroves. Once they drift beyond the archipelago's atmospheric domain, the resin cannot fully exert its properties, resulting in an explosive demise. Bubble vehicles, bubble Ferris wheels, and residences constructed upon bubbles. This bubble culture permeates every facet of Sabeti Island. Look, it's the Yamato. My goodness, it's enormous. Those cannons are so thick and long, truly deserving of its reputation as the mightiest battleship on the seas. is indeed an imposing sight. As a majestic Yamato made its appearance, the port of the Shambadi Islands became a bustling hub of activity, with curious onlookers converging to witness the grand steel vessel drawing nearer. A chorus of astonished remarks filled the air. Quickly report back. The Yamato has been sighted at the Shambadi Islands. It seems poised to navigate through to the latter segment of the Grand Line. Amidst the throng of intrigued spectators, many hurriedly departed, some dialing communication devices to relay the news. In the initial stretch of the Grand Line, few could accurately track the Yamato as it traversed the 7 chaotic routes, yet the Shambadi Islands presented a different scenario. To reach the New World, one must first pass through these islands, making it an essential waypoint leading to the latter part of the Grand Line. Thus, those unable to locate the Yamato were also waiting in anticipation at the Shambadi Islands. At long last, the Yamato had arrived. People were equally curious about how many souls this colossal ship would disembark and which notable figures might be aboard. On the battleship, Wang Han and his companions stood at the bow, gazing at the increasingly vibrant Shambadi Islands. What a bustling sight! Next to Wang Han, Guena's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Earlier that day, Wang Han had shared insights about the Shambadi Islands, painting a picture of a captivating place, rich with potential beyond its lawless areas. As the Yamato gently docked at Zone 59, a long gangway descended from its side. Wang Han, accompanied by Guena and others, descended the gangway. Sir, would you care for coating? Our company boasts the finest craftsmen in the field. Our prices are reasonable, and the quality of our work is unparalleled, offering exceptional value. As Wang Han, accompanied by Guyana and others, disembarked from the vessel, 2 middle-aged men in suits approached him enthusiastically from either side. The man on the left, with a broad smile, spoke first. Sir, allow us to offer you our coating services. Not only are our prices reasonable, but we also provide complimentary amusement park tickets for Area 30. Before Wang Han could respond, the other man in a suit quickly interjected. It was evident that the two were not from the same coating company. The substantial cost of coating such a large battleship could yield considerable profits. Sir, choose us for your coating needs, and not only will you receive amusement park tickets, but we also include sightseeing vouchers for the scenic area. Observing the eager competition between the two, the first man in black grew anxious and swiftly presented an even more enticing offer. I apologize, but I have no intention of visiting Fishman Island, hence my ship does not require coating. With a shake of his head, Wang Han responded blandly, disregarding the 2 suit-clad men, and proceeded to leave the port with Guyana and the others. As Wang Han and his party departed, the battleship's gangway retracted automatically. Had their intentions been discerned? After Wang Han departed, 2 middle-aged men in suits exchanged a glance and quietly left the area. Brother Wang, what is coating? Guena inquired curiously after they had left the port. Coating is a layer applied to the ship using a special resin derived from the red mangroves of this island, which serves to insulate against seawater. A coated vessel can venture into the depths of Fishman Island, Wang Han replied with a smile. Fishman Island? Do fishmen truly exist in this world? Guena asked, intrigued. Indeed, the fishmen are a genuine race, Wang Han affirmed with a grin, though their current situation is rather grim. Why is that? Guena pressed. Fishmen are quite rare, and their high prices at slave auctions often lead to them being targeted by human traffickers, Andrew explained. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wang Han. I am Vice Admiral Crane from the Navy headquarters. At that moment, a woman in her 50s, clad in a Vice Admiral's uniform, approached Wang Han and his companions with a smile. Vice Admiral Crane, it is an honor to finally meet you, Wang Han responded warmly. Are you here alone, enjoying the surroundings? If you don't mind, I will be delighted to guide you around the Shambadi archipelago. Once you grow weary, we can retreat to Navy Base number 60, where I have already arranged a banquet, Vice Admiral Crane suggested with a cheerful demeanor. Having Vice Admiral Crane as our guide would surely be far more enjoyable than exploring on our own, Wang Han replied with a smile. However, bringing along over 200 people might not be very convenient. I believe it would be best to first head to the naval base to exchange the bounties from our recent hunt before exploring the Shambadi archipelago. Wang Han chuckled, gesturing towards the numerous boxes strapped to Arthur and the others. Allow me to guide you, he said with a smile, preparing to lead Wang Han and his companions away. Just then, a sudden volley of gunfire erupted from the battleship. Heads up, someone has boarded our vessel, Andrew, the navigator, promptly informed Wang Han. The sound of gunfire was distinctive, emanating from the anti-aircraft machine guns aboard the battleship. However, the ship was currently devoid of any personnel. Fear not. It is merely the automatic defense system being triggered by a few intruders, Wang Han reassured him, displaying no hint of concern. Shall I dispatch a squadron of sailors to guard the ship, given that there are petty thieves attempting to target Mr. Wang's vessel? In response to Andrew's remarks, Crane smiled at Wang Han. I appreciate your kindness, but they are merely insignificant pests. The Yamato is protected by a ship's spirit, without my command. No one can commandeer her. Hence, there is no cause for alarm, Wang Han replied with a grin. The presence of a ship's spirit is indeed remarkable. This vessel is truly astonishing, Crane remarked, casting another admiring glance at the distant Yamato. In a secluded alley devoid of passers-by, a middle-aged man in a suit was reporting via a communicator. Another similarly attired man was surveying their surroundings. Do not proceed to Fishman Island. Understood, came the voice of a middle-aged man from the communicator before the line went silent. Chapter 44. The deal with the Navy within the Bounty exchange room at the naval base. The atmosphere shifted as over 200 heads tumbled out from several boxes, causing the attending naval officers to collectively gasp. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest bounty hunter. If only the seas could be graced with more formidable and righteous bounty hunters like Mr. Wang Han, the oceans would surely be more tranquil, and the number of victims would diminish. Crane sincerely praised Wang Han from his seat on the sofa. These 200 heads belonged to 20 pirate crews, some of which had bounties exceeding 100 million. It was undeniable that Wang Han's efficiency in hunting pirates was astonishing. I am merely motivated by monetary gain. Populate. Is Mr. Wang in dire need of money? Crane quickly seized upon Wang Han's statement. Indeed, I am quite in need, Wang Han candidly admitted. The Navy has a proposition from Mr. Wang. I wonder if he would be willing to discuss it? Crane inquired with a smile, refraining from questioning Wang Han's financial motives. Upon hearing Crane's words, the Rear Admiral overseeing the bounty exchange, displaying great discretion, quietly exited the office with his fellow officers. Andrew and the others followed suit. Even Perona and Kuina stepped out. What sort of transaction was Crane alluding to? Once only 2 individuals remained in the office, Wang Han finally spoke. He, with a smile, said, We wish to negotiate with Mr. Wang Han for the production technology of the medical pod and the Yamato battleship. I'm afraid that's not possible, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. Even if I were to trade the production technology of the medical pod to you, your technological level would not allow for its manufacture. As for the Yamato battleship, I regret to inform you that I currently have no intention of selling it. How can you know without trying? He retorted playfully. It was evident that Beijia Pank was indeed a technological genius, endowed with a remarkably astute mind. Wang Han chuckled and remarked, however, advanced technology often requires a solid foundation of prior technological advancements, developed over generations. Without the necessary raw materials, even if one comprehends the principles, manufacturing remains unattainable. Upon hearing this, he did not press further, simply concluding that Wang Han was unwilling to sell the technology, and thus sought a compromise. Our Navy is interested in purchasing 5 medical pods. Mr. Wang Han, would you be willing to sell? For $1 billion each. If you agree, I can have the funds ready for you now, Wang Han stated. Absolutely no problem, he replied without hesitation. Although the price of $4 billion was steep, it fell within the Navy's acceptable range. However, the base on the Shambadi archipelago currently lacks sufficient funds and would need to draw from the naval headquarters. That's quite all right. I have faith in the Navy's credibility. You may take the medical pods first, and I shall retrieve the fund from the naval headquarters in a month, Wang Han said with a smile. Upon finishing his words, he lightly tapped his foot on the ground. In the next moment, 5 medical pods ascended from the concrete surface. Thank you, Mr. Wang Han, he said cheerfully. Regarding the other task assigned by Sengoku, she felt hesitant to invite Wang Han to join the Navy in this peculiar location. As it would be rather awkward, she decided to wait for a more opportune moment to extend the invitation. Subsequently, he reported the transaction's outcome back to the naval headquarters. After receiving approval, she and Wang Han drafted an agreement, and she arranged for the medical pods to be moved. In the following time, accompanied by he, Wang Han and his companions explored the naval base in Shambadi during the day, indulging in the amusement park and sampling a variety of delicacies. They thoroughly enjoyed themselves before retiring to the battleship for rest in the evening. As for the hidden Rayleigh and Shaki on the island, Wang Han felt no inclination to engage with them. Brother Wang. In the night, Kuna and Perona rang the doorbell of Wang Han's quarters. Come in. Wang Han's voice resonated, and the hatch to his room opened automatically. Brother Wang, I. Upon entering, Kuina hesitated, glancing shyly at Wang Han. You wish to venture into the lawless area, do you not? Wang Han directly addressed the timid Kuna and the shrinking Perona behind her. He had noticed Kuna's distracted demeanor over the past few days of their outings and understood her thoughts all too well. Tonight, it seems quite likely that Perona has instigated this visit. Otherwise, given Kuna's disposition, she would have waited at least another 2 days before seeking me out. Upon hearing this, Kuina softly murmured an acknowledgement and quietly expressed, if possible, I would like to take a look. Will it trouble Brother Wang? Let us go tomorrow, Wang Han replied. Kuina, be prepared mentally. Witnessing it will only deepen your sorrow. Thank you, Brother Wang, Kuina said, feeling a sense of relief within her. It appears that a confrontation with the Navy is imminent. After Kuina departed, a subtle smile graced Wang Han's lips. He was well aware of what the Sabeti archipelago entailed and understood Kuina's character deeply. She harbored a sense of justice. When Kizaru invited her to join the Navy, she was genuinely tempted. Thus, Wang Han brought Kuina to the Sabeti archipelago, which is why he confidently declared to Shanks that he had come to demonstrate his strength. Wang Han had anticipated the current situation and was well prepared for it. Giants do not concern themselves with the lives or thoughts of mere ants. Yet Wang Han cared deeply for Kuina. Vice Admiral Tsuru, we mentioned today that we would attend the auction in the lawless zone, so there is no need to trouble you, Andrew said apologetically to Tsuru, who had arrived aboard the battleship. When did you leave? Tsuru inquired, her heart tightening at the response. Her greatest concern was Wang Han venturing into the lawless zone, a place where darkness is openly acknowledged and permitted under the sun. We left early this morning with Kuina and Perona, Andrew replied. Understood, Tsuru said hastily, departing in a rush. On the way, she retrieved her Den Mushi and dialed Sengoku. Moshi, this is Sengoku. Sengoku, Wang Han has gone to the auction in the lawless zone with Kuina. Are there celestial dragons present? Tsuru questioned urgently as soon as the connection was established. There are two, Tsuru. It is imperative that Wang Han does not encounter the celestial dragons. If they do meet, conflict must be avoided at all costs. I will immediately dispatch Kizaru to assist you. Sengoku's voice responded swiftly. Yes, I am en route to the auction, Tsuru stated, hastening toward that direction. Brother Wang, is this the lawless zone? Kuina asked, gazing around with a hint of confusion. This area did not appear as chaotic as she had imagined. This is indeed the lawless zone. Here, darkness is merely permitted by light. It does not imply a complete absence of order. Chapter 45, The Auction That Person. Known as the strongest bounty hunter, Wang Han. He has indeed come to the lawless zone. I would indeed like to witness what would transpire if this individual were to encounter the celestial dragons. Would the strongest among them also be compelled to kneel? The appearance of Wang Han also captured the attention of the pirates lurking in the lawless zone. Some hid in the shadows, quietly observing him with expressions laced with mockery. Today, two celestial dragons had ventured into the illicit territory. As Wang Han entered the auction house with Kuina, he immediately drew numerous gazes, a mix of curiosity and derision. Paying no heed to the scrutinizing eyes, Wang Han casually selected two seats, settling down with Kuina to wait patiently with closed eyes. The auction had yet to commence, leaving several seats unoccupied as more patrons, pirates, merchants, and members of underground factions continued to arrive, some of whom were likely disguised Navy personnel. Guena, filled with curiosity, surveyed the throng and the venue's layout. The auction house resembled an opera stage, albeit with a display cabinet at its center. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, the grand doors of the auction house slowly closed, plunging the room into dimness. At that moment, Wang Han opened his eyes. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the Lawless Zone No. 1 auction. Seconds later, as the spotlight illuminated the central display cabinet, an elderly man clad in a tailcoat and sporting a gentleman's top hat stood behind the cabinet, addressing the audience with a booming voice. Today, Beckham is honored to preside over this auction, and I believe you would rather not hear me ramble. Let us now present the first item for auction. With the crowd's attention fixed upon him, Beckham raised his voice triumphantly upon the stage and extended his hand towards one side of the stage, guiding the audience's gaze. As Beckham gestured, another spotlight immediately followed his lead. A stunningly tall woman, exuding elegance and dressed provocatively, emerged from backstage, cradling a tray draped in red cloth, and approached Beckham's side under the spotlight. The first item for auction today is, Beckham announced loudly, placing his hand on the red cloth covering the tray, deliberately pausing for effect. The first item for auction is the Kraken necklace. Sensing the crowd's anticipation, Beckham swiftly pulled away the red cloth, and the spotlight narrowed to illuminate the tray. There lay a delicate black neck model, upon which a splendid necklace shimmered brilliantly in the light. This exquisite necklace, known as the Kraken necklace, is crafted from premium blue and pink gemstones. Beckham continued, eloquently describing the piece as he stood beside the light. After approximately 2 minutes of captivating narration, Beckham finally ceased his discourse. The ambient light in the venue gradually returned, illuminating the space. We shall now commence the auction for this exquisite Kraken necklace, with a starting bid of 5 million berries, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 300. 000 berries. As the lights brightened, Beckham promptly announced 5 million. No sooner had Beckham declared the commencement than a plump middle-aged woman swiftly called out 6 million, 7 million, followed by another two women raising the stakes. 8 million, 900,000. The bidding intensified, with more women joining the fray, escalating their offers in a spirit of competition. The bids soared, surpassing the intrinsic worth of the necklace itself. Observing the fervent bidding war among the women, Beckham's heart swelled with joy. The inaugural auction had turned out to be a resounding success, elevating the atmosphere to an exhilarating peak. Spectators watched the unfolding spectacle with amusement, offering no interruptions. 20 million. A sudden voice pierced through the air, silencing the entire auction house. All eyes turned to the source of the bid, including those of the competing women. Who was this individual? It was him. Some recognized Wang Han, while others did not. Yet, no one dared to counter his offer. Even the previously competitive women fell silent. 20 million once, 20 million twice. Is there anyone else bidding? 20 million thrice. This necklace belongs to the gentleman below. Beckham, sensing the moment to conclude, swiftly struck his gavel. The next item for auction was a precious coral from Beihai. Following the conclusion of the first auction item, a beautiful woman ascended the stage, gracefully holding a tray. The opening bid was set at 500,000 Bailey, with increments no less than 30,000. After a minute's introduction, Beckham announced the commencement of the second auction item. 500,000, a middle-aged man clad in business attire offered. 1 million. As the middle-aged merchant's voice faded, Wang Han immediately doubled the price. Once again, the auction hall fell into a hush, with many turning their gazes toward Wang Han. The second item was valued at a maximum of 800,000 Bailey. Thus, 1 million was evidently excessive. The bidding merchant shook his head, relinquishing his chance to bid further. After 3 strikes of the gavel and no additional bids, Beckham declared the coral's ownership. Now, let us present our third auction item. The exceptional Yang Kuai Dao 50 craftsmanship, Huajiang, with an opening bid of 20 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 500,000. As Beckham called out, all eyes were once again fixed on Wang Han, including Beckham himself, eager to see if Wang Han would double his offer yet again. 20 million. Wang Han did not disappoint anyone either. As soon as Beckham concluded his announcement, Wang Han promptly made his bid. 20,500,000. How embarrassing. My blade had just been damaged in the previous skirmish, and this weapon is one I absolutely must possess, he chuckled. However, for the first time, someone dared to contest Wang Han, a man dressed as a pirate, who grinned and directed a provocative gaze at him. It was Druck, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 250 million. The most formidable bounty hunter against a pirate of equal renown. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Observing the standing pirate, some recognized individuals began to murmur softly among themselves. 50 million. Paying no mind to the surrounding chatter, Wang Han continued with an unruffled demeanor. 50,500,000. I am not lacking in funds, dear esteemed bounty hunter. Druck regarded Wang Han with a broad smile, his tone laced with both provocation and mockery. 100 million. Wang Han persisted, casting a glance at Druck as if he were an insignificant insect. He added, money for me merely equates to claiming a few more heads like yours. Let us hasten this auction, for I have no interest in wasting my time on trifles. Upon hearing Wang Han's words, the pirates in the venue clenched their teeth in fury. Indeed, Wang Han was wealthy, but such riches were exchanged for the heads of bountied pirates like themselves. This was nothing short of the gravest insult. 200 million. In the next moment, a lanky man rose, glaring at Wang Han as he shouted, 400 million. This amount was nearly equivalent to the total bounty of the entire Smoke Pirate crew. Wang Han let out a cold chuckle and continued to speak. 600 million. A towering figure, 5 meters tall, with a physique of pure muscle and dark skin, rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at Wang Han. 12 billion. The total bounty of the burning pirate crew is not worth this amount. Wang Han regarded the dark-skinned man with palpable disdain. You. Upon hearing Wang Han's words, the dark-skinned man transformed one of his arms into flames, his eyes practically ablaze with fury. Captain, there's a celestial dragon here. Making a move would surely attract the attention of an admiral. Observing the situation, a pirate hastily grasped the dark-skinned man's arm, whispering in caution. You would do well to remain here. Otherwise, I shall claim your head, the dark-skinned man retorted coldly, uttering a menacing threat before taking a seat. 1 billion, once 1 billion, twice 1 billion, thrice sold. Noticing the dark-skinned man resuming his seat, Beckham quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and announced the conclusion with utmost urgency, daring not to utter any superfluous words. Next up is the fourth item for auction. The fourth item is a 14-year-old slave girl, Beckham declared loudly. As his voice echoed, a girl, adorned with a collar connected to iron chains, was dragged onto the stage. Resembling a dog led by its leash. She wore a white dress, limping as she walked. Although her attire was clean, the signs of abuse were unmistakable. They treat humans like dogs. Upon hearing Beckham's words and seeing the girl being brought forth, Guena's hands clenched tightly. Guena, you can bid. Feel free to call out any amount you wish. Wang Han softly encouraged her, leaning in close. The starting bid is 200,000 berries, with increments of 10,000. Beckham promptly announced, omitting much of his usual introduction and eager to conclude the auction swiftly, fearful that the tense atmosphere might ignite into chaos. Should anything untoward happen involving a celestial dragon amid such turmoil, it would spell his end. 200,000 berries. The low bid prompted Guena to immediately raise her voice, her tone laced with repressed anger. 400,000 berries. A lanky pirate swiftly raised his hand, casting a provocative glance at Wang Han. 500,000. Guena shouted. Yet her inexperience in such matters prevented her from matching Wang Han's audacity to double the bid. She also worried that Wang Han might not possess sufficient funds, considering he had already spent 2 billion on a single sword, leaving uncertainty about the forthcoming expenses of the auction. 1,000,000. The lanky pirate called out again, feeling an inexplicable thrill. 200,000. Guena responded, glancing anxiously at the pirate's taunting gaze, her heart racing with unease. 400,000. I merely wish to purchase a slave for some amusement. The lanky pirate continued to bid, not forgetting to taunt Guena with his words. From the expression of Guena, it was evident that she wished to rescue the slave. The others, too, discerned the intentions of the lanky pirate, and they all broke into malicious laughter. Observing Guena's naivety, they even contemplated provoking her further. 5 million. I shall attempt to raise the bid as well. It seems quite amusing, a voice echoed. Though this time, it was not Wang Han calling out the price. Upon hearing this voice, the lanky pirate involuntarily shifted his gaze towards the speaker and promptly sat down obediently. Those who were about to jeer fell silent. Some gazes turned mockingly towards Wang Han, as if to say, aren't you bold? Continue. Looking at the speaker and the suddenly hushed atmosphere of the auction, along with the malicious glances from the surrounding celebrities, Guena felt somewhat at a loss. You may bid as you wish, Wang Han said with a smile, reiterating his previous sentiment. 600. Upon hearing this, Guena immediately gained confidence and continued to raise her bid. Young lady, do not. That is a celestial dragon, someone not to be trifled with. Just then, a woman beside Guena quickly pulled her back, interrupting her bid. 5 million sold. This slave now belongs to Lord Rosford. On stage, Beckham, having heard Guena's bid cut short, felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily announced the conclusion without even counting the increments, revealing the identity of the bidder. Next is the fifth item for auction. A rare snow fox, Beckham announced, his urgency to conclude the auction palpable. Several staff members hurriedly rolled a large iron cage onto the stage. Without any superfluous words, Beckham swiftly pulled back the cloth covering the cage. Starting bid, 2 million berries, with increments of 100,000 berries. 20 million. No sooner had Beckham finished his announcement than Wang Han immediately called out his bid. Silence enveloped the room. The pirates, though eager to challenge Wang Han, feared the repercussions of provoking the celestial dragons. After all, his willingness to bid so high indicated that he did not harbor much trepidation towards them. In that moment, they could only suppress their impulses. Otherwise, with the marine admirals potentially arriving, everyone would find themselves in peril. Each one silently cursed Wang Han in their hearts. Once, twice, thrice sold. Beckham discreetly glanced at the celestial dragons, and seeing their disinterest, he quickly struck the gavel 3 times, announcing the item's ownership. Next came the 6th item for auction, a zoan-type devil fruit, the bear fruit. Beckham swiftly declared, unveiling the red cloth covering the tray held by a beautiful attendant. He announced loudly, starting bid, 100 million berries, with a minimum increment of 10 million. 200 million. As soon as Beckham finished his announcement, Lord Rosford immediately interjected. However, he was not seeking to provoke anyone. He simply found the bidding to be rather entertaining. 200 million sold. Beckham wasted no time, promptly announcing the next item. He discreetly glanced at Wang Han and, noticing that Wang Han showed no inclination to contest with the celestial dragons, he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was also apprehensive of the celestial dragons. A pirate whispered to his companion, sneering disdainfully. Wang Han merely responded with a cryptic smirk to their remarks. Subsequently, several items were presented for auction, yet the event had evidently transformed into a showcase solely for Wang Han and the Celestial Dragons. Each item brought forth was either claimed by Wang Han or by the Celestial Dragons. When the Celestial Dragons placed a bid, no one dared to counter, whereas Wang Han's offers often surpassed the intrinsic value of the items, with even those worth less than 1 million being bid up to 100 million. Anyone daring to challenge Wang Han would find themselves unable to sustain his inflated bids. After all, if Wang Han chose not to continue, the opposing bidder would incur significant losses. No one doubted Wang Han's ability to procure such funds. The news of his exchange of nearly 3 billion bounty on Sabaody Archipelago had already circulated widely within their circles. The 11th item was introduced, an 18-year-old slave girl. Starting at a price of 800,000, Beckham announced loudly. Unexpectedly, a fishman was brought forth. This was the second slave to be auctioned in this event, a girl of sweet appearance. Watching the girl being brought to the auction stage, Guena's hands instinctively tightened. If you want to save her, place a bid. It doesn't matter if the Celestial Dragons are involved. I will bear the consequences, Wang Han softly reassured Guena, offering her a comforting smile. Madman, a noblewoman beside Guena gazed at Wang Han, her eyes filled with terror. 2 million. Even before Beckham could finish his statement, Roseford Saint directly placed a bid. 2 million. Sold to the Celestial Dragon. Beckham began to announce, but before he could finish, Guena's voice rang out again. 2.5 million. In an instant, all eyes in the auction hall turned to Guena and Wang Han, and the atmosphere became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Sweat began to bead down Beckham's forehead like a cascading stream. 5 million. Just as everyone anticipated the Celestial Dragons would draw their weapons on Guena, Roseford Saint spoke again, his demeanor unperturbed. Having witnessed Wang Han continuously doubling the bids, the others found it quite entertaining, yet no one dared to engage him in such bidding. Now, however, the situation had taken a fascinating turn. Brother Wang, Guena's gaze shifted to Wang Han, uncertainty clouding her mind. I am here for you, Wang Han replied with a smile, returning her a reassuring look. 6 million. Just as Beckham anxiously sought to conclude the bidding for this slave, Guena called out once more, 12 million. Upon hearing Guena's bidding, Rothfuss Saint felt no discontent. Rather, his interest was piqued. The bids escalated. 13 million, 30 million, 31 million, 60 million, 61 million. The prices soared with each call, as Guena and Rothfuss Saint continuously raised the stakes. This bidding war left even the slaves being auctioned in astonishment. Observing the seemingly competitive exchange between the two, alongside the composed Wang Han, Beckham wiped the sweat from his brow. Many merchants and pirates quietly began to rise, preparing to leave the auction house. The temperament of the Celestial Dragons was notoriously vile. Their amusement could swiftly turn to ire, and once that playful disposition faded, trouble would inevitably ensue. Chapter 47. The slaying of a Celestial Dragon. A mere commoner dared to contend with me for a slave. The Celestial Dragon, no longer entertained, felt insulted by Guena's relentless bids. In a fit of rage, he stood abruptly, leveling his golden pistol at Guena and pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, causing every heart in the auction house, save Wang Han's, to skip a beat. Boom! A more thunderous shot echoed throughout the hall, sending cold sweat cascading down the spines of the pirates and merchants present. Lord Celestial Dragon! A terrified cry pierced the air, causing everyone to shudder and slowly gaze up at the elevated platform. In the next moment, disbelief washed over the crowd, their faces etched with unprecedented terror. The Celestial Dragon, now devoid of a head, lay lifeless, his opulent white garments the sole testament to his identity. Wang Han's right hand, now wielding a Barrett rifle, emitted wisps of smoke. The Celestial Dragon is dead. Everyone flee. The auction house erupted in panic as the crowd surged toward the exit, their faces masked in silent horror and shock over the slain Celestial Dragon. No one had anticipated that Wang Han would not only provoke a Celestial Dragon, but also take his life. This marked the first instance of such an act. The ramifications of this event would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world, setting a dangerous precedent. The world government and the Navy would be consumed by wrath. Wang Han's actions had brutally humiliated the world government and the Navy, dragging their dignity through the dirt and relentlessly rubbing it in. Quickly contact the Navy headquarters and request an admiral to be dispatched at once. Inform the world government immediately. Capture them. The Celestial Dragon's attendants, pale and trembling, fumbled for their transponder snails. Meanwhile, 2 guards brandished long rifles and charged at Wang Han. With the Celestial Dragon deceased, Those who had followed him, whether bodyguards or slaves, now faced inevitable doom. Their only hope lay in attempting to salvage the situation, praying it would not endanger their families. Brother Wang Han, Guina, her expression fraught with fear, glanced anxiously at Wang Han amidst the panicked crowd. She is aware that Wang Han has slain someone of significant stature. Fear not, I'm here. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Han bestowed upon Guina a reassuring smile. Raising his hand, the Barret unleashed a relentless barrage, mercilessly eliminating several advancing guards and bodyguards. Guina, there are many slaves behind you. Take a few robots to rescue them. Their neck collars will explode if removed. Subsequently, Wang Han instructed Guina, and with a swift motion, 4 robotic sentinels materialized beside her. After Guina departed, Wang Han transformed the Barret in his hands into a 7.92mm Gatling gun, aiming it at the panicked throngs fleeing the auction. The deafening roar of gunfire erupted within the auction hall, a torrential downpour of bullets raining down upon the fleeing crowd. Blood geysers erupted amidst the chaos, as individuals were struck down mercilessly. From the onset, Wang Han had no intention of paying for anything. This was an illicit auction house, rife with ill-gotten goods and numerous slaves. Wang Han was merely engaging in a game of black against black. Moreover, he had no intention of sparing those who participated in the auction. Without their complicity, such an illegal auction would not thrive, with nearly every seat filled. Is this man insane? Witnessing Wang Han's frenzied onslaught, as people in the auction hall fell like wheat before the scythe, everyone believed him to be deranged. Had he not satisfied his bloodlust by slaying celestial dragons, now he aimed to annihilate everyone present. In this moment of crisis, some individuals pulled others in front of themselves to shield against the bullets, only to discover that the penetrating force of Wang Han's projectiles far exceeded their comprehension. The bullets pierced through the bodies of those in front, claiming their own lives as well. Cursed be this madness, as they faced the relentless barrage, struggling to evade and block the bullets while blood gushed forth. The lanky pirate cursed under his breath. Transforming into smoke, he charged towards Wang Han. The bullets passed through his smoky form, leaving hollow voids but causing him no harm. Accompanying the lanky pirate was a muscular, dark-skinned pirate who transformed into a fiery apparition. The bullets were equally ineffective against him. Though they longed to escape this chaos, Wang Han's frenzied fire compelled them to stand and protect their subordinates. Yet it was merely a facade of protection. Wang Han's capability to dispatch so many pirates was not something they could contend with, and once their subordinates were safe, they would flee without hesitation, unwilling to linger and risk entanglement with Wang Han. Otherwise, if a general were to arrive, none would escape unscathed. Smoke Dragon. Upon closing the distance to Wang Han, the lanky pirate struck first, unleashing a plume of white smoke that transformed into a dragon, surging towards Wang Han. Fire Dragon. The dark-skinned pirate refused to yield, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a dragon-like form, hurtling towards Wang Han. In the face of their onslaught, Wang Han continued to unleash a relentless barrage from his Gatling gun. As he shifted to the side, a gaping hole, large enough to fit a basketball, appeared in his chest, from which a terrifying gale erupted, dispersing the smoky dragon and sending corpses, along with an array of tables and chairs, soaring into the air, all while howling towards the slender pirate. Pivoting, he aimed his mouth towards the incoming fire dragon, and a circular high-pressure water cannon materialized, violently spewing forth a torrent that extinguished the fiery beast and swept up the debris from the ground, surging towards the dark-skinned giant. Damn it! The slender pirate cursed as he struggled against the fierce winds, his smoke-like form unable to approach Wang Han. Bastard! Echoed the dark-skinned giant's curses, as he too had no choice but to evade the approaching deluge. Both were effectively restrained by Wang Han's ferocity. The Gatling gun continued its relentless fire, and one by one, individuals in the auction hall fell, faced with the futility of their attacks against Wang Han. The slender pirate and the dark-skinned giant made the decisive choice to flee. Otherwise, once Wang Han eliminated the others and turned his attention to them, escape would become increasingly difficult. If the battle dragged on until the admiral arrived, their fate would be sealed. As for their subordinates, unable to escape, they could only rely on their own luck. Being pirates, selfish and ruthless, they logically assessed the situation and chose not to risk confronting an admiral for the sake of a few subordinates. Meanwhile, Kuina rushed into the back warehouse of the auction house with her robots, encountering slaves confined within iron cages. Several auction house staff members stationed there, upon seeing Kuina burst in, immediately raised their flintlock rifles. Although they were aware of the commotion outside, they remained steadfast, determined to prevent any unforeseen events. Without waiting for Kuina's command, the 4 robotic law enforcers opened fire, swiftly eliminating the staff members guarding the area. "Please, save us." The slaves, who had previously gazed with despair, suddenly found a glimmer of hope upon witnessing Kuina and her robotic companions. They began to plead for her help. "Wait," Kuina instructed, quickly retrieving keys from the fallen staff members and unlocking the iron cages. There were over 40 or 50 of them, with the majority being human, primarily women and children, alongside a few fishmen and a long-handed tribe member. Unfortunately, while the cages were now open, the keys to the collars were nowhere to be found. Chapter 48. The Arrival of the Navy Admiral. "What is this?" Kuina exclaimed in astonishment as she led the rescued slaves back into the auction hall, taken aback by the scene that lay before her. Although she was aware that Wang Han had taken action and had heard the gunfire, she never anticipated that he would act with such thoroughness. In the auction hall, Wang Han stood alone amidst a gruesome scene. The floor was littered with bodies, piled upon one another, while a pool of blood nearly enveloped their ankles. Mechanical spiders, resembling hunting hounds, crawled over the corpses, severing the heads of those with bounties, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. The current demeanor of Wang Han evoked a sense of unfamiliarity in Guina, coupled with an inexplicable familiarity. It seemed that this version of Wang Han was the truest representation of him. Upon observing Guina and the slaves emerging, Wang Han lightly snapped his fingers, sending an electromagnetic wave sweeping over the slaves. The Navy soon arrived, escorting them back to their ship. After these proceedings, Wang Han smiled and led the way out of the auction house. The mechanical spiders promptly followed, carrying the severed heads in tow. Gulping audibly, Guina and the slaves hurried to keep pace with Wang Han. Outside the auction house, the area was already deserted. The chaos within, the gunfire, and the cries of those who had fled had alerted the outside world to the unfolding events, prompting a swift exodus. Meanwhile, Crane rushed towards the lawless zone, receiving a call from Sengoku via the transponder snail. "Crane, Wang Han has killed a celestial dragon at the auction and has committed a massacre, resulting in hundreds of casualties." Upon connecting, Sengoku revealed a shocking reality that sent chills down Crane's spine. The situation was far worse than they had feared. Killing a celestial dragon and injuring one were two entirely different matters, each with profound implications. Crane paused, enveloped in silence. Her objective was no longer to stop Wang Han, but rather to determine how to either capture or eliminate him. The deed was done, irreversible. Confronting Wang Han alone was no longer feasible. His strength was formidable, and he was perilously dangerous at present. The Yellow Ape would soon arrive at the Sabeti archipelago. I have also dispatched Akainu to join the effort. Wang Han's heinous actions could not be allowed to go unpunished. Sengoku's voice resonated sternly through the transponder snail. Furthermore, if capture were possible, it must be ensured that the medical pod obtained through the transaction is safeguarded. "I understand," Crane replied, turning toward the Navy base at Dock 60. Having killed a celestial dragon, Wang Han had committed an unforgivable act. If he were to escape, it would tarnish the reputation of the world government and the Navy alike. As she rushed towards the Navy base, Crane dialed the transponder snail, instructing the base's Navy to encircle Wang Han's battleship and prevent his departure. "Brother Wang, what exactly are celestial dragons?" After exiting the auction house and following Wang Han towards the dock, Guina voiced her lingering curiosity. "Celestial dragons, Wang Han replied. That individual is indeed the most despicable scoundrel in the world." Upon hearing this, Wang Han pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago. They arrogantly consider themselves the progeny of the Creator and, in their delusions of grandeur, disdain to share the same air as ordinary folk, donning bubble-like headgear and treating other races as mere slaves. They bask in all privileges. Even a slight offense necessitates the full might of the Navy headquarters or CP0 to intervene. They are a group of self-important individuals often labeled as the greatest disgrace among humanity. Male celestial dragons append the title saint to their names, while their female counterparts add gong to signify their supposed greatness. This means that a Navy admiral will indeed be dispatched." Upon receiving Wang Han's explanation, Kuina grasped the gravity of the situation. The mere act of offense could summon a Navy admiral, and with Wang Han having slain a celestial dragon, he would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by the entire Navy. Indeed, the one who is coming is Kizuru, the same individual you encountered in Gatown. He will arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Hearing this, Wang Han chuckled. "So soon? Why are you still dawdling? You have killed a celestial dragon. We ought to hasten back to the ship and leave this place at once." Upon hearing Wang Han's nonchalant demeanor, Kuina shouted in exasperation. She truly regretted allowing Wang Han to bring her to this lawless territory. My benefactor has killed a celestial dragon. The slaves, upon hearing Wang Han's exclamation, were rendered speechless. This was something beyond their wildest imagination. Someone had actually done it. Was this to be a fight to the death with the world government? Several slaves even contemplated escaping, realizing that confronting a celestial dragon was an entirely different matter from killing one. Striking a celestial dragon might provoke an admiral, but there was still a glimmer of hope for escape, albeit perilous. However, to kill a celestial dragon was an entirely different scenario. Even if one managed to flee, an admiral would undoubtedly pursue relentlessly, compounded by the various government departments in hot pursuit, leaving no chance of survival. My benefactor, you should escape to Fishman Island, and then enter the New World from there. The New World is the territory of the four emperors. Even if the Navy pursues, they would not dare to enter the New World with full force. At that moment, the two rescued fishmen exchanged glances and approached Wang Han, kneeling before him while offering their counsel. My life was saved by my benefactor. Even if it means death, we shall protect our benefactor's escape. Indeed, I would rather perish in front of my benefactor. Seeing this, another 7 or 8 slaves knelt before Wang Han, proclaiming loudly, "Do not panic. It is as though we are truly doomed." Observing the kneeling slaves, Wang Han waved his hand dismissively. Even if we set sail, the Navy would pursue us relentlessly. It would be better to confront Kizara here. My benefactor, even if you could defeat an admiral, the Surpassed archipelago is not far from Marine headquarters at Marineford, and the Navy will soon send reinforcements, possibly even another 2 admirals. We should escape first. A fisherman's slave urged, "You must flee at once." Guena, witnessing Wang Han's seemingly indifferent demeanor, could no longer contain herself. She grasped Wang Han's hand and ran towards the port where the battleship was docked. Observing Guena's urgency, Wang Han reluctantly followed her lead. Upon seeing this, half of the enslaved individuals immediately joined the pair, while the other half exchanged glances, knelt before Wang Han to express their profound gratitude, and then dashed off in other directions. Although they were thankful for Wang Han's rescue, they were reluctant to accompany him to certain death. To them, Wang Han's act of killing a celestial dragon sealed his fate. The world government and the Navy would never allow him to survive, lest they suffer irreparable humiliation. Wang Han and Guena paid little mind to these individuals. They had the right to seek survival. The remaining slaves, though filled with indignation, did not intervene, for they understood that their immediate priority was to escape. Chapter 49. Your speed seems a tad sluggish, as Guena pulled Wang Han out of the lawless Zone 30. A yellow light streaked towards them from the distance, coalescing before everyone. "Well, we meet again, Mr. Wang Han," the yellow light, now taking the form of Kizaru, remarked with a smile while observing Wang Han being led by Guena. "It has indeed been a while, Kizaru, or should I say, the yellow monkey? It has been 4 months since our parting in Greytown." With a smile, Wang Han released Guyaina's hand and drew her behind him. "Indeed, I once believed that our reunion would strengthen our bond, perhaps even leading us to become colleagues. Had you merely struck a celestial dragon, your prowess would have compelled Admiral Sengoku to find a way to protect you. Alas, you have slain a celestial dragon, and the situation has become irreparable. I truly wish to avoid conflict with you," the yellow monkey remarked, the jovial expression on his face fading into seriousness. He genuinely felt regret for Wang Han, not only due to his abilities, but also because Wang Han harbored a sense of justice within him. What are the celestial dragons? What significance does their innate superiority hold? When slain, do they not meet the same fate as any ordinary person? Wang Han chuckled in response. Such sentiments. Upon hearing Wang Han's words, the yellow monkey paused, his gaze towards Wang Han growing intricate. "So, your purpose in coming to the Surpassed archipelago was indeed to eliminate the celestial dragons, or rather, you intended to do so from the very beginning." The slaves behind Wang Han, including Guyaina, turned their eyes towards him. They had assumed Wang Han's actions were impulsive or coincidental, but now, understanding his word alongside the yellow monkeys, it became evident that this was likely a premeditated plan. "It wasn't exactly from the start. Rather, it was after encountering you in Grovetown and discussing justice that this notion took root in my mind," Wang Han replied with a smile. "Of course, even had we not conversed about justice, I would inevitably have targeted the celestial dragons for my eyes. They're no different from pests. Is it not entirely normal for a giant to squash a mosquito that seeks its demise? Today, I shall indeed bring an end to you. You are undeniably a perilous individual. Furthermore, those who have heard your declarations must also perish." Upon Wang Han's admission, the yellow monkey's fleeting regret dissipated entirely. To espouse such views, to regard the celestial dragons as mere insects to be exterminated, Wang Han posed a future threat that could lead to far greater troubles if left unchecked. Should his words spread, they would constitute a significant dilemma. Death? Wang Han's face twisted into a scornful grin. I desire them to live. You shall not kill a single one. While I concede your strength in defeating Garp, I too possess considerable power. Pray tell, have you ever experienced the brilliance of a flash kick? You who likens yourself to a giant? Malice flickered in the yellow monkey's eyes, and in the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Wang Han. One leg raised and glowing with golden radiance as it aimed a side kick at Wang Han's chest. Buzz! In the following moment, a semicircular electromagnetic barrier rose before Wang Han, effectively blocking the yellow monkey's lightning-fast strike and safeguarding everyone within. Light, is it? Observing the yellow monkey maintaining his kicking posture, Wang Han derided. Were it truly the speed of light, I might have to take you more seriously. Alas, your light speed is rather sluggish. Yet that makes sense. Had you truly been light, you would have long since conquered the seas and traversed the cosmos. How formidable indeed. The yellow monkey spoke as he leapt into the air. It came as no surprise to him that Wang Han could withstand his light speed kick. After all, he was a formidable opponent capable of inflicting severe injuries on Garp. So, can you withstand this next assault? The yellow monkey in mid-air remarked, gazing at the semicircular electric shield as his hands radiated a golden glow. 8 Shaka's prism. In the next moment, amidst the tense watch of Kana and the slaves, a multitude of golden energy orbs erupted from the monkey's hands, cascading towards Wang Han's electromagnetic shield. TCH, I can still disregard this. Wang Han curled his lips in disdain, completely ignoring the barrage of light projectiles fired by Kizaru, as he took Guena's hand and strode away. If these were genuine light projectiles, Wang Han would indeed need to exercise caution. However, compared to true light, Kizaru's creations were vastly inferior. Wang Han could easily contend with them without even needing to change his form. Countless beams struck the electromagnetic shield, erupting in a series of explosions that sent ripples across its surface, yet they could never breach the barrier. Those inside felt not even a whisper of wind. The individuals within the shield stared in astonishment until Guena called out, prompting them to hastily follow Wang Han's lead. Kizaru continued to emit light, while the shield gradually advanced. Is it really possible for that fellow to harness technology to such an extent? Kizaru pondered, watching his own projectiles strike the shield, creating ripples, yet failing to inflict any harm within. Do you intend to cower within that tortoise shell? Aware that he could not easily dismantle Wang Han's shield, Kizaru decided to halt, positioning himself before it and declaring, I must say, you have made quite an impression on me. I simply do not wish to bully you too harshly. Wang Han shook his head and continued towards the port. Sakazuki should take at least half an hour to arrive here. That time is ample for me to accomplish much. Oh, so you are aware. Do you have spies within the Navy? Kizaru exclaimed, glancing at Wang Han, who remained shielded. He ceased his attack and leisurely trailed alongside the shield. Are you so confident with both admirals here? Or do you wish to avoid entanglement, knowing Sakazuki is on his way? Observing the direction Wang Han intended to go, Kizaru seemed to penetrate his thoughts, mockingly stating, you intend to return to your ship, I presume? Alas, the Navy will not forget your vessel or your companions aboard. By the time you make your way back, it is quite possible that those on board will have perished. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Guena and the others grew increasingly anxious. Yet, Wang Han remained unhurried, the shield moving at a steady pace, thwarting their desire to hasten back to the ship. Everyone believed that the shield's activation rendered Wang Han incapable of rapid movement, a notion even Kizaru shared. Huh, Wang Han chuckled lightly. Then you should hurry and rescue them. The Yamato is a formidable beast. Unlike me, it will show no mercy once engaged. Who knows? Even Tsuru might fall to its might. She is a veteran companion of Sengoku and Garp. Do you wish to see those two old souls grieve? Vice Admiral Tsuru is a comrade of both the Fleet Admiral and Garp. Her strength is not as feeble as it appears. Moreover, my true target is you. Should someone like you escape, it could lead to considerable trouble in the future, Kizaru said, scrutinizing Wang Han's expression. Unfortunately, he could discern none of the emotions he sought. Wang Han remained unfazed and confident. Is that so? I am quite eager to witness just how swiftly you can reach them. A resounding rumble. As Wang Han's voice fell, a series of intense explosions resonated from the direction of the harbor. Indeed, when I refer to Yamato, I am not speaking of the crew aboard, but rather the battleship itself, which possesses a consciousness of its own. Wang Han elaborative. Chapter 50. The Battle of Yamato. Is it the ship spirit that Wang Han speaks of? The harbor in Zone 59. Crane's expression turned grave as he gazed at the imposing Yamato docked at the harbor. Just moments ago, Navy soldiers had boarded the colossal battleship, only to be met with a ferocious barrage from the ship's machine guns. Bullets rained down upon them, resulting in severe casualties. According to reports from the retreating soldiers, as soon as they stepped onto the vessel, they were fired upon by its weaponry. Those who ventured aboard noted the extensive and densely packed armament, displaying an overwhelming firepower, and they did not observe any personnel operating these weapons. If indeed a ship spirit were controlling the armaments, their endeavor to seize the battleship would be exceedingly challenging, necessitating its destruction instead. Major Bikire, you should attempt to board. If you could disable the weapons, do so, Crane instructed the nearby major. Bikire, one of the station majors at Shambodi, was adept in the six styles and possessed armed hockey. Understood, Bikire replied, stepping forward and leaping onto the 20-meter-high battleship deck with moonwalk techniques. Rat-a-tat-tat. Clang. In the next instant, as Major Bikire ascended above the deck, the battleship erupted with a volley of machine gun fire. The crossfire from 3 anti-aircraft machine guns converged upon him, with 12 7mm bullets descending like rain from 3 directions. This is bad. Witnessing the scene, Major Bikire was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his resolve wavering not an instant. He executed a moonwalk to evade, simultaneously hardening his hockey to shield his vital areas, and dash back. Nevertheless, his arms were struck by 2 bullets, and 1 severed limb fell from the sky. Fortunately, only the 3 12 7mm anti-aircraft machine guns had opened fire. Otherwise, it would have been far graver than a mere loss of an arm. Major Bikire, below the battleship, several Navy soldiers rushed to his side, assisting him. A few more hurriedly brought a medical kit to his aid. General Crane, the weapons above fire automatically and with tremendous force. Bikire, now receiving first aid, returned to Crane's side, his countenance somber. Moreover, those bullets are peculiar. Their speed is approximately 3 times that of ordinary flintlock bullets, and they can fire in rapid succession with great density. The lethality of the bullets exceeds that of flintlock ammunition significantly. Just facing 3 guns has proven overwhelming. I do not recommend sending more soldiers to risk their lives above. It seems that the only option left is to detonate the ship and then devise a means to repair it. Upon hearing this, Crane nodded. Although seizing this reputedly strongest battleship directly is not feasible, it appears that this is the only course of action left. One must never wait for Wang Han to escape and flee by ship. Otherwise, once this battleship ventures into the open sea, it will become exceedingly difficult to contend with. Although it would be a lamentable loss to destroy it, we could still salvage it to analyze the technology aboard. Prepare to scuttle the ship. Commander, he instructed a nearby naval colonel. Upon receiving the command, the colonel promptly picked up the communication device to relay his orders. Soon thereafter, 2 naval vessels entered the harbor. The main cannons of the ships were aimed at the battleship's waterline. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the main cannons of both ships fired in unison. A barrage of cannonballs, each the size of a basin, hurtled towards the battleship's waterline. Thunderous explosions erupted along the battleship's hull, facing the sea, engulfing it in billowing smoke. The battleship tilted slightly, but quickly regained its equilibrium. With armor thickness reaching 650 millimeters, the Yamato could withstand its own naval artillery fired from distances of 20 to 30 kilometers. How could the antiquated artillery of these vessels penetrate such formidable defenses? Commander, our main cannon has failed to breach the battleship's waterline, reported the colonel from the command of the 2 vessels through the communication device. What a resilient ship. A pity indeed. Witnessing this scene and hearing the report, the naval personnel at the harbor and aboard the ships could not help but feel a sense of regret for this colossal battleship. Although the armor had not been penetrated, its presence here meant that its sinking was merely a matter of time. Continue the bombardment until it is sunk. Commander, he ordered once more. Just as the 2 ships prepared for a second round of fire, a resounding horn suddenly blared from the battleship. Then, to the horror of all present, the 3 triple-barreled main guns aboard the battleship began to rotate towards them. Commander, the battleship's main guns are turning towards us. Hard to starboard, full speed, evade, came the frantic voice of the colonel through the device, accompanied by the chaos aboard the ships. Abandon ship, jump overboard, he shouted urgently into the communication device. In that moment, she realized the grave error of her command. This battleship was not without its defenses, possessing a spirit of its own. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the 9 main guns firing reverberated throughout the entire Shambodi archipelago. With the recoil from the simultaneous firing, the Yamato shifted laterally across the water, colliding with the harbor and causing it to tremble. Boom! 9 460mm shells, accompanied by massive columns of air, targeted the two naval vessels, resulting in a series of horrific explosions that shattered the nearly 100-meter-long ships into fragments. Observing the destruction of the two vessels, his countenance darkened with despair. The fortitude of Wang Han's warship and the formidable power of its cannons exceeded her expectations. It would have been advantageous if Commander Gudha, stationed at the Sabeti archipelago, were present. As the commanding officer of the naval base frequently visited by the celestial dragons, Gudha possessed exceptional strength. Not only did she master all 6 forms of the Navy in hockey, but her swordsmanship approached that of a Grand Master. Perhaps she could have attempted to cleave this ironclad vessel. Alas, following the onset of chaos, Gudha's primary and sole duty was to protect the celestial dragons on another island. And the elite forces of the Sabeti base remained close to the celestial dragons as a precaution, rendering it impossible for them to come here. Aboard the battleship, the crew, including Perona, were taken aback as the Yamato began firing autonomously without anyone at the helm. They were oblivious to the ship's sentience. The sheer power was terrifying. The naval soldiers around them were equally stunned by the might of the battleship's main cannons. Observing the expressions of the demoralized sailors, Crane let out a cold huff and declared loudly, "A ship is merely a ship. No matter how robust or powerful its artillery, it cannot reach the shore, nor can its cannons strike us. We shall sink it with explosives from below the waterline." Just as Crane's words resonated, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Chapter 51. The Colossal Transforming Mecha. As Crane reinvigorated the morale of her troops, preparing to continue the assault, a remarkable transformation began, accompanied by a chorus of mechanical clicks. The Yamato started to crack and reshape before the eyes of the onlookers. In a tumult of metal, the Yamato morphed from a colossal battleship, measuring 265 meters in length, into a terrifying mechanical giant towering at 200 meters. With a deafening crash, the giant's massive arms struck the port, akin to a 1,000-ton hammer, causing the entire harbor to tremble violently as numerous fissures spread from its colossal hands. Boom! The titanic iron feet emerged from the sea, cascading torrents of water as they descended upon the harbor, crushing it under their immense weight. As half of the Yamato's transformed body rose above the water surface, it extended a multitude of weapons, with a tri-barrel cannon mounted on its shoulder aimed menacingly at the naval forces in the port. "I am Yamato." The terrifying roar emanating from the giant's colossal head reverberated throughout the land like a thunderous bellow. "I am Yamato." The resounding voice echoed from the direction of the harbor, prompting Kizaru to sense impending doom. Noticing the change in Kizaru's expression, Wang Han smiled and remarked, "Yellow Monkey, you may not be able to defeat me. If you do not rush to aid Admiral Crane, you shall be left to collect the remains. Probability and inevitability are 2 vastly different outcomes. You cannot escape." 8 Sun Mirror. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Ape let out a cold snort, placing his hands before his chest, and in an instant transformed into a golden streak of light, racing towards the harbor. "Damn it! Retreat immediately!" As she beheld the colossal battleship morphing into a gigantic robot, its myriad weapons aimed directly at her and her companions, Crane cursed and swiftly issued the order for the Navy to fall back. She had never anticipated that Wang Han's battleship would be such a monstrous and terrifying entity. The disparity in information had rendered her actions utterly futile, leading to impending heavy casualties. Simultaneously, the Yamato, emerging partially from the water, opened fire. The naval cannons on its left shoulder and arms, the extensive array of anti-aircraft guns and machine guns, along with 20 close-in weapons mounted on its chest, unleashed a torrential barrage of ammunition upon the Navy stationed at the harbor. The ferocity of the cannonade resonated throughout the harbor, surpassing even the sounds of conflict between the two fleets. Violent explosions continued to echo, and the turrets on its shoulders and arms repeatedly discharged 5-ton, 460mm shells. Each of these shells, upon impact, could create a massive crater measuring 20 meters in diameter and exceeding 7 meters in depth. Within 100 meters, survival was nearly impossible. What is this? A minute and a half later, as the Yellow Ape arrived from Area 31, he could see, from a distance of 500 to 600 meters, that the entire port of Area 59 had been utterly obliterated. Buildings lay in ruins, thick smoke billowing into the air. And even the adjacent port of Area 58 had suffered significant structural damage. A multitude of vast craters pockmarked the harbor, resembling the lunar surface, with the largest crater measuring 20 meters across and as deep as a 2-story building. The ground littered with the corpses of deceased Navy soldiers and the bodies of those who dared to venture too close. At the harbor's edge, The immense transformer had now fully ascended, its body bristling with over 300 guns continuously unleashing fire. The sound of machine guns echoed ominously as a volley of large-caliber bullets flew towards the panicked Navy personnel attempting to flee. The relentless bombardment of artillery continued to rain down upon those still attempting to escape or hide beneath the rubble. Trembling in the debris, the Navy soldiers and civilians were nearly paralyzed by the overwhelming firepower of the steel giant, daring not to show themselves. They launched sporadic counterattacks with their flintlock rifles and portable cannons. Yet such feeble resistance had no effect on the colossal metal behemoth, leaving no more than superficial marks. With each shell fired, they were swept away by the ensuing explosions. "I will fight you." A Navy major leaped into the air, executing a moonwalk towards the gigantic robot. Hud, hud, hud. In the next instant, a 20mm dual-barreled anti-aircraft gun on the shoulder of the Yamato suddenly raised its muzzle, and amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the leaping major was shattered mid-air. Damn it! The 8-span gravitational jewel. Witnessing the one-sided battle unfold, Kizaru did not hesitate for a moment. He raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of light projectiles towards the steel giant stationed at the harbor. He should have arrived sooner. Thunderous explosions echoed as the numerous light projectiles struck the metallic colossus, detonating in rapid succession. Unfortunately, the power of his light beams, akin to that of small artillery shells, was insufficient to inflict significant damage upon the heavily armored Yamato transformer. Fortunately, the shockwaves from the explosions disrupted the movements of the Yamato, granting the beleaguered Navy a much-needed respite. Borisolino, the sight of Kizaru's arrival allowed Crane, amidst the ruins, to exhale in relief. Although she was aware of Wang Han's formidable strength, she had nevertheless underestimated the man capable of severely injuring Carp. Simultaneously, in response to Kizaru's concentrated assault, Yamato swiftly maneuvered, pulling the two warship-side armor from his back to the front, effectively shielding himself from Kizaru's light projectiles. Even the most fragile edge of this shield boasted a thickness of 405mm. Full retreat. Recognizing that Kizaru had momentarily restrained the steel giant, Crane seized the opportunity to issue a withdrawal command. Such a colossal beast was beyond the capacity of these ordinary sailors to contend with, and remaining would only lead to futile losses. "Benefactor, why do we still advance toward the harbor? The Admiral and a large contingent of Navy forces are currently stationed there." On the other side, after Kizaru had departed, the liberated slaves observed Wang Han proceeding towards the harbor, even after he had deactivated his shield, and were compelled to intervene urgently. The Admiral, along with a substantial number of Navy personnel, awaited there. In their minds, the Admiral represented the pinnacle of naval power, instilling fear across the seas. Even if Wang Han could indeed triumph over the Admiral, it would not be a swift victory, especially with another Admiral en route. No one believed that Wang Han could simultaneously defeat two admirals. "Our ship is still over there. He is engaged in battle. The Yamato lacks any weapon capable of countering light." Wang Han chuckled, disregarding the pleas of the slaves, and continued his march towards Port 59. "My life was saved by my benefactor. Since my benefactor is heading there, I shall undoubtedly follow." The slaves exchanged glances, and ultimately, a towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height spoke up and immediately matched Wang Han's pace. Challenging an admiral of the Navy was not an opportunity afforded to many. The long-limbed slave declared, swiftly joining the ranks. "If my benefactor intends to confront the naval admiral, it must be because there are allies awaiting at the port. How can we possibly retreat?" Witnessing this, the remaining slaves erupted into cheers and promptly fell in line behind him. A throng of slaves followed Wang Han, their spirits soaring. "Quite intriguing," Wang Han mused, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he felt the fervor of the slaves behind him. This brought to mind Altair. Once, when he stood against the entire world, it was only Altair who remained by his side until the very end, even as the world crumbled. This time, it seemed he had other companions. Chapter 52. I shall wait with you at Port 59. After the ordinary Navy had retreated, Kizaru ceased his relentless bombardment of light projectiles. These light bursts held limited power, incapable of inflicting significant damage upon the colossal steel behemoth. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously with the cessation of the light attacks, Yamato cast aside her shield, and over 300 cannons on her body immediately opened fire towards Kizaru hovering in the sky. An unrelenting torrent of bullets, shells, and even 460mm naval cannonballs rained down upon Kizaru. How terrifying! This firepower rivals that of a demon-slaying fleet. Faced with the onslaught of bullets and shells, Kizaru feigned fear, yet made no attempt to evade. Instead, he allowed the projectiles to pass through his form, raising his hand and pointing towards the Yamato. Golden light converging at his fingertip. Bullets and shells continued to pierce through Kizaru's body, soaring into the sky, while he remained unscathed, his hands still raised, gathering light at his fingertip. Laze! In the next instant, a golden beam shot forth from Kizaru's finger, aimed directly at the massive head of the Yamato. In the blink of an eye, the golden light pierced through Yamato's forehead, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl, exposing electronic circuitry and intricate components within. Severely damaged. However, this did not bring Yamato down. To her immense frame, the hole was akin to a mere pinprick, and the bombardment continued unabated. Beneath her colossal form, despite the damage inflicted by the laser being minimal, the breach in defense had occurred, yet the overall impact remained limited. Nonetheless, I must eliminate you before Wang Han arrives. Otherwise, I shall find myself in a predicament, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, observing the iron giant unleashing firepower upon him. Golden light began to coalesce around his right calf. Lightspeed kick. In the next moment, Kizaru unleashed a formidable beam of golden light from his foot, hurtling towards Yamato's head. The tremendous explosion resonated against Yamato's face, sending metallic fragments scattering in all directions. Such an assault was sufficient to breach Yamato's armor. Yet this was not the end. Kizaru maintained the golden beam, aiming to cleave Yamato's body in twain. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill coursed down Kizaru's spine, and without hesitation, he ceased his lightspeed kick and transformed into a flash of light. Evading the impending danger was an illusion. After evading, Kizaru found no immediate threat, which left him perplexed, prompting him to extend his observation haki. In the next instant, Kizaru froze momentarily, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. When had this happened? To his astonishment, he noticed an inconspicuous, thumb-sized charred hole piercing through both tree No. 58 and tree number 59, and his previous position was directly aligned between these two voids. Admiral Tsuru. In the following moment, Kizaru swiftly transformed into a beam of light and fled. After Kizaru departed, Yamato's shattered form began to self-repair, recovering from the extensive damage inflicted by Kizaru in mere seconds. Approaching the harbor, Yamato, amidst a clamor of metal, re-emerged as a battleship, quietly docking in its designated spot, revealing the command center concealed within its belly. Inside, Perona and her companions wore expressions of sheer shock. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru, retreating with the beleaguered Navy soldiers, encountered Wang Han. Admiral Tsuru, there's no need for you to see me off, and with so many accompanying you, I find it hard to leave, Wang Han remarked with a smile, lowering his hand. Stopping in his tracks, Wang Han continued, if you are reluctant to depart, perhaps you should reconsider. Observing Wang Han approach with his entourage of slaves, Tsuru responded. With those sentiments, the disarrayed navy behind me promptly reformed their ranks, surrounding Wang Han and his company. That simply won't do. Though your reluctance is indeed touching, I harbor no fondness for this place. If I were to become displeased and eliminate the celestial dragons hiding in Area 66, you would certainly find yourselves in greater distress. Wang Han replied with a grin. To kill a celestial dragon and commit such a heinous crime, do you truly believe you can escape? Tsuru retorted loudly, preparing for conflict. Is slaying celestial dragons an unforgivable sin? That remains to be seen. Wang Han responded with a cryptic smile. I also doubt your ability to detain me. Do you intend to commit an even greater atrocity? Then I cannot allow your departure, Tsuru declared. Yet, despite her words, she remained cautiously vigilant, refraining from issuing commands to attack Wang Han. Wang Han's ability to defeat Carp undeniably attests to her formidable strength. The soldiers she commands are mere remnants, utterly incapable of matching her prowess. She is merely stalling for time, awaiting the arrival of Sakazuki. Since no confrontation has ensued, I shall refrain from emerging for the time being. Behind the 50 red trees, the hastily arriving Kizaru paused, stealthily concealing himself behind the crimson foliage. To overcome Wang Han, it is essential to wait for Sakazuki's arrival. As Crane delays, and with Wang Han's ship severely damaged, she has no means to depart on her own vessel. Naturally, he relishes the opportunity for respite. There is no pressing need to rush forth and engage Wang Han in battle. Moreover, he has been pondering when those 2 red trees were breached, as the fleeting sense of danger relentlessly instills a foreboding feeling within him. We are old acquaintances. You intend to wait for Sakazuki's arrival, do you not? There is no need for further delays, Wang Han remarked with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Crane's heart tightened, prompting her to exercise greater caution. Today, there would be no opportunity for idleness. Concealed behind the red trees, Kizaru sighed, bracing himself for battle. Perhaps I should first escort the others onto the ship, and then I shall accompany you in waiting. Just as Crane and Kizaru believed Wang Han was about to strike, she nonchalantly declared otherwise. Without regard for Crane's agreement, she continued toward the port. Hearing her words, Crane clenched her fists, while the other Navy personnel gritted their teeth, casting wary glances at Wang Han, who regarded the Navy admiral and the entire fleet with contempt. However, the stark reality is that they truly lacked the courage to confront Wang Han immediately. Hidden behind the red trees, Kizaru exhaled in relief. He was not particularly concerned. Wang Han's warship had already been destroyed by him, making her escape far from easy. The prospect of delaying the confrontation was undoubtedly preferable, ideally until Sakazuki arrives. Everyone, retreat to the base immediately and tend to your injuries. Observing Wang Han's continued advance, Crane contemplated briefly before issuing orders to the surrounding Navy personnel. Ultimately, she dared not engage Wang Han at this moment. These sailors were ill-equipped to contend with her, and remaining here would serve little purpose. Should a battle erupt, they would only be caught in the crossfire. It would be wiser to allow them to depart early, thereby averting unnecessary casualties, as both admirals would not be constrained during the ensuing conflict. Kizaru, you need not remain hidden. It must be exhausting. Why not emerge and enjoy a moment of leisure? Wang Han spoke softly behind the enormous red tree, his voice reaching the ears of Kizaru with remarkable precision. Ah, Mr. Wang Han possesses quite the remarkable observation haki. Kizaru sighed upon hearing Wang Han's words, transforming into light and coalescing beside Crane, lazily remarking. Chapter 53. The Arrival of Sakazuki. It seems this battleship is even more resilient than I anticipated. As he strolled back to the harbor in tranquility, gazing at the unscathed ship docked at the port, Kizaru mused inwardly. Simultaneously, he discreetly prepared for battle. Since the ship remained intact, there was a chance for departure, and Wang Han had no reason to truly linger for Sakazuki's arrival. Not only Kizaru, but also Crane, the slaves behind Wang Han, and even Kina were all steeling themselves for a desperate struggle. The atmosphere at the harbor grew tense, silence reigning as everyone remained vigilant of one another. Kuina, you take them aboard first. Wang Han sat down beside a shell crater, casually lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. Surely he cannot be waiting for another admiral, Sakazuki. Can he? The onlookers could not help but entertain this thought upon witnessing Wang Han's demeanor. If this were indeed the case, his confidence would be astonishing. A few slaves contemplated advising Wang Han, yet he asserted, if you wish to board my ship, you must heed my command. Come aboard. Once on my vessel, no harm shall befall you, and I shall not expend my energy to safeguard you. Guena, lead them onto the ship. Wang Han exhaled a smoke ring, smiling as he interrupted the slaves' attempts to speak. Observing Wang Han's resolute demeanor, Guena and the slaves ultimately refrained from voicing any objections and followed Guena aboard the battleship. As Wang Han had stated, they were too weak. Their presence would only compel him to expend energy on their protection. Neither Kizaru nor Tsuru intervened as they watched Guena lead the slaves onto the battleship, fearing that pressing Wang Han too hard might provoke immediate action or escape. They both doubted their ability to detain him. Naturally, they could not simply allow Guena and the slaves to depart by ship. However, after weighing the pros and cons, their primary objective remained to capture or eliminate Wang Han, the slayer of the celestial dragons. The others posed little threat. Even if they did flee, they could pursue them after securing Wang Han, perhaps even dispatching a couple of vice admirals for the task. Wang Han, however, was a formidable force. Should he escape, even a single admiral might struggle to subdue him, let alone capture or kill him. With the increasing power of the four emperors in the New World, the Navy could not afford to squander excessive energy, time, and strength on Wang Han. Should he enter the New World, the situation would undoubtedly become even more unfavorable for the Navy. If it weren't for your slaying of the celestial dragons, I wouldn't even consider capturing you. You might as well surrender, Tsuru said, feeling a sense of relief as she addressed Wang Han. Her impression of him was relatively positive. She too despised the celestial dragons. But reality was often cruel. Huh, do you really think surrendering will spare me from death? Wang Han scoffed at Tsuru's words. Tsuru fell silent. Wang Han had not merely struck down a celestial dragon, he had killed one. Even surrendering would guarantee his demise, and those around him would likely not be spared either. Vice Admiral Tsuru, do not underestimate this man. His purpose in coming to Sabaody was to kill the celestial dragons. He has been planning this since his time in G5. His rhetoric and ideology are exceedingly dangerous, compounded by his formidable strength. He is undoubtedly a perilous individual, Kizaru stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Tsuru glanced at Wang Han once more, as if she were only now beginning to comprehend his true nature. That Kizaru, known for his laid-back demeanor, would express such an assessment underscored Wang Han's threat. Watching Wang Han, who remained absorbed in his smoking, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, Kizaru harbored an unspoken thought. Even with his alliance with Akainu, they might struggle to subdue Wang Han. For he exuded confidence and an ephemeral sense of danger, an unsettling feeling that lingered in Kizaru's mind. How swiftly your impression of me has shifted. It truly saddens me, Borsellino. Wang Han remarked with a teasing tone, reclining beside the crater with his hands clasped behind his neck, gazing at the sky. The sky here was a brilliant blue, serene yet deceptive, for the weather in the Grand Line was notoriously capricious. Do you know why that is? These matters pertain to the realm of scientists. Our Navy's duty is to uphold the peace of the seas and eliminate dangers such as yourself, Crane remarked, observing Wang Han's relaxed demeanor. They felt no inclination to let their guard down. I am aware of the reasons, which are tied to events from 8 centuries past. However, I presume you would not be interested in hearing them, Wang Han said with a smile. Upon hearing this, both individuals fell silent, refraining from engaging with Wang Han's topic. The perceived threat he posed elevated in their minds. Indeed, they were unaware of the specifics of the events from 8 centuries ago, yet they recognized that such matters have long been a taboo for the world government. Facing me, a general, you appear remarkably at ease. The lazy remark from Kizaru diverted the conversation as he settled down cross-legged not far from Wang Han. You are not yet a sufficient threat to me, Wang Han asserted. Confidence is commendable, yet arrogance is not, Crane cautioned, her gaze frequently drifting toward the battleships anchored in the harbor. With the presence of the observation, Haki loomed heavily over the vessels. Fortunately, after Kina and the others boarded, they did not set sail immediately, allowing for a moment of respite before any action was required. Wang Han fell silent, merely gazing quietly at the sky, noticing his reticence. Crane and Yellow Ape also chose to remain silent. Time passed in serene increments, and soon more than 10 minutes had elapsed. Then, Sakazuki arrived. Wang Han rose from the edge of the crater. In the distance, the horizon of the sea revealed the approach of a large naval warship, advancing rapidly towards them. Despite his arrogance, one could not deny the courage displayed. Upon witnessing the arrival of the warship, Crane felt an immediate sense of relief and harbored a measure of admiration for Wang Han. This does not require bravery. It is merely a forced vacation due to my favorable impression of you, Wang Han stated as he stood up. Simultaneously, aboard the approaching warship, Akainu lowered his binoculars and clenched his fists. He observed the devastation of the port and the figures still standing amidst the ruins. Kizaru, Crane, and Wang Han. Those who tarnish justice must not be spared. Chapter 54. Confrontation with Akainu 40 minutes prior, in the tavern of Fishman Island's Fisherman Street. As chaos erupted during the auction at Sabeti Archipelago No. 1, news of Wang Han's assassination of a celestial dragon spread like wildfire, leading to an urgent call via a transponder snail. Killing a celestial dragon. He has indeed accomplished something monumental. After ending the call, Shanks rubbed his temples in exasperation. To kill a celestial dragon is a feat not attempted since the days of Rox D. Zebek. And Wang Han is the first in a century to succeed in such an act. Regardless of whether he survives to leave Sabeti Archipelago, his name will echo throughout the seas, and his actions will have a profound impact on the world. He is truly an admirable individual. Captain, shall we go to his aid? Ben Beckman inquired of Shanks, genuinely impressed by Wang Han's audacity to confront and slay a celestial dragon. Indeed, many throughout the seas will likely come to respect Wang Han for this act. Of course, such a momentous occasion calls for a celebration in honor of the protagonist. Shanks exclaimed loudly to the pirates in the tavern. Let us set sail for Sabeti Archipelago. Having previously heard Wang Han state that his purpose in entering the Grand Line was to demonstrate strength, the red-haired pirates chose not to return to the New World after parting ways with Wang Han, instead waiting at Fishman Island. However, Shanks had not anticipated that Wang Han would choose such a dramatic means to establish his reputation. To kill a celestial dragon is indeed an act many have longed to undertake, yet feared to execute. Upon the arrival of Akainu's warship at Sabeti Archipelago, he did not immediately fire upon Wang Han's vessel, but instead positioned himself not far from the port. Akainu then gracefully descended with a moonwalk to the harbor. Even Akainu believed that destroying Wang Han's ship would be a regrettable loss. Should the Navy acquire the technology of that vessel, their strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. The awaited moment had finally arrived. Observing the figure of Akainu landing beside Kizaru with a graceful moonwalk, Wang Han spoke softly. Upon arriving at the port, Akainu did not immediately attack Wang Han, but rather settled next to Kizaru. Borsellino, are you engaged in conversation? Akainu inquired, disregarding Wang Han entirely. Despite the port's severe devastation, the three individuals appeared to be in a state of calm rather than combat. No, I alone lack the confidence to subdue him. So we decided to pause and await your arrival before resuming our confrontation, Kizaru explained nonchalantly, casually picking his nose. Together, await me, Akainu growled, veins pulsating on his forehead, his voice low and thunderous. The implication of waiting for him before re-engaging was a blatant affront to his status as a supporting admiral. Indeed, we reached this consensus together, Kizaru replied, seemingly oblivious to Akainu's simmering wrath, maintaining an air of indifference. Enough, Akainu bellowed, interrupting Kizaru with an expression of pure fury directed at Wang Han, who stood across from him. His arm transformed into molten lava as he swung toward Wang Han, a massive head of magma materializing from his arm, hurtling straight at him. Dogtooth, Red Lotus. High-pressure, water gun. Confronted by the advancing magma head, Wang Han remained unfazed, his arm morphing into a thick pipe from which a tumultuous jet of high-pressure water erupted, meeting Akainu's magma head head-on. Sizzling sounds filled the air as water clashed with lava, creating a thick cloud of steam that obscured vision and surged outward. The magma head of the Dog-Tooth, Red Lotus rapidly cooled under the force of the water, transforming into a statue of volcanic ash. Water. Kizaru and Crane exchanged surprised glances at Wang Han's ability to thwart the lava with his powerful water jet. It seemed that Wang Han possessed capabilities that exceeded expectations. And since seawater could counteract the powers of a Logia type, it was no wonder he felt confident in his ability to rival two admirals. Great fire! Akainu shouted, unleashing a colossal punch of lava, his right hand morphing into a massive surge of molten rock. With the foresight of observation haki, an enormous fist of magma, 30 meters in diameter, was propelled toward Wang Han, who remained steadfast in his position. Such a vast quantity of magma would not extinguish easily, even if it fell into the ocean. High-pressure, water blade. Wang Han continued to unleash a jet of water, his wrist twisting with precision. The originally thick stream of water swiftly diminished in diameter, becoming interspersed with minute particles, ultimately condensing to the size of a pinky finger. In an instant, the velocity of the ejected water surged exponentially. Wang Han's arm formed a cross, and with a hissing sound, a terrifying torrent of water, propelled by relentless force, sliced through Akainu's magma-infused fist, severing even the molten arm and cleaving his chest. At the point of separation, the crimson magma appeared somewhat dulled. A resounding crash echoed behind Akainu and his companions as the colossal 59th red tree collapsed, its cut surface smooth as a mirror. As he regained composure, Akainu's arms transformed into molten lava. With rapid punches, bursts of lava erupted from his fists, morphing into massive magma fists several meters in diameter, hurtling towards Wang Han. Faced with the onslaught of Akainu's magma fists raining down, Wang Han raised his other hand, a high-pressure water blade also gushing forth, and, as he wielded both hands, the torrents of water sliced through each magma fist with astonishing speed. Borsellino, how long must we wait? Akainu roared, not out of doubt in his ability to defeat Wang Han, but rather to prevent any chance of escape for such an extremely malevolent individual. The faster he subdued him, the better. How terrifying. I've almost been cut, remarked Borsellino, positioned 10 meters behind Akainu, his neck aglow with golden light, clearly having been grazed by the high-pressure water stream. It seems being shorter isn't entirely a disadvantage. However, I shall observe from a safer distance, said Tsuru, quickly retreating. The speed of that water column had been astonishingly rapid, far exceeding that of a bullet. Had it not swept just above her head, she would have needed to exert all her effort to evade it. Given Wang Han's rapid assault, Tsuru deemed it prudent to maintain a safe distance to allow herself time to avoid any collateral damage. Borsellino, let us work together to swiftly subdue Wang Han. Prolonging this encounter could lead to unforeseen complications, Tsuru reminded as she departed. Indeed, one cannot afford to be lax. Borsellino replied, sounding somewhat lethargic, yet he transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from sight, betraying his genuine apprehension of Wang Han. In a flash, Borsellino appeared in midair behind Wang Han, his foot glowing with golden light poised to strike downwards. A beam of golden energy emanated from his foot, aiming for Wang Han's neck. Though he feigned a desire for idleness, when the moment of action arrived, Borsellino was utterly resolute. Wang Han, capable of such audacious declarations, could not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, the entire sea would be thrown into chaos by his tumultuous presence. He merely harbored a disdain for Akainu. wishing to see him endure some trials at the hands of Wang Han, while simultaneously observing Wang Han's methods. Rather than facing Wang Han head-on, he preferred a covert strike. Chapter 55. Kizaru, are you still addicted to ambushes? Lightspeed kick. Kizaru's lightspeed kick and laser have both been thwarted by Zephyr, indicating that the speed generated by Kizaru's glint fruit falls short of true lightspeed. A golden beam emanated from the air behind Wang Han, stealthily targeting the nape of his neck with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. Let us see how you defend against this. Observing Kizaru's lethal ambush, Akainu, who was keenly aware of every movement on the battlefield, allowed a smile to creep onto his lips as he accelerated his magma-infused fist, launching it with tremendous force toward Wang Han. In the face of Kizaru's attack, Wang Han wielded his water blade, standing firm and unwavering as he continued to swing his arms. A metallic and glass-like surface emerged from his back, revealing a mirror. Just as Kizaru's beam was about to strike Wang Han, he slightly tilted his body. In the next instant, Kizaru's lightspeed kick impacted the mirror on Wang Han's back, ricocheting towards the grinning Akainu. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, leaving both Akainu and Kizaru with sooty faces, while even Crane could not help but support her forehead in disbelief. Kizaru's ambush had inadvertently been turned against him, resulting in Akainu sustaining significant damage. The tech fruit will undoubtedly become my most despised ability in the future. Cursing under his breath, Kizaru quickly repositioned himself in midair. Hellhound! Restored to his full form, Akainu launched another attack, this time opting for close combat rather than a long-range assault. His fist, infused with intensely concentrated magma, surged toward Wang Han, seeking the opportunity for a decisive strike. Engaging in close quarters with a magma user posed a considerable disadvantage. How terrifying. Observing the charging Akainu, Wang Han mimicked Kizaru's tone, feigning fear. Electromagnetic. Despite his pretense of trepidation, Wang Han raised his hand to meet Akainu's fist. Just a centimeter before Wang Han's fist, an inconspicuous electromagnetic shield intercepted Akainu's magma punch. Damn it! Akainu cursed, feeling the temperature of his fist intensify as he exerted even greater force. Laser. At that moment, a finger-thick golden beam shot forth once more from behind Wang Han, aimed directly at his head. In such circumstances, can you truly afford to be distracted by activating that shield? Kizaru pondered silently. Hellhound. Aware of Kizaru's ambush, Akainu launched another fist toward Wang Han. Liquid. Confronted with both Kizaru's attack and Akainu's strike, Wang Han softly uttered his command. In the next heartbeat, Kizaru's laser pierced through Wang Han's head, subsequently penetrating Akainu's chest. Victory! No, wait. As Wang Han's head was pierced by the laser, a smile crept onto Akainu's lips. However, in the next instant, that smile froze in place. From the forehead that had been penetrated, it was not blood that flowed, but a substance resembling mercury, which was gathering back towards Wang Han's forehead. This process bore a striking resemblance to the manner in which his magma fruit powers were restored. Wasn't he supposed to possess a superhuman technological fruit? How could he exhibit the abilities of a Logia type? A perplexity arose in the minds of Kizaru, Akainu, and Tsuru. Surprised. Are you? I find it rather unremarkable, Wang Han remarked with a smile, as he competed with Akainu in a display of fist strength. From his chest, a nozzle resembling a high-pressure water cannon emerged. This isn't good. Upon seeing this, Akainu's pupils constricted as he attempted to retreat. Alas, it was too late. He was merely an arm's length away from Wang Han. Boom! Hiss! In the next moment, a torrent of water erupted from Wang Han's chest, dousing Akainu and producing a hissing sound. Akainu's fist was encased in frost, rendering it as solid as stone. While he himself was propelled backward by the force of the high-pressure water, his body marked with traces of volcanic ash as the magma solidified. A being of your malevolence must be eradicated. Amidst the surging waters, Akainu felt his body growing increasingly rigid, gritting his teeth as the volcanic rock upon him began to crack, revealing a deep crimson hue beneath. A massive eruption. In the next instant, searing magma burst forth from Akainu's entire being, the red-hot lava spewing out like a volcanic explosion. Not only did it withstand the oncoming deluge, but also forcefully pushed the water back. Volcanic rock fragments cascaded down amidst the clash of fire and water. Now, that is an unexpected maneuver. Casting a surprised glance at Akainu, who had transformed entirely into molten rock, Wang Han's fists morphed into cannons once more, unleashing 2 jets of water towards him, pushing back the encroaching lava. A Chakra mirror. As the erupting Akainu found himself at a disadvantage, a radiant light suddenly appeared behind Wang Han, coalescing into Kizaru, who stood poised behind him. Now, with both hands exerting force. How will you confront my ambush? A nearly 2-meter-long light sword was drawn from Kizaru's palm. He gripped the sword with both hands and slashed diagonally toward Wang Han's neck. This time, surely I will succeed. From a distance, Tsu, sensing this moment with her observation haki, could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Wang Han's strength had indeed exceeded her expectations, managing to hold his own against Akainu. However, could he withstand the combined might of two admirals? Akainu was equally expectant. Shield. A half-formed pale blue electromagnetic barrier rose from behind Wang Han, effectively blocking Kizaru's sword strike. However, this time the shield was unlike any before. As the Yellow Ape concentrated his power on a single point, a multitude of ripples emerged, and the lightsaber in his hand gradually penetrated the shield. Yellow Ape, a sneak attack once or twice is forgivable, but now you seem to be addicted, Wang Han remarked with a scowl, his head bizarrely rotating 180 degrees to glare at the Yellow Ape. As he spoke, four mechanical arms resembling tentacles sprouted from Wang Han's back and waist. Any Marvel enthusiast in this world would undoubtedly recognize these as the four mechanical arms of Dr. Octopus. However, compared to Dr. Octopus's appendages, the technological prowess of Wang Han's mechanical arms was undoubtedly far superior. At this moment, the four mechanical arms aimed at the Yellow Ape's head, their tips adorned with mechanical claws. Amidst the flickering of electricity, 3 red beams of light converged at the center of each mechanical claw. What is this? Light. As the Yellow Ape beheld the concentrated rays on the mechanical claws, the fleeting sense of danger surged within him once more, lingering this time. A singular question occupied the depths of his mind, staring in disbelief at the gathering red luminescence. Light. Wasn't that his domain? Was this truly the extent of his true power? To develop his fruit ability to such a degree. With his observation haki, he sensed everything unfolding, and a look of incredulity appeared on Crane's face. Wang Han was only just now revealing his full strength. How young was Wang Han? Barely 20 years old. Chapter 56. The game is over. Time for a change. As the laser on the mechanical tendrils prepared to fire, the Yellow Ape stood before Wang Han, still wearing an expression of disbelief. Wang Han. Akainu's voice suddenly roared from behind him. You're seeking death. In the next moment, Wang Han abandoned the Yellow Ape. The mechanical tendrils fell away from his back as a dual-thrust jetpack emerged, expelling searing flames. Is this the power of an admiral? On the battleship, everyone stared in terror, their eyes wide as they beheld the torrent of crimson lava cascading towards them. Each face turned ashen. It turned out that Akainu, witnessing his magma failing to breach Wang Han's water jets and seeing the Yellow Ape's sneak attack thwarted once again, had redirected his target towards the battleship at the port, launching a massive flow of magma towards the crew, risking being cooled by Wang Han. In the next moment, Wang Han appeared at the side of the Yamato battleship, arms outstretched, as an electromagnetic shield stretching 300 meters long and 80 meters high unfurled before him, steadfastly protecting the battleship behind him. Seeing this scene, a smile crept across Akainu's lips. Boom! The crimson lava collided with the electromagnetic shield, casting a red glow over Wang Han and the entire battleship behind him. Fortunately, the encroaching lava was successfully repelled. Brother Wang, savior. As they gazed at the small, yet resolute figure standing in front of them, tears streamed down the faces of all present. Yellow Ape, the resounding shout of Akainu, jolted Kizaru awake. The ultimate flash. His hands crossed. But this time was not the 8-size shocking hook. Radiance converged at the intersection of Kizaru's hands. In the next moment, a beam of light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth from the junction of his arms, piercing through magma and slicing through the open electromagnetic shield, striking Wang Han. Brother Wang, benefactor. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of everyone aboard the battleship rose to their throats. It succeeded. Having sensed with her observation haki that the beam had struck Wang Han, Tsuru finally exhaled in relief. Wang Han's strength had exceeded all expectations, and she now understood why he was unafraid of two admirals. However, it was finally over. Even Wang Han's formidable power could not withstand the machinations at play. With the suppression of the water flow gone, Akainu was liberated. He dashed forward, leaping over the magma and past Wang Han's shield, appearing right before him. His molten fist, shrouded in armament haki, was as dark as ink and radiated a terrifying heat, aimed directly at Wang Han's head, which had just been struck by the beam. The 3 admirals possess armament haki. Otherwise, how could they contend with other Logia users? After all, they're the 3 admirals. In the next instant, metallic liquid splattered across Wang Han's face, revealing his crimson electronic eye and the metallic skeleton beneath. The shield that had blocked the magma vanished at that moment. Fortunately, without Akainu's support, The magma lost its force and began to flow slowly toward the ground, no longer posing a threat to the battleship. How could this be? Now it was Akainu's turn to widen his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Wang Han's face. He could feel the terrifying heat emanating from his fist dissipating at an alarming rate. Even the armament hockey was fading away, leaving his fist a grayish white. A glance at Kizaru's ultimate flash revealed that it had inflicted no harm upon Wang Han whatsoever. How is this possible? In the distance, Tsuru's face was also etched with disbelief. You have successfully provoked my wrath, Wang Han said, his voice subdued as he raised his hand to grasp Akainu's arm. Energy absorption allows for the intake of thermal energy, electrical energy, and other forms of energy upon contact, converting them into his own power, a concept carried over from the previous narrative. In the next moment, Akainu's arm turned grayish-white as the heat from his molten body rapidly dissipated. It's not that the ability is ineffective, it's absorption. Even the armament hockey has been absorbed. Akainu's eyes reflected fear for the first time, his expression frozen in shock. Without hesitation, he forcibly broke free from Wang Han's grasp and retreated to a distance. At the severed arm, magma flowed and began to reshape itself, but this time, the restoration was slower than ever before. This is troublesome. I had underestimated his strength. Watching Akainu retreat in haste, Tsuru's heart sank to the depths of despair. Killing Wang Han had become nearly impossible. If things went awry, both admirals might even suffer losses. What a terrifying individual. The Yellow Ape approached Akainu's side, observing the latter's recovering arm, his expression grave. Gone was the carefree demeanor of the past. The time for frivolous games had concluded. Now commenced a one-sided bout of violence. As he beheld the two admirals standing together, the airborne Wang Han gradually descended, landing upon the still warm magma. Where he set foot, the heat swiftly dissipated, and the magma solidified into volcanic rock. On Wang Han's damaged visage, the silvery liquid metal underwent a transformation, adopting the appearance of flesh and blood. His metallic skeleton shifted to resemble an ordinary white bone structure, while the crimson electronic eyes morphed into a pair of deep black orbs. Muscles surged wildly across Wang Han's face. Observing this scene, both Kizaru and Akainu could feel an intensifying sense of danger within their hearts. They sensed that Wang Han's aura was steadily escalating, distinctly different from before. Crack, crack. The capabilities of his previous mechanical body were exceedingly limited. Clenching his fist, Wang Han cast a cold gaze upon Kizaru and Akainu. He had maintained his mechanical form to avoid the fatigue of a flesh and blood body, which was susceptible to death, while the mechanical form granted him immortality as long as his consciousness persisted. Before departing from that world, Wang Han was perpetually confronted by the assassins of the ninja, who developed a myriad of sinister jutsus and curses, many targeting the soul. In this world, likewise, there existed a plethora of devil fruit users. A mechanical body. Could this fellow possibly? A thought arose in the minds of Kizaru and the others, their ominous premonition intensifying. They were truly embroiled in a significant predicament. Can we increase our speed? Across the vast ocean, Garp incessantly urged his naval subordinates to hasten their pace. This time, he refrained from dozing off aboard the warship. Vice Admiral Garp, we are already at maximum speed, replied the weary naval personnel in response to Garp's command. How long until we arrive? Garp clenched his fist and inquired. We will reach there in 20 minutes, the Navy officer responded. 20 minutes. Let's hope we can make it. Garp sighed, his heart filled with silent prayers. Upon learning that Wang Han had slain a celestial dragon and that Sengoku had dispatched 2 admirals and Tsuru to capture him, he realized the gravity of the situation. Only Garp, who had genuinely faced Wang Han in combat, understood the true magnitude of his power. Once Wang Han reverted from his mechanical form to flesh and blood, the 2 admirals and Tsuru would encounter immense peril. The combined strength of the 2 admirals could undoubtedly compel Wang Han to transition back to his flesh and blood body, a formidable power that lingered vividly in Garp's memory, even surpassing that of the once mighty Roxy Zebek. Chapter 57. Power strikes back beholding the restored flesh and blood of Wang Han. Both Kizaru and Akainu could not suppress a gulp. In that moment, they felt as if they had reverted to their earlier days as fledgling Navy members, confronting a formidable figure like Roxy Zebek. Their muscles tensed in unison, their eyes fixated on Wang Han, wary of even the slightest distraction. Here he comes, Kizaru uttered with a low growl. In the distance, Wang Han charged towards the 2, treading upon the crimson lava, where his footsteps caused the molten rock to cool and solidify into stone. Without hesitation, Kizaru transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly retreating. The presence of Wang Han instilled an acute sense of peril within him. He was determined to evade any contact with him. "Do not underestimate me. I am Admiral Sakazuki," he roared, unleashing a torrent of flames. Confronted by the advancing Wang Han, Akainu lacked the swiftness of Kizaru and could only brace himself. His unwavering sense of justice forbade any retreat. Water release, great waterfall technique. Wang Han did not flinch in the face of Akainu's inferno. Instead, he continued his charge through the volcanic fists, cooling the lava in his wake. Meanwhile, he swiftly formed 5 hand seals before the tumultuous sea, conjuring a formidable surge of water that cascaded towards the harbor. As a villain capable of annihilating worlds in the Naruto universe, Wang Han was equally adept in manipulating the 7 elemental jutsus. Laze. Observing Wang Han sprinting atop the lava, Kizaru unleashed a barrage of laser beams towards him. Volcanic eruption. Concurrently, Akainu transformed entirely into lava, expelling a deluge of molten rock towards Wang Han, merging with the fierce waves rising behind him. Could this truly be within the realm of human capability? Witnessing the tumultuous sea and the erupting lava on the brink of collision, the crew aboard the battleship stood in stunned silence. Ignoring Kizaru's lasers, Wang Han absorbed the beams that struck him and plunged headlong into the torrent of lava. Upon his entry, the lava rapidly cooled around him, solidifying at the point of impact. With a hiss, the water and lava met once more, generating a vast plume of steam that enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the vision of all present. Subsequently, the seawater surged forth, submerging the lava. Light beam kick. In the sky, beams of radiant light erupted beneath Kizaru's feet, crashing into the tumult of water and lava, carving a massive chasm at the dock. As the ocean's waters poured into the newly formed trench, Wang Han could disregard both his and Akainu's devil fruit abilities. To defeat Wang Han, Akainu must engage him in close combat and first eliminate the encroaching seawater. Otherwise, once the water inundates them, defeat would be inevitable. Although they could utilize the moonwalk to evade the rising tide, Wang Han's aerial prowess surpassed theirs significantly. The Underworld Hound. Sensing Wang Han charging into the magma, Akainu immediately ceased his eruption of lava, transforming his hands into solidified magma, enveloped in haki, bracing for the confrontation. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Han burst through the magma, propelling himself towards Akainu. Come on! With Wang Han emerging from the molten depths, Akainu roared, raising his fist and charging at him. 8-foot mirror. In the sky, having dealt with the seawater, Kizaru descended like a beam of light. Smack! As Akainu lunged forward, Wang Han effortlessly seized his searing fist, infused with haki, halting its advance entirely. The immense force rendered Akainu unable to budge his fist from Wang Han's grasp. Boom! Akainu's other fist struck, but Wang Han blocked it with his arm. Ninjutsu, fire seal technique. With one arm defending against Akainu's blow, Wang Han's free hand swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Dark runes poured forth from the hand gripping Akainu's fist, entwining around his arm and further wrapping around his body. What on earth is this? Observing the gray runes coiling around his arm, a look of terror flickered in Akainu's eyes. His haki-imbued magma arm began to revert to its normal state. Although the haki remained, the strength of the lava dissipated. Not absorbed, but rendered powerless. Have you forgotten me? Just as the runes were about to encircle Akainu completely, Kizaru, transformed into light, materialized beside Wang Han. Once solidified, he launched a kick at Wang Han, this time devoid of light, but cloaked in pitch-black haki. I knew he would come corporeal. Wang Han's gaze fell upon the long leg kicked by the Yellow Ape, and as he opened his mouth, thunder began to gather within. Not daring to hesitate, the Yellow Ape transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Lightning release, false darkness. Almost simultaneously with the Yellow Ape's disappearance, a surge of thunderous light erupted from Wang Han's mouth, soaring straight toward the distant red tree number 59. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated against the trunk of the red tree, akin to the detonation of a 150mm artillery shell. The trunk was blasted into a crater over 2 meters in diameter, shimmering with lightning. How perilous! This opponent is indeed formidable. His age is certainly not as it appears. Observing the crater seared into the red tree by the lightning, the Yellow Ape could not help but break into a cold sweat. Had that lightning struck his corporeal form, it would have undoubtedly inflicted grievous harm upon him. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Wang Han was distracted by the Yellow Ape, Akainu, whose fist had been caught, did not hesitate to sever his own arm as the sealing runes began to crawl up his limb, swiftly distancing himself from Wang Han. Sakazuki, the Yellow Ape, gathered beside Akainu, his expression grave as he regarded the severed arm of Sakazuki. I can still fight. We must be cautious. For he possesses means to counter our elemental forms. Akainu gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Wang Han in the distance. The severed arm revealed molten magma, yet it showed no sign of regenerating. Truly a vice admiral, discarding an arm with such decisiveness. Across from them, Wang Han discarded Akainu's severed arm, which was adorned with black sealing runes. Observing Wang Han's relaxed demeanor, both of their hearts sank to the depths of despair. The fruit's abilities were utterly ineffective against Wang Han. In close combat, his physical prowess was equally formidable, his methods exceedingly enigmatic and perilous, coupled with extensive battle experience that granted him a distinct advantage. In an instant, Wang Han's figure vanished. Be cautious, the Yellow Ape warned, his form dissolving into light. Shave. Simultaneously, Akainu moved, rapidly stamping his feet against the ground, creating a large pit before he too vanished. Not having discovered Wang Han's weakness, they dared not engage him recklessly. Suru, what is the situation? In the distance, Carp anxiously inquired through the den mushy. The situation is dire. Sakazuki and Borsellino are being overwhelmed by Wang Han. And Sakazuki has lost an arm, Suru replied, her observation of the battle through Ken Bunchiko Haki relaying the grim reality. Wang Han's strength exceeds all expectations, surpassing even the four emperors. Has that fellow exchanged bodies? He is flesh and blood. Carp's serious voice resonated through the den mushy, mimicking his stern expression with uncanny accuracy. How do you know? Hawk exclaimed in astonishment, quickly recalling that Garp had previously inflicted severe injuries upon Wang Han. I will take another 20 minutes to arrive. For now, let Sakazuki and Kizaru retreat. We must refrain from continuing the battle with Wang Han until I arrive. Otherwise, I fear they may not endure for such a duration, Garp stated with grave seriousness, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Understood, Hawk replied, her own resolve wavering. Wang Han's formidable strength had surpassed her expectations. The current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. Should they persist, it was likely they would not only fail to eliminate Wang Han, but could also suffer significant losses among their ranks. Chapter 58. Have you ever been struck by the 8 gates? Sealing fire technique. Damn it. On the battlefield, Akainu roared in fury as Wang Han seized one of his legs, observing the approaching rune that threatened to envelop him entirely. He grit his teeth and severed his own calf with a gale foot technique, uncertain of what would occur if that rune, which could nullify his devil fruit abilities, completely engulfed him. He dared not take the chance. Gale foot. The moment Akainu's leg was severed, Kizaru transformed into a streak of golden light, coalescing beside Wang Han. With his foot cloaked in the ominous black hue of Haki, he unleashed a fierce kick aimed directly at Wang Han. This time, he was entirely enveloped in Haki. It was imperative that this strike landed. Faced with Kizaru's relentless assault, Wang Han did not meet it head-on. Instead, he propelled himself backward, evading the attack by several meters. Bang! After Wang Han dodged, Kizaru's Haki-infused kick struck Akainu, who had just lost a leg, sending him hurtling through the air towards Hawk. The force of the blow was tremendous, imbued with the potency of Haki. It became evident that Kizaru's primary intention was not to injure Wang Han, but rather to rescue Akainu. Sakazuki, Hawk exclaimed, catching the injured Akainu, who was now missing an arm and a leg. Her expression grew increasingly grave as she swiftly led Sakazuki away from the scene. Both Garp's stern warning over the transponder snail and the sight of Sakazuki's grievous injuries indicated that they were indeed in peril. It remained uncertain whether the solitary Borsellino could endure for 20 minutes until Garp's arrival. Kizaru, you are as bothersome as a fly, Wang Han taunted, discarding Sakazuki's severed limb. When dealing with someone like you, I cannot afford to engage in a direct confrontation. I must take full advantage of my strengths. Kizaru replied with a smile, his form perpetually maintaining its elemental state. Kizaru, with such confidence in your speed, have you ever been struck by the 8 gates? Wang Han said, his body slightly bent. No, but I also do not wish to be struck by that so-called 8 gates of Dunja, Huang Yuan remarked, observing Wang Han's movements with heightened caution. 8th gate, the 6th gate, the opening of the view gate. In the next instant, with a low roar from Wang Han, a terrifying storm erupted from him, forming a large pit around his feet. Whoosh! Like a hurricane, Wang Han appeared before Huang Yuan with a sonic boom, covering a distance of 10 meters in less than 0.01 seconds, even making the speedster Huang Yuan struggle to respond. It was only when Wang Han's foot came crashing towards him that Huang Yuan barely managed to react, transforming into a beam of light to evade the kick. So swift. Just as Huang Yuan had momentarily consolidated his form in midair, Wang Han charged at him once more. his fist propelled by a sonic barrier aimed squarely at Huang Yuan's face. This time, Huang Yuan could hardly evade. Wang Han's fist passed through his head. That was close. Transforming back into a golden light and flying 100 meters away, Huang Yuan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Had it not been for his body maintaining its elemental state, that punch would have likely obliterated his head. If the sixth gate cannot break through elementalization, then I shall utilize the seventh gate. Observing Huang Yuan retreating 100 meters, Wang Han did not pursue him this time. Instead, he crossed his hands and began to gather energy. I can still grow stronger. Hey, hey, hey. Seeing Wang Han's actions, Huang Yuan's heart suddenly sank, and he hurriedly called out, "We have already lost. If you wish to leave, no one will stop you. There is no need for us to perish together. Before I depart, I must leave you a little gift upon your despicable face." Wang Han replied with a smile. Seventh gate, the opening of the shock gate. In the next moment, Wang Han's aura surged once more, doubling in intensity as he propelled himself towards Huang Yuan, treading upon the air, not in the manner of the moon step, but with each step grounding firmly into the atmosphere. At that moment, Huang Yuan found no desire to engage in conversation, transforming into a beam of light and attempting to flee. However, this time, his golden light was no match for Wang Han's speed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Han surpassed the golden light, delivering a kick towards its forefront. The air erupted violently, and even the very fabric of space began to warp. Because Wang Han was significantly stronger than Kai, even at the seventh gate. He possessed the strength of Kai at the eighth gate, capable of warping space to such an extent that even light could not escape. Bang! The instant Wang Han's leg made contact with the golden light, Huang Yuan was violently expelled, crashing to the ground like a cannonball onto the solidified magma surface, creating a crater 50 meters in diameter and over 10 meters deep. How is this possible? Lying in the pit, Huang Yuan's face was smeared with blood, his head pounding painfully, nearly causing him to lose consciousness, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he was cast out by Wang Han from the 8-foot mirror without a chance to react. He was certain that Wang Han had not employed any domineering aura, yet he had still been struck. Fortunately, Wang Han refrained from using his aura, which allowed the elemental damage to be significantly mitigated. Had he unleashed his aura, his head would likely have been shattered. With a resounding crash, Wang Han landed beside the Yellow Ape, his form radiating a cerulean aura, veins protruding across his body. What? Was that merely a single strike insufficient? Your physical resilience is remarkably feeble, a stark contrast to a Kainu. How did you manage to endure until my second kick? Wang Han remarked with a derisive laugh, surveying the Yellow Ape sprawled in the crater. Truly a formidable martial art. Might you enlighten me as to its name? The Yellow Ape inquired softly. The 8 gates of Duanjia, Wang Han replied, a forbidden technique that demands a price for its use. Wang Han declared, raising his fist, dying at your hands is not unjust. Huang Yuan remarked that with Wang Han's current speed and strength, even his elemental form could not evade the impending doom. In their confrontation, both he and Sakazuki had their potential pushed to the limits, yet it still could not bridge the vast chasm of disparity in their strengths. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the enormous pit, creating a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Earth was hurled skyward as the island trembled, and the ground fissured with great gashes. Even the sea surged violently beneath the force of that strike. P.S. It should be noted that Carp shattered 8 mountains through rigorous training, not with a single punch. Some readers have persistently misunderstood this point. Let's depart. With that, Wang Han canceled the state of the 8 gates and returned to the battleship. As he spoke, the battleship emitted 3 long blasts of its horn, as if proclaiming his departure. Minutes later, Crane, having realized Wang Han had left, returned alone to the battlefield. Polysolino, utilizing her observation haki, Crane unearthed the unconscious Huang Yuan from a mound of earth. At that moment, one of Huang Yuan's legs had been completely severed, the lower leg entirely absent, with blood oozing steadily from a wound. Fortunately, Crane sighed in relief, promptly applying a makeshift tourniquet to Huang Yuan's severed limb before hoisting the unconscious admiral away. As long as he remained alive, the Navy would not suffer the loss of its 2 admirals. It was no small feat for her diminutive frame to carry a 3-meter-tall admiral. Chapter 59. Departing from Sabaody, is he truly that formidable? Just resurfacing from beneath the waves aboard the Red Force, Ben Beckman felt his throat tighten upon hearing the voice emanating from Shank's transponder snail, disbelief washing over him. The others on the Red Force were equally stunned into silence. What he heard through the transponder snail was astonishing. Wang Han single-handedly confronted 2 admirals of the Navy. leaving them gravely injured and then departing. This was no mere defeat. The two admirals had been rendered incapacitated, though the specific details of the battle remained elusive. The timeline was astonishingly brief. From the moment Wang Han eliminated the celestial dragon to now, scarcely an hour had elapsed. This indicated that Wang Han's strength far surpassed the combined might of the two admirals. It seems we have underestimated him. Upon hearing Ben Beckman's words, Shanks replied, his expression devoid of its usual levity, replaced instead by an earnest gravity. Wang Han's prowess was no longer simply a threat to the equilibrium of the seas. He possessed the capability to upheave the very foundations of the ocean itself. Not just us, but everyone has underestimated him, Ben Beckman echoed, his countenance equally solemn. Determined to assist Wang Han, they instead found themselves engulfed in a shocking revelation. Prior to this moment, they had presumed that Wang Han's prowess was comparable to that of a naval admiral. Although he had once bested Garp, they believed his victory was chiefly attributed to the unique capabilities of his devil fruit, especially considering his youth. Now, they realized they had grossly underestimated Wang Han's strength. To vanquish two admirals in a mere hour, and to leave them severely wounded, was no feat achievable solely through extraordinary fruit abilities. It required genuine might, coupled with extensive combat experience and a ruthless nature. Captain, shall we proceed to Sabaody? Asked Law. No, the Navy has surely dispatched personnel to rescue the admirals at Sabaody. We must seek out Wang Han, Shanks commanded. I wish to speak with him once more. Arriving at the desolate 59th port, the Doghead battleship bore witness to the devastation that had unfolded. The port, now a mere ruin, was silent, devoid of any sound of battle. Bloop, bloop. The transponder snail in the hands of the soldiers beside Garp began to ring again. Garp, Crane has just reported that 10 minutes ago, Wang Han has already fled. Sakazuki and Borsellino are grievously injured, both incapacitated. Sakazuki has lost a hand and a calf, while Borsellino has lost a leg and is currently in a state of unconsciousness. They are now hiding amidst the ruins of the 58th port. We must ensure that none of them face further calamity. The Navy cannot afford to lose them entirely. The voice of Sengoku resonated from the transponder snail, heavy with sorrow and distress. The grievous injuries to the two admirals dealt a significant blow to the Navy, not only in terms of combat capability, but also in reputation. It was conceivable that once this incident became public knowledge, pirates across the seas would become increasingly brazen. I have arrived at the 59th port. I will ensure they return alive, Garp replied before severing the connection. He instructed the soldiers to initiate contact with Crane's transponder snail. Still unable to reach them in time, Garp lamented, his heart weighed down by the sight of the devastated port. From his earlier communication with Crane, he had deduced that Wang Han had fought with sheer tenacity, and he knew that Sakazuki and Borsellino would soon face defeat. However, he had not anticipated their downfall would occur so swiftly, nor could he have foreseen the extent of their injuries, both rendered disabled. This was undoubtedly a profound blow to the Navy. He could only hope that Wang Han would not incite further chaos upon the seas. Meanwhile, aboard the departing battleship, Wang Han was met with the adoration of all present. As he returned, excitement coursed through the crew, with even Kana wearing a face of exhilaration. After all, they had just witnessed the defeat of two admirals, the most formidable forces upon the ocean, united in their efforts. Although the entirety of the battle and its outcome remained unseen, the return of Wang Han, without the two commanders in tow, clearly indicated their defeat at his hands, both vanquished in unison. Captain, where shall we head next? Are we going to the New World? Andrew eagerly inquired of Wang Han, his excitement mirrored by the eager faces of the crew, all anticipating that Wang Han would leverage his newfound renown from defeating the two admirals to make a grand entrance into the New World. Not at all, Wang Han replied, shaking his head in response to their enthusiasm. The crew's expressions shifted to surprise. They had not anticipated that Wang Han would forsake the opportunity to enter the New World. Observing their astonishment, Wang Han smiled and elucidated, the complexities of the New World render it unsuitable for our immediate arrival. But Captain, Bolai interjected hastily, having slain the celestial dragon and vanquished two admirals, entering the New World now would be most advantageous for us. It would allow us to elude the Navy and the world government's entanglements. Conversely, if we remain in the first half of the Grand Line, the world government and Navy, in efforts to salvage their dignity, will undoubtedly deploy substantial forces to hunt us down. The other crew members fervently nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Bolai's words. The 7 individuals who had passed Wang Han's rigorous evaluation to board were no fools, and understanding the gravity of his monumental achievements, they grasped the risks involved. Remaining in the first half of the Grand Line was indisputably perilous. The Navy, having been severely weakened by the loss of 2 admirals, will find it challenging to muster sufficient strength for a concerted assault against us. Moreover, the seas are teeming with formidable adversaries beyond us. The Navy has other foes to contend with. As for the world government, they are unlikely to act rashly in the short term. If they do dispatch agents to pursue us, I am confident in my ability to handle the situation. Furthermore, they will likely assume that we aim to enter the New World immediately, Wang Han remarked, a smile gracing his face, devoid of any trace of concern. Captain, if we are not heading to the New World, what shall we do next? Andrew asked, reassured by Wang Han's confidence. Naturally, we shall attend to our rightful endeavors. Wang Han responded with a smile. Our rightful endeavors? The crew was left puzzled by his words. Of course, we shall continue our pursuit of pirates to claim bounties. However, Captain, I fear we may no longer be able to act as bounty hunters, one crew member timidly expressed. Having killed a celestial dragon and incapacitated the admirals, we are certain to be wanted. Even if we continue hunting pirates, the bounties will elude us. I did not kill the admirals. I merely incapacitated them. Furthermore, prior to the battle, I provided them with a medical pod. Their injuries are not irreparable. Though they will require some time to heal, Wang Han explained with a smile. The crew was left somewhat bewildered by his remarks. The essence of Wang Han's words was to convey that there remained room for negotiation. However, Wang Han had indeed slain a celestial dragon and dealt a severe blow to the reputation of the Navy and the world government, a situation that was irretrievable. Conversely, his prior act of selling medical pods seemed akin to aiding the enemy. Rest assured, the celestial dragons are not absolute, Wang Han remarked with a smile. Chapter 60. Wang Han's bounty at the Navy headquarters in Marine Ford. A flurry of activity enveloped the premises, as if an imminent grand operation was anticipated. The faces of the busy naval soldiers were etched with grave concern as they exchanged hushed whispers, seeking clandestine information amidst their toil. The sequence of events unfolded thus. Though more intricate details awaited the stabilization of Akainu and Kizaru's circumstances. At this moment, I do not recommend an immediate pursuit of Wang Han. In the marshal's office, Suru meticulously reported on the occurrences at Sabeti Archipelago, from the moment Wang Han killed the celestial dragon to his eventual departure. She recounted everything she had observed and known in great detail, ultimately offering her solemn advice. As Tsuru's account unfolded, Marshal Sengoku and the attending vice admirals fell into a collective silence. With each detail Tsuru provided, they began to form a clearer understanding of Wang Han's formidable prowess. His abilities to manipulate water, engineer machinery, execute terrifyingly powerful martial techniques, and embody elemental transformations, creating lightning, conjuring hurricanes, erecting formidable barriers, and exhibiting rapid flight, coupled with his inexplicable capacity to bypass the powers of Kizaru and Akainu. Powerful, comprehensive, and enigmatic. These 3 words encapsulated their perception of Wang Han as described by Tsuru. His strength had transcended mere comparison to admirals. It was not solely surpassing them, but rather capable of overwhelming them entirely. Wang Han's power exceeds our expectations by a considerable margin. We shall suspend the pursuit. Everyone, disperse, Sengoku sighed, issuing the order after hearing Tsuru's report. The vice admirals within the room felt no surprise at this revelation. Rather, they breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 admirals, Kizaru and Akainu, had exerted themselves to no avail, not only failing to capture Wang Han, but also suffering debilitating injuries at his hands. Ultimately, Wang Han appeared to have sustained minimal harm and departed with ease, leaving them unable to apprehend even a single subordinate of his. All of this undeniably underscored Wang Han's formidable strength. Wang Han's prowess has far exceeded expectations, and his capabilities surpass their understanding. Pursuing him at this juncture seems exceedingly hasty. It is likely that not only will they fail to capture him, but they may also suffer grievous losses. Once everyone else had departed, only he and Sengoku remained in the office. What else are you concealing? Sengoku inquired, observing that he had not followed the others out. He understood why he chose to stay. I suspect the absence of records regarding the technological fruit is due to the fact that its user has never died and has remained hidden for many years. He responded with utmost seriousness. What do you mean? Sengoku furrowed his brow upon hearing his words. The implications heightened his unease. It is highly probable that Wang Han is an individual who has lived for an extensive period, perhaps even predating our era. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how he has managed to develop the fruit's abilities to such a terrifying extent in merely a decade or 2. Moreover, his own strength is both formidable and enigmatic. He stated, his expression grave. In other words, Sengoku murmured, he is likely an immortal. having achieved longevity through the complete transformation into machinery. Indeed, he nodded, affirming, this possibility is quite substantial. His strength, combat experience, decisiveness, and audacity are traits not typically possessed by someone under 20. His killing of a celestial dragon was not a mere coincidence, but rather a calculated act. Furthermore, Wang Han may possess knowledge regarding events from 800 years ago, if he truly is an immortal and aware of such history. His emergence now suggests he has made thorough preparations. The act of killing a celestial dragon may not even be his ultimate goal. His threat level surpasses that of the current emperors. At this moment, Sengoku was filled with a desire to personally lead a mission to eliminate Wang Han. However, Wang Han's strength and the myriad secrets he harbors make confronting him a daunting challenge that requires extensive preparation. Acting recklessly with insufficient forces could lead to devastating and meaningless losses for the Navy. Old man, there is a significant news today. On the ship Moby Dick, sailing through the New World, Marco glanced at the freshly acquired newspaper and rushed towards Whitebeard, exclaiming loudly. Marco's voice instantly captured the attention of everyone aboard the Moby Dick, who gathered around him. The notorious bounty hunter Wang Han, reputed as the strongest, has slain a celestial dragon in the Sabati archipelago and has defeated 2 admirals, Kizaru and Akainu, leaving them incapacitated before making his escape. Marco hurriedly read from the newspaper as he stood beside Whitebeard. Claralala, another formidable figure has emerged from the seas. The Navy is bound to face more headaches in the days to come. Listening to Marco reading the contents of the newspaper, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. The defeat of the celestial dragons and the vanquishing of 2 admirals had certainly brought disgrace upon the Navy and the world government. Let us celebrate the demise of the celestial dragons tonight with a grand feast, Whitebeard proclaimed loudly. Thank you, Pops, came the jubilant cheers from the crew aboard the Moby Dick. Meanwhile, on the Redford, Ben Beckman approached Shanks, handing him a newspaper along with a stack of wanted posters. Captain, the bounty on Wang Han has been issued. As Shanks took the newspaper, he noticed a striking headline on the front page. The 5th Emperor of the Sea may be emerging. Beside it, a subheading in slightly smaller font read, the most notorious criminal in history has arisen, slaying the celestial dragons and rendering 2 admirals defenseless. As anticipated, Shanks quickly scanned the paper, calmly turning his gaze to the wanted poster. The photograph depicted Wang Han standing at the bow of a battleship, with a conspicuous figure of 2,800,000 displayed beneath. Below this figure was a detailed account of Wang Han, bounty criminal, Wang Han, user of the technology fruit. A plethora of information regarding Wang Han's strength and abilities followed, meticulously outlined. The bounty of 2.8 billion was expected. Observing Wang Han's wanted poster, Shanks remarked without surprise, studying the details presented. As a bustling and renowned island, Sabati Archipelago is a convergence point for 7 routes of the first half of the Grand Line. The news of Wang Han's slaying of the celestial dragons and incapacitating 2 admirals could hardly be concealed. If Wang Han's bounty were set too low, it would imply the admirals were ineffectual, inadvertently bolstering the pirates' morale and undermining the Navy's spirit. Conversely, a bounty that was excessively high would similarly embolden the pirates and demoralize the Navy. The figure of 2.8 billion was just right, surpassing Shanks, but not the other emperors. This placed Wang Han's strength firmly within the realm of the 4 emperors, conveying the message that the admirals had fallen to someone of that caliber, while also indicating that Wang Han was not the strongest in the seas. His fellow emperors surpassed him. Yet the Navy remained the most formidable force on the ocean. However, he is the first to receive such a high bounty upon his debut, Ben Beckman chuckled. The others aboard his ship were similarly marked with bounties ranging from 50 million to 100 million, all of whom were experiencing their first bounties as well. This was expected. The real headache lies ahead for us. Let us prepare to return to the New World, Shanks declared. In recent days, they have failed to uncover any trace of Wang Han, and any discussions regarding him can only take place in the New World. His claims of a headache stem from the anticipation that Wang Han will inevitably venture into the New World. Wang Han's demonstration of strength in the Sabati archipelago has achieved its purpose, simultaneously incurring the ire of both the Navy and the world government. Thus, entering the New World has become his sole path forward. However, the territories within the New World have long been divided, and given Wang Han's prowess and renown, an encounter with the 4 emperors is now an unavoidable eventuality. Chapter 61. Interlude. A week has swiftly passed since the Sabati incident, yet the maritime attention towards Wang Han shows no signs of waning. Various factions have taken an interest in him, each harboring a multitude of thoughts. A common consensus prevails. All believe that after committing such heinous acts, Wang Han must inevitably enter the New World, if he has not already done so. Wang Han is increasingly likely, if not destined, to challenge the four emperors. Even the Navy and the world government share this belief. No one thinks Wang Han would remain in the first half of the Grand Line or the Four Seas after thoroughly offending both the Navy and the world government, as such a course of action would be tantamount to seeking one's demise. A week has passed, and while everyone assumed Wang Han had ventured into the New World, they awaited his emergence there, unaware that he was still meandering in the first half of the Grand Line, utilizing a satellite system to surveil the seas. He skillfully avoided all vessels, thus remaining undetected. Guena, shift slightly to your left. Yes, raise your hand a bit more to rest on the hilt, maintain the pose. And keep smiling. On the battleship, Guena stood at the bow dressed in a beautiful outfit, while Wang Han bent slightly, camera in hand, capturing her image. The sight evoked envy among the crew. Only Guena enjoyed such a privilege of having Wang Han personally photograph her. The others, including Perona, were not afforded the same treatment. Through their interactions over the past few days, it became evident to all that Wang Han dotes on Guena, elevating her to the absolute second-in-command aboard the ship. Were it not for their differing surnames and the lack of any resemblance, one might even suspect Guena to be Wang Han's sister. Perfect. Press the shutter and develop the photo. Wang Han nodded in satisfaction. The image on the bounty notice bore little resemblance to the one he had just captured. Notably, the photograph on Guena's bounty notice depicted her hiding behind Wang Han, her face marked by concern and fear. Captain, we spotted the smoke pirate crew. Approximately 18 nautical miles away. Yasuo hastily informed Wang Han after he finished taking the photographs. Understood. Engage the two main cannons on the foredeck to sink them, and let us practice with the new crew members, Wang Han commanded. Following his orders, the battleship promptly began to turn. Yes, sir. Yasuo responded immediately, rallying the others with a spirited shout. Everyone, get to work. Let us sink the smoke pirate crew. Hooray! The majority of the crew erupted in enthusiastic cheers, rushing towards the two main cannons on the foredeck, while 7 girls remained behind, enviously gazing at Guena. These 7 girls were former slaves, resolutely following Wang Han aboard the ship. However, lacking combat skills or nautical expertise, Wang Han assigned them to logistical duties. Approximately 20 former slaves had joined Wang Han. Over the past week, he had freed them from their collars and enlisted the help of the earlier arrivals, like Andrew, to teach them how to operate the battleship's weaponry. As for navigation, with such a limited number of crew members, the Yamato would have to sail on its own for the time being. Boom! A colossal column of water erupted beside the pirate ship, the explosion generating waves that nearly thrust the wooden vessel 10 meters away. Such a terrifying detonation startled the crew, sending beads of cold sweat cascading down their brows. What transpired? The bewildered pirates gazed at the still-rising water column, their panic palpable as they rushed towards the ship's edge. Boom! Another massive water spout surged skyward mere 5 meters from the pirate ship, the resultant spray nearly capsizing it. It's cannon fire. Quickly, hoist the sails and change course. Find the enemy's position. Shouts rang out across the deck, prompting the pirates to spring into frantic action, some hoisting sails, others adjusting the helm, while a few peered through telescopes in search of the assailant. Several formidable officers hastened to the ship's side, preparing to intercept the incoming cannonballs. Whoosh! Boom! In the next moment, a resounding shriek sliced through the air above the pirate vessel, followed by the sound of the sails tearing apart, as yet another towering column of water erupted in front of the ship. Terrified, a few pirates stationed at the bow were rendered immobile, collapsing onto the deck. Captain, the speed of those cannonballs is too swift, and they're significantly larger than the Navy's. There's no way to intercept them. A sword-wielding pirate exclaimed beneath the frayed sails. Captain, the starboard side is breached. Captain, the port side has been compromised as well. The hold is taking on water. Without waiting for a response, 2 pirates rushed from the hold, shouting at the emaciated pirate captain. Curse it! Plug the holes. Have we located the enemy yet? The gaunt captain barked in frustration. Out here on the open sea, if the ship were to sink, he, an individual endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, would surely perish. Captain, the cannonballs are coming from approximately 30 degrees to the west, but they are too distant to spot any vessels. A pirate quickly reported. Find them, you fools. The gaunt captain shouted, seizing a telescope to peer westward. In that direction, he discerned 2 dark shapes rapidly approaching, their figures growing larger. And in the trajectory of their advance, a subtle silhouette was visible upon the waves. Cannon fire, evade. The captain cried out in terror. Boom! Boom! Almost simultaneously with his warning, two deafening explosions erupted on either side of the pirate ship, alarmingly close to the vessel. The surging water columns thrust waves towards the ship, compressing around it. Crack! Amidst the tumultuous spray, the ship emitted a distressing groan under the strain. "Captain, the keel has fractured." The ship's planks were split open with two large cracks. Terrified cries echoed from the cabin, sending a wave of despair crashing over the hearts of everyone aboard the pirate vessel. They all understood that with the keel broken, the ship's disintegration was imminent. "Damn it!" Captain Slim shouted, slamming his fist against the railing. He commanded loudly, "Raise the white flag." Now, his only hope lay in the enemy refraining from further bombardment after surrendering. Chapter 62. The Smoke Pirate Crew. The Slave Trading Guild. As the white flag was hoisted on the pirate ship, the terrifying cannon fire ceased. With the cessation of the bombardment, Captain Slim felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed the enemy was open to negotiation. He was eager to discover which scoundrel dared to confront him. As long as they were not an insurmountable foe, he was determined to toss them into the sea as fodder for the Sea Kings. It was the Yamato, the most notorious pirate, Wang Han. While Captain Slim seethed with rage, a heart-wrenching scream of terror suddenly pierced through the air aboard the pirate ship. A crew member clutching a telescope collapsed onto the deck, his face etched with horror and despair. "What?" Upon hearing the pirate's voice, Captain Slim immediately grasped the telescope and directed his gaze toward the western sea. There, in the distance, the outline of the Yamato battleship began to materialize. The Yamato was unmistakable. Even from afar, its long gun barrels were clearly visible, a sight unique to that formidable vessel. Not only Captain Slim, but the other pirates were equally startled, their faces turning pale as they struggled to confirm the reality of what they saw. Over the course of several days, Wang Han's reputation had reverberated throughout the seas. His feats of defeating 2 admirals and a bounty of 2.8 billion made him a figure as fearsome as the 4 emperors. Alongside Wang Han's notoriety was the Yamato battleship, a powerful warship equipped with a ship spirit. The first, and currently the only ship to be placed on the wanted list. The Navy had placed a bounty of 1 billion berries on this ship, offering a reward to anyone who brought it to their base. Everyone was acutely aware of the ship's owner. It belonged to Wang Han, the one who had slain a celestial dragon, defeated 2 admirals, and whose power rivaled that of the 4 emperors, earning a bounty of 2.8 billion berries as the most notorious criminal. A palpable sense of despair enveloped the entire pirate crew. It was over, utterly over. Upon sighting the battleship, Captain Slim's telescope slipped from his grasp, and he felt as though the world was spinning around him. Due to his previous offense against Wang Han, during the auction on the 1st of the month, Wang Han effortlessly overwhelmed him and the captain of the burning sea pirate crew. The sheer strength of that encounter remains etched in his memory. Consequently, after fleeing the Sabiti archipelago and fearing an encounter with Wang Han in the New World, he chose to remain in the first half of the Grand Line. Little did he anticipate that Wang Han would exhibit such audacity, risking confrontation with the Navy and the world government, and yet refraining from venturing into the New World. Now, fate had brought them face to face once more. "What shall we do, Captain?" inquired the loyal lieutenant of the Emaciated Rod. All the pirates turned their gazes towards the captain of the Emaciated Rod pirates. Faced with the Yamato and Wang Han, none possessed the courage to resist. To flee was futile, as their vessel would undeniably succumb to the pursuit and bombardment of the Yamato. "Let us surrender, hoping for the possibility of negotiation," the captain of the Emaciated Rod pirates lamented. In this dire situation, they could only place their solitary hope in the prospect of dialogue. All members of the Smoke pirate crew gathered on the deck, anxiously watching as the battleship approached their pirate ship, each swallowing hard in anticipation of their fate. "We beseech you, spare us. We implore you, spare us. We are willing to give everything," the captain of the Emaciated Rod pirates exclaimed, leading his crew in a desperate plea as they knelt before Wang Han, prostrating themselves on the ground in earnest supplication. Behind Wang Han stood the crew members at the ship's edge, gazing at the Smoke pirate crew kneeling on the deck, some wearing cold smirks, while others harbored animosity. Yet, silence reigned, for all understood that the fate of the Smoke pirate crew was already sealed. "We meet again, Smoke Man." With a direct leap, Wang Han ascended onto the opposing pirate ship, landing before the lanky pirate. "My lord, I was blind to your true greatness and have wronged you. I beseech your mercy. I am willing to do anything you command. I offer all that I possess in hopes of your forgiveness." Upon hearing Wang Han's words, the lanky pirate dared not raise his gaze, fixating instead on the feet before him, fervently bowing his head in supplication. "Are you truly willing to offer everything you have?" Wang Han gazed mockingly at the scrawny figure before him. lifting his foot to rest upon the man's head. Yes, indeed, beneath Wang Han's foot. The frail man trembled in fear, paralyzed by terror, not daring to struggle or even summon the slightest hint of his abilities, lest any act of defiance provoke his captor's wrath. Then hasten to present it, Wang Han taunted. Quickly, bring forth the treasures from the ship, and do not forget the slaves from the hold. They must be offered to the master, no, to the true God. Upon hearing Wang Han's command, the trembling man did not dare to hesitate, and immediately called out to the other pirates kneeling behind him. You truly possess great wealth. Wang Han chuckled as he beheld chest after chest of treasure being hoisted onto the deck, even spotting a devil fruit among them. Alongside nearly 20 slaves dragged from the ship's cabin. All of this is for the true God. The kneeling pirate, too fearful to raise his eyes, continued to flatter. You are not merely pirates. You are a slave-catching crew, are you not? Wang Han spoke calmly. Yes, true God. I am willing to serve you and capture any slaves you desire. The frail man quickly replied, believing that Wang Han's previous slave purchases indicated a need for them. I have no desire for someone like you as my subordinate. Did you not just vow to offer everything to me, including your life? Wang Han said derisively, as metallic tendrils emerged from his grasp, crystallizing upon his palm and knuckles. Please, master, do not kill me. I truly wish to offer everything. Even to serve you as a slave, the pirate implored, panic seizing his heart. Simultaneously, he attempted to activate his devil fruit ability to escape Wang Han's grasp. Yet in the next moment, his heart sank, for he discovered that his powers had failed him. I'm not in need of slaves. Rather, I require a few heads to exchange for bounty. Wang Han sneered, lifting the frail man effortlessly. With his other hand, he produced a devil fruit. Its appearance a ghostly gray adorned with swirling, mist-like patterns. Is this what you seek? Wang Han's words plunged the emaciated pirate into utter despair, and the object in Wang Han's hand rendered him incredulous, for it was none other than the devil fruit he had once consumed, the Logia-type smoke fruit. I shall take your lives, he declared, observing the astonished pirate, his interest in further tormenting him swiftly dissipating. With a cold smirk, he continued, and in an instant, a blade shot forth from his grasp, piercing through the pirate's skull. Simultaneously, mechanical arms emerged from behind him, wielding a Barrett and a Gatling gun. The air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire, buzzing and booming, creating a gruesome spectacle aboard the pirate ship as blood erupted and wood splintered. The feeble pirates were reduced to mere pulp by the relentless Gatling fire, while the more formidable adversaries were obliterated by the Barrett's sheer force. In mere moments, the deck was strewn with remnants of flesh and lifeless bodies. The enslaved individuals, pulled from their confines, gazed upon the scene with a mixture of fear, tears, and exhilaration. You are free now. This ship shall not remain afloat for long. Make your way to my vessel, Wang Han proclaimed. In due time, I shall provide you with a sum of money, and you may depart at your leisure. Witnessing the array of emotions from the liberated slaves, he turned and soared back to his battleship. Thank you. At that moment, tears welled in the eyes of the former captives, one of whom knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Wang Han, prompting all the others to follow suit. Subsequently, Yasuo and his companions lowered ropes onto the pirate ship, facilitating the boarding of the slaves onto the battleship and transferring the treasures from the pirate vessel, while also severing the heads of those with bounties. On board the battleship, there was a designated cold storage room for the severed heads. Sir, please take us in. We siblings implore you. Our family has been slaughtered by that pirate crew, and we are willing to follow you forever. Please, we beseech you to grant us refuge. A young girl of 17 or 18, accompanied by a 7 or 8-year-old sister, suddenly knelt before Wang Han. After their heartfelt plea, they bowed deeply on the deck. The girl's words and actions captured the attention of all present. With no remaining family, although they had gained their freedom, what means did they have to survive upon the vast ocean? If you have nowhere else to go, then stay with us for now. However, my ship does not accommodate idleness. You must be of service, Wang Han replied, not deterring their supplication, acknowledging the debt of gratitude for saving their lives. Thank you, sir. We will work diligently, the girl responded, bowing once more with fervor. Enough of the bowing. You need not continue. For any tasks, seek out Guena, and she will assign you accordingly. You may go now, Wang Han instructed. Yes, sir. Upon hearing these words, the young girl immediately bowed respectfully to Wang Han, then led the girl away to find Guyana. Watching the two depart, the enslaved individuals on the ship rushed to Wang Han, kneeling on the deck and bowing their heads in unison, pleading for his sanctuary. Sir, I implore you to take me in as well. I am utterly alone now and willing to follow you for eternity, a middle-aged man exclaimed loudly. Sir, please allow me to accompany you. My family was slain by pirates, And I seek vengeance, a youth cried out, his eyes filled with hatred. Sir, please grant me refuge. I was once a slave, sold by my father. A gaunt girl pleaded. I am a notorious criminal with a bounty of 2.8 billion, branded as the most heinous of offenders. The others aboard also carry bounties. And not long ago, I killed a celestial dragon. The world government sees me as an eyesore, and the Navy deems me a target for elimination. Are you not afraid of death? My ship does not permit traitors, Wang Han declared, surveying those kneeling before him. I am not afraid, sir, the youth responded without hesitation, his voice resolute. As long as I can follow you and seek revenge, I fear not death. My life was spared by you, sir. I am willing to follow you. And I shall have no regrets, even in death, the middle-aged man asserted. My freedom was granted by you, and I shall remain by your side for a lifetime. The emaciated girl insisted, her gaze unwavering, especially upon hearing of Wang Han's act against a celestial dragon. I wish to follow you, sir, even if it means death. I will die alongside you, another youth declared after a moment's hesitation, his resolve firm. Apart from these four, the remaining enslaved individuals remained silent, kneeling in contemplation. Wang Han's words were unequivocal. He had slain a celestial dragon, irrevocably offending the world government. The latter, alongside the Navy, would not let Wang Han escape unscathed, and those who followed him were doomed to perish. Furthermore, Wang Han was not a paragon of virtue, but rather a formidable and malevolent force. You four, seek out Guena or Andrew. The rest of you, in due time, I shall transport you to a safe island and provide you with a sum of money. Your future, whether it be life or death, wealth or poverty, rests solely in your hands, Wang Han declared, gesturing dismissively. Go about your tasks. Those who do not intend to remain should clean the ship's interior. If you're caught, you may find yourselves branded as fugitives. Thank you, my lord. The four who remained expressed their gratitude with palpable excitement. Thank you, my lord. The other slaves, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. They longed to board Wang Han's ship, yet feared the prospect of following him to their demise. Observing their departure, Wang Han chose silence. Ultimately, these individuals merely sought refuge. Their actions, though somewhat ungrateful, were driven by their instinct for survival. When did I become so empathetic? Wang Han mused with a wry smile. The Yamato continued its voyage across the ocean, with only Wang Han privy to its next destination. As night fell and most had retired to their quarters, Wang Han strolled to the edge of the ship, gazing pensively at the darkened sea. Brother Wang, do you harbor concerns? Guena approached, standing beside him as they both stared into the abyss of the ocean, her voice tinged with guilt. If it weren't for my insistence on attending auction number 1, you would not have killed the celestial dragon. What nonsense are you pondering, Guena? Wang Han replied, playfully tapping her head. To me, a mere celestial dragon is but a mosquito. Its death is inconsequential. I am no Buddha. Why would I concern myself with the demise of a few insects? Yet, killing a celestial dragon has brought forth considerable trouble, Guena remarked, her tone somber. In recent days, she had come to understand the true nature of the world government and the Navy, recognizing that, because of her, Wang Han had not only clashed with 2 admirals, but had also thoroughly offended these colossal entities. Trouble? Populate. I am not one to shy away from complications. Otherwise, I would not have acted as I did. You need not bear guilt, for we are comrades. If you truly feel remorse, then prepare a grand feast for me. But, Guena attempted to interject. All right, if 1 meal is insufficient, then let it be 2. Let's not dwell on this. We have guests approaching. Wang Han interrupted, his gaze shifting towards the sea below. At his words, Guena acquiesced, redirecting her attention alongside him. Yet, all she perceived was the dimly lit surface of the water and the moonlight. Ahoy! Fishmen, come aboard and rest for a while. Wang Han called out to a shadow by the side of the ship. Guena, curious, glanced over and saw a dark figure rummaging near the vessel. Upon hearing the call, the shadow raised its head. After a moment's thought, it spoke loudly, thank you. Chapter 64. Fisher Tiger. Thank you. I am Fisher Tiger, as you can see. I am a fishman. Climbing aboard, the fishman expressed gratitude to Wang Han and Guena, his gaze fixed on Wang Han, brimming with admiration. I am. Wang Han began, smiling at the towering, red-skinned fishman before him. I know you. You are Wang Han, and beside you is Miss Guena. Without waiting for Wang Han to introduce himself, the fishman interjected, I admire you greatly, for you are the first person brave enough to slay a celestial dragon and succeed. There's no need for such formalities. I am not accustomed to them, Wang Han replied with a smile. It was merely the extermination of a parasitic mosquito, hardly a noteworthy feat moreover. I am not the first. The events of the past have faded into the annals of time. Others have slain celestial dragons before. Fisher Tiger exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Wang Han. Indeed, over 8 centuries, countless heroes and villains have emerged upon these seas, including those who regarded celestial dragons as mere vermin and those who dared to slay them. It is merely that time has obscured their deeds. Wang Han explained with a smile. Could you elaborate? Share the tales of those heroes with me, Fisher Tiger eagerly requested. Of course. But do you wish to discuss such matters in the cool night breeze? Are you not afraid that the evening winds will carry our voices away? Populate. My apologies. I'm simply too eager to listen, Fisher Tiger replied, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. It is indeed a sensitive topic. Let us converse in the captain's cabin. Coincidentally, there are 2 other fishmen aboard my ship whom you might know, Wang Han suggested with a grin. Accompanied by Fisher Tiger and Guina, they made their way to the captain's quarters. Make yourselves at home, please. Wang Han gestured for Fisher Tiger to sit. After he and Guina settled onto the sofa, facing Fisher Tiger, Wang Han began, speaking of the events surrounding the slaying of celestial dragons. Let us not delve into those too distant in the past, but rather discuss the more recent incidents. Approximately 40 years ago, there was a pirate crew known as the Rocks Pirates. I trust you have heard of them? Wang Han continued. I have indeed heard of the Rocks Pirates. When I was young, they were the undisputed rulers of the seas. Unfortunately, they vanished from the oceans before I reached adulthood, Fisher Tiger nodded. However, I have heard that this pirate crew was exceedingly ruthless. I imagine only such a ferocious crew would dare to slay celestial dragons. Haha, Wang Han laughed in response. The sea has never been devoid of desperate individuals. Indeed, there exists a multitude of ruthless souls who harbor intentions to kill the celestial dragons. However, among these many, only a scant few possess both the audacity and the capability to act upon such desires. The celestial dragons are invariably surrounded by formidable protectors. Within this minuscule faction of potential assailants, how many can truly rival a Navy rear admiral or even a vice admiral? And how many can stand against the admirals that may arrive shortly thereafter? Such individuals are indeed rare as phoenix feathers. Among this limited assembly of powerful beings, how many would willingly face the relentless pursuit of the world government and the Navy for the mere act of slaying a celestial dragon? How many would forsake everything, knowing that such an act would invite retribution upon their families? Even the mightiest possess their own interests and affiliations, without a compelling justification and the resolve to sacrifice all. The act of killing a celestial dragon becomes a fool's errand. Conversely, sparing the celestial dragons bears little consequence for them. Indeed, Fisher Tiger nodded in agreement. Having once been a slave to the celestial dragons, he was acutely aware of the repercussions following their demise. Firstly, the bodyguards surrounding the celestial dragons are not to be underestimated, as they are often willing to die for their masters. The very act of attempting to kill a celestial dragon is fraught with peril. Secondly, even those with considerable power may not achieve success. An affront to a celestial dragon will inevitably summon a Navy admiral. In the time it takes for an admiral to arrive, one may find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate the celestial dragon, ensconced as they are in layers of protection. Finally, the outcome of successfully slaying a celestial dragon often mirrors the plight of Wang Han, if not worse. At the very least, Wang Han's formidable strength surpasses that of a Navy admiral, rivaling even the 4 emperors, making him a target not easily subdued by the Navy or the world government. Any reckless attempt to strike could result in catastrophic losses. It is precisely for these reasons that, although the desire to kill celestial dragons is not scarce, those with the capability to act are few, and among that select group, the willingness to face the consequences of such an act is virtually non-existent. So what about you? What compelled you to slay a celestial dragon? Fisher Tiger inquired of Wang Han. Given Wang Han's clear understanding of the costs associated with such an act, Fisher was curious about the motives that spurred him to make that fateful decision. Guina also turned her gaze toward Wang Han. I do not possess such complexities, Wang Han replied with a smile, shaking his head. It was simply because he provoked me, and thus I took his life. There was no extraordinary justification. No, even the once mighty Rocks Pirates had their reasons for killing celestial dragons, Fisher Tiger insisted. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Han. It was because that celestial dragon shot at me. Guina interjected, the only rationale she could conceive. Not solely because of that, Wang Han said, shaking his head with a smile at Guina's remark. Do you recall what Kizaru once said? I had already devised a plan to kill the celestial dragon back in Jemyu Town. Shooting at you merely served as a catalyst that expedited the event. Therefore, you need not feel any guilt. Ancient Aina gazed intently at Wang Han, fixing her gaze upon his eyes. She recalled that the Yellow Ape had indeed uttered such words. And at that moment, Wang Han had concurred. After all, He had merely slain a celestial dragon. It was of little consequence. In the eyes of the weak, celestial dragons are regarded as the progeny of the Creator, the aristocrats of the world, beings beyond reproach. Wang Han chuckled, stating, however, in the eyes of the strong, they are but a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. The only apprehension arises from the potential repercussions of slaying a celestial dragon. What about in your eyes? Fisher Tiger inquired, his voice tinged with excitement. Wang Han was the first individual he had encountered who so blatantly disregarded the celestial dragons, and the notion of viewing them as mere insects invigorated his curiosity, compelling him to understand what a formidable figure like Wang Han truly perceived the celestial dragons to be. In my perspective, whether the celestial dragons are the offspring of the Creator or the nobility of the world, it matters not. They can still perish, just like anyone else. They are merely a lid pressed upon the masses, and if it is removed, so be it, Wang Han replied with a smile. As for subsequent troubles, they are merely inconveniences. I possess the confidence to face them, otherwise I would not have acted as I did. Upon hearing Wang Han's words, Tiger trembled with excitement. Wang Han's assertions not only dispelled the fog of uncertainty, but also hinted at secrets unknown to him. You mentioned that the celestial dragons are a lid upon the common folk. Could you elaborate on that? Tiger questioned, his desire for knowledge intensifying. Knowing such things now would serve you no benefit, nor would it aid Fishman Island. Let us instead continue discussing rocks, Wang Han said, smiling as he deflected Tiger's inquiries. The reason rocks dared to kill celestial dragons was not solely due to their cruelty, but also their strength. Currently, 3 of the 4 emperors were once members of the Rocks Pirates, alongside formidable pirates like the Golden Lion and Wang Ji. Furthermore, Rocks D. Jibek possessed immense power. The influence of the Rocks Pirates was vast, and the navy of that era did not match the strength it wields today. However, I shall not disclose further specifics. There are many secrets involved, and you presently lack the strength to grasp them. Knowing them would not benefit you or Fishman Island. Thank you. Fisher Tiger expressed his gratitude to Wang Han. Although he remained unaware of the secrets Wang Han alluded to, he recognized that true strength was paramount. Chapter 65. Fisher Tiger's request, where do you intend to go next? After listening to Wang Han's narrative, Fisher Tiger hesitated before posing the question. His gaze fixed anxiously upon Wang Han. Fishmen are not adept at concealing their intentions. You are too tense. You do not wish to inquire about my destination. Rather, you wish to articulate what you plan to do. Speak plainly, Wang Han observed with a smile at Fisher Tiger's demeanor. I aspire to undertake a significant endeavor, yet my strength falls short. I require your assistance, Fisher Tiger declared. Once again, Wang Han was addressed with respect. So, you deliberately pursued my ship, did you not? Wang Han remarked with a smile. During the day, he had noticed that the red-skinned merman had been trailing behind his battleship. Indeed, earlier, Wang Han had navigated away from all vessels, specifically passing near Fisher Tiger. At that moment, the red-skinned merman was swimming towards the red soil continent. Yes, Fisher Tiger conceded. You have slain a celestial dragon and have not ventured into the new world. Thus, I believed you would aid me. Had he not encountered Wang Han, he would have embarked alone, for the turmoil of the sea had been stirred by Wang Han, presenting a fortuitous opportunity for him. What significant matter is at hand? You do not intend to slay another celestial dragon, do you? Wang Han inquired with feigned ignorance, smiling. Guina gazed at Fisher Tiger in astonishment. She now understood the immense trouble that killing a celestial dragon could provoke, and was taken aback that this merman seemed to contemplate a similar course of action. Could it be that this merman possessed strength akin to that of her elder brother, Wang? I do not possess such audacity, nor would I abandon everything. Fisher Tiger hastily shook his head with a wry smile. I merely wish to rescue the slaves imprisoned by the celestial dragons, every last one of them. To rescue every slave held by the celestial dragons. That amounts to thousands. Wang Han exclaimed with a chuckle. I must commend your bravery, merman. Your aspirations are commendable. Perhaps you're not the first to conceive such thoughts in centuries, but you are certainly the first brave enough to act upon them. To liberate all slaves. Guina also stared at Fisher Tiger in disbelief, astonished by the noble ambition of this merman. Would you be willing to assist me? Fisher Tiger looked at Wang Han with hopeful anticipation. Guina turned her gaze to Wang Han as well, yearning for him to rescue those slaves, yet fearful of the peril involved, for she had gleaned from their exchange just how dangerous this endeavor was. Should Wang Han proceed, it would be akin to walking into a trap, though what you intend to do may not entail the same troublesome aftermath as killing a celestial dragon. It is indeed far more challenging. After all, the slaves of the celestial dragons are confined in Mariejois. a place teeming with formidable adversaries and the very seat of the world government. It is possible that you may not only fail to rescue a single slave, but also find yourself captured anew. Have you truly contemplated this matter thoroughly? Wang Han gazed earnestly at Fisher Tiger. Since you are aware that I am an escaped slave, you must comprehend the extent of my resolve. Those who were forced into servitude under the celestial dragons live a life worse than death. I am one of them, and I cannot forget the past. Therefore, I am determined to rescue them. Fisher Tiger smiled, the mark of the 9 heavens on his chest, revealing his former status as a slave of the celestial dragons. After speaking, he knelt before Wang Han, imploring, "Please, assist me, and extend your help to those enslaved by the celestial dragons. Rise, for I cannot accept the reverence of a true hero such as yourself." Wang Han replied with a smile, gesturing for Fisher Tiger to stand. "I have already slain one of the celestial dragons, and am unafraid of incurring their wrath." "Thank you. Thank you," Fisher Tiger exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Nearby, Guena appeared torn between excitement and concern. "Rest assured, Guena, this aligns perfectly with our objective. Wang Han.There, noticing her conflicting emotions." Upon hearing Wang Han's words, Tiger stared at him in astonishment, never having anticipated that Wang Han shared such a goal. "There is nothing surprising about it. If I had no purpose, why would I linger in these waters instead of departing?" Wang Han remarked, observing the astonished expressions of Tiger and Guena. Tiger understood that Wang Han's intention to slay the celestial dragons was to divert some of the forces from Mariejois to the New World in pursuit of him, while Wang Han secretly aimed for Mariejois itself. "How shall we infiltrate Mariejois?" Tiger inquired. Given that Wang Han shared the same objective, it was evident that he must have a plan. "It is quite simple. I will launch a frontal assault to draw the defensive forces of Mariejois, while you can take advantage of the ensuing chaos to rescue the slaves. You are undoubtedly aware of their holding locations," Wang Han explained. "I don't know where the slaves are held, but wouldn't a frontal attack be too conspicuous?" Tiger immediately countered. The notion of a direct assault on Mariejois was something he had never dared to consider, given the formidable defense they would face. Conspicuous? How else can we attract a significant number of enemies? I trust you have an escape route prepared. When the time comes, you must focus on rescuing the captives and leading them to safety. I will devise a way to rendezvous with you," Wang Han said confidently. "Very well," Tiger conceded, placing his trust in Wang Han. "I will first ascend from the Red Line, and, after rescuing the captives, I will head to the town beneath Mariejois to seize a vessel for our departure. Mariejois is situated on the Red Line, but beneath it lies a town with passages leading to the upper regions of the Red Line, not solely reliant on cranes. That plan is feasible," Wang Han acknowledged with a nod. "However, that area is my battlefield, and it will undoubtedly gather a significant amount of combat strength and troops. To venture there prematurely would be tantamount to walking into a trap. I suggest you take a detour. I will do my utmost to shift the battlefield. You should avoid the combat zone and lead the slaves down first. I will assist in blocking the pursuers." "Understood." Upon hearing this, Tej immediately agreed without a hint of doubt. "When the time comes, the sound of cannon fire will signal the start," Wang Han stated. 10 minutes after the cannon fire begins, you may commence your infiltration. Once inside, create chaos by igniting a great fire, which will facilitate your actions." "Excellent." Tej nodded in agreement. His initial plan was aligned with this, and now, with Wang Han's assistance in drawing the enemy's attention, not only would the success rate increase significantly, but the operation would also become considerably easier. Chapter 66. Bombing Mariejois. As dusk approached before the night descended, the sun cast its golden rays upon the sea, revealing a colossal battleship breaking through the waves, appearing at the horizon. It was the Yamato. The enemy was approaching. On the lookout tower at the coast beneath the holy land of Mariejois, a man, upon spotting the enormous vessel sailing from afar as twilight fell, dropped his telescope in terror and frantically rang the alarm bell, shouting at the top of his lungs. Ding, ding, ding. The clang of the bell resonated throughout the coastal town. The unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar sound caused the townsfolk to glance around, peering toward the source of the ringing, still bewildered by the alarm that had never sounded before. Boom! In the next moment, 3 deafening explosions erupted at the heart of the town, sending plumes of smoke soaring 100 meters into the air, finally awakening the dazed residents to the reality of the situation. The enemy was attacking. How can anyone dare to strike here? In the following instant, the previously bewildered populace comprehended the gravity of the situation, their faces painted with disbelief. Yet none dared to flee. They were stunned by the sudden bombardment, unable to fathom that someone would audaciously launch an attack on this place. Boom, boom, boom. While the people stood in shock, the sky once again echoed with the whistling of artillery shells, more projectiles raining down upon the town. Each explosion capable of raising smoke clouds hundreds of meters high. Run! Everyone flee to the Holy Land. It was only at this moment that the townspeople sprang into action, desperately fleeing towards the direction of the Holy Land, while others sought to escape beyond the town's borders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet at that very moment, both large and small shells screamed into the town. Explosions erupted throughout the area, buildings crumbling and shattering, the air filled with the sounds of screams. Finally feeling fear, the townsfolk fought for their lives to escape the town. In the struggle for survival, some individuals forsook their morals and principles, leading to a chaotic scene of trampling, jostling, and relentless competition, ensnaring more souls into the fray. Damn it, it's too far. We can't reach it. Our cannons cannot fire that far. Along the coastline, soldiers rushed towards the coastal artillery positions, only to erupt in curses before even taking their posts. Their advanced artillery was incapable of striking the distant Yamato, which lay a full 10 nautical miles away. In stark contrast, the Yamato's main guns, secondary artillery, and even its close-in weapons could effortlessly rain shells upon the coastline, obliterating any corner of the nearby towns. What are you standing there for? Get to your positions and brace for impact, shouted an officer beside the coastal fortress, as he observed the stunned and cursing soldiers. Boom! In the next moment, a 460mm shell plummeted, striking the fortress. Instantly, the 5-meter diameter coastal artillery fortification was shattered, leaving behind a massive crater 20 meters wide, while all within a 100-meter radius perished. Above the red earth, within the grand offices of the world government in Mariejois, an urgent call echoed through one of the offices. Beep beep. The phone bug emitted a frantic sound, signaling an emergency. The dazed operator at the desk jolted awake at the sound of the ringing red phone bug. Upon seeing the incessantly ringing device, her expression shifted dramatically. She sprang from her seat, nearly tumbling as she answered the special phone bug, connecting to the urgent line. We are under bombardment. It is Wang Han's Yamato. The firepower is overwhelming. Our soldiers are suffering heavy losses. The coastal artillery is nearly destroyed. The first line of defense has fallen, and troops are in a state of mass retreat, requesting immediate support. The moment the connection was made, desperate pleas for assistance poured through the phone bug. Damn it! Hearing the frantic shouts, the operator immediately grabbed another phone bug to place a call. 10 nautical miles away, Yamato, cease your assault after neutralizing the coastal counterattack. Without my orders, any vessels approaching within 8 nautical miles shall be sunk. On board the battleship, Wang Han issued his combat orders. Understood. The somber voices echoed across the ship. Guyana, you will remain aboard the battleship. This engagement is not one in which you can participate. Wang Han smiled at Guyana and said, Guyana nodded emphatically. You must be careful, Brother Wang. Rest assured, Wang Han replied with a confident smile before soaring into the sky. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of metallic elements erupted from his body, swiftly transforming into an extraterrestrial warplane, which raced towards the town beneath Mariejois at an astonishing speed, breaking the sound barrier. In a mere 30 seconds, he traversed the 10 nautical miles, roughly 20 kilometers. Within 5 seconds, he had already soared above the town, swiftly ascending along the path leading to the red Earth continent. What is that? As the warplane darted across the city skyline and ascended towards the red Earth, some panicked individuals fleeing below halted in astonishment. It was moving too quickly for them to discern what had just flown overhead. Note, Mariejois is not solely inhabited by celestial dragons. A significant population resides there, serving them. Not everyone can reside in Mariejois. The majority of its inhabitants are CP agents, soldiers, servants of the celestial dragons, and officials and staff of the world government, along with their families. This is Mariejois, the abode of the celestial dragons. Let us send a greeting. As Wang Han, now embodying an extraterrestrial warplane, sped across the skies of Mariejois, he gazed upon the city established on the red Earth continent. Beneath the wings of the aircraft, 2 500-kilogram incendiary bombs materialized. What was that? What had just flown by? The townspeople, witnessing the rapid passage of the alien warplane and hearing the sonic boom that followed, looked up in curiosity. Even the celestial dragons, riding on their slaves, glanced upwards with intrigue. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, as the townspeople remained perplexed, 2 violent explosions erupted above the town, unleashing a torrent of flames that cascaded from the sky, engulfing a vast area in mere moments, igniting numerous homes and streets. Amidst the fierce blaze, the extraterrestrial warplane had already sped away. Boom! Boom! Mere seconds later, As the warplane made its return, two more intense explosions erupted in the sky, showering the ground with a terrifying inferno. Simultaneously, a volley of rockets was launched, triggering a series of catastrophic explosions. Thick plumes of smoke began to rise within the town. Heavens! An attack is underway. What on earth is that colossal bird soaring in the sky? The townspeople, witnessing the falling flames and the billowing smoke, were struck with disbelief as the explosions continued to resonate. No one could have anticipated that someone would dare to assault the headquarters of the world government. Quick, escort the celestial dragons to safety. The CP agents were the first to react, shouting and hastily evacuating the celestial dragons from the town. A multitude of soldiers and agents clad in black suits rushed towards the largest building in Mariejois, or the residence of the celestial dragons. Run! Amidst the cries of alarm, ordinary residents began to flee. In an instant, the entire town descended into chaos. Chapter 67. Electromagnetic cannon observing the continuous explosions and the billowing dark smoke rising from the town, as well as the flames illuminating the landscape. Tiger silently counted in his heart from his concealed position outside the town. Hearing the series of massive detonations outside, the five elders hurriedly exited the world government headquarters. The first scene that met their eyes was the town engulfed in flames, with thick plumes of smoke nearly obscuring the sky. Within the mere minute it took them to rush from their office to the outside, the town had already suffered severe devastation. In the sky, alien fighter jets, accompanied by sonic booms, swept swiftly across the expanse. Each time they passed over the town, they ignited numerous buildings and obliterated vast stretches of streets. The sheer speed of these crafts astonished even the five elders. It was too rapid for the town's anti-air weapons to even catch a glimpse of them. Damn it. Why are we under attack without any prior warning? Are those CP agents incompetent? The elder with the long beard exclaimed angrily upon witnessing the destruction. There is no fault to be found with those agents. This assailant descended from the sky, making detection understandably difficult, replied the bald elder, his gaze fixed intently on the alien jets soaring above. At that moment, one of the five elders' din mushy suddenly rang. This is the five elders. Lord Five Elders. We have received news from the town below. They are under bombardment from Wang Han.There, suffering heavy casualties. A strange large bird has landed on the red soil continent. The anxious voice of the operator came through as soon as the call connected. Why are you only reporting this now? Mariejois is already under attack. Are you all incompetent? The bald elder seized the din mushy, shouting in fury. Lord Five Elders, I have only just received the news myself. Came the hurried response. Useless. What good are you? The bald elder bellowed, slamming the din mushy shut. The immediate priority was to send reinforcements below to prevent more enemies from reaching Mariejois, to avert greater chaos and losses, and to eliminate this scoundrel swiftly. He must not be allowed to escape again, one of the five elders declared, taking the din mushy to make call. However, this time, the device seemed to be inoperative, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. No connection could be made. This scoundrel, not only has he slain the celestial dragons, but now he has also attacked the Holy Land. This is sheer lawlessness. The furious shouts erupted from the bald elder stars. Upon witnessing the alien warship soaring over the town, he finally comprehended the identity of the assailant targeting the Holy Land of Mariejois. Today, he must be eliminated here, otherwise, the dignity of the world government would be irreparably tarnished. Another elder star echoed his fury, confirming that the entity racing through the sky was indeed Wang Han, the wielder of the mechanical fruit's powers. At that moment, the alien warship suddenly veered, decelerated, and ultimately transformed mid-air, reshaping itself into the likeness of Wang Han, hovering merely 30 paces away from the Elder Stars. Elder Stars, it is a pleasure to meet you. I trust you are aware of my identity by now. Wang Han greeted with a smirk as he gazed at the five elderly figures before him. Wang Han, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The bald Elder Star barked in fury. Comprehend? Why, it is glaringly obvious. Wang Han retorted, regarding the bald Elder Star with a look of disdain. I am launching an assault on Holy Land. Did you not witness it? I am thoroughly enjoying myself. If only I knew where the celestial dragon resided. I would undoubtedly return to detonate a few more times, plowing the land for you. You seek your demise. The bald Elder Star could no longer contain his fury upon hearing Wang Han's words. In an instant, he drew his sword and leaped towards Wang Han with a moonwalk. His initial sword, the ghostly blade, enveloped in a pitch-black hockey, exuding an aura that suggested he intended to cleave Wang Han in two. Perhaps if Yellow Ape arrived, it would be a different story, but with your speed, I would find kite flying more exhilarating, Wang Han mocked. soaring higher into the sky with astonishing speed that surpassed the bald Elder Star's moonwalk. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Barrett gunfire resonated as Wang Han ascended, transforming his hands into Barrett's and relentlessly firing at the bald Elder Star. You bastard! The bald Elder Star could only curse in anger as he hastily coated himself in hockey, simultaneously halting mid-air with his moonwalk. He swung the ghostly blade, deflecting the first few Barrett bullets, and then unleashed a massive flying slash towards Wang Han. The flying slash hurtled towards Wang Han, slicing through the incoming Barrett bullets. Observing the approaching attack, Wang Han smirked disdainfully as an electromagnetic barrier materialized before him, successfully blocking the flying slash from the bald Elder Star. The electromagnetic railgun, capable of launching tungsten rods at 7 times the speed of sound, lacked explosive power but possessed formidable penetrating capabilities. As Wang Han's hands merged into the form of a Barrett, the two firearms converged, transforming into a V-shaped electromagnetic cannon, emanating a brilliant blue light from its muzzle. With a resounding boom, a beam of blue energy surged forth, instantly shattering the aerial slash of the bald-headed 5 elders that was aimed at him. In the blink of an eye, it struck before the bald-headed 5 elders. Clang! Faced with the onslaught of an electromagnetic railgun from the world of Transformers. Launching an attack at over 7 times the speed of sound, the bald-headed 5 elders could only raise his initial weapon, enveloped in hockey, before the attack bore down upon him. Crack! Splatter! In a heartbeat, the weapon shattered, blood sprayed forth, and the bald-headed 5 elders was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground like a cannonball. One side of his shoulder was obliterated. The hockey covering his weapon and body proved as fragile as paper against such a ferocious assault. Cursed fate! As he plummeted to the earth, the remaining 5 elders watched in horror. The bald-headed 5 elders possessed strength that rivaled that of an admiral in the Navy, if not exceeding it slightly. They never anticipated his swift defeat. This is bad. Observing the brilliant glow emanating from Wang Han's transformed weapon once more, the remaining 4 quickly scattered, realizing the dire situation. We must devise a strategy. Remaining passive is untenable, declared the long-bearded elder. Wang Han's speed in both attack and flight was overwhelming. They could not withstand his onslaught. Even if they utilized the moonwalk technique to ascend, they would never catch up to Wang Han's incredible velocity, ultimately facing a fate akin to that of the bald-headed 5 elders. In the face of Wang Han, they were powerless, their formidable abilities rendered ineffective. Akin to ordinary soldiers confronted by a sniper positioned on a cliff, out of range. Chapter 68. A host of devil fruit users. Only 6 minutes remain. At the town's edge, Tiger counted the seconds in his mind, one by one, observing the blazing inferno engulfing the town. Witnessing the panicked flight of the residents and the soldiers rushing through the streets, Tiger felt an overwhelming urge to dive into the chaos. Yet he restrained himself. Though the moment was ripe, it was not yet time to meet Wang Han as previously arranged. Damn it all! Before the headquarters of the world government. The 5 elders could only sprint to evade Wang Han's electromagnetic railgun, gnashing their teeth in frustration. It was not that they lacked the desire or capability to confront him. Rather, Wang Han afforded them no opportunity to engage. To ascend forcefully would be tantamount to courting death. Lord 5 elders. As the 4 elders found themselves at a loss against Wang Han, a resounding cry echoed through the air. A towering figure, a robust man standing a staggering 5 meters tall, rushed forward with great haste, reaching the gravely injured bald elder. He then raised his hands high, palms directed towards Wang Han's position. Upon seeing this formidable individual, the 4 elders immediately exhaled in relief and hurried towards him. Was it a barrier? Observing the man with his hands elevated and the elders rushing towards him, Wang Han furrowed his brow. The electromagnetic railgun, with its altered trajectory, immediately targeted the man. A tungsten rod was expelled from the railgun, hurtling towards the massive figure below at an astonishing speed of 2,400 meters per second. Boom! In the next instant, the rod, as thick as a wrist, collided with the transparent barrier, producing a shower of sparks and scattering tungsten shavings. The barrier bore a significant crack from the impact, revealing its fragile nature. Yet, within a heartbeat, the crack began to mend itself. It held fast. Indeed, it was a barrier. Wang Han muttered to himself as the electromagnetic railgun in his hand fired once more. The terrifying sound of impact echoed above the 5 elders, who gazed at the barrier now marred by cracks. Their hearts, which had only just begun to relax, tightened once again. They needed to devise a means to bring him down from the sky. One of the 5 elders remarked that merely deflecting Wang Han's attacks meant they would no longer suffer blows, yet they remained powerless against him hovering above. Esteemed elders, Commander Kong has already made arrangements. He cannot escape, declared a robust man, his voice brimming with confidence. The supreme commander of the entire military, Kong, had yet to make an appearance, aware that dealing with Wang Han in the sky was a formidable challenge. Thus he had been orchestrating plans from the shadows, striving to permanently confine this troublesome individual. At that moment, the sky, shrouded in thick smoke, became overcast with dark clouds. Lightning, a commanding voice, resonated from the highest point of the world government building. Unbeknownst to anyone, a middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle had taken his stand. A surge of electricity extended from his hands, connecting with the ominous clouds above. Crack! With the man's bellow, a formidable bolt of lightning descended from the dense clouds, striking directly at Wang Han. Finally, the thunder has arrived, Wang Han exclaimed as he was struck. His body jolted before plummeting toward the town below. Just 100 meters from the ground, he suddenly halted his descent, soaring back upward, having recovered from the lightning strike. But before he could ascend once more, a magnetic force erupted from the ground beneath him, causing his ascent to falter as he began to descend again, as if an invisible hand were forcibly pulling him down. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck Wang Han, halting him once more as the magnetic force dragged him down to the earth, crashing onto the ground below. As Wang Han fell to the ground, a flurry of figures rushed towards him at once. The weight fruit, a staggering 100 tons. How could you possibly rise again? The foremost among them reached out, making contact with Wang Han, causing the earth beneath him to crack and splinter under the sudden and immense weight. Chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring Wang Han's limbs and securing him firmly to the earth. Ha! A booming voice echoed from above, as a towering man, muscles rippling, descended wielding a spear as thick as an arm. With a fierce thrust, the weapon, imbued with the power of armament hockey, pierced through Wang Han's back, pinning him to the ground. The hockey faded, revealing the spear's C-prism stone composition. Stilbo Nikong approached Wang Han, who was firmly anchored to the ground by the C-prism spear, and spoke coldly. You underestimate the might of the world government, villain. Wang Han, I thought you wouldn't dare to show your face, he continued, as Wang Han looked up to recognize him. Dressed in a red suit, with dark skin and a white goatee, Steelbone Kong was flanked by 8 middle-aged men and women, some clad in black suits, others in white, and a few adorned in drab military uniforms. What awaits you, villain, is public execution, Steelbone Kong declared, unperturbed by Wang Han's scorn, as if pronouncing a judgment. Public execution? Just like the treatment of Pirate King Roger? But tell me, are you certain that I am truly myself? Wang Han replied with an enigmatic smile. As he spoke, the weight of 100 tons became unbearable, causing the T-1000 liquid robot enveloping him to lose stability, reverting to a silvery liquid that flowed away, revealing Wang Han's T-800 mechanical skeleton beneath. A sight both eerie and striking, with a skeletal form and crimson electronic eyes. Sparks of electricity crackled from his back, where the C-prism spear had pierced him. Clapping sounds echoed from a nearby alley, and Wang Han emerged from the shadows, applauding with both hands. Truly impressive, Commander-in-Chief. The thunder fruit, the magnetism fruit, the weight fruit, the chain fruit, not to mention the barrier fruit and the C-prism stone. Within just 5 minutes, you have prepared such an arsenal. The advancement of your technological fruits is indeed formidable. Upon seeing Wang Han emerge from the dark alley, Steelbone Kong expressed admiration, asking, Who exactly are you? The level of your fruit's development is not something one would expect from a youth. Is this what you call terrifying? I have yet to unleash my full power. Wang Han replied with a smile, leaving Steelbone Kong's question unanswered. Indeed, you are quite the stubborn old man. In his heart, the Steelbone man silently cursed, yet a smile crept upon his lips. Although he had not uncovered the true identity of Wang Han, his objective had been fulfilled. Chapter 69, Wang Han's Mastery of Ninjutsu 1, the Tenfold Slowing Light. Behind Wang Han, a woman suddenly emerged from the rooftop, emanating a pale yellow light from her hands that illuminated Wang Han. The beam was swift, surpassing even the speed of the Yellow Ape's flash. Bang! Bang! As the light struck Wang Han, 2 gunshots rang out from a distant rooftop, with 2 sea-stone bullets hurtling towards him. Simultaneously, Steelbone Kong and the 8 individuals behind him sprang into action, charging towards Wang Han, one of them wielding a sea-stone dagger. It became apparent that Steelbone Kong's earlier chatter had been a mere distraction to allow his men to reach their designated positions. However, in the face of the assault, Wang Han remained utterly motionless, instead presenting Steelbone Kong with a peculiar, enigmatic smile. Observing this, Steelbone Kong and his companions couldn't help but furrow their brows, secretly holding back some of their strength. well aware that the more formidable an opponent, the more hidden cards they possessed. Suddenly, the sea stone struck Wang Han, who made no attempt to evade. In the eyes of Steel Bone Kong and his associates, white smoke erupted from where the sea stone bullet had hit him, and he transformed into a piece of wood, substitution technique. The sight of Wang Han turned into what left Steel Bone Kong and his group momentarily astonished. Taken aback by the strangeness of his technique, prepared for such an occurrence, they immediately halted their advance towards Wang Han, their eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Now, Wang Han had shifted from visibility to obscurity while they remained exposed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A commanding voice resonated from a nearby rooftop where Wang Han stood, hands forming a hand seal. In the next instant, a torrent of water gushed forth from his mouth, coalescing mid-air into a colossal water dragon, measuring 5 meters in diameter and stretching 30 meters long, surging towards Steel Bone Kong and his companions. Draw slash. As the water dragon approached, a middle-aged man wielding a sword stepped forward from behind Steel Bone Kong, swiftly unsheathing his katana. A flying slash erupted from blade, tearing through the oncoming water dragon and continuing its trajectory towards Wang Han. Crack! At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards Wang Han, who stood atop the rooftop. Hundreds of meters away, 2 hidden snipers fired simultaneously, their sea stone bullets racing towards him. Crack! In the next heartbeat, Wang Han, struck by the lightning, emitted white smoke and transformed into a charred stump, which was subsequently hit by the sea stone bullets. The stump was then cleaved in two by the preceding flying slash. In the next instant, Wang Han emerged from an alleyway, having completed his hand seal. Water release, great waterfall technique. A tremendous torrent surged forth from Wang Han's mouth, this flow far more immense than the previous water dragon bullet, swelling to at least 10 times its size. The deluge rushed forth like a raging flood, crashing down the street towards Steel Bone Kong and his group. Magnetism, ground control. Witnessing the onslaught, the user of the magnet fruit stepped forward behind Steel Bone Kong, placing their hands firmly on the ground. Accompanied by his commanding voice, a massive, heavy clay slab rose from the ground, effectively obstructing the surging torrent before it could wash over. In an instant, the diverted flood surged into the surrounding streets, inundating vast stretches of the neighborhood. Crack! A bolt of blue lightning descended once more from the heavens, striking Wang Han, who was still spewing forth the deluge. Simultaneously, 2 projectiles, composed of marine tower stones, hurtled towards him. Thud! White smoke billowed once again. However, this time, Wang Han did not transform into splintered wood, but rather dissipated into a cloud of mist. Shadow clone. On the rooftop, Steel Bone Kong commanded, leaping onto the roofs of the adjacent buildings. Another tactic, truly deserving of a being who has lived for an eternity. Steel Bone Kong mused as he observed the disappearing figure of Wang Han, firmly convinced of his ancient existence. Wang Han possessed an abundance of strategies and an impressive wealth of combat experience. Everyone, exercise caution. He has yet to reveal his full arsenal. He still harbors the capabilities of wielding lightning and light. At the very least, those two remain unutilized, Steel Bone Kong advised the others, emphasizing the word at least. While carefully surveying every corner of their surroundings, Wang Han possesses numerous abilities, particularly his remarkable talent for water creation, which poses a significant disadvantage to them, especially considering that among their ranks are 6 devil fruit users. Just as Steel Bone Kong and his companions were searching for Wang Han's whereabouts, 2 chilling screams echoed from a distant building. Steel Bone Kong's expression darkened as he and the others turned their gaze towards the source, witnessing a violent burst of lightning erupting from the locations of the 2 snipers. Our snipers have been eliminated, Steel Bone Kong remarked, his face etched with concern. The others shared his grave demeanor, activating their observation haki to meticulously scrutinize every nook and cranny. Wang Han proved to be far more formidable than they had anticipated, employing an array of enigmatic techniques. Additionally, he possessed unknown methods to elude their observation haki, rendering them incapable of tracing his movements. Breath, concealment, technique, transformation technique. Fundamental skills of a ninja. Moreover, despite Wang Han having just engaged them in combat moments ago, he had mysteriously vanished several hundred meters away within a mere few seconds, subsequently locating and eliminating 2 snipers. What was even more astonishing was that these 2 snipers were positioned over 100 meters apart. How could Wang Han have dispatched both simultaneously? This was yet another indication of an unknown peril. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck near Steel Bone Kong, transforming into a middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle. Lord Steel Bone Kong, my heart network has just detected 3 traces of Wang Han. One of them has already crept close to me before I even realized it. That individual possesses the ability to create clones and transform into animals. The explosive-haired man stated solemnly. Just moments ago, a cat had dashed towards him from behind, morphing into Wang Han.'s likeness. Steelbone Kong was aware of the explosive-haired man's heart network ability, which could encompass a vast portion of Mariejois. From now on, be vigilant of all surrounding animals. He promptly commanded. This ancient and cunning individual has an arsenal of tricks, one person muttered. However, without needing Steelbone Kong's instructions, the others instinctively knew what to do. They activated their observation haki, focusing intently on the animals within their vicinity. Yet, there were hardly any animals left. They had all fled in terror once the battle commenced. The explosive-haired man's words instantly dispelled their doubts. Wang Han had undoubtedly utilized clones to engage them, diverting their attention while his true self and other clones transformed into animals to stealthily attack the snipers and the explosive-haired man. Indeed, within their observation haki range, 3 cats were swiftly darting through the shadows of the street, appearing as genuine felines. Nonetheless, what cat would consciously approach this area? 7 minutes had elapsed. At the town's edge, Tiger continued to silently count the seconds in his mind. Indeed, only 2 minutes had passed since the clash between Wang Han and Steelbone Kong had begun. This was not a turn-based game. It was a desperate battle for survival, demanding every ounce of strategy and urgency. Chapter 70. The Ninja Techniques of Wang Han.There. It appears he is unaware that we have detected him. Steelbone Kong quietly informed the others upon spotting the 3 stealthy cats. Without the need for further words, everyone comprehended Steelbone Kong's forthcoming intentions, each preparing in secrecy while their observation haki remained fixated on the 3 cats darting in the shadows. Now, as the 3 cats leapt behind Steelbone Kong and his companions, he immediately shouted, Slow Light, Thunder Dragon, 100-ton heavy shell, Sweep Slash, 6 Kings air cannon, Wave Slash, Magnetic Control, Explosive Heavy Fist, the Gale Foot Flywheel Slash, Chain Thrust. In the next instant, almost simultaneously, the figures atop the roof launched an assault on the 3 cats that had just leaped into the air. A blue thunder dragon, a yellow beam of light, and slicing strikes filled the air, while shockwaves surged forth as fist-sized stones hurtled towards the 3 felines at breakneck speed. Under the influence of magnetic waves, the surrounding buildings collapsed instantaneously, drawn by an unseen magnetic force, crashing down upon the 3 cats. From the ground, numerous spiked chains erupted forth. Amidst the explosive onslaught from several individuals, the 3 airborne cats found themselves utterly overwhelmed by a barrage of simultaneous attacks. Boom! Boom! Bang! 3 clouds of smoke erupted from the cats. In the next heartbeat, 2 of the cats vanished in a puff of smoke, while the 3rd transformed into a large stone amidst the haze. Over there, the outcome did not surprise Steelbone and his companions. With their observation haki, they quickly spotted Wang Han, who had evaded the assault using a substitution technique, hiding behind a building several dozen meters away. Upon locating Wang Han, none hesitated. The 10 individuals on the roof executed the 6 styles ladder and vanished from sight, racing towards the recently revealed Wang Han. Sensing the approach of the 10, Wang Han leaped from behind the building to the rooftop, placing his hands before his chest, and within half a second, formed 7 seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. After completing the hand seals, maintaining the last one, a terrifying inferno spanning 100 meters erupted from Wang Han's mouth, sweeping across the buildings like a tsunami, engulfing the advancing Steelbone and his companions in flames. Cleaving slash. The flying strike carved a path through the sea of fire, heading straight for Wang Han. Oof. Wang Han let out a cold snort, leaping to evade the aerial slashing strike as he shifted his hand seals. Wind release. Hurricane roar. Flames erupted from Wang Han's mouth, swiftly followed by a terrifying swirling vortex that gushed forth, chasing after the preceding sea of fire. In an instant, the wind fueled the flames, rendering the inferno even more ferocious, with heightened temperatures and expanded reach. The previously severed sea of fire swiftly converged, now intermingled with a multitude of fiery wind blades spiraling through the air. Quick, take cover! Steelbone Kong shouted urgently upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, leaping down from the rooftop to hide behind a nearby building. The others promptly followed suit, scrambling for shelter. Boom! In the next moment, the horrifying sea of flames surged forward, engulfing an entire block in a torrent of raging fire, painting the sky crimson with its glow. Beneath the overwhelming blaze, even the observation haki was rendered ineffective. The flame's potency, coupled with the ferocity of the gale, created an overwhelming force. Steel Bone Kong, concealed behind the structure, wore a grave expression as he beheld the inferno roaring past the buildings, slicing through the ground with fiery wind blades. Despite knowing that this ancient adversary possessed countless hidden techniques, he was still taken aback. Wang Han had not merely concealed a hidden maneuver. He had unleashed a formidable attack. The others also bore solemn expressions. Even without direct contact with the flames, the intense heat singed their hair, releasing a foul odor. They felt searing pain coursing through their bodies, and blisters began to form. Among them, only the wielder of the thunder fruit could escape the conflagration unscathed through elemental transformation. Magnetic slate. As the buildings shielding them from the flames began to crumble, the magnet fruit user immediately clapped both hands to the ground, causing a massive stone slab to rise and shield against the inferno. Seizing the opportunity, the thunder fruit user, with an explosive hairstyle, transformed into a bolt of lightning and darted out of the fiery domain. The others attempting to force their way through the flames would have to pay a hefty price. Soaring into the sky, the explosive-haired man soon realized the vast extent of the inferno unleashed by Wang Han. It spanned a radius of 500 meters, with the flames raging violently and continuing to spread further afield. Where did he go? Where could he be hiding? As he scanned the source of the inferno, he found that Wang Han had vanished without a trace. Are you searching for me? A stone fell from the sky, landing directly behind the explosive-haired man, transforming with a resounding thud into Wang Han, whose icy voice echoed ominously behind him. A spear, as thick as a wrist, pierced through the man's chest from behind. What is this? He gazed at the spear that had impaled him. It was his comrade's sea prism stone spear. The explosive-haired man's eyes brimmed with unwillingness as the strength within him swiftly ebbed away, and his eyes finally closed in resignation. One troublesome foe dispatched. Now, only the rest remain. I shall borrow your thunderclouds. Releasing his grip on the high-loose stone spear, the lifeless body of the middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle fell back into the sea of flames, and Wang Han's hands formed another seal. The crackling of lightning gathered and compressed in his palms, the sound resembling a chorus of 1,000 birds singing. In the midst of the inferno, as they watched the corpse engulfed by flames, with a high-loose stone spear embedded in it, Gonggu Kong and the others felt a heavy weight settle upon their hearts. This body belonged to the middle-aged man with the explosive hairstyle, for he could not have touched the high-loose stone due to the lack of any means of isolation. And he had no time to grasp the spear as he was propelled away moments ago. What further darkened their expressions was the rumbling of thunder intertwined with the roaring flames. Wang Han was preparing to unleash his attack once more. Lightning release. Kirin, run. At the edge of the town, panicked residents fled towards safety as the battle escalated and the terrifying fire spread, rendering the town utterly perilous. Even the soldiers and agents who wished to assist found themselves halted by the ferocity of the blaze. A thunderous shout erupted in the sky, accompanied by the gathering of ominous clouds and swirling smoke. Brilliant flashes of lightning began to converge, ultimately forming a colossal lightning beast that, with a roar akin to a ferocious tiger, pounced towards the center of the inferno where Gonggu Kong and the others stood. 10 minutes had passed. At the town's periphery, as the final countdown was completed, Tiger dashed into the illuminated town, racing towards the predetermined location. Chapter 71. Swarm of drones, ground-penetrating missiles boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the flames, unleashing a blinding flash of lightning as serpentine bolts of electricity twisted and danced. The terrifying shockwave and lightning swept outward, creating a 200-meter radius devoid of flames at the heart of the inferno, shrouded in dust and smoke. As the haze cleared, the flame-free zone revealed a landscape of ruins. Houses shattered, the earth heaving and cracking, save for 3 structures that stood precariously at the center. Above these buildings, a semicircular transparent barrier, marred by cracks, seemed on the verge of shattering completely. Upon one of the rooftops, a man wielding the power of the barrier gasped as he raised his hands in relief. That was close. Observing the fissured barrier and the devastation surrounding them, Gonggu Kong and his companions silently breathed a sigh of relief. If the might of this thunder were to go unchecked, it is feared that half of those present would suffer grave injuries or even perish outright. In the midst of the fiery inferno, surrounded by flames and the thunderous roars above, Steel Bone Kong and his companions had resolved to endure the flames with their armed color hockey, seeking to escape the blaze at a considerable cost. This was their sole means of salvation. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, the barrier fruit user thrust themselves into the fire, erecting a protective barrier that shielded the group from both the raging flames and the descending Kirin. Yet another barrier, observing the newly formed shield, Wang Han could not help but smirk disdainfully. The opposing forces seemed to have multiplied. However, Wang Han refrained from rushing into action once more. His gaze shifted to a corner of the town where Tiger had commenced his operation. Then, his attention turned to another direction, the dwelling place of the celestial dragons, which was currently swarming with soldiers and agents for protection, a number that had multiplied several times since his initial attack, due to their disdain for mingling with common folk. The celestial dragon's residence is situated at a considerable distance from the town. Wang Han, unleash all your hidden tactics. You shall undoubtedly meet your demise here today. Within the barrier, upon noticing Wang Han's apparent distraction towards another location, particularly the residence of the celestial dragons, Steel Bone Kong bellowed at him. No sooner had Steel Bone Kong's roar echoed than the protective barrier dissipated, and with its vanishing, two slashing projectiles surged upward in haste towards the airborne Wang Han. Slowed light and magnetic waves soon enveloped him again. You think to detain me here? Huh. Observing the oncoming assault from below, Wang Han scoffed. In the next instant, as the attacks were about to strike, he suddenly erupted into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from the sky. Not his true form. When did this occur? We must hasten to the celestial dragon's residence. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Steel Bone Kong's expression shifted dramatically. He called out to his companions and swiftly made his way towards the dwelling of the celestial dragons. Wang Han's gaze was directed towards the residence of the celestial dragons, indicating that he had likely departed from this location to launch an assault on their abode. Tiger was making his way in that direction, so it would be prudent for you not to interfere. Suddenly, the ground of a certain street erupted, and Wang Han emerged from the fissure, casting a disdainful smile at the rushing figures of Steel Bone Kong and his companions as they hastened towards the celestial dragon's dwelling. A hum akin to the buzzing of countless bees filled the air as numerous drones detached from Wang Han's form, resembling a dark cloud of birds soaring towards the residence of the celestial dragons and towards the approaching Steel Bone Kong and his company. Upon hearing a sound from behind, Steel Bone Kong turned to see tens of thousands of drones hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. Uzi, block whatever is coming from behind. He commanded one of his companions, both of whom were users of magnetic abilities. Upon receiving the order, the magnetic fruit user immediately halted, pressing his hands against the earth. Through the ground-S conduction, he generated a powerful magnetic force on the surface ahead, drawing the incoming drones towards it. Instantly, one drone after another plummeted to the ground. However, before the magnetic fruit user could revel in his success, a sharp spear suddenly erupted from the earth, piercing through his body. Observing the sea stone spear that had emerged from the ground, confusion filled the magnetic fruit user's eyes. With the disappearance of the magnetic force, the drones that had been attracted to the ground soared back into the sky, resuming their trajectory towards the celestial dragon's residence. Damn it, this guy actually possesses the ability to burrow underground. Steel Bone Kong cursed silently as he sensed the events unfolding behind him. He instructed the barrier fruit user, Nag, intercept him and those flying objects. Though Wang Han had appeared behind him, Steel Bone Kong could not ascertain whether it was truly Wang Han's real form. He could only strive for caution and ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Wang Han possessed numerous abilities and immense power, yet he refrained from engaging them directly, rendering Steel Bone Kong's strength seemingly futile and leaving him quite frustrated. Understood. The barrier fruit user replied promptly, halting in place and erecting a massive barrier measuring 200 meters in both length and width to shield against the swarm of drones. This time, his barrier not only defended the front, but also created an all-encompassing smaller barrier surrounding himself. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless drones collided with the barrier, unleashing a series of intense explosions. Each drone possessed explosive power comparable to that of an 80mm mortar shell. We've held them off. Now we must be wary of his ambush. As he observed the explosions erupting from the barrier ahead, the user of the barrier fruit remained vigilant, carefully scrutinizing every movement in his surroundings. He even fortified the ground beneath him with an additional layer of protection. Suddenly, amidst his heightened alertness, an unforeseen event transpired. Two colossal, ground-penetrating missiles, obscured by the detonation of drones, unexpectedly pierced through the massive barrier he had erected and hurtled towards him. No! He exclaimed in horror as the missiles breached his secondary shield, advancing relentlessly towards him. The ground-penetrating missiles, propelled by fuel rather than designed for high-altitude penetration, detonated with a tremendous explosion, tearing the barrier fruit user into fragments. With his obstruction eliminated, the remaining drones surged towards the celestial dragon stronghold. We must intercept these threats, Steel Bone Kong declared, having already witnessed the devastating potential of the drones. Should they reach the celestial dragon's residence, it would take mere seconds to ravage the area entirely. Chapter 72. Katyusha, Wind Slash. Gale Steps, Chaotic Slashes. Upon hearing Steel Bone Kong's command, the swordsman and another individual swiftly turned, one unleashing a massive wave of sword energy while the other transformed his legs into phantoms, delivering a barrage of slashes aimed at the drones. Buzzing. In response to their assault, the drones in the sky abruptly altered their trajectory, ascending higher to evade the duo's strikes, continuing their trajectory toward the celestial dragon's abode. Gale Slash. Wind Steps, Thousand Blades. Observing the drones climbing higher, the two did not relent, once more unleashing powerful slashes and a multitude of kicks directed at the ascending machines. However, as they focused their attention on the evasive drones above, none noticed a flicker of electric light shimmering in the ruins a kilometer away. Just as they attempted to intercept the drones weaving through their attacks, the blue electric light from the debris erupted violently, a white energy column streaking through the distance, instantaneously piercing through the two. Boom, boom. Like balloons filled with water, the two exploded upon being struck by tungsten rods. Yet another two eliminated. In the ruins, Wang Han reverted the electromagnetic railgun back to his hands. Damn it, Steel Bone Kong seated, clenching his fists in anger as he gazed at the bloody mist left in the wake of the two's demise. The expressions of the remaining few were equally grim. They were being picked off one by one. However, if it were not for the imperative to rescue the celestial dragons, they would never have allowed such a division of focus, for facing Wang Han was already a formidable challenge, and they were loath to grant him the opportunity to dispatch them individually. Although Wang Han was just behind them, none dared to assert that it was indeed his true form, or whether he had any clones remaining. They could only hope that those on the other side would manage to halt him. Gazing at the drones soaring overhead, Steelbone Sky and his companions could only lament, placing their hopes in the agents and military forces tasked with protecting the celestial dragons. Steelbone Sky himself was unable to contend with him. Meanwhile, the four elders stood atop a high building, observing the relentless dismantling of Steelbone Sky and the drones racing towards the celestial dragon's habitation. A bitter taste filled their mouths. Wang Han's strength exceeded their expectations by a considerable margin. Should they resort to their hidden powers? They absolutely could not allow the celestial dragons to suffer massive casualties. This villain must not be permitted to escape alive. Activate the contingency. Their very existence was intended to address such a crisis. With that, the four elders hastened towards the celestial dragon's residence. The signal of the phone insect had been interfered with and blocked by Wang Han from the very beginning. Swiftly, they must intercept these devices. They could not allow these strange entities to approach and explode among the celestial dragons. Within the celestial dragon's dwelling, a CP officer bellowed commands as the drone swarm approached. In response to the order, the soldiers gathered there immediately raised their weapons, firing at the incoming drones, while some swordsmen unleashed aerial slashes to intercept the aerial threats. Nevertheless, despite their efforts, a handful of drones managed to breach their defenses, hurtling toward the celestial dragon's enclave. Boom! The sound of explosions reverberated through the streets as the downed drones detonated like artillery shells, the blasts encompassing a 5-meter radius. Soldiers on the ground began to suffer casualties, and the structures of the celestial dragons began to sustain damage. Fortunately, the celestial dragons had already retreated to the safety of their shelters. In a mere minute, when Steelbone Sky and the remaining few arrived, the celestial dragon's residents had witnessed no fewer than 100 explosions, with thick smoke billowing and dust swirling throughout the area. On the streets, the bodies of slain soldiers lay strewn about, while the wounded cried out in agony, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at the drones diving from above. Those soldiers still capable of fighting had no time to rescue their lamenting comrades. They remained focused on intercepting the relentless swarm of descending drones. Desperation was etched on every face. They needed to neutralize these explosive devices swiftly and remain wary of Wang Han's potential ambush. Steelbone Kong swiftly commanded his team, being the first to charge into the residence of the celestial dragons, launching a barrage of attacks against the incessantly descending drones. Observing his actions, the others hastily joined him in intercepting the relentless onslaught from above. Fortunately, the drones released by Wang Han numbered merely 10,000. After 2 to 3 minutes of intense engagement, the skies were finally cleared of these mechanical intruders. However, Steelbone Kong and his compatriots could not afford a moment's respite, for they had ascertained that Wang Han's target was indeed this very location. Are the celestial dragons unharmed? The four elder stars had also arrived. Witnessing the devastation, 1/3 of the residential area obliterated, with bodies and injured sprawled across the streets. Their expressions were grave. Steelbone Kong turned his gaze towards the commander of CP-0 nearby. As the range of the assault expanded, the celestial dragons had retreated into their underground sanctuary, sustaining no casualties. Upon hearing this, the CP-0 commander promptly replied, "They are sheltering underground. It appears we must employ high-penetration attacks," he added, just as the CP-0 commander finished his statement, before Steelbone Kong and the others could respond. Wang Han's voice resonated around them. On the ground not far off, a fallen drone abruptly morphed into the likeness of Wang Han. "You indeed came," Steelbone Kong exclaimed, immediately rushing towards Wang Han. "Prepare to face the impending onslaught." Wang Han replied with a smile as an explosion erupted, enveloping the area in smoke. "It's a clone." Steelbone Kong halted, his countenance darkening further. The level of difficulty posed by Wang Han surpassed his expectations. "Immediately relocate the celestial dragons," commanded the CP-0 leader without hesitation. Simultaneously, from the remnants of the previous destruction, a series of Katyusha rocket launchers ascended from the debris, accompanied by the whistling of rockets. Hundreds of Katyusha missiles erupted into flames, soaring skyward towards the celestial dragon's domicile. "This wave of attack must be thwarted at all costs," commanded one of the 5 Elder Stars, his voice booming as he observed the approaching inferno. Understanding the potency of this assault, which far surpassed the earlier peculiar aerial threats, he recognized it as a significant danger to those sheltering below. At this, everyone braced themselves for the impending confrontation. However, the powerful individuals refrained from taking to the skies to intercept, for Wang Han's orbital cannon posed a lethal threat to them. Instead, they engaged in relentless ground-based attacks to intercept the incoming rockets. In the next moment, slashes from portable cannons and bullets ascended towards the heavens. Yet this time, while the rockets were intercepted, the resulting explosions rained down burning fuel, igniting a conflagration that cascaded from the sky and obscured the incoming projectiles behind it. A great fire ignited within the dwelling area of the celestial dragons. Additionally, rockets breached their defenses and struck the ground. Curiously, despite their tremendous power, these rockets seemed insufficient to penetrate the earth and harm the celestial dragons concealed deep underground, nor did they pose a threat to the slaves imprisoned in the subterranean dungeons. Chapter 73. The hidden power of the celestial dragons revealed that they possessed the abilities of space-type devil fruit users, and not merely one. Amidst the ruins, Wang Han, after launching the Katyusha, furrowed his brow in genuine concern, a stark contrast to his previous performances. One of Wang Han's objectives in assaulting the Holy Land of Mariejois was to assist Tiger in rescuing slaves. Therefore, upon his arrival at the Holy Land, he promptly deployed numerous reconnaissance insects to survey the entirety of Mariejois. From the outset, Wang Han was acutely aware of the location of the celestial dragon's residential area, possessing a comprehensive understanding of its layout and facilities. Under the constant surveillance of the reconnaissance insects, every movement within the area was transparent to Wang Han's vigilant gaze. The decision not to immediately attack the celestial dragon's enclave was not merely a strategy to draw the enemy's attention and avoid collateral damage to the slaves. It also stemmed from Wang Han's own considerations. At this moment, within the subterranean refuge of the celestial dragons, 2 individuals endowed with the powers of spatial devil fruit were silently relocating the celestial dragons, who were encased in bubble helmets and clad as if they were astronauts, to a location unbeknownst to Wang Han. The situation was beginning to spiral beyond his control. What truly concerned Wang Han was not the escape of the celestial dragons. He was indifferent to their flight. Even if they had remained, he would have deliberately spared them. Otherwise, he would not have relied solely on the Katyusha, but would have employed ground-penetrating missiles as well. Now is not the time to eliminate the celestial dragons or to sever ties with the world government and instigate war. Despite his underlying resentment towards the world government, the current stability of the world necessitated their presence. The oppressive weight of the celestial dragons upon humanity could not yet be entirely lifted, for doing so would inevitably incite chaos detrimental to Wang Han's plans. Presently, his primary concern was the 2 individuals with spatial powers. Abilities related to space and time had always been a source of trepidation for Wang Han. While they might not lead to catastrophic failures, they certainly posed significant complications, particularly in the current context. The battle at Sabeti Archipelago was merely an appetizer. Wang Han's assault on the Holy Land of Mariejois served to shield Tiger in his quest to liberate the slaves. However, this was only one of his aims. His fundamental intention was to demonstrate an overwhelming display of strength, thereby achieving a certain deterrent effect. Yet, all things must be tempered. Should he reveal an excessive display of might at this juncture, it would be detrimental to his future plans. Thus, everything exhibited during the prior conflict was merely an act, a performance intended for the world's gaze. However, if the two spatial devil fruit users successfully transport the celestial dragons away and then return to join in the assault against him, Wang Han would likely be compelled to harness powers beyond his original strategy. Transforming the world cannot be accomplished solely through brute force. Otherwise, the outcome may well lead to the annihilation of the world or oneself. The previous world, where he was at odds with all, serves as a cautionary tale. The world has never lacked fearless rebels, and Wang Han is determined to prevent history from repeating itself. His aim is to alter the world, not to bring about its destruction, for in this world, he has companions, and most importantly, he has Kuna. In a mere span of seconds, Wang Han contemplated profoundly. It appears that this game must come to an early conclusion. Reflecting on this, Wang Han let out a soft sigh. Some matters can be addressed in due time, but certainly not now. The timing, location, and circumstances are all amiss. With the decision made, Wang Han pressed his hands firmly against the ground. The earth beneath him began to rise, forming mounds. The soil rapidly morphed into material, ultimately taking the shape of numerous 80mm mortars. Hud, hud, hud. In the next moment, the sound of continuous firing echoed as mortar shells were relentlessly launched into the sky. An assault is imminent. Everyone, prepare for defense. On the other side, Steel Bones shouted loudly as he observed the sky raining down with small projectiles resembling hail. He promptly engaged in intercepting the descending mortar shells. Others swiftly joined in action, and a myriad of attacks soared into the air. This is the fruit of technology. It was akin to the outbreak of war, a solitary individual igniting a conflict. Meanwhile, Tiger had infiltrated the heart of the town, his eyes filled with astonishment and shock as he surveyed the ruins and raging fires. It was staggering that Wang Han alone had caused such devastation to Mariejois. At this moment, as the battle escalated, all residents of the town had fled. Following the shift of the battlefield, agents and troops within the town had also moved to reinforce the Dragon People's living quarters. Navigating through the town, Tiger's path was directed toward the residence of the Celestial Dragons, where war still raged and explosions could be heard incessantly. Tiger understood that Wang Han was still mounting a fierce assault there. Given the current situation, Tiger was not surprised. The Celestial Dragons would undoubtedly have protective forces. When under attack, their defenses would surely intensify to ensure the safety of these so-called world trash. This was a scenario he and Wang Han had long anticipated. Now, it remained to be seen how Wang Han would divert the defensive forces from that area, returning to the residence of the Celestial Dragons. Despite the defenders' utmost efforts to intercept the falling mortar shells, the sheer volume of ordnance was overwhelming. The incessant rain of shells inflicted significant damage and casualties. Elders of the 5 stars, the Celestial Dragons, have all been relocated to safety. Suddenly, a man clad in a white suit appeared beside one of the 5 stars, delivering his report with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, the elder of the 5 stars breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He immediately instructed the man in white, "You stay here and assist us in eliminating Wang Han. Such a villain must not be allowed to leave alive today." "Understood," replied the man in white, vanishing from the elder's side in an instant. "Everyone withdraw swiftly. We shall now engage in a full-scale assault to eliminate the world's greatest villain, Wang Han, at all costs." After the man in the white suit departed, the 5 elders promptly issued a new command. Upon hearing their orders, Steel Bones and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They understood that this directive signified the complete evacuation of the Celestial Dragons. Their greatest concern had been the potential casualties among the Celestial Dragons, which was the very reason they had risked everything to intercept Wang Han's attacks. With this new assurance, they could now proceed to encircle Wang Han without further trepidation. Chapter 74. A miniature nuclear explosion. The timing was impeccable. Observing the 5 elders leading a substantial group away from the area inhabited by the Celestial Dragons, Wang Han murmured to himself amidst the ruins at the town center. He deactivated the mortar template. The technological weaponry that Wang Han had nullified would revert to its original form. Thus he harbored no fear that his innovations could be deciphered by others. If anyone could indeed unravel his weaponry from mere mud or cement, he would not only accept it, but even commend such an opponent. It turned to mud. Meanwhile, an agent gazed at the mortar shells in his hand, exclaiming in astonishment. They had been captivated by the uniquely shaped projectiles during their interception of Wang Han's shells, and naturally, They had retained some unexploded shells, which had been intercepted without triggering the firing pin, intending to analyze this technology later. However, to their dismay, the salvaged mortar shells before their eyes transformed into mere clumps of mud, leaving no trace of any advanced technology behind. Wang Han remained at the heart of the town. Everyone needed to act swiftly, ensuring he did not escape. A shout echoed from a distance. Upon receiving the command, the agents immediately discarded the now useless mortar shells and hastened towards the town center. Wang Han, today marked your demise. A considerable distance remained, yet Steel Bones' furious roar reached them. In the distance, Steel Bones and the elite from the World Conquest Bureau surged forward first. Demise? Steel Bones, you overestimate yourself. You likely cannot even ascertain whether I am the real one. Hearing Steel Bones shout, Wang Han chuckled derisively and responded loudly in kind. At this, Steel Bones, rushing forward, clenched his fists in a fit of rage. Regrettably, Wang Han was correct. He could not even determine if Wang Han was the genuine article, making the pursuit or elimination of him a daunting task. The expressions of the others shifted as well, although they harbored intense anger towards Wang Han. If he was not the true body before them, sacrificing themselves to eliminate a mere clone would hold little significance. Even if he is not the real one, his true self cannot be too distant. Observing the changing expressions of his subordinates, one of the 5 elders coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' and agents' eyes brightened with renewed determination. Indeed, even if Wang Han possessed the ability to create duplicates of himself, such a power would inevitably be constrained by distance. Otherwise, his capabilities would be overwhelmingly formidable. Soon, the 4 elders and Steelbone arrived before Wang Han, halting their advance at a distance of 30 meters, gazing at him as he awaited their presence. Wang Han's earlier words had indeed left an impression on them. They could not ascertain whether the Wang Han before them was the genuine article. Naturally, they dared not act recklessly. You seem to be frightened. I assumed you would come prepared to resolve matters with fists and weapons, Wang Han taunted, observing the halted Steelbone Sky and his companions. Justice does not fear criminals. Ultimately, evil shall be vanquished by justice, Steelbone Sky proclaimed. Is that so? How can you be certain that your version of justice is indeed just? Can you, who so proudly proclaim yourselves as bearers of justice, truly prevail against me? I happen to possess a great deal of confidence in myself. Wang Han replied with a cold sneer, exuding an air of unwavering self-assurance. Wang Han, it is not too late for you to surrender. One of the 5 Elder Stars warned. Surrender, only to await your public execution? Wang Han scoffed dismissively at the words of the Elder Star. There will be no need for a public execution, for you are destined to die right now, the Elder Star retorted with a chilling grin. In an instant, without warning, a shadowy hand pierced through Wang Han's right chest from behind, grasping a gleaming red instrument within its palm. Behind Wang Han stood a tall figure clad in a white suit, the very individual who had reported to the 5 Elder Stars from the Celestial Dragon's residence. A wielder of the Space Devil Fruit. Realizing the situation, Steelbone Sky and the others felt a surge of elation. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards Wang Han, determined to deny him any further opportunity. Wang Han's doppelganger, upon being struck, dissipates into smoke, a revelation gleaned from prior intelligence gathered in battle. Yet in this moment, he does not vanish in a vapor, although what was seized was not a heart, but rather an apparatus. This further corroborates the information that Wang Han has utilized the powers of the technology fruit to transmute himself into a machine, thereby attaining immortality. Possessing the abilities of a space-type devil fruit, Wang Han, fixated on the colossal hand that pierced through his chest, paid no heed to the approaching Steelbone Kong and his entourage. Instead, he grasped the hand of Kawashi, who had ensnared him. In an eerie manner, Wang Han's head rotated a full 180 degrees, scrutinizing the towering figure in the white suit behind him. Remember, it is I, Kawashi, the wielder of the teleportation fruit, who has come to end your life, declared the man in white, his gaze devoid of fear, fixated upon Wang Han with a countenance that betrayed no emotion. With that, the hand that had penetrated Wang Han's chest withdrew, crushing the device within its grasp. Impressive act, but you've grasped the wrong object. I've been anticipating your appearance for quite some time, Wang Han retorted with a derisive laugh, even as his abdomen suddenly opened, revealing a battery that pulsated with an urgent red light. The liquid metal enveloping Wang Han began to seize Kawashi's hand and reach toward him. Terror flickered in Kawashi's eyes. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap, he thought, as the others, Steelbone Kong and his cohort, observed the ominous glow emanating from Wang Han's exposed battery, their expressions mirroring his dread. A profound sense of impending doom gripped their minds, a visceral fear of death. Without a moment's hesitation, the skilled fighters immediately unleash their abilities, driven by the instinct to survive. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted, centering around Wang Han. From the heart of Mariejois, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, reaching heights of 1,000 meters, its searing light resembling a miniature sun, incinerating everything upon the ground. The encircling agents and soldiers were instantaneously carbonized, reduced to ash beneath the oppressive brilliance. The chilling shockwave swept through, a fierce tempest howling as it toppled all structures within a kilometer radius. How could such a terrifying assault even be possible? At that moment, Tej, who had infiltrated the celestial dragon's residential area, gazed at the immense mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Feeling the sudden heat sear his skin, he frantically retreated into a recently opened underground passage, his heart brimming with incredulous astonishment. Chapter 75. The first encounter with Emu. What manner of attack could inflict such monumental devastation? As the chaos of the explosion subsided, Tej stood in a daze, his heart shaken by the scene before him. What lay ahead was an utterly charred wasteland. The shockwave from the blast had flattened all buildings, and trees lay uprooted. The once sacred Mariejois now stood in ruins, with the exception of the world government headquarters, which still trembled precariously. Even the corpses on the ground had been singed by the explosion's brilliance. Stop staring and hurry to rescue the slaves. A voice jolted Tej from his stupor. Startled by the voice, he turned swiftly, adopting a defensive stance, only to find Wang Han standing behind him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Seeing Wang Han, Tej relaxed, astonished. Wang Han, is that you? I am but a clone. Enough chatter. We must swiftly free everyone. The recent explosion could not have obliterated all the enemies. The remaining foes are quite troublesome. My main self will hold off the enemies, but not for long. Our time is limited, Wang Han's clone urged, cutting through Tej's words. Understood. Acknowledging the urgency, Tej sprang into action. Together with Wang Han's clone, they located the entrance to the celestial dragon's underground prison. After clearing away the debris, they descended within. Inside, they found a series of cells, all unguarded. The guards had presumably rushed to assist after the attack. The enslaved individuals confined within their cells stared blankly at Tej and Wang Han's clone. You are free. We have come to rescue you, Tej announced loudly, shattering the silence as he broke down the wooden door of one cell. At his words and actions, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the captives. The process of liberating the slaves proceeded remarkably smoothly. Following a barrage of attacks from Wang Han, the area was devoid of enemies. Although the celestial dragon's residences had been destroyed, blocking some dungeon entrances, this was merely a minor inconvenience. Indeed, the only obstacle remaining. The slaves confined in the dungeons had suffered no casualties. Emu, a pleasure to finally meet you. I have been quite curious about you for a long time, Wang Han remarked with a smile as he stepped into the dimly lit hall, gazing at the figure seated majestically upon the throne. I too am intrigued by you. A guest who has journeyed from afar, Emu replied from the throne. With your capabilities, handling those ignorant fools should not be such a hassle. It was merely child's play. Indeed, it was not a concern, Wang Han replied nonchalantly. Yet, I initially expected to see you outside, given the extent of the chaos. I thought you would make an appearance, but you have displayed remarkable composure. Seated here in quietude, are we engaging in an immovable stance? There is no necessity for this conflict to escalate further. The hawk-eyed man atop the high platform remarked solemnly, we previously lacked any compelling reason for a deadly confrontation. This is merely a colony. There is no need to incite a grander war over this insignificant planet. I would prefer that we stand as allies. Oh, if that is the case, why do you not intervene with those outside? Do you wish to witness their demise? Wang Han replied with a smile. You have not slain them either. Since you have refrained from taking their lives, they ought to learn a lesson to comprehend how to respect the powerful. I'm, stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. What if I were to kill them? Wang Han inquired, his demeanor shifting as a potent aura of malevolence emanated from him. That would simply be their own misfortune. One must exhibit respect towards the strong, and reiterated, his tone remaining impervious. Ultimately, their lives are inconsequential, mere ants beneath our feet. Then why did you not prevent them from the outset? To put it bluntly, you do not desire to save them, or perhaps you deem them of little use. Wang Han scoffed sarcastically, though he tempered his murderous intent. Observing the silent Wang Han chuckled lightly. With a sense of certainty, he felt little interest in further mockery and spoke directly. Since you are aware of my status as an outsider, let us dispense with any circumlocution. I came here for amusement, albeit under a concealed identity. However, my enjoyment has waned, plagued by bothersome insects. As for the reason for my visit today, I am dissatisfied with the photograph on the bounty notice, hence I have brought a few selfies to rectify the situation. Surely, you would not mind assisting me with these trivial matters? Merely a small task, I can see to it with a simple command, and responded, as if addressing a matter of little consequence. Then I shall not intrude further, Wang Han remarked with a smile, casting a thick stack of photographs onto the ground before turning to exit the dimly lit hall. Watching Wang Han depart, it maintained his stoic expression. Bakayiru. It was only after Wang Han had fully exited the hall that Im's emotions finally flickered. Regrettably, the sudden appearance of two Star Destroyers, akin to those from Star Wars, near the moon during the midst of battle rendered him cautious. Wang Han was indeed threatening him. In the almost flattened epicenter of the explosion, a section of charred earth was abruptly displaced. A dozen individuals emerged from the underground passageway. Mariejois. How could this be? Gazing upon the desolate cityscape, Steel Bones stood in stunned silence. This is Mariejois, the very heart of the world. How could it have come to this? As far as the eye can see, apart from the trembling and barely standing headquarters of the world government, the entirety of Mariejois has been obliterated by explosions. Just moments ago, had it not been for the abilities of the tunnel fruit user who created an underground passage, even they might not have survived. A chaotic era is about to descend upon us, one of the 5 elders remarked. This is no longer merely a blow to the world government's dignity. It is a complete trampling of its authority. This incident cannot be concealed, and it is likely that soon the entire world will learn of Mariejois' devastation. The significant diminishment of the world government's prestige will inevitably precipitate a more tumultuous era. We must devise a strategy to mitigate the impending chaos, another elder stated. Has that villain perished? He is our greatest threat, the 3rd elder gritted his teeth and said. It is Wang Han, the architect of this calamity, who poses the most significant danger in the forthcoming chaotic age. At this, the others fell silent, none daring to ascertain whether Wang Han had indeed met his end. Just then, the telephone bug belonging to one of the elders began to ring. The communication that Wang Han had previously disrupted had been restored. I'm one of 5 elders. That individual, along with the fleeing slaves, need not be pursued. Come to me immediately. Im's voice resonated through the telephone bug. Chapter 76, The Astonishing Sengoku Mariejois, has been leveled. The slaves emerging from the dungeon gazed upon the desolation surrounding them. Witnessing the once nightmarish Mariejois transformed into a flat expanse of ruins, and tears streamed down their faces. In this moment, the shadows that had long oppressed their hearts were lifted. Do not dawdle. The enemy's elite have not been eliminated, and reinforcements will soon arrive. My leader is currently staving them off to buy us precious time. We must rescue the others and leave at once, Tiger exclaimed, directing the slaves to liberate their fellow captives. Unbeknownst to Wen, his address of Wang Han had shifted to leader. Beneath the red soil continent, in the town located beneath the holy land of Mariejois, smoke billowed thickly, and the town lay utterly deserted. Under the bombardment of the Yamato, all who could escape had done so, while those who resisted met their demise beneath the ship's relentless fire. As for reinforcements, after Wang Han had disrupted the telephone bug signals, none ever arrived, and now, Mariejois was devoid of the strength to send assistance. At the coastline, the Yamato battleship, having received Wang Han's signal, had docked. The colossal vessel rested at the harbor like a menacing beast, crouched and ready. We have finally escaped. Everyone, hurry aboard, Tiger urged, as he navigated through the deserted town, finally allowing himself a moment of relief upon seeing the Yamato at the port. He shouted loudly to the slaves who had been rescued behind him, organizing them to embark on the ship. Over 5,000 liberated slaves took more than 20 minutes to board the Yamato. For a brief moment, even the colossal battleship, Yamato, appeared crowded, with individuals standing atop the main gun turrets. Once aboard, tears of joy welled up in the eyes of the freed slaves. It was only at this moment that they could truly consider themselves free. With a whoosh, the alien fighter, embodying Wang Han, descended from above the red Earth continent. At a height of 20 meters above the deck, the aircraft transformed, ultimately reverting to Wang Han's form, landing steadily on the deck. Brother Wang, you have returned, cried Guena, Tiger, and others from the battleship, rushing towards him. Each gaze was filled with concern as they scanned Wang Han for any signs of injury. They were aware that the battle in the Holy Land, despite not being directly involved, had been perilous for him. After all, it was Mariejois, the headquarters of the world government and the residence of the celestial dragons, a place brimming with formidable forces. The rescued slaves, wide-eyed, observed Wang Han, particularly after hearing Tiger address him as brother. Realizing he was the hero who had single-handedly shielded them from the world government's elite, Their eyes were filled with gratitude. "I am fine, just a bit weary and in need of some rest," Wang Han reassured them with a smile. He then called out loudly, "Set sail." With his command, the battleship resonated with a powerful horn blast. The massive vessel began to slowly move, departing from the port. From this moment on, his bounty was to be halted, and all warrants concerning him and his companions were to be rescinded. Regarding the incident in the Sabeti archipelago, where a celestial dragon was killed, regardless of the circumstances. That particular celestial dragon had been expelled from the Holy Land prior to Wang Han's actions and was no longer a celestial dragon. Lastly, he expressed dissatisfaction with the photograph on the bounty notice, stating that it was not an image he had provided. As for the attack on the Holy Land, a suitable explanation for the public must be devised. Consider your approach carefully. In the dimly lit hall, for the 5 elders knelt partially beneath the throne, as calm, unperturbed voices emanated from the elevated seat. "Yes, we understand. We will provide a perfect explanation," they replied, attentively listening to Im's directives from the throne. Despite the myriad of doubts and grievances swirling within the hearts of the 4, they dared not utter words that should remain unspoken. In moments when a response was required, they promptly acquiesced to Im's commands. As they beheld the stack of photographs cast aside by Im, they realized that Wang Han had already visited him unbeknownst to them. It appeared that no conflict had ensued between the parties, and dialogue had indeed occurred. Instantly, the 4 found themselves clandestinely speculating about the implications and disposition behind Im's words. Although the content of the conversation between Wang Han and Im remained a mystery, it seemed that Im was disinclined to provoke Wang Han, opting instead for a path of conciliation. This conjecture sent a shiver down their spines. An absurd thought took root in their minds. Could it be that Wang Han possessed strength comparable to Im's? Or perhaps wielded something that instilled trepidation in him? What? The revocation of the bounty on Wang Han? Upon hearing the words transmitted through the telephone, Mariejois could hardly believe his ears and questioned in disbelief. Wang Han has indeed slain a celestial dragon and simultaneously inflicted severe injuries upon 2 Navy admirals, causing a tremendous calamity. Given the prevailing circumstances, even if Wang Han were in the right, he would still be deemed at fault. It is beyond his comprehension why the 5 elders would choose to revoke the bounty on him. Does this not tarnish the dignity of the world government and the Navy, as well as that of the celestial dragons? The celestial dragon whom Wang Han killed had already been expelled prior to his demise due to certain transgressions, and we had issued a bounty on that individual. Thus he was no longer a celestial dragon, but rather a criminal. As a bounty hunter, Wang Han's actions in eliminating him were entirely justifiable. Regarding the subsequent conflict, it arose from a misunderstanding, a mere misapprehension. We have rescinded the bounty, including for all associates linked to him. Thus, this is merely a notification to cease the pursuit of Wang Han and his companions. The voice of the 5 elders emanated from the transponder snail, conveying an air of nonchalance, as if the matter at hand were trivial. Not to mention that Wang Han previously killed an ordinary celestial dragon and injured 2 Navy admirals. He has now even assaulted Mariejois, nearly obliterating it. However, under Im's directive, regardless of the enormity of Wang Han's misdeeds, he remains blameless. The true fault lies with those who oppose him. "Yes, I understand," Sengoku replied, somewhat discontent, perplexed by how Wang Han managed to persuade the 5 elders to revoke the bounty on him and his allies, an act that seemed almost inconceivable. Wang Han is a bounty hunter, not a pirate, and certainly not a criminal. At this juncture, the tone of the 5 elders shifted to one of gravity, implying a deeper significance. "Yes, I comprehend," Sengoku acknowledged, sensing a different meaning in the final words of the 5 elders. Wang Han likely possesses something that instills apprehension in the 5 elders. Chapter 77. Bounty revoked. The decision to issue a bounty on him was never our desire. Thus, the revocation of that bounty may, in fact, serve our interests better. He is a bounty hunter, a remarkably powerful one at that, and he might alleviate considerable pressure from us, with our only cost being a sum of money. Moreover, as a bounty hunter, he will undoubtedly attract more bounty hunters to our cause. Upon hearing Sengoku in the conversation with the transponder snail, Tsuru immediately addressed him. "Haha, I concur. I find Wang Han to be quite commendable. He has even established an orphanage, providing aid to numerous orphans. He is a man of justice. Sengoku, did you not once wish for Wang Han to join the Navy? Now there exists an opportunity." Carp, pinching his nose, chimed in with a chuckle. Regarding Wang Han, his impression remains quite favorable, despite the fact that Wang Han had once inflicted significant harm upon him. That injury was self-inflicted, as Wang Han had issued multiple warnings during their confrontation. In response, Sengoku paid no heed to Carp and inquired Crane, "What do you suppose Wang Han's trump card might be? Could it possibly be an ancient weapon?" There was a time when he had earnestly contemplated enlisting Wang Han in the Navy, even going so far as to dispatch admirals and chief staff to extend an invitation. However, circumstances have changed. Wang Han now possesses a trump card that instills fear in the five elders, making an invitation to join the Navy rather inappropriate. Moreover, Wang Han wields exceedingly perilous assets. Crane cast a sidelong glance at Carp and remarked, "The likelihood is considerable. Wang Han is likely aware of the history from 800 years ago and the whereabouts of ancient weaponry. After all, persuading those five old men to concede is no simple task, especially regarding such a humiliating matter. Sufficient threats are essential." Upon hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. Crane, too, embraced the stillness. Sufficient threats. What constitutes a sufficient threat? Is the kind that endangers the world government. Observing the two in silence, Carp tapped his head and subtly grasped a bag of donuts. In the quiet of the marshal's office, the din-din mushy rang once more. "This is Sengoku. What is the matter?" Glancing at his two old comrades, Sengoku connected the call. "Marshal Sengoku, trouble has arisen. The notorious Wang Han has attacked Holy Land Mariejois, and now the entire area lies in ruins. The casualties among soldiers and civilians are catastrophic, and all the celestial dragon's slaves have been freed." An anxious voice echoed through the din-din mushy. "What? When did this occur? What is the status of the celestial dragons?" Sengoku exclaimed, hastily inquiring. Carp and Crane widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. What had they just heard? Wang Han had assaulted Mariejois, not only liberating all of the celestial dragon slaves, but also causing immense casualties and destruction. This transpired half a day ago. The celestial dragons were evacuated in the midst of the conflict without casualties. However, the entirety of Mariejois has been leveled by explosions. The towns beneath Mariejois were also bombarded by the Yamato battleship, resulting in significant damage to over half of the structures. The specifics of the casualties are still being tallied, but it is anticipated that at least over 20,000 lives have been lost in this assault. The voice on the din-din mushy conveyed urgency, mirroring the anxious demeanor of the individual on the other end. "Why report this only now?" Sengoku questioned. Carp and Crane remained silent, intently observing the agitated din-din mushy. Previously, the din-din mushy signals were jammed. All communications were disrupted, came the resigned response. "I wish to report this as soon as possible." However, the telephone bug could not connect. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke to the telephone bug, urging it to recount the events in detail. "Were there any extraordinary occurrences?" "Indeed," replied the bug. "I do not possess comprehensive knowledge of the battle conditions. Shortly after the conflict commenced, I was tasked with overseeing the evacuation of the residents of Mariejois. Thus, I lack clarity on the subsequent combat. I only know that apart from a handful of individuals, including Fleet Admiral Kong, the majority of those who participated in the later stages perished." Upon hearing this, the individual on the other end of the line promptly relayed the scant information he had regarding the battle to Sengoku. Regrettably, his knowledge was limited. He had not witnessed the clash between Wang Han and the formidable adversaries firsthand. He merely understood that Wang Han had launched an assault on Mariejois, along with a general overview of the early stages of the conflict. "I see," Sengoku remarked succinctly after listening to the report, and then he abruptly terminated the call. He was not surprised by the limited information provided, for such a high-level confrontation was beyond the reach of minor players, and the intelligence regarding the ensuing battle was not within their purview to comprehend. "What course of action shall we take regarding Wang Han?" asked Crane, her expression grave as Sengoku hung up. Even Garp set aside his donut, his demeanor serious as he regarded Sengoku. The call from the five elders had come just 5 minutes prior, while Wang Han's attack on the Holy Land of Mariejois had occurred half a day earlier. What did this signify? It not only indicated that Wang Han's combat prowess surpassed their expectations, but it also suggested that the trump card he held was no longer merely a source of concern for the five elders. It had escalated to a level of fear. Wang Han's secret card poses a far greater threat to the world government than they could ever fathom. It is a trump card capable of shattering global peace. The foremost priority now is to inform all naval forces of the revocation of the arrest warrant for Wang Han to avert unnecessary casualties and conflicts, stated Sengoku, rubbing his temples. Meanwhile, on an uninhabited island, within a clandestine underground base, a nurse meticulously dressed the wound of a man in a white suit who had lost an arm. This man was the spatial ability user who had ambushed Wang Han from behind in Mariejois. In the chaos of the final explosion, his arm had been ensnared by the liquid metal enveloping Wang Han, compelling him to sever his own limb to escape via teleportation. He had fled to this secret training facility of CP-1. "Sir, the bandaging is complete," the young nurse said, tightening the bandage with a sigh of relief. "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, The man in the white suit immediately commanded, "You may go." "Yes," replied the young nurse, promptly exiting the room and gently closing the door behind her. Click, thud, just as the sound of the door closing echoed. A sea-stone dagger pierced the back of the man in the white suit. A hand swiftly covered his mouth. "Did you think you could escape after ambushing me, just because you lost a limb? This is a matter of reciprocity. The ability to teleport is not solely yours. Moreover, your powers have become somewhat troublesome for me." Wang Han's voice echoed from behind. The man in the white suit widened his eyes, feeling the strength within him rapidly dissipate, rendering his devil fruit abilities utterly ineffective. A black flying thunder god rune on his neck gradually faded away, absorbing the teleportation fruit from the man in the white suit. Wang Han silently vanished from the room with the man's lifeless body, without alerting anyone. Chapter 78. The newspaper Big Brother. We are pirates now. We need to design a flag that belongs to us. On the sailing ship Yamato, Wang Han had just emerged from the cabin when Tiger, waiting outside, excitedly spoke to him. Not only he, but Guina was also waiting outside the cabin. It turned out that Tiger had searched the ship for Wang Han's pirate flag, but found none. After inquiring with others on board, he discovered that no one had seen the pirate flag. It wasn't until he asked Guina that he learned Wang Han had not displayed a pirate flag since being wanted. As a former bounty hunter, he naturally had no pirate flag. A pirate flag? What is the purpose of designing such a thing? Wang Han asked, puzzled. "Boss, we are pirates now, and great pirates at that. We certainly need a flag to signify our identity," Tiger replied immediately. "A flag that signifies identity. That does seem to have some merit." Wang Han considered for a moment before nodding. "Then let us design one." "Great. I will go get the materials needed to make the pirate flag right away," Tiger exclaimed, filled with excitement at the prospect of personally contributing to the design of Wang Han's pirate cruise flag. This was an honor, and no matter how far the ship might sail in the future, he would take pride in it. "Wait, Tiger. Who said I was going to design a pirate flag?" Wang Han quickly called out to him. "Huh?" Tiger looked at Wang Han with a confused expression, and even Guina regarded him with curiosity. "I intend to design a flag." "But not a pirate flag," Wang Han said with a smile. "Not a pirate flag? Aren't we pirates?" Tiger's confusion deepened. "Ha ha, that is indeed unfortunate. Our pirate journey may be brief," Wang Han chuckled. "I just received intelligence that the world government has canceled the bounty on us, on everyone aboard, and has explicitly stated that we are bounty hunters, not pirates. Even the former slaves liberated on the ship are now truly free individuals, recognized as such." "What?" Tiger's eyes instantly filled with disbelief, and Guina stood in stunned silence. Wang Han accomplished remarkable feats. He vanquished the celestial dragons, incapacitated 2 marine admirals, and launched an audacious assault on Mariejois, resulting in tremendous casualties and destruction. He effectively cast the dignity and reputation of the world government into disarray, trampling upon it mercilessly. Such events were impossible to conceal. Yet he now heard news that the world government not only rescinded the bounty on Wang Han, but also recognized the liberated slaves as free individuals. "Brother, could this be a trap?" Tiger inquired anxiously. He could not fathom that the world government would engage in such disgraceful conduct, as it would be akin to receiving a slap on the left cheek only to invite another on the right, followed by a self-inflicted blow. Even he, a man of rugged demeanor, perceived this as an unmistakable snare. "Once the news spreads, we shall know whether this is truly fortuitous," Wang Han replied with a smile. "We must design a banner, but let it be one that belongs to us rather than a pirate flag. After all, we have become notable figures, have we not? With an established emblem, we can extend our protection to even more souls. Brother, this is undoubtedly a trap. The deeds we have committed are utterly unforgivable in the eyes of the world government," Tiger asserted, initially buoyed by the prospect, but quickly reverting to his skepticism. He believed Wang Han was indulging in fanciful thinking. Such absurdity could not possibly occur, even as the notion of designing a banner slipped from his mind. In the grand scheme, nothing was beyond forgiveness for them. The prospect of evading a bounty was worth pursuing, laden with potential benefits. If indeed the bounty was lifted, their renown could safeguard Fishman Island. Moreover, even if this were a trap, they could navigate through it. Wang Han smiled, his face radiating confidence. "How should we test it?" asked Tiger. If it were indeed possible to evade the bounty, the advantages for them would be immense. Upon returning to the deck, Tiger immediately gazed fervently at the sky, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a newsbird. "Tiger, once the newsbird arrives, be sure to purchase all the newspapers," Wang Han instructed Gu Tiger, before ascending the command tower with Guyaina, where they observed the liberated slaves. Due to the sheer number of individuals, most were confined within the ship's hold. Otherwise, the deck would become overly congested. Naturally, some of the notably tall individuals had no choice but to remain on the deck, as the ship's interior was designed for average-sized humans, rendering their imposing physiques unable to fit within the confines of the hold. Fortunately, the number of such towering figures was limited to fewer than 50. The majority of these slaves were ordinary humans, accompanied by a handful of formidable beings and members of other races, including the Long-Arm tribe, the Fur tribe, fishmen, merfolk, giants, and even a rare demon. Among them were the future Jinbei, Ace, and Hancock, the three sisters, with Hancock being only about 16 or 17 years old at that time. Each sister had already consumed her respective devil fruit. Wang Han refrained from engaging directly with these characters, merely observing them from a distance. To him, they did not possess any extraordinary qualities. They were merely slightly familiar strangers, evoking a sense of curiosity within him. As Wang Han scrutinized the individuals on the deck, he noticed that his own slaves were also watching him from below the command tower, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Even Ace was no exception. Standing beside Wang Han, Guiana curiously observed the people on the deck. "Brother, the newspaper has indeed published the news." Tiger rushed into the command tower, clutching a thick stack of newspapers, his voice echoing long before he arrived. Tiger's exuberant entrance captured the attention of many, sparking curiosity about what he had seen in the papers. Simultaneously, a wave of concern swept over the crowd, wondering if the Navy had come to pursue them. Taking the newspaper from Tiger, Wang Han casually perused its contents, which aligned closely with the reports from his spy robots. The bounty on himself and his companions had been revoked, and they had regained their status as bounty hunters. Furthermore, the world government publicly clarified the misunderstandings between the parties involved and issued an official apology to Wang Han. Moreover, it was expressed that both parties hope this misunderstanding will not hinder their continued collaboration. The world government draped itself in a flimsy veil of deception regarding the Chambord Island incident, placing the blame solely on the celestial dragon they had slain. In the case of the Mariejois incident, it was reported as an experimental accident that resulted in an explosion. Following the catastrophe, the world government promptly evacuated the residents, resulting in only a handful of casualties among the Mayumiyu, with fewer than 100 injuries. As for the liberated slaves, they were portrayed as a condition of a transaction between Wang Han and the world government, which released the slaves and acknowledged their identities as free individuals, vowing not to pursue them in exchange for a certain advanced technology held by Wang Han, thereby bestowing upon him an honorable reputation. Of course, such news is merely a ruse to deceive the ordinary populace. The astute have already caught a whiff of the underlying truth, and certain factions have acquired the actual details. After all, the world government is concerned with its own image. Tiger, share this good news with everyone. Distribute the newspapers so they can rejoice together. They need this news. Let us hold a grand feast tonight, Wang Han said with a smile after perusing the newspaper. Understood, brother, Tiger replied eagerly. Although he still suspected it might be a trap, the contents of the newspaper were not entirely nonsensical. At the very least, the fact that the liberated slaves had regained their freedom remained unchanged. As long as they departed promptly, they would be safe. The world government would not so foolishly undermine its own authority. Any retribution would likely be directed discreetly at the principal offenders. This was indeed a moment worth celebrating. Chapter 79. Let the Navy escort them home, ha ha ha. Wang Han is truly an extraordinary figure. He has accomplished what many would not dare to attempt. I wish to meet this man, laughed Whitebeard heartily aboard the Moby Dick in the New World, having just finished reading the newspaper. Father, could this be a trap? Marco inquired. I cannot fathom the world government conceding to Wang Han. His actions have utterly shamed them. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed again. Marco, if the world government had any alternative, why would they publish such a newspaper? They could have simply altered their narrative, yet they chose not to. Wang Han possesses formidable strength and something that instills great fear in them, leaving them no choice but to placate him. Father, now that he has become a bounty hunter, does that not work against us? Diamond Joseph said. If Wang Han is a bounty hunter, it means he will continue to hunt pirates. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard chuckled. I am Whitebeard. If he comes, let him come. I am eager to see just how powerful he truly is, daring to challenge Mariejois. Wang Han has quietly accomplished yet another monumental feat. Upon reading the newspaper in his hands, Shanks could not help but chuckle wryly, resting his forehead in exasperation. After learning of Wang Han's intentions to display his might in the Grand Line, he had grown increasingly concerned that Wang Han might inadvertently disrupt the delicate balance of power across the seas. He had even lingered on Chambord Island for a time, only to find that Wang Han had slain a celestial dragon and triumphed over the combined forces of two marine admirals, all before Shanks could intervene or even lay eyes on him. He had thought the matter concluded, yet unexpectedly, While most assumed Wang Han would retreat into the New World or lie low for a spell, he eluded everyone's scrutiny and embarked on an even more sensational endeavor. This time, Wang Han had brazenly trampled upon the world government, heralding an era poised for tumult. Undoubtedly, we are entering a period of greater chaos. Ben Beckman remarked from aside. That is a dilemma for the world government and the Marines. We need only to safeguard our territory. With a smile, Shanks declared, lads, let us feast and celebrate the world government's significant embarrassment. That fellow. Ben Beckman shook his head, observing Shanks's seemingly carefree demeanor. Yet, he could not overlook the worry that flickered in Shanks's eyes. On a nameless deserted island that night, clusters of bonfires blazed brightly, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The crew gathered around the flames, singing and dancing, sharing tales of their past, savoring the taste of freedom they once knew. The crew of Wang Han and the liberated slaves gathered around the flickering flames, animatedly recounting tales of the outside world and Wang Han's past exploits. Each thrilling moment in the narrative elicited gasps and expressions of envy from the listeners. Children surrounded Guena and Perona, eagerly imploring them to share more stories of Wang Han's heroic deeds, their voices a chorus of astonishment and longing. The adults nearby watched the exuberant children, their hearts warmed by genuine smiles, many of them harboring aspirations to become formidable like Wang Han, yearning to be his companions. Tager, are you still worried? Wang Han approached from behind Tager, seating himself beside him with a smile. I can't shake the feeling that this is a trap, yet my mind is blank, Tager replied, nodding upon recognizing Wang Han. The world government publishing such a newspaper makes me uneasy. After all, it is the world government. Ha! Wang Han laughed heartily. Your concerns are unfounded, Tager, for they have compelling reasons to act as they do. Compelling reasons? Tager's gaze shifted to Wang Han, intrigued. Indeed, compelling reasons, Wang Han said, gazing at the moon, reflecting on the sea. As long as we do not encroach upon their most fundamental interests, they will not dare to confront me, at least for the next decade. Thus, your worries are misplaced. Could you share why? Tager asked earnestly, his tone grave. I possess something that poses a significant threat to them, compelling their compliance and deterring any confrontation. In fact, they must ensure my stability. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dire for them to bear. Wang Han smiled as he looked upon the moonlit waters. For at least the next decade, we need not fear any aggression from the world government. As for their covert maneuvers, they pose no real threat to us. Is it an ancient weapon? Tager inquired, recalling the terrifying explosion that devastated Mariejois. Not exactly. Some matters are not for me to disclose at this time, Wang Han replied, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Understanding that this was not a trap was sufficient for Tager, who refrained from pressing further. Brother, what do you plan to do with the freed slaves? Tager asked. Those who wish to leave will be sent to Marineford, where the Navy will assist in returning them home. As for those who wish to stay, I will welcome them, Wang Han said with a smile. To Marineford? The Navy will help them return home? Tager's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend Wang Han's intentions. Wasn't the Navy merely a pawn of the world government? Would they truly assist these slaves in returning home? Would the newly freed slaves even trust the Navy? And would the Navy agree to this? This is the finest outcome. One I have pondered for quite some time before arriving at my decision, Wang Han remarked with a smile, reclining on the beach. Within the Navy, there exist many individuals of integrity. In truth, a significant majority among them harbor a sense of justice. Otherwise, they would not have chosen such a perilous vocation, serving merely as lackeys for the celestial dragons. Many are compelled by circumstances beyond their control, as they are merely subordinates of the world government. The individuals we have rescued have largely lost their trust in the Navy. However, the maintenance of justice upon the seas is indispensable, and thus the Navy plays a crucial role. The forthcoming era is destined to become increasingly tumultuous, and by entrusting this task to the Navy, we can not only restore some of its tarnished reputation, but also illuminate a glimmer of hope in the hearts of those we have saved. They will surely dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to this endeavor and will publicize it widely. Will the celestial dragons intervene? Tej inquired, grasping the essence of Wang Han's words. The Navy is an essential entity in upholding maritime justice, and its strength will be paramount in the chaotic times ahead. Wang Han's approach could indeed salvage the Navy's reputation. But Tej remained apprehensive. After all, the Navy has no means to contend with the celestial dragons. Will they? Wang Han chuckled, responding. It is impossible to conceal the Navy's efforts to return the rescued individuals home. On the contrary, it will be widely broadcasted. I believe the world government will take precautions to prevent a recurrence of the events in Mariejois. I understand now. Thank you, brother, Tej replied with a relieved smile, expressing his gratitude to Wang Han. Chapter 80. The Bounty Hunter Corps, Flag of the Black Dragon on a red field. Everyone, I have several announcements to make today. The following day, under the blazing midday sun on the beach, after everyone had enjoyed their lunch, Wang Han, accompanied by Guina, ascended to the bow of the battleship and called out to the crowd. The reason for waiting until noon to make the announcement was that Wang Han did not wish to disrupt the joy of those who had just attained their freedom. Upon hearing Wang Han's voice, all activities ceased, and everyone turned their eyes toward the bow of the battleship, waiting in silence for the announcement. Many among them had begun to speculate about what Wang Han was about to reveal. After all, it was evident that he could not continue to accommodate all of them indefinitely, and the ship could not harbor so many individuals. Arrangements had to be made. Whether it would involve their integration, their departure, or abandonment, the moment had come to unveil their new destinies. The first matter to announce, Wang Han said, observing the expectant gazes fixed upon him, is that from this day forth, the Bounty Hunter Corps is officially established, with the primary objective of capturing those notorious criminals who perpetrate heinous acts. Upon the conclusion of Wang Han's address, both Yasuo and Arthur promptly ascended to the bow of the ship, unfurling a flag measuring over 4 meters in length beside him. Simultaneously, a larger banner was raised on the battleship, its crimson background emblazoned with a majestic black dragon. Henceforth, the red and black dragon flag shall serve as the emblem of the Bounty Hunter Guild. The red symbolizes blood, while the black dragon signifies destruction, heralding our rebirth through bloodshed, as we obliterate the nefarious pirates in the guise of the black dragon. As the flag was unfurled and hoisted, Wang Han proclaimed loudly to all present, "Roar! Let us celebrate the birth of the Bounty Hunter Guild." At the sound of Wang Han's declaration, the beach erupted with fervent enthusiasm. "Benefactor, allow me to join your ranks." "Benefactor, I too wish to join the Bounty Hunter Guild. Please accept me." Those who had long since made their decisions rushed to the forefront of the beach, calling out to Wang Han at the bow, "Benefactor, let us join the Bounty Hunter Guild." Following the lead of these individuals, the majority of those on the beach began to chant, expressing their desire to align themselves under Wang Han's banner. Silence. Wang Han raised his hand, signaling for quiet. As he did, the beach fell into a hushed stillness once more. To join the Bounty Hunter Guild means to face battles at any moment and to confront the possibility of death. "You must consider this carefully," he declared loudly to the assembly. At his words, the resolve of some began to waver. "As long as I can follow my benefactor, I fear nothing, not battle, nor death. My life was saved by my benefactor, and I am determined to follow him. I have no family left, no home to return to. I have nowhere else to go. Please, benefactor, take me with you. I wish to embrace the Bounty Hunter Guild as my family and dedicate all that I am to it." A voice rang out from the beach, unwavering as it gazed upon Wang Han. With this declaration, many who had been hesitant found their resolve strengthened, their determination to join solidified. "Now, you shall decide for yourselves. Those who wish to join us, gather on the left. Those who desire to return home, assemble on the right. If you wish to return home, that is your prerogative. I shall not hold it against you. You need not bear any psychological burden. I will find a way to send you back." Wang Han stated with a warm smile. Upon hearing his words, those with steadfast gazes immediately moved to the left, showing no hesitation or reluctance. Brother Tiger, Jinbei. Observing Wang Han's words, Tiger and Jinbei walked resolutely to the left, and after a moment's hesitation, Arlong swiftly followed suit. In truth, he yearned to propose that Tiger establish his own pirate crew, one comprised solely of fishmen. Although he felt immense gratitude and admiration for Wang Han, an inherent aversion towards humanity still compelled him to instinctively resist being among them. Of course, Wang Han was an exception. In his eyes, he was a figure deserving of the same respect as Tiger. Yet, this did little to alter his inner disdain and criticism towards humanity, nor could it erase certain memories. Upon witnessing the actions of Tiger and Jinbei, most of the other fishmen hesitated briefly before hastily veering to the left, joining Tiger and his cohort, among whom was even a mermaid. Only a handful of 5 fishmen wavered momentarily before proceeding to the right. 10 minutes later, the crowd of over 5,000 on the beach had divided into 2 groups. Over 3,000 on the left, including Tiger's contingent, along with a dozen or so from the Long-Arm tribe, the Fur tribe, the Giant tribe, and that demon, all gathered on the left. The remaining individuals found themselves on the right, their eyes filled with regret, yet unable to abandon their homes, nor could they forsake the loved ones awaiting their return. They were fervently yearning to see their families once more. Seeing that everyone had made their decisions, Wang Han proclaimed loudly, simultaneously conjuring a massive transport vessel from the sea. Those who chose to join him boarded the warship, while those wishing to return home climbed aboard the adjacent vessel. Tiger, I entrust you with organizing the order, he instructed. Understood, brother, Tiger replied promptly, leading the fishmen in an orderly boarding process. Under Tiger's guidance, the fishmen boarded the ships in a disciplined manner. All aware that from this moment onward, they once enslaved, were now embarking on separate paths. Their futures would diverge entirely. The expressions of those who boarded the warship were filled with exhilaration, while those who boarded the transport vessel bore a more melancholic demeanor. They longed to join the bounty hunters and follow Wang Han to achieve fame and exact revenge on those who had once persecuted them. Yet, beyond the aspirations of renown and vengeance, they were tethered by something far more profound, their homes and their kin. Wang Han stood silently at the bow of the ship, observing as the crew boarded. Tiger approached him respectfully, addressing him as captain, a title that had replaced elder brother, as the crew had come to refer to Wang Han in this manner, for he had become their leader. Let's set sail, Wang Han declared with a smile. In the time ahead, I shall teach you how to navigate this warship, not merely in sailing, but also in combat. With his words, the horn of the Yamato sounded, echoed by the horn of the accompanying transport vessel. The two warships glided slowly into the boundless expanse of the sea. Chapter 81. Arrival at Mariejois. Sister, are we truly not returning home? We shall not. We bear the mark of our past. And even though we have regained our freedom, we cannot erase the fact that we were once slaves to the celestial dragons. It is better for us to remain with our benefactor, for alongside him, we may seek vengeance. But sister, I miss home and long for Snake Princess Island. The soft murmur of the three sisters drifted near the railing of the deck. Observing them, Wang Han approached one of the sisters, greeting her with a smile. You are Boa Hancock, correct? And these are your sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold. Why, yes, it is I, Hancock stammered, suddenly feeling shy at Wang Han's presence. Taken aback that he would come to speak with them, uncertain if he had overheard their earlier conversation. There is no need for such formality, Wang Han replied, his gaze drifting towards the vast, deep sea. This ocean is expansive and magnificent, its beauty unparalleled. However, no matter where one may be, there are always memories that linger, attachments that cannot be severed. Just as those who choose to return home must have something or someone they hold dear, perhaps a person, an event, or an object. The Hancock sisters nodded solemnly, understanding that regardless of their location, there would always be a place they could not forget. I believe somewhere, there are those who remember and miss you, he continued. Hancock, I just heard you mention Snake Princess Island. You are warriors of the Amazon Lily, are you not? Since your sisters long for home, you should return. I can see the talent within you, and I believe your country needs you now more than ever. The Amazon Lily is not faring well and requires your protection. As for the marks you bear, I can help you remove them. All you need to do is forget the painful past. The three sisters stood in stunned silence, particularly shaken when Wang Han mentioned he could erase their marks. Thank you. Tears welled in Hancock's eyes as she deeply bowed to Wang Han, expressing her gratitude. No need for thanks. I shall personally escort you back to your homeland. Wang Han replied with a smile, gently ruffling Hancock's hair. You must be longing for home as well, dear benefactor. Hancock, unresisting under Wang Han's affectionate touch, gazed at him with curiosity. His ability to articulate such sentiments suggested that he too harbored a place he longed for. Indeed, no one is born to be alone, and solitude is a burden to bear, Wang Han remarked with a smile. In that direction lies the Navy headquarters at Marineford. 2 days later, as a small island emerged on the horizon, both ships' crews were filled with perplexity. Why they arrived at Marineford? Did Wang Han intend to assault the Navy headquarters? Ding! Ding, ding! Wailing sirens echoed through the quaint town of Marineford. It is the battleship Yamato. It is Wang Han. Heart-wrenching cries descended from the lookout. Amidst the blaring alarms that reverberated throughout Marineford, waves of naval soldiers, armed and hurried, rushed towards the harbor, while large contingents began evacuating the townsfolk. Warships set sail, heading towards the two colossal vessels. On board, the soldiers nervously swallowed hard. Concurrently, journalists in the town gathered at the port, eager to uncover Wang Han's intentions. Would he truly launch an offensive against Marineford? This would undoubtedly be a monumental story. Although Wang Han had rescinded his bounty and re-emerged as a bounty hunter, his notorious reputation had spread across the seas, his strength and infamy rivaling that of the four emperors. Such notoriety is not easily forgotten. Within the Navy headquarters building, the news reached Sengoku, his expression grave as he approached the window to observe the approaching massive warships and an unfamiliar vessel. Both ships were enormous, visible even from a distance. He has no reason to attack Marineford, Saru said, standing beside Sengoku and gazing at the looming vessels. That does not mean he won't. Sengoku replied, his concern unabated. If Wang Han truly intended to assault Marineford, it would be a catastrophic battle with heavy casualties. Sengoku, that young man. He possesses a sense of justice. He knows the limits and would not act so recklessly, Garp remarked, also moving to the window. He hesitated momentarily when referring to Wang Han, recalling that the young man might be older than he himself. Let us hope so, Sengoku sighed, responding to his old friend's words. Come, let us discern his purpose. If he indeed seeks to wage war, I shall not falter. Sengoku stated as he proceeded down the corridor. If he truly comes to incite war, we old-timers may once again fight side by side. Kapu chuckled as he kept pace with Sengoku. Akiji, please check on Kizaru and Akainu's recovery. Just in case, ensure they are prepared for battle. Tsuru instructed Akiji, Kazan, as she made her way towards the end of the corridor. As the naval ships and Wang Han's war vessels drew closer, the crew on both sides could not help but swallow nervously, their tension palpable as they observed the approaching enemy. As the distance between the two fleets diminished, and they passed the optimal range for cannon fire, the Navy's ships successfully encircled Wang Han's two vessels. Wang Han, however, refrained from counterattacking, even neglecting to rotate the turrets on his ships, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that Wang Han did not intend to assault the naval headquarters. Wang Han, what brings you here? A vice admiral aboard one of the warships called out through a loudspeaker as the battleships drew within 100 meters of each other. All naval personnel anxiously focused on the encircled ships, should the response indicate an offensive against Marineford. The artillery on their vessels would immediately be unleashed upon the two giant ships, to collect a bounty, and to give Navy folks a bit more work. Wang Han's voice soon resonated from the Yamato battleship. Increase work? What do you mean by that? The vice admiral aboard the warship quickly inquired upon hearing Wang Han's words. Did you not read the newspapers? The people aboard that ship beside me are all freed individuals. I brought them here, naturally hoping that you would return them to their homes. ISNT that your duty? They come from various places, and only you and the Navy can ensure their swift return home. Upon hearing the message from the Yamato, the vice admiral was momentarily taken aback. At a loss for words. Did they have the responsibility to return people home? Report this to the admiral immediately. Ultimately, the indecisive vice admiral could only command his soldiers to relay the information. On the shores of Marineford, Tsuru breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the report through the transponder snail, expressing her relief. It seems his arrival is not a harbinger of doom, but rather a fortunate event. Allow them to dock. Sengoku nodded in agreement and issued the command to the transponder snail. I knew it. That Wang Han fellow possesses a sense of justice and knows how to act appropriately, Kapu remarked, though uncertain of the underlying intricacies. He acknowledged that Wang Han's act of freeing slaves and facilitating their return home was indeed commendable. Chapter 82. The Amicable Conference at Marineford. I have long heard rumors that this battleship is the most formidable in the world. Today, I finally bear witness to its prowess. And it is indeed as legendary as they say. Such long and robust cannon barrels. I have heard that its main artillery can strike targets 20 nautical miles away, with a range at least 3 to 4 times that of our naval vessels. Moreover, its precision is remarkably high. It is said that the formidable armament configuration above could rival an entire demon-slaying fleet, and this colossal warship is accompanied by its own ship's spirit, capable of autonomous movement and transforming into a towering steel giant over 100 meters tall. Even Admiral Crane has suffered setbacks against it. Additionally, the vessel is indeed impressively large, though its firepower is clearly inferior to that of the Yamato. It may perhaps still be an unfinished warship. At the port of Marineford, as the Yamato battleship gradually glides into the crescent-shaped harbor, the naval personnel present begin to murmur in awe, marveling at the might of the Yamato. This is a rare opportunity to capture images of such a battleship up close, especially in Marineford, and soon they will have a photograph of Wang Han to take back, undoubtedly ensuring promotions and salary increases. As they observe the Yamato and the transport ship entering the harbor, reporters eagerly press the shutter buttons of their cameras, capturing moment after moment. Truly, today is a fortuitous day for them. Just as the rumor suggested, the sheer sight of this colossal ship evokes an overwhelming sense of its power. At this moment, Sengoku, along with several naval commanders, stands at the port, gazing at the approaching Yamato. The sight of this gargantuan warship elicits expressions of astonishment among them. What a formidable battleship it is. Even Sengoku cannot help but utter a word of praise. Until now, he had only known the intelligence regarding this giant vessel. This is his first encounter with a ship that has already gained renown across the seas. Witnessing this massive battleship firsthand, his heart is filled with awe and reverence. He wonders if Vegapunk possesses the capability to craft such a powerful warship. As the admiral, he should not be present here, nor should there be such a grand display. He ought to be in his office awaiting Wang Han.'s arrival. However, given the recent blows to the Navy's reputation and the significance of Wang Han's actions, whether it be his arrival or the return of those freed individuals, this is an occasion that merits public announcement. Hence, the admiral finds himself at the port, both to demonstrate the restoration of relations with the most formidable bounty hunter, Wang Han, and to afford him the respect necessary for continued collaboration. Additionally, the act of returning those freed individuals serves to restore some of the Navy's standing with the public. Even the reporters were hastily summoned for this occasion. Amidst the naval personnel's expressions of admiration, the battleship soon docks. A long staircase extends from the ship, and Wang Han descends first, accompanied by Kana, followed closely by Tej and other senior officers from the Yamato, who carry large crates. The remaining crew members on the Yamato continue to wait aboard. The personnel from the transport ship disembark at Wang Han's signal and are guided by the Navy towards another area. Welcome to Marineford, Wang Han. Upon seeing Wang Han descend, Sengoku and several other naval leaders step forward enthusiastically, extending warm smiles as they greet him. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Kazan, and it has been a while, Admiral Crane and Admiral Karp. Wang Han greeted with a smile, and then, in the presence of the reporters, they exchanged a handshake. These individuals, recently liberated, were entrusted to the Navy for their safe return home. Wang Han smiled as he addressed Admiral Sengoku, stating, "It is our Navy's duty. Rest assured, we shall ensure the safe return of everyone to their homes." Admiral Sengoku immediately responded, with the Navy escorting them. "I have complete faith in their safe arrival." Wang Han's words brought a sense of relief to Sengoku's heart, filling him with joy. Undoubtedly, Wang Han's statement affirmed the Navy in front of the world, which was a significant boost for the Navy, whose reputation had recently waned. This not only greatly uplifted the morale and steadfastness of the Navy regarding justice, but also significantly restored their standing in the eyes of the public. Meanwhile, the reporters diligently recorded the dialogue between the two men. Behind Wang Han, Guyana and other officers aboard the ship began to shake hands with Admiral Sengoku. Though their exchanges were less verbose than Wang Han's, primarily consisting of smiles in response. "Admiral Kazan, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Wang Han remarked with a smile after shaking hands with Kazan. "Our collaboration will undoubtedly increase. And I hope we can mutually assist one another," Kazan replied, equally smiling. "Vice Admiral Garp, during our last sparring session, I inadvertently lost control of my strength. I hope you do not hold it against me," Wang Han said apologetically as he shook hands with Garp. "It is natural to lose control during a mutual exchange, especially since I was the one who suggested it last time. There is no blame on your part," Garp responded with a chuckle. "Vice Admiral Tsuru, it is truly wonderful that we could resolve our misunderstanding. Have Admirals Akainu and Kizaru recovered? If so, please convey my apologies to them," Wang Han expressed with similar regret while shaking hands with Tsuru. "There was no need for you to apologize, Mr. Wang Han. They both asked me to tell you not to feel guilty. Moreover, the medical chambers you provided us have indeed aided in their recovery, and they are also capable of healing countless soldiers who have fought valiantly at sea. We owe you our gratitude, Mr. Wang Han." Tsuru smiled as she shook hands with him, her words conveying significant information that bolstered the Navy's reputation. The reporters present were astounded. Tsuru's statements not only implied that the ailments of Admirals Akainu and Kizaru could be treated, but also revealed that former Admiral Zephyr's severed arm had healed. Many injured sailors could now recover, indicating an enhancement rather than a reduction in the Navy's combat capabilities. All thanks to Wang Han's provision of a medical device known as the medical chamber. After shaking hands with the remaining vice admirals, Sengoku extended an invitation for Wang Han to enter the Navy headquarters building. As the two groups proceeded towards the headquarters, the reporters, eager to follow, were halted by the Navy personnel. "Vice Admiral Tsuru, you have a sister named Guion, correct?" Wang Han inquired with a smile as they walked down the corridor of the headquarters. "Mr. Wang Han is also aware of my sister?" Tsuru replied, smiling. Yet her mind raced with analysis. She found it hard to believe that someone as cunning as Wang Han would mention her sister without reason. "I heard about her from Vice Admiral Garp," Wang Han responded with a grin. Upon hearing Wang Han's words, cold sweat began to bead on Garp's forehead. Unfortunately, before Garp could intervene, Wang Han continued, "I recall that when I first set sail, Garp mentioned that if I joined the Navy, he would introduce me to your sister, claiming she was quite the beauty. I have no doubt about that, given your reputation, Vice Admiral Tsuru." Instantly, Garp's forehead was drenched in perspiration, and feeling Tsuru's gaze upon him made him feel a chill run down his spine. I quickly pondered in my mind how I would depart from the naval headquarters. Beside Wang Han, Sengoku's heart also began to race. Crane shot a fierce glare at Garp, then looked at Wang Han with curiosity and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang Han has given his approval. Ji-Wen is still a somewhat inexperienced young lady. If Mr. Wang Han truly wishes to join the Navy, it would be a fortunate event for the entire sea. Let us set aside the matter of joining, but I am quite eager to make the acquaintance of your sister." Wang Han replied with a smile, "I believe that having your sister accompany me on my voyages across the sea would alleviate many troubles and misunderstandings, and it would deepen our cooperation. Could Mr. Wang Han consider another candidate? Ji-Wen is merely a rear admiral. Perhaps a vice admiral would be more fitting and convenient," Crane suggested, instinctively sensing that Wang Han's mention of Ji-Wen held some underlying significance. "I believe that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would also concur with my proposal. Moreover, since Rear Admiral Ji-Wen is your sister, it would put everyone at ease," Wang Han added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Crane let out a silent sigh, for she understood that once Wang Han invoked Sengoku's name, the latter was already in a predicament. They were the Navy, the upper echelons, and their considerations were fundamentally rooted in naval interests. Then it shall be Rear Admiral Ji-Wen who will accompany Mr. Wang Han on his voyage. I must implore you, Mr. Wang Han, to take good care of Rear Admiral Ji-Wen. She is still quite young and rather willful. I hope you will show her some understanding in her more capricious moments," Sengoku stated, while still holding back, having noted Ji-Wen's impulsiveness. "That is only natural," Wang Han replied with a smile. Behind Crane, Garp was already feeling cold and stiff. Once they entered the conference room and closed the door, Sengoku immediately brought up the main topic. "Mr. Wang Han, we still wish to purchase warships from you, and we also require 10 medical pods. Currently, there is only one warship available, so I regret to inform you that it cannot be sold. As for the medical pods, there is no issue at all. I hope these medical pods will further assist the Navy in maintaining justice on the seas. We can settle on the price we discussed previously with Vice Admiral Crane," Wang Han said with a smile. "Additionally, I have one more matter regarding the final payment for the 5 medical pods from our last transaction," he continued. "Of course, the funds have already been prepared. Since Mr. Wang Han is unwilling to sell the warship, might we consider the adjacent vessel?" Sengoku inquired with a smile. As the Navy is a crucial institution of the world government, various military expenditures remain ample. I am afraid that ship currently serves another purpose," Wang Han replied with a smile. "However, once I conclude my matters here, I shall transfer it to Rear Admiral Ji-Wen as a contribution to the Navy." Upon hearing Wang Han's words, Garp silently lamented that it seemed he would not leave the Navy headquarters alive today. Chapter 83. Journey to Fishman Island. Discussing Resurrection, P.S. This chapter serves purely as a transitional segment. Marine Ford, crescent-shaped harbor. As Wang Han approached, the poised Shun, already on standby with her naval subordinates, saluted him. She was a statuesque beauty, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, dressed in a peach-hued blouse and wielding a katana at her waist. The Navy remained wary of Wang Han, prompting Xuan to accompany her fleet and warship on this journey. However, Wang Han was unperturbed by this. His choice of Xuan was solely based on her being the sister of Crane. Xuan stepped forward and addressed Wang Han. "Greetings, Mr. Wang Han. I am Rear Admiral Xuan, currently gathering my officers here. I look forward to your esteemed guidance and kindly ask for your understanding." Wang Han smiled, noting a minor slip of the tongue, which she promptly corrected. "Mr. Wang Han, may I inquire about our next destination?" Xuan asked. "First, we shall head to the Sabeti Archipelago, followed by Fishman Island," Wang Han replied, candidly revealing their forthcoming itinerary. "Admiral, Wang Han plans to set sail for the Sabeti Archipelago and then proceed to Fishman Island," Xuan reported via the transponder snail aboard the departing naval vessel. "Ensure you monitor Wang Han's every move. Incidents must not recur, especially those involving the celestial dragons. Such occurrences must be strictly avoided," came the voice of Sengoku through the transponder. "The Yamato, why is this battleship here again? Surely it isn't here to shell this place?" One wondered. "That can't be, can it? His bounty was already revoked, and there's a Navy ship accompanying him," another replied. Upon witnessing the massive warship's return at Port 56 of the Sabeti Archipelago, the onlookers were engulfed in fear and confusion. Concurrently, news spread rapidly through the transponder snail, drawing the attention of numerous influential figures towards the Sabeti Archipelago. As the chaos unfolded, many hastily vacated Port 56 upon hearing of Wang Han's impending arrival, opting to retreat to safer locales, as if the area had transformed into a forbidden zone, instilling dread and apprehension. Meanwhile, Upon receiving Sengoku's message, the five elders had already prohibited the celestial dragons from venturing to the Sabati archipelago in the near future. As the battleship gently docked, Port 56 had become a deserted expanse. Andrew, gather your team and procure supplies immediately. Time is of the essence, even if it requires additional expenditure. Ensure everything is secured swiftly, Wang Han instructed. Tiger, seek out skilled craftsmen for plating. Money is no object, even if it means doubling the payment. We must expedite the process and aim to set sail for Fishman Island by tonight. Upon docking, Wang Han promptly began organizing the necessary arrangements. Understood, both replied in unison. Each person hurriedly disembarked with their respective groups. Observing the crew members as they left the ship, Wang Han chose not to follow suit this time. On the adjacent warship, Jiyuan felt a sense of relief upon noticing Wang Han's decision to remain aboard, and she promptly arranged for soldiers to prepare for departure. She was concerned that Wang Han might stir up trouble in the Sabati archipelago. As the sister crane, she had heard tales about Wang Han, who was described as an exceptionally powerful individual with extensive battle experience, and potentially an immortal being, someone whom even the world government regarded with trepidation. As dusk fell, after Wang Han generously spent his berries, the three vessels finally set sail against the backdrop of the sun sinking beneath the horizon. Departing from the port under the cloak of night, Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the holy land of Mariejois, serves as a crucial waypoint to the New World and is also the birthplace of many fishmen and merfolk, renowned as the undersea paradise, a dreamlike haven. The island boasts a population of 5 million. Vessels seeking to reach this realm typically must coat their hulls at the Sabati archipelago and navigate the currents to arrive safely. The inhabitants of Fishman Island are predominantly merfolk and fishmen, and one of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon, is said to manifest only once every few centuries in the form of a mermaid princess, while the Ararat, the vessel of the oath, lies dormant here. Tiger, how much do you know about Neptune? Wang Han inquired with a smile, approaching the bow of the battleship wrapped in bubbles, gazing at his homeland. He is a good king, with a wonderful queen, though sadly, she has fallen. Upon hearing this, Tiger pondered for a moment before responding, his words tinged with a hint of sadness. Queen Odoheim, I have some knowledge of her. She is the mother of the three brothers of Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi. The residents of Fishman Island revere her as Lady Odoheim, known for her passionate and compassionate nature. Though her health was frail, merely striking someone with her hand could lead to open fractures. She advocated for coexistence with humans, ultimately succumbing to assassination. What do you think would be the extent of the deterrent effect if I were to plant my flag on Fishman Island? Wang Han smiled and inquired. Sufficient to intimidate any nefarious individuals. Upon hearing this, Tiger replied without hesitation, for Wang Han was a being even the celestial dragons feared. After a moment's hesitation, Tiger could not resist asking Wang Han why he had come to Fishman Island personally. He sensed that Wang Han's visit was not solely for the protection of Fishman Island, but harbored other intentions. After a brief silence, Wang Han responded, I wish to meet Queen Odoheim in person. Tiger was taken aback, expressing his regret, but the queen has already passed away. Nearby, Quina felt a stir in her heart, for she was one whom Wang Han had brought back to life. Simultaneously, she cast a worried glance at Wang Han, gripping his garment. Although Wang Han had not spoken of it, she understood that reviving a person inevitably demanded a significant price, a tremendous price. Death is not an end, merely a passage. Patting Quina on the head, Wang Han said with a smile, if death is but a process, then reversing it may allow us to see her once more. Tiger's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Wang Han, swallowing hard as he stammered. Do you mean to say you have mastered the technique of resurrecting the dead? The existence of the term resurrection implies the possibility of such a feat. Wang Han chuckled. Since death is merely a process, why should resurrection not be an equivalent process? At this moment, many who overheard the conversation between Wang Han and Tiger were filled with shock. Wang Han's mention of resurrection had not been discreet. With a thunderous sound, Tiger could no longer contain himself and knelt before Wang Han, bowing his head heavily against the deck. If it is truly possible to resurrect the queen, I am willing to pay any price necessary. Please, you must bring her back. Thank you very much. Upon hearing Tiger's words, several fishmen rushed to Wang Han, kneeling before him, pleading, please, you must resurrect Queen Odoheim. We are willing to bear the consequences alongside Brother Tiger. They understood that reviving a deceased individual would require an exorbitant price, yet if it meant bringing back Queen Odoheim, they were prepared to shoulder that burden. It appears that Queen Odoheim is indeed cherished by you all, Wang Han remarked with a smile. You may rise. There is no need for you to bear the cost of resurrection, for such a price is beyond your capacity. You need only serve as intermediaries. But she is the queen of Fishman Island. We cannot allow you to bear this cost alone, Tiger immediately interjected, believing that Wang Han intended to shoulder the burden of resurrection himself. Naturally, it will not be I who bears this cost. Wang Han smiled as he remarked, Fishman Island must be teeming with pirates. They can bear the cost for this endeavor. All I need to do is initiate the process. Thank you, Captain. Upon hearing this, Tej and the other fishmen immediately bowed deeply to Wang Han, expressing their gratitude. The possibility of resurrection was indeed within reach. The other crew members aboard the ship gazed at Wang Han with faces alight with excitement. Yet they understood that invoking Wang Han's powers to resurrect a person was no simple task. Nevertheless, it remained a glimmer of hope. Chapter 84. Preparations for the resurrection of Princess Eg. Captain, I will promptly seek out King Neptune, Tej eagerly declared as they entered Fishman Island, his expression betraying an urgency that seemed to suggest he could not bear to wait a moment longer. Let us capture some pirates. The other fishmen aboard the ship chimed in, their eagerness palpable as they rubbed their hands together, eager to seize every pirate on Fishman Island. Please hold on a moment, Wang Han said with a smile, observing the fervent fishmen. Before we embark, there are a few matters I need to discuss with you. Captain, whatever it is, we shall accomplish it as long as it is within our power. Tej and the other fishmen replied in unison. It is not a grave matter. Wang Han reassured them with a smile. Tej, when you meet with Neptune, convey to him my intention to resurrect Princess Eg. Additionally, let him know that it is my desire to meet her. Regardless of whether he agrees to my placing our flag on Fishman Island or consents to my resurrection of Princess Eg, I shall proceed with my plans. Should he wish to join, he may come to her tomb. I will await him there. If he declines, after the resurrection, I will depart with Princess Eg. The second matter is that I need you to spread a whisper across Fishman Island. Approximately half an hour later, let the news circulate that I will be resurrecting Princess Eg at her tomb. I intend to perform the resurrection before all present fishmen. I want the entire Fishman Island to be aware of this event, and then let the word echo throughout the seas. Captain, if this becomes widely known, it may not bode well for you. Perhaps it would be wiser to conduct this matter discreetly. Tej quickly urged Wang Han. This is a resurrection we're discussing. Countless individuals yearn to bring others back to life. If it becomes common knowledge, who knows how many would pursue you at any cost? Among them could be powerful figures, and many may resort to unscrupulous means. Even those who have secluded themselves might once again set sail, and the world government would likely not remain idle either. Just the thought is chilling. Wang Han cannot possibly satisfy everyone who wishes to resurrect their loved ones. It is inevitable that conflicts will arise once more, and the repercussions will undoubtedly surpass those of the grand age of exploration ignited by Roger. No, you are mistaken. You have only considered the situation and the dangers while neglecting my strength and the hearts of the people. This matter I intend to make widely known, for it holds immense benefits for both myself and Fishman Island. Wang Han declared with a confident smile. As for those veiled threats, do you think I would be intimidated? My formidable strength ensures that not just anyone can compel me to compromise. Those without power are destined to traverse an alternative path. I believe that on the vast seas of the future, as long as I am alive, countless individuals will fervently seek to earn my favor, and many will extend their respect and assistance to Fishman Island. I understand now. Upon hearing this, Tiger immediately grasped the implications. Once this news spreads in the future, for the sake of resurrecting their cherished ones, countless people will wish to assist Wang Han in order to gain his goodwill. Wang Han's influence will grow exponentially, and if Fishman Island were to raise his banner, it would undoubtedly bask in the ensuing glory. Now that I comprehend, you must hurry. Others should also spread the word, Wang Han said, smiling, as he led everyone down from the battleship. Or were you just discussing? Below deck, the waiting Guillaume could not help but inquire as she saw Wang Han descend with his entourage. Moments ago, she had observed Tiger and several other fishmen kneeling and calling out to Wang Han aboard the battleship. Oh, it's nothing of great significance. It's just that Tiger and the others have returned to their homeland after a long time, and they are quite overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Han replied with a smile. I see. Returning to one's homeland is indeed a reason for great joy. After scrutinizing Wang Han's eyes for a few seconds, Guillaume remarked with a smile. She did not believe Wang Han's words, but she felt it was not her place to demand he disclose the truth. Instead, she resolved to keep a watchful eye on his actions. Have you heard of the mermaid Princess Eg from Fishman Island? Wang Han asked Guillaume with a smile. I have heard of her. She is said to be a remarkably kind mermaid, greatly beloved by the residents of Fishman Island. Unfortunately, Princess E.G. met her demise in an assassination a few years ago at the hands of a human pirate, Guillaume responded, her tone reflecting a sense of regret for the loss of the princess. Let's pay a visit to her grave, Wang Han suggested with a smile, as he began walking towards the cemetery. On board the battleship, aside from those left to guard the vessel, everyone else followed in Wang Han's footsteps. You knew Princess E.G.? If she were still alive, I would very much like to meet her, Guillaume said, quickening her pace to catch up with Wang Han. Her curiosity piqued. Simultaneously, she wondered if Wang Han's true purpose for coming to Fishman Island was to see Princess E.G. I knew her, though she did not know me. However, that does not hinder my desire to pay my respects to such a remarkable individual, Wang Han replied with a smile. Guillaume looked at Wang Han with a puzzled expression. Indeed, the longer one lives, the more inscrutable their thoughts become. She could not fathom Wang Han's true intentions for visiting Fishman Island. Even the reason behind Wang Han's deliberate actions eludes her comprehension. The only conceivable connection she can surmise is her identity as Crane's sister. His Majesty, the King, learned of the arrival of the Yamato battleship at Fishman Island, accompanied by a medium-sized naval vessel and a colossal ship, which docked at the beach. Within the Dragon Palace, a guard hurriedly burst in, reporting with urgency. Upon hearing of the Yamato's arrival, King Neptune was instantly startled from his throne. Wang Han's reputation rivaled that of the four emperors, though he was aware of Wang Han's impending visit to Fishman Island. The reality of his arrival filled him with trepidation. His three sons, too, felt a tremor of fear, their hearts heavy with concern for their homeland. However, when informed of the accompanying naval vessel, Neptune felt a sense of relief wash over him. Such a formidable figure requires my personal greeting, he declared, preparing to leave the palace in search of Wang Han. Your Majesty, a merman claiming to be Tiger has arrived, stating he wishes to meet you. He claims to represent the bounty hunter group on behalf of Wang Han and has urgent matters to discuss. Another guard rushed in to report before Neptune could exit the Dragon Palace. Allow him entry at once, Neptune commanded immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Han and his entourage were making their way to the cemetery on Fishman Island. The sight of their imposing group, numbering over 2,000, caused the mermen who recognized them to scatter in fear, eager to distance themselves from the perceived menace. Upon reaching the cemetery, those mermen who were honoring their departed kin hurriedly vacated the area, none daring to linger. Everyone, stand by, Wang Han instructed his subordinates, refraining from entering the cemetery himself. He simply found a spot to sit in place. Stand by, he reiterated. Jiuan, noticing this, promptly commanded her naval soldiers to do the same. At that moment, she was certain that Wang Han's intentions were not merely to pay respects to the late Princess Odoheim. After all, who would bring such a large contingent to a cemetery for that purpose? Moreover, having arrived at the site, he chose not to enter. What is Wang Han's true intention? Throughout this journey, she remains utterly perplexed. Chapter 85. Preparations before Resurrection to Your Majesty King Neptune. My leader has sent me to discuss a matter of great significance with you. In the Grand Hall of the Dragon King's palace, Tej, upon encountering Neptune, immediately got straight to the point after bowing respectfully. Please, speak, Neptune responded amiably, without any airs. It is this. Our leader wishes to plant our banner on Fishman Island to offer it protection, Tej stated promptly. Upon hearing this, Neptune was visibly troubled. He scrutinized Tej's expression and cautiously replied, but currently, Fishman Island is under the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. The three princes of Shark Star grew increasingly anxious. Tej, however, maintained a composed demeanor. He was well aware of the Whitebeard pirates' guardianship over Fishman Island. Changing the banner was no trivial matter. In fact, the more pressing issue he needed to address was yet to come. Seeing no change in Tej's expression, Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, my leader also asked me to convey a message to you. Tej refrained from continuing the discussion about the banner and went on. Our leader intends to resurrect Princess E.G. What? Could you repeat that? Tej had barely finished his sentence when Neptune, astonished, rose from his throne, interrupting him. His voice trembled as he looked at Tej, filled with shock, joy, disbelief, and eager anticipation. He questioned whether he had misheard, desperately hoping that he had not. The three princes stood frozen, equally stunned by Tej's revelation. Your Majesty, you did not mishear. Our leader, Wang Han, truly intends to resurrect Princess E.G. Observing Neptune's reaction, Tej quickly added, moreover, he instructed me to inform you that regardless of whether you agree to our bounty hunter group planting our flag on Fishman Island or consent to the resurrection of Princess E.G., our leader will proceed with the resurrection regardless. If you wish to join, you may come to Princess E.G.'s tomb, where our leader will await you. Should you choose not to, After resurrecting Princess Eg, our leader will take her away. It is indeed true. I did not mishear. Upon confirming Tei's words, tears streamed down Neptune's face. His 3 sons, trembling, also shed tears, completely oblivious to Tei's subsequent remarks. Your Majesty, Tej urged. Our leader has instructed me to convey that regardless of your stance on our bounty hunter group planting our flag on Fishman Island or your agreement to resurrect Princess Eg, our leader will resurrect her. If you are willing, you may come to Princess Eg's tomb, where our leader will be waiting for you. If you're not, our leader will take Princess Eg away after her resurrection. Upon witnessing the excitement of Neptune, Tiger felt compelled to intervene, reiterating the essential points. Of course, I am more than willing to accompany you immediately, Neptune responded eagerly. We shall join as well, declared the 3 princes, Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Flip Star, enthusiastically. Half an hour had passed, marking the arrival of their scheduled time, as Neptune led the 3 princes and their guards towards the cemetery. A piece of news began to circulate throughout Fishman Island. This revelation initially emerged from Fishman Street and was spreading with alarming rapidity, igniting fervor among the populace. In a matter of moments, the excitement had reached a fever pitch. Upon hearing the news, countless fishmen either shared the information with others or hastened towards the cemetery. All who learned of it were consumed by a singular thought. The legendary bounty hunter, Wang Han, whose past rewards rivaled those of the 4 emperors, was poised to resurrect the long-deceased Lady Eg at the cemetery, before the eyes of all present fishmen. Whether driven by a desire to behold their beloved Lady Eg once more or to witness what seemed akin to a miracle, the fishmen flocked eagerly to the cemetery. Wang Han, Mr. Wang Han, is what Tiger conveyed to me true? Neptune gasped, having arrived breathlessly at the cemetery. Indeed, it is true. There is no need for you to sacrifice anything or make any promises. Now, what is your answer? Wang Han replied with a smile, observing Neptune's labored breathing. I am most certainly willing. Neptune responded without a moment's hesitation. Excellent. However, the time is not yet ripe. Certain preparations must be made, but I have already arranged for them. We shall need to wait a little longer. Please take a seat and rest for now, Wang Han said, smiling. Thank you. Neptune expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan looked quizzically at Wang Han, musing over the true nature of his intentions. Shortly after Neptune's arrival, an increasing number of fishmen flocked to the cemetery, many of them panting heavily. In less than 5 minutes, over 10,000 fishmen had gathered, and more continued to stream in, creating a burgeoning crowd. It was anticipated that within 5 minutes, over 30,000 fishmen would converge here, and this number was expected to grow exponentially. As these fishmen arrived and observed Wang Han and his companions, Neptune present among them, they felt increasingly assured of the news' authenticity, excitement bubbling within them. Yet, they refrained from disturbing Wang Han, instead gathering at a respectful distance to watch. Observing this scene, Ji Yuan, still puzzled, recognized that Wang Han's calm demeanor likely constituted one of the preparations he had mentioned. The eyes glimmered momentarily before yielding to an irrepressible chuckle, prompting a direct inquiry to Wang Han. Mr. Wang Han, what accounts for the sudden influx of so many fishmen? It was hardly a matter of great consequence. I merely intended to resurrect Princess Eg, and the assembled crowd was likely drawn by curiosity. Sensing that the time was ripe and the number of fishmen had sufficiently gathered, Wang Han decided to unveil the truth. Upon hearing Wang Han's words regarding the resurrection of Princess Eg, Shi Yuan felt as though her mind had been struck by a thunderclap, plunging her into an ethereal state. Let us proceed. We must not allow the wicked to desecrate the tomb of Princess Eg. There exists no method in this world to bring the dead back to life. Do not be deceived, they proclaimed. Indeed, the king must have been misled, for he longs for the princess too deeply. However, we must not fall victim to their deception. We must keep our eyes wide open. There is no way to resurrect the dead. We cannot allow them to defile the princess's resting place. As time ticked away, a sudden uproar erupted among the gathered fishmen, with dozens raising their voices in protest. Inspired by their fervor, an increasing number of oblivious fishmen joined in, questioning the situation. Do not believe their fabrications. They are mere humans. We shall charge in. We must not allow the tomb of Princess Eg to be compromised. Another resounding shout echoed from behind the fishmen, inciting many to push and shove, deliberately transmitting their agitation to those nearby. The throng began to exhibit signs of a brewing riot. Amidst the fishmen, Hody Jones wore a sly smile. Regardless of truth or falsehood, he would not permit the resurrection of Princess Eg, not even as a possibility. King Neptune. This matter could easily be substantiated by witnessing Princess Eg's revival. Yet it appears that some do not wish for her return. I had thought all of Fishman Island longed for her revival. What are these individuals so afraid of? The circumstances surrounding Princess Eji's death are indeed suspicious. Observing the crowd's escalating unrest, Wang Han turned to Neptune with a smile, saying, "Guards, apprehend all those who incite trouble. I shall not allow anyone to obstruct the resurrection of the princess." Upon hearing this, a glint of determination appeared in Neptune's eyes as he promptly commanded the guards accompanying him and rose to confront the impending chaos among the fishmen. Chapter 86. The Resurrection of Princess Eji, my subjects. I know you have always remembered Eji and hold her in great esteem. I am aware that you all desire for her to return. However, I implore you to remain calm and not be swayed by those with ulterior motives. I trust my judgment. Whether or not we can resurrect Eji remains uncertain, yet it cannot be dismissed. Soon, we shall bear witness to the truth. However, at this very moment, among you, those clamoring fishmen who profess to seek the resurrection of Princess Eji are, in truth, fearful of her return. They dread that Eji may indeed come back to life. Whether she can or cannot be resurrected is uncertain for them all. Yet they feel compelled to obstruct the attempt, for they lack the courage to confront the possibility. Therefore, I implore you to apprehend them first. Standing before the assembly of fishmen, Neptune proclaimed loudly, his words striking at the heart of the matter. Upon hearing Neptune's declaration, the previously agitated fishmen suddenly found themselves calmed. Indeed, they had rushed here in excitement upon learning of Princess Eji's potential revival, but none could assert with certainty whether she could or could not be resurrected. If the resurrection were indeed possible, their actions would amount to hindering the return of Princess Eji. In that moment, expressions of guilt spread across the faces of the gathered fishmen, many of whom began scanning the crowd for those instigators among them. Cursed be those troublemakers concealed within the throng of fishmen. Their countenances paled as they dared not speak further. Neptune's few words rendered their instigation and encouragement utterly futile, redirecting the populace's ire squarely upon themselves. King Neptune, I believe the time is ripe. Now that the crowd's emotions have been soothed, please retrieve Princess Eji's remains and commence the resurrection ceremony forthwith. Observing Neptune's stabilization of the situation, Wang Han smiled and addressed him. Very well, Neptune replied, deciding to postpone other matters, and promptly led the Shark Star brothers into the cemetery. Meanwhile, Wang Han began to inscribe intricate patterns upon the ground. All eyes were fixed upon Wang Han as he meticulously carved, with Juin particularly wide-eyed, fearful of missing any detail. Even Guena's curiosity was piqued at this moment. Shortly thereafter, Wang Han had etched a complex array onto the ground. At that juncture, Neptune retrieved the remains of Princess Eji. Observing the array Wang Han had drawn, he inquired, "Mr. Wang Han, what must be done?" "Leave it to me," Wang Han replied with a smile, taking a portion of Eji's remains and gently placing it at a designated point within the array. He instructed Tej, bring forth the offerings. Understood, Chief. Tej responded promptly, rushing over with several fishmen, dragging along 6 or 7 bound human pirates. Chief, are these sufficient? If not, we can capture more. The pirates being brought forward were now faces of sheer terror, struggling and pleading desperately. Upon hearing Tej's words, the onlooking humans turned pale, instantly contemplating a hasty retreat. Unfortunately, the surrounding fishmen had already encircled them, thwarting any escape. Evidently, as soon as Wang Han uttered a single word of inadequacy, they would be immediately besieged by the surrounding multitude of fishmen, bound and brought forth before him as so-called offerings. That is sufficient, Wang Han declared, lifting a bound pirate and placing him at the very center of the formation. The encircled humans sighed with relief upon hearing his words. The first crucial step in the resurrection of the deceased lies in retrieving the soul of the departed. Ignoring the farce around him, Wang Han spoke while forming intricate hand seals. Thus, the initial phase of resurrection involves reclaiming the soul of the deceased. After death, the soul journeys to a realm accessible only to the departed, the Yellow Springs, a domain beyond the reach of the living. Listening intently to Wang Han, those around him committed each word to memory, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on his movements. In pure earth resurrection technique, Wang Han showed no concern for the surrounding spectacle. Completing the hand seals, he slammed his palm onto the formation before him. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, a peculiar flame suddenly erupted from the ground, enveloping the human pirate at the center, while the flesh and blood of the sacrificial pirate rapidly decayed, transforming into a grayish-white substance resembling ash. In a mere second, he morphed from a living being into a pile of ashen earth. The next moment, amidst wide-eyed amazement, The grayish-white earth gradually coalesced and reshaped, revealing the visage of Princess Iji once more to the astonished onlookers. Where am I? Am I not already dead? The instant she opened her eyes, Princess Iji surveyed her surroundings with confusion. She has truly been resurrected. Upon witnessing Princess Iji once again and hearing her voice, the fishmen erupted into jubilant cheers. Neptune, filled with excitement, approached Princess Iji. The people of Gion, the Navy, and the humans of Fishman Island gazed at Princess Iji in disbelief. The resurrection is not yet complete. Please maintain silence. Wang Han's commanding voice fell like a bucket of cold water upon the crowd. Chastened by his admonition, they realized that although Princess Iji had appeared, her face and body were marred by fissures, resembling a fragile clay figure. Moreover, her eyes were entirely black where the whites should be, an unsettling sight indeed. Instantly, the gathering fell silent, their focus intensifying on each of Wang Han's movements. Next comes the second step of resurrection, Wang Han announced, pressing his hands once more against the ground. Clone chamber. A colossal medical chamber arose upon the formation of impure earth resurrection, disrupting the array. Unlike the medical pod sold to the Navy, this one is far more expansive, resembling a sealed cargo compartment, and is also more sophisticated. It is a cloning chamber capable of fabricating clothing along with the body, completely obscured from external view. The act of retrieving a soul from the underworld is merely the initial stage of resurrection. A temporary vessel cannot endure for long. The returning soul necessitates an appropriate host. Otherwise, it will swiftly revert to the underworld. Souls that have journeyed to the underworld are particularly demanding regarding their vessels, as they may return to the depths at any moment if their requirements are not met. As Wang Han continued his explanation, he placed the remaining bones of the deceased Princess Iji into the cloning chamber and activated it. The veracity of Wang Han's words remained a mystery, beyond the reach of scrutiny or doubt. After approximately 5 minutes, he opened the cloning chamber and gently retrieved the cloned body of Princess Iji, laying it upon the ground. The third step in the resurrection process, and the most arduous, requires utmost precision. Even the slightest misstep could result in the individual returning to the underworld. Wang Han approached the clone, his hands poised to form the necessary seals once more. However, this time, no detailed explanation accompanied his actions. The onlookers could only surmise that this step involved the transference of the soul, yet the critical elements and precautions remained elusive. The art of the soul's resurrection. Wang Han grasped the impurely resurrected Princess Iji with one hand while firmly holding the clone body with the other. In the next moment, the apparition of the resurrected Princess Iji began to slowly disperse, and the clone body gradually opened its eyes. There remained one final step, the most crucial of all. Taish, bring forth another offering, Wang Han instructed. He then entered the cloning chamber with Princess Iji and the second offering, revealing nothing of his intentions. Chapter 87. Astonishing Intelligence, Your Majesty Neptune. I kindly ask you to wait a moment. I have a few words to discuss privately with Princess Iji. Wang Han said with a smile as he emerged once more from the cloning chamber. Hearing this, Neptune immediately responded with a grin, Mr. Wang Han. Your revival of Iji has already brought us immense satisfaction. Waiting a little longer is of no consequence. That is good to hear, Wang Han replied with a smile, stepping onto the adjacent open ground and placing his hands upon the earth. War Fortress. With a gentle command from Wang Han, a colossal circular war fortress rose from the ground. This imposing structure, a hemispherical edifice made of reinforced concrete, spanned a diameter of 100 meters and featured several platforms of indiscernible purpose atop it. Princess Iji, please come inside for a discussion, Wang Han beckoned, leading the way into the concrete fortress. As Iji entered the grand stronghold crafted by Wang Han, Xiwan quietly departed from the vicinity. Simultaneously, several onlookers began to discreetly leave as well. What? A thunderous shout reverberated from the marshal's office, echoing throughout the naval headquarters, drawing the attention of numerous naval officers towards the office. Inside, when Sengoku received Xiwan's report via the transponder snail, even his composure as a marshal could not withstand the shock. Seated on the sofa, Carp, who had been enjoying a donut, halted abruptly, his mouth agape as if it could swallow an ostrich egg. He was oblivious to the beloved treat that had fallen to the ground. The expression on Crane's face turned grave, while the three admirals exchanged glances, their thoughts shrouded in uncertainty, though each bore an expression of astonishment and disbelief. The news relayed by Xiwan was indeed astounding and utterly shocking. From the transponder snail, Xiwan's voice emerged with an air of gravity. It is absolutely true. I witnessed it firsthand. Wang Han has resurrected Princess Iji in front of tens of thousands of fishmen. Now the entirety of Fishman Island is aware of this occurrence, likely due to Wang Han's premeditated arrangements to disseminate the information. Moreover, during the resurrection of Princess E.G., Wang Han articulated certain steps involved in the process, albeit not in detail, and the procedure is exceedingly complex. Currently, Wang Han is engaged in a private conversation with Princess E.G., having conjured a massive fortress from thin air. The content of their dialogue remains shrouded in mystery. Shi Yuan's voice conveyed a profound sense of shock and incredulity, hinting at the unimaginable nature of the events unfolding. But this is the truth. I have come to understand it. You must prioritize your safety, and if possible, gather as much intelligence as you can about Wang Han, his abilities, identity, and especially his intentions. Regaining composure from his shock, Sengoku spoke gravely into the communication device, even expressing a polite request to Guillaume. Yes, Marshal. Guillaume's voice responded through the device before the connection was severed. Sengoku's expression remained solemn, his gaze intense, lost in contemplation. It is astonishing to discover that there truly exists a method of bringing the dead back to life. His techniques are indeed boundless. The very existence of such a method explains why the world government regards him with such apprehension. Carp remarked. With such capabilities, why would he willingly expose himself? Tsuru, do your thoughts align with mine? Sengoku turned his attention to Tsuru. There are only two methods to revive individuals through Wang Han. One is voluntary consent from him, while the other involves coercion. Defeating Wang Han is no simple task. Even if one were to overcome him, it is unlikely he would easily capitulate. The first method is undoubtedly the more prudent approach, while the second is a desperate measure, the last resort. He likely seeks to expand his influence through this. Once this news spreads across the seas, countless powerful individuals will flock to his side in a short period. Even the four emperors may gather around him, perhaps. Tsuru paused momentarily. It is likely that even within our navy, there will be those seeking Wang Han, and the number will undoubtedly be significant. Sengoku continued Tsuru's thought. Aligning their reasoning, Wang Han will undoubtedly surpass the four emperors, becoming the second Rox, or even exceeding him. If left unchecked, he may soon amass an extraordinarily formidable power, perhaps even surpassing the four emperors. Akainu proclaimed, a hand transformed into magma, his expression dark and foreboding. Yet, his words could only go this far. Stopping Wang Han is no simple feat, and a mere marine admiral lacks the capability to do so. How to impede him? Shall we kill them? Upon hearing this, Sengoku shook his head. If he can continuously revive others, then some long-deceased formidable figures, those troublesome individuals, may also be resurrected. Akiji chimed in. There must be significant limitations to reviving others, Tsuru suggested. Besides the two sacrifices and corpses reported by Guillaume, there are certainly more crucial elements or conditions that Wang Han has concealed. Understanding what he requires for revival, or the limitations of his resurrection abilities, is of utmost urgency. It is the key to resolving this predicament. His influence has rapidly expanded to an unchangeable reality, unless he is eliminated. That ancient monster. What is his true objective in revealing himself now? Sengoku declared, his final words laced with gritted teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a profound silence. To contemplate the assassination of Wang Han is no trivial matter. Even the three great generals acting in concert would find it an insurmountable task. The capability to resurrect the deceased is truly formidable. In the New World, the sound of Whitebeard's laughter reverberates from the Moby Dick. The ability to bring the dead back to life undoubtedly augments his power to an extraordinary magnitude, soon posing a significant threat to the government. Is there a means to halt this? His public endeavor on Fishman Island likely serves to prevent us from containing the information. More critically, Lord M does not permit us to engage in conflict with him at this juncture. This matter must be reported to Lord M once again. The world government, represented by the five elders, convenes once more. Meanwhile, within the vast war fortress, Wang Han, turning to face the somewhat anxious Princess E.G., inquired with a smile. Is it due to your inability to fathom my inner thoughts that you feel tense? Having ventured deep into the fortress, you find me in a mechanical form, devoid of life, rendering your insights futile. Upon hearing Wang Han's words, Princess E.G. gazed at him in astonishment. Few are aware of her ability to perceive the thoughts of others, and yet this individual before her exists in a mechanical body. There is nothing astonishing about it. In this world, no wall is impenetrable. Regardless of how secretive the information may be, there will always be a time when it is unveiled. Wang Han remarked with a smile. However, you need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions toward you or Fishman Island. On the contrary, due to you, and the sacrifices of your ancestors, I find myself with a considerable fondness for your kind. You are all individuals worthy of respect, and thus I am more inclined to assist you in the entirety of Fishman Island. The grand spectacle I have orchestrated, culminating in this war fortress, is no mere triviality. Please, proceed, Princess E.G. encouraged with a smile, aware that Wang Han was about to divulge something of great significance. Chapter 88. A conversation with Princess E.G. Seated across from Princess E.G. within the war fortress, Wang Han began with a smile. Princess E.G., you are privy to the truth. At least a portion of it. The truth from 800 years ago, am I correct? My benefactor jesting. How could I possibly know such things? Princess E.G. immediately refuted, though the resurrection of her being was of monumental importance, even pertaining to the fate of Fishman Island. While she was grateful for Wang Han's act of bringing her back to life, she could not entrust the fate of her people solely into his hands. No, I am not jesting, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. You are unique. Your ability allows you to penetrate the innermost thoughts of beings, of fishmen, mere folk, and humans alike, including that of the sea kings. Even if you cannot comprehend historical writings, you must have gleaned much from those ancient beings who have lived long. My benefactor. At his words, a wave of trepidation washed over Princess E.G. Believing that Wang Han was inquiring about matters from 8 centuries ago, she hesitated to claim any knowledge of such distant events. With the cautionary tale of O'Hara lingering in her mind, she was reluctant to see Fishman Island repeat its tragic history. I do not intend to press you for what you deem the truth. Perhaps you possess less knowledge than I do, Wang Han remarked with a smile. At these words, Princess E.G. turned to Wang Han, her expression one of perplexity. If Wang Han indeed knew more than she, what message did he wish to convey? Observing the relief in Princess E.G.'s demeanor, Wang Han continued, how should I articulate this? You have longed to lead the fishmen to dwell upon the land, fulfilling the promise made with Joy Boy, to exist under the genuine rays of sunlight. Allow me to rephrase that more precisely. What you truly yearn for is a return to the earth, a re-embrace of humanity. After all, fishmen and mere folk were once part of humankind, as evidenced by the mingling of human and fishman blood, which speaks to their shared heritage. Yes, 8 centuries ago, their identities were intertwined. The distinction lies in the fact that you are the descendants of those humans who made tremendous sacrifices. This, I believe, is the secret you have gleaned from the hearts of those of the Sea Kings. Upon hearing this, Princess E.G.'s eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wang Han. Wang Han undoubtedly possesses extensive knowledge. However, it stands to reason that historical texts should contain no records asserting that the ancestors of the fishmen were indeed human. Otherwise, how could the descendants of the fishmen remain entirely oblivious to this fact, learning the truth of their origins solely from the ancient Sea Kings? How did Wang Han come to know this? Could it be that he possesses the same ability as himself, enabling him to delve into the hearts of those ancient beings and uncover their secrets? I do not share such capabilities. Observing the incredulous expression of Princess E.G., Wang Han smiled and remarked, the blank century of history, spanning a full 100 years of warfare, has witnessed an abundance of events, leading people to forget many things and obscuring numerous truths, even erasing records entirely. For instance, dating back to a time more ancient than 800 years ago, shortly after the war commenced, there existed a clandestine super-gene soldier program initiated to combat formidable foes when mechanical weaponry proved insufficient. Upon hearing this, Princess E.G. was utterly bewildered, as if Wang Han possessed an intricate understanding of events from 8 to 9 centuries past, even aware of certain highly confidential matters. However, without allowing her to voice her inquiries, Wang Han continued, a century of war has seen a change in rulers and several generations of leaders. It is improbable that those from 8 centuries ago could have meticulously documented every occurrence. No matter the era, it is impossible to chronicle every detail amidst the flames and dust of warfare. And the chroniclers themselves could not possibly comprehend all that transpired during 100 years of conflict. Yet, the absence of records does not equate to the absence of knowledge. For example, you have gleaned fragments of truth from the ancient Sea Kings. Those ancient beings who have survived from 8 centuries ago are not merely participants, but also witnesses of that cataclysm. There are also those who have never forsaken resistance over the past 800 years, both human and creature alike. Are you Joy Boy? Princess E.G. gazed at Wang Han in astonishment, and a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. No, I can assure you that I am not Joy Boy, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. However, I am capable of what he can achieve, and I can also accomplish what he cannot, including restoring you to humanity, not merely allowing you to live under the genuine sun once more. To become human again? Princess E.G. looked at Wang Han with an expression of disbelief. If genes can be altered, why can they not be reverted? Wang Han smiled and replied, if I can resurrect the dead, why can I not change genes? At his words, Princess E.G. composed herself, no longer astonished, and awaited Wang Han's next statements. Princess E.G., Wang Han said with a smile, I believe you must have discerned from the hearts of the ancient sea kings that this generation's king has been born, and that the prophecy of the founding of Wano is on the verge of realization. However, I wish to convey that whether you anticipate this generation's king or this generation's joy boy, neither can guarantee the fulfillment of the pact with Fishman Island, but I can. Moreover, I can assure that the future of the fish people will not only involve living under the genuine sun, but, if you so desire, they can truly return to the embrace of humanity. Since you're not joy boy, may I inquire further? Princess E.G. fixed her gaze intently upon Wang Han, inquiring, how did you come to know these things? Are you perhaps someone who has lived from that era until now? I am not someone who has traversed time from that age to the present. My existence in this world has barely spanned a mere year. Wang Han replied with a smile. As for how I acquired this knowledge, events that have transpired are indelibly marked upon the fabric of reality. Even if they were to be utterly obliterated, turning to naught, the remnants of beings and occurrences, along with their sorrows, will invariably leave traces in this comprehensive world. Space, time, and light will meticulously document everything. Unless someone possesses the power to erase these records, the world government is utterly incapable of such a feat. You are not of this world, E.G. exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Wang Han. I have traversed 3,000 light years in pursuit of a soul, taking 11 years to arrive here, he remarked, smiling, acknowledging his otherworldly origin. What must we sacrifice? Princess E.G. asked, her heart finally made up. Her compassion shone through. Witnessing the world's malevolence brought her to tears. Thus, she resolved to transform this reality. With your power, it should not be an insurmountable task, she asserted. To enforce submission through sheer force is superficial and distinct from genuine conviction. Such rigidity cannot instigate a revolution of thought. Furthermore, Wang Han chuckled. You surely do not wish to rely solely on my strength to achieve this ambition, do you? Chapter 89. Departure from Fishman Island. Princess E.G. Do you have any knowledge of who orchestrated your assassination? Wang Han suddenly smiled and inquired of Princess Odoheim. Do you know? Upon hearing this, Odoheim's mood noticeably darkened. It is those fishmen who wish to live apart from humanity, she deduced. No wonder you spoke those words before your demise. Regardless of who the perpetrator may be, do not harbor anger on your behalf, nor allow yourself to be consumed by wrath and hatred. Wang Han huckled softly. So, are you aware of the specific individual responsible? Odoheim shook her head. While she could sense the resistance within some fishmen and surmise that they were behind the assassination, she did not know precisely who they were. It is a fishman named Hody Jones, a guard of the palace. After assassinating you, he shifted all blame onto a human pirate on the island, implicating humanity as a whole. Not only did he shatter years of your hard work and sacrifices, but he also rekindled the animosity between our two races. Despite his malicious intent, I must admit he inadvertently accomplished a significant task, Wang Han stated solemnly. He then asked, of course, wrong is wrong. Would you like me to deal with them? Thank you for your kindness, Odoheim replied, shaking her head. You are my benefactor. It is not fitting for you to undertake this task. Are you suggesting that they should be allowed to continue their destruction? Your attempts to confront that individual may not yield certain success, and it is impossible to root out all the fishmen involved. Leaving them be will only serve as a hindrance, Wang Han remarked with a smile. I understand. Odoheim hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. I will reveal the truth and subsequently expel him from Fishman Island. His fate will no longer be tied to our home. That is a wise choice. As a benevolent soul resurrected, your first act should not involve taking a life, Wang Han responded with a laugh. It must be said that although Odoheim possessed a kind heart, she was still a princess, the wife of Neptune. Her compassion did not equate to naive folly. As for Hody Jones, once banished from Fishman Island, he would inevitably take his loyal subordinates with him, making it easy for him to vanish without a trace. In doing so, the fishmen who followed Hody but could still be salvaged would be preserved, while Hody and his staunch supporters would not escape the clutches of death. Moreover, neither Wang Han nor Princess Odoheim's reputations would suffer in the slightest. By the way, there is another fishman named Vanderdecken, who is equally nefarious. He knows that Shirahoshi is the sea princess and has been harassing her for years. He possesses the powers of the target fruit, allowing him to mark objects that will automatically fly to his designated target. He has hurled numerous weapons at Shirahoshi. Allow me to take care of him for you. Wang Han offered. Thank you. Odoheim expressed her gratitude. Despite her compassionate nature, she recognized that these individuals had become significant obstacles, and Wang Han would not allow them to remain. It was already a considerable concession for him to deal solely with the mastermind, given their recent collaboration. This is the recording of Hody Jones's plan to assassinate you, Wang Han said with a smile. The matters that needed addressing have been duly articulated, and your family must be eagerly anticipating your return, as must your subjects. Therefore, I shall not take up any more of your time. With that, Wang Han waved his hand to dissolve the war fortress. Regarding the reunion of E.G. and her family, Wang Han chose not to partake in it. After politely declining Neptune's invitation, he departed from Fishman Island with his entourage. As for the forthcoming events on the island, Princess E.G. would take charge. Furthermore, out of gratitude and in consideration of Wang Han's formidable strength, Neptune consented to allow Wang Han to plant his flag on Fishman Island. Wang Han, in turn, assured that the island would not be required to provide any substantial resources. Rather, they would form an alliance. He would negotiate with the Whitebeard pirates to ensure that their flag remained hoisted on Fishman Island. Tej, the matter of the flag is entrusted to you. Keep the Fishman troops temporarily stationed on the island. I shall return in a month to retrieve you, Wang Han instructed Tej before leaving Fishman Island. Upon his departure, Wang Han opted not to coat the battleship with a film, but instead enveloped it in a magnetic shield to isolate it from seawater, additionally equipping the vessel's hull and surroundings with several massive maglev thrusters. Having experienced novelty once was sufficient, and this time the battleship was to navigate autonomously rather than being carried by the underwater currents. As the colossal steel warship ascended after activating its shield and traversed the film of Fishman Island, plunging into the depths of the ocean, the fishmen who had gathered to bid farewell were once more astonished by the ship's might. That scoundrel, observing Wang Han's departura, Xiwan couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Such a manner of leaving was beyond her fleet's capabilities, rendering her unable to accompany him. Instead, she would have to return to the ocean surface directly along the currents after the film was applied to Fishman Island. If this had been in the past, she would have felt elated that Wang Han had so easily abandoned her as a hostage, but now she bore significant responsibility, an extremely crucial mission. General Xiwan, Princess E.G. approached her with a smile, saying, Wang Han likely will not return in the near future. If you do not mind, I hope you can join us for the Dragon Palace banquet tonight. Turning to Princess E.G., Xiwan responded politely. Thank you for your kind invitation, Your Highness. I shall refrain from attending the reunion banquet at the Dragon Palace, as I must promptly catch up with Wang Han. It is my duty. However, if you have the time, I would like to converse with you privately. Of course, Princess E.G. replied with a smile. Already aware of the subject Xiwan wished to discuss, merely the secret conversation regarding Wang Han and her stance on it. As a princess capable of persuading the celestial dragons, handling such a conversation would be effortless for her. Andrew, the Yamato will return to the surface independently. Maintain order aboard the ship. I shall be away for a while, and will seek you on the surface later. Wang Han instructed Andrew and other officers aboard the Yamato in the deep sea. Understood. Upon hearing this, the officials immediately responded, not one daring to inquire further. As a few voices echoed in agreement, 2 jet flames erupted behind Wang Han, propelling him directly from Yamato into the depths of the ocean, where he swiftly vanished from sight. Wang Han is set to confront Vanderdecken and Hody Jones, and it is evident that these endeavors cannot involve the crew aboard the battleship. Although the over 3,000 individuals are liberated slaves, Wang Han harbors reservations about their trustworthiness. Human hearts are notoriously difficult to discern. Even Whitebeard has fostered a filial son, and it is inevitable that among his own crew, there may be those who diverge from the norm. Chapter 90. The demise of Vanderdecken. Deep within the shadowy depths of the ocean lies a colossal vessel in slumber, known as the Noah's Arkansas. This ship dwarfs even Wang Han's Yamato battleship, resembling a miniature island in its vastness. 8 centuries ago, Joy Boy made a promise to the princess of Fishman Island, the Era's Sea King, Poseidon, vowing that one day he would lead the denizens of Fishman Island to live upon the land, basking in the true light of the sun. Crafted by the hopeful inhabitants of Fishman Island centuries past, this magnificent vessel was anchored in Fishman Street, earning the titles of the Ship of Oath and the Unfinished Mission. Its size is comparable to half of the ancient giant ships of Fishman Island, symbolizing Joy Boy's pledge and the aspiration that one day, this grand ship would carry the people of Fishman Island to the surface, enabling them to truly live in the sunlight. Regrettably, although this magnificent wooden ship, laden with hope, was completed, Joy Boy never fulfilled his promise, leaving behind only an apology on Fishman Island, as he did not have the chance to sail the seas. Ultimately, it succumbed to slumber in the abyss of the ocean, resting there for centuries, awaiting the day when the promise would be realized. As 800 years passed, generations of memories faded, compounded by the world government's deliberate erasure and the enduring animosity between humans and fishmen, leading the residents of Fishman Island to forget Joy Boy's initial promise and the hope they once held. Besides the ship itself, only the ancient sea kings, who have safeguarded this vessel and borne the burden of its mission for 8 centuries, still remember its existence. Note, the narrative transgresses the realms of logic typical of anime, and the author has woven this tale according to personal interpretation. There may be inconsistencies with the established plot, and it should be regarded as an alternate development of the One Piece saga. The author will strive to remain mindful of the storyline. Indeed, the sheer magnitude of this vessel rivals that of a small interstellar warship. Upon witnessing the colossal vessel, even Wang Han could not help but exclaim in awe. With rudimentary technology and limited resources, such a magnificent creation had been brought to life. It is undeniable that the ingenuity of the fishmen from 8 centuries ago is truly admirable. The mortise and tenon construction rendered the shipbuilding process arduous and labor-intensive. Had it not been for the hope of returning it encapsulated, the fishmen of that era might have been unable to create such an immense wooden craft. This vessel is a testament to hope and labor. Reflecting on this, Wang Han fell into a contemplative silence. In truth, the fishmen were also bearers of humanity's aspirations for the continuation of their race, clinging to life in the depths of the ocean. Perhaps it is for this reason that Joy Boy was unable to fulfill his promise. A massive shadow emerged behind Wang Han, following his every move. The sea churned into tumultuous currents as their enormous forms stirred the waters. Sensing the formidable shadow looming behind him, Wang Han halted, gently closing his eyes. An intangible wave of thought emanated from the back of his mind, directed towards the immense sea creature behind him. This colossal beast possessed the green skin of a frog, yet bore a fish-like tail. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to eliminate a fishman who poses a threat to this generation's sea king. I will not bring harm to the Ark of Noah, as I understand it embodies the hopes of Fishman Island. You are Joy Boy. No, you're not Joy Boy. Upon receiving Wang Han's mental signal, the enormous sea creature paused, ceasing its advance. A sound emanated from its mouth. Indeed, I'm not Joy Boy. Observing the now-still Leviathan, Wang Han closed his eyes once more. I am not an enemy of you ancient beings who survived the great battles. On the contrary, I pledge to assist the denizens of Fishman Island in their return to the land. This is my promise to them. Thank you, echoed Wang Han's voice in the creature's mind. After a moment of silence, the great sea beast responded briefly before turning to swim away. Witnessing this, Wang Han turned once more, the flames from his propulsion system igniting, propelling him onward toward Noah. How terrifying! That man has even deterred an enormous sea creature. He is indeed a figure comparable to the 4 emperors. On the Ark of Noah, Van-der-Decken, captain of the flying pirate crew, gazed in astonishment at the retreating giant sea king. The heart of this wide-striped tiger shark man trembled as he observed Wang Han advancing. The fishmen of the flying pirate crew were filled with dread. This was the man who had slain celestial dragons and severely wounded 2 admirals, a being whose power rivals that of the 4 emperors. Wait, is he not a devil fruit user? How could this be? Van-der-Decken's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Wang Han approach, who was entirely unprotected from the water, yet still wielding his abilities. Could it be? A conjecture emerged in Van-der-Decken's mind. He discovered a method to eliminate the weaknesses of the devil fruit. Speaking of which, underwater combat is not my forte. The influence of liquid on low-level weapons is overwhelmingly significant. Observing the terrified Van-der-Decken and the flying pirate crew of fishmen at the bow of the Noah, Wang Han contemplated as 4 mechanical tentacles sprouted from behind him, each tipped with sharp, gray spears. These were weapons made of sea prism stone. After acquiring the material, Wang Han had analyzed its structure, enabling him to fabricate sea prism weapons out of thin air, much like he did with adamantium weaponry. This is bad. Upon seeing the mechanical tentacles and their weaponry emerging behind Wang Han, Van-der-Decken's face paled in an instant, prompting him to turn and flee. At the same time, he commanded his loyal fishmen, "Quick, stop him." Although these fishmen trembled with fear, they nonetheless swam towards Wang Han. Despite his lack of proficiency in underwater combat, the vast disparity in strength rendered these fishmen incapable of resistance, even in the liquid ocean, where his speed was halved. The velocity granted by the flame propellers still far surpassed that of his fishmen subordinates. As the 2 sides brushed past one another, the retractable mechanical tentacles moved with the fluidity of an octopus, swift as a serpent emerging from its lair. In the blink of an eye, the sharp sea prism spears pierced the hearts and heads of the fishmen from behind, from the sides, and from the front. None could withstand his onslaught. Vivid crimson blood floated in the seawater, gradually diluted as the lifeless fishmen tumbled helplessly in the currents. Witnessing the chaos behind him, Van.Der was consumed by fear, desperately fleeing into the depths of Noah. In that moment, he could not muster even a thought of resistance. He felt like a hunted lamb, powerless to do anything but escape. Suddenly, a sharp sea prism spear pierced through the bubble encasing Van.Der body, impaling his limbs. Did you think you could escape? The mechanical tentacles, having pierced his limbs, lifted the now feeble Van.Der before Wang Han. Faced with Wang Han, the agony of his impaled limbs and the weight of the seawater rendered Van.Der speechless. All he could do was gaze at Wang Han with eyes filled with terror. Yellowish water mingled with the ocean. A coward who dares not even resist. You are even less than your subordinates. With your kind of capability, you aspire to be the sea king of this generation? How utterly laughable. As Wang Han stood before Van.Der, his palm pressed firmly against the latter's chest, he withdrew a devil fruit from within, eliciting a look of sheer terror from Van.Der. Mechanical tentacles extended from behind, severing the sea stone spear, coiling around Van.Der form like constricting serpents, tightening and twisting mercilessly. The ominous sound of cracking bones echoed within Van.Der body, as blood streamed forth from his orifices. With the mechanical appendages retracted, the flame thrusters on Wang Han's back erupted once more, propelling him forward. Behind him, Van.Der, distorted and disfigured, spewing his innards, resembled a doll ravaged by a child, drifting helplessly. To an unsuspecting observer, it might seem that this tragically slain Van.Der had been crushed by a monstrous sea creature. Chapter 91. The demise of Hody Jones. At this juncture, it is the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, 11 years after Roger's execution, and 11 years prior to the onset of our tale. Kuina is over 2 years older than Zoro, while Zoro is a year younger than Ace, who is 3 years senior to the protagonist. Currently, Kuina is 11, Zoro is just over 8, Ace is 9, Luffy is 6, and Hancock is 18. The timeline concerning Tiger's liberation of slaves has been adjusted by 7 years for narrative purposes. Subsequent timelines will remain consistent. The next chapter will contain an explanatory segment detailing the original timeline. This is a complimentary chapter. In the Dragon King's palace, during a reunion banquet, as the gathering approached its conclusion, a multitude of guards, armed and ready, entered the hall at the behest of Neptune. Curiosity filled the air regarding Neptune's motive for this intrusion when Princess Odoheim produced a box gifted by Wang Han. She then opened it at the center of the banquet, projecting a holographic image into the air above. As the attendees observed with intrigue, the figure of Hody Jones emerged, his voice emanating from a box, vividly recounting his sinister plans from years prior to assassinate Princess Odoheim and thwart her efforts to advocate for the fishermen's right to inhabit the land. Upon witnessing this revelation, all eyes turned toward a shark fisherman guard who had just entered, while the surrounding fishmen aimed their weapons at him. Yet the display did not conclude here. It continued to unveil Hody Jones's schemes to frame humans, rekindle enmity between the two races, and coerce the fishmen of Fishman Island into trampling upon Princess Odoheim's image, showcasing Hody's betrayal of his own kin. Hody Jones, do you have anything to say? The video came to an end, and Neptune's gaze fixed upon Hody Jones, brimming with fury. Fishmen can never coexist peacefully with humans. That is merely a fool's dream. Cunning humans are utterly untrustworthy. Acknowledging the exposure of his deeds, Hody Jones refrained from feigning innocence, boldly declaring his intentions. Without hesitation, he charged toward the center of the banquet, aiming directly for Princess Odoheim. The surrounding guard were powerless to intervene in time. Thousand-tile fist. A crimson figure suddenly materialized beside Princess Odoheim, and with astonishing swiftness, a red fist struck Hody Jones squarely in the face, sending him flying. Observing this, the guards immediately surged forward, pinning Hody Jones firmly to the ground. Neptune and the third prince hastened to Odoheim's side. "Thank you, Tiger." Odoheim expressed her gratitude. The very figure who had just dispatched Hody Jones was indeed Tiger. "The king specifically instructed me to remain here to address such situations," Tiger replied with a smile. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, how shall we deal with this scoundrel?" The guards pressed Hody Jones before Neptune and Princess Odoheim. "Execute him," Neptune declared with fury. "Wait," Odoheim quickly interjected, halting the guards poised to strike. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to spare his life and banish him from Fishman Island, never to return." With that, Princess Odoheim turned her gaze towards Neptune. "Very well. Neptune sighed in response to her plea, acquiescing to her wish. In truth, Neptune had anticipated Odoheim's intentions even before the banquet commenced. Knowing that Wang Han awaited Hody Jones, "I do not require your intercession. Kill me." Yet, Hody Jones did not appreciate Odoheim's appeal. Instead, he perceived it as an affront. Shouting vehemently, "Throw him out of the palace," Neptune commanded with a wave of his hand. "You will regret sparing my life. You will certainly regret it." Hody Jones bellowed as the guards dragged him away, but at that moment, no one heeded his cries. The guards swiftly escorted Hody Jones out of the Dragon King's palace, forcefully casting him aside, then spitting at him with disdainful glances before turning back into the palace and closing the grand doors behind them. "I will make you all regret this. I will. Hody Jones muttered through gritted teeth as he rose from the ground, casting a lingering look at the Dragon King's palace before retreating into the shadows. Fishman Island no longer held a place for him, and he felt unworthy to remain there. Meanwhile, Princess Odoheim's compassion was once again evident to those around her. Finally, he has emerged. In the depths of the sea outside Fishman Island, Wang Han, transformed into a mechanical shark, observed Hody Jones leaving the island with a dozen loyal followers. A cold smile crept across his face as he swiftly swam forward, discreetly trailing behind them. The shark, transformed into a reflection of Wang Han, bore a mirror-like coating that rendered it nearly invisible in the dim depths of the ocean. "Boss, where are we headed? Are we truly leaving Fishman Island?" After swimming a considerable distance from Fishman Island, a diminutive fishman could not help but inquire of Hody Jones. "To the colossal, sunken ship. There we can find temporary refuge. One day, we shall return," replied Hody Jones, quickening his pace. "You will never have the chance to return. To kill you now is merely to ensure your complete eradication." No sooner had Hody Jones spoken than a voice resonated from behind a group of fishmen. Upon hearing the voice, Hody Jones was taken aback and swiftly turned around. A shark, reflecting their silhouettes, had appeared behind them, its 8 mechanical tentacles piercing through the bodies of the last 8 subordinates. Blood began to disperse into the seawater. As the tentacles retracted, the mechanical shark transformed back into the form of Wang Han through intricate folding, its turbine propellers slowly whirring to life. Cold sweat broke out on Hody Jones's forehead, mingling with the surrounding seawater. The remaining fishermen subordinates stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with terror. Wang Han was a formidable entity, one that even their leader had to look up to. "How does it feel to be forgiven by the late Princess Odoheim?" Hody Jones. "Oh, and if you were seeking Vanderdecken, you need not bother. He has already succumbed to a deep slumber at the ocean's depths," Wang Han taunted. "It is indeed you. Why? The fishman's ascent to the surface only leads to annihilation. Why would you pursue this path?" Hody Jones asked through clenched teeth. "You are an intelligent man, yet lamentably, you lack a heart to match. I have no obligation to answer your queries. You shall not witness that day, nor are you worthy of it. Embrace your demise with your uncertainties. That is your rightful destiny." With a cold smile, Wang Han declared, as the powerful turbine behind him began to work vigorously, propelling him swiftly toward Hody Jones and his subordinates. "Bastard!" Hody Jones roared in fury, charging at Wang Han. A tear trickled down his cheek, for he understood that against Wang Han, he stood no chance whatsoever. This chapter primarily delineates the timeline preceding the original narrative of One Piece. For those well-versed in the series, this may be redundant. Here, we establish the year 1520 as the point of origin for the unfolding events. 900 years ago and 800 years ago, a blank century of history and unknown warfare. In the year 826 before the present, the celestial moon was born. During this period, the devil fruits had already begun to emerge, at least some originating in this era. It is speculated that following the failure of the defense war, Joy Boy persuaded or commanded the residents of Fishman Island to take refuge beneath the sea, with a promise to lead them back to the surface in the near future. However, as the situation spiraled beyond control, only an apology letter and a historical text remained. These 2 stone tablets were inscribed simultaneously. Approximately 800 years ago, towards the end of the war, the Kazuki clan engraved the historical text. Joy Boy left behind the apology tablet and historical text on Fishman Island. The blank century concluded. The Kingdom of Gold, Elbaf, met its demise. 20 royal families established the world government, becoming the Celestial Dragons, but Vivi's family withdrew for reasons unknown, suspected to be linked to the Pluto. Around 700 years ago, the Celestial Dragons commanded the construction of a bridge connecting the islands, a project that spanned 7 centuries. In the year 1020 of the Sea Circle era, 500 years ago, Oars attempted to plunder a nation but met with insufficient preparation and perished from a cold. In the year 1120 of the Sea Circle era, Rolando set sail, on an adventure. In 1122, 400 years ago, Rolando encountered the Kingdom of Gold, Elbaf. By 1126, the kingdom had been swept into the sky by an ascending current. In 1128, Rolando was executed for treason against the king. In the year 1320, a relationship was established between the world government and the fishman race, who became commodities for trade. In 1322, 200 years ago, Fishman Island joined the world government, obtaining the right to participate in the world conferences. 100 years ago, 1420, the two mightiest warriors of Elbaf, the leaders of the giant pirate crew, Dory and Bragi, engaged in battle on Lowgarden. In 1422, 100 years ago, Sister Carmel staged a performance with the world government to save the giants, successfully establishing the Lamb House in Elbaf. In 1459, Charlotte Linlin was adopted by the nun, and 10 months later, Elbaf was annihilated, leading to the nun's disappearance. At this juncture, Roger is 15 years old. In the same year, the mere 5-year-old Big Mom annihilated the giant village of Elbaf. 50 years prior, Brooke, aged 38, encountered Laboon, during which time Roger was still a fledgling pirate. 39 years ago, in 1481, Odin made his appearance at the age of 18, marking the failure of his 38th voyage and the occurrence of the mountain god incident, during which he gathered his retainers. The same year saw Orochi initiating his vengeful usurpation scheme, beginning to amass wealth in the Kazuki clan. 37 years ago, Odin, now 20, governed Wano, rising to prominence as a daimyo. In that year, Roger arrived at Mercury Island, the island preceding Laughtale. 36 years ago, the Battle of God Valley took place, with Garp achieving legendary status and Rox meeting his demise. The God Valley incident led to the dissolution of the Rox pirates, with the remnants of their crew branching out to establish their own factions. Kaido acquired the fish fruit, a mythical beast type from Big Mom, who was then 30 years old. 31 years ago, Odin, age 26, rescued a cat, a dog, and a river eel. During this period, the remnants of the Rox pirates gained notoriety across the world. It is around this time that Big Mom founded the nation of Tadoland. Kaido established the Beast Pirates, and Shiki the Golden Lion formed the Flying Pirate Crew. The Whitebeard Pirates were also founded. 30 years ago, ZF, at the age of 42, suffered the murder of his family. 29 years ago, the Empress Hancock was born. 28 years ago, Whitebeard, aged 44, landed in Wano, embarking on an adventure with Odin, who was then 29. That same year, Roger, at 47, read about Odin's exploits in the newspaper and expressed a desire to meet this samurai. It was also the year when Barrett, at the age of 15, boarded Roger's ship and Nico Robin was born. 26 years ago, Momonosuke was born. The Whitebeard Pirates instituted a captaincy system, and Blackbeard joined their ranks. 25 years ago, Roger was diagnosed with an incurable illness and sought out Dr. Koreha, who accompanied him with the intent of joining the Rumbar Pirates. That same year, Barrett, now 18, disembarked to sail independently. In that year, the then greatest force at sea, Shiki, approached Roger to propose an alliance for world domination. After being rebuffed, the Battle of Ite Wall erupted. 24 years ago, Hiyori was born. The Whitebeard Pirates and Roger's crew clashed for 3 days and nights, with Odin joining Roger's crew. That year, Shirahoshi's prophecy of the king's birth was made, and both Roger and Odin heard the voice of all things, foreseeing 10 years until the birth and 15 years until growth, while also realizing that another king existed. From this information, it can be deduced that the previous conjecture among fans regarding the Celestial King's possession by the Celestial Dragons is unfounded, and the Celestial King is indeed a living being, most likely Momonosuke. 23 years ago, Roger, at 52, reached Laughtale, becoming the Pirate King and uncovering the truths of the world. The enigmatic figure Joy Boy was mentioned for the first time, and the government began to deliberately conceal Roger's name bearing the initial. Subsequently, the Roger Pirates disbanded. Roger was the first to disembark, subsequently engaging in conversation with Whitebeard. That same year, Odin, 34 years old, returned to Wano and failed in his campaign against Kaido. During his 4-year adventure at sea, Odin spent 1 year with Roger. 22 years ago, Roger surrendered, marking the end of the Pirate King era at the age of 53. Thus, the Great Pirate Era commenced. That same year, Odin was devastated upon hearing the news. A conflict erupted between the Thriller Bark Pirates and the Beast Pirates, and concurrently, the Ryuma Grave was plundered. In the same year, the Golden Lion, upon learning of the news, caused a commotion at the Navy headquarters and was subsequently apprehended by Garp, 54 years old, and Sengoku, 55 years old. That year, Barrett, 21 years old, lost his purpose and began rampaging across the seas. The following year, the Navy launched a demon-slaying decree, including Garp and Sengoku. leading to Barrett's exhaustion and arrest. The absence of an admiral's power rendered the demon-slaying decree insufficient. That year, the Navy executed a prolonged 10-month operation to capture Roger's descendants. Approximately 21 years ago, Kuinal was born. Around 20 years ago, Ace was born after his mother Port Asti. Rouge endured a 20-month pregnancy, later renamed Port Asti Ace. That same year, the Golden Lion severed his own legs to escape from impel down, the first in history. That year, the Empress was 9 years old and became a slave alongside her two sisters. That year, O'Hara was obliterated by the demon-slaying decree, and the 8-year-old Nico Robin managed to escape, carrying a bounty of 79 million. 19 years ago, Zoro was born. During this period, the three admirals were still vice admirals, and Sengoku had not yet ascended to the position of fleet admiral. 18 years ago, Odin organized an army to confront Kaido, ultimately failing and being captured. He met a gruesome fate by boiling, passing away at the age of 39. That same year, Nami was born. In that year, the Kazuki clan was pursued by Orochi, and Momonosuke and others were sent 20 years into the future. 17 years ago, Luffy was born. 15 years ago, the Sea King, Neptune, was born, with Luffy being 2 years old at that time. 14 years ago, Luffy was 3. That year, Fisher Tiger ascended Mariejois unarmed, liberating slaves. The Empress was 15 years old that year. In that year, the Sun Pirates were established. I have extended the timeline by 3 years. 13 years ago, Fisher Tiger passed away, the second year following the liberation of slaves. Within a year of being relentlessly pursued by the Navy, that year Kazuru was still a vice admiral. That year, Sengoku became fleet admiral, and the animal admirals assumed their positions. 12 years ago, Zeph's pirate crew encountered a maritime disaster, leading Sanji and Zeph to establish the floating restaurant Bartai in the East Sea. At this time, the 7 warlords had not yet been formed, the seas were still chaotic, and the 4 emperors began to emerge. That year, Virgo became an undercover agent for the Navy. 11 years ago, the time when this narrative begins in 1509, over 2 years since the 3 admirals took office, Luffy met Shanks, who lost his arm, prompting Luffy to consume the devil fruit. At this point, Shanks had already become one of the 4 emperors and had just solidified his power. It is unlikely that Shanks could have become a 4 emperor after losing his arm. Similarly, prior to becoming one of the 4 emperors, it is evident that Shanks had no opportunity to seek out Luffy. Thus, it is plausible that Shanks ascended to the status of an emperor a year prior. During the events at Sabiti Archipelago, Rayleigh mentioned that he encountered Shanks a decade ago, specifically before 1510, discovering that Shanks had lost his right arm and straw hat. Luffy was born in 1503 and met Shanks around the age of 6 or 7, with the assumption being that he was 6 as he first became acquainted with Shanks before meeting Ace. In the same year, Law departed from Doflamingo. Additionally, that year Moonlight Moria faced defeat against Kaido and subsequently sought out a doctor to create zombies as allies. 11 years prior, a 6-year-old Luffy was cast into the Dawn family, marking his first encounter with Ace, who was 9 years old at the time. That year also saw the inception of the Warlord system, aimed at counterbalancing the 4 emperors. Luffy parted ways with Shanks, and the ASL brothers were united in brotherhood. A decade ago, Sabo was struck by cannon fire and lost his memory, leading to his adoption by Dragon. 8 years ago, a celestial dragon was marooned on Fishman Island, where he was rescued by Princess Otoheim. That same year, Jinbe received an invitation to become a warlord, and subsequently, Arlong departed from the Sun Pirates due to Jinbe's new status, leading to the disbandment of the crew. Mr. Tom was executed, and the plans for Pluton fell into the hands of the iceberg. After Arlong's departure, Princess Otoheim was assassinated, intensifying the animosity between fishmen and humans. In that same year, the warlords began to be established. Arlong ventured to the East Blue, where he murdered Belmere, resulting in the disintegration of the Sun Pirates. 7 years ago, Zephyr had his right arm severed by Whitebeard too. 5 years ago, Brook lost his shadow, and Robin joined the Baroque works. 3 years ago, Ace set sail, leading to the formation of the Spade Pirates. That year, Ace received an invitation to become a warlord, but declined the offer. 1 year ago, Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates. The narrative commenced in 1520 when Luffy set sail, defeating Monka, Kuro, and Krieg, and ultimately confronting Arlong as he entered the Grand Line. Luffy rescued the Snow Country, Alabasta, vanquishing Crocodile, Sky Island, Water 7, and toppled one of the 3 major government institutions, Enies Lobby, defeating Moria. Subsequently, Ace was captured, prompting Luffy to cause a ruckus at Impel Down, culminating in the Marineford War. Both Whitebeard and Ace met their demise. Whitebeard at the age of 72 and Ace at the age of 20, heralding the dawn of a new era of pirates. At this time, Luffy had been sailing the seas for a considerable duration, approaching the age of 18. Chapter 92, Departing from Sobriety. On the vast ocean, a colossal steel vessel glided across the surface like a magnificent marine behemoth. Pirate ships that had just traversed Fishman Island, upon sighting this enormous ship, promptly chose to turn away, with some even employing their vessels' special propulsion devices to hasten their escape, as if fearing they might be too slow. In that moment, the pride and recklessness that once characterized these notorious pirates vanished without a trace, replaced solely by fear, trepidation, and fervent prayers to the heavens. The cause was none other than the Yamato battleship, the vessel of the infamous King Han, who regarded the heads of great pirates as mere currency. Fortunately, due to King Han's absence from the ship, the Yamato did not open fire upon the encountered pirate crews. Otherwise, these pirates would likely have met a grim fate as targets. Truly boring, lamented Yasuo, leaning against the ship's railing, disappointment evident in his voice. Not a single one of those pirate crews has the guts to stand their ground. The others nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiments. Why don't we fire a few rounds for fun? Mark suggested tentatively. Didn't T. Andrew just mention he spotted a pirate crew? It'd be a good opportunity to practice. He had long yearned for a chance to unleash the main cannon of the Yamato. This is the new world. Without orders from a captain, we should refrain from stirring up trouble, retorted Trissy, the sharpshooter, dousing Mark's idea with cold reality. The complexities of the new world were daunting, and the four emperors were no ordinary adversaries. They truly reigned at the pinnacle of the seas, their power surpassing even that of the admirals. The might of the four emperors was immense, and even the captain would likely find it challenging to confront all four simultaneously. Let us not add to the captain's troubles. The first half of the Grand Line was so much better. It was a veritable paradise, Mark sighed, resigning to the weight of his disappointment. In the first half of the Grand Line, there was no need to concern oneself with the four emperors. Encountering pirates simply meant sinking their ships and collecting bounties without a second thought. Who do you think the captain's target is upon arriving in the new world? Could it be one of the four emperors? Arthur posed this whimsical question, one that had been lingering in everyone's minds lately. None believed that King Han had come merely for leisure. I believe it must be one of them, Yasuo replied. But I can't quite guess which one it might be. After all, I have always struggled to comprehend the captain's motives. It could also be for a collaboration, suggested Sailor Harvey. This time, Wang Han deliberately revealed his ability to resurrect individuals, showcasing his true worth. However, the likelihood of this being realized seems rather slim. After all, the price he has set is extraordinarily high, surpassing everyone's expectations and standing alone in its uniqueness. Even the four emperors, if they wished to bring someone back to life, would have no choice but to seek Wang Han, who holds the reins of power. To actively pursue collaborations with others would be to relinquish his advantageous position. Let us not dwell on such matters. If you all could comprehend the true intentions of our leader, the world government and the Navy would have certainly grasped his objectives long ago. We must focus on fulfilling our duties as officials, remarked the female swordsman Olivia with a smile, casting an unobtrusive glance at the others on the ship who were straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. Noticing this, the others understood Olivia's implication. Although they were all former slaves saved by Wang Han and owed him a great debt of gratitude, the human heart is a veiled entity, and no one could truly know what thoughts lay within. Speaking of the Navy, why did our leader insist on having that female Rear Admiral, Ji Yuan, accompany us on this voyage? Although her strength remains uncertain, it is undeniable that she is formidable, and moreover, she is Crane's sister, a blood relation. Otto, the martial artist aboard the ship, quietly shifted the topic. None of us know, came the collective response, as everyone shook their heads. Regarding this matter, they were even more in the dark. If Wang Han intended to keep Ji Yuan as a hostage, the Navy would not easily acquiesce. And Wang Han did not treat her as such. She enjoyed freedom of movement, and was even left at Fishman Island while he and the others departed first. It almost seemed as though she were there to monitor them. However, those privy to the true circumstances knew that Ji Yuan was indeed requested by Wang Han himself, and the Navy was reluctant to send her. Thus they did not perceive her as a spy dispatched to observe them. Let us cease speculating on such matters. The truth will reveal itself in due time. Olivia chided, delivering a light slap to Otto's nape with an irritated expression. I was merely too curious, Otto replied sheepishly, instantly refraining from further discussion on the topic. If his curiosity were to jeopardize a significant undertaking, he would find no forgiveness in himself. I shall be cautious next time. If anything were to go awry, even if it involved family and friends, I would not spare you, Mark cautioned, fully aware of Otto's insatiable curiosity and loose tongue. At that moment, a splash echoed as Wang Han leapt from the depths of the deep blue sea beside the battleship, soaring gracefully like a dolphin before landing on the deck. Upon the return of Wang Han, the crew aboard the ship immediately straightened their postures, collectively exclaiming and bowing, akin to subordinates before a formidable leader. The next destination is Hazard, an uninhabited island. Prepare for disembarkation. With a wave of his hand, Wang Han issued the command. Subsequently, he cast his gaze around the vessel and continued, stating that upon arrival, everyone, including non-combatants, must disembark. Furthermore, he instructed to notify Rear Admiral Ji Yuan of the Navy via the telephone bug, indicating that they would return to Fishman Island in a few days, before heading back to the first half of the Grand Line. After departing from Fishman Island, the next island to reach would be Hazard, an uninhabited isle. Upon hearing Wang Han's orders, Arthur and the others promptly responded in unison. As Wang Han navigated towards Hazard, the news of his ability to resurrect the deceased began to sweep across the seas like a tempest. Following the Navy, the world government, and various powerful factions, even some smaller groups began to learn of Wang Han's extraordinary capability. This information was on the verge of disseminating to the general populace, as the number of witnesses at the time was overwhelmingly large. Moreover, Princess Yahim and Neptune, having discerned the intent behind Wang Han's actions, subtly contributed to the spread of this revelation, making it increasingly difficult to conceal. Simultaneously, the establishment of a bounty hunter guild by Wang Han also began to circulate through the seas, yet compared to the former news, this seemed trivial in the eyes of the various factions. Chapter 93. Distribution of weapons at this moment. Hazard had yet to transform into the Ice and Fire Island due to the forthcoming battle between Akainu and Akiji. Even Caesar had not yet established a clandestine research facility on this island. Presently, it remained an ordinary uninhabited isle. However, a pirate ship was anchored at the island's edge. The Burning Pirates, led by a burly man with a smoked physique, a user of the flame fruit, who had clashed with Wang Han at the first auction in the Sabedi archipelago, boasting a bounty of 210 million. That was the Yamato. On the sandy beach of the island, the resting pirates were struck with terror upon sighting the colossal steel warship advancing across the sea. Damn it, are they here to hunt me down? The burly man gritted his teeth, commanding his crew, forget the ship. Everyone, retreat into the island. The name of the Yamato had long been renowned across the seas. Attempting to flee by ship was futile and would only result in being sunk by the Yamato. Taking refuge within the island was the better, indeed the only, option for survival. As for confronting Wang Han, he lacked the courage, and his subordinates shared his trepidation. After all, this was an individual who had triumphed over 2 admirals of the Navy, a force comparable to the 4 emperors of the New World. He had witnessed merely the tip of the iceberg of their strength during the Sabedi archipelago, and despite exerting his utmost effort, he was no match. Unable even to compel Wang Han to take him seriously, his escape during the auction was solely because the latter's focus had not been on him. Once he truly confronted Wang Han, there would be no escape for him. Regarding the matters of Mariejois, the world government has concealed and obscured the truth. Only a select few from powerful factions are aware that Wang Han has attacked Mariejois, and even their knowledge is not comprehensive. At the edge of the island, a pirate ship belonging to the Burning Pirate crew lay anchored. In the command tower of the battleship, Andrew, tasked with observation, promptly reported the sighting to Wang Han. Destroy it with the main cannon, Wang Han commanded without hesitation. Understood, Mark in the command tower replied with excitement, quickly addressing the intercom, battle preparations. Prepare high explosive shells for main cannons 1 and 2. Direction, 38 degrees east. On the deck, upon hearing the announcement, the crowd that had been enjoying the breeze immediately sprang into action. Within 2 minutes, most had retreated into the ship's cabin, while the remaining combat personnel rushed to their respective gun positions. The 2 main cannons at the bow of the battleship pivoted slightly to the east. Main cannons 1 and 2 are ready, came Tracy's voice through the receiver. Distance 11 nautical miles, elevation angle 19 degrees, fire at will. Upon hearing Tracy's response, Mark lowered his binoculars and shouted once more. With his command, the 2 main cannons at the bow elevated slightly. Boom! 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 The resounding echoes of 6 cannon blasts reverberated across the ocean, flames erupting from the cannon mouths, reaching dozens of meters in length. After a brief 20 seconds, a tremendous explosion illuminated the coast of Hazard Island, the flames and water spray soaring to heights of 100 meters, with a coverage radius extending 400 to 500 meters. The pirate ship, a mere 30 meters in length, was utterly consumed by the blast. Direct hit, target vessel destroyed, Mark declared as he lowered his binoculars, addressing the intercom. So close. The captain of the burning pirate crew, situated merely a kilometer away from his ship, turned to witness the devastation wrought upon the pirate vessel and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he chosen to flee just moments earlier, he would have had no chance at all. With such an extensive blast radius, his small ship would have been obliterated without a chance to evade. Moreover, the Yamato's cannon fire had traveled an astounding distance, nearly 10 nautical miles, equivalent to almost 20,000 meters. That was a close call. The crew of the burning pirates couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Hurry! If we are discovered, facing a few cannon blasts will not be a trifling matter. Observing the relieved expressions of his subordinates, the burly man with a smoke-stained physique cursed and rushed deeper into the island. Upon hearing his words, the members of the burning pirates shuddered and quickened their pace. The sheer terror of an explosion capable of engulfing hundreds of meters is unimaginable. If one were caught within it, there would be no hope of survival. The distance of 11 nautical miles was swiftly covered by the Yamato battleship, which boasts a speed of 27 knots, reaching the shore in just 25 minutes. Upon the command of Wang Han, all personnel aboard, including non-combatants, disembarked from the battleship and gathered along the beach, gazing at the ominous horizon. It took over 20 minutes for the entire crew of more than 3,100 to disembark. As they congregated on the beach, curiosity swirled among the crew regarding Wang Han's decision to have everyone disembark, sparking a flurry of speculation. Having boarded the ship and become members of the bounty hunter crew, they all knew they might be called to combat at any moment. Standing atop an elevated area with the officers, Wang Han raised his voice to address the assembled crew. As his words reached them, the chatter on the beach fell silent, and all eyes turned towards Wang Han and his officers. Today, I shall distribute weapons to you and organize you into groups. The divisions will include the navigation group, artillery group, defense group, landing force, reconnaissance group, logistics group, and a reserve team. Likewise, the officers would each fulfill their designated roles. Mark and Tracy were appointed as the officers of the artillery group, also overseeing the defense group. Their responsibilities included training the artillery group in cannon drills while ensuring that all personnel, including logistics staff and other officers, participated in firearms training, which would be conducted in 2 shifts, morning and afternoon. Andrew was designated as the officer for the navigation group, which would be divided into 2 shifts under his guidance to instruct them in ship handling. Franklin served as the logistics group officer, with Bora assisting him in logistical arrangements aboard the ship. Arthur, Yasuo, and Yao were appointed as the officers of the landing force, responsible for commanding the landing troops and overseeing close-quarters combat training and landing exercises for all personnel. Olivia took charge of the reconnaissance group, responsible for reconnaissance missions and coordinating knowledge of coordinates. Otto was tasked with physical training aboard the ship. Jose and Harvey served as officers of the reserve team, currently tasked with assisting other groups in training and combat operations, as well as managing logistical duties. In the future, the bounty hunter crew will expand significantly beyond its current size. Therefore, I urge you all to train diligently, enhance your capabilities, and let your strength speak for itself, striving to become officers in due course. Wang Han proclaimed loudly. Upon concluding his statement, he produced over 3,000 M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles and more than 16,000 rounds of ammunition on the ground. Now, everyone was to receive a weapon, 1 rifle and 5 bullets per person. It was imperative that no one misplace their firearm or ammunition, after which they were to seek out their respective leaders. The required number of participants varied by group. Once a group reached its capacity, individuals would have to either join another group or wait for leaders to make selections. Those without a group will be uniformly assigned to the Reserve Corps. After making this announcement, Wang Han entrusted the remaining tasks entirely to the leaders. He had already outlined the necessary procedures while aboard the ship. Chapter 94. The arrival of the red-haired one. They docked at Punk Hazard, and I was informed. On a certain uninhabited island. Shanks set down his phone bug and called out to his subordinates. Prepare to board. Our destination is Punk Hazard. We must make haste this time. He chuckled heartily. It is indeed a challenge to catch another glimpse of him. Behind Shanks, Beckman approached with a wry smile, remarking, to see Wang Han again. We have already delayed our voyage by a full 10 days. There was no alternative. That fellow always had a knack for surprises. Shanks sighed. Wang Han was quite a source of frustration. His formidable strength, an array of enigmatic tactics, advanced weaponry and technology, and the unknown trump cards that even the Gorosei had to concede to, endowed him with the means to disrupt the balance of power across the seas. His unpredictable and unrestrained approach signified that Wang Han was exceedingly perilous. The act of slaying celestial dragons and daring to assault Mariejois further underscored this assertion. The revelation of his ability to resurrect individuals left everyone utterly astounded. Wang Han represents a substantial variable in the vast ocean, particularly concerning Captain Roger's plans. Thus, it is imperative for him to engage in a thorough discussion with Wang Han to ascertain his true intentions. The sooner this is accomplished, the sooner he can find peace of mind. On the island of Punkasard, after nearly 3 hours of chaos, everyone had received their weapons and formed groups. At this juncture, the leaders of each group were addressing their members, imparting the regulations governing the Bounty Hunter Corps and the specific rules for their respective groups, along with the criteria for earning merit rewards, information that Wang Han had previously shared with them. Following the speeches, the group leaders elaborated on the tasks and primary responsibilities that lay ahead. Amidst this exchange, some individuals rejoiced at the prospect of frequent battles, confident in their ability to forge a name for themselves. Others expressed trepidation, fearing an untimely demise in the coming confrontations. Conversely, there were those who felt exhilarated at the prospect of less frequent combat, as they harbored a disdain for fighting. Yet, some lamented the infrequency of engagements, yearning for the opportunity to establish their own reputations. Regardless of their sentiments, not a single individual regretted becoming a member of the Bounty Hunter Corps. Each had once been a slave, salvaged from despair by Wang Han and Tiger. They chose to remain aboard the ship, fully prepared to fight and die for the Bounty Hunter Corps. Even those assigned to logistics shared this resolve. After the speeches and explanations concluded, half of the logistics team commenced preparations for dinner, while the other groups began their inaugural collective training. This initial exercise did not consist of running or physical conditioning. Rather, it focused on drill formation. This was a directive from Wang Han, who believed that a formidable team requires discipline and organization, essential attributes that distinguish them from a mere rabble. The advantages of drill training would also instill a sense of unity among them, fostering camaraderie and reminding them of the discipline they must uphold. As time elapsed, 3 days swiftly passed. Within this short span, the massive contingent of over 3,000 individuals had managed to achieve a semblance of order in their formation, displaying discernible lines that at least suggested they were not a disorganized mob. However, in comparison to a naval formation, Wang Han's cohort still resembled a ragtag assembly, unworthy of the title of soldiers. On the third day, during midday, a member of the reconnaissance team hastily approached Wang Han, who was seated upon a rocky outcrop, breathlessly reporting that they had spotted the red-haired Shanks aboard the Red Force, making their way toward the island. Inform everyone that training shall proceed as planned. They need not concern themselves with this development, Wang Han replied, unfazed by the news. Understood, the reconnaissance team member responded promptly, before dashing off once more. The members of the reconnaissance team also bore the responsibility of communication. However, the team has only just commenced training, with everyone currently engaged solely in the training lineup. Further specialized training will not take place on this isolated island, and they have yet to initiate the specialized training for each group. Therefore, Wang Han has not provided them with any electronic communication devices. At present, the reconnaissance team must rely on their own legs to relay orders and report on tasks. Guiana, shall we go and see what red-haired want from us? Wang Han called out to Guiana, who stood on another rock wielding her sword. Upon hearing his voice, Guiana nodded gently, sheathed her sword, and with a powerful leap, traversed the 4-meter gap between the rocks to join Wang Han. Together, they proceeded towards the expansive beach. Had they truly spent 3 days on Punk Hazard Island solely for training? On board the Red Force, Shanks lowered his telescope, feeling both puzzled and intrigued. Training could occur anywhere. Surely the Grand Line or the Four Seas would provide a more suitable environment. The strength of pirates in comparison to the New World was markedly inferior and much more stable, making it better for cultivating subordinates. Why choose to train on this isolated island, one of the first stops in the New World, which was undoubtedly fraught with peril, let alone the notion that training in dangerous locales would yield better results? Many of Wang Han's subordinates had once been slaves, most of whom were weak, even ordinary individuals, lacking the qualifications to face such dangers, especially at this juncture. Wang Han had recently revealed his ability to resurrect the dead. He should be seizing the moment to expand his influence, undoubtedly capable of attracting a plethora of powerful subordinates. Rather than concealing himself on this island to train these feeble followers, it seemed a misallocation of resources. Having conversed with Wang Han, Shanks was aware that he understood this principle. He couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Han had ulterior motives, or perhaps the nature of his training was particularly unique. Or perhaps he was waiting for someone here. The truth would reveal itself once they landed. Observing Shanks' contemplative expression, Beckman chuckled. Half an hour later, the Red Force finally reached the shoreline. Are you here to do business with me? The price of resurrection is not trifling, mind you, and I require neither treasure nor belly, Wang Han remarked with a smile as he spotted Shanks and his crew arriving in a small boat. No, we merely passed through. Noticed you were here, and thought to catch up, Shanks replied with a grin, his gaze shifting to the training squad on the beach. The training was rather ordinary, even inferior to that of the Navy. Is that a new type of weapon? Jesus Burgess noticed the rifles in the hands of Wang Han's men and curiously inquired. As a top-notch marksman, he could immediately tell that these firearms were far more sophisticated than the flintlocks commonly circulated at sea. Just some outdated weapons for my subordinates to practice with, to familiarize themselves with the operation. If you fancy any, feel free to take a few with you when you leave, Wang Han offered with a smile. Thank you, Shanks replied, entirely unreserved in his gratitude. The technology in the world of One Piece is not lacking, indicating the prowess of scientists. Weaponry includes submachine guns, yet they are not widely distributed, with flintlocks remaining the mainstream. This aspect seems to have been deliberately suppressed, excluding the weapons researched by Vegapunk. Chapter 95. The Tale of Wang Han. After the evening banquet by the flickering fire, Wang Han lay on the beach, gazing at the moonlit sky. Shanks approached him, reclining beside him on the sand, sharing the same celestial view. With a smile, he remarked, "You care deeply for Kuina, don't you?" In response, Wang Han turned his gaze from the moon to Shanks and said, 31 years ago, there was a girl who, for the sake of a villain despised by the world, willingly stood against all of humanity alongside him, never once regretting her choice until her dying breath. Now, that villain has found the girl again, and in his desire to see her happy, he is willing to indulge her in a game of make-believe with the world, without a hint of remorse and with genuine joy. For both of them, he is her sole companion, and she is his. I am curious, Shanks inquired with a smile. Why is this villain so universally reviled? Why indeed? Wang Han pondered for a moment before replying. This villain possesses extraordinary talent, formidable combat prowess, yet has endured a tragic existence. A tragic existence? Shanks echoed. Born into a time of turmoil, he became an orphan after his parents perished in a war where four fought against one. Loss itself is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is the pain of having once known happiness before losing it, Wang Han elaborated. After his parents' demise, the villain chose to take up arms, seeking vengeance. In the midst of battle, he was resurrected, awakening a latent ability within his soul, uniquely suited for war. From that moment, he vowed to eradicate conflict, to reopen the gates of peace, and to find a way to resurrect his parents, dreaming of a life of tranquility with them. Thereafter, this villain led his kin to numerous victories for his nation, almost single-handedly rescuing it from the brink of defeat to the threshold of triumph. His renown echoed throughout the world, and the people of his nation hailed him as a hero, with many even wishing for the underage boy to assume leadership. Surely, the figure in your tale is a hero, not a villain, Shanks remarked. Indeed, he ought to have been a great hero, one who ended wars and ushered in peace. Wang Han nodded, expressing regret. Alas, despite his immense power, he underestimated the human heart. Shanks remained silent, awaiting Wang Han's continuation. This statement hinted at an impending twist, likely involving betrayal. It's a Clich D plot, and I suspect you can foresee it, Wang Han mused with self-deprecation. He is a hero, yet his formidable strength instilled fear not only in his enemies, but also in the higher echelons of his own nation, who dreaded his might and were reluctant to see him become the next leader. The might of the villain was undeniably formidable, potent enough that a single individual could instigate a war capable of annihilating an entire nation. His notoriety reached an unprecedented zenith amidst the chaos of battle. The higher echelons of power, uneasy with the emergence of such a formidable and esteemed leader, chose to sideline him. Despite the ongoing conflict, he was dispatched to mentor newcomers, removed from the battlefield, ostensibly due to the bloodshed he had wrought and the need to recalibrate his psyche. During his inaugural mission to lead the fledglings, situated in the rear of his own nation, he was ambushed by a multitude of elite warriors dispatched by two rival states. The struggle was arduous, and he expended nearly all his strength to secure a tenuous victory, safeguarding the fledgling recruits under his command. However, following that battle, the villain vanished without a trace, leaving no one to discern his whereabouts. The war did not cease with his disappearance. Wang Han continued. Those who harbored animosity towards the villain not only feared his potential return, but also coveted his immense power. After approximately a year, when everyone believed the villain had perished and his formidable strength would no longer grace the world, he resurfaced. Wang Han offered a wry smile. During the year of his absence, everything had irrevocably changed. Of his family, Only 2 young souls survived amidst the ravages of war. While his steadfast followers had suffered grievous losses, and those who remained had grown estranged from him. Upon his return, the villain unearthed fragments of the painful truth, leading to his profound disillusionment, and ultimately he departed his homeland in solitude. Subsequently, in a perpetually rain-soaked nation, he encountered a singular individual, a once comrade and a fervent follower of the villain, perhaps the last of his loyal adherents. Her name was Altair. When the villain found her, she had already betrayed her nation and was being hunted down by a covert unit of his own country. He rescued her, eliminating all pursuers. From that moment, the two became inseparable, and the villain learned from her the events that had transpired over the past year. During the war, his family and devoted followers had faced eradication and slaughter. It was a tale steeped in sorrow. But what transpired thereafter? Did the villain exact vengeance upon his homeland? Shanks inquired. Indeed, he was a villain, not a saint, Wang Han sighed. By that time, the war was nearing its conclusion, with victors emerging, and he became the catalyst for renewed conflict. Thus, the villain transformed into an adversary of the world, with only her companionship amidst the tumult. Tragically, the girl ultimately perished, departing with a smile, for the villain was her singular solace. And what of that pitiable villain? Shanks asked, driven to madness. He vowed to make the world experience the anguish he had endured, the pain of loss. Wang Han shook his head. He avenged himself upon the entire world for 2 decades. Because that girl is the sole embodiment of evil. You compare yourself to that villain, while Guena represents the girl. Shanks remarked, but why do you make such a metaphor? You are not that villain, and Guena is not that girl. It is merely an illustration. Wang Han chuckled. Let me rephrase that. If saving one person would bring about the destruction of the world, yet choosing not to save them would usher in a long-awaited peace, would you choose to save that individual? Or the reverse scenario? How could such a dilemma exist? Isn't this world still thriving? Shanks laughed heartily, but refrained from answering Wang Han's query. Although he was unaware of the story between Wang Han and Guena, he had already discerned Guena's significance in Wang Han's heart. She was his Achilles heel. Wang Han would obliterate the world for Guena, yet he would also save it for her. He had grasped the depths of Wang Han's convictions. Indeed, this world remains intact, not facing obliteration, thus rendering such choices unnecessary. Wang Han remarked with a smile. If you hadn't saved me back then, if you hadn't risked your life to thwart those who sought to seal me away, or if you hadn't stood by my side, perhaps that world would have enjoyed its peace. His gaze lingered on Guena, who was brandishing a blade on the distant shoreline, and he chose not to continue speaking. Chapter 96. Shanks' Chilling Realization. By the way, I am quite curious about the colossal egg Roger left for you. After a moment of silence, seeing Shanks rise to depart, Van an Suden Lu Spolke. Your information network is impressively extensive. Shanks replied in surprise. This colossal egg is his secret. Few are privy to its existence, let alone its possession. Apart from a select few from the original Roger pirates, the number of those aware of its presence in his hands is certainly fewer than 10. And each of them holds a significant status, unlikely to divulge such knowledge easily. Yet now Wang Han was aware. During the Battle of Volvo, even while encircled, Roger did not discard the colossal egg. It must be of great importance. Wang Han remarked with a smile, his tone serene, as if his curiosity was genuine. To be honest, I am also unaware of what that colossal egg truly is. It has been over a decade, and it has yet to hatch. I too wish to discover what creature lies within, Shanks replied with a smile. And what about you? What do you possess that compels the elders to acquiesce? Even after you attacked Mariejois and thoroughly embarrassed the world government, they not only refrained from increasing your bounty, but also reconciled with you. Weapons. Vanastatid succinctly. Weapons. At these words, Shanks' pupils constricted sharply, yet he shook his head and responded with a smile. Is it truly weapons? As far as I know, the 3 ancient weapons are not in your possession. The 3 ancient weapons serve merely as instruments of rebellion, whereas the weaponry I command possesses the capacity to bring about the annihilation of worlds. Wang Han remarked, thus, even the sovereigns of the celestial dragons dare not confront me directly, at least for the next decade. While they prepare, they shall not risk such a confrontation. The repercussions would be beyond their endurance. Upon hearing this, Shanks gazed at Wang Han with astonishment, fully comprehending the true intent behind Wang Han's assault on the holy land of Mariejois. It was a demonstration of power, a means to inform the world government that he wields mightier weapons than those of antiquity, instilling within them a sense of trepidation. Consequently, Wang Han could operate without restraint, liberating slaves merely as a byproduct of garnering favorable renown. Then why sell the medical pods to the Navy? Shanks inquired once more. For the Navy to possess medical pods equates to the world government gaining such resources, thus augmenting their strength, which would ultimately be detrimental to you. He remained perplexed by this notion. Because it is not yet the time to sever ties completely, Wang Han replied. Among those in the Navy, there are still many virtuous individuals. While I do not consider myself a paragon of virtue, I would rather sell the medical pods to the Navy than to the malefactors. This world still requires their presence. Maintaining the justice of the seas necessitates their involvement. With a smile, Wang Han continued, before the greater conflict commences. I do not wish for the world to descend into further chaos. The world government must prepare, and so must I. Indeed, you are remarkably self-assured, Shanks nodded, finally grasping the situation. It became evident that from the moment Wang Han sold the medical pods to the Navy, he had been orchestrating the course of events. Striking the celestial dragons and incapacitating 2 admirals of the Navy was, to all observers, a monumental act. Yet, this was merely a tactic employed by Wang Han to draw the attention of others. While everyone believed he had slain a celestial dragon and entered into an irreconcilable conflict with the world government and the Navy, they also presumed that his assault on the admirals would inevitably lead him into the New World. Wang Han, without uttering a word, launched a silent assault on Mariejois, inflicting immense devastation. Subtly, he revealed his trump card to the world government, delivering a resounding slap to their face, while simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation within them. In a twist of irony, the world government found themselves compelled to cover up the truth, assisting Wang Han in concealing his own secrets. The accolades he garnered were merely a fortunate byproduct of his actions. Wang Han's maneuver deceived everyone, including himself. The sale of medical pods to the Navy provided a strategic avenue for Wang Han and the Navy. These medical pods could not only heal the 2 generals severely injured by Wang Han, but also assist many other wounded sailors, including ZFA, who would also benefit. Even after Wang Han had dealt a significant blow to the Navy in the Chambord Archipelago, the Navy would still publicly express gratitude towards him. Surprisingly, the Navy's strength had not diminished. Rather, it had increased. When Wang Han's trump card was revealed, a tacit understanding had already been established between him and the world government. This understanding would not be easily shattered until either party was fully prepared. The world government tacitly allowed Wang Han's reckless behavior, unless an immediate war was declared. They would turn a blind eye to his subversive actions, as long as they did not overtly challenge the foundation of their authority. Wang Han's resurrection of Princess E.G. and his continued expansion of reputation and influence indeed touched upon the core of the world government. It had not reached a critical point. The world government, unprepared for war against Wang Han, could only observe his growing power while hastening their preparations to confront him. All of this was part of Wang Han's calculations, which explained his ostentatious demeanor. However, there remained one matter that Shanks could not fathom: why Wang Han chose to keep a Navy rear admiral by his side, particularly one who was Crane's sister. It did not appear to be a case of taking a hostage, as Wang Han had no need for one. If it were for convenience in his actions, Wang Han would not fear operating under the world government's implicit consent. The notion that the Navy had sent someone to monitor Wang Han was even more implausible. If Wang Han did not consent, the Navy could not send GUN to surveil him, and it would be illogical to send Crane's sister for such a task. Nonetheless, Shanks was unconvinced that Wang Han had no ulterior motive. Will you destroy the world? Shanks inquired, having pondered many thoughts. Why would I annihilate the world when it could become a better place? Is there any justification for such destruction? Wang Han responded with a smile. Shanks remained silent, having received his answer. I too hope this world can improve, he replied with a smile. Chapter 97. The Navy's preparations the following day. Shanks departed aboard the Red Force with his crew. Although he wore a cheerful expression, his eyes betrayed an inescapable worry. He understood that one day, a grand war would erupt between Wang Han and the world government, a contest of might. And war has always brought devastation to the living. It was time to deal with those pirates. As Shanks' ship receded into the distance, Wang Han directed his gaze towards the depths of the island. Despite the destruction of the burning pirate's vessel, neither Wang Han nor his officers had discovered any corpses along the beach. It was already apparent that the pirate crew had abandoned their ship and retreated deep into the island before Wang Han and his companions had landed. The delay in exterminating this pirate group was intentional. Wang Han aimed to wait until Shanks had departed before taking action, as he intended for these foes to serve as practice for Guina and the officers aboard the ship. After all, this world was one of cultivation, where strength held paramount importance. 10 minutes later, Wang Han summoned Guina and the officers assigned to combat duties to venture into the island's interior. Concurrently, Wang Han's ability to resurrect individuals demonstrated publicly through the revival of Princess Odoheim on Fishman Island, had become widely known across the seas after 4 days of dissemination. Although the world government and the Navy endeavored to suppress and conceal this information, aiming to curtail Wang Han's rapidly expanding influence, the sheer number of witnesses made it nearly impossible to contain, with Odoheim and Neptune further amplifying the news, and Morgan, the owner of a news agency, seizing the opportunity to feature it prominently on the front page. The information spread uncontrollably. As the newspapers circulated, a new wave of maritime activity emerged, albeit not as colossal as the onset of the great age of exploration. Nevertheless, numerous hidden masters from the populace, along with many pirates, set sail in search of Wang Han, including several retired veterans who ventured out once more. Even within the Navy, there were multiple instances of officers discreetly departing to locate Wang Han. Simultaneously, various powerful factions dispatched agents to find him, including Kaido, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin from the New World, who each sent their most capable individuals on this quest. Shanks himself was positioned in the earlier segments of the New World. In many respects, Wang Han had become a figure of intrigue akin to the Great Treasure, drawing attention from all corners. Fortunately for the Navy and the world government, Wang Han's identity as a bounty hunter meant that many formidable individuals setting sail were more inclined to adopt the guise of bounty hunters rather than pirates. Thus, the number of new pirates was notably scarce, and the Navy officers searching for Wang Han were merely breaching discipline rather than betraying their ranks. Even some notorious pirates had moderated their behavior significantly. Has he not contacted you yet? In the Marine headquarters, in the office of the Admiral, Sengoku inquired in detail while holding the transponder snail. 3 days ago, one of Wang Han's subordinates contacted Jiyuan, informing him that Wang Han would return to Fishman Island in a few days, but since then, there has been no word from Wang Han. This news has left Sengoku quite uneasy. The number of individuals eager to collaborate with Wang Han is overwhelming, including those with insatiable ambitions. Moreover, Wang Han's bounty hunter crew is destined to become a colossal entity rivaling the 4 emperors in a short span of time. Seated nearby, Chief of Staff Crane, Vice Admiral Garp, former Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Akiji, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Kazu listen intently, all bearing solemn expressions. Wang Han possesses an abundance of elements capable of altering the balance of the seas. Currently, apart from knowing that Wang Han is in the New World, they have no further information regarding his whereabouts. Not yet, Admiral, came Jiyuan's somewhat dejected voice through the den mushy. She harbored a mixture of frustration and helplessness toward Wang Han. Inform me immediately if there are any developments, Sengoku instructed before disconnecting the call. Have there been any updates from Vegapunk? Sengoku inquired of Kizuru. Vegapunk reported, the medical chamber cannot be replicated in the short term. It involves too much advanced technology and represents an entirely new system, requiring extensive time to develop from foundational techniques. Additionally, the medical system necessitates a large pool of medical professionals. The Yamato-class battleship can be replicated, but it will also require considerable time. And the transformation capabilities and ship spirit cannot be duplicated. We have successfully developed a new type of artillery, which far surpasses the current equipment in various aspects. It is lighter, has a faster rate of fire, easier loading, and greater power. Its maximum range can reach up to 20 kilometers, though it still falls short compared to the artillery of the Yamato class in several respects. The fundamental issue remains the significant gap in foundational technology, necessitating better and more refined special steel. Upon hearing this, Kizaru promptly reported back. Continue to monitor Vegapunk's progress, particularly with the new battleships. We must expedite the process. I will request funding from the world government to commence the artillery upgrades as soon as possible, Sengoku declared. He sensed that, one day in the future, there would be a substantial likelihood of an extensive conflict erupting between Wang Han and the world government. Recently, Wang Han has commenced actions to expand his influence, while the world government has issued numerous commands, all seemingly preparing for an impending war. He has become increasingly curious about the cards Wang Han holds, which allow him to remain a significant threat without the world government taking preemptive measures to eliminate him. Instead, they seem to be preparing for future conflict, a situation that defies logic. Yes, replied Polysolino. How are the preparations for the new conscription proceeding? Sengoku inquired of Crane. The submitted documents have been approved, and the troop expansion has been increased from 50,000 to 150,000. We are currently in the preparatory phase. Crane responded. Her conscription documents were approved almost instantaneously by the 5 elders, indicating their vigorous preparations for the forthcoming war. Consequently, an additional layer of taxation has been imposed on the celestial gold collected from the affiliated nations, while the funds allocated to the celestial dragons have been significantly reduced. During her visit to the world government, some celestial dragons even threw tantrums over the reduced quotas, but the 5 elders managed to quell their complaints. Zifa, you must ensure that the training scale for promising new recruits is expanded. Prepare diligently in advance, Sengoku instructed Zifa. I understand, Marshal, Zifa replied. After a moment's hesitation, Sengoku addressed Crane, regarding the resolution on the 7 warlords. The 5 elders have unanimously voted in favor, and this matter has been entrusted to our Navy. Please identify suitable candidates. Understood, Crane nodded. The approval of this year-long delayed matter came as no surprise. The 7 warlords were initially proposed to counterbalance the 4 emperors and suppress emerging pirates, a contention that had been under debate for quite some time. However, the role of the 7 warlords has now grown immensely more significant than before. Chapter 98. The arrival of the benefactor with Wang Han at the helm. The burnt pirate crew has undoubtedly been subdued, and Wang Han has acquired a Logia-type flame fruit on the beach of the island. His subordinates have barely completed the first stage of their training regimen. Although their formation is still somewhat disorganized, they are now able to respond promptly to commands, avoiding any delays or execution errors, thus demonstrating a nascent sense of obedience and teamwork. Having achieved this milestone, they have now commenced the second phase of training, firearms practice. Wang Han has entrusted this aspect to Mark and Trissy, 2 skilled marksmen, who will oversee the training. Each trainee is required to fire 5 rounds daily, with Wang Han distributing ammunition every other day. Though this quantity is minimal, it serves merely as an initial acclimatization to shooting. The focus is primarily on handling the weapon. Actual shooting exercises will not take place at Punk Hazard, as Wang Han does not intend to linger here for long. This training is merely incidental and not his main objective. As for artillery training, that will commence at a later stage. In the blink of an eye, Wang Han has already spent a week at Punk Hazard. The news of Wang Han's presence in Punk Hazard reached the ears of passing vessels and newsbirds by the 4th day. Now, the great powers of the sea are well aware that Wang Han resides on this island. Jiyuan, why didn't you simply wait for me at Fishman Island? I shall return within a week at most. There is no need for you to make an extra trip. As he watched Jiyuan descend from the naval warship, Wang Han approached with a smile. It was you who requested that I accompany you on your voyage, in accordance with the marshal's orders. I must adhere to those commands. How could I bear to be separated from you for an extended period? That would be a dereliction of duty, Jiyuan replied with a smile. Her gaze directed towards Wang Han's subordinates who were lined up on the beach, practicing with their firearms. Are you training here? Our Navy possesses a comprehensive training regimen. Would you like me to have my soldiers assist you? Having the Navy assist with training would indeed be advantageous. It's far better than having my subordinates figure things out on their own. I would appreciate it if you, Major General Jiyuan, and your naval soldiers could lend a hand. Of course, I cannot accept such assistance without offering something in return, Wang Han responded, his smile unwavering as he readily agreed without hesitation. It's no trouble at all. We are allies, and mutual assistance is expected, Jiyuan replied, cutting to the chase as she summoned her aide and issued commands. Helping Wang Han train his subordinates was an opportunity she eagerly welcomed. In addition to accompanying Wang Han on his voyage, she also aimed to gather as much intelligence as possible regarding him and his crew. Upon her first glance at the training, she noticed that the firearms wielded by Wang Han's men were of a superior quality compared to the flintlocks used by the Navy. Having her naval soldiers assist in training Wang Han's crew would not only yield valuable insights into these firearms, but also facilitate communication between the 2 groups, allowing for further intelligence exchange. As a week swiftly passed, the training outcomes improved significantly thanks to the assistance of Jiyuan's naval personnel. The Navy soldiers who participated in the training provided high praise for the firearms used by Wang Han's subordinates, noting their superior precision over standard flintlocks, greater range, faster firing rates, and remarkable bullet velocity and penetrating power. Additionally, these firearms were deemed more user-friendly, albeit with a more complex construction than ordinary flintlocks. This evaluation was presented to Admiral Sengoku's desk on the very night of Jiyuan's arrival, as well as to the desks of Fleet Admiral Kong and the 5 elders of the world government. Alongside the evaluations, applications for the gradual replacement of firearms and for the research and development of new weaponry were submitted. Without much deliberation, Kong and the 5 elders signed their approval for both applications, allocating an initial budget of 20 billion berries. Concurrently, as news of Wang Han's presence in Punk Hazard spread, ships from other factions began to arrive at the island. However, due to the presence of naval vessels stationed in the vicinity, the incoming ships refrained from approaching recklessly. Instead, they concealed their identities and lingered nearby or docked at other locations on the island, avoiding direct contact with Wang Han in the presence of a navy. Those who wield considerable power are evidently not foolish. No one wishes to be the first to attract the navy's ire, preferring instead to remain inconspicuous and blend in with the crowd. Wang Han paid little heed to this situation, for the individuals he awaited were not among them, and he was disinclined to even cast a glance in their direction. The news of his presence on Hazard Island was evidently known to few and was tightly controlled. Those who feared the navy and refrained from approaching were merely subordinates of various factions and were of no use to him. Those who genuinely wished to ally with him, aside from a few pirates, were not deterred by the navy's presence, while only those belonging to certain factions would feel restrained. On the beach, Wang Han lounged in a deck chair, basking in the sun. Everything unfolded as usual, training where necessary, cooking when required. The only other person who seemed relatively idle, apart from Wang Han, was Jing, though one could argue that she was not truly idle. At this moment, Jiuan, like Wang Han, reclined on a beach chair, leisurely soaking up the sun. Her current task was to prevent individuals from other factions from covertly approaching Wang Han, at the very least discerning the identity of those attempting to make contact. She operated much like an overt spy. Wang Han, however, remained indifferent. He held little regard for those from rival factions, or rather, he anticipated that they would eventually become adversaries. There was no need for him to exploit them, nor was there a necessity to engage with them. Wang Han preferred that Jiuan remain at his side, as he would rather those individuals stay away. As for those he truly wished to meet, the presence of Jiuan was inconsequential. Jiuan, someone bearing gifts has arrived, Wang Han suddenly exclaimed, opening his eyes and smiling at her. Someone bearing gifts. Upon hearing this, Jiuan's heart immediately sounded an alarm, her vigilance heightened. Yes, it appears to be Kaido. His bounty seems to be 30 billion now, Wang Han remarked, gazing skyward. Chapter 99. I would rather sell my grandson now. Whoosh. Boom. A massive shadow descended from the heavens, akin to a colossal bomb, crashing down at the edge of Hazard's beach, not far from Wang Han, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air and leaving behind a giant, horned humanoid crater in the sand. Clang! Jiuan reacted instantly, seizing the long blade positioned beside her beach chair. She sprang up from her chair, the sword unsheathing with a swift motion, aimed at the direction of the swirling dust. What on earth is happening? Is it an enemy? Upon hearing the commotion, the naval personnel on the island and Wang Han subordinates rushed towards the scene, hastily aiming their weapons at the spot where Kaido had landed. Why draw your swords? Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Wang Han chuckled as he gradually rose from the beach chair. Observing him, Ji Yuan sheathed her blade. As Wang Han had stated, defeating Kaido was beyond her capabilities. And since he intended to exchange Kaido for a bounty, it was evident that he would take action. There was no doubt regarding Wang Han's strength, which surpassed Kaido's without question. What do you think about collaborating with me? As the colossal figure of the horned demon materialized amidst the swirling dust, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, dispersing the haze and revealing Kaido's imposing and muscular form. With a spike club resting upon his shoulder, clad in ancient garb, his dark skin and powerful physique were accentuated by his flowing black hair and terrifying purplish-red tattoos. The enormous horns atop his head pierced the sky, emanating an aura of invincibility, reminiscent of a demon lord arisen from the depths of hell, fierce and arrogant. What significance lies in collaborating with these Marines? Join me, and together we shall incite a grand war. I know you harbor the same desire for conflict, Kaido proclaimed, his boisterous laughter echoing as he disregarded the surrounding Marines entirely. Upon hearing his declaration, Ji Yuan's gaze instinctively shifted towards Wang Han, realizing that he might very well instigate a war, a concern shared among the higher echelons of the Marine Command. The greatest fear was the alliance between Wang Han and the four emperors, particularly with Kaido, a maniac who thrived on warfare, potentially igniting conflict prematurely. My sole intention now is to capture this fool, give him a sound thrashing, and subsequently sell him to the Marines. Wang Han's expression darkened upon hearing Kaido's taunts as he advanced step by step towards the arrogant figure. Wang Han's words brought a slight sense of relief to Ji Yuan. As he approached Kaido step by step, Wang Han's form transformed into that of flesh and blood. Yet, this was not the conclusion, but merely the commencement of a metamorphosis. The body of the apostle. Wang Han's hair began to turn a silvery gray, and specks of this pallid hue emerged upon his face and skin, spreading rapidly. His eyes transformed into a haunting shade of green. An ancient and lifeless aura emanated from him. How could this be possible? How could a human exude such a presence? Ji Yuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Wang Han, who was advancing toward Kaido, his body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Han's hair had turned completely gray, his skin nearing a ghostly white, radiating an aura of death. The essence that flowed from him resembled that of an ancient deity, not one to be revered and worshipped, but rather one that instilled fear and trepidation, akin to a primordial demonic entity presiding over destruction and demise. Around them, both Wang Han's subordinates and the Navy stood in disbelief, witnessing the transformation of Wang Han and feeling the haunting aura that surged forth from him, sending waves of dread coursing through their hearts. As Wang Han approached, Kaido tightened his grip on the spike club in his hand, sensing an unsettling aura reminiscent of death that he had not felt in a long time. Wang Han raised his right hand, and a crimson spiral spear materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, a golden point of light appeared above his head, spreading out like a halo that hovered above him. He is a god, truly a genuine deity. Such thoughts flooded the minds of all present. The power radiating from him was beyond the realm of mortal existence. That crimson spear was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Guena's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Wang Han. A fragment of memory surfaced in her mind, a scene resembling an apocalyptic landscape, where a towering purple-armored giant stood alone amidst the ruins of destruction. Its head adorned with a golden halo, just like Wang Han. I have come to seek an alliance, not to challenge you. Kaido felt an inexplicable impulse within him. Instinctively, he did not wish to confront Wang Han. The aura emanating from Wang Han reminded him of the legendary rocks. Even the likes of Jaibek paled in comparison, and the sight of that crimson spear sent a chill through his very soul. Artifact. The words sprang forth from the depths of his being. Even as one of the four emperors, renowned as the strongest creature, he knew this was not a force he could contend with. Before Wang Han, a long-buried fear resurfaced within him. Though Wang Han appeared diminutive, in Kaido's eyes, he loomed like a giant to whom he must look up. Do not underestimate humanity. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Sensing the fear and trepidation swelling within him as Wang Han drew near, Kaido's anger ignited. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he roared, swinging his spike club with all his might, channeling his haki toward Wang Han. Clang! A golden hexagonal shield materialized out of thin air. Boom! In the next moment, a fierce strike enveloped in purple haki crashed against the hexagonal light screen. Instantly, a tempest arose, stirring up a cloud of ominous dust, and the hexagonal screen, much like fragile glass, bore numerous cracks. Yet, it tenaciously withstood Kaido's wrathful blow, not allowing even a trace of the howling wind or dust to escape. The thunderous roar filled the air. Upon witnessing the cracks on the golden hexagonal screen, a flicker of delight ignited in Kaido's eyes as he swung his kanabo once more, simultaneously unleashing haki and conqueror's haki. The weapon in his grasp, shrouded in dense purple haki, crackled with black lightning as it descended upon the hexagonal screen once again. Boom! A more terrifying roar erupted, and amidst Kaido's frenzied gaze and the disbelief of all present, the hexagonal screen shattered. Could even the divine be vanquished? Mysterious thoughts surfaced in the minds of the onlookers. Boom! However, in the next instant, another light screen materialized out of thin air, intercepting Kaido's kanabo. Yet, this was not the end. More light screens emerged in succession, layer upon layer, instilling a sense of helplessness and despair. Indeed, it seemed impossible for mortals to triumph over the divine. Even a formidable being like Kaido could not escape this fate. How could this be? He murmured softly. Just one screen had compelled Kaido to exert all his strength, and there were dozens more yet to come. Chapter 100. The Spear That Slays Gods. Ah! Thunderous roars. Thunderous roars. Thunderous roars. Thunderous roars. Gazing at the multitude of hexagonal screens, Kaido bellowed in fury, relentlessly swinging his kanabo with all his might, delivering one strike after another against the screens before him. Observing the frenzied Kaido, Wang Han merely watched with cold indifference. With each screen Kaido shattered, a new one would emerge, continuously replenishing the defenses. You are divine, and so am I, he exclaimed. As he beheld the never-ending supply of screens that seemed impossible to destroy, Kaido roared in anger, fully unleashing the powers of his devil fruit. His form began to transform. The horns upon his head twisted, his body elongated, his skin turned blue, and scales began to emerge. His hands morphed into vicious claws, and his head transformed into that of a blue dragon. No, you are not divine, not in the slightest. You are merely a wielder of a devil fruit's powers. Nothing more. Wang Han spoke calmly, his grip on the crimson spear tightening as the golden light screen dissipated. With a swift thrust, the red spiral spear pierced through Kaido's unfinished form, entering through his chest and emerging from his back. the spiral tip dripping with blood. How is this possible? This is not sea stone. Is this the sensation of death? Kaido's eyes filled with astonishment, soon giving way to acceptance. His transformation ceased. His once vigorous body began to weaken, every cell within him succumbing to a profound slumber, fading into lifelessness. The lance of Longinus, the weapon that pierced Jesus, would not be the instrument of your demise. However, next time you stand before me, refrain from referring to yourself as the old man. As Kaido's eyes threatened to close, Wang Han spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear, forcefully withdrawing the crimson spear from Kaido's body. The lance of Longinus, indeed. As the spear was drawn, Kaido felt a flicker of vitality returning, his devil fruit beginning to respond. Yet, he remained utterly powerless, collapsing before Wang Han, unwillingly shutting his eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. In his confrontation with Wang Han, he had not even been afforded the opportunity to unleash his full might. Kaido had fallen. Observing Kaido's defeat, Ji-Yuan displayed no surprise. Neither did anyone else. It seemed entirely expected that Kaido would succumb to Wang Han so swiftly, and indeed, it would have been reasonable for him to fall even more quickly. Despite being one of the four emperors, hailed as the strongest creature, how could he possibly contend against a deity? Though tempted to truly hang you up and punish you, it is perhaps best to refrain. Your notoriety is too great, and such an act would be detrimental to both you and me. Casting a glance at the fallen Kaido, Wang Han shook his head, the grayish hue receding from his form, restoring his normal complexion as his hair returned to its dark state. Subsequently, a silvery radiance flickered around Wang Han. He once again regained his mechanical body, staunch his bleeding, then confine him within the cold storage of the warship. We shall keep him for the bounty. Wang Han gestured for two giants to approach, instructing them. Even with the formidable weapon known as the Lance of Longinus, Kaido's wounds were not easily healed. Thud! As Wang Han approached, Ji-Yuan could not suppress a gulp. This was the future adversary of the Navy. Could they truly triumph over such an entity? A sense of dread for the Navy's future enveloped her. Wang Han's might surpassed all expectations, entering the realm of the unimaginable. At this moment, even the thought of asking Wang Han to eliminate Kaido remained unspoken. The unwelcome guest had been dealt with, yet another visitor was anticipated to arrive in approximately 2 days, after which they could set sail home. Wang Han, standing beside Jin, smiled as he reclined back onto the lounge chair, as if he had not just vanquished Kaido. Observing Wang Han, now resting with closed eyes, Ji-Yuan found herself at a loss for words. The revelations of the day had been profoundly shocking. She could hardly contemplate the identity of the other guest Wang Han mentioned. What? Wang Han is a god, and possesses divine artifacts? What are you saying, Ji-Yuan? In the Navy headquarters at night, the solitary Sengoku held a transponder snail, listening to Ji-Yuan's report bewildered. On the other end of the transponder snail, Ji-Yuan spoke gravely. Earlier that day, Kaido approached Wang Han for an alliance. However, after offending Wang Han by referring to himself as the old man, he was defeated and subsequently imprisoned, with intentions to hand him over to the Navy for a bounty. Sengoku nodded upon hearing this. While it was unexpected for the two to clash, the outcome was unsurprising given their respective strengths. Kaido's defeat was a fortunate turn of events. Yet, he could not fathom why Ji-Yuan's tone was so serious, especially as she had inquired if anyone else was present before the call and insisted he use a secure transponder snail. No, the unexpected aspect was not Kaido's defeat. Ji-Yuan's voice was resolute as she continued. What is surprising is Wang Han. He wields divine power. Or rather, he is a god. Kaido was vanquished with a single strike, without even having the chance to unleash his full strength. Is his power truly that formidable? Sengoku's expression grew grave. He was aware of Wang Han's strength, but this seemed excessive. Defeating Kaido in one blow was somewhat exaggerated. No, Admiral, this transcends mere strength. Ji-Yuan's voice persisted. Wang Han is a true god, an existence that transcends the very essence of life. Please elaborate on the situation, Sengoku inquired sternly, as a flicker of understanding dawned upon him regarding Ji-Yuan's implications. However, he could scarcely believe it. Is there truly a deity in this world? After listening to Ji-Yuan's report and hanging up the phone, Zhangguo couldn't help but mutter in skepticism. He knew Ji-Yuan would never lie to him, especially regarding such a significant matter. Yet what Ji-Yuan conveyed was indeed hard to fathom. More importantly, if Wang Han was indeed, as Ji-Yuan claimed, a god, he could comprehend why those 5 elders would so freely permit Wang Han's actions while simultaneously preparing for a conflict with him in the future. For it was those 5 elders who lacked the confidence. Wang Han harbored ambitions to overthrow the world government, yet lacked the necessary influence. while the five elders sought to eliminate Wang Han, but were devoid of the requisite power. Consequently, both parties prepared for the inevitable, tacitly accepting the current state of affairs. Wang Han refrained from directly opposing the world government, which, in turn, chose to ignore him. A perplexing thought crossed Sengoku's mind. Is the five elders' desire to eliminate Wang Han solely due to his intention to topple the world government? He deemed it prudent not to disclose this matter to the five elders. As the fleet admiral, his allegiance lay solely with the navy. Regarding Wang Han, he felt an insatiable curiosity to learn more, a task that could only be undertaken by the navy itself. Grasping the transponder snail, Sengoku dialed the number for Jiyuan once more. Chapter 101. The arrival of Marco. 2 fleeting days passed. Following the defeat of Kaido, the gaze of all upon Wang Han transformed, imbued with both reverence and trepidation. The only exception was Kuina, who remained unaffected by Wang Han's display of extraordinary power. Instead, she felt an inexplicable warmth towards him. This shift within her went unnoticed. In a battle against Kaido, Wang Han first issued a gag order, and ultimately, in a moment of desperation, he utilized a memory-erasing device, akin to that from Men in Black, to obliterate the recollections of all present, including those of the Navy, at Jiyuan's behest. Only Jiyuan, Wang Han, Kuina, and Kaido retained their memories. In the sky, a monstrous bird, ablaze with blue flames and measuring 6 to 7 meters in diameter, soared through the clouds, approaching punk hazard against the backdrop of twilight sky. For those familiar with the New World, recognition of this azure avian was instantaneous. It was none other than Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division, in the mythical phoenix form of the Tori Tori no Mi. At last, the awaited guest had arrived. Wang Han, reclining on a beach chair, remarked with a smile as he gazed towards the distant clouds on the horizon. Just how extensive is this fellow's observation hockey? Upon hearing this, Jiyuan quickly followed Wang Han's gaze, yet saw nothing. Surprised, she regarded Wang Han with astonishment. Convinced he had not erred, it must simply be that the distance was still too great, exceeding 20 kilometers, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. He is still in the clouds, but he is flying and will arrive in 5 minutes. Wang Han continued with a grin. As Wang Han had predicted, 5 minutes later, a colossal bird engulfed in azure flames descended from the heavens, landing beside the solitary beach chair and transforming into Marco. Greetings, Mr. Wang Han. I am Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division. Father Whitebeard sent me find you. Upon landing, Marco immediately spotted Wang Han reclining on the chair, his face breaking into a smile as he approached Wang Han with polite deference, casting a discreet glance at Jiyuan. Hello, I have long heard of your esteemed name across the seas. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. You appear younger than I had anticipated. Wang Han responded with a smile, rising from his beach chair. Marco's gaze fell upon Jiyuan as he introduced her, stating, "She is Jiyuan, responsible for navigating alongside me to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings." Understanding dawned upon Marco, who nodded and settled down on the beach beside Wang Han. What does Whitebeard wish to discuss with me? There is no need for pretense. I trust it is not a matter of alliance or waging war. He is not that kind of person, Wang Han remarked with a smile. It's nothing significant. Father heard that you have planted your flag at Fishman Island, so he specifically sent me to inquire about it. After all, our Whitebeard pirates have always maintained a presence there. Furthermore, he asked me to convey his anticipation of meeting you. Marco replied, his words cheerful yet tinged with an undertone of reproach. Please convey that we will meet one day, and I shall bring fine wine. I have no intention of provoking you. It is merely my duty as a leader to protect the homeland of the fishmen aboard my ship. Wang Han responded, his smile unwavering, oblivious to the subtle reproach in Marco's tone. He understood that Marco's visit was not solely for this matter, but rather to gain a slight advantage in negotiation. You truly are a commendable leader. I will certainly relay your words, and I believe Father will be pleased to hear them. Marco smiled. Whitebeard is also a wonderful guardian. There is no necessity for conflict between us. I'm certain Whitebeard shares this sentiment, otherwise he would not have permitted your solitary visit, Wang Han replied, returning Marco's smile as he awaited the clarification of his purpose. Indeed, Father cares deeply for us, his family. He sent me to ask whether the Whitebeard pirates need to withdraw their flag from Fishman Island. Should you require its removal, Mr. Wang Han, you would owe us a favor, Marco stated. If it is not required, Wang Han would not owe a favor, and Whitebeard would not withdraw the flag, leading to an awkward situation for both parties. I owe you both a favor, but there is no need for removal. Would it not be better for us to jointly protect Fishman Island? I believe Whitebeard would not mind such trivialities, Wang Han chuckled. Given Whitebeard's caring nature, he was willing to accept a minor loss, and he did not hesitate to offer future assistance to Whitebeard. "Very well, I will convey your sentiments to father," Marco replied, his smile reflecting satisfaction that exceeded his expectations for this meeting. Meanwhile, Jin, overhearing their candid conversation, understood that the Navy must now prioritize Fishman Island. It now represented not only mutual protection, but also a partnership between both parties. However, she pondered how far this collaboration might extend and whether it would continue to grow. "Father is awaiting my return, so I shall take my leave," Marco announced. With the matters discussed, he did not linger on the island. Though in the presence of the Navy, the topics broached were not of paramount significance. Lingering any longer would only arouse suspicion among others, particularly in the presence of the Navy. "The final guest has been seen. It is time for us to set sail back home. Furthermore, ensure that Kaido is delivered to the nearby naval vessel." After Marco's departure, Wang Han smiled and summoned his officers to issue commands. Under the cloak of night, aboard the returning naval warship, the audacious little spy, Jin, quietly dialed the phone snail of the Navy's marshal. Regarding Guyuan's report, Wang Han and Marco of the Whitebeard pirates felt a sense of reassurance from Sengoku. As longtime adversaries, Sengoku undoubtedly possessed a profound understanding of Whitebeard. He was not one to stir up chaos indiscriminately. On the battleship, Wang Han was well aware of the actions of the little spy on the adjacent vessel. Yet he remained unconcerned. In fact, certain matters were deliberately made known to Guyuan, including the concept of apostolic transformation. Those truly wishing to evade Guyuan had already done so, such as interactions with Shanks. Upon re-entering Fishman Island from the New World, Wang Han activated the shield and directly guided both ships into the depths of the sea, thus saving the time required for a new coating. Chapter 102, a transitional chapter. This chapter serves to bridge time and events, lacking in substance. Merely a filler of 1,200 words. The focus will soon shift towards preparations for battle. "Captain, Arlong departed without permission, and I was unable to stop him in time," Tigray confessed, guilt etched across his face as he reunited with Wang Han upon returning to Fishman Island. As the leader of the Fishman Bounty Hunter Group, Tigray felt personally responsible for Arlong's unauthorized departure. Wang Han, however, was not surprised by Arlong's decision. He was not a fishman who could easily relinquish hatred and prejudice, so his departure was inevitable. "There is no need for you to feel guilty. Our crew is not suited for him. He seemed out of place aboard the ship. Let him be. I merely hope he refrains from foolish actions, or I shall not take it lightly." Observing Tigray's remorse, Wang Han replied with a smile, "If he truly commits any misdeeds, I shall personally bring him back." Tigray responded immediately, his expression grave, yet internally relieved for Arlong. He held feelings for him and did not wish to witness his demise. "I hope you find a way to change." Wang Han sighed softly. "Tigray, let's go meet Neptune." "Yes," Tigray promptly agreed. "Gyu, my apologies. I truly did not wish to wait for the coating. It felt like such a waste of time, so I departed early. I will await you in the West Sea. By the way, Kaido will not awaken for 5 days, so you may escort him back to the Navy's headquarters. When we meet again, do remember to bring the bounty as well. Over 3 billion. 30 billion will suffice for me. The remainder is for you and your naval comrades to enjoy a grand feast." On the shores of Fishman Island, listening to Wang Han's unapologetic voice through the phone snail, Jun gritted his teeth, breathing rapidly, his fury threatening to reach a boiling point. Wang Han abandoned her once more, this time leaving her with Kaido, compelling her to return to the Navy headquarters. If he was so reluctant to have her accompany him, why did he insist on her presence in the first place? As she prepared to set sail back to the Navy headquarters, Ji Yuan steadied her breath and promptly issued orders. The sailors behind her, upon observing the situation, scurried away, clearly eager to avoid any collateral damage. Ji Yuan then took up the Den Den Mushi and dialed Sengoku's number. In the first half of the Grand Line, within the doldrums, 2 colossal steel vessels emerged from beneath the ocean's surface, akin to monstrous sea creatures surfacing from the depths. These were the Yamato and the troop transport ship crafted by Wang Han. What an extraordinary place. There was absolutely no wind. Standing at the bow of the Yamato battleship, Wang Han extended his hand to feel the airflow gliding past his fingertips, marveling at the phenomenon. The wind brushing against him was not a natural occurrence, but a result of the battleship's voyage, creating a sensation of air movement. Here, amidst the boundless sea, with no terrain to obstruct the wind, it was indeed a verifiable calm, persisting year-round. This peculiar phenomenon defied the laws of nature. Even though the doldrums and the islands within the Grand Line are influenced by unique magnetic fields, such an absence of wind should not manifest. Even his weather weapons could not achieve such an effect. Once he completed the necessary preparations, he intended to thoroughly investigate the region's distinctive magnetic field. As Wang Han navigated through the doldrums, Ji Yuan departed Fishman Island, commencing her return to Marineford. However, this journey back was unlike any before. Ji Yuan bore the significant responsibility of escorting Kaido to the Navy headquarters. Although Wang Han assured her that Kaido would remain unconscious for a while, she still felt overwhelmed. After all, she was merely a rear admiral. Kaido, known as the strongest creature and one of the 4 pirate emperors of the sea, posed a formidable threat. Should he awaken before reaching the Navy headquarters, the ramifications could be catastrophic. Such incidents were not without precedent, having occurred multiple times with Kaido himself. Despite the Navy headquarters dispatching an admiral to assist her, she remained on edge. Chapter 103, Arrival at the West Sea. Wang Han's entry into the doldrums was solely to escort the 3 sisters of Hancock back to Amazon Lily. In fact, he did not even set foot in the dreamland of this man as heart, but merely delivered the Hancock sisters to the beach of the island and departed, sailing straight out of the doldrums and into the West Sea. The reason for his preferential treatment in returning the Hancock sisters to Amazon Lily was that Wang Han foresaw that in a few years, Hancock would ascend to the throne of this nation and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the wars that would reshape the world, Hancock and Amazon Lily would serve as his allies. Furthermore, Wang Han hoped that before the dawn of a new era, this nation, which was exclusively female and permitted only women, could undergo transformation. Thus, he did not mind leaving a deeper impression on the 3 sisters. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan had returned to the Navy headquarters. After handing over the prisoner Kaido, she finally felt a sense of relief. Kaido was personally escorted by a vice admiral to a colossal prison ship bound for the great prison of Impelled Down, situated in the doldrums, and he was dispatched on the very day of the prisoner transfer. After a day of recuperation, Ji Yuan set off for the West Sea to continue her mission. A month prior, Sengoku and Tsuru were among the numerous individuals reluctant to assign Ji Yuan to Wang Han's side, only yielding out of necessity for her to sail with him. They even provided her with advice and a precautionary warning regarding Wang Han. However, following Wang Han's series of astonishing feats, they now hoped that Ji Yuan could remain close to him at all times, allowing them to stay updated on his intelligence. Just as in the battle between Wang Han and Kaido, where Wang Han's prowess was laid bare, they gained a deeper understanding of his capabilities, which spurred alternative thoughts within them. It was through this experience that Sengoku and Tsuru finally comprehended why Wang Han had specifically requested Ji Yuan to accompany him on his voyage, not out of lustful intentions, but because Wang Han regarded Ji Yuan as a vital bridge. Ahead lay Coral Island. Prepare to dock for supplies. Upon emerging from the doldrums, Wang Han issued the command for resupply at the first island in the West Sea. Upon hearing the order, the crew on both ships immediately began their preparations, and the 2 massive vessels altered their course towards Coral Island. During the days spent navigating the doldrums, Wang Han had entrusted the navigation of the Yamato to the crew, training them to operate the ship and practice using its various weapons. The Yamato began its transition from automated to manual operation, with the ship's consciousness only taking control in special circumstances. On the horizon, smoke billowed from the island, and a pirate ship was docked along the shore, suggesting that the island had been subject to a pirate assault. Marco, who was overseeing the situation, reported back to Wang Han. This will be your first real battle. Notify the entire fleet to prepare for combat and alert the landing troops to prepare for ground operations. Wang Han commanded resolutely. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the command, Marco immediately responded in a loud voice, then seized a megaphone. All hands, prepare for battle. The landing troops, ready yourselves for the assault. At the sound of Captain Wang Han's orders, the crew aboard the battleship swiftly sprang into action. The snipers moved in an orderly fashion towards the gun positions, while the landing party hastily retrieved their inflatable rafts, swiftly inflating them. Captain, trouble! A pirate rushed breathlessly from the shore, shouting in alarm. Upon sighting this pirate, those engaged in plunder and slaughter ceased their actions, clutching their ill-gotten treasures, and began to sprint towards the heart of the village. Is it the Navy? The captain, irritated, inquired upon recognizing the subordinate who was responsible for lookout duties. No, ISNT. The panting pirate replied. Could it be another pirate crew? The captain pressed further. And no, it's not that either. The questioned pirate gasped for breath before urgently proclaiming. It's the Yamato, the ship of the bounty hunter Wang Han, coming from the comm belt. It will arrive shortly. What? The bounty hunter Wang Han? The captain could not contain his shock at the revelation. He then shouted to his gathered crew, Lads, the real threat has arrived. We must retreat immediately. With that, The captain's heart sank, and he hurriedly made his way towards the coastline. The bounty hunter Wang Han was a figure on par with the four emperors, known for his hostility towards pirates. He was a man who preferred to collect bounties rather than capture alive. Those who encountered him often met their demise, including several notorious pirates from the New World who had lost their heads for a price. Seeing the captain's haste, the other pirates immediately followed suit, racing towards the shore in a frenzy. Wang Han, a name that has recently resonated powerfully across the vast ocean, stands in stark contrast to the naval forces. While one may surrender to the Navy and be captured alive, encountering Wang Han is a matter of life and death, where one risks losing their very head. Moments later, upon reaching the shoreline and laying eyes upon the two colossal steel warships, the captain was finally convinced that it was indeed the formidable bounty hunter Wang Han who had arrived. However, an icy dread gripped their hearts when they realized the ships were now perilously close to the coast. There was no time left. A bitter feeling surged within the captain. The two massive vessels were merely 3 nautical miles from shore. He could even discern the cannon muzzles and the fluttering black dragon flag against the crimson backdrop. The prospect of fleeing by sea was clearly futile. Back! Everyone retreat! The captain bellowed without hesitation, leading the charge back. Escape was no longer a viable option. They would be reduced to mere fragments by the shells of the Yamato. Their only chance for survival lay in finding a place to hide. The pirates had retreated, and, without hostages, they were fair game for bombardment. On the battleship, Andrew, observing through his telescope, seized the loudspeaker and called out, bearing East 13, distance 5,500, secondary guns. Prepare for firing. Nearby, Marco, also peering through his telescope, heard Andrew's command and promptly took up another loudspeaker. Boom, boom. In the next instant, the triple-mounted secondary guns at the bow of the ship unleashed a torrent of flame, launching 3 155mm shells towards the island. Thunderous roars echoed. Approximately 8 seconds later, 3 resounding explosions erupted on the island, flames shooting up to a height of 15 or 16 meters. My leg! I've been hit by shrapnel. Help me, please. On the island, the pirates fleeing toward its interior were thrown to the ground in chaos, their plunder scattered about. Some had limbs severed, while others lay motionless. Among them, 3 massive craters, each over 3 meters in diameter, marked the devastation. The 3-meter diameter reflects the explosive force, while the true lethality radius extends between 15 to 30 meters. Chapter 104. The first landing battle of the Bounty Hunter Group. Target acquired, main guns at the ready. Bearing unchanged, distance 5,400 meters. Fire. Witnessing the devastating effects of the bombardment, Marco once again shouted into the loudspeaker. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the bow of the battleship erupted in a series of 6 fiery blasts, far more formidable than the previous cannon fire. 6 seconds later, a tremendous explosion rocked the island. The inferno resulting from the terrifying explosion soared to a height of over 100 meters, engulfing an expanse of several hundred meters and devouring everything within its reach. On the island, the anguished cries of injured pirates abruptly ceased as the colossal explosion claimed their lives. Even those who escaped the shrapnel and debris could not evade the devastating shockwaves and tremors unleashed by the massive shell. Once again, the bombardment struck. The cannonade ceased. Marco shouted into the loudspeaker, this time issuing no further orders for artillery fire. The landing team prepared to disembark. Andrew's voice soon resonated through the ship's loudspeakers. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Upon receiving the command, the well-prepared landing team swiftly lowered the 7-meter-long inflatable boats from the battleship using ropes, while team members, armed and ready, slid down the ropes from the battleship's deck onto the boats. The physical prowess of individuals in this world far surpassed that of another realm, and thus no unforeseen incidents occurred. The diesel engines of the inflatable boats roared to life, emitting a steady thrum as they propelled vessels laden with soldiers towards the distant Kola Island, achieving speeds of 40 kilometers per hour. Was that truly artillery? In the forest, the captain of a pirate crew, desperately fleeing into the depths of the woods alongside several officers, glanced back at the horrifying explosion erupting behind him, drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped being engulfed by that terrifying blast. Thankfully, being a cold-blooded captain, he did not hesitate to abandon the wounded crew members. What are our next steps? Captain? A terrified officer queried, closely following the fleeing captain. The recent explosion had rendered any hope of survival for those left behind utterly impossible. Flee deeper into the island. There is a dense forest behind that village where we can hide. Surely, those powerful figures will not waste time on our insignificant lives. We shall wait for them to depart before making our escape, the captain replied gravely. He did not believe that someone like Wang Han, who merely sought a bounty for heads, would care about the fate of hostages. They were not the Navy, and the lives of a mere village were of little consequence. Ultimately, he surmised, they would simply shift the blame onto the pirates after exterminating everyone. The hope of taking hostages was but a bleak prospect, extinguishing any final glimmer of survival. All they could do now was pray that their lives, however insignificant, would not provoke undue attention. Hurry, hurry, hurry. On the beach, the inflatable boats surged forward, propelled by inertia, crashing onto the shore. The boats halted, and the soldiers from the landing team immediately leapt onto the beach, under the guidance and urging of Yeso and Yao, abandoning the boats to charge into the island's interior. This marked their inaugural combat landing. Thus 2 officers were appointed to lead and command. A total of 10 inflatable boats delivered over 200 men on Akola Island, racing towards the site of the recent explosion. In the distance, the battleship and landing craft were positioned as the second batch of inflatable boats made their approach. The battleship halted 2 nautical miles from the shore, as further advance posed a risk of grounding. Soon, the first group of landing personnel reached the bombardment site, where they beheld 6 craters, each measuring 20 meters in diameter and 9 meters deep. Surrounding these pits was a scorched expanse, within a range of nearly 500 meters. The soil had been ravaged by shock waves, and trees lay uprooted. Corpses littered the charred ground, predominantly showing signs of grievous injuries, with approximately 40 to 50 bodies strewn about. Witnessing such a scene, despite their prior acquaintance with the formidable power of the Yamato's main guns, the landing team was once again struck by profound shock. Immediately inspect all bodies. Spare no survivors except for women and children, Yasuo commanded decisively. Upon hearing the order, over 200 men sprang into action. This area was rife with pirates. There were no women or children, hence no survivors here. The same was true in the surrounding vicinity. No survivors. Within a minute, the inspection concluded, and a series of reports followed. The absence of survivors came as no surprise, given the site had endured 6 barges from the Yamato's main guns. Yet the team diligently examined the bodies nonetheless. Leader, there are footprints here. Someone escaped in this direction, around 7 or 8 individuals. A voice called from the periphery of the explosion's reach. Continue advancing. Not a single one must escape, commanded Yasuo, who promptly led the pursuit along the trail. The others swiftly followed suit. On the beach, the second wave of 200 men had already landed, personally led by Arthur. The first order of business upon disembarking was to make haste toward another area of rising smoke on the island, outside the dense forest to the west of the village. The fleeing footprints led directly into the thicket. Yasuo, the footprints have entered the dense forest. Its vastness and complex terrain could pose significant danger if we proceed recklessly. Warned Yao, observing the tracks that ventured deeper into the woods. Form a 20-man team to conduct a search. We cannot allow them to escape, Yasuo declared. Turning to address the members of the landing team, he raised his voice. This is our first real combat. Everyone must exercise caution and not disappoint our leader. Yes. The 200 men responded in unison. Meanwhile, another group of pirates, numbering over 200, approached. Back in the village engulfed in smoke, a man hurriedly ran towards the settlement, shouting, "What calamity have we wrought?" Hearing this, an elderly man immediately broke down in tears. To encounter 2 waves of pirates in a single day, how are we to survive? The first batch of pirates has plundered the village of all its valuables and has taken the lives of many. Now another group has arrived, seemingly larger and more formidable than the previous one. They heard the recent explosion. The towering flames, reaching 100 meters high, were undeniably conspicuous, prompting their approach. Village chief, what shall we do now? All eyes turned towards the elder, the village chief, who was in tears. Let's gather all the valuables we have left. Perhaps they are merely after wealth and will not resort to indiscriminate slaughter, he replied, sinking helplessly to the ground. They were but ordinary villagers, and in these chaotic times, their survival was left to fate. Chapter 105. The terrifying bounty hunter in the depths of a sea prison, impelled down, a voice rang out, "Oh, look who has been captured. The Navy truly has a rare find. It has been ages since such a figure has been incarcerated. It seems the Navy has not been idle all these years. Finally, they have caught someone formidable. Perhaps he was deceived while intoxicated, judging by his appearance. He may still be inebriated." Another chimed in. "I wager it was Sengoku and Garp who managed to capture him. The Navy still relies on these retired veterans." Laughter erupted throughout the 6th level of the endless hell as the enormous figure of Kaido was dragged in, met with ridicule and mockery from the criminals in their cells, exposing the Navy's current state. "Silence, you wretched scoundrels. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to make you suffer," A voice thundered from the entrance of the 6th level, as Magellan, clad in black military attire, strode in. Upon his arrival, the laughter abruptly ceased. Magellan, you're not suffering from diarrhea today. Or is it that the situation is so dire you must soil yourself? Would you like me to provide you with a diaper? He jeered. By the way, diapers can't contain liquid waste. Laughter erupted once more among the prisoners. Those confined here were not mere weaklings. They were formidable figures. Notorious pirates who once ruled the seas, or individuals of unyielding spirit and heinous nature. They would not be easily cowed by Magellan's threats. Then let us all suffer together. Of course, I shall not unlock your shackles to let you visit the restroom, but I can certainly do so for myself. You may keep the diapers for your own use. If you find them insufficient, I can arrange for the guards to bring you more, Magellan retorted, accustomed to the derision. A wave of purple poison gas began to swirl and spread from him. Such a miserly man. The moment the purple gas wafted into the prison, the inmates fell silent, each holding their breath. Though unwilling to yield, he also wished to avoid disgrace. Magellan disregarded the onlookers and approached an empty cell, unlocking the door and instructing the guard to throw Kaido inside, fastening his wrists with prism stone handcuffs. Throughout this ordeal, Kaido remained unconscious. Esteemed pirates, our village has just been ravaged by another pirate crew, and these supplies are all that remain. Please take what you need, but spare the villagers, implored the village chief at the entrance of Coal Island, watching as Arthur arrived with a contingent of around 200 armed men. Behind him lay the meager possessions of the village, food, and a few items of value. Do not be alarmed. We are not pirates, but bounty hunters, Arthur reassured the villagers, noting their anxious gazes. However, upon hearing the term bounty hunters, the expressions of the villagers shifted dramatically, as if anticipating the next ominous declaration. If you lack coin, then let your heads serve as currency. Such were the lengths to which these mercenary hunters would go for profit, often resorting to the gruesome act of decapitating innocents to claim rewards for the heads of minor pirates. In this era, their only reliable ally was a fraction of the navy. Please, esteemed bounty hunter, spare our people, implored the elderly chief, dropping to his knees in front of Arthur, who quickly moved to support him, sensing the urgency of the situation. The villagers, witnessing their leader's submission, also fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Rise, elder, we are not villains, Arthur exclaimed as he rushed to the old chief, interrupting his plea. We are not the malevolent bounty hunters you fear. We came here to aid you after hearing of the pirate attack. Those who pillaged your village have been vanquished by us. Is that truly so? The old chief asked, his voice quaking, yet he remained reluctant to stand. Indeed, it is true. We are a renowned bounty hunter crew, led by Wang Han, the most formidable bounty hunter known, Arthur insisted, forcibly helping the elder to his feet. However, at the mention of Wang Han's name, the old chief's legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed. Several villagers behind him fainted from fear and trepidation. Although the world government had cleared Wang Han of any wrongdoing, revoked his bounty, and bestowed upon him a reputation as a liberator of slaves, the infamous legacy of his past still lingered. His notoriety as the most nefarious of individuals, coupled with a bounty once rivaling that of the 4 emperors, and a shadow cast by the world government, were not easily forgotten, especially considering his record of incapacitating 2 admirals. Despite the healing of the admirals, the memories of those events remained indelible. Ah, Arthur exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation as he steadied the old chief. The old village chief spoke. We are truly not bad people. We mean you no harm. Furthermore, we will return the wealth that was taken from you by that gang of pirates. Really? Is that true? The chief trembled as he asked. You need not return the wealth, as long as you promise not to harm us, he added. The wealth must be returned. It is a rule established by our leader, Arthur replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, the chief felt a slight sense of relief. His fear somewhat alleviated, and he managed to steady himself. Fear not, everyone. These gentlemen are here to assist us, the chief reassured the villagers. Hearing the chief's words, the villagers felt a measure of comfort. Suddenly, a series of loud gunshots erupted from the distant thicket, the intensity indicating that dozens of firearms were being discharged simultaneously. At the sound of the gunfire, the chief once again felt weak, nearly collapsing, and the villagers grew tense once more. Fortunately, Arthur was quick to catch the chief, urging everyone, do not be afraid. Our comrades are eliminating the remnants of the pirates. We will not harm the innocent. In the thicket, the captain of the pirate crew and several of his officers were desperately weaving between the trees, fleeing for their lives. Hearing the gunfire behind them and witnessing bullets striking the trees around them, their spirits sank to an all-time low. Facing the bounty hunter group, led by Wang Han, surrender was no longer an option. Whoosh! Boom! A red flare shot into the sky, and those searching in other areas, upon hearing the gunfire and seeing the signal, began to converge towards this location. Bang! 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 A barrage of gunfire erupted from the right side, and over 20 bullets sped towards them, tearing chunks of bark from the trees. A scream pierced the air as one officer was struck in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Racked with excruciating pain, though the bullet was not as large as a lead ball, the cavitation effect it caused was far more terrifying, rendering the officer incapacitated. Another volley rang out from the left, and an officer's head was shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the fallen comrades and the gunfire from the left, the remaining members felt a chilling sense of despair. They were completely surrounded. "We will fight to the end," the captain of the pirate crew bellowed, brandishing his weapon as he charged rightward. Escape was no longer feasible. Their only chance of survival lay in carving a bloody path through the enemy. Otherwise, once surrounded, hope would be utterly extinguished. Bang! 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 The relentless gunfire resumed. Confronted by a barrage of bullets, the pirate captain, who was poised to charge towards the left side, found himself compelled to take refuge behind a tree. What deepened his despair was the sight of the enemy halting their advance at a distance of 60 to 70 meters, merely seeking the cover of trees to surround them while incessantly firing. His aspirations for close combat had turned into mere fantasies. "I surrender. Do not kill me," a pirate officer, unable to withstand the pressure, shouted as he emerged from his hiding place behind the tree. The captain, upon witnessing this, did not intervene. Rather, he too was eager to ascertain whether the enemy would accept their surrender. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a flurry of bullets tore towards the officer who had raised his hands, striking the surrounding trees and the officer himself. Instantly, the officer collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The situation grew increasingly dire for the pirates as the enemy completed their encirclement, with armed adversaries appearing before them. Surrounded on all sides and faced with gunfire from every direction, they found themselves with no means of escape. Chapter 106. Kaido's desire to become a deity in the village. Arthur calmed the frightened villagers and, alongside his subordinates, assisted in restoring the village and extinguishing the remnants of smoke. This endeavor finally alleviated the villagers' anxiety. Shortly thereafter, Yeso and Yao arrived at the village, bringing with them 7 severed heads, the very heads of the pirates who had previously attacked the village, as well as the treasures that had been stolen by the pirates. The villagers, though still fearful, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over them. At the very least, these bounty hunters had not arrived with malicious intent. Everyone gathered around. After extinguishing the fires, Arthur called the villagers to assemble. "These are the belongings that were taken by the pirates. Now, they shall be returned to their rightful owners." He gestured towards the amassed wealth and valuables, addressing the villagers with a commanding voice. No, sir, you have vanquished the pirates, and we are unsure how to express our gratitude. Please, let this wealth serve as drink for you." The village chief immediately stepped forward from the crowd, expressing his heartfelt appreciation. Though many villagers felt tempted, none dared to approach and reclaim their possessions. "Take it all back. Our leader has always taught us that a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through just means. No merit should reap unearned rewards. Thus, we shall not take the people's belongings without cause. Rest assured, these possessions are of great importance to you. We merely seek a portion of your grain as compensation for retrieving your valuables," Arthur declared emphatically. His words echoed the teachings of Wang Han. "Very well." Upon hearing this, the village chief exhaled in relief and called out to the villagers, "Everyone, come forth and reclaim your belongings, then return home with half of your grain." Following the chief's instructions, the villagers approached and, under his organization, began to reclaim their possessions, advancing into the city within the 6th layer of the endless hell. Where's this? In the confines of his cell, Kaido, who had been here for 2 days, slowly awoke, groggily surveying his surroundings. The walls were muted gray, devoid of windows, with one side featuring a massive iron bars gate. A prison. "This is the 6th level of Impel Down. Welcome to our company, Kaido." A voice from the adjacent cell immediately chimed in. "The 6th level of Impel Down." Upon hearing this, Kaido murmured to himself, shaking his head. "You've finally awakened. You've been in slumber for 2 days. You're the emperor of the New World. How on earth were you captured? Did you drunkenly wander to the Marine headquarters, seeking death?" The moment Kaido regained consciousness, the inhabitants of the surrounding cells had taken notice, their curiosity piqued by the newly awakened Kaido. In response, Kaido fell silent. He recalled his battle with Wang Han, his gaze drifting toward his abdomen. which was tightly bound in bandages, stained with dark crimson traces. Speak up. One of the individuals from the neighboring cell expressed dissatisfaction at Kaido's silence. Ignoring them, Kaido tore away the bandages from his wounded abdomen. Gasp! Upon seeing the wound on Kaido's abdomen, the other prisoners collectively inhaled sharply. The injury was not particularly gruesome, merely 2 small punctures, yet they were astonished to see that these minor wounds were still bleeding. This was Kaido, known as the strongest creature in existence. And it was remarkable that such trivial injuries had rendered him unconscious for days. Having already been unconscious for 2 days, it was evident that the injury had been sustained long before. Such wounds on Kaido should have healed by now, yet they had not, nor had they even begun to scab or staunch the bleeding. Kaido, how did you get injured? A gaunt old man in one cell asked solemnly. That fellow is truly terrifying. Kaido continued to disregard the others, instead pressing his hand against his bleeding abdomen, lost in thought. Kaido, who is that fellow you mentioned? Barrett from another cell inquired. He racked his brain for possible candidates, Sengoku, Garp, or perhaps some clandestine figure from the world government, but none seemed capable of inflicting such damage. The thought of someone capable of besting Kaido ignited a fervor within him. The other prisoners remained silent, evidently contemplating their own list of potential adversaries, awaiting Kaido's response. Why should I tell you anything? Kaido scoffed, then muttered to himself, to be wounded by a divine weapon. I must consider myself fortunate. Divine weapon? What divine weapon? Upon hearing this, the gaunt old man immediately inquired. Others perked up, intrigued. The term divine weapon was indeed captivating, especially when uttered by Kaido himself. I have made my decision. Ignoring the surrounding individuals, Kaido rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly, I shall become a god. Silence enveloped the endless abyss, rendering it eerily still. Could it be that this drunken fool has been rendered senseless? There exists no deity in this world. A man who shouts his ambition to become the Pirate King is far more credible than such claims. Gods? Are those the celestial dragons? Aspiring to be akin to those celestial dragons is indeed repugnant. It seems the once great 4 emperors have become foolish. After a prolonged silence, a cacophony of voices emerged, filled with derision, disdain, and contempt from these vile criminals. Those celestial dragons are nothing but nonsense. What do you imbeciles understand? Only such lofty aspirations are worthy of my life's pursuit. Upon hearing the voices from the surrounding cells, Kaido let out a cold chuckle and resumed his seat. He was fervently eager to escape and embark on his new objective. Though hailed as the strongest creature, no one had ever referred to him as a god. Experiencing the kind of power, he felt not fear, but an intense yearning. Even the former Roxd, Zebek paled in comparison to that strength, lacking the divine sensation it invoked. Is this drunken madman serious? Surely, he hasn't truly lost his wits. How could there be a god in this world? Such tales have never reached my ears before. The others were taken aback by Kaido's words. Their curiosity piqued regarding what had transpired with him. Kaido, shall we escape together? Barrett proposed from another cell. In an instant, all the prisoners' gazes shifted to Kaido, their eyes gleaming with fervor. If there were an expert in escape among those confined here, it would undoubtedly be Kaido. Although his methods were somewhat reckless, they were not devoid of opportunity. Hearing Barrett, Kaido felt a flicker of interest. His current ambitions were grander, yet more challenging, and an increase in strength would certainly be advantageous. Chapter 107. The Permanent Island, Pegasus Island, my lord. Are you still accepting new members? I wish to join you. A man suddenly knelt before Arthur on Coal Island, seeking to reclaim his belongings. Why do you wish to join us? Life with us is fraught with peril. One could meet their demise at any moment. Arthur inquired immediately. Becoming a bounty hunter and profiting from the heads of pirates requires one to be prepared for the day they might lose their own head to a pirate's wrath. Even one's family could become targets for retaliation. Because my child and wife were slain by pirates, I seek to kill more pirates in vengeance for them. And I wish to aid others who suffer under pirate oppression. I fear no retribution, for I have lost my family. The man responded, his voice brimming with hatred. Whether you are accepted is not for me to decide, but the leader will determine your fate. However, I can inquire on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Arthur smiled and spoke. I wish to join as well. My loved ones perished 2 years ago in a pirate attack. Another voice chimed in, and I, too. My only child fell victim to the pirates. At Arthur's words, several men rushed out from the crowd, kneeling before him. Sir, allow me to join. My husband was slain by pirates while trying to protect me. A few women also approached Arthur, kneeling in supplication, pleading similarly. Please rise, Arthur urged. I shall consult the leader. As long as he consents, you may join us. Observing the fervent desire of these individuals, Arthur quickly assisted them to their feet. 11 in total, 7 men and 4 women. He then produced a walkie-talkie, a device currently reserved for the officers and connected to Wang Han's channel, reporting the situation. Anyone who genuinely wishes to join us and can adhere to our rules may do so. If they can successfully complete a 6-month probationary period, they will become official members and will be allowed to bring their families to our base. In the future, should similar situations arise, you need not seek my permission. You may decide for yourselves. Moments later, Wang Han's voice resonated through the walkie-talkie. He had anticipated the influx of new members and had even contemplated expanding the team. Naturally, he would not refuse these newcomers. As for the base, it is not yet established, but it will be soon. Our leader has approved your joining. From this moment forth, you are all apprentice bounty hunters. After the transmission concluded, Arthur turned to the 11 eager individuals, smiling. Sir, allow me to join as well. Sir, I too wish to join. More than 20 individuals surged from the crowd, kneeling before Arthur. They had all heard the earlier announcement. The prospect of becoming formal members after a 6-month evaluation, with their family safeguarded, was far more appealing than living under the constant threat of pirates. This village, with a population of merely 300, now had 1/10 of its residents aspiring to join, representing nearly 1/3 of the families. They had endured enough of this perilous existence. With Wang Han's directive in hand, Arthur was resolute in welcoming these new members. After inquiring about everyone's basic circumstances, unanimous agreement was reached. 2 hours later, Arthur and his companions returned with individuals in tow, ascending the battleship or the adjacent transport vessel via a rope ladder. Upon boarding, the newcomers were briefed by seasoned members on the regulations of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Time swiftly elapsed, and more than half a month had passed as the 2 colossal steel leviathans ventured deeper into the West Sea. Along the way, they encountered numerous pirate crews, all of which were decisively sunk under the command of Marco and Tracy's artillery teams. In addition to acquiring dozens of bounties, they also seized considerable wealth and treasures. Pegasus Island, a small landmass belonging to the Flower Kingdom, lies within its maritime domain. Behold, it is the famed Yamato battleship from the newspapers. At that moment, the residents of Pegasus Island, busy gathering resources by the shore, gazed in astonishment at the 2 massive vessels approaching from the distance, their faces instantly contorted with alarm. Panic-stricken, they abandoned their belongings and fled towards the interior of the island. This island, known as Pegasus Island, spans approximately 40 square kilometers, 5 kilometers by 8 kilometers, and serves as a boundary isle of the Flower Kingdom. From this point onward, Pegasus Island shall be our permanent base. The island hosts a solitary village with a population exceeding 800. Within 100 nautical miles, there are 4 additional islands, each ranging from 15 to 30 square kilometers in area. On board the Yamato battleship, Wang Han convened all officers, pointing with a command baton at a small circle marked on the wall-mounted map of the West Sea, addressing the assembly. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone responded in unison, attentively absorbing Wang Han's exposition. Wang Han once again traced a large circle with his conductor's baton, declaring, "This circle delineates the territory of the Flower Kingdom. Within this realm exists a state-sanctioned pirate crew known as the 7 Treasures Navy. The 12th leader of this faction, referred to as the Pillar of the Community, is none other than the infamous pirate Conehead Green Pepper, who was once offered a bounty of 500 million berries, a figure that barely qualifies him as a legendary pirate. However, approximately 17 or 18 years ago, after a fierce confrontation with Carp, he was soundly defeated and has since retreated from the fray. Presently, the 13th leader of the 7 Treasures Navy is a man named Old Kai. Are we targeting this 7 Treasures Navy? Olivia inquired, her meticulous nature as a reconnaissance officer prompting her to take the intelligence matter with utmost seriousness. Yes and no, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. Our immediate objective is merely Pegasus Island. The 7 Treasures Navy is a state-owned pirate entity. Even the Navy refrains from actively pursuing them. As long as they do not provoke us, there is no need for us to incite them. In fact, we can even engage in limited collaboration with them, thereby forging a partnership with the Flower Kingdom, where they still wield considerable influence. Wang Han enunciated the words now and to with great emphasis. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately responded in unison. We are on the verge of reaching Pegasus Island. It is time for all to prepare for disembarkation. Once on the island, we shall assemble in the western part, ensuring no innocents are harmed. Henceforth, Pegasus Island will be our permanent abode. Yes, all the officers promptly acknowledged. Gradually exiting the command room, Jose, Harvey, Wang Han called to the 2 officers of the reserve regiment, instructing, from now on, the transport vessels will be under your command, serving as supply ships. You shall be responsible for all matters pertaining to necessary provisions. Yes, the two exclaimed with palpable excitement. Guena, Perona, let us also disembark. Our stay here will be considerable, Wang Han remarked to Guena and Perona. Chapter 108, Constructing Pegasus Island, Establishing a System, No Need for Excessive Wordiness. A general outline suffices. The war will commence before the official launch, likely spanning 8 to 10 chapters. The current system is merely a framework. Va fortresses. On Pegasus Island, 10 semicircular fortresses, each with a diameter of 100 meters and soaring over 35 meters high, rose majestically, distinct from the war fortresses constructed on Fishman Island. These 10 fortifications, engineered by Wang Han, featured protruding platforms equipped with anti-aircraft gun emplacements. These platforms served dual purposes, air defense and mortar deployment, replete with numerous firing apertures. Atop each fortress stood a turret platform housing a Karl mortar, embodying a true artillery tower, rendering it a complete war fortress. The external concrete thickness of each fortress reached an impressive 7 meters, with a 7-tiered internal structure, 2 levels underground and 5 above. The spacing between each layer consisted of 1.5 meters of reinforced concrete, with interconnected passages leading throughout. In total, there were over 800 rooms, 55 storage facilities, and 6 grand halls. Notably, each fortress boasted a single point of entry and exit. Such a fortress could accommodate a minimum of 800 individuals, family version, and a maximum of 6,000, Barak version. In crowded conditions, without considerations for prolonged habitation. It could even house up to 15,000 people, refugee version, a testament to a post-apocalyptic world. 4 of these fortresses alone sufficed for Wang Han's subordinates. However, he opted to construct 10 in total. Additionally, Wang Han established 5 power stations, drawing upon technology from the Red Alert universe. After completing the living quarters, he proceeded to manufacture 100 Maxim heavy machine guns and 10 million rounds of ammunition, entrusting them to Marco and Trissy. After instructing them in their usage, these heavy machine guns were incorporated into daily training regiments. Furthermore, Wang Han instituted a regulation. Henceforth, rifle training would no longer be confined to 5 rounds per individual daily. Instead, every person, including logistics personnel, must achieve a daily quota of 100 rounds. Heavy machine gun training would occur every other day, with each participant firing 50 rounds per session. The daily ammunition consumption has reached an astonishing 400,000 rounds. Furthermore, Wang Han has produced a batch of 50 sniper rifles, designated solely for the most exceptional marksmen in shooting competitions. As for artillery, further training will commence only once the firearms training reaches a certain level and the transformation of Pegasus Island is completed. Currently, artillery training remains rudimentary, utilizing naval cannons for surface target practice. Wang Han has chosen the westernmost part of the island, near the sea, as the site for firearms training. Here, a robust and towering wall will be constructed to serve as the future shooting range. The minimum requirement for the wall is a height of 3 meters, with a thickness of the same measure. However, there is no necessity for reinforced concrete or stone. It suffices to be built from mounds of earth capable of preventing bullets from penetrating. To the south of the island lies the physical training area. Wang Han has entrusted the designs for the necessary equipment to Jose and Harvey and has outlined a plan for the training grounds, delegating the two to lead the reserve corps in its preparation and construction. He has mandated that, aside from dedicating 5 hours daily to the development of Pegasus Island, the trainees must also engage in 3 hours of physical conditioning, the specifics of which Otto will determine, with the sole stipulation of a daily 5-kilometer run, even amidst their island construction duties. Moreover, there is an additional hour allocated for shooting practice, an hour for drill training, and 2 hours for knife training. Beyond the requirements set by Wang Han, the remaining training content is left to the discretion of the officers. The training sessions will be conducted in batches, with those assigned to missions exempt from participation. Currently, the training volume for the Reserve Corps has been halved, but once the construction of Pegasus Island is complete, it will align with the training regimen of others. Wang Han established regulations that, in peacetime, each individual is entitled to 2 days of rest each week, which can be determined at their discretion and accumulated as needed, although approval from a superior is required to take time off. During this period of respite, no training or construction activities are to be undertaken. While carrying firearms outside is prohibited, individuals may carry cold weapons. Wang Han imparted only a few directives, leaving much for the officers to refine independently. In addition to training and construction matters, Wang Han instituted a hierarchical structure and a wage system, alongside a system of rewards and penalties. Trainee bounty hunters are to receive a monthly stipend of 15,000 Bailey, aside from participating in the final assessment. They're not burdened with combat missions, primarily focusing on training at the base. Next are the official bounty hunters, categorized into 5 ranks by Wang Han. The first rank earns 30,000 Bailey monthly, doubling the salary of their trainee counterparts, and entails responsibilities for maritime operations and base security. However, combat missions are scarce, with the majority of time devoted to training and defense. The second rank receives 35,000 Bailey per month, with duties akin to the first rank, distinguished by slightly more combat achievements or placements in competitions. The third rank earns 50,000 Bailey monthly, engaging in somewhat more frequent combat missions, including 2 maritime patrols or combat operations each month, thereby increasing their likelihood of encountering formidable pirate crews. The fourth rank sees a monthly wage of 60,000 Bailey, with combat responsibilities similar to the third rank, yet with an additional patrol mission. The fifth rank receives 80,000 Bailey monthly, with tasks comparable to the fourth rank, but with greater military accomplishments, enhanced strength, and more extensive combat experience. The officer hierarchy comprises team leaders, captains, junior officers, and senior officers. Currently, all ranks aside from the senior officers remain unappointed, with positions to be earned through military achievements. Methods for accruing military merit are tied to the reward and penalty system. In addition to combat, individuals can earn accolades through bi-monthly competitions for ranking in specific disciplines, with rewards offered in the form of military merit and monetary compensation. Combat merit is awarded at a rate of 100 points for defeating ordinary pirates, and for capturing bounty pirates, merit is calculated at 1,000th of the bounty amount. Due to the collaborative nature of these endeavors, the allocation of specific merits is determined by the officers based on the circumstances, ultimately reviewed by Guena or Perona. The military merit of officers is personally evaluated by Wang Han, taking into account not only their strength but also their command capabilities. Rankings and competitions are standardized by Wang Han, divided into 2 categories. The top 100 in each discipline receive merit, with the top 50 earning 200 points and those ranked 51 to 100 receiving 100 points. The second category encompasses the overall top 100 rankings. The top 10 earn 500 merits, while those ranked 11th to 50th earn 300 merits, and the 51st to 100th earn 200 merits. Chapter 109. The Shock of the Garden in the blink of an eye, Wang Han and his band of bounty hunters have been stationed on Pegasus Island for a week. During this time, the development of Pegasus Island began to gain momentum, with various facilities being improved and training routines becoming established. Additionally, the construction of a port was placed on the agenda. Meanwhile, the news of Wang Han's bounty hunter group residing on Pegasus Island began to spread across the globe, leading many to speculate that he had adopted the island as his base. Numerous individuals pondered the reasons behind Wang Han's choice of this western island as his stronghold. Those aspiring to join Wang Han's ranks commenced their journey towards Pegasus Island in the Flower Kingdom, as did those seeking collaboration or favor from him. The most anxious of all were the authorities of the Flower Kingdom, for no nation could remain at ease with a figure rivaling the 4 emperors suddenly appearing within its borders, particularly one so conspicuous that it would inevitably attract the attention of formidable individuals. Consequently, the presence of pirates within the Flower Kingdom diminished significantly, even prompting the 8 Treasures Water Army to restrain their activities. Conversely, the pirates in the Grand Line breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Outside Pegasus Island, a naval warship steadily approached the isle. Damn that rascal! On board the ship, Rear Admiral Ji Yuan glared at the impending arrival of Pegasus Island, grinding her teeth in frustration. Wang Han had merely informed her of his presence in the West Sea, and after a week on Pegasus Island, he had completely neglected to notify her. As if she were inconsequential, she had drifted in the West Sea for a week, only to learn of Wang Han's stationing on Pegasus Island from the naval headquarters, compelling her to bring her subordinate navy to the scene. Were it not for her heavy responsibilities, she would have returned to the naval headquarters without a second thought. Rear Admiral Ji Yuan, a vessel is approaching, remarked a naval colonel beside her, pointing towards a white speedboat swiftly making its way from the direction of Pegasus Island. This type of small craft indicated that he truly intended to establish Pegasus Island as his base. Ji Yuan quickly turned her gaze, exclaiming, "That vessel is approximately 10 meters in length, though it was made of steel." Such small boats typically navigated only in coastal waters or ventured to nearby islands during calm weather. The smaller the vessel, the less it can withstand strong winds and turbulent waves. While Hawkeye possesses strength and is a solitary figure, he is an exception, unafraid of capsizing. Soon, the speedboat approached the naval vessel. General Ji Yuan scrutinized the craft, which was entirely gray, constructed solely of steel, measuring 10 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 2 meters in depth. At the bow, there was a 2-meter-long platform, level with the railing, resembling a storage area, adorned with 2 windows and 2 peculiar firearms atop it. At the stern, 2 strange devices appeared to serve as the vessel's propulsion system, operated by 2 individuals. An American naval landing craft. General Ji Yuan, the leader has sent me to escort you to the port. Although it is still under construction and not fully completed, it is already capable of accommodating vessels, Andrew said with a smile while standing on the speedboat. Very well, please lead the way, Mr. Andrew. Ji Yuan replied with a nod. Turn the helm towards Dock 1. Andrew promptly instructed his subordinate in charge of navigation. Following Andrew, the speedboat traversed to the eastern side of Pegasus Island, where a port was under construction. From a distance, Ji Yuan's eyes widened as he hastily seized a pair of binoculars from his aide to observe. To the east of Pegasus Island lay a stretch of beach, where 2 colossal ships belonging to Wang Han were anchored offshore. Numerous large machines were scuttling across the beach, indeed scuttling, their wheels rolling. Some of these machines were equipped with shovels and excavators, while others resembled large containers, diverse in form. In the world of One Piece, engineering vehicles are non-existent. A vast quantity of sand and silt was being excavated from the sea and transported away in numerous trucks. At this moment, a section of the beach, measuring 300 meters in length and 50 meters in width, had been leveled, with a substantial pile of grayish-white concrete blocks stacked high, and an additional 200 meters poured with thick concrete. Rows of buildings were under construction atop this foundation. At the edge of the completed section, a road, 50 meters wide and rising 3 meters above sea level, extended into the ocean, stretching 300 meters in length. At the end of this thoroughfare, triangular concrete pillars, 3 meters in diameter, jutted out of the water, densely packed, extending over 100 meters. At the terminus of these concrete columns, an 80-meter-long, oddly shaped vessel was docked, equipped with 2 strange machines that were hoisting a concrete pillar to be inserted into the seabed, positioned irregularly. On these already submerged concrete pillars, individuals wielding peculiar machinery were connecting the pillars with substantial iron chains. The red machines, carrying enormous containers, continually traversed this maritime roadway, depositing vast amounts of sand and concrete blocks, nearly 2 meters in diameter, linked by iron chains into the sea, filling the gaps between the concrete pillars. On either side of this maritime highway, over 50 speedboats, similar to the one Andrew occupied, were moored. Land reclamation. The term flashed through Ji Yuan's mind. While land reclamation is not uncommon, the speed of such an operation far surpassed that of manual labor. The immense power exerted by those colossal machines has fortified the port to withstand the tempests. As the ships dock, under Andrew's leadership, they venture into the heart of the island. Upon reaching the central region, Ji Yuan was astounded to find that several square kilometers had been meticulously leveled, with numerous mechanical vehicles operational within. On the periphery, a row of 3-story buildings had already been erected, resembling dormitory complexes. In the distance, 10 grand fortresses stood, reminiscent of those constructed by Wang Han on Fishman Island. In merely a week, Wang Han had transformed Pegasus Island so significantly. Ji Yuan could hardly fathom the extent of its metamorphosis if given a few more years. Its terror would rival that of the Navy headquarters. Ji Yuan, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence. A voice interrupted Ji Yuan's thoughts. Wang Han, accompanied by Guina and Perona, approached from the west, smiling. Upon hearing Wang Han's voice, the shock and contemplation that had engulfed Ji Yuan instantly combusted into a torrent of fury. I thought you had completely forgotten about me. You failed to inform me of your presence on Pegasus Island before my arrival. Ji Yuan exclaimed, gritting her teeth. Did I not mention it to you? Wang Han inquired, his expression one of perplexity. You did not. Ji Yuan glared at Wang Han with fiery intensity. That is inconsequential. Your arrival is quite timely. Wang Han waved his hand dismissively and continued, I previously established an orphanage in the East Sea, and I wish to do the same in the West Sea. I believe the Navy would be eager to assist. Wouldn't you agree? An orphanage? Ji Yuan furrowed her brow. While it would be beneficial for the Navy to concentrate the orphans of the West Sea, the fact that Wang Han was the one proposing it warranted careful consideration. I will not put you in a difficult position. Simply report the truth, Wang Han said with a smile. Chapter 110. A new deal with the Navy. The Admiral has consented to allow the West Sea Navy to assist you in gathering orphans. However, you cannot forcibly take unwilling orphans. We will only be responsible for rounding up those who wish to come to Pegasus Island. Those willing must be collected by your own personnel. Ji Yuan hung up the phone bug and approached Wang Han. She was somewhat perplexed as to why the Admiral would permit the West Sea Navy to cooperate with Wang Han. Knowing that Wang Han would become an adversary in the future and recognizing that gathering orphans was a means of expanding his influence, Why would the admiral still allow such cooperation? There is no issue. Whether they wish to come is entirely their decision. I will never compel them. Wang Han replied with a smile. I will send people to bring them to Pegasus Island. I happen to have some delightful little trinkets that I would like to gift to the Navy as a token of gratitude. What trinkets? Ji Yuan asked, bewildered. Follow me. These trinkets are quite remarkable, and you will see their value. I believe they will be of great benefit to the Navy, Wang Han said with a smile. Leading Ji Yuan towards Fortress Number 6. Open the door. Upon arriving at the fortress of the Sixth War, Wang Han instructed the 20 guards stationed there. Entering the fortress, they proceeded to the third warehouse on the first floor. As the doors to the warehouse were opened, a sight of neatly stacked boxes greeted them. Receiving a box from Wang Han, which bore no inscriptions, Ji Yuan opened it to reveal a device resembling a square tile, measuring 50 centimeters in length and width, with one side featuring a screen. What is this? Ji Yuan inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. It is an X-ray machine, Wang Han replied, taking the device from Ji Yuan's hands and powering it on. Instantly, the screen illuminated. Wang Han directed the X-ray machine towards Ji Yuan's chest and then pressed a button on its surface. With a crisp click, a black film emerged from the elongated groove at the back of the X-ray apparatus, illuminated by Ji Yuan's curious gaze. This device emitted rays capable of penetrating clothing and flesh, revealing the internal condition of the body and accurately assessing any injuries. Wang Han handed the ejected film to Ji Yuan with a smile, remarking that such a tool would prove invaluable for frontline naval medical emergencies. Under the light, the film displayed the skeletal structure and outline of the human body, causing Ji Yuan's face to flush momentarily, though she refrained from expressing anger. This machine was indeed crucial for naval healthcare. Its existence would significantly mitigate medical casualties among the Navy. Thank you on behalf of the Marshal and the entire Navy. Are these all meant for us? Ji Yuan inquired, her gaze sweeping over the stacks of cardboard boxes that filled half a warehouse. The warehouse was vast, housing no fewer than 10,000 X-ray machines. Indeed, we have 12,000 units here, all generously donated to the Navy, Wang Han replied with a grin. The heroes battling against pirates need these. I will arrange for someone to help you load them onto your warship. Thank you. Ji Yuan expressed her gratitude. There's no need for thanks. You have also aided me. Our relationship is mutually beneficial, Wang Han responded cheerfully. I have some additional small items that could be traded if the Navy is interested. Could you show me? Ji Yuan asked, her curiosity piqued. Understanding the technological offerings of Wang Han was one of her responsibilities. Follow me, Wang Han said, leading Ji Yuan out of Warehouse 3 and into Warehouse 2. Upon opening the door, they found it similarly filled with square cardboard boxes, though much smaller in size, resembling bricks. Inside the warehouse, Wang Han directly opened one of the boxes and revealed its contents, a series of intercom devices that could connect to headsets. This is called an intercom, allowing communication over a range of approximately 5 kilometers, Wang Han explained with a smile. Isn't 5 kilometers a bit short, akin to the telephone bug? Ji Yuan remarked. Not all. Wang Han shook his head, still smiling. This 5-kilometer range is quite suitable. When you wear the headset, only you can hear the sound. It not only allows for private communication, but also enables group discussions within that range. All intercoms within 5 kilometers can hear one another, making it an excellent tool for command and cooperation. Moreover, it operates on different channels, ensuring that sounds from other channels remain unheard. Compared to the telephone bug, this is more targeted, portable, and requires no maintenance, allowing for prolonged use. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan began to regard the device with newfound seriousness. With the advent of this device aboard naval vessels, commands can be effectively transmitted to every soldier, ensuring that operations proceed with greater fluidity. Even when multiple ships collaborate, the process becomes significantly more manageable. What price do you intend to set for each unit? Asked Ji Yuan. Initially, I plan to sell them for 15,000 Bailey each. But considering our acquaintance, the price is 980 Bailey, Wang Han replied with a smile. Are you contemplating a transition into business? Yi Yuan inquired. Amused by the street-side pricing, pirates eventually run out of targets, and with so many to support, I must secure alternative sources of income. The underground trade does not appeal to me, Wang Han chuckled. So, are you ready to place an order? I indeed look forward to that day arriving sooner. Ji Yuan responded with a smile. I would like to place an order, but it's not within my purview to decide. I need to consult the Marshal. Could you provide me with a batch of samples? Certainly, Wang Han replied, smiling. I will generously provide 50 samples to the Navy. Excellent. I will contact the Marshal right away, Ji Yuan said promptly. He then smilingly asked Wang Han, do you have any other remarkable items for sale? Indeed, I do, Wang Han said with a grin, leading Ji Yuan to the second floor of the fortress. However, the remaining items are primarily for civilian use. The Navy is composed of people, and they have a significant need for civilian goods as well, Ji Yuan remarked, following Wang Han up to the second floor. Chapter 111. The 8 Treasure Water Army arrives. How far are we from Pegasus Island? Inquired an elderly man clad in a green cloak, addressing a middle-aged companion aboard a large pirate ship. Grandfather, we will arrive at Pegasus Island in half a day, the middle-aged man promptly responded. Once we reach Pegasus Island, observe and listen attentively, but refrain from speaking too much or acting hastily. That individual is not easily dealt with, the elder cautioned again. Understood. The young man, Lao Lai, replied earnestly. Grandfather, didn't the king instruct us to find an opportunity to eliminate that person? Lao Lai felt that Qing Jiao's words were somewhat misaligned, as it seemed there were no intentions of action. The king does not understand the formidable figures of the sea. Do I not possess that knowledge? Qing Jiao retorted, shaking his head. What is your assessment of the strength of the Navy headquarters? The Navy headquarters is undoubtedly powerful. Sengoku and Garp are contemporaries of your era, and the 3 admirals are among the foremost strengths of the sea. Lao Lai immediately responded. Then do you know why they have not encircled Wang Han? Qing Jiao further questioned. Not long ago, Wang Han personally visited the Navy headquarters when all their top combatants were present. It was an opportune moment. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Lai speculated it must be related to the cancellation of Wang Han's bounty. Moreover, when he visited the Navy headquarters, it was to deliver freed slaves and negotiate a deal. There were reporters present, and even if the Navy wished to act, they would have to consider the public's reaction. The newspaper merely offers a more palatable version of the truth. The Navy and the world government are far more unscrupulous than one might imagine. If they could truly eliminate Wang Han, they would undoubtedly do so without hesitation. After all, he is the individual who has slain a celestial dragon and severely injured 2 admirals, bringing disgrace upon both the world government and the Navy. Qing Jiao elaborated. As for those journalists, they are insignificant before those in power. Even if they dared to report, their survival would be in jeopardy. Then why doesn't the Navy kill Wang Han? Lao Lai inquit. Because they lack certainty, Qing Jiao replied with a smile. Wang Han's strength surpasses your imagination, undoubtedly exceeding that of the 4 emperors. If it were otherwise, the Navy and the world government would have seized the opportunity to encircle him at Navy headquarters. Instead, they have allowed him to roam free and even revoked his bounty to ease tensions between the 2 sides. Thus, we certainly cannot contend with Wang Han. Then why did you accept the king's command? Lao Lai pressed on, more perplexed than ever. If I refuse, the king might send someone else. Qing Jiao sighed, explaining further. Wang Han's might is such that even the Navy and the world government dare not act against him lightly. The Flower Kingdom would be even less capable of inciting his wrath. An assassination attempt on Wang Han would undoubtedly end in failure, with consequences that our kingdom could scarcely endure, perhaps even leading to its downfall. So, grandfather, you intend to disobey and seek other excuses to placate the king? Lao Lai said, suddenly enlightened. But will the king truly relent? He added with concern. For now, we must proceed as we are, Qing Jiao sighed. In due time, I shall clarify the intricacies of the situation to the king. Old Dongliang, we have spotted the Yamato. A shout rang from the pirate ship's mast as the lookout, peering through his telescope, called out to the deck. Captain, to the east at 15 degrees, 20 nautical miles away, we've detected a pirate crew. The flag appears to belong to the 8 Treasure Water Army, reported a soldier in the command tower to his companion, Andrew. At present, Wang Han had entrusted the battleship to Andrew for command. Upon hearing this, Andrew promptly switched to Wang Han's dedicated channel and exclaimed, Andrew calling the captain. We have encountered the pirate ship of the 8 Treasure Water Army during our patrol. Please advise. Send a drone to ascertain their intentions, but do not approach too closely. Qing Jiao is a veteran powerhouse. In close combat, you are no match for them. In the next moment, Wang Han's voice emerged from the intercom. Understood. Andrew responded, directing an individual in the command tower. Prepare the reconnaissance drone for takeoff and send it to inquire about their purpose. Yes, came the quick reply from someone in the command tower, who hurriedly exited. 2 minutes later, a drone, measuring 2 meters in length with a wingspan of 3.5 meters, soared from the battleship's deck towards the pirate vessel of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Old Dongliang, something is flying towards us. Should we shoot it down? On the pirate ship of the 8 Treasure Navy. The lookout on the mast lowered his telescope and inquired of Qing Jiao. Do not fire. Let him approach. Qing Jiao commanded directly. Grandfather, is it Wang Han? Old Lai asked. As far as he knew, only Wang Han among the bounty hunter group possessed the ability to fly. The moon step was not considered. At a distance of nearly 40 kilometers, Even a vice admiral of the Navy would find it impossible to sustain the moon step for such a distance. Not necessarily, Qin Jiao replied, shaking his head. We shall know soon enough. Approximately 4 minutes later, a drone arrived before the 8 Treasure Navy's pirate ship, hovering in front of it. 8 Treasure Navy, what brings you here? Andrew's voice echoed from the drone. I am the 13th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy. Having heard that you are stationed at Pegasus Island, I, along with the former pillar, have come to pay our respects to your leader, Wang Han. There are important matters to discuss with him. At Qin Jiao's indication, Old Lai stood at the bow and spoke loudly. Please wait. I shall report to our leader at once. Andrew's voice responded from the drone. After about a minute, Andrew's voice resounded once more. Our leader has consented to meet with you. You may accompany us back, but you must maintain a distance of 5 nautical miles from our vessel until we reach Pegasus Island. Otherwise, we shall open fire upon you. Upon hearing this, Old Lai turned his gaze towards Qin Jiao. Very well, he replied promptly as Qin Jiao nodded in affirmation. Is this Pegasus Island? Upon arriving at Pegasus Island, Old Lai was astonished by the sight before him. He had visited Pegasus Island half a year prior. Back then, it was nearly a desolate island. Although there were residents, the island had seen little development, and there was scarcely anything worthy of cultivation. Now, however, Pegasus Island boasted a grand port, accommodating no fewer than 100 vessels of various sizes, including 2 large warships of the Navy. Numerous houses had been constructed around the port. Even before entering, one could see a wide road, no less than 30 meters across, leading directly into the island. Wang Han.There has been stationed on Pegasus Island for less than half a month. It appears he has indeed chosen Pegasus Island as his base of operations, remarked Qin Jiao, standing at the bow of the ship, a hint of concern in his voice. Wang Han's burgeoning influence is destined to expand, and with Pegasus Island as his foundation, it is inevitable that his reach will begin from here, with the Kingdom of Flowers standing at the forefront of this impending expansion. Chapter 112. I wish to become a merchant. Docking the pirate ship at the extended port, Qin Jiao and Lao Lai disembarked without bringing any subordinates. Please follow me. Our leader has been expecting you, greeted Andrew, who had arrived earlier, with a warm smile as he approached the 2 disembarking figures. Thank you, Lao Lai replied with a smile, following Andrew into the interior of the island. As they journeyed deeper into the island, the breathtaking scenery left both Lao Lai and Qin Jiao in awe. In just half a month, Pegasus Island had not only constructed a formidable large port, but had also erected numerous buildings. It had almost taken on the dimensions of a small town. With over 1,000 houses, along with cement-paved streets, streetlights, utility poles, and various essential facilities already in place. Aside from its somewhat desolate appearance, it was nearly a small town, and it wouldn't be long before it became populated. These preparations indicated a long-term vision, further solidifying their belief that Wang Han intended to establish Pegasus Island as a base. Upon reaching the center of the island, they were greeted by an expansive square, measuring a width of 1,000 meters and a length of 3,000 meters, creating a vast open space. At the far end of the square stood rows of 6-story stone buildings, accompanied by 10 towering circular fortifications, each over 30 meters high. Qin Jiao and Lao Lai found it hard to fathom how Wang Han had managed to lead over 3,000 people to construct so many buildings in such a short span. Even with 10 times the manpower, it seemed impossible to achieve such an extensive construction in merely half a month. The rapid development could largely be attributed to the large-scale construction machinery that the leader had devised, which significantly reduced both labor and time, Andrew explained with a knowing smile. Sensing their astonishment, of course, this was intentionally directed by Wang Han. Otherwise, I wouldn't be revealing such information, he added. Large-scale construction machinery? Lao Lai inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, if you're interested, I can take you to see it shortly. If you find it beneficial, it is available for purchase, Andrew replied with a smile. But first, let me take you to meet our leader. That would be greatly appreciated, Lao Lai responded, smiling back as they proceeded toward the circular fortress at the end of the square. Inside the number 1 war fortress, Wang Han, Ji Yuan, and Borisolino sat across from one another in an office. Admiral Borisolino, to be honest, I did not expect you to be the one to come this time. I thought it would be Admiral Kazan or Vice Admiral Tsuru, Wang Han remarked, observing the fully recovered yellow monkey with a smile. I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate incident that resulted in your leg being broken. I truly feel remorseful. However, it was a situation beyond my control, and I hope you do not harbor any resentment towards me. Our differing positions at that time were merely a matter of stance, not personal animosity. Thus, I bear no ill will towards Mr. Wang Han, especially considering that he has provided us with a medical capsule capable of repairing severed limbs. I have since made a full recovery, which further diminishes any reason for animosity. The current demeanor of Huang Yuan when addressing Wang Han lacks the previous air of languor. Upon re-evaluating Wang Han, particularly after hearing his statements during the events at the Shambordi Islands, Huang Yuan has come to regard him as a dragon-like figure, one who possesses the potential to upend the world, a character of undeniable peril who warrants utmost caution. It is a relief to hear you say that. Wang Han replied with a smile. What would you like a trade this time? I require 30,000 walkie-talkies, 5,000 portable electric engines, 500 various engineering vehicles, 150,000 rifles, and 50 seaplanes, among other civilian items, Huang Yuan stated, producing a list from his clothing and placing it upon the table. That is quite manageable. I can arrange for someone to assist you with the procurement immediately. However, the engineering vehicles and seaplanes will take a month to prepare. Wang Han remarked after glancing at the list with a smile. That works perfectly. I currently have only one warship and 2 merchant vessels here. So transporting such large items would be impractical, Huang Yuan replied, placing a bank card on the table. This card contains 12 billion berries, of which 10 billion is for the merchandise, and the remaining 2 billion serves as a deposit for the engineering vehicles and seaplanes. Wang Han called out, Arthur, please come in. Upon the arrival of Arthur, Wang Han instructed, count the items on the list for Admiral Borisellino. The seaplanes and engineering vehicles will not be available in such quantities until next month, and will be delivered together then. Understood, Captain, Arthur responded promptly. He then addressed Huang Yuan, saying, Admiral Borisellino, please follow me. Some of the items are located in Fortress 1. With that, Arthur immediately used the walkie-talkie to summon a team from the Reserve Corps. I have other guests to attend to, so I must excuse myself. Wang Han informed Huang Yuan as he made his way out of Fortress 1. Upon entering Fortress 2, Wang Han walked into Conference Room 1, greeting Qing Jiao and Lao Lai with a smile. Leader, Andrew, who was responsible for accompanying Wang Han, rose from the sofa as he entered, standing upright and addressing him. Thank you for your hard work, Andrew. Please, take a seat, Wang Han replied warmly. Wang Han nodded at Andrew with a smile and remarked, I have heard from Andrew that the 2 esteemed individuals have come to see me regarding an important matter. As he settled onto the sofa, Wang Han continued with a grin, indeed. Qing Jiao chuckled and added, Faima Island is a maritime territory of the Flower Kingdom, and thus the king has specifically dispatched me to seek out Mr. Wang Han. I hope we can coexist amicably. Coexisting amicably is, of course, a given. Wang Han responded promptly with a smile. The king of the Flower Kingdom's concerns are unwarranted. Please convey to your monarch that I am a bounty hunter by profession, operating under a legitimate identity, and I certainly have no intention of engaging in activities befitting pirates. Moreover, I am currently a businessman, and all my dealings are lawful. While I may be in need of funds, I am not short of methods to earn them, nor do I wish to court trouble. I shall certainly relay your message to His Majesty. Qing Jiao replied immediately. Then I thank you, esteemed Qing Jiao, Wang Han said with a smile. Mr. Wang Han is also a businessman? Qing Jiao inquired with curiosity. Regardless of how incredulous it may seem, I firmly believe that as time progresses, the era of piracy will eventually come to an end. At that juncture, we bounty hunters will either descend into the ranks of new pirates, becoming what we once hunted, or we will seek alternative paths, Wang Han stated with a smile. I do not wish to become a pirate, so pursuing a career as a businessman is indeed a splendid option. What does Mr. Wang Han sell? Qing Jiao asked. Is it arms? The Flower Kingdom has a significant demand for weaponry. Apologies, but I do not deal in arms. Such transactions are not lawful, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. I am both a law-abiding bounty hunter and a law-abiding businessman. While I do not sell weaponry, I do offer pharmaceuticals and various civilian goods, many of which are exceptional items you cannot procure elsewhere. Wang Han smiled. Would you care for a detailed introduction to some of the specific items? Certainly. That would be wonderful, Qing Jiao responded eagerly. Let's begin with the pharmaceuticals, Wang Han said with a smile. I possess a diverse array of medicines, including anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, detoxifying pills, cold remedies, and several specialized treatments, totaling over 300 varieties. Additionally, I have medical pods, specialized medical kits, laser surgical tables, and more than 30 types of medical equipment and emergency supplies. As for civilian goods, I have 11 different types of engineering vehicles that can save substantial manpower and time, as well as small powered boats that are swifter and require less effort than typical small vessels, capable of navigation without reliance on human or wind power, making them far more convenient. There are also everyday items, such as television sets reminiscent of visual phone bugs and wireless telephones akin to ordinary phone bugs. Compared to phone bugs, the prices for televisions and wireless phones are quite reasonable, at 15,000 and 8,000 berries respectively. making them accessible to ordinary households without the hassle of feeding, as they merely require periodic recharging. Moreover, I possess a locator, which serves a significant purpose. It not only pinpoints one's location but also displays the surrounding maps and nautical charts, clearly indicating one's position. Once a destination is set, it can guide you there. With such a device, one need not worry about getting lost. However, it is only operable within the confines of the Western Sea. Priced at 20,000 Bailey, it remains affordable for the common folk, greatly enhancing their travel convenience, its dimensions comparable to that of a notebook. These are quite practical. Besides these, there are numerous other advanced technological items that I shall not enumerate here, as Wang Han remarked with a smile. If possible, I aspire to leverage the 8 treasure navy to penetrate the market of the Flower Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Qing Jiao, with a thoughtful pose, rested his chin upon his hand. The taxes due shall not be diminished by a single coin. Naturally, I shall not permit the 8 treasure navy to assist me without recompense, should they agree to facilitate my entry into the Flower Kingdom's market. I can assure them that my goods will be exclusively sold by the 8 treasure navy within the Flower Kingdom, with no other merchants allowed to sell my wares. Observing Qing Jiao's demeanor, Wang Han laughed and made his promise, entrusting the 8 treasure navy as the sole distributor, indeed the exclusive agent, allows this state-owned pirate entity to proactively open the market for me, while I enjoy a degree of ease. Assigning the sales rights to the 8 treasure navy signifies that my people will refrain from interfering in the Flower Kingdom, thereby ensuring the king's peace of mind. It is certain that Qing Jiao will acquiesce. Indeed, after Wang Han concluded, Qing Jiao pondered for a moment before promptly agreeing. His primary concern was Wang Han's potential restlessness. Achieving such an outcome exceeded his expectations, and both the Flower Kingdom and the 8 treasure navy stood to profit immensely. Andrew, please fetch paper and pen. I wish to draft an agreement with Qing Jiao. Wang Han instructed Andrew with a smile upon hearing Qing Jiao as consent. Understood. Andrew responded promptly and rose to exit the meeting room. Qing Jiao, let us discuss the details of our collaboration, Wang Han said with a smile. Concerning the items for sale, we need to establish a pricing structure. Esteemed pillars, I have other matters to attend to, thus I cannot accompany you to inspect the goods. Wang Han expressed apologetically to Qing Jiao and Lao Lai. Andrew is well acquainted with the merchandise. He will accompany you to select the items. Please, Chief Wang, do not let us hold you back, Qing Jiao replied with a smile. Andrew, take these 2 esteemed pillars of the 8 treasure navy to select the merchandise. And remember to provide them with samples to take back. Wang Han promptly instructed Andrew. Of course. At this, Andrew immediately responded and addressed Qing Jiao and Lao Lai. Esteemed pillars, please follow me. We shall first proceed to the warehouse at Fort Number 5. On the other side, after parting ways with Qing Jiao, Wang Han made his way directly to the shooting range in the west. Following the dissemination of news regarding his presence on Pegasus Island, a plethora of individuals aspiring to join the bounty hunter group had arrived on the island over the past week. Among them were civilians, warriors, spies, and some youths burdened with vengeance. Upon their arrival, Wang Han arranged for them to be accommodated in the apartment building, but chose not to meet them individually. Given the considerable number of newcomers, meeting each one would be excessively time-consuming. Hence, he opted to address all prospective recruits collectively. Today marked the day he had designated for this formal introduction to his future subordinates. At the shooting range, over 700 individuals congregated in the open space, all having arrived on Pegasus Island in the past week. Notably, the majority hailed from the West Sea, with more than 600 being from that region. They were finally about to meet the esteemed figure. Uncertain of the criteria for selection, they hoped it would not be excessively stringent. With their abilities, they wondered what positions they might attain. It was rumored that the titles here differed from those on pirate ships and were unlike those in the Navy. They resolved to perform admirably, striving for a leadership role, as they had wagered everything on joining the bounty hunter group. In the open space, the assembled crowd either engaged in warm-ups or animated discussions, each individual brimming with anticipation or zeal. Some were resolute in their determination to join, while others were fraught with anxiety. Silence. Arthur and Wang Han ascended the makeshift wooden platform, projecting their voices to the crowd below. At the sound of his command, the murmurs subsided, and those warming up ceased their activities, turning their attention to the young man beside Arthur on the elevated platform. It was Wang Han, looking exactly as he did on the wanted posters. Those unaware of the truth found it hard to believe that such a young man possessed strength comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Leader. Arthur respectfully handed the microphone to Wang Han. Grasping the microphone, Wang Han proclaimed loudly, "Today, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Bounty Hunter Group to all of you. Regardless of whether you were once civilians or strong warriors, farmers or samurai, bounty hunters, Navy personnel, revolutionaries, or retired pirates, we welcome you to join us. No matter your purpose, be it avenging pirates, seeking a means of livelihood, gathering intelligence, seeking fame, or enhancing your strength. Once you enter my bounty hunter group, you must adhere to the 3 fundamental tenets of our organization. What are the 3 fundamental tenets? Someone from the crowd immediately inquired. Chapter 114, The 3 Fundamental Tenets. Upon hearing the question, Wang Han passed the microphone back to Arthur. The 3 fundamental tenets, the first taking the microphone. Arthur immediately proclaimed with vigor. Members of the Bounty Hunter Guild must refrain from attacking innocent civilians unless such civilians pose a direct threat to your safety. Those who violate this rule shall face the same punishment. For instance, should you break a civilian's rib, your own rib shall be broken in return. If you blind another, your sight shall be similarly extinguished, and should you take a life, you must forfeit your own. In cases of violation of chastity, the punishment shall be severe and barbaric. The second rule mandates that no harm may come to one's companions. Any unjust harm inflicted upon a fellow member shall incur the same retribution. Moreover, one must not covet the achievements of a comrade. Any transgression will result in a minimum demotion and a maximum penalty of death. Thirdly, one must not demand money or goods from companions or civilians without just cause. The Bounty Hunter Guild adheres to the principle of earning through labor, where rewards are reaped from genuine efforts. It is strictly forbidden to extort funds under any pretense or to levy protection fees on civilians. Violations will incur a penalty tenfold. However, should your request be legitimate, you are entitled to receive compensation, and our guild supports you in claiming what you rightfully deserve. These 3 rules are immutable, and you must always bear them in mind. Even if some of you ascend to leadership positions in the future, such violations are unacceptable. Anyone who witnesses a breach may report it anonymously, and the guild will reward informants with varying degrees of merit points depending on the severity of the infraction. Now, I invite our leader to continue. Arthur concluded, passing the microphone back to Wang Han. I hope everyone will consciously adhere to these 3 immutable rules and keep them at the forefront of your minds, Wang Han said as he took the microphone. Now, I will speak about the guild's system and benefits. Our guild operates on a promotion system, meaning that regardless of your strength or abilities, every new member must start from the lowest level. To ascend, you must earn sufficient merit. I firmly believe that capable individuals will find it easier to accumulate merit than others. Of course, those with lesser abilities need not worry. In addition to the combat department, we have logistics, reconnaissance, intelligence, medical, and even educational teams for you to choose from. Those lacking strength may opt for these departments, and those without skills can learn on the job. As long as you actively engage in tasks and diligently fulfill the responsibilities assigned by the guild. Even as a basic reserve member, you'll earn a monthly salary of 15,000 beris, which is sufficient to support an ordinary family of 5. Formal members will receive a salary of 30,000 beris per month. While not extravagant, it certainly allows for a comfortable living. Furthermore, longevity in service will enhance your benefits, with a 2,000 beris increase for every additional year served. That concludes my address. The rest will be elaborated upon by your team leaders once you are divided into groups. Wang Han finished, handing the microphone back to Arthur and turning to leave the stage, making his way towards the shooting range. Now, all members began to form teams. After Wang Han departed, Arthur raised the microphone and called out to everyone. Run from here to the northernmost beach of the island. There are individuals awaiting your arrival. The first 200 individuals to arrive shall be assigned to combat teams, while those ranked from 200 to 400 will be allocated to reconnaissance units. The final group will be distributed among the logistics, medical, and intelligence teams, allowing everyone to choose their preferred division regardless of their ranking. Of course, should one desire to switch teams, it is permissible. Every 2 months, a major competition will occur, alongside various smaller contests. As long as you can demonstrate your abilities and strength, group assignments will not pose an issue. Achieving notable rankings in these competitions will also yield merits and rewards. Shall we commence? Arthur inquired, prompting a man wielding a sword to immediately question loudly. Many individuals appeared eager to begin. Indeed, we may start now, Arthur replied decisively. Upon hearing his words, a multitude surged toward the northern part of the island, while others ambled leisurely. A small group remained stationary, showing no urgency to act. Arthur glanced at these individuals, but paid them little mind, offering no commentary. The rules have been declared. Their choices were theirs to make. Those who wish to squander their time may find a 6-month reserve regiment far more than they can endure. Those who can withstand it possess potential. And once assigned to their respective groups, the leaders will ensure they remain occupied. Chapter 115. 7 years, preparing for war in the blink of an eye. 7 years have swiftly passed. Throughout this duration, Wang Han seemed to have settled down, content to maintain a low profile, residing in the West Sea, rarely venturing beyond its shores, and scarcely departing from Pegasus Island. He refrained from instigating any significant incidents, and his presence faded from the grand events of the world. During these 7 years, due to Wang Han's deliberate restraint and the intentional obfuscation by powerful factions, his name has nearly faded to obscurity beyond the West Sea. In conversations among those unaware of his reputation, mentioning Wang Han might elicit less recognition than a pirate with a bounty in the millions. However, Wang Han's subdued demeanor and diminishing notoriety did not alleviate the anxiety of those who were aware of his formidable nature. On the contrary, as time progressed, their apprehension only intensified, firmly believing that he harbored grand ambitions. Over these 7 years, Wang Han seized control of Pegasus Island and 4 surrounding isles, continuously recruiting followers. Despite the covert interventions from the world government and various factions, the number of individuals aligning with Wang Han has steadily dwindled. Nevertheless, during this period, the Bounty Hunter Guild expanded from over 3,000 members to nearly 50,000, comprising many formidable individuals. As their influence grew, so too did their fleet, which now includes 4 battleships, 20 cruisers, 40 destroyers, and 200 seaplanes. 60 transport ships constitute the undisputed foremost power of the West Sea. To other factions, Wang Han's apparent inaction thus far is merely a sign of his ongoing accumulation of strength. Once he completes this buildup, a terrifying storm is certain to ensue. The world government and the Navy are also in the process of amassing power. Over the past 7 years, the Navy has more than doubled its ranks and upgraded its weaponry to rifles, including the navies of the 4 seas. Their current military strength exceeds 600,000. This is merely one of the violent institutions under the world government. Other violent entities of the world government are similarly reinforcing their forces. Even other factions are preparing for the impending storm. Yet no entity has made a public effort to obstruct Wang Han, not even the world government itself. Conversely, Wang Han has gradually faded from prominence outside the West Sea, while his reputation within it remains resoundingly illustrious. 5 years prior, the pirates of the West Sea were nearly eradicated by Wang Han's bounty hunter group, making piracy the most perilous occupation in the region. Rarely could a pirate venture out to sea for more than 2 months without facing annihilation by the bounty hunters. Consequently, the fear of piracy has reached a point where few dare to pursue it. Due to the cleansing of pirates in the West Sea and the relatively affordable and practical goods offered by the bounty hunter group, Wang Han has also taken in a multitude of orphans. Thus, he and his bounty hunters enjoy an unparalleled positive reputation among the populace of the West Sea, surpassing even that of the local navy. After 7 years of relative calm, the Flower Kingdom has grown increasingly anxious, sensing the imminent storm. The West Sea is undoubtedly the primary target, with the Flower Kingdom poised to confront it first. However, in light of Wang Han's might and influence, the Flower Kingdom dares not take direct action. Although the bounty hunter group comprises only 50,000 members, it is replete with skilled individuals and possesses an abundance of advanced weaponry and ships. Over the years, the Flower Kingdom has witnessed firsthand the strength of the bounty hunters. Attempts to solicit intervention from the world government have met with indifference. Requests for assistance from other nations have been uniformly rejected, as all fear provoking the storm prematurely. The king of the Flower Kingdom still harbors intentions of assassinating Wang Han, yet fears that failure would draw the full wrath of the bounty hunter group upon his realm. In light of this situation, the Flower Kingdom, unable to compete with superior skills and weaponry, can only continue to bolster its forces in preparation for the future. Brother Han, you called for me. 18-year-old Guna entered the meeting office of Fortress 1 on Pegasus Island. Smiling at Wang Han, who sat alone in the office, she spoke. I intend to declare war on the Flower Kingdom, Wang Han replied, returning her smile. I knew you would eventually initiate a war. May I know the reason for this decision? Guna inquired, having observed Wang Han tirelessly expanding his influence and training soldiers over the years. However, Wang Han has never revealed his true intentions to anyone, leaving the outside world to speculate. Because I wish to try once more, he stated, a smile gracing his lips. I aspire to forge a world where integrity and peace reign supreme. In this new realm, all individuals shall be bound by law. Evil will be thoroughly suppressed in the shadows, and the malevolence of humanity will be adjudicated by intelligence. Everyone will ultimately embrace genuine tranquility and stability. Will war not claim any lives? Asked Guna. Indeed, transformation in the world has always been accompanied by sacrifice. The process of purging the old to make way for the new is an inevitable chapter in the narrative of change, Wang Han replied earnestly. Humanity is destined to progress, and such advancement necessitates the rectification of errors. The world, too, will evolve alongside humanity. The replacement of the old world with the new is a requisite passage in the course of development. The abolition of outdated systems is imperative. After speaking, Wang Han turned to Guana and inquired, "This time, you will assist me, won't you?" "Yes," Guana affirmed without hesitation. "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain by Brother Han's side. As long as you do not forget your original intent. With you by my side, I shall never forget." Wang Han replied with a smile. He then picked up the intercom from the table and announced, "All personnel on Pegasus Island are to convene immediately in the first conference room of Fortress 1. Chapter 116. Pre-war conference within half an hour." All the personnel from Pegasus Island had gathered in the conference room of Fortress 1. Silence enveloped the room as everyone fixed their gaze upon Wang Han, seated at the head of the table, and Guana, positioned at his right. "The current state of Pegasus Island and the surrounding 4 islands is insufficient for us to expand our influence," Wang Han stated gravely, observing the assembly. As his words resonated, the expressions of the 30-plus officials varied. Some were exhilarated, others astonished. Some had anticipated this, while many wore expressions of concern, and a few remained impassive. Wang Han's expansion and the initiation of war were anticipated by all, and everyone had mentally prepared for this eventuality. However, when Wang Han made the announcement, it inevitably stirred intense, emotional upheaval among the people. "Leader, what is our objective?" Andrew inquired, as a loyal subordinate of Wang Han, immediately seeking clarity and thus expressing his stance. "Naturally, it is the Kingdom of Flowers. I intend to overthrow its dominion and establish a new nation," Wang Han declared. Upon hearing this, the officials were not surprised. This objective had long been foreseen. It was evident that once Wang Han commenced his expansion, the Kingdom of Flowers would be a target, especially considering that the base constructed over the past 7 years lay within its territory. Following the onset of war, the Kingdom of Flowers would pose a significant threat to Pegasus Island and the surrounding 4 islands bases. Now, I require a justification for war to announce to the world. This justification need not rally public support, but it must convey that our actions are driven by necessity. Furthermore, it should tarnish the reputation of the King of Flowers. Wang Han stated gravely, "Let's contemplate what rationale would be most effective." At this, the officials exchanged glances, each pondering in silence. "Leader, we could declare that the Kingdom of Flower State pirates, the 8 Treasures Navy, have clashed with us," suggested a blade-wielding official. "That rationale is likely unfeasible. The 8 Treasures Navy is merely a band of pirates and does not represent the Kingdom of Flowers. They could easily be disavowed at any moment," Andrew countered, as he had the most interaction with the pirates. "Then let us assert that the King of Flowers sent agents to assassinate the leader," the blade-wielding official proposed again. How many would believe such a claim? Moreover, it is entirely fabricated. The Kingdom of Flowers would never acknowledge it, and we have no evidence. Yasuo rebutted this suggestion. Upon hearing this, the blade-wielding official ceased to offer further proposals. His intellect was lacking, and his position as an official was primarily due to his prowess as a formidable swordsman. "Leader, we could malign the Kingdom of Flowers, then dispatch our troops under the guise of a righteous army," Olivia interjected. As an officer in the reconnaissance and intelligence units, her intellect was significantly superior to others, and her knowledge of information was more extensive. Upon hearing her words, Wang Han and the other officials turned their attention to Olivia. "Over the years, I have gathered some incriminating evidence against the Kingdom of Flowers," she continued, seeing the eyes of her comrades fixed upon her. "Firstly, the 8 Treasures Navy is indeed a state-sponsored pirate faction, a fact well known, having plundered considerable wealth for the Kingdom of Flowers. Secondly, the nobility of the Kingdom of Flowers has committed numerous heinous acts over the years, abusing their privileges to collude with criminals, coercing individuals into prostitution, engaging in extortion, killing civilians, and trafficking women, among other offenses. Over the past 7 years, I have collected nearly 500 pieces of intelligence regarding such incidents. In the past 5 years, the Flower Kingdom has consistently increased both its military forces and taxes, with revenue nearly doubling, resulting in a significant decline in the quality of life for its citizens. In its pursuit of wealth and military enhancement, the Flower Kingdom has engaged in numerous clandestine activities, including human trafficking, of which I have gathered substantial evidence." Upon concluding her statement, Olivia cast her gaze towards Wang Han, prompting the others to do the same. The rationale presented was indeed compelling. Acknowledging this, Wang Han nodded and instructed, "Olivia, please make copies of this intelligence and deliver one to Livia for dissemination. Additionally, Prepare another copy to be sent to the press in the West Sea under our name for publicity. Understood. Olivia promptly replied. Ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative that we declare war on the Flower Kingdom, Wang Han announced to all present. In 1 week, we shall officially mobilize against them. Everyone, make the necessary preparations. Meeting adjourned. At the naval headquarters, in the office of the marshal, Warlord sighed upon receiving the information. What is destined to happen will eventually come pass. We have been preparing for war all these years. Crane interjected, I am now concerned about Ji Yuan. She has been on Pegasus Island for 7 years. It is time for her mission to conclude. Warlord responded directly, reminded by Crane's words that should Wang Han engage the Navy in conflict, Ji Yuan's situation would become perilous. Upon her return, let Ji Yuan be promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral and be considered for a general position, Warlord added. Many were puzzled as to why Wang Han would keep Crane's sister, Ji Yuan, by his side, given her role as a naval officer and a spy. Some speculated that Wang Han was using Ji Yuan as a hostage, yet he had not restricted her freedom. Others conjectured it was a form of collaboration. Although the partnership between Wang Han and the Navy was minimal, it rather seemed that the Navy had forcefully assigned Ji Yuan to Wang Han's side. However, Warlord and Crane harbored a particular suspicion due to unique intelligence, albeit neither dared to assert the accuracy of their conjecture. Nevertheless, they resolved to prepare in advance. Call for a meeting. This individual's actions are bound to be significant, Warlord declared. Suddenly, the desk phone buzzed. Moshi, this is Warlord. Warlord exchanged a glance with Crane before answering the call. Warlord, this is the Five Elders. Wang Han is about to make a move. The Navy must prepare for war immediately. If Wang Han's actions remain confined to the West Sea, we should avoid engaging in conflict. Disrupt his activities covertly instead. The voice of the bald elder resonated through the phone. I understand, Warlord replied promptly. It appeared the world government was still unprepared for war against Wang Han. After hanging up, Crane immediately voiced his concerns. The world government continues to adopt a strategy of non-interference towards Wang Han, as long as their fundamental interests remain untouched, even to the extent of forsaking the entire West Sea rather than engaging in premature conflict with him. This enigmatic stance raises questions about the true intentions of the world government. Sengoku expressed that this uncertainty is the reason behind his indecision. He is unable to ascertain which side, Wang Han or the world government, will ultimately emerge victorious, as there is a complete lack of intelligence on this matter. Kong shook his head. The world government has indeed amassed considerable military resources, yet these preparations seem tailored for a conventional war, rather than addressing the formidable singular power that Wang Han represents. Their genuine apprehension lies in Wang Han's extraordinary personal strength. Conversely, the 50,000 troops hold little significance for the world government. Chapter 117. Preparations from all sides in Wano. Kaido finally prepared to take action after waiting 7 long years. Upon receiving the intelligence, he hurled his flask aside and roared with excitement. 7 years ago, after being imprisoned and impelled down, Kaido had escaped within the first week. However, his perspective had shifted dramatically upon witnessing Wang Han's godlike power. Starting a grand war no longer seemed paramount to him. Becoming a god had become his new aspiration. Throughout these 7 years, Kaido had meticulously monitored Wang Han's every move, leaving no detail overlooked, as he fervently sought to understand Wang Han's future intentions, the means by which he ascended to divinity, and the purpose behind his actions. He had been preparing diligently during this time, particularly after learning of Wang Han's deep affection for Kazuki Hiyori. Kaido boldly speculated that Wang Han's sudden emergence and the multitude of significant events might be aimed at assisting Hiyori in achieving godhood. With this theory in mind, Kaido began to closely observe Hiyori, hoping to glean the secrets to attaining divine status. Boss, are we going to join this war? Is it not too early to participate now? Asked Jack the Drought. Since being defeated by Wang Han and escaping from Impelled Down, Kaido had been expanding his influence, rallying numerous pirates to his cause in Wano, actively conscripting soldiers and amassing wealth by acquiring vast quantities of weaponry. They had all taken notice of his endeavors, though they merely assumed Kaido sought vengeance against Wang Han, without delving deeper into his motives. Certainly not. Compared to Wang Han and the world government, we remain too feeble. Engaging in this conflict now would be premature. However, we must remain poised for battle at a moment's notice, Kaido replied, shaking his head. Before the world government strikes, we simply need to observe. Ideally, we should wait until Wang Han and the world government are locked in a deadly struggle. Prior to our official involvement, we must seize the opportunity to bolster our forces. It appears that a grand opportunity is on the horizon. Can this man truly stand against the world government? a figure capable of instilling fear within the very heart of the world government. After receiving intelligence, Doflamingo was equally exhilarated, preparing to increase the price of arms by fivefold while imposing limited availability. Furthermore, he planned to initiate a nationwide conscription, deeming it a pity not to partake in the forthcoming revelry. After 7 years of silence, he was finally ready to take action. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, after listening to the transponder snail, chuckled and remarked that many had lived in fear during these years, apprehensive of an impending storm. Now, however, the storm had arrived. "Father, should we reach out to him?" Marco inquired of Whitebeard. "No need. He will not leave the West Blue just yet," Whitebeard replied, shaking his head. He was curious about the intentions of someone wielding divine power. Not leave the West Blue? Marco looked at Whitebeard in confusion, unable to grasp the reasoning behind his words. The latter's base was situated in the West Blue, and with only 50,000 troops, it was likely that after conquering the West Blue, he would fall into another period of silence to consolidate his newly acquired territories. It would likely take him 2 years before venturing into the Grand Line. Whitebeard continued, "My concerns do not lie with Wang Han, but rather with Kaido, Lin Lin, and that rascal Shanks. Kaido has been preparing extensively over the years, and both Charlotte Linlin and Shanks are similarly gearing up for the impending war. As Wang Han initiates conflict to expand his domain, they will undoubtedly take action as well. The New World may soon descend into chaos." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. They had sensed this brewing tempest long before, and now it was on the brink of eruption. "Your Majesty, the leader has asked me to inform you that the Bounty Hunter Group will launch an assault on the Flower Country in 1 week's time. Prepare adequately, for if the scale of the war spirals out of control, a significant number of troops may be diverted from Fishman Island. It may even necessitate the complete relocation of Fishman Island to the West Blue." In the Dragon King's palace of Fishman Island, Neptune listened quietly to the transponder snail, where Tiger's voice resounded. "Tell Leader Wang Han that I will be ready," Neptune stated. 7 years prior, he had aligned himself with Wang Han, and the entire Fishman Island had stood with him then. "Queen, how is the secret training of the army progressing?" After ending the call, Neptune turned to Princess Odoheim beside him. "There are 100,000 troops, all trained in secrecy according to Leader Wang Han's directives, ready to participate in the war at any moment," Princess Odoheim responded. Her ability to hear the thoughts of others enabled her to oversee the selection and covert training of Fishman soldiers without detection. This very gift allowed Fishman Island to train 100,000 soldiers over 7 years without anyone discovering their efforts. The training ground is the site of the former Ruoya shipwreck. Within the hold of a merchant vessel in the New World, 6 shadowy figures are gathered in earnest discussion. War is imminent, a conflict that may very well serve as the catalyst for a global upheaval, offering us a chance to contend for the throne of the world. How prepared is everyone? Such an opportunity arises but once every 8 centuries. I have stockpiled enough weaponry to equip a 1,000,000-strong army, all replicas of the Bounty Hunter Guild's arsenal. Furthermore, I possess 4 production lines for a new type of ammunition and 1 for artillery shells. Our newly trained intelligence birds are ready to be deployed at any moment, serving as the eyes of our soldiers. My workforce numbers 200,000, prepared to transform into soldiers at a moment's notice. Yet, these preparations may fall short as the world government's forces exceed 2 million. Not to mention the formidable Wang Han, a figure whom even the world government dares not provoke lightly. He is undoubtedly a challenging adversary. Additionally, numerous kingdoms are clandestinely forming alliances, their combined military might counting in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. The 4 emperors have also been preparing during these years, and it seems the New World is destined for a chaotic melee. When the world descends into turmoil, that will be our moment to expand our military might on a grand scale. Chapter 118. The offensive begins. Old Fu, do you think the Bounty Hunter Guild will launch an assault from our position? A young soldier, his face etched with worry, inquired of the middle-aged man beside him on a beach in the Flower Kingdom at dawn. "If you ask me, I have no idea. I can only hope they do not strike from here, especially not today," the man called Old Fu replied, shaking his head. "I've heard from others that the Bounty Hunter Guild is incredibly powerful, even surpassing the Navy." "Is that true?" the youth asked anxiously. "Have you noticed how few pirates there are in the West Sea nowadays? They've nearly vanished. And this change has only occurred since the arrival of the Bounty Hunter Guild. In the past, pirates were never in short supply," Old Fu remarked, shaking his head. While he did not explicitly state that the Bounty Hunter Guild was formidable, his implication was clear. If they truly do launch an attack from here, can we really fend them off? The young soldier expressed his concern. "I am uncertain. This defensive line has been under construction for 3 years. And with over 5,000 personnel stationed here, we should be able to hold. Shouldn't we? Old Fu replied, though his confidence wavered. The line, having been fortified over 3 years, could be deemed robust, yet the strength of the Bounty Hunter Guild is indeed terrifying. Fog is rolling in. A nearby soldier shouted, his face clouded with worry. As the sun ascended, the mist began to envelop the sea. Curse this fog. Why must it appear today, of all days? Old Fu muttered in frustration. He turned to explain to the nearby soldiers. Once the fog sets in, visibility over the sea is severely impaired, rendering our coastal artillery nearly useless and making it exceedingly difficult to detect the enemy. It will facilitate their landing. The enemy must not choose to land here. Upon hearing this, the young soldier could only offer a silent prayer. As the fog thickened, visibility over the sea rapidly diminished to a mere 50 meters. Whoosh! A sudden whistling sound pierced the sky. What was that noise? The new recruits wore expressions of confusion as they heard the sound racing through the air. It's artillery. Everyone, take cover. The seasoned soldiers' faces turned pale at the sound overhead, and they shouted in unison, swiftly dropping to the ground behind the trenches and fortifications. Boom! In the next moment, a barrage of shells rained down, detonating along the coastline and erupting on the beach, the flames and surging waves sweeping over the defensive line. The impact of the heavy shells obliterated sections of the trenches, sending artillery flying from the defenses. The explosive flames and shock waves churned the surrounding fog, dispersing it. Do not leave your defensive positions without orders. The enemy may attack at any moment. Stay vigilant and avoid the falling shells. Do not expose yourselves before the enemy lands. Our reinforcements will arrive soon, and we shall hold the coast steadfastly. The enemy cannot land here. Brave soldiers of the Flower Kingdom, the time to demonstrate your courage has come. For the honor of the Flower Kingdom, let us retaliate fiercely with our artillery, making it clear that we are not to be trifled with. Amidst the explosions, the sergeants moved through the trenches with loudspeakers, continuously shouting commands. The soldiers trembled in their trenches, listening to the sergeant's exhortations, their hearts filled with prayers that the enemy's shells would not find their mark. Inspired by their sergeants, some soldiers swiftly rushed to the coastal artillery bunkers to begin their counterattack. Unable to see the enemy on the water, they could only fire randomly. Bang, bang, bang. In the fog-covered sea, round shells fell relentlessly, creating large splashes upon impact with the water. Alas, apart from the thick fog, there was nothing else. Every shell exploded into silence. 7 to 8 nautical miles from the coast, a colossal fleet of over 50 warships lay anchored in the fog, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. Various shells exceeding 155 millimeters in caliber rained down upon the coast of the Flower Kingdom, situated several kilometers away. As for how the fleet accurately located the enemy's positions amidst the fog, Wang Han had introduced a navigation positioning device years prior. By simply pinpointing the location of the coast and their own position, they could ascertain the straight-line distance to the shore with an error margin of no more than 20 meters, allowing for concentrated artillery fire. Main gun number 1, bearing 31 degrees east, distance 15,575 meters, fire 3 rounds. Main gun number 2, bearing 32 degrees 5 minutes east, distance 15,660 meters, fire 3 rounds. The main artillery, positioned an azimuth of 33 degrees east, with a range of 15,750 meters, was prepared for a simultaneous 3-round fire. Amidst the fog-enshrouded sea, aboard the Yamato battleship, Mark was stationed in the command tower, utilizing the newly equipped infrared observation device to scrutinize the coastline obscured by mist, while simultaneously directing the battleship's main guns through a megaphone, meticulously adjusting the angle for bombardment. Andrew, this new infrared rangefinder is indeed remarkable. In this dense fog, the enemy reveals their position entirely the moment they open fire, Mark remarked with a smile as he reported a set of coordinates. Although the enemy on the defensive line was not visible due to the distance, the flames from the coastal artillery were strikingly conspicuous as soon as they discharged. Enemy shells detonated within 3 nautical miles, a desperate attempt from a commander of noble descent. This landing operation would surely proceed smoothly. Andrew, equally engrossed in observing through the new infrared device, replied without looking up, "As the overall commander of this offensive, I am filled with confidence. Our fleet comprises 55 vessels, including 35 ironclad warships, 2 of which are battleships, 10 out of 20 cruisers, along with 23 destroyers and 20 transport ships. With such a formidable configuration, a successful landing is undoubtedly assured. Moreover, the transport vessels are carrying the secret weapons of the Bounty Hunter Brigade." Chapter 119, The Landing Operation Boom. The terrifying sound of explosions reverberated from behind the trenches. Amidst a succession of 3 tremendous blasts, a coastal artillery fortress was instantly engulfed in flames. Concrete and rubble scattering in every direction. This marked the last coastal artillery stronghold on the shore, the final bastion of heavy artillery. The whistling of shells resonated along the Flower Kingdom's coastline, with deafening explosions echoing over great distances. Along the entire shoreline, craters measuring 3 to 20 meters in diameter were visible. The coastal artillery fortifications were reduced to ruins, shrouded in thick smoke that obscured the land, which was charred by relentless explosions. Amidst the defenses of the Flower Kingdom, bodies lay strewn about, limbs severed and dismembered flesh and entrails scattered everywhere. General, the enemy's artillery is overwhelmingly powerful. Our soldiers have suffered over half casualties. Please allow us to withdraw to the rear for a moment to catch our breath. A sergeant major pleaded urgently from the command post in the trench, clutching a field telephone. Absolutely not. You cannot retreat. What will happen if the enemy lands? The general's voice erupted through the receiver. General, our coastal artillery has been completely obliterated by the enemy. We can no longer retaliate. Without coastal artillery, we cannot halt the enemy's landing, the sergeant major exclaimed. You must hold the line, even if it costs lives. The general commanded resolutely. The voice from the telephone device barked a reprimand, then added, reinforcements will arrive in no more than 2 hours. I do not care what means you employ. You must endure for 2 hours, not a minute less. Yes, General, the sergeant major replied bitterly. Gazing at the thick clouds of smoke and the continuous explosions along the coastal defense line, his heart felt like ashes. In less than an hour, they had lost their coastal artillery. Even the ordinary cannons had been largely destroyed, and the casualties among the soldiers had exceeded 50%. Fewer than 2,500 remained, and he saw no glimmer of hope for holding the line. Unless, of course, the enemy refrained from landing during those 2 hours. How many shells do we have left? Andrew inquired of Mark aboard the Yamato battleship. Approximately half of the ammunition remains, Mark promptly replied. That should suffice. The fog will lift shortly. Calculating in his mind, Andrew swiftly seized the intercom and commanded, destroyers, escort the troop transports forward. Landing forces prepare to disembark. Transport ship 1 acknowledged. Destroyer 1 acknowledged. Transport ship 2 acknowledged. Destroyer 2 acknowledged. 3 acknowledged. 4 acknowledged. The intercom echoed with a series of confirmations. Commence operations. Andrew ordered immediately. In the next moment, the fleet stationed on the surface of the sea sprang into action. The battleships and cruisers remained steadfast, relentlessly bombarding the distant shore, while the prepped destroyers began to escort the troop transports toward the coastline. As the troop transports approached within a nautical mile of the shore, their side hatches opened, lowering landing craft filled with soldiers and armored vehicles. Sergeant Major, the enemy has commenced landing, shouted a soldier on the gunfire-riddled coast. Upon hearing this, the sergeant major immediately poked his head above the trench, casting his gaze upon the beach ahead. There, he beheld swift boats racing toward the shore, over 200 in number. Quickly counterattack. Bring every usable cannon to the front lines. Everyone to the battlefield. Today is our day to pledge allegiance to the king. Witnessing the scene, the sergeant major shouted urgently. Responding to the command, the soldiers braved the whistling explosions, weapons in hand, pushing the remaining functional artillery to the defensive line. Boom, boom. Flashes of fire illuminated the coastline as the antiquated cannons unleashed round after round of projectiles. Around the hastening landing craft, shells rained down, splashing into the sea and sending up great geysers of water. They are about to land. Protect yourselves. The first order of business upon reaching the shore is not to charge but to seek cover. Do not act like fools running amok on the beach. This will render you mere mobile targets for the enemy. Of course, this does not imply that you should hide after landing. If you wish to avoid being reduced to ashes by artillery shells, charge forth utilizing the cover provided on shore. It is advisable to advance immediately after our armored vehicles breach the enemy lines, just as we practiced in the previous days. Do not regard the steel plates upon your chests as cumbersome. They will shield you from bullets. A bullet striking your limbs may not be fatal, and you may yet survive and recover. But a shot to the torso is far more perilous. Now, soldiers, glory awaits us on shore. We possess the advantage in this battle. On the landing craft, the squad leaders are imparting their final admonitions to their troops with fervor. The soldiers listen intently, some even offering silent prayers. As we draw near, the heavy machine guns at the bow of the landing craft commence fire, suppressing the enemy's firepower on the beach. One by one, the landing crafts surge forward, full throttle, towards the shore. Hurry, Everyone, do not linger on the boats. You risk being obliterated by incoming shells. The front ramp of the landing craft descends, and the squad leaders bellow, urging their soldiers to leap from the vessels and dash towards the shell craters or cover on the beach. At the same time, they raise their rifles, directing fire towards the defensive trenches of the enemy nation. Boom! Upon finding shelter, mortars are swiftly set up, and a barrage of shells begins to soar towards the enemy's positions. The roar of engines fills the beach as a convoy of Panzer IV tanks and armored vehicles emerges from the large landing craft, accelerating towards the enemy lines. Bang! The tank's cannons unleash a thunderous barrage, sending a volley of small-caliber shells towards the enemy's defenses not far off. Fire the cannons. Take out those metal beasts. Do not let them advance. The sergeant major cries in desperation, observing the tanks charging towards the front. The soldiers of the enemy nation strain to maneuver their artillery, aiming at the oncoming tanks. Boom! A cannon fires, and a round strikes a speeding tank, erupting into a conflagration of flames and smoke. The next moment, the tank bursts forth from the haze, its cannon zeroing in on the recently fired artillery, a flash erupting from its barrel. The penetrating power of the round proves insufficient. Even a direct hit causes little damage. Bang! The old artillery piece, which had just fired, is obliterated along with the 7 or 8 soldiers operating it, who fall victim to the explosion. The sound of machine gun fire erupts from the tanks, and a volley of blood sprays forth from the soldiers adjusting the cannon's aim, each collapsing in succession. Chapter 120. Successful Landing. Charge! Follow me into the fray. Advance upon the enemy's stronghold as tanks and armored vehicles surge forward. Breaching the enemy's lines and disrupting their defenses, the squad leaders shouted fervently from the beach, prompting the soldiers sheltered behind cover to emerge with urgency. Charge! The thunderous roars resonated like tempestuous winds, a cacophony that echoed through the mountains. Those soldiers, fueled by determination, brandished their rifles and hoisted mortars, dashing towards the defenses of the Flower Nation. Over 10,000 troops collectively charged forth along a 500-meter stretch of beach, resembling an unstoppable avalanche that swept relentlessly toward the enemy stronghold. Captain, the landing forces have commenced their assault on the enemy positions, requesting artillery to be repositioned 500 meters back. In the command room of the Yamato battleship, the telegraph operator received the message and promptly reported to Andrew. All ships, artillery to be shifted back 500 meters. Repeat, all ships, artillery to be shifted back 500 meters. Upon hearing this, Andrew swiftly seized another radio and issued commands. Cruiser 1 acknowledged. Battleship 2 acknowledged. Cruiser 2 acknowledged. The voices of the warships echoed in response through the intercom. On the defenses of the Flower Nation, tanks roared menacingly, charging unabated into the enemy's territory, much like marauding crabs. The thunder of tank cannons and machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage, raining bullets and shells upon the soldiers of the Flower Nation. Yet, the projectiles fired from their weapons merely sparked harmlessly against the armored vehicles. Those who surrender with hands raised shall not be harmed. Shouts filled the air as the bounty hunter soldiers stormed the position, continuing to fire upon those who dared to resist. It's over. We cannot hold. The sergeant of the Flower Nation sighed heavily as he witnessed the tanks racing across the battlefield, the enemy breaching their defenses and the fallen and surrendering soldiers around him. The tide had turned. To continue resisting would only lead to certain demise, and defeat was inevitable. Cease fire. We surrender. I am the commanding officer of this section of the line. We surrender. Soldiers, lay down your arms. Hearing the enemy's calls, the sergeant finally relinquished his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. With the sergeant's proclamation, the remaining soldiers who had contemplated resistance relinquished their arms, their hearts momentarily relieved. 20 minutes later, the last remnants of resistance along the coast of the Flower Nation faded into silence, with still half an hour before reinforcements could arrive. The remaining 800 soldiers of the Flower Nation lined up, akin to defeated hounds, as they were escorted by the bounty hunters, listlessly making their way toward the beach. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, the bounty hunter soldiers set about clearing the remnants of war, handling the remains and collecting weapons. Along the shore, a colossal transport vessel has now anchored 300 meters from the beach, where cannons, trucks, and military supplies are being ferried ashore via large landing craft, while simultaneously transporting back a boatload of captives. Chief, we have successfully landed in the Land of Flowers, and the Black Dragon flag has been planted on its territory. In this landing operation, we have annihilated 4,217 enemies and captured 805. Our forces suffered 181 injuries. with 43 severely wounded and 84 fatalities. Through the satellite phone, Andrew excitedly reported the results of this landing operation to Wang Han. This battle was fought admirably, and arrangements for the injured and deceased soldiers to be transported back are underway. Accelerate the pace of the assault, with our sights set directly on the capital of the Land of Flowers. Wang Han's voice resonated through the satellite phone as he issued new directives. Harvey, upon the return of the injured, ensure they receive priority treatment. Additionally, for the deceased soldiers, return their bodies to the registered addresses without cremation, utilizing refrigeration so that their loved ones may have one final glimpse of their visages. Furthermore, the compensation for the fallen warriors must be delivered in full to their families. For those who have rendered distinguished service, convert their merits into monetary compensation for their kin. You are to photograph each deceased soldier, meticulously documenting their names and achievements. After disconnecting the satellite call, Wang Han promptly summoned Harvey, who was responsible for logistics, and instructed him accordingly. Yes, Harvey responded loudly upon hearing this. He then inquired, Chief, what should we do about those who have no relatives and left no farewell letters? Allocate their compensation to orphanages and relief organizations, Wang Han replied. You must oversee this task diligently. I will not tolerate anyone extending their hands toward these funds. Any violators shall face immediate execution. Understood, Chief, Harvey promptly acknowledged. Falcon 3 calling. Leader Arthur, enemy reinforcements are en route, expected to arrive in approximately 15 minutes, a soldier's voice echoed through the intercom. This was the scout dispatched immediately after securing the position. Falcon 3, understood. Continue reconnaissance, but remain undetected, Arthur responded over the intercom. He then seized another radio from a nearby communications soldier and declared, new enemies are approaching. They aim to reclaim the coast. Prepare for battle and fortify our defenses. This time, we are on the defensive. Received, came a chorus of replies over the intercom. As the cannons were unloaded from the large landing craft, they were swiftly positioned. Tanks and armored vehicles rapidly took their places on either flank of the position. Soldiers hurriedly began to fortify the defenses, redirecting their focus inward towards the Land of Flowers. As machine guns were set up along the fortifications. Although it is a form of defensive maneuver, the trench, once modified, can also serve as a makeshift stronghold. Chapter 121, The Defensive Battle. 13 minutes had elapsed, aligning closely with the anticipated time frame. Upon surveying the captured positions of the Flower Kingdom, Arthur placed down his binoculars and glanced at his watch. He immediately issued a command. The enemy reinforcements have arrived. Everyone prepare. Let us seize these military achievements and leave no one behind. Understood. The soldiers on the position responded in unison, each beginning to ready themselves for the forthcoming engagement. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers from the coastline, over 30,000 soldiers of the Flower Kingdom were hastily advancing toward the shore. General, the enemy has secured the coastal positions. Should we not prepare for a counterattack? Questioned an anxious officer on horseback as they neared the range of the coastal artillery. We should at least wait for the artillery to arrive before advancing. Do you not comprehend? The enemy has successfully landed. We cannot allow them to establish a foothold on the beach. If we do, more foes will follow suit. We must act swiftly and drive them back into the sea before they solidify their position. The young general retorted vehemently. Yes, the officer conceded, recognizing the validity of the young general's argument. He understood that allowing the enemy to secure the beach would invite further reinforcements, making the counteroffensive a race against time. However, the urgency of their arrival had left them ill-prepared. Their artillery lagged behind, and launching an assault to reclaim the coastal positions could result in significant casualties. Our artillery pales in comparison to the enemy's naval guns. We must seize the moment and mount a rapid counteroffensive to reclaim the coastal defense, perhaps catching the enemy off guard. Prolonging this engagement will only give the enemy time to fortify, and the cost of reclaiming the coastline will escalate, the young general explained. Sensing the officer's reluctance, I understand now, General, the officer replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. He had been preoccupied with concerns over potential casualties and had not considered the broader implications. Time passed amidst the hurried advance of the Flower Kingdom's soldiers and the preparations of the bounty hunters. All troops, save for the cavalry, charged toward the right flank of the defensive line to reclaim the coastal positions. A reward of 1 million belly awaited the first to breach the coastal defenses, along with a promotion of 2 ranks. For each enemy slain, a bounty of 50,000 belly would be granted. As they approached within 500 meters of the coastal line, the mounted general bellowed his command. Such an unprepared assault would undoubtedly incur heavy losses. Thus, necessary incentives were imperative. Charge! Upon hearing the young general's order, The 30,000 hastily arriving soldiers of the Flower Kingdom roared and surged forward towards the coastal defenses. A battalion of 30,000 surged towards the coastal defenses like a relentless tide. The sound of gunfire erupted among the soldiers of the Flower Kingdom, as round bullets incessantly rained upon the coastal fortifications, suppressing the enemy. "Steady, wait until they draw closer," came the command. The snipers took aim at the enemy officers, dispatching them swiftly. Amidst the trenches, Andrew issued orders with a commanding voice. Bullets struck the edges of the trench, sending dirt flying. The soldiers pressed their bodies firmly against the trench, gripping their rifles tightly, while machine gunners readied their weapons. Mortars were set up, with soldiers poised to load shells, awaiting the command to unleash their firepower. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. In no time, the soldiers of the Flower Kingdom were merely 200 meters from the coastal line. At this distance, they could breach the defenses within half a minute. "Open fire," Arthur commanded loudly, firing the first shot that struck down an enemy charging at the forefront. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of gunfire as the machine guns roared, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets, while mortars launched 60mm shells into the sky. Soldiers donned in steel helmets peeked over the trench, pulling their triggers. In an instant, the advancing soldiers of the Flower Kingdom fell like wheat before the scythe. Explosions erupted among the charging troops, shrapnel flying wildly through the ranks, tearing into the bodies of the soldiers and hurling them away. "Damn those bounty hunters," thought the young general, clenching his fists. He had heard of the bounty hunters' heavy machine guns and mortars, devastating weapons against clustered soldiers, but he had not anticipated the sheer number they possessed. By the sound of it, there were at least hundreds of machine guns and portable rapid-fire cannons, although the Flower Kingdom had also manufactured its own machine guns and portable artillery. They paled in comparison, be it rate of fire, power, or range. In terms of numbers, they had but 200 heavy machine guns and 150 rapid-fire cannons scattered across their defenses. His allocation consisted of merely 20 machine guns and 10 makeshift mortars. "Bring our heavy machine guns and portable artillery forward. Direct all fire towards the right flank of the enemy defenses. We must retaliate against their firepower, alleviate the pressure on our advancing soldiers, and create an opportunity to breach their lines. Prepare the cavalry for a charge." The young general promptly commanded one of his officers beside him. Initially, he had refrained from deploying these resources, as he sought to locate the enemy's firing points for a strategic strike, while simultaneously avoiding detection of his own positions. However, given the overwhelming disparity in heavy weaponry, he now needed to identify the enemy's vulnerabilities to create an opening. Upon receiving the order, a mounted officer swiftly galloped towards the rear of the ranks. Once the officer departed, the young general's gaze fell upon the advancing soldiers, who were continuously falling in droves, and he clenched his fists once more. Layers of soldiers had already succumbed ahead. In the brief span of their conversation, casualties had surged into the thousands. This was despite his decision to target only a segment of the enemy's defenses as a breakthrough, rather than the entire line. Had he attacked the full front, the toll would have likely multiplied several times over. "Signal the fleet immediately. Relay the coordinates of our position 1,000 meters ahead, and instruct them to commence bombardment." Arthur commanded the communications officer at his side. "Understood," the communications officer replied promptly. Whoosh! 1 minute later, the thunderous roar of colossal artillery shells echoed overhead, hurtling towards the front lines. Chapter 122, Pursuit Boom. The terrifying explosions reverberated from 800 to 1,200 meters behind the coastal defenses, unleashing a cataclysmic inferno that engulfed the soldiers of the Flower Kingdom. The shock waves, akin to a tsunami, uprooted trees from the ground and hurled the enemy soldiers into the sky, dozens of meters aloft. Upon hearing the dreadful detonations, the soldiers further back, yet to charge into battle, stood frozen in disbelief, their bodies trembling at the sight of the towering flames. "It's over." The soldiers of the Flower Kingdom, advancing at the front, turned to witness the chaos, their faces betraying expressions of utter despair. This level of devastation rendered any hope of reinforcements futile. Even if they breached the enemy's defenses without subsequent support, their fate would be total annihilation. Is this the power of the enemy's naval artillery? The rumors from beyond were indeed true. Such terrifying weaponry existed in this world. The young general, witnessing the cataclysmic explosions ahead, felt utterly at a loss. He had gravely underestimated the might of the enemy's artillery. Even if he were to reclaim the coastal positions, what good would it serve? Could they withstand the relentless bombardment? The beach defenses, which the Flower Kingdom had placed their hopes upon, were rendered a mere farce in the face of the enemy's naval firepower. Their strategy should have been to wait until the enemy advanced inland, engaging them only after they had lost the advantage of their artillery, rather than standing on the beach to be bombarded. Though this approach might allow the enemy's ground forces to maximize their combat effectiveness, victory was unattainable along the coast. The destructive capability of the enemy's naval artillery could easily reduce the shoreline to rubble. Retreat, pull back inland. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young general dared not hesitate any longer and issued the command with conviction. Without dispatching even the cavalry prepared by Lianji, they retreated. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Flowers, already gripped by fear, felt an immediate sense of relief and began to withdraw at a speed even greater than that of their arrival. They truly wished to avoid the onslaught of the enemy's naval bombardment on the coastline. They harbored a spirit of loyalty and sacrifice for their country, yet they did not wish to perish without any semblance of value. Regardless of how many times one witnesses such a scene, it remains profoundly shocking. Arthur gazed at the explosions a kilometer ahead and reflected. The surrounding soldiers remained silent, continuing to fire upon the enemy, still charging forward. Against the backdrop of the towering flames, these advancing foes evoked feelings of both admiration and melancholy. "Arthur, the enemy is beginning to retreat," came Andrew's voice over the intercom. Since the onset of battle, 5 seaplanes have been tirelessly patrolling the skies, constantly reporting the movements of the enemy below. "Understood. Cease bombardment." Arthur promptly responded via the intercom, then commanded, "Prepare the army for an assault." Upon receiving the news, Arthur swiftly issued the command, surprised by the enemy's rapid withdrawal. "Charge!" As the naval bombardment ceased, Arthur immediately ordered the charge. Although the enemy's retreat could be a ruse, he felt no fear, for their strength was their greatest asset. "Kill!" With Arthur's command, a thunderous roar of battle cries erupted, as soldiers along the coastline emerged from their trenches, resolutely advancing toward the enemy. They relentlessly fired upon the soldiers of the Kingdom of Flowers who had not managed to retreat. The rumbling of tanks and armored vehicles echoed as they surged forth from the flanks of the position, quickly leading the charge. "Drop your weapons, raise your hands, and surrender." Shouted voices mingled with the battle cries, clearly audible. The tide has turned. Observing the soldiers of the Bounty Hunter Brigade rushing from the line, an old soldier from the Kingdom of Flowers sighed, dropped his weapon, and raised his hands high. The forsaken individuals continued their futile resistance. As the first soldier of the Flower Kingdom cast down his weapon, an increasing number of soldiers who had not retreated in time followed suit, raising their hands in surrender. Soon, the pursuing tanks and armored vehicles caught up with the tail of the retreating Flower Kingdom forces. The staccato of machine guns erupted, accompanied by the thunderous roar of artillery. In an instant, soldiers retreating fell in droves, the explosions ringing out incessantly. The futile counterattacks from some soldiers of the Flower Kingdom resulted only in the sound of bullets striking the armored vehicles and tanks, creating mere sparks of collision. The tanks and armored vehicles surged into the retreating soldiers, wreaking havoc and claiming numerous lives, further disrupting the already fragile formation of the fleeing troops. In a state of disarray, the terrified soldiers, witnessing the relentless advance of the enemy, found their retreating formation collapsing into chaos, prompting many to scatter in panic. "General, the enemy has closed in on us. They are leading with an unprecedented iron war machine, equipped with machine guns and capable of firing shells. Our bullets cannot penetrate these steel behemoths. Not even artillery can breach their defenses. The rear guard is utterly ineffective." An officer galloped to the side of the young general, urgency evident in his voice. "The soldiers at the back are already fleeing in all directions. Order the troops to retreat individually and regroup at the capital." The young general commanded after a moment's contemplation. He then spurred his horse into a frantic gallop. The chaos had already set in, and with the enemy hot on their heels, it was impossible to maintain order. Even his own survival was in jeopardy. Rather than futilely attempting to rally the troops, it was wiser to allow them to escape individually, with the hope of regrouping later. At least there would be a destination, and he too could make his escape. Moreover, scattering would increase the chances of survival for more individuals, allowing him to blend in and flee as well. Of course, issuing such an order stemmed from desperation, and he knew that the forces that could be gathered afterward would be minimal, perhaps even less than a fifth of the original strength. "Understood," the officer replied, immediately setting off to relay the command. "Commander, the tank unit ahead reports that the Flower Kingdom's army is dispersing." Within the pursuing ranks, a messenger promptly reported to Arthur, "Do not concern yourself with these routed soldiers. Their morale has shattered, and few will dare to return to the army. We must swiftly capture their commander." Upon hearing this, Arthur issued his orders without delay. Chapter 123, The arrival of green pepper, we have scattered their reinforcements, but I regret to inform you, Chief, that their commander has managed to escape. In a satellite phone conversation, Arthur expressed his apologies to Wang Han. It is quite normal for the enemy to flee in such a disorganized manner. Your forces are insufficient to encircle so many retreating soldiers. And it is expected that enemy commanders would disguise themselves among them to escape, Wang Han remarked. Have all the supplies been unloaded? Wang Han inquired. Yes, they have all been brought ashore, Arthur promptly replied. I have dispatched 1,500 trucks for your use. Employ them wisely to transport soldiers and military equipment swiftly. Time is of the essence. We must seize the entirety of the Flower Kingdom at the earliest opportunity, Wang Han commanded. Understood, Arthur acknowledged immediately. Load all weapons, ammunition, and provisions onto the trucks. Ensure the artillery is towed and ready to depart in 20 minutes. Leave 1,000 troops at the port for defense, to handle prisoner exchanges and manage the receipt and transportation of subsequent supplies. After concluding the satellite call, Arthur swiftly issued new orders to the entire army. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison, promptly immersing themselves in their tasks. 20 minutes later, amidst the roar of vehicles and tanks, Arthur, accompanied by over 20,000 of his men, advanced into the heart of the Flower Kingdom. Chief, the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Qing Jiao, requests an audience with you. Their ships are currently docked at the port, and we have not allowed them to disembark, Otto reported to Wang Han. The battle has already commenced. Do they not realize the futility of their hopes? Wang Han chuckled. Very well, I shall meet with him. Let him come. Understood, Otto responded and exited the stronghold. He likely wishes to avert this conflict, Otto reflected upon leaving. Merely a dreamer, Guena interjected. Moreover, he has brought along several formidable experts, suggesting he is prepared for multiple outcomes. Wang Han smiled, stating, what I require is complete dominion over a nation, not merely transforming it into my vassal. The Flower Kingdom must be conquered. I shall not permit any dissenting voices within its borders. After 7 years, the first batch of troops has been trained. Our Navy, Army, and Air Force now possess the capability for independent operations. Securing the Flower Kingdom will enable our influence to expand once more, paving the way to assert control over the entire Western Sea. Yet, the time to reveal the full might of our Air Force has not yet arrived. What are your intentions regarding Qing Jiao? Guena inquired. Despite the admirable aspects of the 8 Treasure Navy, they cannot escape their identity as pirates, nor the fact that they have plundered at sea. Those who have lost loved ones and everything due to their actions will not forget them, Wang Han replied, his gaze momentarily flashing with cold determination. Moreover, the future Flower Kingdom will no longer require the 8 Treasure Navy. Brother Wang, what are your plans after conquering the Flower Kingdom? Will you declare yourself king? Guena asked, harboring no doubts about Wang Han's ability to secure victory. No. Upon hearing this, Wang Han shook his head and proclaimed, the monarchy shall become a relic of the past. The new nation requires no king. Not only this new nation, but the forthcoming world shall also be devoid of kings and noble privileges. No individual shall possess special rights. In the future, all individuals will be born equal. Those who labor shall reap rewards, while those who do not shall earn nothing. Merit will be recognized, and transgressions will be punished. There shall be no ambiguity between the two. I sincerely hope that such a peaceful world arrives swiftly, remarked Guena with a smile. Within a decade, we shall certainly construct this world with our own hands, Wang Han responded with a grin. Chief, Qing Jiao has arrived. Not long after, Otto knocked at the door. Reporting from outside. Let him in, Wang Han commanded, looking towards the door. Additionally, summon the officials from Lu Dao as well. Understood, Otto replied from outside. Then spoke to the Qing Jiao, who followed him. Qing Jiao, please come in. Thank you. Qing Jiao expressed his gratitude to Otto, took a deep breath, and entered the fortress's conference room. Qing Jiao, it has been years. You appear to have aged considerably, Wang Han remarked with a smile as he observed Qing Jiao's entrance. Mr. Wang Han, you remain as youthful as ever after 7 years. Miss Guena has also matured and grown even more beautiful, Qing Jiao promptly complimented. While one may maintain youth, much joy is inevitably sacrificed. Aging, illness, and death are the natural order of life, and disrupting this cycle incurs a corresponding cost. Wang Han replied with a smile. With gain comes loss. Indeed, with gain comes loss. Mr. Wang Han, you are quite the philosopher, Qing Jiao chuckled. Many upon the sea only contemplate gain, oblivious to the necessity of loss. Whether one can gain depends on their efforts, whereas whether one must lose is dictated by their fate. Upon hearing this, Wang Han smiled and said, Then what do you believe will be the fate of the Flower Kingdom? Qin Jiao immediately seized upon Wang Han's words to steer the conversation. Qin Jiao, you are nearing 70. Why must you take on a role of a negotiator and risk such peril? Wang Han observed Qin Jiao, his expression now devoid of mirth. Though I am aged, the Flower Kingdom remains my homeland. To contribute to my country once more in my lifetime fulfills my heartfelt desire to serve, Qin Jiao declared, his gaze resolute as he looked at Wang Han. He understood the danger of his presence here, especially now that war had commenced, making him and Wang Han adversaries. The fate of the Flower Kingdom is already sealed. It is a necessary process of the era's transformation. Qin Jiao should yield to the tide of change rather than cling to the remnants of the old world. Wang Han stated with a smile. After all, there is but one life. You should not have come, Qin Jiao. Alas, in old age, nostalgia prevails, Qin Jiao replied. One life, one opportunity, it is worth the risk. Mr. Wang Han, I implore you to cease the war. Qin Jiao stood, bowing deeply to Wang Han. The Kingdom of Flowers is willing to become your vassal, paying tribute annually and awaiting your commands. Although he was aware that hope was faint, he still felt compelled to voice these words. Even the smallest glimmer of hope was something he was reluctant to forsake. The new nation requires neither a king nor nobility, much less a second voice. Wang Han stated, those who refuse to adapt to the times will inevitably be cast aside by the tide of history, removed from the stage of the world. With that, the old man resolved to stake his very life. Qin Jiao declared, his hands enveloped in a dark, domineering aura, launching a simultaneous strike at Wang Han. Chapter 124. The death of Qin Jiao. The electromagnetic shield shimmered into existence. Observing Qin Jiao's approaching, shadowy fists, Wang Han remained seated upon the sofa, nonchalantly uttering a single word, buzz. In the next moment, as Qin Jiao's fist descended, a blue electromagnetic shield swiftly materialized within the conference room, effectively thwarting the onslaught of Qin Jiao's empowered blows. His fist struck the shield, merely creating ripples across its surface. Knowing that death awaited you here, why would you still take the risk to come? You are aware that you stand no chance against me, and I possess both the motive and the means to eliminate you. Since the onset of war, we have been adversaries, Wang Han remarked, watching Qin Jiao pound against his electromagnetic shield. Even if there exists but a sliver of chance, I must attempt it. If I cannot halt you, then let me perish before this nation, Qin Jiao shouted fiercely, striking the shield once more with renewed vigor. A commendable decision, Wang Han replied calmly. Yet your determination cannot alter reality. While fate may be reshaped, your power remains woefully inadequate. Wang Han rose from the sofa, raising a hand towards the green pepper. His palm shimmered with metallic brilliance, transforming his wrist into a plasma cannon. Purple lightning coalesced at the muzzle, bathing the entire conference room in an eerie violet glow. An inexplicable terror enveloped the green pepper, sending shivers down his spine. In that moment, he comprehended the sheer magnitude of Wang Han's strength, far surpassing his own. My resolve remains unshaken. I am but a fiery pepper. Let me meet my end before this nation. The overwhelming crisis did not deter the green pepper. With a desperate cry, he called out his former name, retreating 2 steps as his haki enveloped his flattened head. He charged fiercely at Wang Han's electromagnetic shield, using his long-neglected head cone to strike with force. Though his head had become flat, the plasma cannon loomed large. Wang Han declared, as the electromagnetic shield dissipated. His wrist-mounted cannon erupted with a dazzling purple radiance. A torrent of violet lightning plasma surged forth from his hand, piercing through the chest of Qin Jiao as swiftly as a thunderclap, breaching the war fortress and detonating in the skies above Flying Horse Island, transforming into a resplendent purple firework. In the next instant, Qin Jiao's massive form staggered a few steps before collapsing with a thud, blue and purple currents crackling around him, leaving charred marks upon his skin. As he felt his body succumbing to paralysis, Qin Jiao murmured to himself, helplessly closing his eyes. Is this how swiftly it concludes? Is the disparity truly so vast? Thus, your strength is insufficient, spicy pepper, Wang Han remarked, shaking his head. This time, he referred to Qin Jiao as spicy pepper instead. Chief. At that moment, Otto and a cadre of remaining officials burst into the conference room, their faces etched with fury as they beheld the fallen Qin Jiao. Let us lay him to rest on the shores of the Flower Kingdom, Wang Han instructed. Understood, Otto responded immediately. Chief, allow me to mobilize troops to annihilate the 8 treasure navy, Yao EU declared, sword in hand, brimming with indignation. The 8 treasure navy has dispatched numerous formidable fighters, including over 5 devil fruit users. Exercise caution, leave no one alive, Wang Han commanded. Understood, Yao Eu and the others echoed loudly before turning to exit the conference room. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship anchored at the port, Lao Lai observed the violet lightning that had breached the fortress and exploded in the sky, his expression darkening. He bellowed, to everyone on board, attack. In the next moment, the pirates of the 8 Treasure Navy and the masters of the Flower Kingdom surged forth from the ship, racing toward the shore. What are you doing? Cease your actions immediately, or we shall consider this an act of aggression. The soldiers stationed on the shore shouted, raising their weapons at the advancing pirates and their allies. Unperturbed by the soldiers' admonitions, Lao Lai and his comrades charged forward with utmost speed. Those armed with firearms immediately opened fire on the soldiers at the shore. Selected from the finest marksmen of the Flower Kingdom, their shots rang true, and within moments, several soldiers fell, struck down. Open fire. Seeing this, the soldiers on the shore no longer hesitated and retaliated, firing upon the pirates. In the depths of the port, the dual-purpose anti-aircraft artillery also commenced firing, unleashing large-caliber bullets capable of slicing a person in half upon the 8 Treasure Navy. In an instant, carnage ensued, with flesh and blood scattering in the air. Upon witnessing the scene, a towering figure, measuring 3 meters in height, emerged from the ranks of the 8 Treasures Water Army, transforming into a colossal armored dragon, 7 meters in length. This formidable creature positioned itself before the majority, charging towards the soldiers on the shore like a rampaging rhinoceros. Large-caliber bullets struck its heavily armored body, leaving gruesome bloodied holes. Yet the impact on its gigantic form was negligible. In a stunning display, another adept from the 8 Treasures Water Army morphed into a massive pterosaur with a wingspan of 20 meters, seizing 2 crates of cannonballs from the ship and soaring into the sky, intent on unleashing aerial bombardment upon the port. Bring it down, a soldier shouted, prompting 4 anti-aircraft guns on the shore to unleash a barrage of fire at the ascending pterosaur. The soldiers preferred targeting aerial foes over simpler ground targets, as it posed a greater challenge and risk. Several swordsmanship experts from the 8 Treasures Water Army drew their blades, unleashing tremendous slashes toward the soldiers on the shore. Each strike spanned several meters, tearing the ground and creating enormous, smooth fissures. Chapter 125. No mercy, as 7 or 8 flying slashes were set to strike the defending ordinary soldiers. More slashes erupted from within the shore, colliding with the sword energies unleashed by the 8 Treasures Water Army's masters. These flying slashes not only neutralized the attacks from the 8 Treasures Water Army, but also alleviated the peril faced by the ordinary soldiers on the shore, while simultaneously advancing towards the 8 Treasures Water Army, eliminating numerous common pirates among them. Over the course of 7 years, many skilled fighters had allied with Wang Han, including sword masters and even grand sword masters. The precise number of these skilled individuals who had joined Wang Han remained unknown even to the Navy. Realizing that regular bullets were ineffectual against the armored dragon, the commanding officer promptly issued orders. In response, the soldiers on the shore swiftly replaced their standard ammunition with black-tipped sea-stone bullets. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the armored dragon user was forced to revert to his original human form, blood oozing from his chest and limbs as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Struck by the sea-stone bullets, his devil fruit powers were nullified, rendering him powerless and akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. The pterosaur user in the sky fared no better, being riddled with bullets from the anti-aircraft machine guns, plummeting to the ground in human form. It was the sea-stone bullets. Observing the fallen armored dragon user, several members of the 8 Treasures Water Army visibly paled. As users of Paramecia-type devil fruits, they lacked the massive physiques and had not been at the forefront of the battle, yet the sea-stone bullets posed a significant threat to them nonetheless. Why has there been no movement? Lao Lai, while evading bullets, cast his gaze towards the interior of the island, a sense of urgency growing within him. Since the onset of battle, aside from the initial flash of lightning, there had been no further signs of conflict from within the island. In his heart, a sense of worry for the green pepper began to emerge. Although they had already understood the perilous nature of their mission from the outset, and had resolved to face death should their endeavor fail, there lingered a palpable anxiety. It was not the fear of their own demise that troubled them. They had long since prepared for that inevitability, but rather the dread of failure. The leader had issued a command: spare none, except for those with the devil fruit abilities, and show no mercy to the rest. Otto's voice echoed from within the harbor, as he and the cadre of bounty hunters hastened from the depths of the island. Could it be that grandfather had? Upon seeing the approaching cadre, Lao Lai's heart sank into despair, enveloped in a profound sorrow for his grandfather and for themselves. They had not only failed to achieve success, but it now appeared that even inflicting significant losses upon the bounty hunters was beyond their grasp. their operation had faltered. Blow up the ship. Gritting his teeth, Lao Lai turned and shouted towards the pirate vessel. If the ship were to explode, they would be left with no means of retreat, compelled to fight to the bitter end. This was their final resort. The ship was laden with explosives, a grim contingency prepared for the eventuality of failure, meant to obliterate the harbor of Pegasus Island. On the pirate ship, the few remaining pirates immediately responded with urgency, rushing towards the ship's interior. A sense of despair washed over others who heard Lao Lai's command. At that moment, they cast aside all caution, no longer evading the incessant gunfire, and charged madly towards the soldiers of the harbor, towards the approaching cadre. In that instant, even in death, they were determined to take as many as possible with them, even if it meant inflicting one more casualty upon the bounty hunters, thereby alleviating some pressure from the Flower Kingdom. Upon hearing Lao Lai's call, the cadre of the bounty hunters at the harbor were taken aback. These individuals were unwavering loyalists of the Flower Kingdom. There was no need for a ship's destruction to cover their retreat. The explosion of the ship was surely no ordinary detonation. Quickly, sever the ship. Otto urgently instructed the surrounding swordsmen. Dragon slash, flower slash. Upon hearing the commands, 2 swordsmen were the first to react, immediately unleashing enormous slashing attacks towards the pirate ship of the 8 Treasures Navy. Observing this, the other swordsmen comprehended the gravity of the situation and simultaneously executed their own slashing attacks aimed at the pirate vessel. They must not sever the ship. Upon witnessing the slashing attacks heading towards the pirate ship, Lao Lai shouted fervently. In an instant, a torrent of assaults and figures surged forth to counter the incoming slashes, either by neutralizing them with their own slashing attacks or by bracing against them with armed color. In front of the pirate ship of the 8 Treasures Navy, a substantial amount of hard plastic material materialized from one individual's hand, forming an enormous plastic shield that stood resolutely in defense. This is the Superman-type devil fruit. The plastic fruit. In a moment of desperation, the members of the 8 Treasure Navy valiantly obstructed the oncoming barrage of flying slashes. For the sake of the Flower Country. Within the confines of the 8 Treasure Navy's pirate ship, a pirate shouted, hurling a torch into the hold filled with explosives. The next moment, a dazzling flash erupted from the hold, and the pirate ship began to swell like a gas-filled plastic container. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous fireball erupted from the 8 Treasure Navy's ship, wildly expanding outward like a colossal tsunami, sweeping everything in its path. For the sake of the Flower Country. Lao Lai murmured softly, standing still with his eyes closed, awaiting the embrace of death. Damn it! Otto cursed loudly at the sight. In that fleeting moment, the flames of the explosion had already begun to spread. Ice number 7. Just as the explosion was about to engulf the entire harbor, Wang Han's voice suddenly resonated in the sky. A glimmer of cold light descended from above, landing amidst the explosion. Crack, crack, crack. In the next instant, the flames extinguished. The sea froze, and the waves instantly solidified into ice, while a chilling air swiftly enveloped the harbor. The ice spread at a speed of 1,600 kilometers per hour, with even the sea breeze mingling with white ice flowers. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ocean was entirely encased in ice. What had just fallen was merely a shard the size of a flake of dandruff. An electromagnetic barrier appeared, blocking the direction of the spreading ice. How is this possible? Witnessing the instantaneous freezing of everything, everyone was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Your pillar, Qingjiao, is dead. Wang Han descended from the sky, looking at Lao Lai with a cold smirk. Your willingness to face death cannot alter the outcome. Observing the sudden freeze of everything and the descending Wang Han, Lao Lai sat on the cement ground in a daze, uttering not a word. Otto, aside from those with devil fruit abilities, eliminate the rest. Chapter 126. The State of the World. Excluding the devil fruit users, eliminate the rest. Observing the dazed Lao Lai and the others, Wang Han instructed Otto before turning and soaring back toward the interior of the island, casting not another glance at Lao Lai and his companions. While the unwavering determination of these loyalists to the Flower Country was commendable, it could not alter the inevitable result. The arrival of the New World was unstoppable. Wang Han did not personally take the lives of Lao Lai and others. His subordinates also required the opportunity to mature, albeit such growth would inevitably come with certain casualties. Yes, leader. Upon hearing Wang Han's command, Otto and the other officials, along with the soldiers at the port, immediately responded in unison. Kill. Let's go, Wang Han. Otto exclaimed loudly as he led the charge towards the 8 Treasure Navy. Meanwhile, upon landing, the bounty hunter troop, bolstered by their armored vehicles and advanced weaponry, surged through the Flower Kingdom with unstoppable momentum. breaching several major cities and towns in a single day's march of over 100 kilometers. Some garrison troops fled at the first sign of their approach. Within just 2 days, the bounty hunters would reach the capital of the Flower Kingdom. Observing the rumbling trucks and tanks traversing the towns, the hidden civilians could only lament the formidable strength and advanced armaments of the bounty hunters, feeling a deep sorrow. Despite Wang Han's prior efforts to sway public opinion against the kingdom, the hunters remained perceived as outsiders, strangers in a land that had once offered them protection. No one knew what would become of the Flower Kingdom once the bounty hunters took control. They had no precedents to refer to, as this was the first kingdom to face such a fate. Though the Flower Kingdom had its flaws and was embroiled in conflict, it had nonetheless granted decades of peace, shielding its people from pirate incursions. It was impossible for the populace to feel no attachment to their homeland, which had been their sanctuary. Their previous tranquil existence was inextricably linked to the kingdom's guardianship. The absence of local forces assisting against the bounty hunters stemmed from the latter's esteemed reputation in the West Sea and the fact that this war had yet to encroach upon their lives. Noticing the furtive gazes from the distance, Arthur sighed inwardly. He had heard whispers of Wang Han's ambitions to alter the world. Changing the world required more than mere military conquest. It demanded the recognition and support of the populace, reshaping their beliefs. Conquering the world was a formidable challenge, but winning the hearts of its people was a task as daunting as scaling the heavens. The first kingdom, the Flower Kingdom, posed significant difficulties in this regard. How long until we reach the capital of the Flower Kingdom? Arthur inquired, shaking off lofty thoughts. Captain, we will reach the capital in half a day at this pace. Likely around 4 in the afternoon, the communications officer replied after checking the navigation device. Relay to the entire army. We must capture the capital of the Flower Kingdom today and plant the red banner with the black dragon at the royal palace, Arthur commanded. Understood. Marshal, the bounty hunter troop is rapidly approaching the capital. Their armored vehicles have proven remarkably effective in warfare, exhibiting substantial defensive capabilities alongside impressive firepower. And their speed is formidable. They resemble small warships navigating the land. Furthermore, they utilize transport vehicles to swiftly mobilize troops, achieving nearly 200 miles in just 1 day. The Flower Kingdom has not even had time to assemble its forces before cities fell, the naval officer reported. In the naval marshal's office, Zhanghua, upon concluding the communications officer's briefing, ordered, understood. Continue to remain embedded within the bounty hunter troop and report any developments immediately. Affirmative. Upon hearing this, a voice immediately emanated from the telephone bug, which was subsequently hung up from the other end. I had previously heard from Yuan about the iron war chariots of the bounty hunter group. Such vehicles on land require skilled operatives to contend with. Although Yuan had never witnessed these iron war chariots in actual combat. As Sengoku terminated the call, Crane spoke up. They are employing a novel combat strategy, Sengoku remarked. We also require these iron war chariots. Otherwise, should we falter at sea, we will possess little advantage on land. Vegapunk has already expedited the refurbishment of the decrepit Yamato warship, and it should soon be ready for production. Crane acknowledged that Sengoku's conditional statement harbored a significant likelihood of becoming a reality. Is the technology of the Yamato truly so formidable? Sengoku inquired, perplexed. Vegapunk possesses a mind that transcends the existing global technology by over 5 centuries. The technology of the Yamato is not particularly challenging for Vegapunk to unravel. The primary difficulty lies in the vast array of technologies and materials associated with the Yamato. It is not merely the Yamato that requires decryption. The production apparatus also necessitates a complete redesign. Our current shipyards, artillery factories, and steel mills lack the technological capability to manufacture the Yamato warship. In Vegapunk's words, the technology of the Yamato represents a disjunction from the prevailing technological standards of the world. Even if we decipher the Yamato's technology, the global production capacity cannot meet the requirements. To produce the Yamato, we must first overhaul the manufacturing facilities, Crane elucidated. Have Kizaru continue to expedite the progress and assist Vegapunk, Sengoku commanded. Upon hearing this, he promptly added, inform Kizaru that time is of the essence. We must decipher all technologies within a year and initiate production within 2 years. I shall convey the message. Crane nodded in agreement. What is the status of the 4 emperors? Sengoku inquired once more. Currently, Wang Han is stirring the West Sea, while the 4 emperors are also restless in the New World. Following the onset of war in the Land of Flowers, they too are creating turmoil. Kaido has officially declared himself king in Wano country, enlisting a considerable number of soldiers under highly favorable conditions. and has dispatched the 3 calamities from his pirate crew to train these forces. Their military strength has already exceeded 70,000. Charlotte Linlin has likewise proclaimed herself king in Tado land, forming an alliance with Kaido. It appears she is also contemplating an assault on another nation. The specifics of their target remain unclear. These two seem to be emulating Wang Han strategies. Shanks is also enlisting personnel in large numbers within his territory, recruiting all able-bodied men regardless of their strength into his pirate crew, and has commenced training while amassing an extensive arsenal. Whitebeard, akin to Shanks, is swiftly recruiting within his realm and training newcomers. The underground giants, including the likes of the Golden Emperor and Morgan, have now united, their influence expanding even more rapidly than that of the 4 emperors, with a combined force nearing 150,000. The crane responded, "Everyone is preparing for the impending war." Upon hearing this, warring states let out a sigh. It is evident that the forthcoming era will undoubtedly be one of turmoil, far more dire than the age of exploration. Indeed, the crane continued, "It is not only Wang Han and the 4 emperors. According to the intelligence I have gathered, half of the nations in the world are currently engaged in large-scale conscription, and several neighboring countries have formed alliances. An increasing number of individuals have sensed that war is on the horizon. It is likely that this conflict will erupt before Wang Han can swallow and assimilate the entire Western Sea." Chapter 127. The City of Flowers Warring States remarked, "After Wang Han conquers the Flower Kingdom, his influence will undoubtedly accelerate its expansion. The expansion of Wang Han's influence is bound to unsettle others, particularly in the New World, where territories have been nearly stripped bare. Those individuals will undoubtedly initiate new conflicts to augment their power." Upon hearing this, Crane remained silent, refraining from suggesting a military deployment to the New World in the event of war. Presently, the greatest threat to the world continues to be Wang Han. Even the Navy must bolster its forces in preparation for future warfare. Thus, it cannot afford to expend its military resources on non-essential endeavors. Despite her differing views from Sengoku, she must remain vigilant and prepared for war. It is not only Sengoku and Crane who are closely monitoring the conflict in the Flower Country. Meanwhile, in the New World, upon receiving word that the Bounty Hunters group was on the verge of assaulting the capital of the Flower Country, Kaido promptly reached out to Charlotte Linlin to discuss preparations for an attack on the nation. Wang Han is determined to conquer a nation, and he is far from complacent. He directly declares himself king in the Land of Harmony and begins recruiting soldiers, forging an alliance with Charlotte Linlin. With aspirations to expand his territory, enlist more troops, and manufacture greater weaponry, he aims to strengthen his burgeoning power. As he is on the brink of seizing a nation, he cannot remain idle. He intends to incorporate a larger populace under his dominion, aware that he cannot surpass the divine Wang Han with mere personal strength. He realizes that the only path to obtaining the divine power is through the expansion of his influence. Although he has allied with Charlotte Linlin, Kaido has withheld his true intentions from her, refraining from mentioning anything about the divine. Meanwhile, Shanks, having learned of Wang Han's impending conquest, approche Whitebeard tout propose à mutuelle alliance. After a brief contemplation, Whitebeard consents to Shanks' proposal, officially declaring their alliance. It is already foreseeable that Wang Han's power will swell significantly upon conquering the nation, and while their relations with him are currently amicable, there is no guarantee that the formidable Wang Han will not eventually set his sights on them. Even if they wish to avoid hostility with Wang Han, they must possess the means to negotiate and the strength to safeguard themselves, ensuring the welfare of their families. The citizens of the city express their desire to avoid a forcible assault and to protect the innocent. Therefore, they demand either the release of the townspeople, their relatives and friends, their parents and children, with the assurance that they will not be harmed or restricted in their movements. Then, when the city is devoid of its populace, they will engage in a genuine battle. Alternatively, they propose that the king and the nobles within the city be surrendered to them, leading to a peaceful capitulation that would end the conflict and allow everyone to return home to their families, thereby sparing the citizens from the ravages of war. In the capital of the Flower Kingdom, the bounty hunter group has arrived and surrounded the city. Loudspeakers are set up atop the armored vehicles encircling the city, with Arthur's voice emanating from them, resonating into Flower City from all directions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within Flower City is one of palpable anxiety. Some wish to escape the city, while others fervently declare their resolve to share the city's fate. Chaos has erupted in various parts of the city, and amidst the despair, looting and destruction unfold in every corner. The military inside the city, overwhelmed by the turmoil, has concentrated all soldiers on the walls, prepared to repel the bounty hunter's assault. Within the ranks, soldiers are equally apprehensive, as their parents, relatives, and friends reside among the populace. As chaos engulfs the city, they find themselves powerless against the might of the enemy, signifying that this may be their final stand. The soldiers' discipline prevents them from succumbing to mutiny. Do not be swayed by the external propaganda. It is merely an attempt to deceive. Remember your duty as soldiers. Who sustains you? It is His Majesty the King. The enemy's calls are but a ruse. Should you choose to surrender, they will unleash a massacre upon the city. Upon the walls, the noble officers meander, incessantly shouting to the soldiers stationed there. How pompous they sound, yet their fervent resistance stems from their fear of being bound by the enemy. Otherwise, they might be the first to capitulate. After the noble officers pass, a soldier quietly voices his grievances. Indeed, they merely wish to use us as cannon fodder. Another soldier murmurs, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. We commoners are but expendable pawns in the eyes of the nobility. Is that not true? We labor tirelessly, risking our lives, only to fill their coffers. A few other soldiers join in the lament. Perhaps we should simply surrender. My parents are still within the city, one soldier timidly suggests. Upon hearing this, the others fall silent, exchanging glances. My parents are also inside. So is my daughter, two soldiers whisper in turn, cautiously glancing around to ensure they remain unheard. My mother is within the city as well. Otherwise, I would have fled long ago. I believe we should discreetly communicate and devise a plan. One soldier proposes softly. The others share knowing looks and nod in agreement. Is there any commotion within the city? Outside the Flower City, Arthur inquires of a squad leader. 2 hours have passed since the calls began, and the siege has lasted just as long. Not yet. The squad leader shakes his head in response. However, unrest has begun to stir among the citizens, and the soldiers are growing increasingly agitated. Prior to the siege, Arthur had secretly dispatched dozens of soldiers disguised as mercenaries from the Flower Kingdom into the city, intending to incite a mutiny among those inside. We must wait. Arthur clenches and then relaxes his fist, gritting his teeth as he commands. The command from Wang Han was to swiftly conquer the Flower Kingdom while ensuring the safety of innocent civilians. He understood that he would eventually govern this realm and would need to recruit a significant number of soldiers from within. Thus, he placed considerable importance on reputation. The populous Flower City could not be taken by force without careful consideration. Arthur, we have news. The leader responsible for liaising with the spies within the city urgently informed Arthur. The spies have reported that they intend to act at 1 o'clock tonight, kidnapping the nobles and opening the east gate to allow their forces to enter. They have also incited the populace. Understand. Relay orders to all units. Prepare for an offensive at dawn tomorrow. Ensure the soldiers rest well, Arthur commanded. Tomorrow morning? The liaison leader asked, perplexed. If we issue such orders, it implies there are spies among our ranks as well, Arthur remarked. Indeed. Chapter 128. The Conquest of the Flower Kingdom. Whoosh bang. In the nocturnal city of Flower Capital, a crimson flare suddenly illuminated the sky, bursting into a brilliant red firework against the dark canvas of night. It has succeeded. Witnessing the purple firework explode above the eastern gate of Flower Capital, Arthur immediately rose from his position, clutching the walkie-talkie he had not relinquished. The east gate has been opened. I now command that half of each unit continues to encircle the city, while the remainder immediately enters Flower Capital through the east gate. We must eliminate any remaining resistance before dawn. Our forces must not harm the civilian populace or seize their belongings. Those who disobey will face execution, Arthur declared emphatically. Understood. Came the chorus of affirmations over the walkie-talkie. Leader, we have successfully breached the capital of the Flower Kingdom. All members of the royal family, including the king, have been captured and over half of the city's nobles have been apprehended. Please provide further instructions. Arthur reported the news of victory to Wang Han via satellite phone. What are the casualties? Wang Han inquired. Report. Leader, our forces suffered 420 casualties, while we annihilated 640 enemies and captured 21,000, of whom over 18,000 are defectors. Additionally, there are 2 users of devil fruits, both of the Zoan type, who also belong to the defectors, Arthur reported promptly. The high number of our casualties is attributed to the presence of many skilled loyalists among the king's and nobles' ranks. Deploy 500 troops to escort the nobles and royal family members to Pegasus Island. The bodies of the fallen warriors must also be returned, with arrangements made by the base for their burial at home, Wang Han instructed. Furthermore, immediately reassure the populace. Those defectors shall be integrated into our forces, and we will promote the benefits of joining the bounty hunter group. We shall allocate funds from the spoils to provide 3 months' wages as a reward for their defection, and thereafter pay them according to reserve troop standards. Those who display merit in battle will have their achievements duly recorded. The remaining captives are to be secured on site. Understood. Arthur immediately responded loudly. Goena, the first nation to realize our dreams, has been successfully established. After disconnecting the satellite phone, Wang Han turned to Goena with a smile. What are your plans next? Goena inquired. In the next 6 months, we must first restore the economy and the livelihoods of the people in the Flower Country. Only then can the conscripted soldiers serve without concerns for their families, dedicating themselves to the new nation, Wang Han replied with a smile. The primary focus for the upcoming year will be military training. And what about the Flower Country? How do you intend to govern it? Goena asked with curiosity. The Flower Country will adopt a parliamentary system for governance, Wang Han stated. However, I plan to select the candidates for the parliament through popular voting, changing them annually. Those who have served their term cannot hold office again for 3 years. Isn't changing them every year a bit too frequent? Goena questioned. The frequency is necessary to prevent autocracy, Wang Han replied with a grin. Although frequent leadership changes may bring about many drawbacks, there are advantages as well. It prevents individuals from becoming entrenched in power for extended periods. Yet, some matters cannot be resolved in just a year or two. Won't the transition lead to previous issues being neglected? Goena remarked. It's even possible that the outgoing leader could intentionally leave burdens for the next, she added. I've considered that too, Wang Han smiled. Decisions must be made within the term. Issues extending beyond the term require nationwide voting approval. Additionally, I plan to establish 2 supervisory groups, one selected from the military and the other randomly chosen from the populace. I will oversee these groups directly. Once the new nation is established, the military can no longer be called the Bounty Hunter Corps. It will need a new name, such as the Black Dragon Army or the Black Flag Army. The flag will still feature the Black Dragon on a red background, and a standardized military uniform will be introduced primarily in black and gray. Even the titles cannot remain as cadre or group leader. The structure must change. I intend to adopt a rank and structure system similar to that of the Navy. The Flower Country has perished. Its capital is in ruins. The royal family has been captured, and the majority of the nobility has also been taken prisoner. The nation's downfall is merely a matter of time. It is a foregone conclusion that Wang Han will use the Flower Country as a foundation to conquer the entire West Sea. How should we deal with the kings of the affiliated states in the West Sea? Lordum stated that it is not yet time to engage in war with Wang Han. At least 3 more years of preparation are required, during which we should allow him to occupy the West Sea without provoking conflict. After taking the Flower Country, Wang Han will also need time to consolidate his power there before transforming it into his strength. This period will not be long, but it will not be less than a year. After conquering the West Sea, the time for assimilation will undoubtedly be longer. That individual is unlikely to expand the war into other seas within 3 years. The 4 emperors are no longer content to remain in the shadows. Today, news has just emerged that Shanks and Whitebeard have formed an alliance, while Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have recently declared their dominion. They are now preparing to join forces to purge the nations within the territories of the former 2. At present, the 4 emperors are not our primary concern. Let them cause their commotion. Once Lord M is ready, they will merely be jesters, easily vanquished at our discretion. In the headquarters of the world government, within a lavish conference room, the 5 elders convene to deliberate the current situation in the West Sea. Easily vanquished? The 4 elders turned their gazes toward the first elder, the eldest among them, who has the closest ties to M and possesses more knowledge than the others. Easily vanquished, though it requires some preparation. When the time comes, all existing threats can be eradicated, the first elder asserted confidently, though he refrained from disclosing the specifics of the preparations. Chapter 129. The preparation for nation building after conquering the floral capital. The Bounty Hunter Group took an additional week to successfully seize all the territories of the Flower Kingdom. The integration of defected soldiers into the offensive against other regions of the Flower Kingdom significantly alleviated the manpower shortage faced by Wang Han's forces. With the persuasion of these defectors, the remaining towns of the Flower Kingdom surrendered with minimal resistance. If not for the insufficient transportation vehicles to accommodate these defectors, the conquest of the Flower Kingdom could have been expedited even further. Moreover, Wang Han offered generous treatment to the defected soldiers, disregarding their former allegiance to the Flower Kingdom, and the Bounty Hunter Group demonstrated no signs of disturbing the populace. The defected soldiers perceived the reality. Their king had perished, the royal family eradicated, and the fate of the Flower Kingdom had irrevocably changed. The Bounty Hunter Group exhibited no brutality, and under Wang Han's command, the welfare was indeed superior. While it is the duty of soldiers to serve their monarch, the treatment they received in the Flower Kingdom was far from satisfactory. They had labored extensively for the nobility without compensation, merely fulfilling their obligations in exchange for meager soldiers' pay, ultimately revealing that their allegiance was not to the king. Following the war, under the persuasion of these defected soldiers, nearly all remaining soldiers of the Flower Kingdom opted to surrender, though they were compelled to accept new leadership. They felt reassured that a tyrannical rule was unlikely, and instead, their future appeared more promising. This was the crux of their defection. After all, they were soldiers and ordinary citizens with families that needed to be supported. The only ones who continued to resist were a scant few die-hard loyalists to the Flower Kingdom and certain nobles. On June 30th, 2 weeks after the conquest of the Flower Kingdom, the situation within the realm had stabilized completely. The war had concluded, and the populace had resumed their normal lives, allowing the national economy to begin its revival. At last, progress had been made. In the heart of the City of Flowers, before the royal palace, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the newly constructed square, completed within a week. With a hurried yet diligent effort, they had managed to finish this square just before the arrival of July 1st. This square, situated directly in front of the palace gates, featured 2 main roads, each extending 40 meters, leading through the grand entrance of the palace. Opposite the palace tower lay an expansive square, measuring 500 meters in diameter. Tomorrow, on July 1st, a grand ceremony to celebrate the founding of the nation would take place in this freshly erected square, complete with rituals, and the king would personally announce national policies. It was uncertain how many spectators would gather, but it was sure to be a thronging crowd, with the event broadcasted live across the entire nation of Flowers. Not only would the citizens witness this momentous occasion, but rival factions would also be eagerly awaiting to witness any potential folly. Disruptions were inevitable during the founding ceremony, and it was clear that more than one individual would attempt to cause unrest, which made Arthur feel quite apprehensive. Moreover, aside from instructing the construction of the square, the king had provided no further directives regarding the necessary performances, ritual preparations, or even military displays. Brother Wang, are we truly going to proceed with the founding without any preparations? Doesn't it seem rather hasty? Furthermore, we still haven't announced the time of the founding. Should we consider postponing it? On board the battleship Yamato, Guena expressed her concerns to Wang Han. The founding ceremony of a nation is integral to its dignity and image, possessing significant implications not only for diplomatic relations, but also for the citizens' trust and recognition of their homeland. A hasty ceremony could undoubtedly undermine the populace's confidence in the nation, potentially affecting the military as well. I understand your concerns, Wang Han replied, shaking his head. Indeed, such a rushed founding carries considerable risks. But I have chosen this timing to prevent others from preparing. We have many future adversaries, and while we seek to establish our nation, they will not remain idle. The longer we prepare, the more time they have to strategize. If their actions are merely disruptive, they can be managed. However, if they incite the populace, it could lead to far greater chaos. One must not underestimate the lengths to which individuals will go for profit and gain. They can redefine your understanding of human avarice, enabling even the most foolish actions. Danger is daunting, yet wealth can compel individuals to take risks, even to the point of recklessness. There are many who turn to piracy upon the seas for the sake of riches. With sufficient incentive, anyone can become a merchant. The population of the nation of Flowers approaches 7 million. Not to mention, they can employ not only monetary persuasion, but also coercion and various other methods. In essence, they possess myriad strategies to compel compliance, and even within our military ranks, there are numerous spies among us. Thus, while we may be hastily establishing our nation, we can simultaneously mitigate the most troublesome and impactful scenarios. You are always so guarded towards others, Guena remarked. Guena shook her head with a smile and said, however, your point is indeed valid. Rather than passively responding to the enemy's destruction, it is wiser to establish the nation sooner, denying them any opportunity. Brother Wang, why do you not eliminate those spies? There are numerous spies within our ranks, Guena inquired, perplexed. There are quite a few spies in the bounty hunter group, naval world government, revolutionary, the 4 emperors, and from other nations. Some have reported to Wang Han multiple times, yet he has never taken the initiative to eradicate any of them. They cannot access the fundamental secrets, and currently, they pose no risk of leaking significant intelligence. There are no critical operations underway at the moment. Moreover, their every move is under my surveillance, and I can dispose of them at any time. However, I prefer not to have the enemy dispatch new spies, as uncovering them can be quite troublesome, Wang Han replied with a smile. Additionally, these individuals represent a decent combat force and can help expose the locations of other spies. We can also use them to subtly mislead the enemies. Compared to the unidentified spies, These are indeed safer for us, Guen said, nodding in realization. Chapter 130. The establishment of a new nation on July 1st, the day Wang Han had designated for the founding of the new nation. Leader. At 6 in the morning, as Wang Han and Guen descended from the battleship onto the red carpet of the port, 2,000 soldiers with rifles stood at attention on either side, saluting Wang Han in unison, their gazes fixed on him as he walked along the red carpet. Click, click. The flash of cameras erupted from the side as reporters, arranged for the occasion, busily captured this moment. Leader, Arthur, who had long been waiting at the port, hurried to Wang Han's side, standing straight and saluting as he exclaimed, "Is the square completed?" Wang Han asked with a smile. "Mission accomplished. It was finished yesterday." Arthur replied promptly. "Good." Wang Han patted Arthur on the shoulder and said, "Let us proceed to the flower capital." "Yes," Arthur responded immediately, accompanying Wang Han to the end of the red carpet, where a Zeppelin awaited them. This colossal airship measured 163 meters in length and 19 meters in diameter. With a flying speed of 96 kilometers per hour, while not as swift as an airplane, it was sufficient to reach the flower capital within half a day. The scheduled founding ceremony was set for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, coinciding with the time when most citizens of the Flower Nation would have finished their morning labors and had their lunch. Arthur had utilized this airship to travel from the flower capital to the port of the Flower Nation within half a day, and now, Wang Han and Guen would board this Zeppelin to journey to the flower capital. The news of the new nation's establishment at 2 o'clock today had already spread throughout the flower capital a week prior. The Kingdom of Flowers is now widely recognized by all. At 6 in the morning, numerous citizens had already gathered before the gates of the royal palace, orderly waiting in the square under the guidance of soldiers for the commencement of the grand ceremony marking the establishment of the new nation. By 7 o'clock, balloons and doves of peace were being arranged, and banners were being unfurled. Fireworks and cannons were positioned in their designated spots, while a significant number of troops began to appear in the square and along the streets. At 9, with all facilities prepared, the soldiers conducted a final cleaning of the square and the newly restored roads before the palace gates. Simultaneously, they began to restrict onlookers from stepping onto the newly repaired pathways, ensuring everything was in order. By 10 o'clock, everything was set, and a second inspection of the facilities was underway. The crowd preparing to witness the ceremony had exceeded 30,000, with those arriving later relegated to the rear. Only those who had arrived early could secure advantageous positions near the front of the square, with still 4 hours remaining before the ceremony commenced. The sheer volume of people heightened the tension among the soldiers tasked with maintaining order and ensuring safety. With only 2,000 soldiers available for this duty, the situation was already overwhelming, and the numbers were expected to swell significantly after lunch, potentially exceeding 100,000 or even reaching 150,000, including individuals with ill intentions. Not only the Navy and the world government, but also other nations from the West Sea and across the globe, as well as the 4 emperors, had their interests at stake. Despite the unexpected timing of the nation's founding, many spies remained poised to act. By 1:30 in the afternoon, the square in front of the palace was teeming with spectators, the crowd swelling to nearly 200,000. The vast expanse of the giant square, measuring 1,000 by 200 meters, could scarcely accommodate such throngs, with many resorting to the rooftops of surrounding buildings for a better view. The contingent of soldiers had increased from 2,000 to 5,000. Yet even this was insufficient to manage the overwhelming crowd. At 1:50, a Zeppelin appeared in the sky, casting a colossal shadow over the ground, resembling a dark cloud. What could it be? The massive airship captured the attention of the waiting populace, eliciting gasps of astonishment as people looked skyward. Its oval shape, akin to a colossal vessel sailing through the air, elicited wonder and speculation about whether it was friend or foe. As the Zeppelin descended into the palace grounds, the bounty hunter crew remained motionless. Everyone is aware that this enormous airship is not an enemy, but rather a novel creation of the Bounty Hunter Guild, a product of advanced technology. Some individuals have begun to stir with excitement, evidently perceiving new business opportunities, while others discern newfound advantages and innovative strategies for warfare. Finally, after a long wait, at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the grand ceremony of the founding of the nation commenced, accompanied by the resounding echoes of cannon fire. Wang Han was the first to ascend the walls of the royal palace. Following him were Guyana, Perona, Arthur, and several other officials involved in the assault on the Flower Kingdom. The founding ceremony is now underway. At Wang Han's gesture, Andrew stepped up to the microphone and proclaimed loudly, "Now, let the leader announce the nation's name and declare the national policies." At Arthur's respectful invitation, Wang Han approached the front, stood before the microphone, and declared with conviction, I hereby officially announce the establishment of a new nation, which shall be called the New Kingdom, signifying the transition from the old to the new. The cruel and unjust old era shall inevitably pass, and a prosperous new era will certainly dawn, to be established by the New Kingdom. This new era shall be one of peace and mutual assistance, devoid of oppression and persecution, free from kings and nobility. Henceforth, the New Kingdom shall adhere strictly to the law, with rigorous enforcement and accountability for transgressions. No king, no nobility? Who will govern the nation without a king? Who will manage us without nobility? And what of tax obligations? Upon hearing Wang Han's declaration, the citizens of the Flower Kingdom were left utterly bewildered. In this age, most nations are governed by kings, and for the people of this land, many are unfamiliar with the world beyond. Not everyone has ventured to sea, and only a small fraction has done so. Setting sail in this era is perceived as an exceedingly perilous endeavor, a deeply ingrained belief and habit. Even though the pirates of the West Sea have nearly vanished, venturing out remains a dangerous undertaking. Noticing the murmurs of confusion, Wang Han raised his hand to signal for silence and stated gravely, I understand that many of you harbor doubts. Therefore, I shall clarify. In the forthcoming new era, there will be no kings. The nation will be governed by 9 elected representatives, chosen from among you, individuals of intelligence and virtue, respected by all, to collectively make decisions regarding national affairs. Moreover, these 9 representatives will not be fixed. We will adopt a system of annual rotation, and those who have been elected will not be eligible for re-election for 3 years. Chapter 131. The Stunning National Policy in the New Kingdom. Not only will there be no oppressive kings or nobility, but also the elderly will find support. The nation shall serve as a refuge for them. In the years to come, you need not worry about the absence of care in your old age. As long as you are a citizen of the new nation and have made contributions to this country during your youth, regardless of their magnitude, the state shall remember your achievements. Upon reaching the age of 60, you will receive financial support for your retirement based on your merits. Those who are employed will also be entitled to pensions, and when you find yourself less mobile, arrangements will be made for your care. Furthermore, your future children will benefit from a unified national education system, receiving 11 years of education free of charge, including 3 meals a day. Students from families facing financial difficulties will receive additional assistance. Children may begin their education at the age of 4 in kindergarten, where they will be cared for and taught basic knowledge. They will enter primary school at 6, secondary school at 12, and may sit for high school examinations at 15. There are various ways to earn merits. The first is through military service, earning accolades on the battlefield. Even non-military personnel can acquire merits. The second way is through diligent work for the state, contributing to the nation as progress. Donations and charitable acts also garner merits. Additionally, reporting corrupt officials can yield merits and rewards if the claims are substantiated. From the palace gate, Wang Han boldly announced the new national policies. The revelation of the retirement and compulsory education policies elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. These 2 policies undoubtedly represent great news for the citizens of the nation, igniting immense anticipation. Yet, they also incited skepticism, as such an idyllic future seemed almost too good to be true for the ordinary farmer. Moreover, the new nation will implement a tax system of 1/20th, exempting those with monthly incomes below $5,000 from taxation. Business taxes will be set at 1/10. Additionally, the nation will adopt a rational development strategy to regulate prices, instituting a unified system to prevent price gouging. In the forthcoming decade, the new nation will actively encourage childbirth. Starting tomorrow, families welcoming newborns, regardless of gender, will receive generous rewards: 500,000 Bailey for the first child, 1 million Bailey for the second, and 1,500,000 Bailey for the third. For each additional child, the reward will increase by 500,000 Bailey based on the previous child's reward. Is this for real? As the 4th policy was announced, discussions erupted among the crowd in the square. People can scarcely believe what they have just heard. The prospect of receiving rewards for childbirth, and such generous rewards at that. Moreover, once the child reaches the age of 4, the state will assist in their upbringing until the age of 15. The once flourishing nation had never offered such a benefit. Indeed, no nation in the world has ever provided such a welfare scheme. To think that a child, upon turning 4, would have the state supporting their upbringing for 11 years. This is an unprecedented boon. Even the spies, typically well-informed and knowledgeable, are left in a state of astonishment. They understand more than the oblivious populace, aware that the cost of raising every child in the nation for 11 years far exceeds military expenditures. Furthermore, King Han's encouragement of childbirth and the substantial rewards offered are just the beginning. These children, upon reaching 4 years of age, will also require state support. The financial implications of this policy are astronomical. They ponder in confusion, questioning whether King Han truly believes he can win the hearts of the people at such a monumental cost. Is he not concerned that the fledgling state may be overwhelmed by such burdens? Not only does the nation lack the economic capacity, but even a global government would struggle to bear such exorbitant financial demands, considering the millions of children involved. In addition to the aforementioned benefits, the state has devised numerous other welfare policies. It plans to establish hospitals in the capital and major cities, where medical expenses will be partially reimbursed based on the severity of the condition and the merit of the patient, with the state covering at least 1/3, and in some cases, the entirety of the medical costs. Wang Han paid no heed to the astonishment of those below him and continued to announce his policies. In that moment, not only were the people below taken aback, but even Wang Han's subordinates were equally astonished. Doubts clouded the minds of all. Could Wang Han, the bounty hunter group, and the new nation truly possess the economic strength to support the policies he was enacting? Even his aides, such as Arthur, felt uncertain. Had he truly gone mad by proclaiming such policies? Or did he lack the capability to govern a nation altogether? Simultaneously, in a land of harmony, Kaido, watching the live broadcast through a transponder snail, was equally bewildered. The economic expenditure proposed was sufficient to sustain an armed force of 200,000 for an extended period. Even without a keen economic insight, he recognized the enormity of the expenditure. The taxes from the land of flowers were utterly insufficient to implement these policies. Kaido had no desire to emulate such policies and lacked the financial capacity to do so. Why? At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, having received the same news, was filled with profound confusion. However, he did not believe that Wang Han had enacted these policies without preparation, nor did he think Wang Han was merely posturing. Wang Han must have some assurance. Yet, why would he issue such policies? Even if it was a means to win the people's hearts, there was no need to offer such substantial benefits. It was known that Wang Han was also preparing for a new war. He was far too eager. The citizens of the Land of Flowers could hardly bear such a heavy burden. In Shuangyue village, a man clad in a green hooded robe spoke in a low voice as he watched the live broadcast through the transponder snail. He was an enigmatic figure, perhaps capable of achieving success. Opposite him, Gongshiro smiled and replied, "Absolutely impossible." Upon hearing this, the green-robed man shook his head. Even if he were to double or even triple the taxes of a Land of Flowers, it would still be insufficient to support such measures, especially considering the millions of children involved. Moreover, he has drastically altered the tax rate from 8 to 20%. However, his line of thought does share some commonality with ours. Therefore, it is imperative that you assist in introducing me, Mr. Gongshiro. I am eager to meet him. It has been a long time since I last saw my daughter. Gongshiro chuckled and said, "But why did you not meet him earlier? He has been famous for quite some time now. It has been 8 years since he gained his renown, after all. Meeting him poses great danger," the green-robed man responded, shaking his head. When he first set sail, Kuma nearly perished at his hands, utterly defenseless and unable to react. This was relayed to me directly by Kuma. His true strength surpasses our imagination. Furthermore, we were previously unaware of his genuine intentions for war. To recklessly approach him without direction could very well result in becoming the second Kaido. Chapter 132. The military review. He actually intends to abolish the monarchy and the nobility. Oh, how I yearn to witness the expressions of those lofty, celestial dragons upon learning this news. It will surely be quite comical. Those who instill fear now harbor the most perilous thoughts. Doflamingo, observing the scenes and sounds relayed by the snail phone, erupted into an excited laughter, his face alight with anticipation. Is this person truly that terrifying? Baby 5 inquired, gazing at Doflamingo perplexed. It is precisely because everyone fears the resonance of his name that they tacitly refrain from mentioning it, deliberately concealing his existence. I'm no exception. Doflamingo replied with a chuckle. He is an extraordinary individual, having once defeated 2 marine admirals, Bestigarp and captured Kaido. These are but a fraction of his achievements. He has slain celestial dragons, attacked the holy land of Mariejois, and not only emerged unscathed after confronting numerous formidable foes from the world government, but also caused widespread destruction and nearly 30,000 casualties. He is a truly ruthless character. In his presence, escape is the only option. More importantly, he is an immortal. Immortal? Baby 5 exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief. Is there truly someone in this world who possesses immortality? Indeed, there is, Doflamingo affirmed. He is one, and there are others in Mariejois. Immortal? Father, is it possible that such a being exists in this world? Yamato, alongside Kaido, looked at the snail phone with curiosity. Indeed, the divine is immortal, Kaido asserted, taking a hearty swig of alcohol, his eyes ablaze with ambition. How can there possibly be a god in this world? Wait, father, are you suggesting that this individual is a god? Yamato asked, pointing at the screen displaying Wang Han as he proclaimed national strategies. After a moment of silence, Kaido gravely responded, he is indeed a god, at least in possession of powers befitting a deity. My son, he must be plotting something, possibly aiming to create another new god. This is our opportunity to ascend alongside him to divinity. To think he would seek to dismantle the monarchy and aristocracy. He is declaring war on the world. In Mariejois, the 5 elders watched the broadcast, smiles gracing their faces. As the news of the new nation's policies spread, the kings of the West Blue could no longer remain idle. Unlike before, when none dared to confront Wang Han, the nations of the West Blue united to oppose him, even to the extent of eliminating him, an inevitability. Otherwise, even if Wang Han did not launch an offensive, their own nations risked descending into chaos and potential overthrow. In light of the new nation's policies, they themselves would be the ones toppled. As for whether Wang Han's policies could come to fruition, they held no doubts. This was a person whom even Lord Im regarded with apprehension, and his capabilities were undeniably formidable. Even the most absurd policies, in the eyes of some, may not be devoid of potential success when confronted by Wang Han. Thus, with a mere nudge, the kings of the West Sea could unite and actively seek to obstruct his progress. The bald 5 elders spoke. The more chaotic the West Sea becomes, the longer he will require to consolidate it, remarked the long-haired 5 elders. We shall dispatch CP3 to CP7 to the West Sea. The sale of advanced weaponry to the West Sea is bound to incite utter turmoil. Furthermore, we shall withdraw the entire naval force from the West Sea. Without a navy, the pirates will inevitably descend into chaos once more. Might this impact the reputation of the world government? After achieving victory in war, Wang Han's name would be erased from history, allowing the reputation of the world government to be restored and the West Sea reclaimed. However, should we fail to thwart Wang Han, the world government will cease to exist, rendering our reputation meaningless. Now, let the military parade commence. Meanwhile, the military parade in the Flower City has begun. The representation of the tank division approaches, accompanied by the narration of the temporary commentator, Kuna. The first to make their appearance is the tank division, with a total of 80 tanks rolling down the 40-meter main thoroughfare, passing before the gates of the palace. The hatches atop the tanks are open, and the tank commanders stand upright, saluting in unison towards Wang Han. The formidable armor and elongated barrels evoke both a sense of security and trepidation, eliciting a cacophony of excitement. Although a portion of the populace had witnessed these steel behemoths in prior conflicts, they cannot help but marvel at the sight of so many armored vehicles, feeling a rare peace in observing them without the fear of bullets or shells flying by. Journalists are fervently capturing every detail, striving to document the spectacle meticulously. Now, the Armored Vehicle Division arrives, with its exceptional protective capabilities and swift maneuverability serving as the soldier's best shield. Following the tanks, and, with Kuina's commentary, 80 armored vehicles begin to traverse the road before the palace gates. While the armored vehicles may not inspire the same awe and dread as the tanks, they nonetheless provoke a wave of cheers, and the journalist sees every opportunity to photograph the moment. In the sky above, the Air Force takes flight, with formations of warplanes soaring through the air, followed by a fleet of airships. Accompanied by Kuina's narration, 18 biplanes first glide across the sky, succeeded by 9 airships. The appearance of these aircraft once again incites a chorus of gasps. Flight has long been humanity's dream. Yet aside from the powers of devil fruits and the taming of colossal birds, no means have yet allowed humans to soar through the skies for extended periods. Now, however, humanity has achieved this goal, successfully utilizing machinery to ascend into the heavens. Humanity must not only conquer the seas, but also the skies. This momentous event shall be recorded in history. Capture it quickly, for this edition of the newspaper is bound to fly off the shelves. Journalists fervently directed their cameras towards the soaring biplanes and airships gliding through the heavens. Following this spectacle came the precise formation of the army. These soldiers, fresh from battle, still bore the aura of conflict. As the military formation emerged, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the square, causing those present to involuntarily swallow hard. The sense of awe they inspired surpassed that of the tanks and armored vehicles witnessed earlier. Chapter 133, The Conclusion of the Founding, Speculations from All Sides. After the military review, the time for the conferral ceremony had arrived. Wang Han stood atop the palace's city gate tower, proclaiming the newly established military hierarchy of the nation, commencing with the lowest rank of private third class, followed by private second class, private first class, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, general, and finally, marshal. Much like the naval rank system, the structure of personnel mirrored this arrangement. This decision was a strategic move by Wang Han, aimed at facilitating the future annexation of the Navy, thereby minimizing the time required for integration. Upon the completion of the military structure announcement, the next phase involved the conferral of titles. However, Wang Han publicly appointed only a few group leaders to the rank of Major General, refraining from bestowing any ranks above that. For those below Major General, he intended to allow his subordinates to nominate suitable candidates, subject to his approval, without the need for public acknowledgement. The ranks above Major General were reserved as a motivational goal for those holding the rank of Major General. Following the conferral of titles, the focus shifted to the election of council members who would be tasked with managing matters outside of military operations, as well as overseeing the logistics of the armed forces. Wang Han merely announced that the representatives would be elected by a national vote within a month, following which they would be officially appointed. The military representatives would be selected from among the generals, as ordinary citizens lack the requisite strategic acumen. Ultimately, the supervisory group would be chosen through a clandestine process, with the identities of the overseers remaining unknown even to the generals and representatives directly governed by Wang Han. As the head of state, Wang Han possesses the authority to supervise both the nation and the military, holding the ultimate decision-making power along with the rights to appoint and dismiss officials, thereby wielding absolute power. However, despite his extensive authority, Wang Han refrains from intervening in many matters, delegating decisions to the parliament. He maintains control over the overarching direction and policies, while being the sole leader of this new nation. With the establishment of the new country, various factions worldwide commenced intense discussions and preparations. The inception of this new nation undoubtedly struck a significant blow to them, reverberating throughout the globe. The innovative model of governance presented by the new nation illuminated the peril of losing power for kings and nobles, simultaneously instilling in them a profound sense of existential threat. This menace emanated not only from the new nation, but also from the citizens of their own countries. Historically, these rulers had viewed their subjects as mere tools for exploitation, mere machines for extracting wealth and taxes. Even those few monarchs and nobles who regarded their citizens as individuals often perceived the common populace as inferior, existing on a different plane altogether. Yet now, the new policies of the new nation undoubtedly signal to their citizens that they could overthrow their rulers and seize control, paving the way for a better life. With just a slight nudge, civil unrest could erupt within their realms, stripping the rulers of their power and dismantling their noble status. They would become worthless, akin to despised rats scurrying in the streets. Presently, these kings and nobles are fervently eager to eradicate the new nation, ensuring that the world understands the futility of its policies. Simultaneously, they must undermine the new nation's initiatives, enhance citizen welfare, and quell the growing discontent among the populace. After watching the live stream of the new nation's establishment, the concerns extend beyond just the kings and nobles. The high echelons of the world government and the celestial dragons share the same trepidation. Although Wang Han's new policies have antagonized monarchs and nobles worldwide, they have garnered the unwavering support of countless citizens whose hearts have turned to ice in response to the situation. In this evolving landscape, kings and nobles have become increasingly inconsequential. Should Wang Han's new nation thrive and its policies prove viable, a new era will dawn at his call. With countless citizens rallying behind him, striving for a brighter future, for the creation of yet another new nation, and for the liberation of future generations from servitude, willing to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of this cause. At that juncture, even the military may witness significant defection. It should be noted that the world is predominantly populated by ordinary citizens. While the development of the world cannot be divorced from the nobility, its continuity relies fundamentally on these very people. The demise of the nobility heralds the rise of the populace, yet the masses cannot be supplanted. To thwart the advent of a new era, the new nation must perish before its policies can succeed. Otherwise, even if they triumph over Wang Han in the future, the new era will inevitably dawn. The influential powers have awakened with utmost vigilance, bracing themselves for a monumental endeavor. They have sensed the signals of a transformative epoch emerging from the establishment of the new nation. Regardless of their intentions, the arrival of this new era presents a monumental opportunity for them. Could it be that the key to becoming divine lies in ushering in this new age? In Kaido's eyes, a remarkable brilliance ignited. 8 centuries ago, the world government initiated a new era, erasing history and rendering the celestial dragons as descendants of the creators, among whom existed one immortal. Now, the moment has come once more. The new era requires the endorsement of the populace. Perhaps by uniting the strength of all beings, one could ascend to divinity, mused Yamato. In her view, abolishing the monarchy and nobility would undoubtedly consolidate the people's hearts around a singular figure. Even if not, the absence of these figures would undeniably foster greater unity among the populace, rather than scattering their affections to those parasitic entities. Son, tomorrow we shall jointly establish the kingdom of Wano, instituting a new nation and abolishing the monarchy and aristocracy. We will proclaim a new order, Kaido declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. At that moment, a flame of ambition ignited within the hearts of this father-daughter duo. The allure of divinity is a temptation that few can resist, particularly when hope is in the air. They have uncovered secrets following Wang Han's actions, gaining an advantage over others. Regardless of the accuracy of their conjectures, since Wang Han undertook such measures, emulating him seems prudent. Even if their predictions prove erroneous, they can still unify the hearts of Wano's people, bolster their own power, and enhance their chances in future endeavors. As for Kaido's past transgressions against Wano, he dismissed them. Did not Wang Han also topple nations through warfare to establish a new order? Moreover, Kaido was prepared to adopt a new approach, offering protection and security to the region. What a formidable figure, exclaimed Ryuma, unable to suppress his admiration after viewing the live broadcast of the new nation's establishment. Once the new nation's policies succeed, with boundless popular support, it will merely be a matter of time before he supplants the world government. Other nations shall vanish, and the world will be his dominion. In such a scenario, the fervent masses will undoubtedly follow in his footsteps to forge the new era he envisions. Such profound thoughts indicate that he must have once been a person of extraordinary insight, a harbinger of hope for his time. Gungshiro slowly sipped his tea, calmly remarking, "My sentiments towards Wang Han are filled with admiration and gratitude, unlike Ryuma, who harbored intense suspicion towards Wang Han. His era seems to be a distant memory, leaving no trace for us to find," Ryuma said, his expression grave as he gazed intently at Gungshiro. "I must meet him as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. I must know in advance what kind of new era he intends to establish. Otherwise, my heart shall remain unsettled. I will assist you in making contact." Gung Sailang nodded in acknowledgement of Long's request. Chapter 134. The arrival of the Revolutionary Army. The leader received intelligence from a spy, revealing that 11 small nations in the Western Sea formed an alliance yesterday and are preparing to establish a united fleet to launch an assault on the new nation. Currently, the weaponry, numbers, and troop strength of the united fleet remain unknown, but it is anticipated to exceed 300,000 soldiers. On the second day of the nation's founding, General Olivia, responsible for intelligence, hurriedly sought out Wang Han to report the newly acquired information. During the 7 years of quiet development, Wang Han had dispatched numerous spies, 300,000 troops. The countries of the Western Sea are indeed desperate to safeguard their power. The combined forces of these 11 small nations represent nearly half of their total military strength, which is also equivalent to the current military might of the new nation. Upon hearing this, Wang Han smiled, perceiving the figure of 300,000 soldiers as merely a statistic. "Olivia, there are 42 nations in the Western Sea. What about the others? Are the two major powers in the Western Sea taking any action?" Wang Han inquired. "Currently, there is no intelligence regarding their movements, but they are all preparing. It is likely that they will soon join the fray," Olivia promptly replied. She had already contemplated these matters on her way to report. Wang Han's ambitions extend to the entirety of the kingdom's assets, and it is certain that these kingdoms would not remain passive. They too must be making preparations. It seems that these 11 small nations are being used as pawns by the two major powers in the world government, Wang Han remarked with a smile. "Continue to monitor them. It would be best to ascertain their numbers, weapon configurations, and the timing of their assault," Wang Han instructed. "Additionally, convene a meeting." "Understood." Olivia responded immediately. "Brother Wang, my father intends to settle in the new nation." Guena entered after Olivia's departure and informed Wang Han. "This is splendid news. Living together as a family is the greatest happiness," Wang Han replied with a smile. "When the time comes, choose a suitable location, and I shall approve it. We can then construct a manor. If your father wishes to continue running a swordsmanship academy, I will find a secluded spot to establish one." "Thank you, Brother Wang," Guena said with a smile. "My father also mentioned that he wishes to introduce someone to you. This individual has a special identity and is associated with the Revolutionary Army. To introduce someone from the Revolutionary Army, who could it be? What business do revolutionaries have with me? Wang Han pondered, stroking his chin. With his formidable strength and vast influence, now commanding a nation, his new policies bore many similarities to those of the revolutionaries. It was inevitable that the Revolutionary Army would reach out to him. They had no reason to overlook a formidable ally. Speaking of the Revolutionary Army, Wang Han harbored a lingering question. Why had they only now made formal contact with him? He was, after all, in opposition to the world government. And those who had a broad view of the seas were well aware that a confrontation with the world government was in his future. Given this premise, they should have been more proactive in seeking him out, especially when he had just arrived in the West Sea. What could have caused such a delay? It was inconceivable that he was a trap set by the world government to lure the Revolutionary Army. Even in the eyes of others, such a possibility was utterly unfounded. The wounds and pressures he had inflicted on the world government far surpassed those of the Revolutionary Army and the Four Emperors. His arsenal was also significantly superior to that of the world government. They had no need to create a formidable enemy, even if it were merely a fade. He would soon find out when they arrived. Noticing Wang Han's perplexed expression, Guina smiled and remarked, indeed. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On July 9th, a merchant ship gradually docked at the New Kingdom's harbor. Observing the vessel's arrival, the dockworkers paused to speculate about the notable figures aboard. Their curiosity was piqued by the presence of a well-ordered military formation standing on the dock. This was no ordinary army. They were impeccably attired, each soldier exuding strength and an air of lethal intent, clearly the elite among elites. More significantly, at the forefront of this military contingent stood Guina, the swordswoman close to the leader and one of the 9 counselors of the nation's army. At 9 o'clock that morning, Guina had arrived at the dock with a contingent of soldiers, and just moments ago, the ship had docked. Guina promptly adjusted her attire, and all the soldiers turned their attention to the merchant vessel named the Conch. Guina, as the ship came to a halt, the figure of Gung Shirlang at the bow waved enthusiastically at her. Beside him stood a man cloaked in green robes. Father. Upon seeing Gung Shirlang, Guina felt a surge of excitement. It had been 8 long years since they had last met. As soon as the merchant ship docked, Gung Shirlang could contain himself no longer. He leapt from the vessel and hurried toward Guina. She rushed to him as well, and the two embraced amidst the gazes of the soldiers and surrounding crowd. This heartwarming scene sparked whispers among those present. Guina, you've grown. You must have become a remarkable swordswoman, Gung Shirlang said, observing her with a smile after they parted. Father, you have aged considerably. Have you been well these years? Guina replied, concern lacing her voice. Guina spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Rather than dwell on the emotional reunion between Guina and Gung Shiro, let us turn our attention to Long, who leisurely descended from the merchant ship once it had docked securely at the harbor. Taking in the splendor of this new nation's port, it must be said that this port is exceptionally opulent. The entire quay is constructed of reinforced concrete, and towering buildings rise behind it, with numerous projects still underway. The dock is expansive, stretching across a coastline of several kilometers, and nearly all the structures are newly built. Aside from the port at Pegasus Island mentioned in the intelligence reports, this harbor undoubtedly stands as the largest in the world at present, eclipsing even that of the naval headquarters. Furthermore, with the emergence of this new nation, this port is destined to become even grander and busier, ensuring a continuous flow of vessels. Such a vast and luxurious harbor reveals Wang Han's strategic vision. In the future, when he engages in conflict with the world government, this location will certainly emerge as one of the largest military ports globally, capable of accommodating thousands of warships. Although it may lack the strategic terrain of the naval headquarters port, its sheer scale offers formidable defense and deterrence. To launch an attack on this port would necessitate a substantial deployment of forces, incurring significant costs. Wang Han has merely transformed a naturally defensible coastline into a harbor. Chapter 135. The first encounter with Long, the head of state awaits. Guests have arrived. At the National Capitol building of the new nation, Guina gently knocked on Wang Han's office door and softly announced her presence. Now, as the head of state, Wang Han is addressed formally, and only in moments of solitude does Guina refer to him as brother. In the presence of others, she, like everyone else, calls him the leader. The door is unlocked. Please come in. The voice of Wang Han resonated from within the office, where he was the sole occupant. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Guina, accompanied by Gung Shiro and the man in the green robe. It was unexpected for the leader of the Revolutionary Army to arrive personally. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly. Wang Han's gaze instinctively fell upon Long as the trio entered. The head of a new nation is too gracious. Please do not take offense at my unannounced visit, responded the man in the green robe with a smile as he removed his hood. It is an honor for Mr. Geng to grace the new nation's bureau. It elevates our standing, and Guyana need not endure the pangs of longing for her homeland. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not refuse what I can provide, Wang Han remarked with a smile directed at Geng. You are too kind. Everything shall proceed according to the customs of the new nation. Geng expressed that he had no particular demands, as long as he could frequently see Guyana at the bureau. Very well. Let Guyana assist Mr. Geng with the necessary formalities. Wang Han smiled in agreement. We shall take our leave then, Geng said with a smile, exiting Wang Han's office alongside Guyana, leaving the space for Long and Wang Han. Minki de Dragon, the son of Navy hero Garp and father of Luffy. After Geng departed, Wang Han turned to Dragon with a smile, commenting on his impressive network of information, noting that even within the Revolutionary Army, such intelligence remained elusive. Dragon, unperturbed by Wang Han's revelation of his identity, smiled as he settled onto the adjacent sofa. While his identity was indeed a secret, it was not entirely unknown. I have encountered both Garp and Luffy. Your bloodline is not difficult to discern, Wang Han observed with a smile. I am genuinely curious as to your purpose for coming here, and why now? Wang Han inquired with a smile, shifting the conversation. I have come to discuss with Mr. Wang Han the ideals of the new world and the new era. My delayed arrival was due to prior commitments that made it challenging to break free, Dragon replied with a smile, deftly evading Wang Han's second question. Wang Han was aware that Long was merely deflecting, yet he remained unperturbed. With a smile, he remarked, aspirations are often grand, yet reality can be quite harsh. Where our views diverge, Mr. Long, please do not take offense, for everyone possesses their own independent thoughts. Indeed, Mr. Wang, should there be any abruptness on my part? I ask for your understanding, Long replied. This is mutual, Wang Han responded with a grin. May I inquire, what does your ideal realm look like in your heart? Long asked. A place where everyone is clothed, every household has ample provisions, where theft is non-existent, and the dead do not litter the streets. A land where the sick can find healing, the elderly are cared for, and the young are educated. Every individual treats one another with kindness, and malice is utterly eradicated from the human heart. Wang Han smiled as he spoke. Indeed, that is a truly splendid world, Long exclaimed, momentarily lost in thought, before shaking his head. Yet, I fear it may only exist within dreams. The human heart can never be fully satisfied. It is only when there are interests and desires that malevolence persists. Indeed, thus the path is long and arduous, and I can only strive towards this goal step by step, Wang Han replied with a smile. Abolishing kings, nobility, and privilege is the first step towards bridging the gap between individuals. Absolute fairness does not exist in this world. Disparities will always remain, even in a perfectly equitable environment. Differences in thought, exposure, and effort will lead to a multitude of outcomes. Long's gaze fixed intently on Wang Han's eyes, eager to gauge his reaction. Truly, nothing in this world is perfect. What I can do is to strive for the utmost excellence in my pursuits, but ultimately, the rest must be left to future generations to carry on, Wang Han stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, Long pondered for a moment before responding, Mr. Wang, your theories are quite enlightening. He then, no longer probing, asked directly, might I inquire how you intend to handle the affairs of the countries in the Western Sea? There will be but one nation, the new country, devoid of any nobility or royal lineage. In this new country, all are equal, regardless of their station, Wang Han declared with a smile. Should that be the case, the Western Sea may suffer severe casualties. A more tempered approach could achieve the same ends. Otherwise, many innocents will perish, Long cautioned. He understood Wang Han's implications, yet such a method would surely result in rivers of blood. The old era cannot impede the arrival of the new. This is an inevitable outcome. Those who choose to resist shall only be swept away in decay. Wang Han replied with a smile. Moreover, without a transformation driven by the populace, it cannot be deemed a true transformation. The course of the world must align with the will of the majority. Delaying this would only bequeath future generations with troubles. The most effective approach is to cut cleanly, leaving no remnants or complications behind. Wang Han continued, the era in which we find ourselves is undoubtedly the most opportune for such actions, as well as the most justifiable. For it remains chaotic, with no one to hold us accountable, while the future promises a time of peace. Long inquired, do you intend to bear all the blame? His gaze towards Wang Han transformed into one of admiration. I'm not so benevolent, Wang Han retorted with a scoff. This is merely the progress and elimination of the times. Only those who choose incorrectly bear fault. I have merely propelled the march of history, nudging it forward just a fraction faster. I have simply acted upon the tasks destined for the future. What is wrong with that? Acting upon the tasks destined for the future. Long murmured Wang Han's final words. Smiling, he remarked, "You truly are audacious." Audacious? In comparison to the lunatics of this era? I am but a mere novice, Wang Han chuckled, shaking his head. At least I retain my reason, discerning right from wrong. Do you know what the Celestial Dragon's trump card is? Long asked, wishing to divert from the previous topic. This was also a test on his part. He was aware of some history from 800 years ago, a cataclysmic war that nearly obliterated the world. Wang Han's sudden emergence had instilled a profound fear in that individual from Mariejois, suggesting that Wang Han might be akin to him, perhaps even from the same origin. This had been the reason for Long's hesitation to engage with Wang Han. I know, Wang Han replied with a smile. Not only do I know, but I can also stand against it. Otherwise, they would not regard me with such apprehension. Indeed, Long's heart instantly grasped that his suspicions were correct. Wang Han did not belong to this world. Will you enslave this world? Long asked, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Han, not daring to miss a single flicker of his expression. Chapter 136. New policies enslave the entire world. Wang Han shook his head. I have no interest in enslaving the world. At present, I am but a rootless drifter devoid of such desires. I yearn for true peace in this world. For the sole person I care for wishes for it. Hence I endeavor to foster tranquility. To me, it is either achieving peace in this world or annihilating it entirely, paving the way for a new beginning. There is no third option. Isn't that a choice? Long asked, perplexed. He speculated that Wang Han's notion of the second peace might not be entirely benign, prompting him to voice his query. Having just gleaned Wang Han's tacit acknowledgement, he felt compelled to ask. Not quite. Rather, there are two methods towards peace that lead to the same end, humanity ceasing its conflicts. Yet they are fundamentally opposed, Wang Han explained. Long's unease deepened. The ominous premonition had proven true. Without peace, there would be destruction. This was the paradoxical journey leading to a singular, yet contradictory outcome. How do you intend to deal with the allied forces of the 11 nations of the West Sea? Long inquired. It is not a matter of how Wang Han intends to resist, but rather how he plans to address the situation. Their lives are in their own hands. I do not impose forcefully, but merely guide them, as the right to choose ultimately lies with them, Wang Han stated. What do you, the Revolutionary Army, intend to do? To speak candidly, the Revolutionary Army's ideology closely aligns with mine, Wang Han inquired. We all aspire to lead better lives and yearn for peace. Our struggle is for peace and freedom. We, the Revolutionary Army, place greater emphasis on the outcome, desiring only peace and liberty, Long replied. In answering Wang Han's question, the Revolutionary Army focuses on results rather than individuals. The objective is clear. My aim aligns with this, and now that we share a common adversary, shall we collaborate? Wang Han smiled. If you cannot fulfill our expectations after the war concludes, we shall once more take up arms, Long asserted. Collaboration would be delightful. If that day indeed arrives, feel free to reclaim your weapons, Wang Han replied with a smile. He understood Long's meaning. If he could not deliver peace and freedom, they would rise again to fight for it. Wang Han also provided his answer. Should he truly fail, the Revolutionary Army would be justified in taking up arms against him. Afterward, Wang Han engaged in extensive conversation with Long, continuing until nightfall. Long politely declined Wang Han's invitation to the banquet and departed from the new nation alone. He is a truly formidable individual, yet not insane. On the departing merchant ship, Long gazed at the increasingly distant port and sighed earnestly. Having conversed with Wang Han throughout the day, he felt he had greatly benefited and held a profound respect for Wang Han. His revolutionary ideals far surpassed Long's own, leaving a lasting impression. However, certain aspects of Wang Han's philosophy chilled him to the bone, instilling a deep-seated fear. This was the most significant impression Wang Han left on him. As Wang Han remarked, each individual harbors differing thoughts, and some of his beliefs starkly contrasted with Long's. The mercilessness embedded within those divergent ideologies sent shivers down his spine, embodying a ruthless detachment that recognized only facts, disregarding merits or faults. It represented an unwavering resolution to eliminate future threats, marked by unyielding cruelty. This further reflected Wang Han's indifference. It seemed as though he genuinely cared only for that one individual, with the peace of the world being of little concern to him. Such realizations compelled Long to remain vigilant towards Wang Han in the future, particularly since Wang Han was not of this world. Andrew.There, how many troops do we currently possess? On the other side, following Long's departure, Wang Han immediately summoned Andrew.There. One was the captain of the new nation's navy and currently its supreme commander, while the other was the commander of the new nation's army. Chief, our total military strength stands at 250,000, with over 50,000 being our original elite forces, and the remaining 200,000 consisting of the defected troops from the former Flower Nation. Upon hearing this, Andrew spoke first. With 7 million people, there exists an army of 250,000, which, considering the previous losses from war, creates an almost 25-to-1 ratio. After contemplating this, Wang Han responded, "We shall select from these 250,000 surrendered troops. Those who wish to return home will be provided with travel expenses. The remainder will be integrated into our elite forces, guided by our seasoned veterans. Their treatment will initially align with that of the Reserve Corps. However, those who have previously distinguished themselves through their surrender will also commence as recruits, with their remuneration reflecting their merits. We will extract the elderly and frail, those below 18 and above 60 who are unwilling to leave or have nowhere to go, and assign them to the logistics division for training. Additionally, those soldiers unable to engage in combat will be filtered out and handed over to the National Assembly, which will arrange placements for them in factories, ensuring they have a stable livelihood." Indeed, Andrew immediately affirmed upon hearing this. Wang Han continued, "Furthermore, we must recruit soldiers within the new nation. We need to find an additional 50,000 troops to be trained for 6 months under Otto's reserve forces. Secondly, a national conscription announcement will be issued. All males aged 18 to 60 within the new nation will serve in the military once every 5 months for a duration of 1 month. During this period, all food, lodging, and medical care will be provided by the state, and each serviceman will receive 5,000 belly for each term of service, with commendations and rewards for those who excel. Exemptions will only be granted for severe disabilities, grave illness, or those caring for dependents incapable of self-care. All others, including officials, will be obligated to serve. The conscription will be divided into 6 batches, determined by the month following the serviceman's birth month. Those who maliciously evade conscription will face a 6-month imprisonment, while those inciting large groups of over 15 to refuse service will face execution." Understood. Both Andrew and Arthur responded promptly. "That is all I require of you. Please proceed with the preparations. Also, summon the members of the National Assembly," Wang Han instructed. "Yes." Andrew and Arthur replied in unison, saluting Wang Han before departing the office. Currently, the National Assembly has not yet gathered 9 members. There are only 5 present, while the remaining 4 are still under selection. Soon, the 5 members of the National Assembly arrived at Wang Han's office. Each of these individuals had been nominated from various regions of the new nation, demonstrating sharp intellect and a history of benevolent actions. Among them, 3 were over 60 years old, while the remaining 2 were middle-aged. Gaining public recognition as a young person undoubtedly posed greater challenges. The new nation requires a fresh perspective. Addressing the arriving assembly members directly, Wang Han stated, "I need you to encourage the populace to establish factories. I have already outlined the types and quantities of factories necessary, which will precisely meet the internal consumption needs of the new nation. Thus, they cannot be excessive or insufficient. Machinery can be procured through state loans, with repayment options of 1 or 3 years, requiring only 1/20th of the total amount to be repaid. Prices for all goods will be uniformly regulated, and there will be restrictions on factory ownership, preventing any individual from simultaneously operating multiple factories. Moreover, individuals who establish factories are exempt from military service, which necessitates coordination with the military authorities." After stating this, Wang Han placed a document upon the table. To enhance the citizens' quality of life, it is imperative to first elevate material conditions. These factories will expedite production, mitigate unnecessary waste, and conserve more manpower. Upon hearing this, the 5 council members did not immediately respond, but instead began to peruse the document Wang Han had provided. Simultaneously, they found themselves perplexed by Wang Han's mention of military service. These factories encompass a diverse array, including waste treatment facilities, textile mills, food processing plants, stone quarries, steelworks, shipyards, machinery production plants, and electrical appliance manufacturers, totaling over 20 types. Additionally, there are transportation companies and agricultural bases, with numbers varying. Some have only 2, while others boast as many as 40. Furthermore, aside from the production machinery, there exists an abundance of vehicles available for loan acquisition, albeit with restrictions. Heavy vehicles can only be purchased in quantities of up to 100 exclusively by transportation firms. Can this be accomplished? Wang Han inquired directly after the 5 council members had reviewed the document. "Chief, This endeavor is beneficial for both the nation and its citizens. We are certain to succeed. The populace will undoubtedly be eager to participate, one council member assured with a smile. As a businessman, he recognized the considerable advantages inherent in the proposal. Moreover, Wang Han's limitations on quantities would help prevent overproduction. This is merely the initial batch, sufficient for the new nation's needs. And we shall aspire to expand further afield in the future, Wang Han remarked, subtly hinting at the next phase of their tasks. Indeed, Chapter 137, the Western Sea Alliance attacks. Damn it. After a month of waiting, they have finally arrived. On the western coast of the new nation, Arthur spat out the remnants of a cigarette and uttered these words with palpable ire. Just moments ago, the intelligence department relayed information indicating that the enemy had breached the new nation's maritime boundaries 2 minutes prior. This news brought a sense of relief to Arthur, who had been stationed on the western coast for a month. Since the formation of the Western Sea Alliance, a month had elapsed, and the adversaries had finally made their move. As for why they had remained stationed on the beach for a month, awaiting the enemy's assault rather than taking the initiative, it was due to Wang Han's directive. The new nation, still in its infancy, was not suited for proactive military engagements. Such actions could instill a sense of unrest among the populace, recently emerging from conflict and striving for stability. However, when the enemy chose to provoke them, the situation shifted. It became apparent that the adversaries sought to disrupt their newfound prosperity. By containing the enemy at the coastline, the citizens would witness the nation's strength, and after vanquishing the foe, it would be entirely justified to retaliate, further galvanizing national sentiment, even if the recently stabilized nation had limited emotional fervor to mobilize. Major General, we can already discern their fleet, over 1,000 warships, approximately 45 nautical miles away. 2 hours later, by the coastal defense artillery, soldiers equipped with binoculars promptly reported to Arthur. Commanding the artillery, Arthur immediately seized the loudspeaker and issued a resounding order. Adjust the firing angles at once. Prepare for defense. The air defense forces must remain vigilant. Among the enemy are formidable aerial foes. We cannot allow a single enemy to breach our lines, not even one. The citizens are watching us, as are the Navy personnel. Yes. In response to Arthur's commands, an echoing chorus of affirmations arose, energizing the soldiers. The recently repaired coastal artillery fortifications began to adjust their angles, while soldiers swiftly took their positions in the coastal fortresses and trenches. Machine guns and heavy artillery peaked from their emplacements, poised to unleash a torrent of fire upon the approaching enemy. You are fearless warriors, seasoned soldiers of the kingdom. The new nation seeks to annihilate our homeland. Their policies driven solely by plunder. They aim to enslave our people, to subjugate your parents and children. Will you accept this? On warships 60 nautical miles from the coast, generals and captains stood at the bows, vociferously rallying the assembled soldiers, inciting their fervor against the new nation. Will you accept this? A fervent roar erupted from the ranks of soldiers aboard the warships as they raised their swords and firearms, shouting in unison. They seek to seize our wealth to further their agenda. They will murder our kin, our friends. Will you accept this? Seeing the soldiers' fervor, the captains and generals continued to exhort from the bows of their ships. Will you accept this? The response was unwavering, filled with righteous indignation. What shall we do? The generals and captains queried, sensing the fervor had reached a crescendo. Defeat them. Annihilate the new nation. Upon hearing this, the soldiers responded with fervent unity. Indeed, we must vanquish the new nation before it can grow strong, before it invades our land. Only then will our homeland remain free, our families unshackled, and our wealth unplundered. After we land, we shall leave no threat unvanquished, and all spoil shall belong to you. Kill, kill, kill. In response, the generals and captains bellowed, elevating the soldiers' fury to its zenith, painting a grand vision of triumph. Kill, kill, kill. Under the rallying cry of these leaders, an overwhelming chorus of battle cries resonated across thousands of warships, igniting an indomitable spirit among the troops. The expressions of the soldiers began to take on a frenzied appearance. Observing this, the general and the captains felt a surge of confidence. Although the warships of the 11 nations of the Western Sea moved at a leisurely pace, they gradually approached the shores of the new nation with the passage of time. The cannons and naval artillery aboard the vessels began their preparations. As the fleet of the Western Allied forces neared the coast of the new nation, a mournful wail pierced the air when they were merely 20 nautical miles away. Heavy projectiles, each weighing a ton, whistled through the air, crashing down around the warships. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted between the vessels, sending towering columns of water, each measuring dozens of meters in diameter, soaring to heights of over 100 meters. The splashes of water fell upon the decks like a torrential downpour, drenching the soldiers' uniforms. The tumultuous waves continuously rocked the nearby ships. One unfortunate vessel was struck by a flying shell, disintegrating into a cloud of debris, bodies, and splintered wood scattered in all directions, even landing on adjacent ships. The crew aboard sought to retaliate, yet their cannons lacked the range to reach the distant shore. The disparity in range was nearly twofold, and the difference in firepower was stark. The enemy's coastal artillery commenced firing upon us. Everyone clutched their belongings tightly, securing their positions. No one would risk being struck to rescue those who fell overboard. Amidst the incessant rocking of the ship, the generals and captains at the bow shouted loudly to the soldiers on board. These soldiers were not seasoned sailors, thus necessary precautions were imperative. "Captain, the enemy's coastal artillery is devastating. If struck, the entire ship would be obliterated in an instant. We cannot simply charge forward." A soldier, witnessing a nearby vessel being shattered by a shell, reported anxiously to the ship. Upon hearing his urgent words, several sailors turned their gazes toward the ship, their hearts gripped by terror at the might of the enemy's firepower. Even the courage of some soldiers began to wane, with fear manifesting among them. Bang! In the next moment, a gunshot rang out on the warship as the captain executed the soldier who had just spoken. "Advance relentlessly. Those who falter shall face no mercy." The enemy may possess formidable artillery, but once we land, they should be like lambs to the slaughter. Glory and wealth await you on the shore. After the decisive gunfire, the captain immediately shouted to the soldiers and sailors aboard the ship. Chapter 138, Coastal Defense Battle. Braving the ferocious cannon fire. The coalition of the 11 nations of the West Sea advanced another 5 nautical miles, now only 15 nautical miles from shore. The air was filled with the sound of cannonballs whistling through the sky. At this distance, the coastal defenses intensified their bombardment, unleashing a barrage of projectiles that seemed to multiply in the air, with dozens of shells striking the sea every second, creating towering columns of water. Ships were constantly struck by cannon fire, either suffering massive gashes or being obliterated entirely. Fortunately, although the enemy's artillery had increased in density several-fold, the new cannons, apart from the initial coastal fortifications, were not as formidable. They ranged from 203 millimeters to 280 millimeters in caliber, while the number of cannons exceeding 350 millimeters remained unchanged. Despite the formidable nature of these heavy guns, a single hit would almost certainly devastate a wooden vessel. Yet they lacked the overwhelming power of the coastal fortifications that could annihilate a ship and its crew in a single blow. Being struck by these subsequent heavy cannons would at least allow half of the crew to survive, and the ships wouldn't be shattered in an instant. One by one, ships succumbed to the relentless bombardment, with nearly 300 out of over 1,000 vessels being lost to the cannon fire. The remaining 700 to 800 ships drew closer to the new nation's coastline, now only 5 nautical miles away. Just 10 nautical miles more, and we shall hold the island. Defeating the enemy means all of the new nation's treasures and beauties will be ours to claim. Amidst the chaos of cannon fire and crashing waves, the captain and generals rallied the soldiers' spirits, driven not by noble ideals, but by the allure of profit. As the captain and general's words echoed, a renewed volley of cannon fire descended upon them, tripling the density of the barrage. This time, the shells were smaller, all 150-millimeter howitzers. More and more ships erupted into flames, and the coalition soldiers hurried to extinguish the fires. The sight of the increased geysers of water around them hardened the resolve of the generals and captains. Hold fast, just 5 more nautical miles, and our artillery will strike back. When the moment comes, our 1,000 ships and thousands of cannons will lay waste to the shores of the new nation. Once we reach the coast, we shall be hailed as heroes of the nation, with wealth and beauty in endless supply. Observing the panicked soldiers, the generals and captains again raised their voices to encourage their men. As for those lost at sea, they had no time to rescue them, nor did they dare to halt the advance. Those who had fallen overboard could only cling to the shattered remains of their vessels, resigned to fate. Just 5 nautical miles remain. The enemy will soon retaliate. The soldiers in the trenches were ordered to seek shelter, bracing for the enemy's cannon fire. In a coastal artillery fortress, Arthur gazed through his telescope at the advancing fleet of the Western Sea Alliance, braving the relentless barrage of cannon fire. He issued a loud command, declaring these men to be courting death. After giving his orders, Arthur let out a cold chuckle, resuming his observation of the Western Sea Coalition's ships as they approached under heavy fire. The overwhelming might of their weaponry exacted a devastating toll on the enemy, ensuring that from the onset of this conflict, they had already secured an indomitable position. The distance of 5 nautical miles was akin to traversing a treacherous swamp for the ships of the Western Sea Alliance, under the assault of dozens of massive cannons, hundreds of heavy artillery pieces, and 150mm howitzers. The number of vessels dwindled steadily. By the time they reached a mere 5 nautical miles from shore, only a fraction of their fleet remained, with many soldiers aboard having sustained injuries. As the vessels of the Western Sea Coalition drew closer, they finally began to retaliate. Alas, their antiquated naval artillery boasted a maximum range of only 10 kilometers, approximately 6 nautical miles, compelling them to advance through a hail of cannon fire for 15 nautical miles before launching their counterattack. In an instant, flames erupted from the decks of the warships. A symphony of cannon fire echoed as spherical shells were hurled into the air, defying the barrage to strike the shores of the new nation, igniting fiery explosions upon impact. The coastline of the new nation was soon engulfed in chaos, with dirt flying and shrapnel scattering. Despite the obsolescence of their artillery, the destructive power was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of the 150mm howitzers. However, the new nation shores were fortified with robust concrete structures and artillery bunkers, complemented by deep underground passages. The soldiers had undergone specialized training in artillery defense, rendering the coalition's shells ineffective, causing only a minor disruption without inflicting any casualties. They had finally begun their counteroffensive. Arthur smiled at the thought. If the invaders were to win without a single shot fired, he would find it difficult to justify their victory. If the enemy achieved success without firing a shot, though this remained a war, could it still be perceived as a legitimate defense against invasion in the eyes of the populace? He was uncertain, and likely no one else was either. Yet, he understood that Wang Han desired a war that would incite public outrage, a defensive battle that would instill confidence in the nation. As Arthur pondered these thoughts, the enemy drew nearer amidst the relentless cannon fire. From the massive warships, small wooden boats began to descend, and amidst the roar of engines, these landing crafts, laden with soldiers, surged towards the shore at an alarming speed. The engines had been sold by Wang Han during his time on Pegasus Island, and other nations and factions had managed to replicate them. The technological prowess in this pirate world was not insignificant, albeit misdirected. Admiral, the enemy is but a nautical mile from the shore. Should we order the soldiers in the bunkers to engage? As the enemy approached the coast, Arthur appeared unresponsive, prompting a nearby officer to remind him, "Let them come a little closer." Upon hearing this, Arthur contemplated for a moment before stating, "Opening fire now would merely squander our ammunition." The messenger, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further comment and stood silently beside Arthur, poised to await his command. As time progressed minute by minute, the enemy's landing craft finally approached within 500 meters of the shore. At that moment, Arthur issued a decisive order. "Relay the message. All units commence counterattack. Let them know that this shore is their hell." With the issuance of Arthur's command, the soldiers along the coastal defense line swiftly sprang into action. Having rehearsed their maneuvers countless times, they were acutely aware of their respective duties following the order. Soldiers emerged from the trenches, swiftly hoisting heavy machine guns or carrying mortars to their pre-established firing positions. Many others stood at the trench's edge, rifles in hand, rapidly taking aim. The soldiers within the fortifications readied their heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft cannons, while air defense troops hastily moved to their positions behind the trenches, prepared to rain destruction upon any enemy aircraft that dared approach. Chapter 139. The fierce landing battle. As the shore drew ever closer, the 500 meters dwindled rapidly. The coalition soldiers aboard the landing craft grew increasingly anxious, tightly gripping their weapons. The Western Sea Coalition had borrowed tactics from the bounty hunter squad's assault on the Flower Kingdom over a month prior, equipping their soldiers with 1-centimeter-thick steel plates strapped to their chests for protection. They had even installed a 1.5-centimeter steel plate at the front of the landing craft. As the distance closed, the artillery fire from the opposing shoreline intensified, and mortar shells began to rain down from the sky. Although the threat of heavy artillery had diminished with proximity, the mortars could still easily obliterate their small landing vessels. Mortars capable of firing 40 to 50 rounds per minute posed an overwhelming challenge, as landing craft and their occupants were continuously blasted beneath the waves. A relentless barrage of bullets, both large and small caliber, rained down from the shore, splintering the wooden landing craft and mowing down soldiers in droves. Even the steel plate at the bow of the boat could not withstand the onslaught of the flat trajectory cannons, which tore through it with ease. The soldiers' chest plates, barely 1 centimeter thick, offered little defense against the heavy machine gun fire, let alone the even more formidable cannon rounds. The devastation was unimaginable. Some landing craft gradually came to a halt on the surface of the sea, their crews nearly decimated, while the few who survived could only wail amidst the surrounding bodies. In that moment, the ocean was filled with anguished cries, and the water was littered with a multitude of corpses and shattered planks, bobbing amidst the chaotic waves. Liars! They are all liars! In the landing craft, the surviving soldiers huddled against the boat's side in fear, their lips uttering incessant curses. They claimed that the enemy was formidable only due to their artillery, asserting that once they reached the shore, the enemy would be as defenseless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Such words, however, were mere delusions. As the distance diminished, the enemy's assault intensified. He witnessed a warship, stretching 100 meters, engulfed in flames from enemy shells, while the landing craft was tossed by towering columns of water, capsizing amidst the chaos. The soldiers aboard were reduced to a gruesome sight of mangled flesh and scattered limbs. He saw comrades beside him struck by bullets, their heads shattered, gaping wounds in their chests, and some even severed in half. The steel plating at the front of the landing craft was riddled with bullet holes, while the armor on his companions proved futile against the enemy's fire. Those around him, upon hearing the curses, fell into a heavy silence, gazing at the bloody deck and the lifeless bodies, crouching in despair. Countless souls were departing around them, with each passing second bringing forth more death. In that moment, his courage and desire evaporated, leaving only fear and dread. The surface of the sea, a mere 500 meters from the beach, was littered with an unknown number of corpses. A minute felt like a century to these soldiers. The commander's previous reassurances were now rendered meaningless. The enemy's firepower from the shore was overwhelming, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Quickly, flip the boat and advance to the shore. Do not remain aboard. One by one, the landing crafts surged towards the beach. Under the shouts of sergeants and officers, the soldiers, having braved the fateful 500 meters, mustered every ounce of strength to leap from the overturned boats onto the beach, desperately seeking any semblance of cover amidst the hail of gunfire. The staccato of machine guns echoed relentlessly. Some soldiers, barely reaching the boat's edge, collapsed back into the vessel or fell helplessly onto the beach. Heavy-caliber machine guns targeted the landing crafts, their rounds mercilessly tearing through the steel plating, brutally maiming those still trapped inside. To be caught in their sights was to invite a massacre from which no one aboard could escape. Mortar shells detonated continuously upon the beach, landing among the soldiers, showering fragments that swiftly claimed the unfortunate. Above the beach, rifles began to crackle in unison, shell casings ejecting from chambers as countless bullets were unleashed upon the coalition soldiers who had just emerged from their crafts, still searching for cover. The cacophony of cries grew louder on the beach, the landing forces of the Western Coalition facing a renewed threat to their lives even before fully disembarking. Soldiers tumbled into the water or onto the sand. Amidst the chaos, the number of those struck down by bullets or drowned became uncountable. Some soldiers trembled in fear, hiding behind debris and vessels, crying out for their parents. Others scurried about like headless flies, only to be struck down by artillery and stray bullets. At that moment, the beach, stretching 100 meters deep, resembled a slaughterhouse. Counterattack! Quickly, counterattack! The officers shouted from their shelters, urging the nearby soldiers to retaliate. Under their command, the soldiers of the Western Allied forces who had landed began their counteroffensive, utilizing their flintlock rifles and a few replica firearms to engage the enemy positions on the shore. However, their response was sporadic and meager, lacking in accuracy. Thanks to the fire drawn by the soldiers who had landed first, more landing craft surged onto the beach, and an increasing number of soldiers disembarked from the boats. In a mere minute or two, thousands of Allied soldiers had already fallen, staining the beach a deep crimson. We must seize the beachhead, otherwise we will become targets. As the landing forces swelled in number, spurred on by the officers' calls, the soldiers began to charge towards the defenses of the new nation, with the more skilled among them darting forward like cheetahs. The staccato roar of machine guns echoed menacingly from above, and the deployed anti-aircraft guns joined the fray, raining down a deluge of large-caliber bullets and even explosive shells upon the beach, claiming the lives of these soldiers. Amidst the chaos of battle, the advancing soldiers were immediately suppressed, unable to lift their heads under the relentless barrage. Even the most adept among them could only seek out cover to evade the onslaught of bullets from every direction. Their initial wave of assault was swiftly quelled in its infancy. In a matter of mere seconds, a significant portion of the landing Allied forces had fallen, with over 1,000 succumbing on the sandy shore. The beach was awash with wounded soldiers, their anguished cries filling the air. Medics, trembling with fear, crawled across the sand, hastily administering morphine to the injured, but the rate at which soldiers fell far exceeded their capacity to rescue. General, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming, and they possess cover. We cannot advance, reported an officer to a newly landed general amidst the chaos of cannon fire and rain of bullets. What a suicide squad? The general inquired. The suicide squad comprised the elite among the soldiers. They too had suffered heavy casualties, suppressed by the enemy's fire and unable to show themselves. The new ammunition travels swiftly, making it nearly impossible to evade, and its power is immense. Those without the hockey cannot withstand it, the officer replied, his voice heavy with despair. Among the entire coalition, how many individuals possess the mastery of armed hockey? Here lies the West Sea, not the Grand Line or the New World, where skilled warriors congregate. Chapter 140. The conclusion of the beach defense battle. As soldiers surged toward the shore, countless fell, bullets raining down upon the freshly landed coalition forces, while incessant explosions obliterated cover and claimed the lives of those seeking refuge. The beach, scarcely 100 meters wide, was now strewn with corpses, shell casings littering the sand like craters on the lunar surface. Blood mingled with the sea, staining the waters a deep crimson, while the lifeless fish and bodies bobbed rhythmically with the waves. Remaining here would render them mere targets for the enemy. They had no choice but to charge forward, a unified effort to breach the enemy's defenses. Observing the grim scene on the beach, the commanding general issued a resounding order to the soldiers who had just landed. The enemy's firepower was relentless, claiming lives every moment. The only option was to advance, for only through an assault could they find any hope of survival or victory. They merely needed to secure a foothold for landing, and reinforcements would soon arrive. Kill. With the general's command, those soldiers, previously pinned down by bullets and shells, gritted their teeth. Under the leadership of a death squad, they surged forth from their cover, frantically charging toward the coastal defenses. The shrill sound of machine guns persisted, and the roar of cannon fire grew increasingly urgent. The enemy's advance merely heralded a new wave of slaughter. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the coalition soldiers fell in rows, their meager armor proving futile against the onslaught of high-caliber projectiles. A few astute soldiers tore steel plates from their fallen comrades, strapping them onto themselves in a desperate attempt to shield against the whistling bullets. Yet, the battlefield was not solely dominated by the machine guns' cries. As they relished their moment of luck, bullets found their mark, piercing their skulls, while mortar shells detonated nearby, tearing their bodies asunder. The collective charge propelled them a mere 30 or 40 meters forward before they could advance no further. The ferocity of the enemy's firepower could not be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Soldiers behind them trampled over the bodies of their fallen comrades, screaming as they pressed forward, only to collapse and become part of the multitude of corpses. In the rear of the charging coalition soldiers, the deafening artillery fire continued unabated. Warships drew ever closer to the shore, and landing craft persistently rushed toward the beach, depositing vast numbers of soldiers. Heavy machine guns and cannons remained fixed on their targets, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the newly arrived landing boats and their occupants, reaping the lives of countless soldiers. How could their firepower be so formidable? Observing the soldiers desperately charging forward, yet failing to ascend the heights, and witnessing the relentless cannon fire roaring from the vast sea behind, the commanding general found himself engulfed in disbelief and despair. He had already foreseen his impending defeat. The enemy's firepower was overwhelmingly formidable. Their landing was nothing short of a suicide mission, and the charge merely hastened the inevitable demise. The enemy's defenses were meticulously fortified, with their soldiers entrenched within reinforced concrete bunkers, firing from concealed positions, significantly diminishing the threat of their counterattacks. This war had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Their fate was sealed. In the conference rooms of the Western Sea nations, through the medium of video communication, the kings of these realms convened to deliberate the forthcoming assault on the new nation. The subsequent troops were fully prepared, poised to embark at a moment's notice. Had the beachhead been secured, King Yellow was the first to voice his inquiry as the meeting commenced. Indeed, the kings of the Western Sea held no hope that the 400,000 allied forces could vanquish the new nation. They were acutely aware that if a mere 400,000 troops could triumph over the new nation, the world government would not regard Wang Han with such trepidation. If the world government could mobilize 1 million strong to annihilate Wang Han, they would not hesitate to act unless compelled by the policies of the new nation he had established. The objective of these forces was solely to secure a coastal entry point, occupying a landing position to ensure the safe arrival of subsequent reinforcements. This was also due to the coalition lacking sufficient warships and landing vessels, with many soldiers requiring transport by merchant ships. In response to King Yellow's question, A diminutive king within the video call interjected, "We have yet to secure the beachhead of the new nation. The enemy's defenses have surpassed our expectations, resulting in significant casualties among our troops, and we have incurred substantial losses in both warships and landing vessels. What is the current status of casualties and losses? To what extent has the advance progressed?" Another king inquired, seeking to ascertain the true strength of the enemy. "The casualties are considerable. Our coalition has suffered over 150,000 losses. The number of sunken and damaged warships is approaching half. The landing vessels have also suffered similar losses. Currently, the coalition has merely established a foothold on the beach. We have not breached the enemy's defenses. The fortifications and firepower of the enemy's beachhead are exceptionally robust, and several desperate charges have failed to penetrate their lines," replied the diminutive king. "Given these circumstances, it appears that this landing operation is likely to fail," remarked a corpulent king, his rotund frame concealing a nimble intellect that swiftly assessed the situation. "I fear that may be the case," King Elugia concurred. After hearing the diminutive king's account, he too harbored doubts regarding the success of this offensive. Even though they had dispatched 400,000 troops to mount a concentrated assault on a single beachhead, their sentiments plunged the remaining kings into a collective silence. "Is there still a possibility for the troops to retreat?" one king inquired. Somewhat unwilling to accept their fate, the coalition forces found themselves ensnared in the enemy's marshlands, making retreat exceedingly difficult. Even should they manage to extricate themselves, they would incur tremendous casualties and potentially provoke pursuit from the enemy's navy, culminating in a likely annihilation of their forces. The diminutive king remarked upon the formidable presence of the enemy's navy, which instilled great trepidation. The renown of the Yamato battleship echoed across the seas. If their fleet were intact, they might have stood a chance against the new nation's navy, leveraging their nearly tenfold numerical superiority. However, with nearly half their vessels devastated and the remainder significantly damaged, their situation appeared dire. Had the new nation's navy not intervened and launched a direct assault, their prospects would have been much brighter. Once their troops landed, the new nation's navy would be powerless to counter the invading forces, thereby posing a direct threat to the enemy's naval ports. Of course, if they could breach the new nation's marshlands and subsequently seize the enemy's military ports from the land, the threat from the enemy's navy would diminish considerably. After all, no matter how formidable the new nation's navy, if they could not set foot on land, they would remain as ephemeral as a leaf adrift on water, their strength waning without resupply. Chapter 141. Conclusion of the Marshland Defense Battle General. The enemy's navy is approaching from behind us. A mournful cry resonated behind the dazed general. "What?" Startled by the shout, the general, who had taken refuge behind an obstruction, swiftly turned to gaze at the distant sea through his binoculars. On the far horizon, the explosions intensified, a fleet of warships succumbing to the relentless barrage. Further out, the gleam of fire continued to flicker as steel warships engaged in cannonade. "We are finished." Witnessing this harrowing scene, despair enveloped the coalition general. Their fleet was now caught between two fronts of cannon fire, with survival appearing increasingly unlikely. Without the fleet, their retreat was cut off. Once the fleet was obliterated or surrendered, they would face the full brunt of the enemy's naval artillery and coastal defenses. The only path to survival lay in breaking through the enemy's line and advancing inland. "Soldiers, we have no avenue for retreat. Behind us lies the enemy's fleet. Our sole chance for survival is to follow me up the hillside. Only by ascending the slope do we gain hope for life and victory. Remaining on the beach will lead to our annihilation under the enemy's artillery and defensive fire. There is no other escape. Those who wish to live, follow me and charge." Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, the coalition general bellowed to his soldiers, leading the charge from their hidden cover towards the heights of the new nation's defenses. In this critical moment, he knew he must spearhead the assault. Otherwise, the demoralized soldiers might lack the courage to advance. This was their singular opportunity. Should they miss it, they would be left to await their demise as the coalition fleet was dismantled. Fortunately, as a general, he was endowed with the ability to wield armed hockey, rendering him largely unconcerned by ordinary bullets. Yet he remained cautious of the heavy artillery positioned in the elevated fortifications. "Charge!" As the coalition general's exhortation resonated, the soldiers of the Allied forces found their courage rekindled, charging valiantly towards the new defensive line upon the beach. Some fought for their very survival, while others were spurred on by the general's rallying cry. These soldiers, in a desperate bid, trampled over the bodies of their fallen comrades. At the new nation's defensive line, the cacophony of machine guns and rifles echoed relentlessly, while heavy artillery roared in fury. On the surface of the sea, shells continued to rain down, sending plumes of water skyward and sinking numerous vessels of the Western Sea Coalition. Several nautical miles behind the Western Sea Coalition, a formidable fleet unleashed a relentless barrage. Hundreds, even thousands, of shells soared across the ocean, striking the coalition's ships. "Captain, our cannons cannot reach the new nation's warships. The distance is far too great. Moreover, their artillery is far more accurate than ours," reported a despondent officer aboard a Western Sea warship, his visage marred by soot and blood. "We should not have engaged in this war." Upon hearing this, the captain merely sighed, having comprehended the dire situation. They were caught in a pincer movement. The coastline fortified with strongholds, while the new nation's warships lay beyond their firing range. They were no longer merely enduring an assault. Even retreat had become a distant dream. Defeat was now an inevitability. "Surrender. There is no need for further sacrifice. The new nation will treat us kindly." After a moment's hesitation, the captain finally issued the command. He could not bear to witness his soldiers perish in vain. The new nation's policies were indeed more benevolent towards the populace, likely to show mercy to surrendered captives. As for the other captains and officers aboard, they were all affluent merchants. Though they had previously shouted fiercely, they were astute individuals. With the tide of battle turned, none wished to face a needless demise. If one led the way in surrender, the others would surely follow. Even if one did not take the lead, someone else would. Yet, a sense of reluctance gnawed at the officer, who lamented the loss of so many lives. "There can be no buts. This is an order. Our only option is to surrender. We cannot afford to lose more lives," the captain interrupted sternly, silencing the officer's protests. Understood, the officer conceded, reluctantly exiting the captain's quarters. A minute later, a white flag ascended from ship. With the raising of this flag, other vessels soon followed suit, hoisting their own white banners in succession. Those who had been cowed by the bombardment, now emboldened by a leader's example, chose to surrender en masse. "Damn these scoundrels!" The coalition general cursed under his breath as he observed the distant ships raising their white flags in droves, yet he felt a sense of relief wash over him. "We surrender," he bellowed the next moment. Though he was loath to capitulate, he recognized that with the fleet's surrender, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Because he understood that with the surrender of the fleet, no soldiers would land again. Their charge was utterly depleted. The soldiers who had landed, upon witnessing the fleet's capitulation, would surely follow suit in surrendering. The courage of the troops dissipated with the fleet's surrender. Even if they charged forward, survival was not guaranteed, yet surrender assured their lives. "We surrender." With the general's declaration, the soldiers in the midst of their charge were momentarily taken aback, then halted their advance, dropping to the ground to evade the relentless hail of bullets and flying shrapnel, and joined in the chorus of surrender. Their resolve to continue fighting had long since vanished. As the soldiers cried out, the gunfire from above gradually diminished, eventually fading into silence. The artillery fire also began to wane. They laid down their weapons and, with hands raised high, stood up in formation. The voice from a loudspeaker echoed from a high fortress. From a defensive line, hundreds of soldiers and 30 tanks emerged, rifles in hand, directing and supervising the surrendering soldiers in groups to prevent any attempts at escape. The crimson waves crashed against the blood-soaked beach, as the bodies of both humans and fish rose and fell with the scarlet tide. Such vividly red waters deterred even the most carnivorous fish, with the rulers of the sea steering clear of this place. The beach was strewn with the corpses of the coalition forces, layers of shattered bodies nearly covering the 2-kilometer stretch of sand, while streams of bright blood flowed into the ocean. The overwhelming stench of blood was nauseating, and the brutal scenes of war felt like a descent into hell. Journalists, trembling hands capturing photographs, frequently glanced nervously at the soldiers cleaning the battlefield nearby, shaking uncontrollably, struggling to steady their cameras. Damaged coalition warships slowly approached the shore, soldiers disembarking in formation under the watchful eyes of the new soldiers. Intimidated by the tanks and machine guns, discarding their weapons to the sides upon landing, gazing at the crimson waters and the beach littered with the remains of former comrades. They felt a profound sense of dread, refraining from any reckless actions. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief for having surrendered. Otherwise, the count of bodies on this beach would surely have included their own. Chapter 142. The Gathering of Heart's Supreme Commander. The battle has concluded. Our forces suffered a loss of 131 men and 550 were injured. We inflicted casualties upon the enemy exceeding 270,000 and captured 181,215, including 1,837 officers and nobles. We sank 606 large enemy vessels, seized 437, sank 1,400 small boats, and captured 1,100. In total, we confiscated 450,000 firearms and 250,000 sabers. Through the satellite phone, Arthur reported the outcomes of the beach defense battle to Wang Han. The staggering death toll sends shivers down one's spine, the gruesome figures chilling to the core. Well done. Did you send the reporters to take photographs? Wang Han remarked nonchalantly, as if he were merely hearing a string of ordinary numbers rather than a tally of lives lost. The reporters have already been dispatched. Arthur promptly replied, noting their trepidation. Each journalist, shaken by the sight of lifeless bodies on the battlefield, struggled to navigate their surroundings. Have psychological counseling sessions commenced? Wang Han inquired once more. Commander, the psychological counselors have arrived and are currently providing guidance to the soldiers exhibiting abnormal states. However, their numbers are insufficient, resulting in a painfully slow progress. Upon hearing this, Arthur promptly replied, on the battlefield, some soldiers, their nerves frayed and driven to a frenzy, find it exceedingly difficult to regain their composure. They become irritable, tense, and susceptible to various combat-related syndromes, necessitating one-on-one psychological counseling to assist them in returning to a stable state. Only when these counselors deem a soldier fit for duty will that soldier be permitted to rejoin the ranks and interact with civilians. It is crucial to prioritize quality over quantity, to offer them adequate compensation, and to exercise patience. This process cannot be rushed. Soldiers who have not successfully undergone counseling must not be allowed to leave the military, lest they face disciplinary action. Furthermore, the safety of the counselors must be paramount. Each one is invaluable. You, too, must partake in counseling, not just as a recipient, but also as an observer regularly. Wang Han stated unequivocally that the counseling of soldiers by psychological counselors is a mandatory requirement. He insisted on a one-on-one approach, with emphasis placed on a gradual easing from severe to mild cases. Every soldier must be counseled, and after each major conflict, provided there are no ongoing hostilities, a session must be conducted. Currently, psychological counselors are among the most scarce professions in the new nation, with fewer than 200 individuals available among millions. Most of them have been trained from former bounty hunter groups, while a select few are esteemed civilians within the new nation. Despite the scarcity of this profession, Wang Han adamantly refused to accept mediocrity. Each counselor must meet the established criteria. Simultaneously, he promptly initiated training programs for psychological counselors, designating it as a national priority. However, at present, only around 500 individuals have met the training requirements, the majority of whom are seasoned medics familiar with the horrors of battle. For these battlefield medics, entering the counseling program is considered the highest honor and the most suitable opportunity. Medics earn 50% more than soldiers of equivalent rank, while psychological counselors receive double the salary of medics, enjoying safety that does not require them to face combat. Indeed, Arthur responded immediately. Will we be able to establish this? After disconnecting the satellite phone, Wang Han's gaze drifted toward the window. Uncertainty loomed over him regarding the future. He felt confident if it were solely the world of one piece. Yet this planet harbors more than just himself as an outsider, with multiple foreign entities at play. Do you see the corpses on the beach? These are the remnants of the armies from the West Sea, who seek to invade us, to strip us of our right to exist, our wealth, our lives, and our freedom. Fortunately, our new nation's army has thwarted their initial assault. However, had we failed, those lifeless bodies on the beach would have been ours, our citizens, our very own. Can you not see these gruesome corpses? If we do not thwart the enemy, these lifeless bodies shall be our own. The coalition from the Western Sea shall not relent. They are akin to a horde of blood-sucking leeches, envious of the wealth our new nation possesses. The hard-won happiness we have cultivated will be utterly ravaged by them. They will seize all that is ours. Merely a day after the battle's conclusion, in the capital of our new nation, propagandists stood atop elevated platforms amidst a gathered crowd, brandishing freshly distributed newspapers that depicted gruesome scenes, vociferously rallying the masses. An eye for an eye, strike back, seize from them, reclaim their treasures. We must not allow war to encroach upon our homeland. The beautiful life we have painstakingly built must not be tarnished. I shall enlist. I will resist the foreign foes alongside the valiant forces of our new nation. Upon hearing the fervent cries of the propagandists, the populace was instantly stirred to action, urging one another to raise their voices. Many rolled up their sleeves, ready to join the military in defense of their interests. It has been a month since the founding of our new nation, and now we are implementing our promised policies, constructing hospitals that are indeed accountable, with requirements akin to those previously pledged. Schools are under construction, ensuring that children have access to education. In a display of benevolence, Wang Han has even admitted children beyond the typical age and has promised no fees are charged. Meals are provided for both lunch and dinner, with some impoverished families receiving further assistance. For the elderly, especially those over 60 who are destitute, the state has established a dedicated department to care for them, even constructing free nursing homes. Many who were previously unemployed now find work and earn contribution points. The machinery provided by the state significantly conserves labor, cultivating vast tracts of land. There are also orphanages dedicated to the care of orphans, kindergartens, and social security institutions, ensuring that those without means can receive minimum living guarantees until they secure a source of income. These welfare facilities prevent many from resorting to perilous choices for survival. Additionally, a supervisory bureau ensures that all officials uphold justice and integrity, no longer living under oppression. The populace expresses immense gratitude towards Wang Han, cherishing their current lives and harboring hope for the future. For them, the new nation embodies an almost utopian state, free from the fears of starvation and threats from pirates or bandits. The current new nation stands united as a solid front. The other nations of the Western Sea have fallen. In the shadows, a few spies observing these developments whisper to one another, following the implementation of Wang Han's various policies. In the brief span of a month, the hearts of the people have rallied around the fortune of the new nation. With such unity of spirit, the military strength of the new nation shall undoubtedly grow more formidable. Under this collective sentiment, these spies, aside from gathering intelligence, find it increasingly difficult to enact significant change, unless the new nation's policies falter. Chapter 143. The impact on the future. How could we have suffered such a devastating defeat? In a certain kingdom of the Western Sea, upon hearing the report from his officials regarding the intelligence relayed by spies, the king was so startled that he rose abruptly from his seat, only to slump back despondently onto his throne. The coalition of 400,000 troops from the 11 nations of the Western Sea had suffered a catastrophic defeat within the span of 3 hours. Half of the army had been annihilated, and the remainder had surrendered, with not a single vessel from their fleet managing to escape. The performance of this vast army was negligible, inflicting fewer than 1,000 casualties upon the new kingdom. How could this be possible? 400,000 soldiers, even a herd of 400,000 pigs, should not have met such a dismal fate. Was a new kingdom truly so formidable? The world government's apprehension towards the new kingdom was evidently well-founded. Upon hearing this news, the ministers present in the throne room were overwhelmed with shock, rendered speechless. Their expressions morphed into a pallor of dread. This was no mere defeat. These 400,000 had been delivered to the new kingdom for slaughter. The might of the new kingdom made them acutely aware of its perilous nature. Under the policies of the new kingdom, their fates as nobles were already sealed. Why else would they have so eagerly rallied their forces to attack? Although they were aware of the new kingdom's strength, the reality of its power surpassed their wildest imaginings, leaving them trembling with trepidation, consumed by worry and despair. Gentlemen, do any of you possess a solution? The king inquired, surveying the troubled faces of his ministers. Under the policies of the new kingdom, the ministers might still grasp at a thread of survival, yet the royal family had no avenue for escape. The new kingdom would not spare the royal lineage, which wielded the greatest power and posed the largest variable. To suffer such a humiliating defeat, were they all mere livestock? In Mariejois, the headquarters of the world government, the bald elder stars erupted in a tirade upon receiving the intelligence report. Though it was not the world government's own troops that had perished, the news incited a fury within him. He had anticipated that the nations of the Western Sea would create significant troubles for Wang Han, yet the outcome was dismal. The coalition of 400,000 had not even achieved 1,000 in terms of enemy casualties. Not even 300 enemy combatants had been slain. Such losses were inconsequential to the new kingdom, easily replenishable within a day. The battle fought by the coalition not only failed to inflict substantial damage upon the new kingdom, but, in fact, significantly bolstered its stature, utterly obliterating the reputation of the Western Sea Coalition and demoralizing the soldiers of those nations. The repercussions of this defeat would even reverberate through the ranks of the world government's forces. In truth, the outcome was not as dire as it appeared. Observing the furious bald elder stars, the long-haired elder star suddenly spoke. Although we suffered a grievous defeat, the coalition of the West Sea did manage to cause some trouble for the new nation. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, the bald elder star suppressed his inner fury and looked at the long-haired elder star with curiosity. His anger stemmed not only from the failure of the West Sea Coalition, but also from the fact that this battle had elevated the new nation's reputation. which would undoubtedly instill a sense of trepidation in the forces of the world government. The outcome of Wang Han's rule over the West Sea is unchangeable. We have all known this from the outset. The long-haired elder star explained, while the new nation achieved a resounding victory. The casualties inflicted upon the coalition have also sown seeds of animosity and subsequent troubles that will certainly plague the new nation. The hatred stemming from the loss of 200,000 lives can be just as burdensome. Although this was unavoidable, it could have been mitigated. Yet the new nation chose not to do so. Their ruthless actions will inevitably complicate and provoke their endeavor to govern the West Sea. Indeed, another elder star nodded in agreement. Although the West Sea Coalition did not pose significant troubles for the new nation and even bolstered its might, the ensuing complications and resistance from the West Sea will be far greater. Thus, while this outcome may not have directly troubled the new nation, it is still advantageous for our objectives. I see, the bald elder star realized. Although the new nation had showcased its strength in this battle, such extensive slaughter had also cost them some public sentiment. Previously, he had not regarded the common populace too highly, but now, after reflection, he immediately grasped the implications. I believe we must alter our strategy, said the long-haired elder star. From this conflict, it is evident that we have somewhat overlooked the issue of public sentiment and have not given it the attention it deserves. Upon hearing this, the other elder stars turned to the long-haired elder star, and after a moment of contemplation, they understood. We should convene a world conference to discuss policies that bolster public sentiment. Surely, those kings are currently overwhelmed and will not refuse such measures, suggested one elder star. Many nations are on the brink of turmoil due to the policies enacted by the new nation. Those kings are certainly troubled. Arthur, in this battle, you have made a name for yourself. Before long, your reputation will resonate throughout the seas, remarked Vice Admiral Andrew with a smile. Addressing Arthur on the shores of the new nation, Arthur not only gained renown from this battle, but he also earned significant accolades, potentially paving his way to becoming a general in the army. You flatter me. It is due to the astute guidance of our leaders and the unity and courage of our soldiers that we have achieved such remarkable results, Arthur humbly replied, shaking his hand in modesty. However, his self-satisfied expression betrayed his inner thoughts. With 200,000 enemies slain and another 200,000 captured, though aided by the Navy, the primary credit still belonged to him. Your command was indeed an indispensable factor, another remarked. Observing Arthur's humble demeanor and the smile that he could not conceal in his eyes, Andrew chuckled and remarked, it was pitiable that they had once been mere ordinary individuals, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of national sentiment policies, let alone the understanding of global public opinion. Although Arthur had achieved remarkable success this time, gaining renown across the seas, he had also inadvertently invited a host of infamy upon himself, which would inevitably affect him. Brother Wang Han, despite your resounding victory, why do you claim that this battle is not perfect? In the solitude of the new kingdom's palace, Guina was perplexed upon hearing Wang Han's assertion. In response to her confusion, Wang Han candidly elucidated the underlying reasons to her. Then why do you still choose to promote it so vigorously, Brother Wang Han? After hearing Wang Han's explanation, Guina's bewilderment only deepened. Wang Han, fully aware of the underlying issues, nonetheless fervently promoted this conflict. The outcome of the battle had already manifested. With a smile, Wang Han remarked, although this confrontation will significantly influence the future, the momentum it has generated is considerable, yielding numerous benefits. Why not harness it? It serves our current circumstances well. Such fervent promotion may also mitigate resistance, ultimately diminishing hatred in the long run. Isn't this merely returning to square one? Guyina interjected. Indeed, Wang Han nodded in agreement. His intention in sharing these insights with Guyina was not to instigate change, but to enable her to gain clarity on the situation. Chapter 144. The declaration of wartime swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. Through extensive media coverage, newspapers, and propagandists, the populace of a new nation was now brimming with pent-up fury and anger directed at those who sought to seize their wealth and plunder their lives and freedoms. Under the guidance of certain individuals, this rage gradually morphed into a chorus of calls for the eradication of their foes. As the volume of these voices grew, an increasing number of people joined the ranks of those clamoring for war. Throughout the new nation, the fervent calls for conflict echoed, with nearly one-third of the populace supporting a declaration of war against the nations intent on invading. In early September, a startling news item emerged, spreading rapidly across the new nation within mere days. Following the failure of the Western Sea Alliance of 11 nations to breach the new nation's defenses, 40 of the 42 remaining nations of the Western Sea formed an alliance and began organizing a new coalition to launch another invasion. This sudden revelation ignited the emotions of the entire populace, with war advocates visible on every street corner. Workers and farmers even organized marches, chanting resolutely against subjugation and fear. In that moment, the number of participants surged. Even those who initially opposed the war, advocating for national development and stability, began to call for a defense of their homeland, vowing never to bow to invaders. The recruitment offices swelled with eager volunteers, while many citizens commenced donations to bolster the nation's efforts. In the wake of this announcement, dissenting voices against the war vanished, with nearly everyone expressing a desire for the nation to confront the impending conflict with courage. The populace actively prepared for the impending war. 10 days after the news of the impending invasion by the Western Sea Coalition, the new nation issued a proclamation. At noon on the 15th of this month, the nation's leader, Wang Han, would publicly denounce the actions of the Western Sea Coalition and formally declare war on the alliance. Following this announcement, the fervor of the populace began to stabilize, and the demonstrations advocating for war came to a halt. Yet, the populace ardently prepared, and the number of those enlisting surged. On the 15th, at 8 in the morning, the square before the palace of the new nation was already teeming with people. Over 50,000 had gathered. By 11 o'clock, the throng had swelled to 200,000, and the soldiers tasked with maintaining order were busily occupied. Across the lands of the new nation, citizens remained glued to their televisions, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the broadcast. As the clock struck noon, amidst the fervent anticipation, rousing music began to resonate throughout the square, invigorating yet tinged with a sense of solemnity. Under the gaze of the multitude, Wang Han ascended the palace's battlements, flanked by Guyana and a cadre of military and political representatives. The broadcast commenced punctually as televisions nationwide tuned in simultaneously, all channels airing the live transmission. Concurrently, within the headquarters of the world government, at the naval headquarters, in the Revolutionary Army's base, the Palace of Wano, aboard the Dreyfus, and in palaces across the globe, leaders, kings, officials, and dignitaries of various factions intently watched the footage relayed through the spy's cinematic communication device, listening to the voices emanating from it. All were acutely aware that this broadcast from the new nation would undoubtedly stir tumultuous waves, potentially allowing the new nation to capitalize on this moment to shatter the previous constraints of its citizens' anti-war sentiments. The citizens of the new nation, I trust you understand why I stand here today, why this national broadcast is taking place. Yet, I shall reiterate, my presence here today, initiating this broadcast, is a response to the relentless aggression of invaders who seek to obliterate our new nation, to slaughter our people, and to seize our wealth and freedom. As Wang Han's speech resounded, silence enveloped the square. Today, I shall also declare that this day marks the inaugural day of resistance for the new nation. We shall demonstrate through our actions and our blood that our resolute stance, our yearning for peace and a brighter future, will not be extinguished by oppression and war. Wang Han stood atop the city gate, his voice resonating through the microphone, strained yet fervent, his hands clenched tightly before the assembled populace, as if to signify his unwavering resolve. His rhetoric grew increasingly impassioned, stirring the emotions of the crowd. Now was not the time for silence. It was imperative to declare our stance and to resolutely act upon it, compelling the invaders, those who seek to plunder us, to understand that we do not fear war. We must make it clear to those greedy, hateful, and cunning adversaries that we are not mere innocent victims. The new nation is one that prioritizes its people, and the injustices we have endured shall never again befall us. We need not continue to dwell in darkness. We shall fight for our happiness and freedom, and the invaders will be vanquished in the battle. When obstacles obscure our vision, we must strive to clear them, not allow them to shroud us further. Victory is our singular goal, and we shall achieve it. The aristocrats ought to feel shame. We must eradicate those unscrupulous merchants and privileges, defeat them, and demand restitution for the blood debts they have inflicted upon us. We will forge an era that belongs to us, the common people, obliterating the most vile, greedy, and morally corrupt privileges from this world. We shall not be enslaved by them. Perhaps my words today will soon be forgotten. Yet all that we do shall echo through eternity. We will pave the way for our descendants, creating a new world devoid of privilege, one that is fair, just, and transparent, a new era. Let us be the pioneers. I believe countless citizens yearning for peace, freedom, light, and fairness will take us as their inspiration and join us in crafting a brand new epic free from privilege, enslavement, and oppression. The new nation lies beneath our feet. proud of us, propelling us forward toward victory. As Wang Han concluded his speech, he shouted with fervor, his hands clenched tightly before all. "We shall prevail! We shall prevail!" At his final exclamation, the multitude echoed his cries. In front of their televisions, millions of viewers from the new nation shouted in unison, although not present at the scene. They joined the voices of those in the palace square. In that moment, the long-suppressed indignation against aristocratic privilege and the injustices of the world began to be unleashed. How could this man act in such a manner? Across the globe, those who valued the broadcast of his speech were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. This live broadcast of a speech proved to be far more terrifying than they had anticipated, catching them completely off guard. They understood that the arrival of a new era was now unstoppable. Even if they ultimately vanquished Wang Han, the era he had heralded would inevitably dawn, with more individuals embarking on the path of its exploration. In this new age, there would be absolutely no room for the survival of the aristocracy. Among those who tuned into the broadcast, how many were not aristocrats, or at the very least, intertwined with the nobility? The entire world was on the brink of chaos. At sea, the pirates who similarly watched the broadcast through spies were equally taken aback, for they too bore blood debts against the common folk, perhaps even more so than the aristocrats. Chapter 145, The Dawn of a New War. The day following Wang Han's live speech marked our inaugural expedition. The eyes of the nation were upon us, eagerly anticipating news of our triumph, while the malevolent forces watched, hoping for our downfall. Speak loudly, will we falter? We are the vanguards of a new era. Even in death, countless souls shall continue our path, forging a new age. In this epoch, we shall be eternally remembered, and our descendants will take pride in our legacy. For the sake of the new era and future generations, I would never harbor regrets, even if it leads to my demise. At the new nation's harbor, 100,000 sailors stood in formation, gazing at Andrew upon the elevated platform, listening intently to his pre-battle address. Even if it leads to death, I shall never repent. Upon hearing Andrew's final roar, the sailors erupted in unison, their spirits ignited, imbued with an unwavering resolve. Now we commence boarding. Recognizing the impact of his speech, Andrew promptly issued his command. Internally pleased with the remarkable effectiveness of Wang Han's rhetorical strategy, he watched as the sailors began to embark, forming orderly lines as they boarded the various vessels awaiting them at the dock. We set sail. As the final sailor boarded, Andrew's command resonated, and the ships began to sound their horns, gradually departing the harbor. However, they did not venture far, halting 10 nautical miles from the port. Following their departure, a fleet of transport ships began arriving, accompanied by armored vehicles and trucks, as groups of soldiers sprinted alongside the convoys to the harbor. Leading this charge were Yasuo and Yao. After a rousing speech that boosted morale, the army commenced boarding under their orders. Their forces had indeed been prepared for this moment. Yet, the target of their expedition remained uncertain. Regardless of the destination, this presented an opportunity for us. Within the palace of the kingdom of West Sea Bruo, discussions echoed from the confines of the king's council chamber. Indeed, with the new nation deploying such a substantial military force, their domestic defenses would surely be weakened, presenting us with an opportune moment to strike. In the council chamber, the voice of a supportive king emerged from a communication device. "You truly lack understanding of military strategy," scoffed another king through the device. "Do you underestimate the coastal defenses of the new nation? They possess over 100 coastal artillery capable of sinking a vessel with a single shot. Are we to await the return of their navy, fearing a repeat of our previous catastrophic defeat? Indeed, should we launch a hasty assault on the new nation, we risk suffering another devastating loss." A chorus of kings echoed in agreement. Should we allow such an opportunity to slip away? Wait for them to launch an attack upon us? Their naval artillery possesses a range that exceeds our most distant cannons by more than threefold, and a single shell can devastate an area of 100 meters. A barrage from their main guns could easily obliterate a mountain. I doubt any coastal defense in the kingdoms represented here could withstand such an onslaught. The king who had first spoken sneered, "You truly are a fool. The reputation of the Yamato battleship is known across the seas. Who could possibly stand in its way? If we permit them to attack, the power of a new kingdom will only grow more formidable." Another king, with a mocking tone, retorted, "You clearly lack military understanding. Pray tell, how shall we respond? The allied forces are not yet prepared. How can we confront the fleet of a new kingdom? You've already acknowledged that the fame of the Yamato is unparalleled across the oceans. Even if our coalition were fully equipped with 10 times their number of ships, we would still be doomed to defeat in naval combat." The king who had been ridiculed as a fool shot back coldly, Several kings let out a disdainful snort in response. Naturally, they would not passively observe the expansion of his power. One king remarked, however, a surprise attack is not a feasible option. Engaging them directly, even if we were to triumph over the navy of the new kingdom, would undoubtedly result in a Pyrrhic victory, and the odds of success are far from favorable. Another king interjected, yet we need not confront them head-on. We can employ unorthodox tactics. If we could defeat their navy, we can then advance against the new kingdom without the risk of being caught in a pincer. What unconventional tactics? A king inquired. Their navy has already set sail. Within 2 weeks at most, some nation will fall prey to their assault. Will we have sufficient time to prepare? At this, all the kings fell silent, each silently praying that the new kingdom's first target would not be their own realm. Conceiving of an unconventional strategy is no simple feat, however. Even if they were to confront the navy of the new kingdom, a victory would likely be hollow, leaving them too weakened to launch an offensive against the new kingdom thereafter. Should they falter, their only recourse would be to fortify their respective nations, and any thoughts of attacking the new kingdom would become mere fantasies. Crane, which nation do you believe will be their first target? At the naval headquarters, upon receiving intelligence, Sengoku directly posed the question to Crane. In the office, the 3 admirals and several vice-admirals turned their gazes toward Crane. At present, it remains unclear. He may not adhere to conventional strategies, and his new kingdom possesses the capability to do so. However, it is most likely that he will direct the navy of the new kingdom to draw the fire of the allied forces. Defeating the coalition assembled in the West Sea first, Crane analyzed. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, realizing the implications of Crane's insight. Yet whether Wang Han would proceed in such a manner remained uncertain. Chapter 146. The unconventional tactics of the West Sea Coalition. High above at an altitude of 8,000 meters, a fleet of airships monitored the nearby waters, searching for the position of the coalition of 40 nations in the West Sea. Captain, we have detected a situation. In the cabin beneath the airship, a scout, clutching a telescope, urgently called out to the airship's captain. Where? Upon hearing the shout, the captain hastened over. On a bearing of 32 degrees west. Numerous small vessels can be seen on the sea, estimated to exceed 2,000. The scout quickly reported, stepping aside from the position of the high-power telescope. The captain leaned in for a closer look and promptly commanded, immediately report the observed situation to the naval forces below. Additionally, notify other airships of our findings and closely monitor those small boats. Captain Andrew, the airship has sent intelligence indicating that at 25 degrees west of our position, over 2,000 small vessels are approaching us, currently 80 nautical miles away, expected to encounter us in 2 hours. A naval intelligence officer swiftly reported to Andrew from the command tower of the Yamato. 2,000 small boats. Upon hearing this, Andrew furrowed his brow and immediately instructed, signal all ships to prepare for battle. If we encounter them, warn them to depart at once. Should they disregard the warning, all vessels are permitted to engage freely. We must not allow them to come close. Understood, the signalman promptly replied, commencing the transmission of Andrew's orders. After issuing the commands, Andrew picked up the satellite phone and dialed Wang Han's number. If his suspicions were correct, he required Wang Han's approval for his course of action before proceeding. My wife is beautiful, isn't she? A slender man aboard a small boat showed a photograph of his wife to a companion nearby. His tone bore an air of resigned detachment, tinged with a hint of sorrow. She's indeed lovely. I have 4 brothers, and our parents are growing old. This time, both my elder brother and I have come, leaving our elderly parents in the care of the 3rd and 4th brothers, who are only 14 and 13. Lamented appeared beside him, unable to conceal his worry. His outlook was far less optimistic than that of the first man. Damn those nobles, exclaimed the carefree youth, suddenly gritting his teeth in anger. What good does it do to say such things? If it weren't for coercion, who would willingly embrace death? A middle-aged man at the stern, controlling the oars, sighed as he overheard their conversation. I truly hope the new nation unifies the Western Sea. That way, our families would no longer suffer under the oppression of those nobles. Alas, we are destined never to witness that day. At this, the other 2 men aboard the small boat fell silent. If not for the dire circumstances, who among them would choose to navigate a boat laden with explosives towards certain doom? It is the wretched nobles and their ilk who threaten the lives of their families, compelling them to face death. Should they refuse, their loved ones shall perish. Similar scenes unfold on other small vessels, where some confront death with a sense of resignation, while others vehemently curse the aristocrats and the new regime. This is the insidious stratagem devised by those kings and nobles. If the new nation claims to protect the common folk, they exploit them to launch suicidal assaults against the navy. Should the navy bombard these civilians, It would provide justification to denounce the new nation's policies, tarnishing its reputation. If the new nation refrains from intervention, these civilians will steer boats laden with explosives straight into the naval vessels. I understand, you must drive them away. If they make any perilous moves, you are authorized to fire upon them. Do not let potential public opinion cloud your judgment. The safety of your forces must remain paramount. Wang Han instructed after Andrew's report via satellite phone. Yes, I understand, Commander. The safety of the military will be our foremost priority, Andrew assured him promptly. After ending the call, a sense of relief washed over Andrew. It was not the public opinion he feared. His thick skin shielded him from such concerns. Rather, it was the pressure that public opinion could impose, a silent dagger that could strike lethally. With Wang Han's reassurance, he felt a weight lifted. He no longer had to navigate through moral quandaries. General Andrew, the destroyer Chris, has detected the situation. It concerns the 2,000 small boats reported by the airship. 2 hours later, an intelligence officer suddenly stood and saluted Andrew with a report. Inform the Chris and all other vessels that if they encounter those small boats, they must immediately drive them away. If they refuse to depart, they are permitted to fire to disperse them, and no boats are allowed to approach any naval vessels. If necessary, they may directly target the boats for bombardment, prioritizing their own safety and normal navigation. Upon hearing the report, Andrew promptly issued the command. Understood. The intelligence officer responded, quickly relaying Andrew's new orders to the fleet. Look, the ironclad of the new nation is approaching. On the open sea, a young man on a small boat gazed at the ironclad vessel drawing near, speaking somberly to the others. Brothers, it is time for us to set forth. Though we have known each other for merely a day, you both resonate with me. Hearing the youth's words, a bearded man cast a glance at the now visible warship and smiled at the other two. With that, he began to row vigorously. If there's a next life, I hope to be born in the new nation. What do you think about igniting the explosives early? The young man remarked, patting the large wooden barrel in the boat's hold. Igniting the explosives early could work. Although we are destined to die, I do not wish for my family to continue living under the oppression of those nobles, the bearded man responded, gazing at the approaching steel warship on the distant sea. One cannot help but exclaim, how I yearn to visit the new world. Surely, it must be a nation well suited for the lives of ordinary citizens. At this moment, the surrounding small vessels also began to row towards the advancing warship. In essence, your Colosseum is but my playground. Wang Han, there exists nothing that technology cannot accomplish. Whether in life or in warfare, technology serves as the shortcut to achieving one's aims. As gamma rays grazed the scalp of the yellow monkey, streaking across the sky of Mariejois, as nuclear blasts erupted upon the ocean, and as countless robots populated the world, the sea finally witnessed a presence that surpassed even that of the celestial dragons.